confined within a glass chamber as a mere subject of experimentation. He could scarcely move a finger. Wang Ku awoke amidst chaos, his body riddled with tubes, while several indistinguishable figures in white lab coats deliberated outside. Subject 39 has survived. Let us transform it into a weapon. The crab claw attachment on the left hand has fallen off again. The cellular fusion has failed. Only then did he grasp the reality had traversed into the world of One Punch Man, becoming a test subject for the House of Evolution. Initially, he felt a surge of delight at his heightened intellect, yet soon realized that his body had been grotesquely altered, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Injecting stabilizer type 1079. Chilled liquid coursed through his veins as Wonka helplessly observed his left hand morph into a crab claw, only to detach in a violent rejection, blood pooling within the glass chamber. These individuals did not regard him as human. Their discussions revolved solely around cellular fusion and weapon modification. Wonka summoned every ounce of strength to struggle, but his body felt as though it were nailed to the chamber, forced to endure the bizarre organs they affixed to him. Fusion of subjects 75 and 67 has failed. Immunity has collapsed. The white-coat figures spoke like harbingers of doom, and Wang Ke's consciousness began to blur. Was he destined to become nothing more than a collection of animated parts? He had inherited the intellect of Dr. Genus, and yet he was resigned to being a mere experimental subject? Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from outside the glass chamber. Was it Saitama? Or had another test subject gone berserk? Wang Ke's fingers twitched slightly. Was this a sign of breaking free from control? Subject 39 exhibits abnormal life signs. Prepare for emergency measures. The footsteps of the lab coats drew nearer, yet Wang Ke's eyes sparkled with determination. Inject all mutated cells from subjects 66, 67, and 71. A dead horse is worth a live one. At the command of Genus Clone, Wonka felt as though he had been thrust into molten lava. His crab arm detached with a sickening thud into the glass chamber. Decayed flesh, mingling with blood. Subject 39 has lost vital signs. As the cold, electronic voice echoed, he was submerged in a formaldehyde tank, yet his consciousness screamed in defiance, "I'm not dead yet." In the final seconds before suffocation, the entire facility erupted in an explosion. Boulders crashed through the storage room, and Wonka scrambled out, his decayed flesh shedding along the way, yet his wounds curiously began to scab over, a grotesque patchwork of red and purple. The Azura rhinoceros beetle has breached level 8. The alarm nearly shattered under the strain. Wonka collided with a limping clone before the individual could utter a cry for help. A syringe from his tail pierced Wang Ke's heart, instantly draining him to a husk. "My apologies, but I require your memories." He thrust the syringe into the heads of several corpses. Revulsion coursing through him. Within the memories of these Genus clones lay the escape route. Fragmented recollections coalesced into a map, and Wang Ku burst into the laboratory to download data. Just as he tucked the hard drive into his pocket, the base trembled violently. Once more at the end of the corridor, a sound reminiscent of grinding metal echoed. Was it the Azura rhinoceros beetle? He gazed at his deteriorating form, and suddenly, a smile broke forth. The nearest passage is a garbage transport elevator that won't do. The Azura rhinoceros beetle is still venting its wrath below. It is prudent to traverse these pipelines and ascend the staircases instead. Yet, the ground beneath him abruptly fissured, and a colossal hand, adorned with bony protrusions, emerged from the abyss. The reclamation of the Azura rhinoceros beetle shall wait until it has exhausted its fury. Dr. Kana's words offered Wang Ku a glimmer of hope. The replicants busied themselves suppressing the other experimental subjects, oblivious to the pair of eyes that had stealthily opened amidst the heap of shredded flesh in the storage room. Wang Ku, dragging his battered body, took advantage of the chaos wrought by the base's explosion, scurrying through pipes and scaling staircases like a rat. When the surveillance cameras swept across him, they merely registered a lump of moving carrion. After all, in the registry, subject number 39 had long since been reduced to a puddle of residue from potent acid corrosion. Bioweapons are not to be engaged replicants. Proceed with firearms. Upon the arrival of the armed replicants in the laboratory, they were met with a scene of utter disarray. Wonka had long since vanished without a trace, leaving only a few bloodied bone fragments, dismissed as remnants of acid erosion. Kana's focus remained fixated on the Azura rhinoceros beetle, and no one probed further into this supposedly deceased experimental subject. Thus, Wonka limped out of the evolution house, making his way towards the human city. Years later, within the opulent Golden Feces building of F-City, the affluent Zernial hurled a report onto the table, his hairstyle twitching in tandem with his furrowed brow. After such an extensive search, All we have is a photograph of a cloaked figure. His subordinate trembled. Diesel is shrouded in mystery, no one knows his origins, and suddenly he has become a medical tycoon. This Diesel was none other than the newly identified while.Though. Utilizing the data he had brought from the Evolution House, he developed a new class of miracle drugs, amassing a fortune that shimmered more brightly than golden feces. Zernial clutched the photograph of the figure, his gaze dark and menacing. This young man is definitely a threat. Meanwhile, Diesel stood in his laboratory, observing the pulsating cells in a petri dish, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On the computer screen before him lay the map of the Evolution House. Kinos, it's been a while. Beep, beep, beepy. As the phone rang, Zernial seethed, staring at the photograph of Diesel's silhouette. This young man was audaciously planning to liquidate all his assets. Hello, Mr. Zernial. This is Diesel. The voice on the other end was synthetic. Please attend the auction at the end of the month. I'm selling all of F-City's properties. Zernial nearly shattered the phone in disbelief. What did you say? All company stocks and real estate, completely liquidated. After hanging up, Zernial fixed his gaze upon the faxed list, his eyes gleaming with fervor. These were indeed golden geese. The wealthy surrounding him were like sharks sensing blood, eagerly waiting for the auction to commence. Little did they know that Diesel's true identity was while.Though, an experimental subject who had escaped from the Evolution House. Seated in the laboratory, while.Though gazed at the decaying cells in the petri dish, bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. If I cannot find a solution within 6 months, my body will completely collapse. The rejection reaction he had brought with him from the Evolution House was becoming increasingly severe. The organs he had attached were falling away one after another, and he was on the brink of losing even the most basic human traits. Even the equipment of the Evolution House could not halt the collapse back then. Now, all I could do is take a gamble. while.Though summoned the auction list, every penny of which needed to be invested in life-saving research. The memory of being discovered by the gang, due to his half-human secret, was still fresh. He had to resolve his physical issues swiftly or risk exposure at any moment. At the auction, Zernial raised his bidding paddle with fervor, seemingly eager to swallow Diesel's entire enterprise. Meanwhile, while.Though fixated on the fluctuating bid prices on the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Needed more money to purchase the recently surfaced Evolution House legacy materials. Could these materials contain the key to his salvation? What would Zernial's expression be if he knew that the enterprise he was vying for was merely a lifeline for a half-human? Even now, while.Though remained devoid of certain male attributes. Every time he managed to reattach for a period, it would soon fall away again. More alarmingly, his skin had begun to exhibit scaly hardening, a precursor to organ failure. And the tail, extending over a meter behind him, had become an increasingly difficult feature to conceal. while.Though stared at his melting left hand, his brow furrowing in distress. This was already the 4th generation of his bioarm, and it had begun to rot after merely 3 days. The 5th generation would take 7 months to create, yet his body could only endure for a maximum of 6 months. I can't possibly return to the Evolution House as a mere lab rat, he mused, feeling the tail behind him, which had paradoxically become the sturdiest part of his body. Suddenly, the television blared. The super fight champion has emerged. The mountain exploder has won. while.Though's eyes brightened. This plot was not derailing. This meant Saitama had begun his heroic journey. Following the bald hero to scavenge through monster corpses for research might just prolong his life. Alert! Blood collection robot under attack. The screen displayed a scene of a bullseyed wasp monster, piercing through the robot with its stinger. Emergency alert for City F. Tiger-level disaster. Wasp monster sighted. while.Though watched the monster blast the public announcement system and suddenly laughed. Research materials delivered right to his doorstep. I am the wasp monster, subservient to the great might of wasps. All humans kneel before me. With a sweep of its stinger, the monster obliterated the police's firearms. A dauntless youth suddenly charged forth. I am the future professional hero. Before he could finish, he was pursued by the stinger, his pant leg torn to shreds. while.Though retrieved a tranquilizer gun, his tail swaying behind him. Could the cells of this hornet monster suppress his bogus rejection response? If Saitama were to land a punch first, would his efforts be in vain? Moreover, his left hand had deteriorated to the point of exposing bone. If he did not change his course of action, amputation would be inevitable. After the establishment of the Hero Association this year, Casero believed the time had come to realize his ideals, prompting him to leave home in pursuit of the Hero Association's assessment. What was the outcome? His physical capabilities fell short, leading to his immediate disqualification. This stubborn fellow juggled, delivering newspapers and milk to make ends meet while fervently training, eagerly awaiting the next evaluation. During a run today, he encountered the hornet monster and, without a second thought, charged forward. Casero flying kick. To his dismay, the creature effortlessly evaded, taunting him, "Jump that low and touch me first." Even worse, the monster feigned shooting its tail spike, and at the moment Casero dodged, it lunged forward and bit off his hand with a sickening crunch. Ha ha! Human flesh is truly unpalatable. The monster chewed on his severed hand, adding insult to injury. Writhing in pain, Casero clutched his wound yet stood resolute. A hero is not defined by strength, but by the courage to stand up. These words infuriated the monster, which promptly pinned him down and began to gnaw the sound of splintering bones, sending shivers down one spine. At that moment, two syringes struck the monster's back with a swift thud. Emerging from the shadows was a figure with a long tail, Wang-Ku, just a passing researcher, administering a bit of insecticide. In its dying moments, the monster launched a poisonous stinger that struck Wang-Ku in the abdomen. His complexion turned pale as he retaliated, using the syringe on his tail to drain the monster into a desiccated husk. "What a chatterbox," he muttered, only to turn and discover Casero, bloodied and mangled, still clinging to life, and the venomous stinger was embedded in him. Wang could gaze at the barely alive young man, and suddenly smiled. The wild experimental plan took shape in his mind. What if he brought Casero back to the lab and transformed him using the hornet monster's cells? Could this foolish lad survive? And how would Wang-Ku counteract his own venom? When the Hero Association and police arrived, all that remained was a pool of blood and fragments of chitin. Unbeknownst to them, a half-monster had vanished into the hidden passageway, carrying a nearly lifeless hero apprentice. The base sequence of the silly boy's DNA has also mutated, and its molecular structure is very similar to Wang-Ku's. Wang-Ku immediately began further research, combining new proteins with the new DNA of the fool, forming an entirely new chromosome. Although the further effects of this chromosome are unknown, a series of new cells formed by mutations seem to be able to connect with the fifth-generation organ prototypes Wang-Ku is developing. If this mutation can continue, it may stabilize after the initial transplant rejection reaction ends. For Wang-Ku, this could accelerate his research and allow him to develop his own fifth-generation organs. Alternatively, based on other reactions, he could find a way for different cells within his body to take root and reproduce endlessly, merging and repeating failures, ultimately solving his bodily issues. With these thoughts in mind, Wang-Ku immediately began the organ transplant surgery, replacing all the damaged limbs and organs of the fool, who had been turned into a stick by the hornet monster, including the broken genitalia. He also added many of his other ideas. After the modification surgery was completed, the unconscious fool fell into a high fever. After giving him a few injections, Wonka placed him in a glass tank filled with special nutrient solution and waited for results. During the waiting period, Wang-Ku sold all the industries in City F. With the funds obtained, he purchased a large number of equipment, materials, and resources in both the regular and black markets. The fool's condition also faced several crises along the way, forcing Wang-Ku to stop all ongoing experiments and provide complete care to overcome the crisis. 2 weeks later, Wang-Ku was relieved that his experimental efforts were worthwhile. The rejection reaction in the fool's body had ended. With new materials and resources, Wang-Ku was about 80% confident that he could shorten the development of his fifth-generation organ to 3 months or even less. Casero felt as if he had been in a long dream, where he fought against a hornet monster, severely injured with broken limbs and organs, and on the verge of death. After that, his consciousness became chaotic. He didn't know what happened next. And then it felt like he was thrown into a warm water bubble. Wait, no. How did he actually feel the warm water? Did he wet the bed? Thinking of this, Casero's consciousness suddenly became highly focused. The feeling in his limbs gradually returned, and he prepared to open his eyes. However, a large amount of liquid flowed in, forcing him to close his eyes again. He tried to breathe, inhaling a large amount of medical oxygen through his nose and mouth, and his previously muddled brain instantly became completely clear. With some familiar feelings returning to his control over his limbs, Casero gradually began to move his arms and legs, floating in the warm water, resembling a swimming posture more and more. Beep pop, the sound of some machine activating rang out, and Casero noticed that the warm water covering his body was gradually disappearing. As he lost the buoyancy support, his legs weakly fell to the ground. After a towel brushed across his face, Casero finally opened his eyes, realizing it was a mechanical arm washing his face. This high-tech, sci-fi feeling left Casero somewhat dumbfounded. At that moment, a person in a white coat, with a somewhat awkward physique, walked up to him and asked, "You're finally awake. The surgery was 6 months ago, and your body has long since calmed down. However, I couldn't bring back your consciousness no matter what method I used. Can you tell me what made you regain consciousness? Because I thought I wet myself. No, wait. Who are you? Where's this? Why am I here? Why does my body feel so strange? Casero initially struggled to comprehend and answered the questions foolishly. But after feeling some inconvenience in his limbs, he immediately became alert. You don't remember? It seems that the long coma has caused some memory loss. I have some footage that might help you recall. The person in the white coat did not provide a direct explanation, but played a video on a monitor on the wall for Casero. He saw familiar images of the hornet monster attacking him, and soon his fragmented memories were reorganized, recalling the scene when he was dismembered by the monster. With the explanation from the person in the white coat, Casero learned that he was originally in a life-threatening situation, and the person had performed a complex surgery to save him. Many parts of his body were replaced or modified, which is why Casero felt something was strange about his body. May I ask? Casero wanted to ask more, but then realized he didn't know how to address the person. Calling him white coat felt too rude for his savior. As if sensing Casero's thoughts, the person in the white coat proactively said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Diesel. I used to be a part-time businessman and researcher. Now, I'm just a part-time doctor and researcher, not exactly a scientist. You can call me Dr. Diesel." So, Dr. Diesel, how's my body now? Is it much worse than before? Is there a way to fully recover? Casero felt a bit worried, as he sensed his limbs were feeble. Standing up or raising his hands felt very difficult. Well, for now, your body is healthier than that of an average human. Your physical condition should be significantly better than your previous self. The weakness in your limbs is mainly because your nervous system has not fully adapted to your own control yet. Dr. Diesel's response was reassuring. Casero was relieved that he still had hope of passing the upcoming hero selection, so he didn't pay attention to other information conveyed in the doctor's words. By the way, doctor, do you know how long until the next hero selection? It seems to be a little over a month away. During this time, if you follow my instructions for exercise, you should easily get accustomed to being a modified person. Casero sighed in relief, but then suddenly reacted, asking in disbelief, "Doctor, did you just say modified person? Does that mean I'm no longer a normal human?" Yes, 73 of your body organs have been replaced or modified, and there are also some additional special biological components. I think this standard indeed does not belong to a normal human. Seeing the syringe's tail move from behind Dr. Diesel's white coat, Casero, who was in a daze, listened to the doctor's final judgment. After Wong, who collected the latest data, he released Casero from his laboratory. It took a total of 6 or 7 months, but Casero, who was rescued and modified without permission by Wong Ku, eventually accepted his new identity. Based on Casero's data, Wong Ku successfully completed another self-modification and extended his life by a year, managing to significantly shorten his tail. The small part that had repeatedly been attached and then fallen off over the years was also successfully preserved this time. Although it was short and weak, it still brought Wong Ku to tears. Indeed, having a bit of meat down there brings a sense of security to a man. After confirming his evolution from nothing to something, even if it was just YNGWEI and Xing's incompetence, Wong Ku felt it was necessary to reward himself. That day, he planned to travel to City Z and see if he could find teacher Saitama. Wong Ku had previously come to Z City in search of Saitama, but he always returned empty-handed. According to Wong Ku's memory of the manga, Saitama became bald a year and a half after he started training. Before that, he was just a person in sportswear, constantly doing muscle training. The Hero Association had been established for less than a year, so Saitama hadn't yet become the iconic bald figure. Beep, beep, beep. The small earpiece on his ear signaled that the drone he had released had spotted a monster on a certain street in Z City. Where there are monsters, Saitama is likely to be found, so he immediately headed to the scene. Following the drone's guidance, Wong Ku navigated through the crowd in Z City. Although he wasn't a non-human being at the moment, he wore thick clothing. His tail was wrapped around his belly, pretending to be a big beer belly. Thus, from the outside, Wong Ku just looked like an unproportionate fat person. The target is located at 9 o'clock, 216. 35 meters away. Please be cautious. Hearing the electronic voice prompt, Wong Ku carefully approached the target. He found it strange that, despite the appearance of a monster, the surrounding citizens remained so calm, as if nothing was happening. While Wong Ku was puzzled, he finally spotted the monster identified by the drone. It was a tall man wearing a boxer's pre-fight cloak, and he didn't look like a monster at all. If this monster kept hiding its identity and didn't cause trouble, no one would come and deal with it, making it seem pointless for him to follow. At that moment, Wong Ku had no intention of confronting the monster. In a sense, he was also a monster himself, believing that as long as they didn't actively harm society, Monsters had the right to live in this world. The target entered a dilapidated boxing gym and turned around to go inside. Wong could decided to continue observing, so he quietly walked over. Hola, hola, hola. Upon entering the boxing gym, Wong could discover that there was only the monster boxer inside, and the facilities were also shabby. At that moment, the monster boxer was attacking a light pull cord switch repeatedly. Hey, isn't this the embodiment of a light pull cord that Saitama defeated on his 300th day of training? It's still alive? This was a good discovery. If he kept an eye on this guy, Wong would eventually find the Saitama he had been searching for. However, the situation with the light pull cord embodiment was somewhat strange. Based on its punching speed, it was indeed faster than an average boxer. But its strength was only that of a stronger wolf-level monster, far from the tiger level he remembered. Could this guy undergo further evolution? This was an interesting research subject. Wong had never studied monster evolution before. If it was a mutation of the cells themselves, it could provide significant reference for Wong Ku. With these thoughts in mind, Wong Ku immediately took action. He quietly opened 2 soda can-sized bottles and then waited patiently. The colorless and odorless gas drifting from the cans gradually filled the room. Generally, when people smell this gas, they just become more energetic and excited. But for someone with developed physical capabilities like the light pull cord embodiment, its lung capacity was much greater than that of an average person. As it inhaled more and more gas while continuously exercising, it would eventually faint from overexcitement. About 10 minutes later, the light pull cord monster indeed knocked itself out from training. Wong Ku quickly approached, extracted some research samples with a syringe, and injected a microlocation sensor before leaving as if nothing had happened. In the following days, Wong Ku regularly knocked out the light pull cord embodiment, continuously collecting various data from it using microrobots. To facilitate his research, he even built a new laboratory underground on the outskirts of Z-City. Wong Ku planned to relocate his main base to Z-City once he found Saitama. But just as Wong Ku quietly waited for Saitama to appear, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Pull cord impact punch. Puff! Wong Ku's body was sent flying, and several of his reinforced ribs were broken, with internal bleeding occurring in several organs. As a boxer, do you think I wouldn't notice how abnormal it is to keep collapsing during this period? The light polar incarnation said fiercely to Wong Ku after knocking down its prey. It was careless. Originally, Wong Ku saw the light polar incarnation that had been monitoring him and thought it had fainted and wouldn't get up. Wong Ku thought there was some special situation, so he personally came to check. Unexpectedly, it was a trap set by the other party, and the mutation effect of the cells in the light polar incarnation exceeded Wong Ku's imagination. Not only did its punching speed and strength increase, but it also developed resistance to Wong Ku's gas. Who are you? Since when have you been targeting me? And for what purpose? The rope puller monster approached Wong Ku menacingly, lifting its prey and threateningly saying, "Calm down, there are some bad mutations happening to you, and I can help you." Wong Ku had already suffered serious injuries. He had to stall for time while thinking of ways to escape, simultaneously mobilizing the cells in his body to heal himself. At that moment, he didn't even care about the cellular balance he had worked hard to maintain, adjusting his healing ability to the maximum. Damn it, the one who knocks me out every day. What can you do to help me? Hurry up and confess honestly, or I'll treat you like a sandbag and beat you to death. However, the relentless rope monster showed no signs of letting Wong Ku buy time. He kept attacking with punch after punch, causing Wong Ku to spit blood while his body was beaten to a pulp. With a loud crack, another punch hit Wong Ku below the belt. Wong Ku's precious golden egg and little buddy were crushed, and at that moment he went insane, having finally escaped the identity of a eunuch. Bastard, I want you to die a miserable death. Suddenly, with a pop, the tail of Wong Ku's syringe shot out and pierced into the rope monster's body. Wong Ku injected the continuously merging and collapsing cells from his own body, which had troubled him for years and even stumped the evolution house, into the rope monster. The phenomenon of cellular fusion and collapse immediately reacted within the body, transformed by the light pull. The muscles all over the rope monster's body kept rolling and surging, and the veins on his head swelled several times. He could only emit scattered, croaking sounds, kneeling on the ground waiting for the verdict of fate. At the same time, Wong Ku, who was also at the end of his rope, finally regained some mobility at the cost of imbalance in his cells. Then he disregarded everything and fled from the dilapidated boxing gym. After Wong Ku escaped from the boxing gym, he managed to hide in the underground laboratory of Z-City, which was only partially completed. At this point, his cellular imbalance was severe, and Wong Ku could no longer maintain control. The chain rejection reactions within his body followed closely behind. If he were in the well-equipped laboratory in F City, he could have barely suppressed it through emergency amputation and various drug injections. However, in the Z City base, where the equipment was rudimentary and only a few drones and small robots were available along with some collected sample materials, the previously reliable solutions Wong-Ku had were no longer applicable. Watching his body gradually lose sensation, Wong-Ku knew that if he didn't make a decision soon, his organs might melt away as they fell off. Regardless of which happened first, the end result would be his death. Although he had never directly injected the cells taken from the monsters before, he had no choice but to take a gamble now. As his body became increasingly uncontrollable, Wong-Ku was forced to inject the cells he collected from the pull-string light into himself. Following that, the cellular imbalance in his body became even more severe, and Wong-Ku instructed his computer to send several small drones from Base F, carrying various original cells he had collected over the years, including those from Casero and the Wasp monster, all flying towards the Z City base. When the small robots in Z City continuously received the materials, they injected them all into Wong-Ku's body, along with various nutrient solutions and drugs. This haphazard and unplanned method of injection was something Wong-Ku, who had a rigorous research attitude, would never have dared to try before. But now, he could only choose to gamble and wait for fate's decision in his slumber. Ah! Help! Monster, monster, run! Roar! I'm invincible. See this? Lichtning fast punches. The pull-string monster shouted as he unleashed a series of punches, instantly crushing a car. At this moment, the pull-string monster had undergone many changes compared to his original appearance in the comics. First, he had removed his glasses, revealing sharp and agile eyes that reflected his extraordinary intelligence. Additionally, his physique had shrunk slightly compared to the original work. The once inflated muscles were now tightly coiled, giving off an aura of explosive power. At this point, the pull-string monster's strength was definitely much greater than in the original work. Now, as he was dismantling buildings with his bare hands, he was faintly developing into a catastrophic level of threat. Ha! I am a monster that turned into a punching bag for practice by treating the light switch as a hypothetical enemy. My disaster level is divine. The pull-string monster laughed recklessly after easily demolishing 2 buildings. It seemed that although his power had increased significantly, his arrogant temperament remained unchanged. I've gotten bored of cars and houses. Bring me a human so I can punch them a few times. Just after he said this, a young man in sportswear suddenly appeared behind him, about to throw a punch. However, the pull-string monster reacted with lightning speed, directly punching the young man away. Then, within a few seconds, the pull-string monster pursued again, delivering a powerful pull-string shock punch that sent the young man flying over 100 meters into the river. How long are you planning to sneak around? You bastard. Do you dare to come back? The pull-string monster seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to charge at a nearby house. Then came a loud crash and a cloud of dust. Could it be that the cells he injected caused the pull-string monster to undergo further evolution? From every angle, his power was overwhelmingly superior. The force of his punch was comparable to a massive explosion of explosives. After Wong-Ku woke up from his slumber, he didn't have time to further check his body. He learned from the television that Z City was being disturbed by a tiger-level disaster caused by the evolved rope monster. Oh, looks like you've changed your skin, but you're still not my opponent. I really have to thank you for that hit. I've become invincible now. The figure of the rope monster slowly emerged from the dust, its sharp eyes fixed on Wong-Ku. At this moment, Wong-Ku was a humanoid creature about 1.7 meters tall, but his skin resembled that of an insect with black spots. His syringe-like tail seemed to be gone, but a pair of wasp-like wings had grown out from his back. His head still had a human-like appearance, but it now sported 2 pairs of wasp compound eyes. The number of his hands and feet hadn't changed, but his fingers had turned into 3. And the little thing that men care about the most, unfortunately, bid farewell to Wong-Ku once again. Now, Wong-Ku was essentially a humanoid insect monster. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have turned into this. Regardless of whether Saitama is still alive, I must kill you today. Saitama had been knocked away earlier without any chance to fight back, and he hadn't appeared again. Wong-Ku suspected that it might be his fault that the rope monster had become so strong that it directly took out the still-growing Saitama. Plus, adhering to his principle of dealing with the mess he made himself, Wong-Ku was determined to personally take care of this bastard, the rope monster. Come on, try it. I'll smash you into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 monsters charged at each other. The afterimages of their punches and kicks appeared between them, and both sides spat out a mouthful of blood during their mutual assault. Although Wong-Ku's speed seemed faster, and he had the advantage of flying, The rope monster was clearly several levels above Wang-Ku in combat skills. For a moment, the battle couldn't determine a winner, and the two fell into a stalemate. In another head-on clash, Wang-Ku initiated an attack on the rope monster. However, the rope monster countered with a cross-punch that sent Wang-Ku flying. Ha ha ha! I'm not done yet. Get up quickly, and let us have a proper fight. The excited rope monster, after knocking Wang-Ku down, chose not to pursue, but instead gave Wang-Ku a chance to catch his breath. Damn it, he actually looks down on me. No, this is a provocation from him. He wants me to lose my cool and take the opportunity to directly cripple my wings. If only I could also use the wasp monster's tail sting shooting skill. Since I've turned into this ghostly form, I should at least have some powerful combat skills. Aren't you coming at me? Then I'll come and take you down. The rope monster didn't give Wang-Ku much time to think. With a burst of strength in its legs, it charged directly towards Wang-Ku. Wang-Ku, feeling helpless, could only rely on his speed and the advantage of flight, adopting a hit-and-run tactic to continuously engage in combat with the opponent. Meanwhile, as the two non-human beings fought fiercely, the Hero Association surveillance drones were constantly transmitting footage of the battle back to the headquarters. The initial humanoid monster had now escalated to a demon-level disaster. The insect monster that arrived later also had the potential to develop into a demon-level disaster. Based on computer data analysis, the Hero Association's analysts immediately reported the monster's level to their superiors. What was happening? Another powerful monster had emerged, and it was engaged in intense combat with a monster that had previously wreaked havoc in the city. Were they fighting for territory? A management staff member at the Hero Association looked at the battle footage and was somewhat confused about the situation. This was somewhat a blessing in disguise. With the two monsters fighting each other, we would have more time to evacuate the civilians. At the same time, we could quickly assemble the association's forces. How prepared are the heroes for the attack now? Senior official Shichi of the Hero Association asked his subordinates. 2 A-level heroes are already ready, and 1 A-level hero is on the way. Since another monster has appeared, we are currently gathering more heroes. B and C-level heroes have already been instructed to avoid the area. The subordinate's response made Shichi a bit worried. Since the establishment of the Hero Association, though it has been less than a year, they have already gained considerable experience in dealing with monsters. A demon-level monster is definitely not something that can be handled by just 1 or 2 ordinary A-level heroes. It seems that the association's strength needs to be further reinforced. He should discuss the association's shortcomings with other senior officials. While Shichi was still pondering the association's inadequacies, a subordinate reported bad news to him. The monster has discovered our drone. The drone has been destroyed, and the video transmission has stopped. Damn, are they still mindful of their surroundings during the battle? Have the heroes who are on their way speed up, and also dispatch other drones to the area. Yes, it would be better to eliminate that pesky insect as soon as possible. The rope monster smashed a piece of debris with its fist, destroying the Hero Association's drone. Wang could not stop him. In fact, he had the same idea. All right, let's continue our battle. Rope shock fist. The rope monster prepared to use its signature move to confront Wang-Ku as he charged at it once more. Wang-Ku seemed to be well prepared. He seized the opportunity to grab his opponent's wrist with one hand while launching an attack towards his opponent's face with the other. However, the rope monster seemed to have designed this deliberately, suddenly redirecting his other fist to counter Wang-Ku's punch. With a loud bang, the two forces collided, surprisingly equal in strength. This was abnormal. The rope monster's strength should have surpassed Wang-Ku's. How naive. Finally, I've caught you, that pesky bug. Now you'll die. Rope impact fist second strike. Indeed, the earlier stalemate was a deliberate tactic by the rope monster. Once Wang-Ku's form halted and they engaged in a standoff, the rope monster immediately launched a follow-up attack. With immense power, it seemed the rope monster intended to crush Wang-Ku to death by pushing him into the ruins of a building. Truly naive of you. Wang-Ku did not show any panic. At that moment, his wings moved rapidly, causing both of them to lose their balance. Then, the needle tail that had been absent before suddenly extended from behind and fiercely stabbed towards the neck of the rope monster. The rope monster was taken aback and tried to dodge the attack. However, losing his balance made it difficult for him to adjust his position. As he tried to pull out his fists, Wang-Ku tightly wrapped himself around him. Under Wang-Ku's carefully planned sneak attack, although the needle tail failed to successfully stab the rope monster's neck, it did pierce his left arm. Since the original plan did not succeed, Wang-Ku decided to use a strategy that would harm himself as well, fiercely extracting the bodily fluids from the rope monster's left arm, regardless of the consequences he might face. A few seconds later, the rope monster, having adjusted his position, struck with his right fist, finally sending Wang Ke flying. However, even so, his entire left arm had almost been drained. Damn bug, I will tear you to pieces. You were so arrogant, but now the situation has reversed. Do you really think you could defeat me with just one hand? Wang Ke wore a confident expression on his face, but inside he knew the pain all too well. He originally intended to temporarily collect the bodily fluid from the left arm of the rope monster in the syringe's tail. After achieving his goal, he planned to expel it from his body using the tail. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't expel the fluid he had previously absorbed. Instead, the fluid uncontrollably seeped into his own body through the tail. He had already guessed the reason. It was likely a rejection reaction. Now, all Wang Ke could do was pray that the rejection wouldn't worsen. It was a battle, and if his body became uncontrollable, he might lose his life. The rope monster was sweating coldly and felt extremely anxious. With one arm incapacitated, how could he continue to fight? Perhaps he should look for an opportunity to escape. But this pesky bug was faster than him and could fly, leaving him little chance to escape. Wait, why was the opponent moving? What was going on? Based on the previous battle habits, he should not let this opportunity slip away and should launch a swift attack immediately. The rope monster suddenly recalled the last encounter when he had been completely immobilized and was already at a disadvantage. Yet, the opponent chose to flee instead of delivering a final blow. Last time, after using his tail, that was the outcome. This time, he thought the tail was gone, and in his carelessness, he fell into the trap again, but the opponent did not continue to pursue. Could it be that his tail was a weakness? And after using it, he would be in a bad state? The rope monster, who rarely thought deeply, perhaps due to the presence of Wang Ke's cells in his body, was now processing information much quicker and immediately analyzed the situation. Haha, you're just bluffing. You must be very weak right now, right? Although he knew that the rope monster was trying to provoke him to test his current state, the rejection reaction in Wang Ke's body was growing stronger, making it impossible for him to even maintain his expression to deceive. Just as expected, now you can go die. Realizing his guess was correct, the rope monster immediately launched a frenzied attack on Wang Ke with his remaining arm. Wang Ke was unable to move, allowing his opponent to attack him at will. Then, his entire body was stepped on by the rope-pulling monster, which grabbed one of Wang Ke's hands and exerted force, completely tearing off his left hand. It wasn't over yet. Next, I will tear off your hands, feet, wings, and tail, and finally your bug head. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have a little ding-ding, I would have torn that off too. By the way, it's not that you don't have one. It was blown up by me last time. How does it feel? Desperate, right? Haha. The rope-pulling monster then began to tear at Wang Ke's right hand while enjoying the fear and regret reflected in his opponent's eyes. The tail attack that he had meticulously planned ended up being a foolish act that dug his own grave. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Ke desperately thought of how to escape from his predicament. But no matter how hard he tried, his body just wouldn't move. Was he really going to die here today? What were these broken revolving lantern scenes? He didn't remember experiencing any of this. No, these were the memories of the rope-pulling monster. The rejection reaction within him gradually faded away. The cells were beginning to merge again. There was hope. His body seemed to be slowly regaining the ability to move. Wang Ke felt that his body seemed to be improving, hoping for a resurgence. However, the rope monster keenly noticed this and abandoned tormenting Wang Ke, instead raising his fist to deliver a final blow to his opponent. It seems like you're a bit better, but I won't give you a chance. Just die already. With a bang, dust once again obscured the sky. How dare you knock me into the river? It took me quite a while to come back. It feels so good not to have tooth pain anymore. A face resembling a poached egg appeared in Wang Ke's line of sight, and he immediately shifted from despair to ecstasy. Although the other party had hair, Wang Ke was certain this guy was definitely the future Saitama, the One-Punch Man. I thought you were human. Turns out you're a monster too. Well, never mind. Let's deal with it together. When the hairy Saitama raised his fist towards the lying Wang Ke, he was instantly surrounded by immense fear. Whoa, no. I'm not a monster. Please stop. I haven't done anything wrong. Since his control over his body had just recently returned, Wang Ke's hard-won ability to speak was still somewhat inadequate, and his enunciation was unclear. Fortunately, it seems Saitama still heard the last few words, and his descending fist finally stopped just before Wang Ke's forehead. In that moment, Wang Ke felt the cold sweat on his human skin face seemingly dried by the wind from Saitama's punch. Oh, are you a good bug monster? Upon hearing Wang Ke's explanation, Saitama retracted his fist. He didn't just kill any monster. It was better to confirm first. I'm a good bug. No, I'm a human. I just became like this due to special reasons. If I hadn't desperately stopped that monster just now, he would have already gone who knows where to kill people. Wang Ke's condition has gradually improved, He can now move his hands, feet, and wings. As soon as he stood up, he desperately started explaining to Saitama, as he didn't want to end up as a background character who dies at the hands of the protagonist. Well, it does seem that way. There don't appear to be any casualties around, but was it really you who did this? Wang Ku, after all, had a somewhat inhuman appearance, which made Saitama a bit suspicious. Although Saitama, who still had hair, had a boiled egg expression when he glanced sideways at Wang Ku. He almost scared him into peeing his pants. P.S. Don't ask the author how Wang Ku, who has no genitalia, urinates. You can check that guy's corpse. His left arm was broken, and I did it. Besides, he should have some other scars on him that match my claw. Ah, cough his palm. While saying this, Wang Ku raised his right hand, which only had 3 fingers, for Saitama to see. Although it had almost been torn off by the rope monster just now. It was still okay. It has seemed to be as you said. Well, since there are no more monsters to harm, I guess I'll go home. Wait a moment. May I ask you? Ah, no need to thank me. I'm just a hero out of interest. Saitama thought he had saved the other person's life and that they wanted to express their gratitude. Feeling this was a good opportunity to show off, he recited one of his usual lines and, after leaving behind a self-proclaimed cool silhouette, quickly disappeared from Wang Ku's sight. Wang Ku looked at Saitama, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, and mumbled to himself in a daze. I just wanted to ask where you live, so I could follow you to collect corpses, collect materials. Although it was a pity that he couldn't find Saitama's residence, he was just glad to have survived. There would always be opportunities to look for Saitama in the future. Now that the battle was over, it was better for him to leave quickly. If he encountered a powerful hero from the Hero Association, they would most likely not be polite to him. With that thought, Wang Ku picked up the corpse of the rope monster and flapped his wings to leave quickly. 5 minutes later, the Hero Association's attention returned to the scene. Back at the F-City base, Wang Ku immediately began to check his body using various instruments available in the lab. This incident caused by the rope monster transformed Wang Ku from an 8-point humanoid cyborg into a 2-point insectoid human. Although he possessed strength comparable to a tiger level or even low-level demon class monster, this change was not a gain for Wang Ku, who sought to return to being human. However, there were still many gains from the events of these past few days that could be organized using various instruments in the lab. First, Wang Ku made a detailed comparison of the rope monster's cells during the wolf-level disaster period and those during the subsequent tiger or demon-level disaster periods. There seemed to be a tremendous change between the two. The evolved rope monster had many similarities in its cells with Wang Ku's current state. There were also many aspects that matched Wang Ku before he went to City Z, such as the number of chromosomes and the composition of proteins. The evolved rope monster's abilities were on par with his own as an insectoid. This meant that their respective mutations, disregarding human aesthetic standards, were equal in terms of power enhancement, each with its own advantages. From this perspective, Wang Ku gained 2 very valuable materials that would greatly aid his future experiments. Secondly, after the rope monster was injected with the troublesome cellular issue of Wang Ku, it surprisingly did not suffer a bodily collapse. Instead, it evolved to be even stronger than in the original story, and the cells within its body were currently in a very stable state. This indicated that the monster's mutation or evolution had some potential to enhance malformed cells and provide stable repair. In other words, if Wang Ku could use technological means to analyze and master controllable methods of the aforementioned mutations, the cellular defects that troubled him could be effectively resolved. Additionally, when Wang Ku used his tail to absorb the bodily fluid from the rope monster's left arm, although there was an initial inappropriate rejection reaction, once the cells stabilized, he experienced a sensation similar to the information he obtained from the clone of Dr. Kino's when he escaped from the evolution home. Wang Ku had previously attempted to repeat the experiment, but all ended in failure. This unexpected gain provided him with a wealth of inspiration. After considering all this, an excited Wang Ku immediately wanted to start a new experiment. So, he recorded and stored a portion of the data from his findings. Then, he inserted his tail into the brain of the broken corpse of the rope monster. After a moment of absorption, the rejection reaction indeed appeared again. However, perhaps because his body already had antibodies, this time the rejection was not as severe and the duration was shorter than before. On the contrary, during the next experience of his gains, he obtained more complete and clear information than from absorbing the left arm. The most intense memory was that of practicing with the rope before becoming a monster. Not only did he see vivid images, but he also had a clear experience of the physical movements. As long as Wang Ku transformed his body again and practiced following this memory, he might become an excellent boxer in a short time, despite lacking combat experience. The prospects of these plans were very tempting. Once his body returned to normal, the highly motivated Wong-Ku immediately began his crazy transformation plan. Impact Punch. A horned monster flew several meters away, and the culprit behind this was Wong-Ku, who had completed his transformation again. Why did that damn insect monster suddenly attack us? Seeing another companion defeated, a three-eyed tentacle monster immediately questioned angrily. I'm not a monster. I'm just a slightly modified human. Wong-Ku casually responded, walking over to the fallen Cyclops monster to confirm that it had been knocked unconscious by him. There's no such strange human like you. All monsters attack together and tear him to pieces. Seeing the enemy so careless, the remaining monsters tacitly rushed forward to besiege Wong-Ku. Consecutive impact punch. For the several monsters surrounding him, Wong-Ku simply spun in place and unleashed a series of punches, sending all the monsters flying. Seeing that no monster could stand up again, Wong-Ku nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he digested the combat information of a rope monster, he had become a rather excellent boxer. However, in terms of power, his punches couldn't match those of the rope monster. Additionally, the skills of the rope monster placed a significant burden on the body. At this moment, Wong-Ku's self-made left arm had developed several cracks in the arm bone, and the muscles in his left arm were torn. The most troublesome issue was that under the overload of power, the rejection reaction in Wong-Ku's body arose again. Although other parts were fine, the artificial left arm showed signs of beginning to melt. He still needed to research stronger self-made organs. Otherwise, he would never be able to return to being human. After collecting satisfactory combat data, Wong-Ku tied up several wolf-level monsters he had knocked out, preparing them for future live experiments. Such a cruel act, if done to humans. Wong-Ku would likely find it hard to go through with. However, using it on monsters, he felt no psychological burden. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Wong-Ku was about to return to the lab, his cell phone suddenly rang. Without looking at the caller ID, Wong-Ku knew who it was because he had only given this number to one person. Casero? What is up? Dr. Diesel, I got injured today while exterminating monsters. I can't move my left wrist. Can you help me with a checkup today? I want to get back to full condition as soon as possible. Then come to the lab. I'll give you a detailed examination. Okay, doctor, I'll be there in about an hour. After Wong-Ku hung up the phone, he looked at the 3 fingers on his right hand. He hadn't told Casero about his current state yet, hoping he wouldn't be overly surprised. Ever since Casero completed his transformation, this once brave kid who fought against the wasp monster had successfully passed the hero selection exam and become a C-class transformed hero. With a significant boost in physical abilities brought by the biochemical transformation and Casero's enthusiasm for the hero career, Wong-Ku had been able to see Casero on TV frequently over the past few weeks. Initially, he was just catching thieves or perverts. But now there were news reports of bounty hunters and low-level monsters that Casero had successfully defeated. At this rate, Casero might be promoted to a B-class hero in the near future. After Wong-Ku returned to the lab with the capture monster, Casero arrived at his lab shortly after. Wow, what kind of monster are you? Why are you in Dr. Diesel's residence? What have you done to the doctor? Casero, who was back for the first time since leaving, was startled by Wong-Ku's appearance. With some combat experience, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Calm down, I'm Dr. Diesel. My current appearance is due to some unexpected changes. You can see some remnants of my original face. Don't try to fool me. Your voice is different. Did you tear off the doctor's face? I'm going to avenge Dr. Diesel now. Prepare for punishment. Why are you being so impulsive? Casero launched a flying kick at Wong-Ku, who helplessly grabbed his foot. Then, using some rough tactics, he slammed Casero to the ground a couple of times, temporarily incapacitating him. Cough, 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 I will not yield. Enough. You should recognize my signature syringe tail. The voice you heard on the phone was synthesized. My voice changed after the mutation. Wong-Ku saw that Casero was still acting like a hot-blooded fool, and he had to extend his signature tail. Waving it behind him to indicate his identity was unmistakable. Oh, it does seem that way. Then let me ask you, which hand did the doctor once put something in for me? In my right hand, there is a specially made bone dagger, while my left hand has a device modeled after a wasp stinger, equipped with a pile driver that launches bone spikes, but the attack range cannot be too far. Buried in my stomach is a biological transformation pouch that can produce self-healing agents and can also be transformed into poison to attack opponents. My legs are specially reinforced, allowing me to run very fast and jump very high. My eyes. Wong-Ku knew that Casero wanted to confirm the doctor's identity through questioning, so he introduced everything bit by bit. However, he didn't expect that Casero still had doubts. No, I have already revealed this in the hero name registry. It can all be checked. Damn, why are you still asking me this? Are you stupid? How can you expose all your trump cards? Isn't that revealing your weaknesses? Don't try to get close to me. If you don't show further evidence, I will immediately start attacking. You can't defeat me. Although he was complaining in his heart, Wonka thought of other evidence and spoke again. Back then, your little buddy and eggs were gone, and I gave you new ones. There should still be a small numbered label on them. I remember it was D795. Hey, is this still there? Wait a minute, I need to check. Wonka turned his head in frustration, suddenly feeling a surge of anger. After transforming into a bug man, the structure of his original human little buddy had completely disappeared. To reconnect himself with a healthy sponge-like tissue, he would need a complete overhaul of his body. However, such a surgical procedure was extremely difficult, so Wonka, who was not yet fully prepared, still lacked the component that represented a man's dignity. Ah, you really are Dr. Diesel, just as you said. But may I ask, does D795 mean little buddy number 795? Doctor, why have you made so many little buddies? Ah, right, I came here for wrist treatment. Thank you, Dr. Diesel. The somewhat dim-witted Casero, having learned some information about himself that he previously didn't know, was filled with curiosity and immediately began to ask the doctor questions. However, under the doctor's terrifying pressure, Casero's IQ finally returned to normal. Lying on the operating table, I will give you a comprehensive examination. Wonka's cold words made Casero feel a tightening in his groin. After a thorough examination, I found that the cells in your body have started to undergo fission and differentiation again. But overall, it seems relatively stable and won't cause any harm. It's just that your bones are continuously strengthening, which seems to have occurred recently. Wonka looked at the test report in his hand and said to Casero, who was moving his wrist. The new changes in Casero's body intrigued Wonka. So my bone blade and pile driver bone drill have become stronger, right? But why was my wrist a bit unresponsive before? However, Casero only cared about whether he had become stronger or weaker, ignoring everything else. The change in bone strength cost. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. I've now further strengthened your muscle tissue, which has caught up with your bone strength. Oh, thank you, doctor. So how much is the cost of this surgery? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I've actually earned quite a bit for my work as a hero. I made over 600,000 from that bounty criminal last time. All right, the money is waived. This little surgery you're getting done would cost over 10 million outside. 10 million. Casero thought he was somewhat wealthy after earning some money from hero activities, but Diesel's indifferent tone immediately made him realize the gap between the rich and the poor. Have you encountered something recently? Why has there been a sudden, significant strengthening of your bones? Wonka really doesn't care about money. Now that he has procured and completed the production of various instruments and equipment, money can no longer buy anything useful from mainstream human society. For him, rare research materials are far more attractive. Yes, that's right. Perhaps it was due to the expired milk monster I dealt with a few days ago. That guy, although only at a wolf-level disaster rating, was almost immune to all physical damage. My bone spikes and bone knives were completely ineffective. During the battle, I used the biochemical pouch in my stomach to concoct some poisons for attacks, but they also had no effect. Casero paused for a moment. After seeing the doctor patiently listening to him, he continued recounting his battle experience. Then I kicked the monster into a transformer box, and the high voltage seemed to injure it. The expired milk monster, which originally resembled a large slime, gradually became smaller and whiter, with a faint smell of fresh milk. I thought the battle would end there, but the monster instead evolved. After that, the monster and I continued to fight for I don't know how many rounds. When I was pushed to the brink, I managed to trap the monster in an empty milk bottle. Then I forced myself to drink all the milk and mixed it with various biochemical agents in the biochemical pouch in my stomach, which finally subdued the monster. In the end, I had diarrhea all night, and the next day, I ended up like this. After listening to Casero's story, Wonka looked at the guy as if he were a weirdo. Didn't your mother teach you not to eat random things off the ground? Well, let's just assume it's because he understood the need for calcium from drinking milk. If anything unusual happens in the future, remember to come find me early. By the way, the reason I came to see the doctor this time is for something else. Seeing Dr. Diesel looking ready to send him off. Casero hesitated for a moment, but still spoke his mind. What is it? Wonka replied somewhat impatiently, saying that new samples and data had been collected from Casero's body, and he was eager to start new experiments immediately. The Hero Association had inquired about the reasons for my modifications, and I did not disclose your information as per your request, Doctor. However, the management personnel of the Hero Association still hope to meet with you. They intend to discuss potential collaboration with you. Casero spoke cautiously, expressing his hope that the doctor could step out of the lab to contribute to humanity. Although the doctor currently seemed like a weirdo, as long as he explained himself well, the people from the Hero Association probably wouldn't mind. I don't have the time, nor the interest. Just respond that way. Wong-Ke currently does not have any intention of serving the Hero Association. With unstable cells in his body, it is better for him to focus on research. Mundane tasks consume too much time and energy, and they do not yield any valuable returns. Doctor, you might want to consider this further. I am not in a hurry to respond to the Hero Association. If you change your mind, please be sure to let me know. I won't disturb you any longer, Dr. Diesel. Goodbye. Caserlo and Dr. Diesel have spent a long time together, and he has come to understand Dr. Diesel's temperament to some extent. The doctor now appears impatient, likely wanting to start a new experiment as soon as possible. So it will be better for him to take his leave early. Wong-Ke waved his hand symbolically and then began his work. In the following days, Wong-Ke focused on capturing live experiments on the monsters. He injected his cells into these monsters and then induced their evolution in various ways. Although the experiments yielded a lot of valuable data, none of the captured wolf-level monsters showed any signs of evolution. Most of the monsters exhibited rejection reactions after being injected with the cells, and after a meaningless struggle, they succumbed to death. The few that survived were in a half-dead state, showing no signs of becoming stronger. On the other hand, the small experiments conducted on Casero's mutation brought unexpected gains to Wong-Ke. By extracting the substance that strengthens bones from Casero's body, he developed a new drug. After injecting it into the bodies of the wolf-level monsters, most of their skeletal structures were reinforced. Moreover, Wong-Ke discovered that if electrical stimulation was applied to these monsters, their physical qualities tended to increase continuously. However, after reaching a critical point, this reaction would cease, and the wolf-level monsters still could not achieve further evolution. Wong-Ke then injected his deformed cells into the bodies of these enhanced monsters. He found that their resistance to rejection reactions had partially increased, but they still could not escape the fate of disintegration. After meticulously recording various data from the experiments, Wong-Ke believed it was necessary to raise the research level of the experimental subjects. He planned to capture some tiger-level monsters from the outside world for experimentation. However, at this moment, a situation arose that caused Wong-Ke to pause his thoughts. A warning was broadcast on the disaster channel on television, reporting that a new monster disaster had occurred in City Z, and the monster turned out to be a cicada larva that had lived for 170,000 years. Wong-Ke had some impression of this strange person. It seemed to be a bug monster that Saitama-sensei had casually killed while holding in his urine when he still had hair. Therefore, whether it was to collect the corpse, collect research materials, or to find the teacher's address, Wong-Ke felt it necessary to put down the various experiments at hand and personally intervene. The C-Rank 140th Red Scarf Fighter and the C-Rank 299 Student Hero were struggling to avoid the debris and rubble being hurled by the 17,000-year cicada larvae. After dodging a piece of debris, the Red Scarf Fighter said, "Damn, this guy is too tough a hide. Our attacks aren't working. Moreover, the destructive power is too strong, making it difficult to get close." The Student Hero, wearing sunglasses and looking like a shamade hairstyle, was also clumsily dodging the rubble rain caused by the monster. "You all step back. Leave this to me," a voice full of teenage angst suddenly rang out. The Red Scarf Fighter turned his head to see it was the B-Rank 64th potential newcomer hero, Dark Flame Dragonblade Master. Dressed in black armor styled like an online game, he wielded a similarly over-the-top black blade. After making his appearance, the Dark Flame Dragonblade Master immediately began reciting his pre-memorized dramatic entrance lines. "Cutting through all evil, with not a shred of mercy, my blade will sever everything." After delivering his lines with a feigned indifference, he did not showcase any remarkable performance. Instead, he was just as miserable as the two C-Rank heroes, being thoroughly beaten by the monster. This series of events was clearly visible to Wong-Ke, who was several kilometers away in a high-rise building. He was even using binoculars to enjoy the changing expressions of the three heroes as they were beaten by the monster. With such a dramatic outfit, doesn't that guy feel any shame? Or is it that the hormones in his body are problematic, extending his teenage angst phase? After making the above evaluation of Dark Flame Dragonblade Master's peculiar taste, Wong-Ke shifted his attention back to the giant bug monster. Well, this cicada larva looks just like an ordinary cicada larva, only much larger. If it really has a lifespan of 17,000 years, then the cellular stability within this monster seems incredibly strong. This could be of significant value to me, whose cells are overly deformed. Wong-Ke quietly observed from a distance, without any intention of taking action himself. His thoughts were simple: wait for Saitama to appear and knock out the monster with one punch, then quickly retrieve the monster's corpse and retreat swiftly. However, the size of this larva was too large. it would be almost impossible to recover it completely in a short time. If he encountered the dispatched heroes from the Hero Association during his retrieval, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Wong was contemplating what he should do next while continuing to observe the battle situation in the distance. The three heroes had already been beaten to a pulp by the monsters and were fleeing the battlefield in a rather disheveled manner, running towards the seventh shelter in the distance. Wong thought for a moment and then followed closely behind, paying close attention to the increasing number of ordinary citizens trailing the heroes. At that moment, a familiar figure in sportswear appeared in Wong's line of sight. Saitama had finally shown up. He needed to think of a way to draw him over. Saitama was likely following the three fleeing heroes in search of monsters. Wong didn't want to wait aimlessly for several hours, so he maneuvered a drone towards Saitama. Saitama noticed a considerable number of citizens running after the three heroes and wondered, are there really that many heroes in society today, all eager to eliminate monsters? Should he step in a deal with a monster directly, or let these guys have their chance? At that moment, the sound of small propellers whirred, and Saitama instinctively looked up to see a somewhat sci-fi-looking small drone flying towards the group. What is this model about? It feels like it's flying towards me, he thought as he gradually slowed his pace to get a better look. Suddenly, a piece of paper popped out from under the drone, stating that an old acquaintance had a request and to follow the drone's movements. Saitama looked around to confirm that the message was indeed directed at him. He hesitated about whether to follow, and the drone spat out another note, indicating that the group Saitama was following was heading to a shelter, not to eliminate the monsters in City Z. Upon learning this, Saitama immediately ran a few steps forward and asked a somewhat breathless civilian, "Where are we going?" "Huff puff. It should be a shelter. It doesn't seem far. Let us hold on a little longer," the civilian replied. After getting confirmation, Saitama returned to the back of the line. Then, following the drone's lead, he turned a few corners and met Wong, who was waiting. "Hi, hello. I'm not a monster. Don't attack," Saitama exclaimed as he followed the drone around a corner, directly spotting a non-human figure. He thought this guy was the monster causing havoc in City Z and immediately raised his fist and charged over. At the monster's terrified shout, Saitama pulled back his fist just a few centimeters from the monster and said, "Aren't you the monster destroying the city? Who are you then?" The monster, sweating and taking deep breaths, replied with a trembling voice, "I'm the one who used the drone to find you. My name is Diesel. You saved my life before. Do you remember? It was when you eliminated that boxer-type monster a few days ago." Saitama crossed his arms and thought for a moment before responding, "Oh, you're that bug monster." "I'm not a monster, just a cyborg that looks a bit like a bug. I've been looking for you to repay the favor for saving my life that day." "No need. I'm just a hero out of interest," Saitama said, thinking he could leave with a cool exit. The monster quickly added a line that made Saitama pause. "I'll treat you to high-quality beef hot pot." Upon hearing high-quality beef hot pot, Saitama's expression changed slightly. "Well, I'll reluctantly agree then." After Saitama's reply, the monster seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he reminded Saitama of a question he had forgotten. "But before that, shouldn't we deal with the monster that is currently destroying City Z? If we let them continue, the damage will be significant." After being reminded by the monster, Saitama recalled his purpose for coming. "Oh no, I almost forgot about the monster. Do you know where the monster is? I'll go take care of it right now." "I know. My drone is still monitoring the monster. Let me lead the way for you. Just call me Diesel. I'm a part-time doctor and researcher." Seeing the polite demeanor of the other party, Saitama realized he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he introduced himself using his catchphrase. "I'm Saitama, as you can see, just a hero out of interest." With Wong's guidance, Saitama quickly eliminated the monster threatening City Z. Afterwards, Wong took Saitama to his laboratory in City Z to eat hot pot. While directing various collection robots, he had prepared to transport the monster's remains away. Due to the prior destruction of the Hero Association's reconnaissance equipment, they couldn't arrive in time to stop it. Additionally, Wong had deliberately led the monster and Saitama to the seaside. Therefore, after eliminating the monster, Wong's robots managed to collect the monster's remains relatively intact by dragging them into the sea, leaving only some scraps for the Hero Association to handle. At this moment, Wong was telling Saitama, who was enjoying the hot pot, about his own story. "A few years ago, I was just an ordinary person. I was captured by an evil organization for experiments and ended up transformed into a non-human. Being already isolated, I found it even harder to integrate into human society after becoming like this. So, I've been looking for a way to turn back into a human." Saitama, feeling somewhat choked by Wong's lengthy discourse, finally managed to swallow his food after pounding his chest twice and said, "Compress it into 20 words. I'm collecting monster corpses to find a way to turn back into a human." "Oh, is that so?" Saitama replied, without showing any signs of concern, instead looking at the food in the hot pot and reaching for his chopsticks again. Wang Ku, after seeing Saitama's performance, thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Saitama, you have such great power. Would you be willing to participate in my research? I am willing to pay a reward." Saitama, while stuffing food into his mouth, replied to Wang Ku, "I'm not interested in being sliced up for research." Wang Ku responded, "Oh, I'm not trying to pull you into any strange experiments. It's just a survey similar to an employment physical examination, and I am willing to offer 100,000 for this information." Wang Ku is actually willing to offer 10 million, but he is afraid that Saitama would find it too strange and refuse, so he only mentioned 100,000. 100,000 is just a preliminary medical examination experiment, similar to taking x-rays and drawing blood, right? Saitama is clearly attracted by the 100,000 as a poor guy. It seems he hasn't had much income for a while, judging by how he keeps stuffing food into his mouth. That's right. The other examination items would just involve doing a few physical tests while simultaneously measuring your heart's electrical responses. Even if it's just drawing a little blood, I will prepare some nutritional supplements. What do you like? Wang Ku noticed that Saitama was interested, so he quickly tried to entice him further. Once Saitama made his final decision, Wang Ku immediately used the best equipment available at the construction site in City Z, even urgently reallocating some from the laboratory in City F to conduct a comprehensive examination of Saitama's body. Originally, Wang Ku intended to invite Saitama to the laboratory in City F, but the teacher was afraid of the trouble, so Wang Ku had a compromise. However, during the examination of Saitama's body, an unexpected situation arose. None of the various needles prepared by Wang Ku could penetrate Saitama's skin. It was truly surprising to Wang Ku that the not-yet-bald teacher had such a high level of bodily defense. In the end, with no other option, Wang Ku left the blood draw as the last step of the examination. After completing the other tests, he took the risk of using his resilient needle tail to barely prick a small hole in Saitama's arm, finally collecting a blood sample from the teacher. However, Wang Ku's needle tail also paid the price of being deformed. This was the first time in many years that Wang Ku had encountered such a situation since he got his tail. After sending Saitama away, his face appeared somewhat pale. Once he turned back to the laboratory, he immediately began to roll on the ground in pain. Wang Ku had been trying hard to control his tail to prevent the extracted blood from being absorbed back into his own body. Despite all his efforts, a small amount of blood uncontrollably seeped into Wang Ku's blood vessels. Following that, with the circulation of blood within Wang Ku's body, it flowed through most of his organs, including the heart. This process nearly caused Wang Ku to faint from the pain, but he eventually managed to suppress the pain temporarily through various methods. He then quickly returned to the base in City F to treat the abnormal situation in his body with the advanced equipment there. However, the abnormality was ultimately difficult to continue suppressing, and it felt as if a large number of burning red iron blocks had been stuffed inside Wang Ku's body. This was very different from the bodily rejection reactions he had encountered before, where organs would begin to melt. With no other options, Wang Ku had to take the risk of injecting the recently collected cells from the 17,000-year cicada larvae, hoping to use the high stability of the larval cells to restore calm to his body. After the first batch of larval cells was injected into his body, although there was a rejection reaction, the pain was somewhat blurred, and Wang Ku felt a bit better. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, the pain came back again. Wang Ku, like a thirsty person drinking poison, directly walked to the corpse of the larva monster and, with his tail, briskly absorbed the entire body of the larvae. As Wang Ku's tail moved, the larval corpse gradually became a worm core. Meanwhile, Wang Ku's body began to swell like a balloon, becoming larger and larger. The humanoid left arm he had just installed exploded first, and the yellow-green liquid that splattered out was surprisingly not the red he had expected. Then, like a strange fluid expanding within him, an outlet formed. Continuous yellow-green liquid flowed out from the wound on Wang Ku's left arm, gradually covering his entire body. Wang Ku hurriedly ordered the computer-controlled robotic arm to drag him out. But perhaps due to the explosion of his left arm that destroyed some device in the laboratory, the robotic arm surprisingly showed no response. A strange liquid filled the entire laboratory, shattering various bottles and jars, turning the whole place into chaos. The nutrient solution in the nutrient tank. The fresh blood brought back from Saitama, the bodily fluids extracted from various strange beings, the various potions Wang-Ke developed and refined himself, and even those homemade organs preserved in formalin, all mixed together with the viscous fluid seeping from Wang-Ke's body. The destruction of the machines in the laboratory not only caused small-scale fires and explosions, but also some corroded high-voltage wires, which, under the conduction of the bodily fluids, transmitted high-voltage electricity into Wang-Ke's body. Under unknown principles, the yellow-green mass of fluid began to change, gradually transforming into a huge cocoon. While Wang-Ke had long lost consciousness within it, the potential newcomer of the Hero Association, known as the Enhanced Human Warrior Casero, had arrived in front of a house near the outskirts of City F. The house, with its own garden, looked rather dilapidated, as if it had not been maintained for a long time. Having just become a B-class hero, Casero didn't seem to be a resident of this house. At this moment, he reached out to press the doorbell, hoping for a response from the owner of the house. Several months had passed, and Dr. Diesel had not given any news. Although the phone had not been disconnected due to non-payment, it had always gone unanswered. Every time he visited the doctor's residence, the owner seemed to be away, making Casero wonder if he should break in to see the situation inside. Hesitating, he ultimately dismissed the thought. The doctor had repeatedly emphasized that he might be out, and if Casero couldn't find him, he should patiently wait and never enter without permission. It seemed there was still no response, so he decided to head back today. "Is that you, Casero? What is the matter?" Just as Casero turned to leave, a strange voice came from the electronic intercom by the door. Who are you?" Although Casero was somewhat suspicious it was Dr. Diesel, the unfamiliar voice made him hesitate. Could the doctor really be that bored, changing his voice every time they met? Something happened, and my voice changed. "I am indeed Dr. Diesel. You're not going to ask me for your ding-ding number again, are you?" No need for that. I haven't been able to reach you for months, so I'm a bit concerned. Are you available now? I do have some matters to discuss with you." "Sure. Come in. I just finished tidying up here." "Okay." When Casero met Dr. Diesel again, he couldn't help but marvel at how boring the doctor was. Every time they met, not only did he change his voice, but he also changed his entire appearance. If he was going to go so far, why keep that constantly swaying tail? A few days before meeting with Casero, Wang-Ke had emerged from the giant cocoon and regained consciousness. Although the destruction of his carefully constructed laboratory was indeed disheartening, there were still reasons for Wang-Ke to feel happy. At that moment, Wang-Ke had taken on a new body. He had transformed from a bug-like monster into something that looked 90 human. The most obvious change was that he had regained that long-lost flesh between his legs, restoring his confidence as a man. The remaining 10 that still looked inhuman was just the retractable syringe tail on his back and some strange spots on his chest and abdomen that resembled insect skin. However, these areas could be covered by clothing, making them less likely to be exposed, perhaps due to absorbing a large number of cicada larva cells. Wang-Ke's original wings had fallen off. Now, his back only had a recess for containing the tail, which was even more retractable than sponge tissue, and when he wore clothes, it was hardly noticeable. What excited Wang-Ke the most was that the deformity cell issue he had long worried about had become quite stable. It seemed that the 170,000-year-old larval cells were indeed reliable. Dr. Diesel, why does it feel more empty here than the last time I came?" After Casero entered the house and took the elevator down, he arrived in Wang-Ke's laboratory. The spacious laboratory made him feel somewhat strange, as he had performed many surgeries there. Due to an unexpected incident, a large amount of the equipment here was rendered unusable. "I just cleaned this place up." Wang-Ke answered Casero's question somewhat casually. "Does that mean you can't perform surgeries anymore?" "I can't handle complex surgeries, but I can still assist with some simple maintenance work." "Is there something wrong with your body?" Wang-Ke hadn't been in contact for a few months, so he thought something was wrong with Casero's body again. "Oh, my body is perfectly fine, although I have sustained some injuries in the past few months. I have healed thanks to my body's self-healing abilities. I didn't come this time for myself. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor, doctor." "What is it?" "Speak up and let me hear it." "However, I must reiterate that I will not agree to work for the Hero Association." Upon hearing Wang-Ke's response, Casero appeared hesitant. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to speak up. "The matter is indeed related to the Hero Association. In the past few months of work, many heroes in the association have paid a considerable price to combat the monsters, with some even becoming disabled. Among them are my friends. So I would like to ask for your help, doctor." "Oh, as far as I know, the Hero Association also possesses considerable technological capabilities. There are some heroes who have undergone modifications accomplished by the association's technology. The modifications done by the Hero Association mainly involve mechanical enhancements. Biological modifications like mine are not their strong suit. After examining my body, the technicians in the association expressed admiration for your skills, Doctor. There's no need for flattery. Why don't those few people accept mechanical modifications? Casero thought about saying he wasn't trying to flatter, but after considering it, he directly answered the doctor's question. Mainly because the technological capabilities of the Hero Association do not meet the requirements, and secondly, those heroes have some of their own principles. Wonku considered for a moment and said, but as you can see, I'm afraid that I can't perform complex surgeries here. After all, the laboratory that I spent years preparing has been destroyed. Wonku thought that if he could get some good resources from the Hero Association, then it wouldn't be impossible to lend a hand. Seeing the doctor showing signs of willingness to help, Casero added, the Hero Association is willing to provide you with all the equipment you require. If the doctor is willing to join the Hero Association, the association is even prepared to build a large research institute specifically for you. Joining the Hero Association is one thing, but I prefer the freedom to conduct research without constraints. So, Dr. Diesel, do you agree to lend a hand? Thank you so much. Although Wong did not state it directly, Casero was still pleased with the gains from this trip. So what kind of treatment do those patients want? To return to their original state? You should know my personal interest, which is more in favor of biological modification and enhancement. Regarding this issue, it would be better to discuss it after you meet the patients. With an excellent doctor like you, I'm sure we can achieve results that satisfy those heroes. I can't guarantee that. You're too modest. Is that the doctor strongly recommended by the enhanced warrior, Casero as hero name? He looks quite young, giving off a somewhat unreliable feeling. A staff member of the Hero Association, upon seeing Wong Ku in the distance, immediately shared his first impression. It's better not to make random guesses. That doctor seems to be a highly skilled biological modification expert. Perhaps he is already in his 70s or 80s, maintaining a youthful appearance through unique techniques. Another staff member expressed a different opinion, as he was well acquainted with the enhanced warrior. Before the modification, this hero even worried about passing the physical examination. However, the current enhanced warrior has become a powerful figure capable of defeating tiger-level monsters alone. If that's the case, then women all over the world will go crazy. Is that doctor willing to join us as a dedicated medical staff? I don't know, but Minister Shichi and others are quite keen on hiring that doctor. While the two staff members were still speculating about Wong Ku's future direction, Wong had already understood the conditions of several patients from the Hero Association. 3 of them were relatively simple and unremarkable, as they did not want to become modified individuals and instead wished to return to their pre-injury state. Wong Ku originally did not want to intervene to treat these individuals who could not satisfy his desire for transformation. However, after the Hero Association expressed a willingness to provide a set of advanced equipment for free, he reluctantly agreed. The remaining 2 heroes, however, piqued Wong Ku's interest. B-class hero George, the hammer wrestler, engaged in a fierce battle against a ghost-level monster to prevent it from entering a kindergarten. In the end, the monster was beaten to death by reinforcements sent by the association, but some children were still injured, and George was left paralyzed. As George had been an athlete in the past, he valued his meticulously trained body and did not wish to become a mechanical cyborg. However, after learning about Casero's condition, he was open to the idea of becoming a biomodified individual. In fact, after realizing the gap between himself and ghost-level monsters, he hoped to use biomodification to give himself a body with more potential to explore. Mr. George, based on my initial diagnosis, your injury is not a major issue. I'm 70% confident that I can restore you to your pre-injury state. So I need you to decide whether you prefer to recover to your former self and continue your efforts, or if you would rather have a new body to create a future. Although Wong Ku was interested in modifying George, it did not mean he would definitely do so. He still hoped that George would make the choice himself. After all, if George regretted his decision in the future, it would be his own choice. After hearing Wong Ku's response, George hesitated briefly. Then, with a determined look, he said to Wong Ku without a hint of confusion, Dr. Diesel, I've already achieved enough glory as an athlete, and I know that there is little potential left in my body to explore. I have no regrets about my career as an athlete. After saying this, George glanced at his family nearby. They nodded at him, seemingly having made a decision as well. No matter what path George chose, they would always support him. Seeing George's lovely son and beautiful wife, the bright light of happiness they radiated inflicted a ton of damage on Wong Ku, the single dog. Then George continued, Now I'm a hero protecting ordinary people. My previous failure has made me aware of my shortcomings and strength, leaving me with immense regret. So please give me a new body I want a stronger power. As a former athlete, I can continuously challenge my limits in this new realm, so please strengthen my body. Wow, that strong conviction is truly admirable. However, it seems that my options for modification have become quite limited. Now I can only enhance his body and cannot install any imaginative bioweapons. What a pity, especially since there's a generous benefactor, the Hero Association, footing the bill. But then again, you, a person with a family, have already experienced such an event, yet you still choose to engage in such dangerous work. Is that really okay? Although Wong could thought this in his heart, he still satisfied George's wishes and replied, "Well, I have a simple plan. First, I will replace your damaged spinal cord and nerves with stronger ones. Additionally, I will enhance your bones and muscle tissues and inject a personal enhancer I developed. Once the surgery is complete, your strength, endurance, speed, and even perception will increase several times." After pausing for a moment to observe George's expression, Wong Ku continued, "Although my surgery is perfect, you may still experience some minor issues. Your body may feel tighter, even more impressive than a bodybuilder, but your weight will also increase significantly. Furthermore, your appetite will greatly increase, especially after intense exercise. Lastly, when you fall asleep, you will sleep more soundly than before. Perhaps even an explosion won't wake you." "Thank you, doctor. I'm already very satisfied. When can I undergo the surgery, and what preparations do I need to make?" "It's not a very complicated surgery. Most of the necessary equipment is available in this hospital. As for some other materials, I have backups in my research lab. If you are willing, I can have you standing today." Upon hearing Dr. Diesel's astonishing statement, George's family immediately became excited. His young son jumped onto him in joy, and George's wife shed tears of happiness. "Hooray, Dad, congratulations. Oh dear, I'm so happy that I don't even know what to say. Ha ha ha. We should thank the doctor. Dr. Diesel, if possible, I want to stand up today." George was thrilled. He had thought that with his condition, even after the surgery, it would take a long time for him to stand up. He never expected the doctor to say it could happen today. If it weren't for his paralysis preventing him from moving, he would have happily embraced his family. Wonka smiled slightly and instructed them to get ready. In 2 hours, he would have all the necessary materials prepared, and they could start the surgery directly. The doctors and nurses from the hospital watching on were completely taken aback by Wong Ku's statement. Healing George's injuries was already an impossible task for them. Now this Dr. Diesel even confidently claimed that he could make George stand up today in such a rush situation. If someone else had said this, they would have likely scoffed. However, with the presence of a strengthened warrior, which they found hard to comprehend, Dr. Diesel's words suddenly became very persuasive. If everything was indeed as Dr. Diesel said, then the technology this doctor possessed was years ahead of its time. Thinking of this, the doctors and nurses looked at Wong Ku with increasingly fervent gazes. After Wong Ku left the ward and headed to another Hero S location, several attending doctors surrounded him and asked, "Dr. Diesel, is what you just said true? Can George really stand up today?" "Dr. Diesel, how do you plan to replace George's damaged nerves and spinal cord under such rush conditions? Aren't you worried about leaving any aftereffects?" "Dr. Diesel, may I ask, do you have a medical license? Which university did you graduate from? You even went to the next patient without any preparation." From a doctor's perspective, is such excessive confidence really appropriate? Regarding the astonished, skeptical, or deliberately provocative remarks from the many doctors, Wonka paid no attention and was unwilling to respond in any formal way. Because with the technology from the Evolution House, he was far ahead of this era. To Wong Ku, these so-called experts were not much different from idiots, since there was no benefit to be gained from them. Why waste his time and energy? Therefore, Wong couldn't even have the thought of showing off. After the people from the Hero Association stopped those doctors, he hurried to the ward of another patient. Mr. Diesel, the next professional hero, is not as cultured as the hammer wrestler. She has become a bit ill-tempered due to her injuries and disability. If she behaves disrespectfully during your treatment, please do not take it to heart, said a staff member from the Hero Association while leading Wong Ku to the next patient, as if giving a warning. At this moment, Casero, who had been following Wong Ku, showed a pained expression and said to Wong Ku, "Dr. Diesel, I need to step away for a bit. You'd better be careful." Wong Ku nodded and didn't pay much attention. So what if she's a C-level hero? Heroes of this level are supposed to complete certain tasks every week, or they risk being disqualified. It seems this patient has been injured for several months, and the Hero Association keeps supporting her, probably just for their own image. And that image is only for the common folks who donate money. Is it really necessary to show so much care internally? Watching Casero leave, the Hero Association staff member who just spoke emphasized again. "Dr. Diesel, as the enhanced warrior said, You really need to be careful. That patient's temper is indeed quite strange. They emphasized it twice, so Wong should react a bit better. Otherwise, it would be too rude. Oh, after all, I'm a doctor. I won't pay much attention to some irrational behavior from the patient. However, I must say beforehand that I'm only responsible for treating her body. If she develops any mental issues, I don't want to expend extra effort on that. That's for sure, as long as you don't mind her rudeness. Soon, Wong entered the next patient's ward. It seems the Hero Association is indeed willing to spend money. It's another luxurious single room. Oh, a virgin has come. So this virgin, who will be a virgin for life, is the new doctor who will treat me? What are you talking about? Although I'm indeed still a virgin right now, who the hell are you to decide that I will be a virgin for life? I still have some hope, no? I will definitely shed my virginity. I have a real penis now, not like before when I couldn't use it or didn't have one. Dr. Diesel, please don't mind. Actually, before she became a hero, she was a delinquent. But she just speaks harshly. There aren't many issues with her sense of justice. Cough, it's fine. No need to mind. Now, I'll start talking to the patient. Please first give me her diagnosis. Hey, what are you doing? Wong just wanted the other person's diagnosis report. But the female patient suddenly walked up to him. I'm going to pick cherries today. Come pick cherries with me. Doctor, said the C-level female hero to Wong. Wong was a bit taken aback, and he remembered that this guy was supposed to be blind. So how could he find him so accurately? Dr. Diesel, watch out. What? Oh. Wong finally understood why Casero had shown a pained expression earlier. It was because he was truly in pain now. Although he had gained strength comparable to an A-class hero, once his man's most sensitive spot was targeted, Wong could only scream like a rooster. The information about the patient from the Hero Association had fallen to the ground in the chaos. Wong hadn't looked at it closely before, only knowing that she was a C-class female hero who had been disfigured, blinded, and was missing a hand. The scattered documents on the ground contained the following details. A C-class hero, a delinquent big sister, real name, Feng Chengmisha, age 17. She was originally the first C-class hero and had repeatedly refused to upgrade to B-class. 2 months ago, she fought against 3 tiger-level monsters, killing one and capturing another severely injured one. The last monster went missing, but it was said that some remains of the monster were found in the severely injured Feng Chengmisha's stomach. One more important point was that during the grip strength test for hero selection, as a delicate girl, she managed to grip an astonishing 300 kilograms with one hand. So now, as Wong was being picked like a cherry, he felt, oops, sorry, I accidentally crushed the cherry. It seems you will really be a virgin forever. My bad, haha, virgin's cherry, virgin's cherry, virgin's cherry. With no sincerity in her apology, the delinquent big sister hummed a tune while spinning and dancing. Dr. Diesel, you have to hold on. The delinquent big sister was acting crazy, calling for help. Someone, quick. Dr. Diesel needs a doctor, one who specializes in prostates. This absurd encounter became a permanent nightmare for Wong. It really was completely crushed. With Dr. Diesel's skills, is there a way to restore it? If that's possible, Dr. Diesel's medical skills would truly become legendary. By the way, could that patient really be mentally ill? Why would she act like this toward the doctor who was examining her for the first time? It seemed like she didn't trust Dr. Diesel much. She said that since he was as great as the legend said, he should heal himself first before he could treat her. What an unreasonable patient. As a hero, why would she act like this? It's really too much. It was said that she had suffered significant injuries from a monster she fought before. Since one of the monsters was a doctor monster, her reaction was particularly intense. However, the doctors in her hospital before had only been beaten up, and there had never been anyone as unfortunate as Dr. Diesel. The voices of local doctors outside the door reached Wong's ears, making him feel utterly defeated. After the sudden attack, due to the dual physical and mental blows, Diesel had fainted for a moment. Then he was taken away by a group of local doctors. And during Wong's unconsciousness, his little buddy had been seen and even photographed multiple times. This was really a nightmare. That crazy woman, although she crushed her own cherries, didn't completely destroy them. He didn't need to create new parts for himself. He just needed a shot of memory cells and another recovery shot, and after an hour, he would be healed. In fact, Wonka did just that and had already returned to normal. But now, the whole hospital seemed to be buzzing with the news that Wong had become a broken egg in everyone's eyes, his manly vigor gone. Did he have to take off his pants and flaunt that little bit of meat in the wind? That would be perverted behavior. While Wong was lost in thought, Casero walked in and asked, Mr. Diesel, how are you doing now? I'm completely recovered. What kind of look is that? I said I'm fine. Does that pervert want me to take off my pants? Okay, I was overly worried. I wanted to ask if you would like to continue working today. The association is very sorry about your unfortunate encounter. We will definitely punish those responsible and bring the criminals to justice for the sake of the law. All right. Enough of that nonsense. What I promised earlier, I will definitely do. However, the Hero Association has to compensate me. I want double the equipment and materials I requested. I'll let them know, so now are we. I'll perform surgery on George first, and I'll take care of the other 3 guys afterward. As for that crazy woman, I'll heal her first, then destroy her, then heal her again, and finally crush her cherries with my own hands. Casero saw Dr. Diesel becoming somewhat deranged and thought that the doctor might actually go through with it. As a hero, he felt it necessary to intervene, but was also worried that the doctor would become angry and refuse to treat other heroes in the association. So between his concerns, Casero didn't know how to handle the situation. However, after that day, a legend spread in the hospital. A poor doctor whose cherries were crushed, under his great professional ethics, still insisted on completing several surgeries that could be considered legendary all by himself. And the photo of the doctor with his crushed cherries became a treasured piece of evidence of the legend in the hospital until one stormy night. It was stolen by an unknown shadow. Bastard, stop right there. Haha, are you kidding? The reconstruction surgery isn't even completely finished. How did that guy run so fast? At that moment, Wang Ku was panting and chasing after the fleeing Feng Chang, watching the C-class delinquent big sister's gradually disappearing figure. He began to reminisce about his once-lost wings. Under repeated persuasion from the Hero Association's management, the delinquent big sister eventually agreed to Wang Ku's surgery. However, this sly character pretended to be completely knocked out by Wang Ku's anesthetic and suddenly escaped the operating room before the surgery was finished. Wang Ku originally planned to install a 23 cm large mushroom and 2 matching oversized cherries for her. Now it seems that his revenge plan of crushing her eggs has to be put on hold. Beep, 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 beep. Casero called, and Wang Ku leaned against a tree, panting as he answered the phone. Hello, this is Diesel. Dr. Diesel, where are you right now? Why did both you and the troublemaker rush out of the operating room just now? Is there some kind of emergency? That crazy woman escaped during the surgery. You need to quickly bring her back. Her transformation surgery is not yet complete. What? She ran away during the surgery? Is the troublemaker in any danger? How far along was the surgery? I only had time to give her a new pair of eyes and a new arm, and I injected her with a booster. The other planned surgical steps could not be completed. Is that booster the same as the one given to me and the giant hammer wrestler? I wouldn't do something so bland. The boosters you 3 received are completely different. However, they all have remarkably strong recovery abilities. So, the troublemaker won't be in life-threatening danger, and her surgical wounds will heal automatically. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. What are you relieved about? Hurry and have the Hero Association find that crazy woman. The other surgical steps can be skipped, but I must install the big thing on her. I have other things to attend to. Doctor, goodbye. Hello, damn it. The figure of the troublemaker had already disappeared, and the only person in the Hero Association who knew the phone number was unwilling to help. Wang Ku hesitated whether to seek out the higher-ups of the association, but ultimately decided to let it go. Back at his residence in F City, Wang Ku became busy again. As a reward, the Hero Association had gifted and temporarily lent him equipment, and Wang Ku was using these to build his new base. He was quite satisfied with several advanced devices he had temporarily borrowed. At this moment, he was preparing to carry out surveying, planning to replicate a batch and send it to the underground base in Z City. Although Wang Ku is a genius, his research direction is still primarily focused on biology. In terms of mechanical expertise, he is mostly outmatched by Dr. Bofiai, who is nicknamed the Metal Knight. This is why Wang Ku agreed to the request from the Hero Association to help treat the heroes. With these highly advanced, super technological devices, Wang Ku can conduct research that meets his own requirements. However, there are some things he needs to be cautious about. He must carefully check if there are any hidden doors in this batch of equipment. After all, the Metal Knight is a voyeur, and having such an ambitious person watching him makes it impossible for anyone to feel at ease. Sure enough, he discovered several hidden doors, but he didn't know whether they were originally used to monitor the Hero Association or if they were intended to secretly monitor him. Having found the hidden doors in the equipment, Wang Ku had no intention of removing them. Doing so might be too much of a risk. Besides, he was only temporarily borrowing these devices, and once he returned them, it would no longer be his concern. All right, it was time to give it a try. But just to be safe, he decided to cut off all contact with the outside world. Computer, activate the shielding particles. Also, physically disconnect any external communication devices like the network cables. The computer, which possessed a considerable level of intelligence, began to respond after receiving the owner's commands. After filtering through the information, it reported that the owner had 3 missed calls and 16 unread emails. Before severing contact, should these be addressed? Whose calls and emails are they? The F City Police Department and the management of the Hero Association, as well as a call from Casero. Additionally, there is 1 email each from the police department and the association, while the rest are invitations from various universities, such as F City University of Technology, hoping you will discuss the future of biophysics at their institution. Ignore all of them. I don't have the time to deal with them. The police department, most likely ISNT, calling for a pleasant reason, and the Hero Association is probably extending another invitation. As for that idiot Casero who dared to hang up on me, he is even less worth my attention. Regarding the invitations from various universities, they are probably due to the skills I had previously displayed in the hospital, which must have leaked out a bit. After all, things like memory cells, enhancers, and unique nutrient solutions that I developed involve various disciplines, including molecular biology, quantum mechanics, nanochemistry, and so on. Wang Ke's mature technology is years ahead of experts in various fields who are still striving to perfect their theories. Since he decided to ignore outside distractions, Wang Ke began to conduct results verification using the newly adjusted equipment. This verification project is the development of the 3rd-generation nanobots, which Wang Ke had previously slowed down due to hardware limitations. Wang Ke's 1st and 2nd generation of nanobots, although immensely beneficial for the average person, have limited effectiveness against the abnormally stubborn deformities in his own body. Although he has reached a relatively stable phase due to the cells from the 17,000-year cicada larvae. Being prepared for any situation is a more prudent way of living, with output exceeding historical highs and energy surging at 5, 10, and 23. The stability of the nanobot shells has met the requirements, and the core is under testing. This experiment ultimately achieved considerable success, as the 3rd generation of nanobots, conceived by Wang Ke, fully met his expectations. By injecting this type of nanobot into his body and simultaneously undergoing related modifications, Wang Ke could selectively repair and fuse the cells in his body with the aid of the nanobots. Subsequently, through stepwise mutation or evolution, he aimed to become an exceptionally powerful human warrior. Similarly, he could inject his cells and nanobots into humans or monsters to induce new mutations in their bodies, providing him with more valuable research material, which was exhilarating to think about. Once Wang Ke produced a sufficient number of nanobots, he temporarily left his base to execute several pre-planned attack strategies. Martial artist Baluin had become a supercharged entity due to a lightning strike incident in his childhood. This unexpected experience undoubtedly caused Baluin a great deal of trouble. However, humans are creatures that can potentially become stronger after enduring pain. Baluin turned this special experience into a source of strength, creating a unique boxing style called Electric Fist based on his charged physique. At the 19th Super Fight event, although the champion was the explosive contestant from the Dark Hell killing technique, Baluin, who was participating for the first time, still made a deep impression on many spectators with his outstanding performance. This was an introduction to Baluin in a television interview, and Wang Ke also hacked into the internal data of that television station to successfully obtain Baluin's address. Previously, he had secretly collected Baluin's blood at the martial arts competition using a blood collection robot. At that time, after some preliminary research, Wang Ke became very interested in Baluin's physique. However, his own condition was extremely unstable at that time, and he was later preoccupied with other matters, so he did not take any action. Now that his own cells were relatively stable and he had successfully developed the 3rd-generation nanobots, Wang Ke naturally began to plan an attack on Baluin, intending to capture him alive and bring him back to the base for research. "Bastard, who the hell are you? And why are you attacking me?" Baluin loudly questioned the masked man who suddenly appeared before him. After several rounds of combat experience with the opponent, Baluin deduced from the masked man's movements that he was likely a boxer. "I watched the 19th Super Fight, and I'm very interested in you. I'm also someone who trains my fighting skills, and to find my own limits, I would like to challenge you to a match." Wang Ke didn't want to complicate things, so he hid his identity and transformed into a challenger, honing his martial arts skills, beginning a duel with Baluin. Since he was a martial artist, he should challenge openly. Hiding his identity was unacceptable. He should show his face. Since he was the one actively attacking, Baluin felt no need to hold back and decided to beat his opponent decisively. With this determination, Baluin immediately channeled the electricity within him and unleashed his signature move, the Electric Fist, towards Wang Ke. Baluin first threw a straight punch that was dodged by his opponent, then spun around to deliver an elbow strike. which was once again evaded by his opponent's agile footwork. The masked man also attempted a few jabs, all of which Balawan successfully blocked. During this exchange, Balawan managed to use the contact points with the masked man to channel electricity and attack him. However, the masked man was not easy to deal with. Several of his powerful cross punches made Balawan experience quite a bit of trouble. The back-and-forth battle continued for 6 or 7 minutes, after which the masked man seemed to be paralyzed by Balawan's electric fist, and his movements became increasingly slow. Seizing the opportunity, Balawan delivered a maximum power electric punch directly to the masked man's chest, sending him flying across the arena. You picked the wrong opponent. A little suffering is well-deserved. However, your strength is quite decent. I'll give you a score of 70 out of 100. Balawan was somewhat satisfied with his performance in this battle. It seemed that in the next super fight tournament, he would be able to advance further, with a good chance of winning the championship. Just as Balawan was feeling good about himself, the masked man slowly got back up and, with a mix of ease and disappointment, said, "But I only want to give you 30 points. This is really too boring. The electric shock, while indeed unique, is much weaker than I expected. Moreover, you rely too much on your physical abilities and neglect the martial artist's refinement of their own skills. If it weren't for wanting to experience your ultimate move, you wouldn't have landed a single hit on me. How is that possible? Don't say ordinary people. Even trained martial artists wouldn't be able to stand after taking so many of my attacks. Who exactly are you?" Seeing Balawan's terrified expression, Wang-Ko brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled. "If you can take this punch, then I'll tell you." With that, a shadow flickered, and the electric fist master Balawan lost consciousness. In the following days, many martial artists encountered a masked challenger. At the beginning, he would always try his best to lure martial artists into using their ultimate moves. After the challenged martial artists had no techniques left to use, the masked man would give an evaluation and then swiftly defeat them. Since there were no witnesses to these battles, and most martial artists were uninterested in discussing their defeats, the story of this mysterious masked man did not spread widely. Furthermore, those who spoke of him had inconsistent accounts of his martial arts style. Some said the masked man used powerful combinations similar to a boxer. Others claimed he employed wrestling techniques. Some described him as focusing on destructive critical hits, while others spoke of a leg technique that balanced skill and power, and some described a bizarre, elusive punching style that was hard to grasp. The vastly differing descriptions only added to the enigma of the masked man's identity, ultimately leading to no one paying attention to him. Wang-Ko struggled for a while, confirming repeatedly that he was not being followed, and finally returned to his laboratory. It seemed he had shaken off his pursuers, and fortunately, he was fast. Unexpectedly, he had attracted Bangu, the master of the flowing fragmentary rock fist. He was not mentally prepared to face him. It seemed the private martial artist hunting activities needed to pause for a while. After collecting the newly gathered blood samples, Wang-Ko opened his computer to analyze the various data compiled today. Using a computer with extraordinary computing power, he integrated past data to update the latest information for simulated combat analysis. After repeated comparisons, Wang-Ko's self-developed intelligent computer would further adjust his form, force application, and even footwork. Simultaneously, it would establish several new hypothetical enemy databases, allowing Wang-Ko to engage in combat through a realistic VR virtual game. Initially, Wang-Ko planned to stop immediately after attacking a few targets and collecting materials. However, after studying Bolden inside and out several times, he had a new idea. Due to Beolden's super-electrified physique, it was not complicated for Wang-Ko's technical skills. So, he extracted a significant amount of Beolden cells and used various tools, including third-generation nanobots, to modify his own body. After the modification surgery was completed, Wang-Ko successfully generated electric currents within his body, which were over 10 times more powerful than the original Beolden. However, these currents would dissipate after a certain distance from his body, making it impossible to convert them into more efficient mid-range or long-range attacks. Therefore, Wang-Ko decided to follow Beolden's path, attempting to combine electricity with martial arts to further enhance his strength. Thus, Wang-Ko embarked on a journey of continuously challenging martial artists, collecting various data on them while honing his martial arts skills. Perhaps it was because Wang-Ko had numerous martial artist cells in his body, or perhaps simply because he was a high IQ genius. After gaining practical experience with the martial arts characteristics, he could imitate them without much effort. Relying on his superior physical qualities, Wang-Ko could even execute these moves with several times their original power. Now, even if he suppressed his abilities, he could be considered a martial arts expert. Having already collected a significant amount of combat data, Wang-Ke considered temporarily halting his hunting activities to conduct a systematic integration of various martial arts styles. However, the new season of the Super Fight Championship was about to begin, which was quite interesting. Should he choose to participate? As the construction of the base continued, Wang-Ke, unable to conduct more complex experiments, did not want to idle away. Thus, the study of martial arts became an activity to pass the time for him during this period. Whether to choose to engage in tedious closed-door training or participate in the competition at the risk of exposing his identity became a dilemma for Wang-Ke. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The first match of the 20th Super Fight Championship is about to begin. Who will win the first match? Is it Zax, who has appeared 5 times but has never achieved a victory with his Berserker Fist? Or is it the mysterious newcomer 8-Chong Fist Lao Kai, who has remained silent before the event and carries a unique aura? I have been training hard for this day. If I win the first battle, I will confess. Zax struck a pose, determined to shed his single status, confidently removing his sunglasses. Entering the arena at the same time was Wang-Ke, who donned a special face mask and was cosplaying. Oh, this time the tournament actually has Bangu as the head judge. The Wind/Iron Fist must be another monster like Bangu. I should collect some of his data when I get the chance. After some consideration, since the annual martial arts tournament is quite rare, Wang-Ke chose to participate in the event rather than engage in tedious closed-door training. However, the low-key Wang-Ke still did not intend to reveal his identity. After using advanced technology to create a mask with a somewhat fearsome face, he wore a martial arts outfit to participate in the competition. What kind of scary face are you trying to show? Everyone here is a martial artist. You won't shake us. You should just pack your things and prepare to leave early. Zax, who was not fond of his aloof opponent, began to provoke Wang-Ke as soon as he entered the arena, trying to unsettle the newcomer. You should think carefully about how to avoid embarrassing yourself. The barking of a single dog is of no use, and today you will likely fail to get a date. To make Zax work harder in the subsequent matches, Wang-Ke also stood his ground. I'm going to kill you. Zax was immediately enraged and launched the first attack as the referee signaled the match to begin. How easy to bait. This is probably one of the main reasons you keep participating without making any breakthroughs. It seems that the name Berserker Fist really suits your personality. Although Wang-Ke made this judgment in his heart, he still suppressed his strength. Following his old habit, he prepared to draw out all of his opponent's abilities. After missing a strike, Zax quickly adjusted his stance, supporting himself with one hand and sweeping towards Wang-Ke's lower body. Wang-Ke jumped up and performed a nimble backflip to create distance from Zax. However, Zax did not consider changing his fighting style and continued to pursue him, relentlessly attacking Wang-Ke with punches and kicks, all of which ultimately failed to land. Oh, the match just started, and Zax launched a fierce attack, showing clear improvement compared to the last tournament. Although Old Kai's movements were very agile, he was still firmly suppressed by Zax and unable to counterattack. The balance of victory and defeat has clearly tilted towards Zax, and Old Kai is in a precarious situation. Is the commentator blind? It's obvious that I'm making all of Zax's attacks ineffective. Wang-Ke was internally mocking the commentary from the amateurs outside the ring while starting to assess Zax's abilities. During the recent martial artist hunt, Wang-Ke had also hunted Zax. From the opponent's performance so far, it was evident that Zax had indeed made some progress, with improvements in both speed and technique. It was unclear whether this was due to Zax's own martial arts talent or the power of love being truly great. However, relying solely on this level of skill was still not enough to defeat Wang-Ke, who already possessed the strength of a mid-tier ghost-level monster. He grasped Zax's wrist with both hands and softly said, "I'm going to start my attack now, so just do your best to defend." After saying this, Wang-Ke exerted force, pushing Zax back several meters, then charged in with a series of punches to launch his attack. Zax was not an idiot. The moment Wang-Ke grabbed his wrist and halted his offensive, he realized he was facing a formidable opponent. After being cleverly pushed back several meters by Wang-Ke's subtle force, Zax, who had just managed to assume a defensive stance, had to struggle to fend off Wang-Ke's continuous punches. At first, Zax could barely cope, but as Wang-Ke's speed increased, although his power did not rise, his attacking methods became increasingly clever. After Zax barely managed to block one punch, Wang-Ke followed up with a punch directly to his abdomen, sending Zax flying out of the ring. The match concluded with a clear winner. Zax had exhausted too much stamina from his earlier aggressive attacks. Meanwhile, Old Kai, after enduring the early pressure, decisively began his counterattack. Leveraging his physical advantage, he successfully defeated Zax. It was indeed an impressive strategy. But would he have enough stamina for the upcoming matches? Let's wait and see. Still, the commentary from the amateurs was as absurd as ever. After a sigh, Wong slowly walked out of the arena. However, Zax need not feel regret. His series of fierce attacks and indomitable spirit had left a deep impression on the audience. Oh, I heard that the girl Zax liked has expressed her willingness to start dating him. Let's wish them well together. What? He actually succeeded in finding a partner like this? How enviable. No, this is too lacking in the aspirations of a martial artist. Just suffer a defeat. Shouldn't he feel regretful and concentrate on martial arts training instead? How could he be infatuated with a girl? He should refuse such distractions. So lacking in awareness. If I had known, I would have hit him a few more times. Wong glanced enviously at Zax, filled with jealousy and hatred, while the other competitors with a certain level of strength looked at Wong gravely. Old Kai from the Eight-Chamber Fist? Although I haven't heard of him. He is indeed a formidable boxer, but my combo is still faster. Among the many competitors, Gatlin, known for his infinite combos, immediately evaluated after watching the match in full. However, to compete with him, I first need to secure my first victory. In the upcoming matches, I must end the battle quickly and not let old Kai see through my boxing style. After making up his mind, Gatlin stepped into the arena with light, quick steps. Meanwhile, Master Bong Pu, a titan in the martial arts community, thought of some things as he observed the faint aura of movement and footwork that Wong revealed while moving. He had heard from his brother that there seemed to be a challenger recently who was hunting down martial artists and had exceptional learning abilities. Could this be the person? Shouldn't young people be a bit more active? Being so secretive, they won't have any glorious memories to cherish when they grow old. Should I offer him some guidance? I'm feeling a bit eager to teach. In the second match, Gatlin launched a fast attack on his opponent right from the start. The opponent, a professional wrestler, had plenty of competition experience in wrestling, but he had no experience dealing with Gatlin's relentless combos. After struggling for less than 100 seconds, he was ultimately hit in the face by a straight punch from Gatlin. He couldn't even mount a decent counterattack and face defeat directly. The match ended, and Gatlin won without a doubt. The total time was less than 100 seconds, standing in stark contrast to the previous match between Old Kai and Zax. This victory was achieved not through tactics but through overwhelming strength. After seeing this result, Old Kai thought to himself, hey, can't the commentator at least give a fair evaluation? Gatlin clearly won through tactics. Attack is the best defense. Gatlin read the situation correctly. Facing a newcomer wrestler attending this kind of competition for the first time, the opponent would likely bring a lot of wrestling experience into the arena. Before the opponent could react, Gatlin relied on his fast attack to overwhelm them. He also didn't forget to use his unique physique and footwork to confuse and lure the opponent. For a wrestler who focuses on their lower body, Gatlin's tactics were quite clever and useful. However, compared to his earlier hunting days, it seemed that Gatlin's punching power hadn't increased much. It didn't match the speed he displayed. Was he focusing on improving speed and technique? But this might make things feel a bit dull. Being agile, but lacking in power would only waste stamina when facing tougher opponents. Gatlin had taken a bit of a detour. After Wong made the above judgment, he began to rest with his eyes closed, waiting for the next match. Gatlin, seeing that there was no expression on Wong's face, also started to adjust his breathing to recover from his considerable physical exertion. At the same time, he was relieved that his tactics had succeeded and he had not exposed all of his fighting techniques. The following matches had a few that were quite exciting, but most were rather boring. Nevertheless, Wong persisted in watching all of them. He had even calculated the outcomes before the matches began. His accurate predictions were not only due to the fact that most of the martial artists in the matches have been hunted by him, allowing him to understand their fighting styles well, but also because Wong himself had already achieved remarkable martial arts skills. Additionally, the vast amount of combat data he had organized on his computer, which he frequently used for simulated battles, had further enhanced his combat experience. Therefore, his judgment on the flow of the matches was naturally quite accurate. By the end of the first round of matches, Wong was already able to guess who his next opponent would be. The third round would likely be against a battered soy sauce man, who was hardly worth the effort. The opponent in the fourth round would be the A-class hero Snake from the Hero Association, and the final match would be against Explosion Mountain. As for Snake, his snakebite fist was a flexible and powerful fighting style that was indeed worth looking forward to. In his previous hunts of martial artists, he had not faced either Snake or the previous champion, Explosion Mountain. Compared to the strength-dominating Explosion Mountain, the unpredictable strikes of Snake might yield him more rewards. With this in mind, Wong became quite eager for his fourth round match. As for the upcoming match against Gatlin, Wong did not want to waste too much time and prepared to end it quickly. The second round of the super fight tournament began, and Gatlin seemed quite confident in his strength. He immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on Old Kai. Old Kai must have exhausted a lot of stamina in the previous round. Would he choose to continue with a war of attrition to wear down his opponent's stamina? Or would he seize the opportunity to end the match quickly? However, the choice was mostly not in Old Kai's hands, as he was being relentlessly pressured by Gatlin's attacks. It seemed he couldn't even find an opportunity to counterattack, and could only keep dodging left and right to narrowly avoid the barrage of punches Gatlin was unleashing. The commentator, with a tone of expertise, provided a standard layman's commentary. At this moment, the situation in the ring was that no matter what kind of punches Gatlin threw, his opponent could easily avoid the flurry of punches he generated. The opponent's footwork was clearly at a much higher level than his, making the match quite difficult for Gatlin. As he struggled to break the deadlock and began to feel anxious, Gatlin was already panting. When he hesitated about whether to temporarily retreat and adjust his state, his opponent suddenly said, "If your opponent's speed and skill are superior to yours, shouldn't you consider using other methods, such as relying on strength? Don't preach to me. Who do you think you are?" Gatlin immediately felt insulted and launched a new round of frenzied attacks. "You've lost your cool, which will prevent you from seeing what lies ahead. Shut up, you're talking too much." Gatlin was unwilling to listen to Wong Ku's advice and interrupted him again. The commentator also noticed these developments and began to express his own views. Old Kai, being pushed to the brink, seemed to be saying something to Gatlin. It looked like he was trash-talking, and Gatlin didn't seem to be affected, as his assault continued unabated. Some boos began to emerge from the audience, which was understandable. The arena should focus on strength rather than these petty tactics. Old Kai's fighting style was indeed less than honorable. Hey, aren't you the one inciting the audience to boo at me?" Wong Ku only briefly vented in his heart, and then he launched a counterattack against Gatling. "Since you still don't realize it, let me show you more clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, Wong Ku darted out of Gatling's attack range. Then he charged back in, jumping up to meet the shadows of Gatling's punches, stepping on Gatling's fists one after another, rising higher and higher. How is this possible? Gatling tried to use his combos to make Wong Ku, who was in midair, lose his balance. However, Wong Ku remained steady, continuing to ascend. This is the end. When Wong Ku reached the highest point, he lifted his leg and then kicked down heavily. The immense force caused Gatling's incoming fist to fracture. Wong Ku's foot pushed straight in the direction of Gatling's punch, directly kicking Gatling's shoulder. With this simple and unadorned strike, Gatling was unexpectedly knocked out. The match lasted less than a minute from start to finish. In the eyes of the audience, the previously suppressed player Lao Kai, for some unknown reason, quickly escaped from Gatling's attack range. Then he leaped up and delivered a kick that knocked his opponent down. The commentator initially wanted to say some bizarre commentary, but was promptly stopped by Master Bong Pu, who signaled for a slow-motion replay. Finally, the commentator delivered the most accurate statement since the match began. "Incredible, simply incredible. Player Lao Kai actually blocked all of Gatling's punches with his legs, ultimately finishing off his opponent with a powerful stomp. With such strength, who exactly is the 8-chamber fist expert Lao Kai, and why has he remained nameless all this time? He is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of this tournament." Wong Ku's instant defeat of Gatlin was the most exciting climax since the start of the tournament. The big screen continuously replayed slow-motion footage from various camera angles, allowing the audience to clearly see what had happened in those brief 2 to 3 seconds. Where did this guy called Lao Kai come from? With such strength, I feel that last year's champion, Baoshan, is likely not his opponent. A spectator at the Super Fight tournament said to his companion beside him, "Not necessarily. Lao Kai's ability to instantly defeat Gatlin is mainly due to the huge gap in strength. Moreover, although Gatlin's combos are fast, they seem to lack power. Baoshan, as last year's champion, also dominated his opponents in a one-sided manner, and since he is a power-type fighter, there should be an exciting battle between him and Lao Kai. I can't wait." After watching Lao Kai's fight, the other matches seem quite boring. Let's just hold the finals. It would be great to see the underdog Lao Kai directly fight against last year's champion Baoshan. Yes, I have the same thought. The enthusiastic comments from the audience outside the arena also reached the ears of many martial artists inside the competition. Some, after witnessing Lao Kai's displayed strength, began to feel nervous. Meanwhile, more martial artists held on to their pride, believing that their own strength and efforts were not inferior to anyone else, and continued with the other matches in the second round. However, after Lao Kai brought the climax, the matches of these people seemed somewhat dull in comparison. The commentator, trying to revive the atmosphere of the tournament, spoke tirelessly, but still couldn't elicit a warm response. It wasn't until last year's champion, Baoshan, took the stage and used his overwhelming strength to brutally dominate his opponent, creating a somewhat bloody scene, that the audience gradually regained their focus. When the elimination rounds entered the third round, the previously uninterested soy sauce guy, Wang Ku, was so shocked by Lao Kai's strength that he chose to forfeit. Thus, Wang Ku advanced to the fourth round without a fight. As expected, his opponent was the snakebite punch expert, Snake, who was known for his fast boxing style. Having never fought against him, Wang Ku finally felt a bit excited after participating in the tournament. Snake also took a deep breath and steadily walked toward the arena step by step. Due to the previous match, many in the audience had become fans of Lao Kai, cheering loudly, their support surpassing that of Snake supporters. Snake clicked his tongue, trying to disregard the influence of the casual spectators from his mind. I am a martial artist and also a professional hero. The persistence of a martial artist drives me to continuously hone my skills. The responsibility of a hero compels me to uphold my beliefs. Constantly battling monsters, I am not a typical martial artist who could be compared to a mere human opponent. Although Lao Kai possesses extraordinary strength, he is still fundamentally a human. To someone like me, who is used to facing monsters, he is definitely not my opponent. When Snake stepped into the arena and stood facing Lao Kai suddenly bowed to him. Snake was somewhat surprised, but after reacting, he also returned the gesture with a bow. Oh, Lao Kai and Snake are bowing to each other, which shows mutual recognition and respect for each other's identities as martial artists. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming match, this moment must have resonated within the hearts of both fighters. Alright, enough small talk. The referee signaled, and the third round officially began. Well, although the commentator's words were beautifully said, I don't have any special thoughts about it. I simply believe that I am now a skilled fighter and must appropriately show some flair to display a master-esque demeanor. However, in terms of Snake's changing snakebite punch, I will just test his strength a bit. After making up his mind, Wang Ku, unlike in the previous two matches, took the initiative to attack first. Using his agile footwork, he quickly closed the distance to Snake, then unleashed a series of punches in a boxing style. Oh, Lao Kai is behaving unusually, launching a fierce attack on Snake from the start. With plenty of experience fighting bizarre creatures, how will Snake respond to Lao Kai's assault? Although Wang Ku suppressed his speed and strength, the combo he unleashed at this moment was definitely much stronger than what Gatlin had shown earlier. However, Snake's wrist was flexible and adept, using very little force to deflect Wang Ku's attacks, rendering Wang Ku's powerful series of punches ineffective. Wang Ku turned his body, adjusted his posture, and launched a new round of offense. After becoming familiar with Wang Ku's punching pattern, Snake immediately reacted. First, he evaded Wang Ku's left punch. Then his right hand, like a snake, coiled around Wang Ku's right arm. With a clever pull, it caused Wang Ku's body to shift slightly. Then, Snake's left hand formed a fist and suddenly struck towards Wang Ku's face. Wang Ku's reaction was quick. He quickly countered with his left hand, which was originally in a fist, gripping the enemy's fist that was attacking him. Then, with his left leg serving as a pivot, he lifted it off the ground, while his right leg sprang up like a spring, kicking towards Snake's side. Snake's left knee lifted slightly, using the sole of his foot to block Wang Ku's attack. His solid lower body remained unmoved, while the hands that were previously in a stalemate with Wang Ku suddenly twisted in a strange manner. Wang Ku only felt his hands pushed away by a peculiar force, and then his center was wide open. His opponent's hands had already closed in, and a snake-like head seemed to thrust forward, striking directly against his chest. With a tremendous force, Wang Ku was sent flying, almost out of the arena. This series of changes occurred in just a few seconds, creating a huge visual effect for the audience. It was spectacular, truly spectacular. No wonder he is a master who has defeated numerous monsters with his boxing skills. Even the strike from player Old Kai didn't seem to have any effect. Instead, he took a powerful hit to the chest and was sent flying. As the commentator's voice rang out, the audience erupted into cheers. Truly a professional hero, Mr. Snake is so strong, it's just amazing. That strike had such power. Even from this distance, I felt the vibrations. And it hit directly on the chest. Old Kai wouldn't have been killed outright, right? It's actually quite possible. Most lower-tier monsters would have their insides ruptured and die from that move. Although Old Kai is strong, he is still just a human after all. Old Kai, get up. You can't be taken down that easily. Look, the medical staff is coming in with a stretcher. Has the result come out? Mr. Snake in the arena didn't let his guard down. Although the previous battle was indeed won through his strength, He had a feeling that old Kai was still hiding his true power. And indeed, after experiencing the destructive power of his opponent's moves, Wang Ku stood up directly before the medical staff could enter, easily brushing off the dust from his clothes. You've done well. Your strength is quite impressive. But relying solely on that won't defeat me. Do you have any other moves? Show them to me. Oh, player old Kai is up again, and he looks completely uninjured after that attack. After confirming, the referee announced that the match would continue. Wow. Seeing Wang Ku stand up as if nothing happened, the noise in the arena erupted again. See? I told you old Kai is extraordinary. How could he be defeated so easily? There's definitely more to see in this match. It looks like old Kai can take a hit. Mr. Snake, do you have other more powerful moves? Show them to us soon. Hurry up and fight. Standing there wasting time is so boring. In fact, although Wang Ku appeared relaxed, he wasn't completely unscathed from the previous battle. Snake's strike had caused some damage to his augmented, reinforced organs. If it were an ordinary monster, anything below the tiger level would have had their insides ruptured and died from that hit. Wang Ku's act of testing his opponent's moves, while somewhat reckless, did yield valuable data. During the time he lay on the ground reflecting, his injuries had mostly healed. His body had an exceptional recovery ability, and the performance of the third-generation nanobots was indeed impressive. The internal bruises had even been sent to the biological pouch in his abdomen, gradually transforming into a unique healing agent. This kind of cheating method that disrupts the balance of the game is really excessive for the martial arts here. But since I came to collect data, I won't worry about that. Seeing Snake's incredulous expression, Wang Ku felt a bit ashamed and couldn't help but comfort himself. You truly are a monster. I've seen quite a few powerful individuals at the Hero Association, but I didn't expect to find someone like you among the public who exceeds specifications. Well, enough of the flattery. Show me some more techniques. Aren't you going to attack? If not, I'll come at you again, but this time my assault will be different, so be sure to defend well. Don't underestimate me. Here comes my move. Initially, seeing that Snake wasn't attacking, Wang Ku planned to increase his own power for another assault. However, his opponent took the initiative to attack, and Wang Ku ultimately decided to continue observing. Next, Snake unleashed a variety of attacks. But Wang Ku's carefully organized defense still couldn't withstand Snake's onslaught. Under the opponent's ever-changing snake bite punches, Wang Ku's body was repeatedly hit. These unique attack techniques and the damage that seemed to defy the laws of physics greatly expanded Wang Ku's perspective. During the fourth round of the match, Wang Ku was glad he hadn't stayed in the base to work in isolation. Although these attacks didn't inflict much damage on him, experiencing them firsthand made him feel that Snake was truly worthy of respect. However, speaking of which, the disparity in their abilities made this competition inherently unfair. With such a huge difference in physical quality, only the martial artist's painstakingly honed skills could attract the interest of Wang Ku, this humanoid monster. After another round of attacks ended, both Wang Ku and Snake retreated after a punch exchange, creating some distance between them. Snake was panting, constantly thinking about how to defeat his opponent. I clearly landed quite a few hits, but why does he look completely fine now? Even if he can take hits, it shouldn't be like this. It feels like this guy is determined to show all his abilities. The moves I successfully used before seem ineffective now. How long has it been since I last hit him? How should I attack next? While Snake was still pondering, Wang Ku didn't want to wait any longer. It looks like you've run out of moves. Let us end this. With that, Wang Ku's momentum suddenly changed, and he charged forward rapidly. For Wang Ku's overwhelmingly powerful first punch, Snake used his ultimate technique, coiling up to absorb the impact. However, he didn't have time to counterattack. The relentless assault of his opponent's increasing speed and strength left him struggling to keep up. In Wang Ku's infinite barrage, Snake ultimately only lasted 30 seconds. Finally, with a tiger claw that gripped him, a surge of power blasted him out of the arena. Oh! Snake has been knocked out of the arena. This exciting exchange finally ends, and the winner is Old Kai of the 8-Chamber Fist. Well done. Congratulations, Old Kai. Mr. Snake, don't be discouraged. You performed well, too. Quick, let us do a slow-motion replay. What exactly happened just now? I didn't see it clearly. Cigarettes, beer, mineral water, please take a step back. Any audience members in need? I'll have a can of beer. Seeing Snake being carried away by the medical staff, the special chief judge of the event, Bang Poo, turned his head and meaningfully stared at Wang Ku, thinking to himself. In that last assault, Old Kai's few moves subtly hinted at the essence of the snake bite punch. Being able to learn from an opponent's strengths in such a short time during battle, and then adapt and use them flexibly, is truly impressive martial talent. Coupled with that extraordinary ability to withstand blows, this kid's future potential is limitless. Wang Ke could sense a unique gaze fixed on him, but he paid it no mind. After glancing at the stretcher carrying Snake away, he slowly left the arena, ignoring the media preparing to interview him. Snake's snakebite fist had benefited him greatly. The recent battle should have been fully recorded by his miniature drone. He would review it later. Next up was Bao Shan, and he hoped that he could bring him some additional surprises. He would pay for it. In the recent fight, Wang Ke had clawed into Snake's body tissue. However, it didn't actually cause much harm. Instead, it introduced some of his bodily fluids and a few nanobots into the opponent's system. The fluids on Wang Ke's claws were specially adjusted from his own body. With the help of the nanobots, they could enhance Snake's body to some extent and even boost his potential as a human. Although it couldn't compare to the enhancement surgery Wang Ke could perform himself, as long as Snake continued to refine himself, his future strength would reach a new level. As for the remnants left in Snake's body, they would automatically dissipate after completing their work, so Wang Ke didn't need to worry about any secrets being exposed. After Wang Ke's figure disappeared down the corridor, the champion of the last tournament, Bao Shan, began to rise and walk into the arena. He was an unexpected dark horse, qualified to battle with me. However, wasting so much time on such trash compared to that match was truly beneath me. I just want to quickly deal with that garbage in the semifinals and get to the finals. At that time, I will let you experience how ruthless a true expert can be. Wang Ke only took a trip to the restroom, and when he returned, he discovered that another semifinal had already ended. The referee had struggled to stop the exploding mountain that was bloodily sacrificing Baluin, while the nearly beaten Baluin was being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Oh dear, I had actually put quite a bit of effort into enhancing Baluin, yet he couldn't even last through the time it took for me to use the restroom. Baluin is really disappointing. His unique electrified physique is indeed a rare research material. Wang Ke attempted to further enhance Baluin's physique to see if any new mutations would occur. However, in this new fighting tournament, it seemed that while Baluin's shock intensity had increased significantly, there were no extraordinary mutations, which somewhat disappointed Wang Ke. Setting aside his identity as a research subject, Baluin also didn't come up with anything new as a martial artist. He still seemed immersed in his unique electrified physique and had not made any further improvements to his martial arts techniques. Perhaps after discovering the significant increase in the current intensity within him, he became overly excited and lost his way again. Wang Ke shook his head and sighed before walking towards the arena. The recently victorious Bao Shan seemed a bit impatient for the next match. It was finally time to decide who would be the champion of the 20th Super Fight Tournament. The previous champion Bao Shan, who had just defeated the Electric Fist Bolden without injury, or the resilient Old Kai, who had showcased impressive performances to reach the finals. As a special judge for this tournament, Teacher Bong Pu, who do you think will achieve final victory? Both of them are formidable martial artists with their own characteristics. I believe we should not focus too much on winning or losing, but rather appreciate their battle as a sign of respect for them. Teacher Bong Pu's words make a lot of sense. Martial artists communicate their souls through their strikes, and judging their efforts solely by victory or defeat is indeed somewhat superficial. In that case, let's all quietly wait and enjoy the upcoming match. Hearing the commentator's words, Bao Shan showed a disdainful expression. He turned to look at his slowly approaching opponent and expressed his thoughts. The weak always say such beautiful words. What's soul communication? The essence of the exchanges between martial artists is just mutual slaughter. As Wang Ke approached Bao Shan continued, "Hey, let me give you a piece of advice. If you have any hidden strength, it's better to reveal it all from start. And you need to focus all your energy on defense. Otherwise, your memories will be interrupted in an instant." After hearing his opponent's words, Wang Ke also commented, "How arrogant. But this also indicates that your hidden strength technique should be quite good. I'm worried that if you reveal too much strength at once, I won't be able to see your performance. So please don't mind me. Just unleash your attacks and dome me down. I've warned you." After Bao Shan finished speaking, the killing intent in his eyes surged. The referee, sweating nervously, raised his hand high and forcefully brought it down while loudly announcing the start of the match. Demon Cry lower kick. Oh, as soon as the match began, Bao Shan took the initiative to attack. He charged towards Wang Ke with a speed exceeding all other competitors since the tournament began, launching an attack at Wang Ke's left knee. Bear kill mid kick, Ashura straight punch assault. Demon Cry lower kick, bear kill mid kick, Ashura straight punch assault. Wang Ke possesses a body with ghost-level monster strength. Yet after enduring a series of blows from Bao Shan, he surprisingly sustained multiple fractures. When Wang Ke's form became unstable due to his injuries, Bao Shan unleashed a barrage of over 10 Shura punches, nearly causing Wong-Ku's internal organs to rupture. Hell's burial hand. After the flurry of punches ended, Bao Shan proudly struck Wong-Ku's head with his hand blade, knocking him down to the ground. Stop, stop, where's old Kai? The referee, who had previously seen Wong-Ku completely defenseless and on the verge of being knocked out, hurriedly stepped in to intervene. However, before he could react, Wong-Ku, who was lying on the ground, suddenly vanished from sight. Referee, what are you doing? They haven't finished fighting yet. Don't interfere with the match. Are you an idiot, referee? Be careful, or I'll report you. Fat guy, move aside. Finally, something interesting is happening. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Do you want to be beaten up by us spectators? Cigarettes, beer, bottled water. An unexpected situation arose during the match, leading to the referee making a wrong judgment, and the battle between the two competitors was interrupted, causing dissatisfaction among the audience. However, objectively speaking, it wasn't entirely the referee's fault. Old Kai's speed and ability to absorb hits were astonishing. After enduring so many blows, he was able to quickly create a significant distance, unnoticed even by the referee, who failed to realize that Old Kai was already several meters behind him. Wong-Ku wiped away the fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It seems that the previous tournament champion is indeed formidable, and he needs to show more strength to cope. The match continued. The referee, realizing his mistake, quickly stepped back and announced the continuation of the match. You were spared by the referee, but the outcome will still be the same. Wong-Ku remained silent and dodged at maximum speed. He had just been too overconfident, not putting in much effort and directly taking a series of attacks from his opponent. Now his body was seriously injured, and he needed to buy some time for the nanobots and his own recovery abilities to heal. Too naive. Do you think you can run away? However, after breaking free from the referee's obstruction, Bao Shan quickly caught up with Wong-Ku and struck him again with a sure fist, sending Wong-Ku flying. The referee hesitated for a moment upon seeing this situation, but ultimately did not intervene again. Following that, Wong-Ku was hit by Bao Shan with 3 strong strikes in succession. When Bao Shan delivered another knife hand strike, Wong-Ku managed to block it with his hand. Is he really using the curled-up defensive stance? Has he learned that move? Sneak, who completed a simple treatment and found there were no major issues, immediately recognized the technique Wong-Ku had used. Those 3 punches just now can be considered compensation for the referee's earlier misjudgment. I won't let you off this time. Wong-Ku used Snake's ultimate skill to block the attack from Bao Shan, then coldly said to him, "Give it a try if you can." Bear kill mid-kick. With a loud bang, Bao Shan was sent flying backwards for several meters. Losing his balance, he quickly steadied himself, on guard against Wong-Ku's pursuit. However, Wong-Ku did not launch an attack. Instead, he began to move his limbs, rotating his arms in a circle before assuming a new fighting stance. During this time, a series of cracking sounds continually came from within his body. Wong-Ku used this special technique to push the dislocated bones in his body back into place. A special anesthetic secreted in his brain alleviated his pain. Wong-Ku was about to show some real skills, but at that moment his legs suddenly went weak, and he knelt on one knee. Seeing Wong-Ku lose his balance, Bao Shan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and charged forward with a loud shout. "You pretentious fool, I'm going to cripple you." With a martial arts kick, Shui Long, who had won the Super Fight Championship 4 times, at that moment turned off the TV and took out his phone, preparing to invite a girl he had just met for dinner. He had originally thought that the fighter appearing in this competition would make things interesting, but he never expected such a disappointing outcome. It was really boring. Just like Shui Long's performance, many viewers in front of the TV cursed a few times and then changed the channel or turned off the TV. The finals of the 20th Super Fight competition had ended, with Bao Shan successfully claiming the championship again, but the controversy surrounding it sparked endless discussions. When veteran player Lao Kai knelt on one knee, Bao Shan seized the opportunity to launch another attack. He struck with a powerful Shura punch aimed at Lao Kai's chest. At that moment, Lao Kai seemed to be hindered by his injuries, and his body wasn't cooperating. He managed to push himself up with one hand and executed a spinning kick, colliding his heel with Bao Shan's punch. However, at that moment, all the various instruments and equipment at the venue malfunctioned simultaneously, failing to capture this scene properly. The images transmitted from the cameras aimed at the venue were filled with static, causing all the television viewers to miss the ending of the match. For the audience watching the competition live, they also couldn't see clearly due to the fighters' high speed and the distance involved. Some spectators sitting closer seemed to experience hallucinations, as if a wave of shock had spread through the arena. In the center of the match, Wong-Ku, who was supporting himself with one hand, was knocked out of the ring by Bao Shan's punch. Bao Shan remained still, and the referee declared him the winner, once again claiming the championship. However, after this announcement was made to the world, the cameras captured Bao Shan suddenly collapsing and unable to get up. He had fainted. Lao Kai, who had been knocked out of the ring, also appeared to be seriously injured and limped away. This situation made everyone feel that the championship of this competition was highly controversial. The organizers of the event held an emergency discussion and intended to consult Lao Kai's opinion, but they found that he had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the event officials decided to uphold the referee's original judgment, leading to boos from both the television audience and the live spectators. Why did Wang Ku, disguised as Lao Kai, suddenly disappear? Was it due to the heavy blow from Bao Shan? Of course not. Although Wang Ku had underestimated Bao Shan a bit and had sustained some injuries, he was not in such bad shape that he couldn't participate in subsequent activities. In fact, he had never intended to lose. It was just that after he had just pushed his dislocated bones back into place, half of his body suddenly started to misbehave. That was why he lost his balance and had to rely on a desperate martial arts kick to clash with Bao Shan. Then, under extremely unfavorable circumstances, he was propelled out of the ring by the immense force, ultimately losing the championship. The reason for his body's malfunction was that the condition of the cells within him suddenly became unstable again. It wasn't the life-threatening rejection reaction from before. His body was simply not cooperating at that moment. The cause seemed to be that since participating in the competition, Wang Ku had been trying out various martial artist signature moves in order to collect data. When his injuries became too severe, he forcibly tried to rapidly repair himself, causing the cell activity in his body to accelerate too quickly. If it had been just that, it wouldn't have been too problematic. But he was also drawing on the electrical energy mimicking that of Bao Din within him, preparing to attack Bao Shan. This chain reaction caused some nerve signals in his body to transmit abnormally, which was why his body suddenly began to misbehave. Nevertheless, he still managed to knock Bao Shan out using a special electromagnetic shockwave developed from his imitation of the Eight-Chung fist. However, due to improper control of the force and the fact that it was only a half-finished technique, the power dispersed too much, causing many instruments in the arena to malfunction in an instant. Now, Wang Ku just wanted to return to his laboratory to adjust his body. He completely disregarded the championship and prize money. What an interesting technique. I have no concept of science, but this should count as a form of martial arts, right? Is there any way I can help? An old voice suddenly made Wang Ku tense up. Someone had approached without him noticing. Although his physical condition was poor, it wasn't something just any random stranger or hero could manage. Hey, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm a special judge of the event. My name is Bong Pu. Have you heard of me? The newcomer turned out to be Mr. Bong Pu, who had been quietly watching the competition. After noticing Wang Ku sneaking away, he had taken an interest and followed him. Isn't there still something to be done at the event, like the closing ceremony? Is it really okay for you to leave without permission? He was the brother of the future S-Class hero Silver Fong and one of the martial arts masters in this world. His character shouldn't be too bad. So Wang Ku joked with him easily. I'm just an old man of symbolic significance. The event can still run without me. Besides, the competition is over. So whether I'm here or not is irrelevant. Moreover, if you're not around, wouldn't any trouble that arises potentially fall on me? Sneaking over to find me. Isn't that quite troublesome? Compared to trouble, you make me feel quite interesting. Wang Ku found this curious old man somewhat helpless. Seeing Wang Ku's speechless expression, Bong Pu revealed a mischievous grin and continued, My brother, Bongu, who practices the flowing rock fist, mentioned to me that there was a masked man hunting martial artists recently. That person should be you, right? What masked man? I haven't heard of him. Is he very powerful? Attacking martial artists indiscriminately. Some have even been abducted for experiments. No matter how you look at it, that's not something a decent person would do. Wang Ku naturally pretended to be ignorant. But then, after a moment of shadowy movement, Wang Ku suddenly felt a chill on his head. These young people nowadays just don't like to speak the truth. But some of the new things they create are quite real. This should not be a real human face, right? Bong Pu instantly removed the cosplay mask from Wang Ku's head and then asked with a smile. His last sentence made anyone who heard it feel a bit creepy. Wang Ku had never clearly seen Bang Pu's movements before. The terrifying strength of the other party almost scared him to the point of losing control. The later remark that exuded murderous intent made Wang Ku feel an incredible fear. It was just a type of chemical material developed by high-tech means, made it look realistic in pursuit of authenticity. It was definitely not real human skin. If you don't believe it, you can go get it appraised somewhere. All right, I admit I'm the masked man you mentioned. Feeling Bang Pu's terrifying aura even more, Wang Ke ultimately chose to honestly admit defeat. Bang Pu felt much more at ease in his heart. Occasionally intimidating young people felt pretty good, so he continued speaking. So, young people should be a bit more honest. But you still lack a little politeness, don't you? How long have I been introducing myself? Wang Ke hesitated for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to continue to use old Kai's title to brush him off. My name is Diesel, and I currently work as a part-time doctor, martial artist, and researcher. Well, if you don't believe me, you can check my information with the Hero Association. I have treated heroes from the association before. Bang Pu's demeanor suddenly changed again during the journey, and Wang Ke raised the Hero Association's flag, which finally calmed the other party down. The tea in my dojo tastes quite good. Would you be willing to accompany this old man their chat? My current physical condition isn't very good, so it's true. Scientific matters can only be resolved in the laboratory. Once my body recovers a bit, I will definitely come to visit you. Wang Ke felt extremely frustrated, being repeatedly threatened by an old man when he was not feeling well. If he had known he couldn't defeat him, he would have exploded long ago. I'll wait for you a few days then. Today's young people really lack manners. If he kept disappointing the elderly, he would have to teach them a lesson. Bang Pu's last words before leaving carried quite a bit of a threatening tone, which made Wang Ke quite unhappy. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. Afraid of causing more trouble, he quickened his pace back to the laboratory. A few days later, after adjusting his physical condition, Wang Ke arrived at Bang Pu's dojo as promised. He had considered skipping the appointment, but the other party had sent an invitation to his doorstep the day before. Looking at the pile of disassembled defense machines, he wisely decided to visit. At that moment, Wang Ke was brought by Bang Pu to a training ground outside the dojo, filled with gravel. At Bang Pu's request, the two began to spar. Shock punches, electric punches, snakebite punches. Wang Ke was a bit out of breath, but Bang Pu didn't call for a stop, so he could only continue to unleash various martial arts techniques he knew. After being provoked so much, he also really wanted to punch that old fool Bang Pu in the face. Bang Pu cleverly dodged all of Wang Ke's attacks with his agile movements. When he felt the timing was right, he said to Wang Ke, "Use that move you practiced recently. You don't need to tell me. I was already planning to use it. Get ready to suffer a bit." Wang Ke gathered his energy and then unleashed his newly developed martial arts technique at Bang Pu in midair. 8-burst fist, whirlwind iron fist. After Wang Ke executed his unique electromagnetic shockwave version of the 8-burst fist, Bang Pu finally made a real attack against Wang Ke for the first time. The massive momentum of the 8-burst fist diffused shockwave immediately vanished upon colliding with Bang Pu's whirlwind iron fist. Then, Bang Pu spun his hand again, and the whirlwind iron fist created a powerful whirlwind that surrounded Wang Ke. With your skills, you shouldn't die from this much. Probably. After saying this somewhat uncertain line, the strong old man began to move his hands again, and the whirlwind in the arena started to converge around Wang Ke. "Do you want to kill me? Don't mess around." Wang Ke was horrified to realize that the other party was not joking, and he had to concentrate all his energy. He then began to spin in the opposite direction of the whirlwind, while simultaneously maximizing the electrical current and strength within his body. With both hands, he unleashed the 8-fist technique. The wind blades surrounding Wang Ke collided violently with a visible shockwave. After a period of mutual erosion, strange cracks appeared in the space where the two forces met. With a loud bang, the whirlwind finally shattered completely. Wang Ke, who was at the center of the whirlwind, collapsed to the ground as if drained of all energy. Bang Pu revealed a somewhat satisfied expression, then slowly walked over to a large rock and poured out 2 cups of fragrant tea. At this moment, Wang Ke did not know whether it was because he was spinning too violently or because he had overused the immature 8-pulse fist. With a special anesthetic keeping his state, he now felt extremely nauseous, as if he wanted to vomit. Stop lying on the ground like a corpse and come over for a cup of tea. After drinking it, you shouldn't feel like vomiting anymore. Oh no, how did I end up throwing up like this? This is what I mean when I say today's young people lack exercise. Ugh. I am clearly a bioman transformed with various high-tech means. Yet now I am throwing up like this. There must be some error in the way I function. This vomiting is the first time Wang Ke has experienced since coming to this world. If he were in his usual state, he would surely conduct a thorough analysis of himself with various instruments. However, after being nearly exhausted by Bang Pu, Wang Ke had no thoughts left at all. After vomiting for a while, Wang Ke's complexion improved slightly. He walked slowly to sit opposite Bang Pu and raised the teacup to drink. To be honest, after this special tea went down, Wang Ke really felt much more comfortable. After secretly glancing at Bang Pu, Wang Ke began to analyze some of the tea by transferring it into his biological pouch. Young people should pay attention to manners. When accompanying the elderly for tea, they should not be distracted. Wang Ke has already understood that Bang Pu is training him, so he relaxed and said somewhat provocatively, "But you old man almost killed me just now. How am I supposed to pay attention to manners?" Just as the words left his mouth, he was met with a knife hand strike. This time, Wang Ke seized the moment and successfully blocked the strike with both hands, then thrust the tail of the syringe towards Bang Pu. "You little brat, trying to be clever." Bang Pu easily caught Wang Ke's tail and then kicked him, sending Wang Ke flying. Due to the previous fight, Wang Ke's upper clothes were already torn, so Bang Pu had long discovered Wang Ke's secret of being a bioengineered human. Even when a strange tail emerged from Wang Ke's back, he maintained a nonchalant expression. "All right, you little brat, since you're not dead, come over and listen to me for a moment." "Go ahead," Wang Ke replied, coughing a bit after being kicked, and slowly approached Bang Pu. "The thing you developed called the Eichong fist is quite interesting. However, it clearly has many flaws, and I suggest you don't use it casually until you perfect it." Wang Ke was somewhat self-aware. Now, every time he used the Eichong fist, he would feel extremely fatigued. The cells in his body would suddenly become active. If any accidents happened, it might lead to a situation like last time. Moreover, from the battles with Bang Pu, it was evident that the current Eichong fist required a period of charging, making it noticeably less flexible. If faced with a high-level opponent, the effectiveness of the current Eichong fist was indeed too low. Although you are a bioengineered person, your martial arts talent is quite good. Increasing your martial arts accumulation will help further perfect your Eichong fist. And you have also seen my whirlwind iron fist. After decades of continuous improvement, it is also a decent martial art. If you have time, study it more. My main job is as a researcher, and I don't want to spend too much time on other things. Although I'm very interested in martial arts, it is ultimately just a hobby." Seeing that Bang Pu was willing to teach him the whirlwind iron fist, Wang Ke was quite happy, but he was aware of the gravity of the situation. Although he was confident he could learn this set of fists in a short time, reaching Bang Pu's level would definitely require a considerable amount of effort and time. Wang Ke didn't want to delay other matters for this. Bang Pu didn't mind Wang Ke's lack of gratitude. He simply said lightly, "In the future, just come over for 2 or 3 days each week. How far you can train depends on yourself. But I must say in advance, if you really plan to use the whirlwind iron fist in the future, it can't be practiced poorly. If you embarrass me, I will come find you." What constitutes poor? No matter how careless I am still a scientist. Give me a clear concept. What does this vague statement mean? Encountering such a good opportunity, Wang Ke still talked back. No wonder he was killed before his journey. "So you science types are troublesome. Huh? A standard? Then in 20 months, spar with me or someone I designate. If you could survive, that's good enough. Too easy, absolutely no problem. On the contrary, you should be careful not to break your old bones during this time. 20 months later? That's 1 year and 8 months from now. By then, the main storyline of the One Punch Man world will have developed, and there will definitely be plenty of powerful monster extras appearing. As long as I follow Saitama to pick up corpses, gather materials, maybe by then I will reach a god-level monster strength with various bioengineering modifications. At that time, taking care of you old man will be a piece of cake." Unable to tolerate Wang Ke's smug attitude any longer, Bang Pu quickly finished his tea and said, "Enough talk, let us start practicing now, and do your best to survive." "What? Wait, don't go too far." That day, the disciples of the Whirlwind Iron Fist School were tormented by the screams of a certain smart-mouthed guy outside the dojo for an entire afternoon. Wang Ke used the tail of his syringe to inject his own deformed cells into a captured wolf-level monster. After that, he ignored the monster's howls and continuously injected various drugs into it, using the base's mechanical arms. Meanwhile, Wang Ke carefully observe the data, looking to see what different results this experiment would yield. Under the mutations caused by the deformed cells and the catalysis of various drugs, the body tissue of the wolf-level monster began to melt to varying degrees. At the same time, some new tumors started to grow within the melting body of the monster. Once the tumors in the wolf-level monster's body had coalesced and transformed into a muscular humanoid monster, Wang Ke quickly pressed several buttons in front of him to sample the research materials. Meanwhile, more mechanical arms injected other oddly colored drugs into the monster. At this moment, a data implant optical cable that had been inserted into the monster's head was pulled out. This time, it should last a bit longer. Let's see how the results turn out. Upon seeing the data displayed by the computer, Wang Ke's advanced brain immediately made a judgment. He pressed several buttons again, and the howling wolf-level monster was transported to a huge, empty room underground. The previously immobilized wolf-level monster regained its freedom in this room. The mastermind who had caused it immense pain then appeared before it, dressed in combat gear. Upon seeing its enemy, the wolf-level monster immediately sprang into action. Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. At this moment, the modified wolf-level monster had bulging muscles, and with agile footwork, it quickly approached Wang Ku, launching both of its hands simultaneously towards him, adopting a stance reminiscent of a snake-bite punch. Wang Ku gave a satisfied smile in response to the attack directed at him. However, the movements of his hands and feet were anything but gentle. In an instant, he grabbed the wrists of the wolf-level monster with both of his agile hands. At that moment, the mad scientist's hands were also bulging with veins, and with a mere exertion of strength, the wolf-level monster's hands twisted unnaturally. In pain, the wolf-level monster knelt down and let out a loud scream again. However, its devil-like opponent showed no mercy and continued with the next attack. After a swift knife hand strike, the room used for collecting battle data returned to calm once more. Although consciousness transfer was still unachievable, the technology for information implantation had become increasingly mature. The snakebite punch data edited in the computer was successfully implanted into the monster's body this time. Next time, perhaps enhance the monster's strength a bit more and try out the newly learned whirlwind/iron fist. Wang Ku shook off the blood on his hands. The final blow he dealt to the monster was executed with the iron fist of the whirlwind/taught by Bangu. It looked quite impressive, but the amount of blood on him indicated that Wang Ku's mastery of a new boxing technique was still relatively low. However, this was already quite remarkable, as it usually takes an average person over a decade of practice to reach this level, even with some talent. As someone who treats martial arts as a hobby, Wang Ku managed to achieve this in less than a week. This was naturally due to his high intelligence and physical fitness, as well as his strong learning and comprehension abilities. But more importantly, it was because he relied on advanced technology to take shortcuts. Just like when he input the data for the snakebite fist into the deceased wolf-level monster, Wang Ku simply edited the vast amount of data he collected on the iron fist of the whirlwind/ into a computer. Then, with the computer's organization and analysis, he implanted it into his brain. This accelerated learning method is highly efficient and can be applied not only to martial arts training, but also to mastering other knowledge and skills. Wang Ku relied on some technologies brought from the Evolution House, as well as the knowledge absorbed from the Kino's replicants and the boxing techniques of the string monsters that he carefully studied before to achieve these results. However, although this technology is very convenient, there are still some regrets. The information that needs to be implanted is optimized and organized based on data obtained by computers. Due to the nature of the foundational data, there will be many rigid aspects. The implanted individuals only have a preliminary grasp of some rigid knowledge or skills. And if they do not invest further effort into in-depth research, they will definitely fall short compared to relevant experts. Wang Ku relied on his half-baked whirlwind iron fist to challenge Bang Pu. However, each time he was brutally defeated by his opponent. After reorganizing the collected data, Wang Ku still found himself defeated in just a few moves. Nonetheless, he was not naive enough to believe that he could defeat a martial arts master like Bang Pu using such opportunistic methods. He believed that as long as he continued to gather combat data and developed a more powerful analytical computer, he could accumulate martial arts knowledge much faster than an ordinary martial artist. He thought that after personally engaging in several intense battles for practice, he would be able to easily handle most enemies. The most important thing was that martial arts was merely a hobby for Wang Ku and could not take up too much of his time. His primary focus was scientific research, which was something he needed to devote most of his life to. Scientific research was not only a shortcut to becoming stronger, but also a problem he needed to confront actively for his own survival. Just like the wolf-level monster that had been injected with deformed cells, its body had now melted into a pool of blood. The enhancements Wang Ku performed only lasted less than 5 minutes. He had put a lot of effort into this wolf-level monster, yet it could only last such a short time. It seemed that the threat of deformed cells could not be taken lightly. During the time the wolf-level monster melted, Wang Ku had already gathered all the necessary data, so he immediately headed back to the previous research lab, intending to repeat a few similar experiments. However, he soon had to abandon this idea because the base computer informed him that the last 2 captured wolf-level monster specimens had already died. Without live samples, related research could not continue. Therefore, Wang Ku promptly gave instructions to his exploration devices to search for suitable targets in F City and Z City. However, there were no signs of monster disasters in F City at this time. Moreover, due to the presence of a bounty criminal, the Hero Association had mobilized many heroes to the area, making it difficult to do anything too conspicuous. In Z City, where Saitama was located, numerous monster corpses were found instead. Wonka could only lament that his teacher, driven by interest, was indeed a bit too diligent. He could only command the drones to secretly collect the monster corpses in Z City, contemplating whether to use these lifeless pieces of flesh to painstakingly create a few living monsters. However, Wonka ultimately decided against this. As a drone he had sent out to explore E-City discovered a monster that piqued his interest. It was Infinite Kelp. Had it appeared at this time? He remembered this guy as a rather interesting monster, so he decided to capture it for research. In a street in E-City, a coastal city, there was an intense battle between a professional hero and a monster. The monster was a high-speed spinning object that repeatedly caused significant damage to various facilities in the area. The professional hero, who was constantly being slammed by the monster, was panting heavily as he fought back with a hammer in hand. Finally, after a battle of endurance and strength, the human side emerged victorious. After several powerful blows from the hero wielding a giant hammer, the monster finally stopped spinning. The human hero quickly stomped on the monster, rendering it temporarily immobile, and raised his hammer while shouting, "Rocket hammer, full power." Several nozzles on the raised giant hammer emitted intense flames. Then came a loud bang, and the monster, which had fought fiercely with the hammer wrestler George for over 20 minutes, finally had its head smashed in. This was a turtle-shaped monster, classified as a tiger-level disaster. Its entire body was protected by a solid shell, making it quite difficult to deal with. Although George had undergone modifications from Dr. Diesel, he had not yet fully adapted to his new body. Fortunately, the rocket hammer given to him by Dr. Diesel was powerful enough that, when used skillfully, it could achieve the destructive power of an S-class hero. Hammer Wrestler, you did an outstanding job this time. In this disaster, there were no casualties. Moreover, the damage to the citizens' properties and facilities was minimized, making the subsequent work of our association much easier. After seeing the battle conclude, a staff member from the Hero Association immediately approached Hammer Wrestler to express congratulations. George wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded to the association staff. "I'm just doing what a hero should do. If I could master my strength, even better. This monster wouldn't have had the opportunity to cause any damage to the facilities. Don't worry about these losses. Our association's district planning and organization department will definitely take responsibility for repairing the damaged facilities. The PR department is already prepared for a press conference. You should come with me right away." Upon hearing the association staff's words, George glanced at the still early time. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow the person to the press conference. George believed that heroes should dedicate themselves to the public, constantly battling against threats to social stability, rather than engaging in so many image-related activities. Just like those police officers who work silently, diligently fulfilling their duties, even without applause. George had a good friend working in the police system, and if he hadn't become a wrestler, he would have surely become a police officer. Nowadays, with the increasing severity of monster disasters, the Hero Association had risen sharply, pushing the police into a difficult position. George's friend often complained about this, which made George feel uncomfortable and even less willing to participate in flashy promotional activities. However, as a professional hero, he could not avoid these responsibilities, as the PR department was one of the 3 pillars of the Hero Association. The Hero Association is composed of 3 main departments. The first is the Disaster Response Department, which is responsible for handling disasters and maintaining public order. Managing and dispatching heroes is also the responsibility of this unit, as it deals with many cases directly related to public safety, making it arguably the most important department in the Hero Association. However, relying solely on the Disaster Response Department cannot sustain the long-term operation of the entire association. Furthermore, this department, which is heavily combat-oriented, is not suitable for post-disaster reconstruction. Therefore, the District Planning and Organization Department becomes essential. This unit is responsible for organizing work across the vast area from City A to City Z. It quietly supports the stable lives of citizens and contributes to the restoration of urban functions. Tasks such as post-disaster reconstruction, medical care for injured citizens and heroes, and the establishment of shelters in various districts are all handled by this department. Although it is not on the front lines of battle, its existence is indispensable. George's wife works in this department, so he naturally understands its importance. However, he feels somewhat conflicted about the PR department, as it has increasingly begun to resemble an entertainment agency. They often create hype and have professional heroes shoot advertisements. For example, that sweetheart mask is essentially an idol. The PR department uses these figures to guide shifts in public opinion. Sometimes, they even deliberately put the police and other groups in a difficult position to highlight the greatness of the Hero Association, which George finds hard to accept. However, the Hero Association, as a civil organization, has indeed been able to secure substantial donations from various social strata for operational funding, which is undoubtedly linked to the efforts of the PR department. Moreover, to call on more aspiring heroes to dedicate themselves to this cause. The publicity department needs to continuously expand its influence. Therefore, even though George is somewhat reluctant, he can only attend various promotional events as arranged by them. He also has to cooperate with their work in the publishing sector and on the association's website. These are the issues you need to pay attention to at the upcoming press conference. The incident of your injury and paralysis last time has greatly enhanced the association's positive reputation, but has also raised concerns among many who wish to become heroes. Now that the new and stronger you is in the public eye, it should help dispel those worries. I will pay attention to that. Should I specifically choose a reporter from a particular TV station to ask the first question? The association staff introduced a lot of things to George, and he understood the significance of this public relations activity, so he listened very attentively. Beep, 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 beep. However, while the publicity department staff was still introducing things to George, the disaster response department's phone call suddenly came in, interrupting George's conversation with them. Hello, this is the Hammer Wrestler. What? A powerful monster has appeared in a nearby area. All right, I will set off immediately. Please guide me. I apologize, but the work of the publicity department may need to be postponed. The work of the disaster response department must take priority. After receiving the call, George understood that public safety must come first. So he apologized to the publicity department staff and hurried to the incident location. The publicity department had put in a lot of effort to prepare a series of tasks, only to be so easily interrupted by the response department, which naturally left them quite displeased. Hammer Wrestler, don't leave. Those tasks can be handled by other heroes. Our prepare press conference is about to start. Isn't this going to leave us hanging? Come back quickly. Damn it, the response department didn't even consult us. They really looked down on us. This incident later caused a new round of disputes between the disaster response department and the publicity department within the Hero Association, with George, as the instigator, naturally being affected. However, at this moment, George did not care about these matters. He just gripped the rocket hammer that Dr. Diesel had given him and directly challenged the monster alongside several other heroes. At the same time, Wong, who was also in the city, finally facing Infinite, Kelp head-on. Knowing that I am a monster, you still appear here alone and unarmed. Are you really that confident in your abilities? Infinite Kelp was not too surprised by the sudden appearance of the human blocking his path. Instead, he began to check if there were any other people lying in ambush nearby, while casually asking, "So, with such confidence in yourself, you a monster, seem to be quite nonchalant. Does this mean you're also very confident in your own strength?" Wong chose a particularly secluded location to ensure that no one would disturb him before appearing in front of Infinite Seaweed. At this moment, he was indeed empty-handed, as Wong wanted to test his own strength against this tiger-level monster, Infinite Seaweed. Although Infinite Seaweed has shown considerable power in both the anime and manga, in the setting materials, this uniquely capable individual is actually just a tiger-level disaster monster. In the world of One Punch Man, the disaster level does not entirely equate to the monster's own strength. Rather, it depends on the potential threat the monster poses to human society, categorized into 5 levels: Wolf, Tiger, Ghost, Dragon, and God. Wolf level refers to the appearance of organisms or groups that may pose a danger factor. Tiger level indicates a crisis that could endanger a large number of unspecified lives. Ghost level signifies a crisis that could halt or even destroy a city's functionality. Dragon level represents a crisis that could lead to the destruction of multiple cities. God level indicates a crisis that could result in the extinction of humanity. This classification of disaster levels, when applied to suddenly appearing monsters, does not accurately determine a monster's strength. Additionally, it is common for the Hero Association to misjudge and assign an excessively high or low disaster level to an unexpectedly appearing monster. If the association can further gather data, it may also alter the determination of the disaster level. Therefore, relying solely on the disaster level to assess a monster's strength is not particularly accurate. However, Wonka did not come before Infinite Seaweed believing that it genuinely possessed the strength of a typical ghost-level monster. Rather, it was because Infinite Seaweed's power did not exceed that boundary, making it suitable for him to test his skills with safety as a priority. After Wong finished speaking, Infinite Seaweed confirmed that there were indeed no other people around, and then cheerfully said to Wang-Ku, "You really came here alone, thinking of defeating me. Are you some kind of professional hero? I don't have the beliefs that those guys do. I'm just a human wanting to test my skills. You, oh my. As a monster, you actually have quite a brain." Wang-Ku originally had a stance when he returned to the infinite kelp. However, a piece of kelp suddenly rolled towards him from the corner. Fortunately, Wang-Ku noticed it quickly. Otherwise, this self-assured genius might have been played by a kelp monster today. Seeing Wang-Ku nimbly dodge its attack, the infinite kelp slightly admired him, saying, "You're pretty quick on your feet, human," without waiting for a response. Over a dozen kelp tentacles, as strong as steel, swung towards Wang-Ku like whips, launching an assault against him as he regained his stance. Whirlwind Iron Fist. Wang-Ku did not choose to evade the kelp tentacles attacking him from all directions. Instead, he unleashed the Whirlwind Iron Fist he had recently started training. His arms quickly transformed, creating countless afterimages to meet the monster's attack. By confronting it head-on, Wang-Ku managed to block all the attacking kelp tentacles. Wow, you're quite impressive. So, you're a martial artist? Huh? But how long can your arms hold up with just this head-on approach? The infinite kelp noticed that its attacks had not produced immediate results and didn't teach shoes to end the assault. Instead, it continued to wield its steel-like kelp tentacles, relentlessly attacking Wang-Ku. The infinite kelp observed that every time the opponent clashed with its attack, his arms showed serious bruises. As this stalemate continued, the human's arms would definitely not be able to hold out for long. Indeed, it's really tough relying solely on this. After saying this, Wang-Ku focused his energy and struck out with both hands, finally pushing the kelp attacking him away for a moment. Seizing this brief opportunity, he quickly dashed out of the infinite kelp's encirclement. At this moment, his arms were covered in bruises and wounds, with one even showing signs of a fracture. You realize too late. Just go die with a belly full of regret. Upon noticing that his opponent had no fighting power left due to his injuries, the infinite kelp immediately launched a further frenzied attack. Its numerous agile kelp tentacles stretched out significantly, chasing after the constantly dodging opponent. Although Wang-Ku kept using his agility to evade the incoming attacks, he had no intention of escaping the battlefield. Instead, after familiarizing himself with the monster's attack patterns, he closed the distance again to continue dodging. The infinite kelp noticed this and said angrily, "Since you can't counterattack, why not just run away? Do you think of me as a training dummy?" After successfully dodging another kelp attack, Wang-Ku calmly replied to the monster's angry inquiry, "That's true. Can you throw out more, faster, and stronger kelp attacks? To be honest, such a monotonous attack pattern is quite boring. Since you want to court death so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Provoked by Wang-Ku's words, the infinite kelp unleashed more than double the previous number of kelp tentacles, attacking the opponent with greater speed and strength. Moreover, it began to move, coordinating its attacks. As it closed the distance to Wang-Ku, countless kelp tentacles, sometimes even functioning like legs, agilely maneuvered the monster's form. Under the increasingly skillful attacks of the infinite kelp, Wang-Ku's evasive movements became more and more desperate. After several narrow escapes, he was finally struck by the deluge of attacks from the infinite kelp. After being hit for the first time, Wang-Ku's evasion collapsed. More and more attacks landed on his body, and then the infinite kelp seized Wang-Ku, dragging him through the surrounding concrete and trees in a frenzy. "You're just a little bug. What is there to be so arrogant about? Don't lose consciousness too early. I still want to break all your bones." The infinite kelp lifted the bloodied and dust-covered Wang-Ku in front of itself, wanting to check if this guy still had any awareness. However, Wang-Ku suddenly counterattacked, indicating to the infinite kelp that he could still fight. More difficult to deal with than I imagined. Is this a problem of combat compatibility? After saying this, Wang-Ku had already broken free from the infinite kelp's control, and he was holding a severed piece of kelp in his right hand. Wow, is this a burst of power before death? You suddenly managed to tear my kelp apart, but it's probably just a last-ditch effort. I don't believe you have the strength to keep fighting after this. After noticing that the target had escaped its grasp, the infinite kelp launched a new round of attacks against Wang-Ku. However, it quickly realized something was wrong. Its kelp tentacles seemed to be gradually softening. With a loud crack, the infinite kelp was astonished to see that two of its kelp tentacles had been directly torn off by the opponent. "What did you do? My kelp shouldn't have been harmed at all before." Wang-Ku threw away the kelp with both hands, took a deep breath, and said to the kelp monster, "I couldn't deal with you using martial arts before, but now I'm just using some scientific methods." It was only at this moment that the infinite kelp noticed that its kelp had a strange liquid coated on it, which it didn't know when it had started. The originally hard and flexible kelp tentacles began to crack gradually because of this liquid. The infinite kelp quickly retreated while its kelp tentacles shook rapidly, trying to shake off the strange liquid. Is this strange stuff your trump card? It's nothing much. I can shake off this liquid in no time. After that, I'll attack again, and you won't have any reserves left, right? Wonka let the infinite kelp retreat and reorganize, showing no intention of pursuing. Instead, he stared at the opponent, smiled, and then shook his hand, which still had some liquid on it, saying, "Your kelp relies on the strange mucus secreted by the mucus cavity to become so hard and flexible, right? This mucus has significant research value. I only made a slight modification to your mucus, and it can make your kelp brittle." The kelp monster, which was quite clever during the battle, was now in a somewhat confused state. Realizing that the opponent still didn't understand, Wang Ku sighed and continued, "Well, you don't understand the work of a biochemical scientist, and it's pointless to explain it to you in detail. In simple terms, the liquid you fear is actually just a secretion from your kelp." As soon as Wang Ku finished speaking, he charged towards the infinite kelp again. However, he did not launch an attack. Instead, he simply brushed his palm against the opponent's kelp. He wiped off some of the infinite kelp's secretion and then clenched his hands. Not long after, when he opened them again, a strange liquid that resembled sweat appeared on his hands. Inside the modified Kisero, there was a biochemical pouch that could synthesize potions. As the developer of the technology, Wang Ku naturally had a similar device. Moreover, being a genius scientist, his level of application was significantly higher. However, this combat method could only be used against specific opponents like the infinite kelp. If faced with a powerful opponent like Old Man Bong Pu, Wang Ku would not have any reaction time at all. When the infinite kelp saw Wang Ku produce those strange liquids from his palm, as if performing magic, it immediately realized that the nature of the battle had shifted. The opponent was no longer a limited martial artist, but had become a mysterious ability user. This completely restraining combat method would have no chance of success if continued. After thinking of this, the infinite kelp immediately used its kelp tentacles to penetrate into the soil. Then, it forcefully swung towards Wang Ku, sending a lot of mud and stones flying towards him. Wang Ku once again used his whirlwind/iron fist to block the attacks launched by the infinite monster. And then he noticed that the infinite monster had already run a considerable distance away. Has it lost its will to fight? How boring. After muttering this softly, Wang Ku immediately gave chase. Now that he was personally involved, how could he easily let go of such an interesting specimen? During the subsequent pursuit, the infinite seaweed occasionally slowed Wang Ku down by stirring up stones and mud. It also unexpectedly launched counterattacks at times, instead of simply fleeing for its life. However, these tactics had little effect on Wang Ku. The infinite seaweed's agile changes in tactics only provided Wang Ku with more opportunities to rip off its seaweed tentacles. Meanwhile, the drones that Wang Ku had arranged in advance followed closely behind, continuously collecting the remnants of the infinite seaweed, resembling a farmer gathering grain. When Wang Ku got closer to the monster again, his whirlwind/iron fist had become even more proficient, and he raised his right palm as if to sever the infinite seaweed's legs. At that moment, the infinite seaweed, already in despair, widened its pupils in fear. Even an ordinary human could sense its terror. But after a breath, the infinite seaweed fell into ecstasy, for the grim reaper in its eyes was suddenly swatted away by a gigantic claw. What the hell is this thing? Its power is astonishing. Wang Ku was preparing to chop the infinite seaweed when he suddenly sensed an incoming attack. He couldn't even turn his head to see who the attacker was. He could only manage to assume a defensive posture before being sent flying by an immense force. Meow. After a chilling cat's cry echoed, Wang Ku, who had skidded several meters on the ground, finally came to a stop. Still in pain from the earlier impact, he quickly raised his head to take a look. Wang Ku was shocked to discover a gigantic, muscular cat-like monster staring at him with its 6 terrifying eyes. His hands were trembling slightly from the previous attack, and blood was still flowing from his wounds. Why was this guy, Gilisnia, appearing near City E today? The giant cat-like monster that had suddenly attacked Wang Ku was indeed Gilisnia, a disaster-level demon that had appeared in the manga's special edition. Seeing the way it was drooling and staring at him, Wang Ku wore a serious expression, completely disregarding the infinite seaweed that was trying to get up and escape. Gilisnia had displayed impressive strength before, and after a brief encounter, Wang Ku immediately realized he couldn't leave unscathed in front of this monster. The ability to approach me silently and swiftly was already troublesome, and just one swipe of its enormous, sharp claws had inflicted such severe damage on my arms. This level of power was, aside from Saitama and Balm, undoubtedly the strongest opponent I had ever encountered. But why was this creature attacking only me while ignoring the infinite seaweed beside it? Wong was on guard against Gillisnia while observing the retreating infinite kelp with the corner of his eye, having narrowly escaped a disaster before. The infinite kelp was now quite terrified of the suddenly appearing cat-like monster strength. It was gradually increasing the distance between itself and Gillisnia, making very small movements, not even daring to breathe heavily. Wong Ku, the standoff between infinite kelp and Gillisnia, lasted only a few breaths. Gillisnia sniffed in the direction of infinite kelp with its nearly invisible nose, and its 6 eyes conveyed a look of disdain. When it turned its head back towards Wong Ku, a considerable amount of saliva dripped from its mouth, filled with sharp fangs. This is bad. Anyone could tell from these signs what Gillisnia was thinking. Wong could decisively ignore the nearby infinite kelp and quickly fled into the distance. Meow. Gillisnia naturally did not intend to let go of Wong Ku, this delicious prey. After letting out a cry, it pressed all 4 limbs on the ground. Then, with a burst of power from its muscular body, it shot out like a rocket. As infinite kelp gradually regained its senses after narrowly escaping from the creature that had almost taken it down, it loudly mocked the direction in which Wong Ku was fleeing. Fool, fool, just become a snack for the cat, and I'll offer incense to you on this day next year. Haha. At this moment, Wong Ku had no intention of retaliating against infinite kelp's mockery. Gillisnia was already just a few meters behind him. Wong Ku knew that it was a critical moment. Since he couldn't escape the opponent's pursuit, he decided to turn around and fight. Then, as he approached a piece of concrete, he grabbed a protruding steel bar with both hands. With a quick and agile spin, he avoided Gillisnia's claw attack and then delivered a powerful flying knee strike to the giant cat's neck. Meow. The fleeing prey actually counterattacked, and Gillisnia let out a dissatisfied cry. Then it pressed its 4 limbs back on the ground and charged at its prey with high speed. The speed was too fast. He couldn't confront such a large monster head-on. Wong made a judgment in an instant and quickly jumped to the left. Then he took a few quick steps, adjusting his body flexibly to further increase the distance from a monster. However, unexpectedly, during his 5th step, Gillisnia caught up in an instant, and with a sharp slash of its giant claws, a huge splash of blood erupted. Oh, damn it! Wong Ku, in pain, became more determined. He disregarded Bong Pu's advice and his own reservations, quickly guessing a few steps ahead to risk dodging the monster's huge mouth while still bearing the immense inertia. Then, he pressed one hand on the ground, twisting his body that still carried the inertia, and delivered a long-sealed ultimate move with his heel to the jaw of Gillisnia. With a loud thud, the impact created a shockwave that sent up an even larger spray of blood than before. Wong Ku and Gillisnia both flew backward, the unfinished move causing significant damage to both sides. Spitting out blood, he coughed repeatedly. To be hurt by his own technique was just as the old man Bong Pu had said. An unfinished ultimate move could injure both the opponent and oneself. After expelling a considerable amount of stagnant blood from his chest and abdomen, Wong Ku coughed several more times. Although he was a modified biohuman, the electromagnetic shockwave from the 8 punches still inflicted considerable damage to his internal organs. This time, the martial kick was not comparable to when he fought against Baoshan. To deliver a fatal blow to Gillisnia, he unleashed this move without any reservations. Meanwhile, Gillisnia, who had been sent flying, had indeed spat out a lot of fresh blood from the earlier blow to its jaw. However, it quickly tensed its limbs and got back up, clearly still possessing considerable fighting strength. Unlike before when it looked at food, it now glared at Wong Ku with a fierce intensity, its ferocity having clearly escalated to a whole new level. Did I still not manage to take down this monster? Its power is astonishing. I used all my strength in that last move. Wong Ku felt that things were difficult, but Gillisnia would not give him any chance to catch his breath. It charged at him again, swinging its giant claws at the still bleeding prey, looking entirely as if it wanted to tear the prey apart. Wong Ku, who had previously unleashed his maximum power with reckless abandon, found that his body was no longer obedient. In response to Gillisnia's attacks, he could only make small adjustments as instructed by Bomb, using the technique of stillness to initiate the whirlwind/iron fist for defense. However, after enduring several more wounds, Wong Ku managed to block only 3 claw strikes, and he simply could not cope with the 4th. So, he relaxed his lower body and leveraged the force of the 4th claw strike to propel his entire body away, creating distance. This maneuver, in this situation, was merely a delay, as the off-balance Wong Ku could not predict how far he would fly. and the agile Glycinia would likely complete its pursuit before Wang-Ku could regain his footing. The subsequent situation indeed unfolded as expected. After being sent flying by the fourth claw strike, Wang-Ku did not go very far. Glycinia's pursuit quickly caught up, pinning Wang-Ku to the ground with a single claw, followed by its massive maw lunging for Wang-Ku's head. In that moment, the usually quick-witted Wang-Ku fell into a state of paralysis. Rocket Hammer, what was originally just an ordinary baritone, now sounded like celestial music, making Wang-Ku feel that the world was so beautiful. The blood-soaked giant hammer wrestler George suddenly appeared on the battlefield, using the rocket hammer to send Glycinia's enormous body flying several meters away. Are you okay? Can you stand up? If you can, hurry and run south. I won't be able to hold out much longer here. At that moment, George seemed not to recognize that the person he had saved was Dr. Diesel, who had greatly aided him. This was likely because Wang-Ku was wearing a mask to conceal his identity, and George had no time to discern the identity of the ordinary citizen he had rescued. Gripping the rocket hammer tightly, George stood in front of Wang-Ku, confronting the re-emerging Glycinia. George had several deep wounds, some of which were clearly caused by massive bites. Even from behind, Wang-Ku, a doctor by profession, could tell that George was barely holding on. There was no point in running. How long would it take for the other professional heroes to arrive for support? After Wang-Ku got up from the ground, he walked over to George and confronted Glycinia together. In a life-and-death situation, Wang-Ku did not change his vocal cords, but instead used Dr. Diesel's voice to ask George, that voice, could you be? No need to bother. I am indeed Dr. Diesel, just wearing a unique mask on my head. Meow. Glycinia, which had been knocked away by the rocket, did not give Wang-Ku and George much time to chat. It got back up and charged at them again. Wang-Ku, who had somewhat recovered, flanked Glycinia from the side, diverting the monster's attention while shouting to George, George, flank it from both sides and attack together. Understood. George, a seasoned professional hero, bravely charged towards the other side of the monster after receiving Wang-Ku's signal, even though the opponent was a calamity-level monster. Although Glycinia had 6 eyes and could observe many positions at once, its single beast brain could not process too much information simultaneously. Faced with the encirclement of 2 human powerhouses, it hesitated for a moment. This moment of hesitation erased its advantage of a preemptive charge. Wang-Ku seized this opportunity accurately and charged towards the monster's side. George, who was seriously injured, was slower but bravely attacked Glycinia's head, aiming to distract the monster and create an opportunity for Dr. Diesel on the other side. Meow. Glycinia's eerie cat cry echoed again, but this time it contained a lot of anger mixed with considerable pain. In this clash, although the giant cat monster blocked George's attack, Wang-Ku successfully opened a wound several centimeters long on Glycinia's relatively soft side with a whirlwind fist. While the cat monster was still gnawing on George's shoulder, Wang-Ku dodged a backward kick from the monster with a spin and then thrust his other hand into the monster's abdomen, stirring forcefully. In pain, Glycinia released its bite, giving up the chance to deal a final blow to George. It quickly twisted its body, and a sharp claw pierced Wang-Ku's shoulder. Then it attempted to bite Wang-Ku, who was entangled in its intestines. At that moment, Wang-Ku used the hand inserted in the monster's abdomen to execute a snakebite punch, successfully extracting a part of Glycinia's insides with a jolt that damaged his wrist. The excruciating pain caused muscle spasms in the monster, momentarily freezing Glycinia. Seizing this rare moment of stillness, Wang-Ku focused all his energy and stepped back a few paces to avoid the giant cat's attack. He then took a risk and executed a side slide, managing to support George's collapsing body and create a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Glycinia. The recovering monster, now realizing, wanted to continue pursuing the 2 troublesome prey. However, it suddenly felt dizzy, accompanied by a hint of nausea, and its limbs became weak. This series of symptoms was a result of the toxic agents Wang-Ku had left in the monster's abdomen when he had inserted his hand. However, upon seeing this, Wang-Ku did not show much joy. Instead, after further increasing the distance from the monster, he used one hand to channel electricity and perform emergency treatment on the critically injured George. This was because George was at a life-threatening moment and could not afford any delays. Also, according to Wang-Ku's analysis, his toxin could not kill Glycinia. Furthermore, based on current observations, it was likely that the giant cat could recover from its abnormal state in a short time. Cough, cough, Dr. Diesel, you should hurry. Hurry and escape. My communication device was destroyed in the previous battle with this monster, and the association's reinforcements won't arrive in a short time. Don't talk. I am the top genius among humans, Dr. Diesel. Naturally, I have my own solutions. Please tell my family. I'm sorry, the promise of a safe return home. I, cough, cannot fulfill. Don't say such things casually. Your injuries are just a small case for me. If you want to talk about being a single dog, go home and say it yourself. While Wonka was concentrating on providing emergency treatment to George, Glycinia had regained quite a bit of its condition. Although it had the intelligence of a beast, it could tell that the two prey no longer had much strength to resist. Therefore, it dragged part of its intestines on the ground and slowly approached Wonku and George. Meow. This time, Glycinia's cry revealed a lot of resentment, mixed with considerable excitement. It seemed to be anticipating an easily obtainable victory, and the giant cat's mouth oddly appeared to be smiling. Cough, Dr. Diesel, you should cough, quickly escape. With your extraordinary skills, you are definitely a treasure of human society and should not sacrifice here. Although under Wong Ku's extraordinary medical skills, the giant hammer wrestler's complexion improved, and he seemed to have more strength to speak. George, understanding the current situation, trembled as he advised Wong Ku, who was treating him. The trembling represented that, as a professional hero, he was also afraid of death like an ordinary person. Yet, even so, he still urged Wong Ku to leave, demonstrating his commitment to his heroic duty. I've already said you don't need to worry. Haha, with a genius like me around, your death day is definitely not today. If Wong Ku's earlier response to George had a hint of bravado, the ease in his words now was genuinely present. This was not just because Wong Ku had stabilized George's injuries with his extraordinary medical skills, but because his reinforcements had already appeared in the sky within sight and were starting their rescue. 3 small missiles suddenly flew in, attacking Glycinia, which was approaching Wong Ku and George. Since the giant cat was very close to the two, the 3 small missiles did not rely on fire and shrapnel to harm the enemy. Upon hitting the target, they released sleeping gas, an adhesive, and a specially designed capture net. The sleeping gas caused Glycinia to fall into a drowsy state again, while the adhesive and the capture net made of special steel cables further restricted the monster's movement. The only spreading sleeping gas was easily neutralized by Wong Ku, who quickly synthesized an antidote with the biochemical pouch in his body. Subsequently, Wong Ku's reinforcements arrived, a specially designed drone. Upon reaching above Wong Ku, it immediately airdropped a first aid kit. The first aid kit landed accurately within 2 steps of Wong Ku, and without requiring any action from him. It transformed into a small first aid robot. After rushing to Wong Ku's side, emergency treatment was provided for both Wong Ku and George simultaneously. Although Glycinia nearby was still struggling, he was unable to recover for the time being. Therefore, Wong Ku continued to focus on the surgery, as a second wave of reinforcements arrived shortly after. This time it was still drones, but 2 arrived at the same time, along with several robot first aid kits that were airdropped. Also airdropped were a few small combat-capable robots. When Wong Ku saw the second wave of reinforcements arrive, he immediately felt much more at ease, and he couldn't help but smile. After all, I won. The one who laughs last is the main character, huh? Hey, that means I am the main character in today's battle. His calm voice revealed a hint of madness, and in an instant, all the robots that were about to land on the ground were destroyed by several whip-like attacks. At the same moment, Wong Ku, who was performing surgery on the ground, suddenly suffered an unexpected heavy blow. The previously vanished infinite kelp actually returned at the moment when Wong Ku was most relaxed. Wong Ku's right shoulder, previously pierced by Glycinia, had successfully stopped bleeding and started to scab over thanks to his own efforts and those of the emergency robot. However, at a moment of carelessness, the tentacles of the infinite kelp took the opportunity to penetrate the wound, seemingly intent on crushing Wong Ku's heart. In this critical moment, Wong Ku quickly used his already injured left hand to stab into his own wound and grasp the tentacles inside his body. However, the attacks from the infinite kelp were not limited to this. After eliminating the other robots that had landed in the air, it ignored the remaining emergency robot that was still treating Xiao's injuries, and the few remaining tentacles launched an assault as well. Wong Ku could only use his legs to block a few attacks before being completely ensnared by the infinite seaweed's tentacles. One of the seaweed strands even wrapped around his neck, tightening continuously and turning Wong Ku's face red from the pressure. Now that you're so severely injured and completely immobilized by me, what can you possibly do? You forced me in such a desperate situation before, but you never expected this outcome, did you? Facing the crazed laughter of the infinite seaweed, Wong Ku, whose neck was tightly gripped, couldn't utter a word in response. He could only glance upwards with his eyes, which caught the attention of the infinite seaweed. Oh, are you hoping for those 3 broken toys above? With me so close to you, those guys should have some reservations and be unable to attack freely, right? It seems that if I start attacking them, they want to retaliate against me. As the infinite seaweed spoke, it sent out 3 broken tentacles that while.Though had previously severed. Then, it rolled up a few stones from the ground and hurled them at the 3 drones in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The infinite seaweed's throwing skills were impressive, and all 3 drones were shot down by its attacks. Their low flying altitude and proximity to this area were major reasons for their downfall. After achieving this triple kill, the infinite seaweed stared at while.Though with its crazed eyes, pulling him close and saying, "All right, now it's my turn to kill you." As the words fell, its seaweed began to writhe wildly, completely engulfing while.Though. Just as the infinite seaweed was focused on killing while.Though, it suddenly sensed something was off. Several strands of its seaweed had lost connection. So, it quickly distanced itself from the mass of seaweed enveloping while.Though and began to observe what was happening. In that brief moment, while.Though suddenly tore through the seaweed that wrapped around him, gasping for air as he glared fiercely at the infinite seaweed. At that moment, some seaweed still clinging to his neck had a strange liquid on it that had previously catalyzed the seaweed. It turned out that this strange liquid could also emerge from other areas of skin, not just from his hands. Truly a troublesome opponent. But this is where it ends for you. You can continue dealing with that big cat. This time, I'm really going to make my escape, ha ha ha. The infinite seaweed laughed as it fled into the distance, but while.Though did not pursue. It wasn't due to while.Though's physical condition, but because at some point, Glasstank had been freed from its restraints and appeared beside while.Though. It turned out that when the infinite seaweed sensed something was wrong, it had deliberately placed while.Though near Glasstank. At the same time, it had used the seaweed to lift the iron net and some adhesive that was stuck to the giant fur. And it didn't forget to give the monster's wounds a couple of hits to increase its ferocity and wake it up. Damn it. I actually got schemed against by a tiger-class monster today. This is just... meow. while.Though didn't have time to fully curse under his breath before Glasstank roared again. The monster, now free, had 4 of its 6 eyes blocked by adhesive and couldn't use them, but the other 2 eyes were bloodshot and glaring furiously at while.Though. Then, in a fit of rage, Glasstank disregarded its own injuries and charged at while.Though, swiping at him with 1 claw and sending him flying. In midair, while.Though spat out a large amount of blood and realized that several of his ribs had been broken from the impact. With such serious injuries, his body would inevitably suffer further effects, and he had little hope of avoiding Glasstank's subsequent attacks. At this critical moment, while.Though's mind didn't freeze as it had before. Having recently faced life and death, he summoned all his strength, hoping to unlock the aberrant cells and take a gamble on an unknown mutation. However, he sadly discovered that due to the previous powerful kick, his physical condition was compromised. So even though he was determined to unleash the forbidden power, it was merely wishful thinking. Since while.Though's final trump card couldn't be played, he had no means to resist the pursuing Glasstank. Under a series of powerful claw strikes, almost all of while.Though's bones shattered, and his body became a bloody mess. Even with his brain secreting a unique anesthetic, while.Though fainted from his injuries. In his last memory, a massive bloody mouth was getting closer to his body. Roar! The injured Glasstank, fatigued and battered, let out a threatening roar at the figure chasing it from behind. But the other party was completely unaffected, quickly closing in on the giant cat, and then struck down with a twisted steel pipe. Meow! Glasstank could only let out a miserable whimper before being knocked down into a pile of rubble. It trembled and struggled to get up, but the steel pipe struck its forehead hard again. This once powerful, but now heavily injured, demon-level monster fainted just like that. You're lucky. After all, I'm a woman and I prefer cats. Even if you look strange, I won't kill you. Just be a good kitty from now on, and you'll be liked. The melodious voice, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, along with the content of her words, sounded like a charming and beautiful lady. However, as a thick smoke containing dioxins rose up, it instantly shattered countless fantasies. Upon closer inspection of this woman, her clothes stained with blood and dirt, along with noticeable dark circles from lack of sleep, made what should have been a very cute and beautiful face seem unapproachable at that moment. Hey, I've already taken care of it. Hurry up and call someone to handle it. Stop rambling. It's not the target I'm looking for. Be smart and quickly tell me the location of the next strong monster. A lazy and somewhat impatient voice rang out, accompanied by a fierce tone. The person on the phone with the Hero Association was none other than the troublesome Big Sister who had returned to her heroic duties. Big Sister, How's the giant hammer wrestler on your end? The 2 B rank and 3 C rank heroes who were with him earlier have suffered quite serious injuries. I don't know any giant hammer wrestler. I saw someone earlier. Oh, it should be fine now. A plane came to take the injured away. Was it sent by you guys? What? A plane? Can you see the markings on the plane? Are you sure they're really rescuing the injured? Annoying. You all can confirm it yourselves. The logo on that plane is that damn doctor you all hired before. Damn doctor? Are you talking about Dr. Diesel? How could he? Finding the association's contact too bothersome, the big sister hung up the phone. After glancing at the plane, carrying away the 2 injured, she took a deep drag from her cigarette and then walked away with her deformed steel pipe. That damn doctor is quite troublesome. I'd better continue searching for that bastard monster. I must get back what I lost earlier. When Wang Ku woke up again, he had returned to the research institute in F City, his body thrown into his specially designed treatment tank. The highest authority had awakened, with a body repair rate of 53 completed, and it was recommended to continue treatment. There were 13 unread emails and 8 missed calls. 2/3 of them were from the Hero Association. Did the highest authority need to review them? The electronic voice of the base computer sounded, and Wang could close his eyes to gather his thoughts. The liquid in the cultivation tank quickly receded to his neck area. How was that guy George doing? Since he was saved, it meant that Glasstank was likely stopped by someone. Therefore, Wang Ku's first question was not about anything else, but about the wounded he had previously been responsible for. According to the system's assessment, the professional hero, the hammer wrestler, was placed in treatment tank number 17. The body repair rate had reached 72, but due to the injection of anesthetics, he had not yet regained consciousness. Feeling the sensation of pain return, Wang chose not to allow his brain to secrete more anesthetics. It was not because he was worried that his specially made anesthetic would damage his brain, but because after narrowly escaping death, Wang believed that being able to feel pain was what made him feel alive. Who drove back the monster that fought me? The large rescue drone arrived 2 minutes after the highest authority lost consciousness and did not capture accurate imagery information. However, based on the captured silhouette and the internal documents of the Hero Association, it seemed that the C-rank hero, the Bad Sister Head, had knocked out the ghost-level monster. Bad Sister Head, Feng Chung Misha? It's truly a case of planting flowers without blooms and inserting willows without planting. If I hadn't agreed to treat that madwoman back then, perhaps I would have been unable to escape this calamity. However, the madwoman actually had such impressive power. Although Glasstank was already battered from my and George's struggle, even so, that monster should still have the strength of at least a low-end, ghost-level monster remaining. To knock out such a monster, the madwoman's strength was truly astonishing. After recovering from the base computer, Wang fell into a brief contemplation. It wasn't until another wave of pain hit him that he remembered something and continued to ask, "Have my identity been exposed?" According to the internal documents of the Hero Association, the credit for repelling the ghost-level monster was attributed to a total of 7 professional heroes, including the Bad Sister Head and the Hammer Wrestler, in a wheel battle. There was no information regarding the highest authority. The final report from the Bad Sister Head only mentioned that Dr. Diesel's rescue plane had arrived. This was a good rest, meaning I could continue to act as a neutral chaos boss behind the scenes. However, it seems that the Bad Sister Head, that madwoman, is also someone who dislikes trouble. I'll remember that she saved my life this time. However, I will not give up on that big cute girl's transformation plan. Revenge is revenge. Gratitude is gratitude. These are 2 separate matters that cannot be confused. This is a matter of principle. Wang was still lost in thought while undergoing treatment in the trough when the base computer began reporting messages again. The Hero Association headquarters called again, asking if the highest authority needed to be connected. So annoying. It's only been 3 hours since I fainted. Why do they keep calling? Forget it. I don't want to show my embarrassing state to the other party. Just connect me in voice mode. After Wang vented a bit of his frustration, he felt it would be better not to ignore the association in this situation. So, after organizing his thoughts a little, he answered the call from the association. "I am Dr. Diesel. What's the matter?" Wang's tone sounded somewhat impatient right from the first sentence after the call was connected. "Ah, finally connected, Minister Shichi." On the other end of the line was a young girl's voice, surprised by Dr. Diesel's sudden response. In her surprise, she didn't reply to Wang but instead reported to a senior official beside her. Wang didn't pursue the somewhat rude behavior too much, mainly because he found it troublesome. It was definitely not because he was single and had any fantasies upon hearing the cute, crisp female voice. However, as soon as the rough voice of the middle-aged man Shichi came through, Wang's mood instantly soured. "Dr. Diesel, this is Shichi. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Is it about George?" Hearing Dr. Diesel's slightly irritated tone, Shichi thought it was due to the previous rudeness of the communicator. Sorry, the girl just now is a newbie. She a bit. My time is very valuable. I'll give you 10 seconds. What a peculiar guy. Shichi couldn't help but think this after being interrupted again. But he quickly collected himself and got to the point. Our association thanks you, Dr. Diesel, for once again stepping in to treat our hero. And may I ask how the hammer wrestler is doing now? His injuries are not serious anymore. He can come to you in 10 minutes. With your skills, he can recover in a few days and get back to work. Thank you so much, Doctor, but we have a few more heroes who are severely injured. Could I trouble you to help them? I don't want to deal with anything too troublesome, but I'm very interested in the monster that nearly killed George. If you can hand that over to me for research, I can treat these heroes of yours for free. From Dr. Diesel's words, Shichi felt he had confirmed the association's speculation. The sudden appearance of Dr. Diesel, who saved George, was not a coincidence. He had shown up because he found something interesting. And that interesting thing was obviously the ghost-level monster recently captured by the association. Moreover, with some damaged robots, drones, and traces left by the monster at the scene, it could be inferred that Dr. Diesel's capture operation had likely failed. So upon hearing Dr. Diesel's words, Shichi figured he could gain some benefits for the association and began to bargain over the phone. That might be difficult. Such a powerful monster must be strictly monitored by our association. How about this? If Dr. Diesel is really interested, why not come to our association and conduct research together? Shichi felt quite confident about this indirect recruitment. Even if it didn't succeed, he could still gain some other benefits, as bargaining was just about constant compromise. Although Shichi had already mentally set a higher price point for negotiation, he still did not truly understand Dr. Diesel's personality, and the negotiation abruptly ended. George will be back. I don't like wasting time. After saying this, Wong hung up the phone. He then instructed the base computer to refuse all incoming calls from the Hero Association. Although he missed the chance to research Glasstank, it was indeed quite regrettable for Wong Ko. However, he wanted to use this attitude to further demonstrate his insistence as a free man to the association. After waking up, the hammer wrestler George promised Dr. Diesel not to disclose any information about the doctor to anyone. Wong Ko expressed gratitude for his commitment and suggested that he could further help George enhance his body to increase his strength. However, unexpectedly, George rejected Dr. Diesel's goodwill, stating that he had not yet tapped into the limits of his own body, and that additional uncontrollable power would be useless. Wong Ko was willing to respect George's determination. However, he did not plan to learn from him, but instead began to research ways to strengthen himself further. Although Wong Ko had not captured the infinite kelp or Glasstank before, he still managed to gather some research materials after the rescue team arrived. For instance, he collected a considerable amount of the severed tentacles of the infinite kelp, as well as unprocessed kelp slime. As for Glasstank, the powerful ghost-level monster, Wong Ko did not obtain much, only a small amount of blood collected from the battlefield. The slime from the infinite kelp is quite interesting, with a little adaptation. It could indeed enhance my body. Once I enter a special combat mode, the surface strength of my body can increase several times. Wong Ko shook off the blood on his hands, a monster that had undergone internal enhancements and was clad in steel armor. In just under 10 seconds, Wong Ko had sliced it into several pieces with his whirlwind iron fist. Given his current physical strength, if Wong Ko were to face the full range attack of the infinite kelp again, his hands would not end up as battered as they did last time from being struck by the opponent's kelp tentacles. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied because, according to the combat data collected by the base's computer, Wong Ko still could not sever the opponent's kelp tentacles with his whirlwind iron fist. Glancing at the modified monster he had cut into pieces, he noted that while its external armor was not of the highest technical standard, it was designed by Wong Ko to match the hardness of the infinite kelp tentacles. At this moment, Wong Ko could chop through this armor, but he could not sever the kelp tentacles. This was likely because kelp could be both hard and soft. It had the hardness of steel while also possessing the flexibility of a whip. This issue with Wong Ko's whirlwind iron fist was still a matter of completion and required further guidance from Old Man Bongpu. Putting martial arts aside for the time being, Wong Ko returned to the laboratory and examined the research results on Glasstank's blood. The large monster cat had shown no interest in the infinite kelp, but had drooled over Wong Ko when he had those liquids used to soften the kelp tentacles. For Glasstank, the processed secretions from the kelp that Wong Ko had provided seemed to be an excellent nutrient. After Wong Ko reacted those liquids with Glasstank's blood using special methods, a certain degree of activation occurred in the cells of Glasstank's blood. Although Wong Ko did not obtain a living sample from the monster cat, the information gained by hacking into the internal research institution of the Hero Association, along with his own research, indicated that if Glasstank had received a certain quantity of this nutrient, its strength would not significantly increase, but would accumulate a lot of nutrition in its body. Generally, for such beastly creatures, engaging in these activities either meant preparing for hibernation, accumulating strength for further evolution, or other reasons. Recalling the comics he had read before, it seemed that Glasstank was likely accumulating strength to give birth. However, with more than a year until the main story's plot began, this monster cat's gestation period seemed excessively long. Wonka ultimately chose not to pursue the issue further. After all, the newborn cubs all possess ghost-level strength, and a longer gestation period seems understandable. Through the research of this blood and the various materials obtained by hacking into the Hero Association's internal systems, Wonka cannot directly increase his own strength, but he can accumulate power through other means. For instance, he had conceived a rather crazy plan a long time ago, the technology to mass-produce bio-soldiers. If he could mass-produce bio-soldiers with a certain level of combat power, then he wouldn't have to personally handle every situation. However, this technology appears somewhat evil in the eyes of ordinary people, and if discovered by the Hero Association, it would certainly lead to considerable trouble. Moreover, since Wong operates under the identity of Dr. Diesel, the base in F-City is too conspicuous. So he plans to work in the already established underground base in Z-City. Computer, locate Saitama for me. Even though he still has hair, as the teacher of the bug protagonist in the One Punch Man world, he might cause some trouble for this plan. Therefore, before setting off, Wonka needs to confirm Saitama's situation. The target is currently jogging in Z-City and has already eliminated a monster along the way, while our drone is secretly recovering the remains. What a reliable, free labor force. I'll invite him for high-end steak next Thursday as a token of gratitude. Now that he has confirmed Saitama won't interfere, Wonka quickly boarded his personal plane and headed straight for Z-City. However, shortly after he arrived in Z-City, the base computer immediately transmitted a message. A powerful monster has appeared in Z-City, with the Hero Association temporarily estimating its disaster level to be Tiger, located near the entrance of his secret base. Moreover, this monster is making increasingly loud noises. To make matters worse, that destructive Bug, Saitama, is also heading in that direction. Why is this happening now? If other trouble arises, it would be disastrous. Looking at the footage transmitted back by the unmanned reconnaissance drone, Wonka had to temporarily halt his plans and began to ponder how to resolve this issue. Do you have honey? Give me honey. A giant bear-shaped monster with a cartoonish face shouted at the humans panicking in front of it. Ah, it's a monster. Everyone run. Why are you running into walls and buildings? My home is right ahead. Anyone, please come out and stop this monster. Fool, what are you standing there for? Staying alive is the most important thing. Mom, where are you? I am scared. Wah. Let go of me. No, no. Wah. In front of him was a chaotic crowd of countless people. Wonka looked at these citizens, who had no power to resist against the monster, and for a moment fell into hesitation. The 2-story-tall, bear-shaped monster was like an armored vehicle, constantly destroying everything in its path. However, its strength was not particularly strong, and Wonka was confident he could take it down in a minute. The problem was that there were too many people around. If he acted blindly, it would be too contrary to the low-profile principle Wong had always upheld. But if he ignored it and allowed the monster to continue advancing, even if Wong didn't care about the citizens in front of him, the buildings above his secret base would inevitably suffer damage. Moreover, with Saitama coming, if the destruction worsened further, he might not even need the Hero Association's reconstruction department to address the situation. The entrance to his secret base could be exposed to everyone. He could only draw that fool away for now. I'll use my drone to guide Saitama as well. It seems today as efforts will all be wasted. Huh, that guy seems to be. Originally, Wonka planned to use a biocapsule to create a liquid that emits the scent of honey to lure the monster. However, upon seeing a figure in the crowd, he immediately thought of a better plan. Huff, huff, huff. Why did I encounter a monster? I just came here to buy a limited edition game. A man wearing a duckbill hat, plaid shirt, and jeans was frantically running through the crowd. At this moment, his expression looked quite embarrassing. Even the 3 scars on his face that usually enhanced his presence were twisted by his terror. Wonka looked at the embarrassed figure and smiled before seamlessly blending into the crowd. In the world of One Punch Man, the one who should carry the protagonist's halo might not be that bug-eyed guy destined to be bald, but rather this seemingly weak individual who, despite having poor combat abilities, relies on his passive halo to make many strong fighters generate their own assumptions about him. However, at this moment in time, this future 7th-ranked S-Class hero of the Hero Association, the strongest man on Earth, is still just an unknown, ordinary citizen. It's unclear whether this is due to the influence of Wang-Ku, this little butterfly, or if King's lucky halo has yet to activate. Nevertheless, since Wang-Ku has spotted him today in City Z, King is inevitably destined to embark on the path of passive showboating, even if he has already wet his pants. King was originally trying to escape through the crowd, but after a passerby bumped into him, he was knocked into an empty clothing store by the sheer force and accidentally hit his head upon landing, causing him to faint. Wow, how did I accidentally knock King out? This guy may be weak, but someone with a lucky halo shouldn't be this pathetic, right? Sigh, what bad luck. Time to execute Plan B. Wang-Ku was momentarily stunned when he saw King, who had fallen into a coma due to his cleverness. However, with time pressing, he couldn't afford to think too much. After quickly taking off his plaid shirt, Wang-Ku awkwardly glanced at King's already damp jeans. Ultimately, he decided not to change into those, but instead found a pair of similar pants in the clothing store. Then he put on King's duckbill hat, applied simple makeup to create 3 fake wounds on his face, and walked out of the store wearing a mask. Anyone who didn't want to die, step aside. The strongest man on Earth is about to show off. Prepare yourself, monster. The B-class hero, Sky High Boy, will take you down. As a mechanically enhanced hero, Sky High Boy indeed had considerable strength. However, when faced with a gigantic bear-shaped monster in front of him, his technological enhancements seemed quite inadequate. Gimme honey. After the cartoonish bear monster shouted, Sky High Boy perfectly completed his role as a distraction and quickly retreated from the bear monster's footprints. Sky High Boy got squashed. The C-class hero, Red Scarf Fighter, who was about to launch an attack, exclaimed in panic. Don't panic. That guy is a cyborg. He won't die so quickly. This bear monster looks pretty dumb. Let's not attack head-on, but rather sneak behind it and launch a surprise attack. A-class hero Peach Terry then calmed Red Scarf Fighter's panic and indicated a further combat plan. At that moment, another B-class hero crashed onto the scene. Dark Flameblade. Why did you initiate an attack without permission? Didn't I just say not to engage head-on? Dark Flameblade, who had been knocked off balance by the bear monster's strike, trembled as he tried to explain to Peach Terry, but the other 2 heroes couldn't understand him at all. What a show-off, you just watch out. Peach Terry was about to scold Dark Flameblade further when suddenly, a wrecked car was hurled toward them. Fortunately, Red Scarf Fighter's warning was timely, and Peach Terry reacted at the last moment. However, while he was shielding his partner from the debris, he suddenly noticed a giant bear paw coming toward him. How could this happen? Honey, I want to eat. The bear monster, which had been acting foolishly, suddenly changed its mode of action. After grabbing the 2 heroes, it directly swallowed them. Peach Terry and Dark Flameblade were unable to resist at all. They had already passed out from the immense grip of the bear paw. We can't beat this guy, Under the sudden change from the monster, Red Scarf Fighter found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to move his legs. After the bear monster shouted for honey again, Red Scarf Fighter was also caught by the bear paw and soon followed the fate of the other 2 heroes. The heroes are all taken down. Everyone run. My legs are weak. Someone help me. Run. The monster is going to eat us. The citizens, who could not escape in time and saw the professional heroes defeated, fell into even greater panic. Not a single person noticed that the heroes had strange liquids on them before being taken down. It was those liquids that emitted a scent, causing the bear monster to suddenly act with surprising precision against the heroes. As the base computer announced readiness, Wang-Ku began his action during the 1 minute he had to show off. Someone's coming to save us. A bright female voice echoed, though it was merely an electronic simulation from the shadows. So fast. Who is that figure? A male voice from another direction chimed in. Still just an electronic simulation. Under the intentional guidance, the panicked citizens only saw a person wearing a duckbill hat suddenly charge at the belly of the giant bear monster. Then, a huge splash of blood erupted, and the monster let out a tremendous scream. Roar. The previously menacing giant monster instantly had a massive blood hole appear in its abdomen, with countless blood and intestines pouring out. The figure that had appeared was now carrying 3 unconscious professional heroes, standing just a few meters away from the monster. While the surrounding citizens were in shock, scattered around, they all seemed to hear a strange thumping sound, though they didn't know what it was. This thumping sound seemed to have a special power, as its rhythm quickened, making everyone feel a bit breathless. What is that sound, an engine? This time, the induced voice was a male one with changed sound effects, making the surrounding people feel quite vivid. It's moving, the monster is still moving. Still an electronically simulated female voice, but different from before. The citizens, now aware, were no longer afraid. They felt immense reassurance just by watching the mysterious figure in the mask at the center. Sure enough, the mysterious person suddenly moved. Then, with a punch, he charged forward, and everyone present saw the monster explode from the impact. The mysterious figure, who had remained silent since appearing, left behind a powerful silhouette before disappearing into the dust. The engine sound that had been echoing in everyone's hearts also ceased after the mysterious figure vanished. Too strong, just like an emperor. He is king, king, king. Another electronic voice with altered tones rang out, followed by more voices joining in the chant. All the citizens present seemed to be under a spell, collectively shouting one name in frenzy. King, king, king. As the cheers grew louder behind him, Wong-Ke felt that his performance was quite good. Perhaps in the future, he could consider developing into the film industry. However, while he hurried to change outfits with King, he also remembered to add some notes to the computer. There is still room for improvement on the final exit effects. Next time, remember to arrange for some discrete lighting adjustments. Also, the computer should quickly clean up before the Hero Association arrives. All the sound equipment should be taken away. If the residual hallucinogen in the air doesn't dissipate on time, faking a gas leak will be fine too. The mysterious Hero King, who suddenly appeared in Z City, has yet to have his true identity confirmed. The Hero Association expressed their admiration for the man who easily eliminated the powerful monster. The television played previous news, and after hearing it, Wong-Ke found it quite amusing. It's hard to believe that under his efforts, the Hero Association later raised the disaster level again, promoting that clumsy, bear-shaped monster with just a bit more power to the demon level. Maybe the hallucinogen that Wong-Ke sprinkled at the scene was too strong, causing the parties involved to have hallucinations beyond expectations. But it didn't matter, as there were no images left at the disaster scene, thanks to Wong-Ke's efforts. The Hero Association couldn't find more accurate information and could only judge based on the exaggerated accounts of the witnesses. As for King, who was covered in blood from the waist up thanks to Wong-Ke, he didn't need to worry too much about his condition. After all, King's lucky aura would eventually activate, and everything would be resolved smoothly. The hot pot is ready. Diesel, if you don't start eating soon, I'm going to finish it all by myself. Saitama's voice interrupted Wong-Ke's thoughts. He immediately picked up his chopsticks and said to Saitama, I've also brought that special seasoning from last time. Do you want to give it a try? No spicy stuff for me. My stomach hasn't been great lately. Saitama actually liked Wong-Ke's seasoning, but he made up an excuse to refuse. However, Wong-Ke easily saw through his flimsy reasoning and directly began to persuade him. It definitely won't affect your hair loss, and besides, going bald is irreversible. So go ahead and eat. I'm not going bald. I still have hair on top. Yes. I've heard that line plenty of times. But the hair on your head is still dwindling as time goes on, so you might as well accept the reality of becoming bald. Wong-Ke showed no signs of retreating against Saitama's angry yet powerless rebuttal, still teasing the bug man with a smile. After multiple visits, he and Saitama had become friends who could joke with each other. Hey Diesel, you seem like a pretty good doctor. Can't you help me with this hair loss problem? Saitama, a bit annoyed, added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl, and after swallowing a slice of premium ham, he made his hopeless request to Wong-Ke. I already told you, your hair loss is the most irreversible phenomenon in this universe. Even if all the geniuses in the universe gathered, they wouldn't be able to help your bald head. It's just hair loss. I'm not bald. Saitama seemed quite sensitive about the word bald and shouted angrily at Wong-Ke again. At that moment, Wong-Ke was chewing on a piece of meat and chose not to tease him further. However, his gaze was fixed on Saitama's reflective head, which still made the bug man feel quite annoyed. After enduring for a while, Saitama reluctantly asked again, Really not possible? The last checkup results showed that, with my current level of skill, I really can't fulfill your wish. You might as well accept it. It's the price you have to pay for your immense power. But hey, having a bald head is quite distinctive, right? Speaking so easily, why don't you shave your head? In their 20s, aside from being non-mainstream, no one really likes being bald. So Saitama's sadness and irritation were understandable, and Wong-Ke decided not to tease him anymore, shifting the conversation to other topics. Didn't I tell you before? I'm currently being guided by a martial arts master. Though that old man has a bit of a twisted sense of humor from time to time, he's still an amazing person. Are you interested in joining me for some training? Saitama, the bug man, would eventually become an unbeatable existence, so Wong-Ke's invitation seemed somewhat redundant. His consideration was actually to drag Saitama along to embarrass Bang, venting the resentment he had built up under Bang's guidance during this time. However, Saitama, who hadn't yet completely gone bald, still declined Wong-Ke's invitation, focusing again on the various ingredients in the hot pot. Too troublesome. so I'm not going. Don't worry about the costs and other rules. That old man can be quite reasonable sometimes. Plus, you guys will probably find common ground since he's kind of a bald guy too. Enough with the bald jokes. Be careful, or I'll beat you up. You bald guy. Still a refusal? I thought mentioning that the other party was also bald would pique Saitama's interest a bit. Forget it. I'll just ask him for another favor. Wonka waved his hand to finally calm down the bulging veins on Saitama's forehead, then spoke again. Hey, don't get excited. If you don't want to, that's fine. Let's change the topic. I want to test my skills. Can you spar with me? Why not just go find that old man you mentioned? Why come to me? Saitama was still a bit unhappy from the earlier conversation. However, despite his tone being a bit off, he was still willing to listen to Wonka. Martial arts are about technique, and at my current level, I could never defeat that old man whose skills have reached their peak. However, I've encountered an obstacle in my training lately. I rely more on strength than technique. You're a strong guy with an edge, and I think sparring with you would yield some unique insights. In fact, Wonka had other thoughts in mind. If he could win against Saitama, who hasn't completely shed his limiter yet, using only technique, that would be an incredible achievement to be proud of. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, Wonku was willing to give it a try. More importantly, he didn't have to hold back. Saitama, this bug character, would definitely not be defeated by him, making him an excellent training partner. So troublesome, I don't want to. Just think of it as going to the outskirts to breathe some fresh air and do some warm-up exercises. It's good for the body, you know. Wonka didn't mention the baldness issue this time, but his gaze clearly hinted at it. He said that if he didn't want to, then he didn't want to. He was just experiencing hair loss, not baldness. How annoying. You bald guy, bald. I didn't say anything, but since you care so much about hair loss, how about this? As long as you're willing to spar with me, I'll give you a bottle of my special hair growth serum. You've heard of that miracle hair growth water on the market, right? Actually, the president of that company is quite familiar with me, and maybe I can help you get their limited edition. You mean that one? Saitama seemed somewhat interested, and at that moment, the TV channel that was previously broadcasting news was just airing an advertisement for the Miracle Hair Growth Water. Miracle Hair Growth Water, a millennia-old legacy, absolutely no side effects. Guaranteed to give you results within 3 months. This timely assist made Wonka feel a bit inexplicably amazed as he watched Saitama, who was attracted by the advertisement. In fact, this Miracle Hair Growth Water was something Wonka had developed a few years ago to make money, but due to the lack of a proper channel, he sold it at a high price to a knowledgeable guy. That guy then heavily marketed it, linking it to some ancient secret formula and extraordinary effects. After launching it on the market, he made a fortune and became a somewhat wealthy person as a result. People like Saitama, troubled by hair loss, were likely to be tempted by advertisements and the market's reputation. So Wonka was just taking the opportunity to bait Saitama. In the TV advertisement, the price of the regular version was already hard for Saitama to accept, and he didn't dare to touch the auction-priced limited edition. After hesitating for a while, he turned to Wonka and said, "Are you really close to the president of that company? Do you need me to call them right now? Okay, I'll find some time tomorrow to spar with you." Seeing Wonka's confident demeanor, Saitama touched his not-so-full head of hair and ultimately chose to take the bait. In a valley on the outskirts of City Z, Wonka, dressed in battle gear, looked at Saitama, who was almost completely bald, and excitedly said, "Saitama, I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Let's see my true skills." "Well, no need to be that excited. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back." Saitama still found today's battle quite troublesome, but for the sake of the limited edition Miracle Hair Growth Water, he chose to humor Wonka's annoying request. "You better be careful. I prepared quite a bit for this day." After saying that, Wonka took a battle stance. Meanwhile, the bug character Saitama maintained a poker face. Suddenly, a wind blew through the valley, and Saitama, positioned downwind, was blinded by the dust. The moment he started rubbing his eyes, Wonka entered high-speed movement, maintaining the rhythm of his breath. The most powerful attacks are not just about brute force, but about timing. Attacking at the right moment, dodging at the right moment, and most importantly, the speed of mental reaction. This was what Bang had taught Wonka before. It sounded like a simple dismissal, but after many battles, Wonka believed this was the essence of martial arts. Timing Saitama's bowing down, Wonka successfully pushed into the opponent's blind spot, and his hand struck out like sharp blades. A loud shattering sound echoed, and the suddenly kicked-up dust filled the space, as a ghostly figure swiftly emerged from the dust. The two-handed strikes should have sealed off his retreat from 2 directions, so why did he end up hitting only a shadow? Although Wonka had doubts in his heart, he did not let his guard down. He carefully searched for the target using the radar on his battle suit. "Diesel, you're quite impressive. I really can't tell you're a doctor. It's not over yet. After Satama's figure suddenly appeared, Wong-Ke marked his battlesuit's radar with a poor review and charged at Satama again. At the same time, several currents of electricity appeared around him, and Wong-Ke's figure seemed to change. He was using electricity to alter his muscles, sacrificing some strength to enhance his speed. At this moment, Wong-Ke's figure became somewhat blurry, and when he approached within 5 meters of Satama, he immediately bent his legs forward. A large amount of dust was kicked up, obscuring Satama's view, and Wong-Ke quickly changed direction to circle behind him. At this time, the veins on one of his palms bulged, and with a ruthless look, he stabbed towards Satama's neck. You really like kicking up dust. It makes washing clothes very troublesome. Can you try a different fighting style? After Wong-Ke thrust his palm, Satama's figure suddenly disappeared again and appeared right next to him, starting to complain. At this moment, Wong-Ke hurriedly twisted his body and used his momentum to deliver a spinning kick to Satama. However, when his leg struck Satama's head, Satama's entire figure shattered like glass. It was an afterimage. Damn, the speed increased again, maximizing the current. After attacking for so long, he hadn't even touched Satama once. So Wong-Ke didn't care about power anymore and continued to enhance his speed. At this point, he felt a sharp pain in his body because he forcibly turned off some of the limiters within him, and some muscle tissues had already been damaged due to overexertion. Next, two figures chased each other, carving irregular curves in the valley. From time to time, loud noises echoed, and dust flew everywhere in the valley. After blood splattered from all 4 of Wong-Ke's limbs, he finally managed to catch up with the continuously fleeing Satama, but at this moment, he had almost no strength left to attack. Hey Diesel, are you okay? You're bleeding all over, Satama asked with some concern, but he saw one of Diesel's fingers move, and a gust of air slashed toward him. Because he was previously worried about Diesel's condition, he didn't react in time, allowing the gust to leave a cut on his clothing. Then Satama stopped and single-handedly supported the about-to-fall Wong-Ke, signaling the end of this sparring session. Cough, cough, cough. Although I didn't cause you any harm, I should count as having hit you, right? At this moment, Wong-Ke could hardly move, but he still happily confirmed with Satama. Ah, that's right, you did great. At this time, Satama no longer had that bland expression. His serious demeanor was quite pleasing to Wong-Ke. Only true, strong individuals are qualified to witness this side. Although today was just a brief moment, Wong-Ke finally touched the threshold of true strength during this sparring. In the dojo of the whirlwind/iron fist Bongpu, with his hand behind his back, Bongpu looked at a slash mark on the ground. Then he curiously asked Wong-Ke, who was still training hard, "In these few short days, what have you experienced?" After hearing the old man's question, Wong-Ke once again unleashed a gust of air slash with his hand, successfully cutting off a corner of a rock. After a satisfied smile, he happily replied to Bongpu, "After encountering a few strange people, I realized my shortcomings. Then while chasing a figure, I gained some insights." That's quite a vague answer, but whatever. Since you're suddenly so excited, that's not a bad thing. Bongpu didn't delve too deeply. As a master of the whirlwind/iron fist, he noticed that his newly accepted lazy disciple had made a bit of progress in the way he applied force during this set of slashing practice. Even though the destructive power was about the same, this kid really has talent. It's just a pity he's too lazy. I really hope this enthusiasm can last a bit longer. While Bongpu was reflecting in his heart, Wong-Ke completed another slash and, wiping his sweat, asked, "Oh man, is there something wrong with my movements? A few days ago, I just lightly moved my fingers and managed to deliver a decent slash. But now, I can't seem to regain that feeling. You must have noticed something. Just tell me the trick." If Wong-Ke had still been like he was the last time he came to the dojo, Bongpu would have likely pointed out where he should make changes. However, seeing Wong-Ke drenched in sweat, this time, Bongpu decided to let his lazy disciple ponder on his own. There are no tricks. Just practice 200 more sets of punches, and you'll naturally understand. If you still don't get it by then I must have overestimated your intelligence. Not receiving the expected guidance, Wong-Ke felt quite surprised. In the past, whenever he had questions, Bongpu would directly point them out. Why was he reacting like this today? "Old man, you're not jealous of my talent, are you? Afraid I'll surpass you and hide your skills? Don't worry, when I really surpass you, I won't cause you any trouble. Today's training is to chase 300 more sets of practice. If I don't finish before sunset, I'll practice with you." Regarding Wong-Ke's slightly malicious guess, Bongpu didn't explain further and directly imposed a punishment, revealing a previously unseen might to intimidate him. Wong-Ke, who had just felt a small sense of progress, immediately turned into a frightened look. He didn't dare to retort a word and quickly accelerated his training speed. It seems that the appearance rate of demon-level monsters can only become more frequent after the main storyline begins. Wonka looked regretfully at today's search results. Neither the drones he dispatched nor the hack disaster alert system of the Hero Association had discovered any demon-level monsters. As a result, Wonka had no opportunity to capture and study higher-tier monsters. Most of the time, he could only catch wolf-level monsters. And although he occasionally managed to catch a few tiger-level monsters, they didn't hold much research value. What was even more frustrating was that since the Hero Association was established, the increase in professional heroes and the continuous improvement of various systems meant that every time Wonka found target, there was always the phenomenon of being snatched away by others. To maintain his own mystery, Wonka couldn't approach professional heroes to compete for monsters. At the same time, he didn't want to rely on the Hero Association to gain opportunities for researching monsters. As a result, many of his planned research projects had experienced delays due to the growing strength of the Hero Association. He remembered that in the original manga, it seemed that over 60 days into the main storyline, after defeating the Monster Association, it was said that the occurrence of demon-level disasters once a month was already a serious phenomenon. Now that the main story hadn't even started, the opportunities to collect research materials were even rarer. No matter how careless Wonka is, he is still a scientist. However, he shares quite a few overlaps with the House of Evolution in many aspects. The House of Evolution is significantly stronger than Wonka in terms of talent quantity, data accumulation, and various software and hardware. If Wonka wants to avoid being left far behind by the House of Evolution in terms of technical accumulation, he can only think of more ways to collect valuable materials on powerful mutants. However, the strong mutants he is familiar with will only gradually appear after the main storyline begins. It seems that Wonka can only accept the situation of always being in the shadow of the House of Evolution in terms of technology. But if that's the case, it raises the question of how strong he can become after the main storyline starts. As for the issue of the deformed cells that concern his life, even the previous House of Evolution had difficulty solving it, so it seems even less likely that Wonka can solve it on his own. To tackle this issue, Wonka has been insisting on injecting deformed cells into the captured low-level mutants to catalyze mutations. However, so far, aside from accumulating some relatively valuable technical data, there has not been any significant stage-wise improvement. The underground secret base in City Z, after previous modifications and enhancements, has gained some ability to manufacture biohumans and synthetic beasts. However, these are originally mature products of Wonka, and when he catalyzes mutations on these products, the results still do not reach 1/3 of the research outcomes of low-level mutant materials. In summary, Wonka is currently trapped in a situation of insufficient research materials, leading to a slower accumulation of technical data than expected. What should he do? With his current strength, he doesn't dare to target the House of Evolution. The Metal Knight is not a good collaborator either. The Hero Association can provide a lot of materials, but aligning with them is definitely not a good choice. Should he just follow the current steps and hope for a lucky breakthrough someday? Wonka rubbed his head in pain at this moment, and once again controlled the computer to pull up some research materials, but still, no good results appeared. No, I can't be so passive. Although the main plot won't start for over a year, and that's when the familiar strange people will gradually appear. There's still some strange individuals that I can think of ways to get ahead of. Moreover, if I can observe the power accumulation of these strange individuals, it will greatly advance the development of many other research topics and data collection. After making up his mind, Wonka allocated all the resources he had originally planned for other projects into a temporarily constructed plan. He then began to use hacking skills to collect various materials about the sewer system in Z City. At the same time, he leveraged his connections as a former businessman, Diesel, to initiate a sewer cleaning project in Z City. Oh, after the sewer cleaning project started, there were no more blockages on this road. Truly a good project for the convenience of the people. A citizen of Z City, out walking with a friend, immediately expressed his admiration upon seeing the much cleaner road, because previously, dirty water from the sewer would occasionally overflow here. It was not only inconvenient to walk, but also extremely foul-smelling, which was quite bothersome. Yes, it's much better over by my house too. The government can still do some diligent work from time to time. It doesn't seem to be organized by the government, nor does it appear to be done by the Hero Association. It seems to just be some wealthy tycoons giving back to society. Really? These fat, blood-sucking vampires occasionally show some goodwill and do good deeds together. Well, I don't know if they're genuinely being kind-hearted. Anyway, as long as we feel comfortable, that's fine. Huh, did the ground just shake a bit? Did it? I don't feel anything. Well, Maybe I'm just overthinking it. The two citizens walking away slowly were unaware that just at the spot they had been standing, a not-so-intense battle was taking place. One of the parties involved in the battle was Wang Ku, the initiator of the sewer cleaning project in Z City, who was executing his provisional plan. Roar! I didn't expect that this temporarily initiated action would yield so many gains. Not to mention capturing over a dozen wolf-level and tiger-level strange individuals. The anticipated target, surprisingly, appeared so quickly. After easily dodging the monster's attack, Wonka took a closer look at the creature that had suddenly collided with him and began to speak to himself with great excitement. The monster, which had rushed out of the sewage, finally came to a stop after smashing through a section of the sewer wall, revealing its true form. The monster was a large turtle creature with 3 heads. Familiar with the comic's plot, Wonku immediately recognized this as the turtle monster, Tortoise Cerberus, which would later become an S-class monster in the side story. Although based on the strength the monster had just displayed and its slightly smaller size compared to the comic, it currently only possessed the power of a tiger-level monster, or even lower, a wolf-level monster. However, as a scientist, Wong Ku found this to be better, as he could observe the monster's accumulation of strength and collect valuable data. Damn humans, is this you cleaning up the trash in the sewer? How dare you destroy my territory? You shall pay with your life. Tortoise Cerberus paid no attention to what Wong Ku said. It only knew that if this human continued to clean up the garbage, its environment for accumulating strength would be destroyed. Consequently, not only would Tortoise Cerberus's plan for revenge against humanity fail, but even its source of food for survival could be severely impacted. Therefore, Tortoise Cerberus didn't say anything more and instead coiled its body again to charge at the human before it. Wong Ku deftly evaded the relentless attacks of the strange creature with just a few agile movements, while simultaneously recording various data with his device. He spoke to the turtle. You must be a pet turtle, right? Do you remember what breed you are? Hey, no need to be so angry. Your owner abandoned you, but I can continue to take care of you. I've already collected all the relevant data about this environment, and I can definitely make you a nest that's better than this place. Shut up, damn human. I will never be your slave. After several failed attempts to attack, the turtle, known as Tortoise Bellows, realized that the human before it was a formidable opponent and that it couldn't win with its own strength. So it quickly changed its strategy and decided to escape into the filthy sewage, hoping to use the murky environment to flee. Since it couldn't survive here, it would try to find a place to rest elsewhere. Although humans were indeed detestable, preserving its life and freedom was far more important. However, just as Tortoise Bellows was about to enter the sewage, it was suddenly struck by a powerful force and slammed back into the wall of the sewer. Since you don't know how to be sensible, I'll have to resort to some extreme measures. What a hassle. Now I'll have to heal you, which will take up some of my precious research time. After Wong could kick the monster away with one foot, he gently placed the device that was still recording data on the ground. He then looked at the trembling Tortoise Polos, who had turned around again, and gathered electricity in his palms to attack. Tortoise Polos resisted fiercely. Its will to be free was strong. However, due to the overwhelming power gap, it lost consciousness after several dozen seconds and couldn't even carry out its determined suicide. After successfully capturing the target, Wong could turn to look at the still deep sewer of City Z and decided to continue exploring for a while. Mom, that uncle smells so bad. A little girl accompanying her mother shopping in City Z exclaimed as she saw a strange uncle crawling out of the sewer. Don't look at him, or he'll take you away. Seeing the mother and daughter quickly avoiding him like a plague, Wong sighed and said nothing more. Instead, he entered another piece of information into the computer to improve the partial renovation plan for the City Z sewer. This plan was not a public welfare project. It was something Wong was secretly doing on his own, because monsters have been appearing frequently in City Z. With many plot lines, he prepared for possible future needs. So while capturing monsters, he also started drafting a renovation plan for the sewer that would connect to his secret base. Well, during this time, he had captured quite a bit of material, not expecting there to be so many fish caught in the net of the Hero Association. But this was also because he was the only one willing to work in such a dirty place. Though his strength was not as good as others, he relied on diligence to make up for it. However, today he decided to take a break. After making the decision, Wong issued instructions to the computer at the City Z base, and immediately several seemingly ordinary cars came to take away the low-level monsters Wong had captured. With a break time, Wong planned to stroll around the center of City Z to relieve some work pressure. However, as he got closer to the city center, his mood became heavier because he was mentally hurt by the pedestrians on the street. It wasn't because he hadn't bathed. The passersby were complaining about him. Thanks to his unique technology, 5 minutes after leaving the sewer, he was already clean and had no odor. Instead, on this cruel day, the street was filled with a damn sour stench and some evil guys who should be sent to the stake. On such days, Wonka would usually choose to stay in the base and work silently, ignoring all kinds of cruel events. But recently, busy with work and neglecting the date, Wonka finally remembered what day it was through the street decorations. Trees of the genus Abies, which should have been peacefully living in nature, were cut down in large numbers to decorate the city. Additionally, some shady figures dressed as if stained with blood appeared intermittently on the streets. That's right. Today was actually Christmas Eve, a very cruel day. On such a day, there are always those damn guys who pair up to do some meaningless things, emitting the foulest smell, causing a violent and continuous mental attack on the pure and noble singles. No, I mean the pure and noble cultivators. It really was a cold day, making one unable to resist the impulse to set everything on fire. Wong Ku, the defeated dog, looked at a couple passing by and felt even colder inside. Finally, he stopped, spat towards the city center, and resolutely turned to return to his warm doghouse. No, his warm spiritual harbor, the secret base. A monster has appeared, attacking couples everywhere. Everyone run. What? XXX, I'll protect you, come, hold my hand and run together. XXX, we must die together. Nothing can separate us. Ugh, so disgusting. You damn couples deserve to be attacked by monsters. Finally, the single dog, cough. Cultivator can breathe the purest air today. Who is that brave monster fighter? This time, I won't capture it. I should support it silently from behind. Originally, Wonka couldn't stand the surrounding air and wanted to quickly go home to rest. But upon hearing the monster's target, he immediately changed his mind. Since a righteous person had initiated a revolution, as a believer warrior, single dog, he had no reason not to participate. City's evacuation alert. Disaster level is Wolf. The Hero Association notifies all citizens, especially couples traveling outside, to avoid the city center. Are there really wolf-level monsters? They must be helped properly. No matter what heroes, anyone who dares to stop this sacred action will be crushed without mercy. Even if Saitama comes, I will eliminate him in this great, holy, harmonious battle. Long live the single dogs, all couples go die. At this moment, Wonka was moving at a speed no less than when he fought Saitama, rushing towards the city center. Jumping between buildings, he occasionally received various equipment from drones flying in the air. Aside from pursuing different ideologies, he was already about 70% similar to those shouting Allahu Akbar. When Wong Ku could see the largest Christmas tree in the center of City Z, he hurriedly raised a shoulder-mounted missile launcher and fired anti-couple missiles at the noisiest area of the city center. The missile exploded in less than 5 seconds after being launched. Special nerve gas began to spread out, and couples who inhaled it showed various reactions. I remember my bitter first love. I can't forget the other person. Let's break up. Being single is the true aristocracy. Let's break up. I'm feeling sick of this. Let's break up. We might be siblings. Let's break up. Ugh. Suddenly I feel heterosexuality is boring. Let's break up. Left Chan and right Chan, you no longer need to blame me for being indecisive. Our past vows are over. Although some strange things mixed in, the overall effect looked good. Couples on this significant day turned back into honorable single dogs. Originally planning to save this for next year's Valentine's Day, he didn't expect to witness the power of this extraordinary weapon today, which was truly exhilarating. However, on the other hand, the chaos in the city center was quite intense, and it seemed that there were quite a few righteous people participating in this revolution. Wong Ku stood on top of a building, watching couples split apart everywhere. In the distance, there was a cacophony of noise that could not have been caused by just a lone monster and the anti-couple missiles launched by Wong Ku. Judging from the various situations, it was clear that many people were involved in this revolution. After making an accurate assessment in his heart, the Hero Association's disaster broadcast soon confirmed it. The Hero Association notified all citizens that there had been numerous unknown attacks in the city center and the disaster level had been raised to tiger level. Citizens nearby were advised not to go out casually, and those on the streets should seek refuge quickly as the disaster level showed signs of further escalation. For the first time, Wong Ku found the Hero Association's disaster broadcast to be so pleasant to hear. Let the chaos continue. It doesn't matter if the disaster level rises to God level. Long live the world of single dogs. It seemed that the long-standing feelings of defeat had finally erupted in Wong Ku's heart as a virgin. At this moment, he didn't even notice that some muscles on his body were starting to twitch, clearly indicating a tendency towards becoming a monster. Meanwhile, the local behind-the-scenes hero in City Z, Bugman Saitama, was at home applying the miracle hair growth lotion he had just received to his head. The instructions stated that one should not go out within 3 hours after applying the product. All happy couples should die, and all couples should be put to the stake. We single warriors will change the world. The single dog signal tower was originally just an abandoned wireless signal transmitter in the suburbs of City Z. It was unclear when it began to transform into a place where lonely single dogs could voice their grievances. However, after batch of cold-hearted single dogs deposited their grievances in the tower, this abandoned signal tower gradually gained consciousness and began to accept the resentments of all the single dogs within its range. The energy filled with jealousy and hatred became the source of the single dog signal tower's power. At the same time, after receiving countless grievances, it could also emit induced signals, encouraging countless single dogs who received the signals to bravely stand up and change the world. Initially, it was just a weak wolf-level monster, but now it had gathered numerous human single dogs under its command, some of whom had begun to exhibit varying degrees of monsterization. After absorbing countless grievance energies and dismantling many couples, the satisfaction level of a single dog signal tower had reached the peak strength of a tiger-level monster, and it seemed poised for another breakthrough at any moment. Chief, we just broke up 20 couples again, and we've gathered even more companions. Should we head to other areas to further expand our great revolution? Said a muscular human whose head was faintly showing dog ears. He was one of the first to heed the chief's call and was on the verge of becoming a monster. Let us first completely purify the city center of Z before anything else. I can still sense shameless happy couples resisting us. Our great cause cannot afford any omissions. For every happy couple we defeat, we grow stronger. At this moment, the single dog signal tower, which had originally had deformed legs, had evolved into something incredibly strong. Upon seeing its subordinates bring in another couple, it immediately released special energy from its head, successfully purifying 2 new companions. Just as it was about to assign tasks to the newly joined companions, a voice suddenly interrupted its arrangements. Are you the pioneer of this revolution? I too mean someone with a noble aspiration. Let me join in and cause a ruckus. The newcomer was, of course, Wong-Ku, carrying anti-couple missiles, with quite a bit of blood on him. This was due to his haste to reach the city center, resulting from excessive speed enhancement. However, due to his powerful self-healing ability and some monsterization reactions in his body, he seemed to have no major issues. Moreover, as a result of this peculiar reaction, Wong-Ku's body appeared to have been somewhat strengthened, at least capable of withstanding stronger currents. But precisely because Wong-Ku's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, he did not show the same deference to the signal tower monster as others did. This immediately drew dissatisfaction from many revolutionary humans, who gripped their weapons and began to threaten the suddenly arrived Wong-Ku. You disrespectful guy. The chief is conducting a ceremony. Hurry up and step back. Be obedient. Or do you want to face the punishment of being soaked in single dog yogurt? Wong-Ku had not reacted much yet, but the single dog signal tower intercepted his subordinates and welcomed the newcomers. Previously, I sensed that there were quite a few detestable successful people who evolved in an instant. It should have come from the direction you rushed over from. Is it the result of the weapon behind you? That's right. The small missile in this shoulder-mounted missile launcher emits a gas that causes couples to break up after it explodes. Anyone can achieve great effects with just a little guidance. However, there is only one left now, and producing more will require certain resources and time. Very good. With you a like-minded comrade joining us, our great dream of transforming the world will surely be realized faster. Once we completely purify City Z, we must start mass-producing your kind of weapon and distribute it to every comrade in our team. No problem. I will definitely provide technical support by then. Wong-Ku smiled and generously handed over his equipment to a comrade who had already undergone quite a bit of monsterization. He was surprised to find that this comrade was actually a C-class hero from the Hero Association. Although he was at the bottom and his name was hard to remember, there were no signs of battle on his body, indicating that he was also a who volunteered to join. However, there were also those who came to attack, but they had all turned into a pile of fainted losers sprawled on the side of the road. A group of single dogs were causing trouble here. They should hurry back to their doghouses. If you don't get to work, I will use this deformed steel pipe to poke each of your butts and then wake you up. At that moment, another hero arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Wong-Ku suddenly felt tense. A segment of sealed memory surged back, slightly waking him up. It was this moment of clarity that made Wong-Ku react quickly as he began to secrete a special anesthetic in his brain to counteract the special signals emitted by the single dog signal tower. What is happening to me? It seems I'm being affected by some bizarre signal. And why is that crazy woman here, looking like she is completely unaffected? Another foolish hero has come to me, and she is not affected by my special signal. Could she also be a successful person? But she doesn't seem to look like one. The single dog signal tower muttered to itself, not directly attacking the opponent. Meanwhile, the subordinates affected by a charge forward, armed with various weapons, howling as they went. Then came a series of dull thuds as bodies were struck, accompanied by numerous mixed cries of men and women. The delinquent sister head, like a flash of lightning, instantly took down more than 10 humans who had already shown some signs of monsterization. Under her heavy blows, although these humans suffered injuries resembling fractures, none were in life-threatening danger. Moreover, their monsterization phenomena regressed to varying degrees. TCH, what a troublesome opponent. However, this cannot defeat us, the Revolutionary Army with strong beliefs. Comrades, for our dreams, let us all charge together. Oh, under the command of the Single Dog Signal Tower, all members of the Single Dog Revolutionary Army, including itself, rushed towards the delinquent sisterhead. The delinquent sisterhead originally intended to use the strategy of catch the king first to take down the Single Dog Signal Tower directly. However, countless members of the Single Dog Revolutionary Army willingly acted as human shields for their leader, using their overwhelming numbers to block her. The Single Dog Signal Tower. Some former heroes who joined the Revolutionary Army, and some ordinary humans deeply influenced by monsterization showed considerable tacit understanding, using various means to create a lot of trouble for the sisterhead. At this point, Wang Ku, who had gradually recovered, pretended to be excited, constantly changing positions and secretly observing the battle between the two sides. Although the crazy woman was powerful, she could never break through to the monsters. Moreover, her movements seemed quite strange, and from her performance, it appeared she had drunk quite a bit and was not in a right state. Meanwhile, the Signal Tower monster seemed to be getting stronger, subtly showing signs of becoming a ghost-level monster. I can also feel that the special signals emitted from it are continuously strengthening, and I'm starting to feel like I might be affected again. This situation is a bit troublesome. Should I take the opportunity to escape, or is it better to launch a sneak attack on the monster? Wang Ku was camouflaging on the battlefield while his mind was quickly running through thoughts. Right now, his biological pouch was synthesizing a special stimulant, intended to counteract the even stronger interference signals from the monsters. At the same time, Wang Ku took the opportunity to send a command to the base computer, requesting it to expedite the monster signal analysis work and quickly deliver the weapons for reinforcements. It seems that there was a strange signal sent out just now. What is going on? Under my interference, there shouldn't be any signals being sent out here. And where was that signal directed? After all, it was a monster that had transformed from a signal tower, and its current strength had reached the level of a ghost-level monster in certain aspects. Therefore, the Single Dog Signal Tower sensed the changes on the battlefield and had to stop its attack on the troublesome Big Sister, temporarily leaving it to its subordinates to handle. It began to sense the source of the strange signal. As it concentrated its power, its perceptual evolution was further enhanced, and soon it discovered Wang Ku's strange behavior. Hey, what was the name of that guy who just joined? And did you do something? Be honest and confess. Oh no, the evolution speed is faster than I imagined. The resentment of the Single Dog on Christmas Eve is surprisingly strong. Wang Ku immediately reacted upon seeing the Single Dog Signal Tower approaching him. He quickly distanced himself, preparing to escape, while simultaneously complaining about the Single Dogs, as if to express that he was not one of them. You really have a problem. You can't escape. Honestly confess what you just did. Wang Ku's act of fleeing naturally did not escape the attention of the Single Dog Signal Tower. While using the antenna on its head to emit a strange electromagnetic wave towards Wang Ku, it also swung its two thick legs and charged at him, moving at a speed that was completely inconsistent with its massive body. I'm not afraid of electromagnetic wave attacks. You, recklessly pursuing me, will suffer the consequences. In order to perfect the somewhat flawed 8-sudden punch, Wang Ku had put a lot of thought into modifying his body. Therefore, before the strange electromagnetic wave emitted by the Single Dog Signal Tower could reach Wang Ku's body, it was blocked by a slight shockwave emitted from Wang Ku himself. Then, he struck with both hands in a palm knife motion, launching two powerful air currents aimed at the approaching massive body of the strange creature. With a loud bang, the Single Dog Signal Tower finally suffered its first attack with considerable lethality since the start of the monster disaster. You bastard! How dare you harm my body that carries great ideals? You have successfully angered me. Prepare to die. After becoming enraged, The single dog signal tower's ability to absorb resentment energy was further enhanced. It then picked up some rubble from the battlefield and hurled it forcefully at Wang-Ko. The speed of the flying rubble was even faster than expected, and with the monster gathering strength again, it was likely to launch some kind of long-range attack. So, Wang-Ko did not dodge carelessly. Instead, he directly used his whirlwind/iron fist to slice through the rubble and then charged straight towards the single dog signal tower that was still gathering power. Die for me. The monster then unleashed a powerful punch, its strength surpassing even that of the mutated rope monster, which had changed due to Wang-Ko's influence. However, Wang-Ko's current strength was naturally not comparable to what it had been before. He skillfully blocked the opponent's attack with a snakebite fist and then adjusted his strength in his hands. Wang-Ko's palms quickly bulged with a large number of veins, looking extremely terrifying, and even his nails became very sharp. At first glance, it seemed as if a pair of demonic claws had emerged from hell. Relying on these seemingly devilish hands, he suddenly lunged forward and stabbed the strange person at the elbows. Following the creature's scream, he twisted his body and kicked fiercely at the humanoid face on the creature's body. A shockwave, much more condensed than before, immediately spread out after Wang-Ko's foot made contact with the target. The creature, which had been screaming until then, collapsed after this blow. Wang-Ko sensed something and did not pursue further. Instead, he skillfully stepped back a few times and quickly retreated. My connection with the base computer was interrupted. What was this powerful signal jamming? Could it be that the creature was about to evolve again? Wang-Ko's worries quickly became reality as the previously injured monster rapidly got back up. The wounds on its arms healed swiftly, and the muscles all over its body began to writhe. Then it let out a roar toward the sky. Faith fears no attack. After its roar, the resentment that had been gathering in the sky for an unknown amount of time surged continuously into the monster's body, successfully catalyzing the single dog signal tower to evolve into a ghost-level monster in all aspects. What is happening? Wang-Ko stared at the rising oddity in front of him, momentarily dumbfounded and unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, the single dog signal tower, energized by its newfound power, smiled happily and then plunged its feet deep into the ground. Its evolved antenna began to emit a stronger and more peculiar signal for single dogs in all directions. The group of single dog humans, who were originally locked in a fierce battle with the big sister leader, immediately felt a surge of energy and morale after receiving the signal from their leader. Even the injured lying on the ground stood up again to continue fighting. Wang-Ko, who was originally facing off against a ghost-level monster, began to feel his consciousness blur under the influence of this powerful signal. In the chaos, he mechanically uttered, "Eliminate all the normies, purify the entire world." At that moment, the Hero Division in Z City began broadcasting to all citizens, while requesting support from the headquarters in the city. An emergency evacuation alert was issued, declaring the disaster level as ghost, urging citizens to head to shelters immediately. Ha! There are countless pitiful single dogs in the world, and their resentment is endless. This is the most irresistible will of the world, and my evolution will continue. The single dog signal tower did not attack Wang-Ko, who had lost his will to resist. As a fellow single dog, the various resentments buried in his heart surged forth and were transmitted into the monster's body. The monster turned to look at the delinquent big sister leader, still fighting not far away, muttering a few displeased words before preparing to join the battle. Just then, the situation changed again as the clock tower in the city center began to chime, announcing the true arrival of Christmas. In an instant, much of the resentment energy that had gathered in the sky dissipated. The single dog signal tower sensed something was amiss, but before it could react, several drones flew in from the sky, first launching missiles that emitted strange gas onto the battlefield, followed by dropping a large quantity of items resembling flyers. At the same time, a jubilant music played, and an electronic voice came from the sky, announcing the latest annual guide to getting out of singlehood is here. A gift for all single dogs. Don't miss it. This seemingly absurd action, reminiscent of a Christmas celebration, was a support order Wang-Ko had issued when he was still in contact with the base. The strange gas missiles were an experimental weapon opposite to anti-couple missiles. They could create a sense of fulfillment in people, and with slight adjustments, could generate some positive emotions, motivating individuals to courageously pursue their desires without fear of failure. Coupled with some special effect music and a collection of updated tips for getting out of singlehood gathered from the internet and magazines, it inspired a strong desire among the single dogs, who were overwhelmed with negative emotions, to seek out a partner and escape their single status. Thus, after the flyers rained down from the sky, The humans who had been controlled by the monster immediately fell into a frenzy, scrambling to grab the flyers. They were all thinking about how to confess their feelings, filled with positive energy, and momentarily forgot all their resentment. And it was these people in the city center that were the direct source of resentment energy for the single dog signal tower. The resentment energy that had gathered from other places in the sky likely dissipated significantly due to various reasons related to Christmas, after failing to receive enough energy replenishment. The single dog signal tower, like a power supply running low, saw its strange signals diminish. This further allowed all the controlled humans to no longer be affected by the single dog waves and gradually regain their senses. Damn it, it must be you. You are the only one transmitting the signal here. I will kill you. Although the single dog signal tower's strange wave ability was shattered as a ghost-level monster, it still possessed remarkable combat capabilities. So, after realizing everything, it immediately charged at Wang-Ko. At this moment, Wang-Ko, having quickly regained his senses after the monster's strange signal weakened, saw the monster rushing at him in a fit of rage. He disdainfully set a line before charging toward the monster. The one who's going to be taken down is you. As the single dog signal tower's strange ability was undone and its many subordinates lost control, the monster, now only able to engage in hand-to-hand combat, was no match for Wang-Ko. His increasingly skilled whirlwind/iron fist continuously severed the monster's limbs under his agile movements. Ah, spare me. I surrender. Perhaps due to a strong sense of dissatisfaction for having once been controlled by this monster, Wang-Ko showed no mercy. After the monster lost its legs and fell down, he ignored its pleas for mercy and the idea of capturing this peculiar ghost-level monster. Instead, he stomped down on its head, crushing it, and continued to beat the corpse for a while. Once his body was covered in the monster's blood, Wang-Ko gave instructions to the arriving drones to begin recovering the monster's shattered body. Have you vented all your anger? Actually, you should find a girlfriend to escape your single dog identity. The one who said this to Wang-Ko was the big sister leader, now covered in blood. Although her clothes and hairstyle were already messy, she looked even more like a madwoman now. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone as brilliant as me is definitely part of the normies. How could I be one of the losers? After venting his anger, Wang-Ko immediately realized that the troublesome big sister, who was unaffected by the weirdo's signals, was still around. However, the big sister had already spoken up to strike him down first. Caught off guard, Wang-Ko could only force himself to put on a facade of being a happy person. The troublesome big sister scoffed, leaving Wang-Ko feeling extremely frustrated. Then she raised her hand and pointed at the lingering resentment energy in the sky, saying, "You seem to be somewhat capable. Do you have any way to deal with those damn things left in the sky?" Wang-Ko raised his head to look after hearing the question from the big sister. The resentment energy that had gathered under the influence of the single dog signal tower did not dissipate with the death of the freak. Instead, it gradually condensed, emitting an unpleasant feeling. If these things were allowed to continue existing, they might cause some trouble here. As a scientist, Wang-Ko also became somewhat interested in these strange phenomena. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't come up with any method to collect them. Then he glanced at the strange signal tower component that had fallen to the side, which he had previously cut off. With his considerable knowledge, Wang-Ko believed that studying this might lead to some breakthroughs. So, after saying a few words to the big sister, he started to walk over. "Give me some time to study the component that fell from the freak. You can stay here and watch over the citizens who haven't fully regained consciousness." The big sister found it a bit troublesome, but as a professional hero, she ultimately accepted the arrangement. She took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, only to find that they were soaked with blood. Feeling somewhat unlucky, the big sister glanced at the Christmas tree that was originally meant for couple activities in the city center, and then her figure quickly flashed past. This signal tower device was supposed to be just an ordinary metal product. However, after the transformation into a freak, it was also modified. It has considerable research value. I shouldn't have been so angry as to directly stomp on the freak. What would happen if I injected it with electricity? After Wang-Ko began studying the severed mechanical parts, he immediately switched to the role of a science guy. He gathered a certain amount of electric current in his hands and slowly injected it into the signal tower, only to find that there was no change. It seemed that electric current alone couldn't activate it. What else was needed? Considering his single status, did he also need to generate some resentment himself? After thinking about this, Wang-Ko immediately gave it a try. "I'm already in my 20s, yet I'm still a pathetic cultivator. Those dead successful people clearly have no real skills. Why do they have the right? Damn, this can't be taken lightly." Just as Wang-Ko was still lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the energy of resentment in the sky was actually rushing towards him like a sphere, fearing some strange outcome. He quickly stopped the electric current in his hands and tossed the signal tower away. Meanwhile, the signal tower, still working in midair, pointed in a direction before it stopped operating. Then the spherical energy in the sky followed that direction and ultimately flew into the distant sky. It was towards City Y. Hopefully, it wouldn't cause any trouble. Well, it shouldn't cause any trouble, right? It's just something that works on specific weirdos. Wang-Ku was comforting himself when the voice of the big sister rang out, and at the same time, a bag of candy was thrown over. After all, we managed to settle this matter, so taking a few gifts from the Christmas tree is not a big deal. This is your share. I only want this cigarette. I don't really like sweets, and isn't this considered stealing? There's a sign that says it's free, as long as you leave your name. What did you leave? Nothing, okay. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. What? Wait, I still have something to say. Wang-Ku suddenly remembered that he still had to carry out the plan for the big cute girl. But the big sister didn't look back at all and disappeared after a few quick movements. After a sigh, Wang-Ku looked at a broken sign on the Christmas tree. The earlier characters seemed to have disappeared due to the aftermath of the battle, but the latter part, which indicated that gifts could be collected for free after registration, was still quite intact. At this moment, the drone's recovery work on the monster's body had been completed, and the computer informed that others were on their way. Wang-Ku, who wanted to avoid trouble, did not pay attention to the citizens who were still in chaos at the scene and quickly left with his Christmas gift for the day. A gust of wind lifted a broken flyer, and two relatively intact characters of a couple briefly stuck to the broken sign before quickly drifting away with the wind. The registration book under the Christmas tree flipped rapidly in the wind and stopped at a page documenting the damn doctor and Justice Beauty. Just 10 minutes into Christmas night, a man and a woman, holding their gifts, were moving further away from the center of Z City. Besides them, a strange giant bug on the southern lake of Y City also received a gift from this location. What it got was neither candy nor cigarettes, but a suddenly flying energy ball. Although its body underwent some mutations under this energy, it seemed that it would take a long time before it could truly make an appearance. Christmas had already passed for several days, and during this time, Wang-Ku tried to clear various traces from the previous battle. Although the bad big sister had informed the Hero Association that Dr. Diesel was the main contributor to resolving this monster disaster, her report was quite rough and chaotic. The internal records of the Hero Association merely speculated that Dr. Diesel had achieved this through some high-tech means, especially since they had noticed the drones that appeared that night. However, they had not realized that Dr. Diesel was a martial arts expert. They still regarded him as a mysterious civilian with a strange temper who was unwilling to join the association. This judgment was not only due to the incompetence of the Hero Association, but also Wang-Ku's private guidance. He continued to maintain a certain level of mystery, and even after defeating the ghost-level monster, he did not boast about it. Under his operation, the Hero Association did not excessively hype this matter, and Dr. Diesel remained an unknown figure in the eyes of the public. However, having truly defeated a ghost-level disaster monster with his own strength for the first time still made Wang-Ku feel quite good inside. The results of his training in the Whirlwind/Iron Fist were indeed showing. Wang-Ku pondered that perhaps in the next fighting tournament, with his extraordinary strength, he might have a chance to compete for the championship with that guy, the Evil Wolf. Yet, no matter how much he fantasized about martial arts, it was still just a hobby. After all, Wang-Ku's main profession was still a scientist. So after adjusting his state, he focused his energy on further research work. The body of the single dog signal tower was too severely damaged by him. Wang-Ku spent a lot of effort and could only barely analyze some signal jamming technology. Additionally, after examining the strange signal tower components that were brought back, Wang-Ku enhanced some hardware performance. With these two things, he further upgraded the signal jamming particle technology he had previously developed. Although it had little effect on general biological enemies, this more powerful particle dispersion technology significantly impacted some electronic mechanical devices. It was evident that Wang-Ku's idea of developing this technology came from the Minovsky particles in Gundam UC. Although the principles were completely different, there were certain similarities in effectiveness. The hypothetical enemies of this technology were naturally the troublesome Metal Knight Bophei and the mysterious organization with many powerful intelligent robots. Although they had not yet started actively causing trouble, the necessary countermeasures still had to be prepared. Moreover, as Wang-Ku gradually gained some reputation in the outside world under the name of Dr. Diesel, he had already faced numerous hacker attacks, which periodically targeted his residence in F-City. Some of these attacks were quite clever, and even Wang-Ku could not pinpoint their original source. Realizing that he was being targeted by unknown enemies, Wonka had to make more thorough preparations. In addition to the particles that could affect high-precision machines, Wonka also began producing biochemical soldiers in the underground secret base in Z City. Since he had conducted a major cleanup in the sewers of Z City, more than 20 wolf-level and tiger-level monsters, including Tortoise Cerberus, had provided him with a wealth of research material during this period. Wonka had already developed some synthetic biochemical beasts with certain combat capabilities, as well as some clone biochemical soldiers. In terms of accumulating combat forces, he had gradually reached a certain scale. If a significant conflict occurred with a certain force in the future, Wonka would not have to do everything himself like an immortal cockroach in a passionate anime. Although their combat power was still relatively low-end, these mass-producible thugs could still significantly boost his momentum. It's completely ineffective. Diesel, can you take a look? The seller didn't send me counterfeit products, did they? Saitama looked at the empty miracle hair growth water bottle in his hand and touched his unresponsive scalp, expressing some doubt to Wonka in front of him. Are you sure you applied the hair growth water according to the instructions? Wonka, once again at the home of the Bugman, Saitama, was not there for leisure this time. He had come to distract Saitama because a synthetic biochemical beast he used to test combat power had already been deployed in Z City. Of course, I stayed at home honestly after applying it. I didn't touch my scalp for several hours, not even scratching it when it itched. Saitama replied very seriously to Wonka's inquiry, as he was quite sensitive about baldness. Wonka naturally knew that this money-making hair growth solution could not resolve the cosmic while on Saitama's head. Initially, he only used this thing to lure Saitama into taking the bait. However, when he heard that Saitama hadn't even touched his scalp, he immediately felt he had a reason to shirk responsibility. So you just said you applied the hair growth solution but didn't touch your scalp, right? Of course. You have no idea how painful it is for me when I resist the itch. Well, now I know the reason. You still didn't read the instructions carefully. Didn't it say that after applying it to the scalp, you need to gently massage your scalp with your fingertips? What? Does the instruction manual mention that? I didn't see it. After Wonka pointed out Saitama's oversight, Saitama immediately picked up the manual again and, after reading it once more, indeed couldn't find what Wonka mentioned. But when Wonka indicated him to look at the back of the manual, the careless Bugman began to wail in regret. Damn it, what is this company thinking? Clearly, there are so many blank spaces below the instructions on the front. Why do they have to write the subsequent content on the back? Well, they probably wanted the text on massage techniques and the illustrations to be on one page for clarity. So what are you planning to do now? I've heard that this hair growth solution is only effective for first-time users. Wonka found an excuse to explain, and then immediately dealt another heavy blow to the Bugman, stating that if the other party could get such hair growth lotion in the future, it would likely be of little use. Damn it, am I really going to become bald? Why didn't I pay more attention back then? After hearing what Dr. Diesel said, Saitama let out another wail, with no desire to watch TV at all. However, even if he really wanted to watch the Disaster Channel, he could only get a bunch of static. This was because Wonka had specifically interfered with the TV signal at Saitama's house before coming here. After pretending to comfort Saitama a few times, Wonka received a report from the base computer. The synthetic beasts he sent out had already defeated several heroes from the Hero Association, one of whom was even an A-class hero. Wonka felt quite satisfied with this. Since the association had not yet established an S-class hero tier, this battle power test showed that the high-end synthetic beast he had painstakingly adjusted indeed possessed remarkable strength. However, he couldn't be happy for long, as the base computer soon reported that the biochemical weapon being tested in City Z had been directly crushed by Tornado, who arrived quickly. The monster was trying to break into the Hero Association's Z City branch. A B-class professional hero, clutching a wound on one arm, shouted at the B-class and C-class heroes who had come to support. The other heroes naturally wouldn't let this suddenly appearing monster go, and several professional heroes rushed forward, unleashing their ultimate moves. However, this werewolf-like monster was incredibly powerful. For the heroes intercepting it, it only took a few flickers of its sharp claws, and all the professional heroes standing in its way lost their ability to fight. The werewolf monster remained silent throughout, and after defeating the heroes that tried to stop it, it bent its knees, its front limbs touching the ground, and then it began to sprint at high speed. At the very moment it left its original position, a barrage of machine gun bullets shot toward where it had just been. Was it able to sense me hiding in the shadows because the werewolf-shaped monster had a particularly keen nose? Hidden in the dark, Death Gatling, after seeing that his attack had failed, immediately ceased his subsequent barrage. He quickly got up and changed positions, preparing to find a new ambush spot. However, the previous werewolf monster, after a few leaps, charged directly to Death Gatling's side, its sharp claws aimed at his chest. At this moment, Death Gatling did not panic. Instead, he calmly raised his machine gun and unleashed his ultimate move, Death Shower, pouring all his bullets at the werewolf. How stupid to charge directly at me. Just disappear? You monster. Death Gatling was very confident in his attack. Since he began his hero activities, all the monsters that had fallen victim to his Death Shower had turned to mush without exception, even though this monster displayed astonishing speed. Such a close-range attack was absolutely unavoidable for it in midair. And indeed, the monster could not dodge the machine gun attack at such a close distance. Its entire body was sent flying by the tremendous kinetic energy, crashing into a nearby stronghold and kicking up a large cloud of dust. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the werewolf monster showed no signs of injury. The armor on its body had completely immunity to the machine gun's attack. What shocked Death Gatling even more was that the unarmored parts of the werewolf monster had actually blocked the machine gun bullets with its fur. Moreover, this fur showed no signs of damage, merely appearing slightly damp, as if it had been soaked with sweat. What a joke. How could such a monster be rated as a tiger-level threat by the association? This is truly dereliction of duty. Roar. At this moment in the Z-City Hero Association branch, the staff were focused on communicating with external heroes. A female staff member, after receiving a report, nervously reported to her superiors, A-class hero Death Gatling has just been defeated. This is the 6th professional hero, and the monster is continuing to approach us. Marco, too, the head of the Hero Association's 2nd Operations Department, reacted with anger upon hearing the report. How could the disaster assessment team be so careless? Wasn't it said that the detection response was very low? It had just been elevated from wolf-level to tiger-level disaster not long ago. And now it seemed to be trending towards a demon-level disaster. Are they trying to provide materials for the media to attack us? I'm very sorry. However, the initial detection results we receive at our branch are indeed still the same. Compared to the headquarters data, it is still only at the wolf-level disaster detection standard. A male staff member, appearing quite flustered under Marco II's reprimand, reported the detection data again. There's a problem with the detector. We need to report this situation to those guys at headquarters. TSK, I must have a word with those people at headquarters after this. Have we contacted other heroes? I don't want my branch to be breached by a lone monster. Yes, we have summoned 11 heroes of various ranks, and they are expected to launch a joint attack on the monster in 2 minutes. Among the heroes attacking together, there are 2 A-class heroes. They will definitely be able to eliminate the monster. When Death Gatling went over with several heroes earlier, you said the same thing. If something goes wrong again this time, you can prepare to pack your bags and leave. But before that, make sure to be steady and add more heroes. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Not long after the conversation between the 2 Z-City Hero Association staff members ended, the previous female staff member reported another terrible piece of news. The monster seems to have detected the heroes coming to attack in advance. It has successfully bypassed the interception and is now speeding straight toward our branch location. Upon hearing this news, Marco II was immediately taken aback, quickly asking his equally shocked male subordinate in front of him, how much fighting power does our branch currently have? The heroes have already been dispatched. We can only grab our weapons and resist. Anyone will do. Tell a hero outside to hurry back for defense. JL-78 was moving its limbs quickly, seeing the black building in front of it. The huge letter Z on it was exactly the same as the image stored in its mind. Knowing that its mission would soon be completed excited this synthetic beast, which had a very short lifespan. It did not know who had created it. After gaining consciousness, it had remained in a cultivation tank. Even when it barely opened its eyes and looked out through the murky cultivation fluid, it could only see various infusion tubes connected to its tank. After being injected with various data by machines, it learned some combat methods suitable for its body. It also learned that it was being composed of the cells of wolves, humans, insects, and monsters. At the same time, it learned that its name was JL-78, and the special armor on its chest was the hardest part of its body. Beneath its surface, there are sweat glands that can secrete a special sweat. This sweat allows its fur to become as hard as steel in a short period, while the damp fur also possesses considerable flexibility. Its strong muscles provide it with immense strength. Its nose is highly sensitive, and with the prototype biological organ radar implanted in its body, it can keenly sense various threats within a 200-meter radius. There are many other abilities as well, such as an organ next to its heart that serves as the unlocking switch for its power limiter. Once the switch is released, its strength will double. All of this combines to give it astonishing power. If used flexibly, it can mostly reach what humans refer to as a ghost-level disaster. However, all of this comes at a cost, creating a monster like it seems to have consumed 3/5 of the department's resources. Moreover, even with such effort put into creating it, it only has a mere few years of life, which is quite tragic. But JL-78 does not care. The data input into its mind tells it that completing missions and collecting combat data is its value for survival. If it fails to complete its mission, even if it could live longer, it would be meaningless. JL-78 agrees with this notion. Compared to living a dull life in a cultivation tank, it is much more important to shine in battle for a moment. The target building is now in sight, and JL-78, which originally ran on all fours, suddenly stands up and starts running. Then it roars at the building and leaps up, ready to pierce into the building with its sharp claws. Just as its claws are about to touch the target, JL-78 suddenly finds itself unable to move in midair. With its muscles tensed, it feels a tremendous force squeezing it, as if its body is about to be crushed. Unwilling to accept this, JL-78 roars again and directly opens its internal limiter. Then, freed from its constraints, it desperately writhes and successfully escapes from the grip. However, the cost of opening the limiter is high. JL-78 knows that its life is now reduced to less than 6 minutes. If it cannot complete the upcoming task, it will be melted into a pool of blood in 6 minutes. Oh, you can actually break free from my restraint. Although I was just lightly squeezing you, this strength is still commendable. JL-78 looks up at the girl with green hair in midair, and the information stored in its mind informs it that this seemingly young human girl with green hair is a terrifying presence. If it does not use all its strength at once, there will be no opportunity left. It can only embrace death in an instant. Roar. After making up its mind, JL-78's legs, which look like they have countless huge worms protruding, suddenly exert tremendous force. It leaps repeatedly against several buildings, then directly dives into the girl's back. However, its sharp claws fail to touch the girl, and its already doubled strength is once again seized without warning. It's fast and looks agile. Can you still break free like before? I still haven't used my full strength, so give it a try. I'll give you 3 seconds. Roar. JL-78 roars again, intending to detonate the special bomb inside its body. It hopes to inflict some damage on the girl through a close-range explosion. However, it ultimately does not have time to execute this plan, as its body is crushed by the tremendous force before it can react. In a final moment before consciousness fades, JL-78 feels no pity for its brief life, only immense regret for failing to complete its mission. Oh dear, it seems like that was only 2 seconds, not 3. Isn't that breaking a promise? What a pity, I got a bit distracted. The girl, enveloped in green light in midair, looks down at the monster that has turned into mush on the ground. She then retrieves the already deformed special bomb and crushes it with telekinesis. Oof, how could such a thing possibly hurt me? Are there no more interesting opponents around? The gap in strength is so enormous. JL-78 was a high-spec synthetic beast that cost me a lot of effort. During the data simulation battles, there were 2 successful kills against me, and Tornado's strength is much stronger than I expected. After reviewing the combat data sent back by JL-78, Wonka realized that he had somewhat underestimated the strength of the heroes in this world, so he canceled the mass production plan for the JL-78 synthetic beast. Although this wolf-like monster indeed possesses considerable strength, it failed to meet expectations in actual combat, which is a bit disappointing given its high cost. After the development failure of JL-78, Wonka could only temporarily halt the development of high-level synthetic beast combat power and shift more focus to biosoldiers. Since there was no further breakthrough in biological technology for the time being, combat power like biosoldiers, which can be equipped with various weapons and utilize certain mechanical modification technologies, is clearly more valuable in versatility and cost than biological beasts. Wonka had made up his mind and was about to extract relevant information from the computer when a warning appeared on the screen. It was another hacker attack, likely from that guy associated with the Hero Association. Following the incident in City Z, they had now begun investigating my residence in City J. Based on the technical details and personality analysis, it was most likely that Bo Fei was behind this. After all, Wonka had previously cleared the sewers in City Z under the name Dr. Diesel and had taken down the single dog signal tower. This indicated that the mysterious genius Dr. Diesel had been paying close attention to City Z during this time. After that, JL-78 launched a surprise attack on the Z branch of the Hero Association. Yet Dr. Diesel remained unresponsive, which inevitably led some dark-minded individuals to suspect something. Although there were traces of the association's hackers, others could also be involved. However, breaking through Wang Ke's system defenses to such an extent was not something just anyone could achieve. Analyzing from a personality standpoint, Tong Di was still just a kid. Kino's evolution house was even more reclusive, so the most likely person would naturally be Bo Fei. Even if traces were discovered, blaming it on the Hero Association would align well with his style. After Wang Ke determined who the visitor was, he prepared a great gift for him. As Bo Fei continued to delve deeper into the base's computer system, Wang Ke secretly launched his counterattack. However, contrary to Wang Ke's expectations, Bo Fei's attacks continued to penetrate further. And even as Wang Ke's signs of digging traps became increasingly apparent, he maintained an indifferent demeanor. At the moment when Bo Fei's hacking attack was about to break through, Wang Ke simply cut off all external communications from a base, choosing to adopt a strategy of strict defense. The opponent's attacks were so reckless that it proved Wang Ke's previous counterattacks seemed to have little effect on Bo Fei's technology. After putting in a considerable amount of effort, Wang Ke finally managed to fend off the attack. However, he did not feel particularly relieved. Instead, he felt very frustrated. Being bullied and having no choice but to act like a turtle was not easy for anyone in this situation. Having experienced the power of a tornado, Wang Ke was now struck down by Bo Fei's technical prowess. No matter how displeased he felt inside, Wang Ke could only choose to swallow his anger. He continued to remain quietly in the shadows, silently studying, and had to terminate any thoughts of reaching out. He decided to keep accumulating money and resources and focus on advancing his technology tree. In this world filled with various powerful figures, without any halo, he could not afford to show off casually. When Bong Pu, the iron fist of Whirlwind Slash, saw his lazy disciple practicing with a troubled expression, he immediately guessed something. What have you encountered this week? Has someone undermined your confidence? Wang Ke punched the giant rock, and a stream of air resembling a mosquito coil sliced through, leaving only a small scratch on the surface. Realizing that his thoughts were in disarray, Wang Ke adjusted his breathing and replied to Bong Pu. He had received 2 consecutive blows in his main job and had simply recognized some realities. After hearing that it was indeed similar to what he had thought, Bong Pu temporarily halted Wang Ke's practice and invited him over for a cup of tea to adjust his mindset. Young people shouldn't overthink. The world is quite vast, and there are certainly capable individuals who may emerge from any corner. I still have some self-awareness. I just feel a bit unwilling. If I had more time, I wouldn't be so easily discouraged by those guys. Although you only treat martial arts as a hobby, it can still influence your main work. Doing anything requires the right mindset, and while martial arts trains the body, it also sharpens the spirit. You might as well focus on martial arts for a while. Once your state improves, you may even make breakthroughs in scientific research. Do you also use these grand principles to persuade the other disciples in the dojo? After Wang Ke took a sip of tea, his irritable mood eased a little. So when he heard Bong Pu start lecturing, he returned to his usual chattering state. Upon hearing his disciple's rather rude reply, Bong Pu, as if accustomed to it, did not reprimand Wang Ke again. Instead, he glanced at the giant rock Wang Ke was practicing on and said, "Focus a bit more on your martial arts. I won't buy fish from a careless fishmonger." Huh, old man, can't you be a bit more direct in complimenting me? But thanks for the encouragement. I do feel much more relaxed now. Wang Ke naturally understood Bong Pu's hint easily. He quickly finished the tea in his cup, then got up again to continue practicing the Whirlwind Slash Iron Fist. Watching Wang Ke's rhythm and breathing with each punch gradually relax, Bong Pu felt quite pleased and occasionally offered guidance. At the end of this day's training, Wang Ke successfully executed a powerful air slash with his fingers. With this further breakthrough in martial arts, Wang Ke's mood improved significantly. Taking advantage of his good state, he extended and completed his training over the next few days, gradually making the technique, named 10 Blades Continuous Fire, somewhat practical. With this pleasant mood, Wang Ke immersed himself in various tedious research tasks and made some decent progress. After continuously achieving breakthroughs, he felt quite good about it. Thus, wild ideas surged again, leading him to adjust and modify the secretion of neurotransmitters, including dopamine, in his brain. Thanks to this modification, Wang Ke began to lead a rather regular and efficient life until he encountered that person again. Ever since he made breakthroughs in practicing the Whirlwind Slash Iron Fist, Wang Ke had been living a quite orderly life. He spent a day or 2 each week practicing martial arts, another day or 2 gathering materials on monsters, and chatting with the now bald Satama. The remaining days were devoted to researching various new topics, such as increasing his maximum current flow and ensuring stable transmission of neural signals in various situations. The simplest and most effective way to solve this issue was to continuously correct and strengthen his cells. Although exercising the body, the most primitive method, had its effects, it felt somewhat too low-tech for a scientific genius like while.Though. Hey, is this Casero? I heard your hero association recently recruited a new hero with the title bone. Oh, not a hero, but a rookie. Are you familiar with him? I'm interested in studying his physical condition. What? You're eliminating wolf-level monsters and wanting to call back in half an hour? That's too inefficient. You're shameless to say you're my modified one. What a shameful guy. Forget it. Just bring the corpses of the monsters to me after you defeat them. You keep busy. Without giving that silly Casero time to explain, while.Though hung up and immediately dialed another number. Hey, George, it's Dr. Diesel. I took a look at the tiger-level monster arm you sent me last time, and it's quite interesting. Thank you. I have a question. Has your hero association recruited a new hero with the title bone recently? I'm quite interested in his physical condition. Can you help me contact him? Oh, you're currently teaming up with him to hunt monsters? Where are you now? I'll come right over. Ah, don't worry about me. Regular monsters can't hurt me. You just focus on your task. I'll gather data on the side. After hanging up, while.Though quickly prepared the necessary equipment and set off to the location of the giant hammer wrestler. However, on the way, upon seeing a rapidly moving figure, while.Though immediately changed his plan. The delinquent leader, Feng Chung, was holding a cigarette in her mouth and a steel pipe in her hand, aggressively blocking a monster's path. You little bastard running around everywhere. I finally found you. The monster, armed with 2 curved knives, had a body stitched together from different faces. It was the ghost-level monster Face Patch, who was supposed to battle the devil-modified person Genos over a year later. Oh, that voice. So you're still alive, delinquent leader. Huh. You have a new face. It seems the Hero Association's technology isn't bad. I'm back to settle the score. Get ready to die. As soon as Feng Chung Misha finished speaking, a shadow appeared in her original position. Then came the huge sound of metal clashing, as the 2 rapidly moving figures engaged in an intense battle. That sea-level hero, who barely bit off a piece of flesh from me back, then can actually keep up with my speed now. Can you tell me what you've been through? It was just crushing 2 cherries. I've forgotten the rest. Oh, I see. Then I'll help you remember and take away your pretty new face in the process. Try if you can. Seeing the 2 fierce combatants in the distance, while.Though was a bit surprised. So it was Face Patch who disfigured the crazy woman. Wasn't the monster that ran away a tiger level? Could it be that there was a misjudgment in the disaster level of the monster, or did Face Patch's disaster level rise to ghost level afterward? Forget it. There's no point in thinking about useless things. The crazy woman seemed to have a level hero strength. Now that she has undergone my treatment and modification, she must have improved several levels. Although he knew she had previously defeated Eurythnia, he didn't know how strong she had become. It was a good opportunity for him to quietly hide nearby and collect data. After deciding, while.Though set up various devices and began gathering battle data from the 2 combatants in the distance. Although he owed a favor to the delinquent leader, he had no intention of directly participating in the battle. After all, the resentment caused by Feng Chung Misha's earlier clawing still haunted while.Though in nightmares from time to time. The battle between Face Patch and the delinquent leader continued, with both sides sustaining some injuries. However, compared to Face Patch, who only had a few chunks of rotten flesh falling off, Feng Chung, covered in blood, was clearly at a disadvantage. As usual, she relied entirely on her bizarre speed and strength, swinging her weapon chaotically without any technique. As long as one adapted to the attack style of an amateur a bit, it wasn't a big deal. After another loud impact, their weapons clashed together, entering a stalemate. Face Patch's grinning grotesque face commented on Feng Chang's strength. Pa, I won't buy this brand of cigarettes again. They lack punch. Despite being at a disadvantage, the expression on the delinquent leader's face remained calm. After spitting out the cigarette she had been holding, she began to exert herself again. Feng Chang's steel pipe immediately suppressed Face Patch's dual knives, and with a loud shout, she smashed Face Patch away, sending him crashing through a building. Then, several shadows appeared as the delinquent leader charged into the dust-filled ruins. Then there was a huge crashing sound, and nothing else was clear. If it were the original while.Though, he probably wouldn't have noticed, but after the intensive martial arts training during this period, he finally began to see some clues. The strange footwork of the crazy woman, with her long legs moving fast and slow, appeared chaotic, but in reality, it was quite sophisticated. This was the reason for her astonishing speed and remarkable agility. No wonder while.Though had exhausted himself trying to catch up with the big sister who had escaped from the operating room. Moreover, the big sister had a peculiar breathing method and a somewhat intricate way of channeling energy. It clearly bore the shadow of a martial arts school, and a rather profound one at that. However, her attacking style was overly simplistic, resembling an exaggerated version of street fighting. The monotonous heavy strikes lacked any technique. Therefore, after noticing these clues, Wonka couldn't help but be curious about what kind of background this crazy woman had. Wonka was quietly hiding to gather battle data, and the situation between the two combatants had changed at this moment. Facepatch rapidly retreated from the dust. Its body was already deformed in multiple places, with a large chunk of flesh seemingly torn off, looking quite disheveled. However, it was not completely passive in the fight, as its dual daggers were covered in blood, with one of the daggers still lodged in a dripping hand. "You crazy person, can you still fight me without one hand?" At this moment, the big sister emerged from the dust, using her mouth and remaining right hand to bandage her severed limb, with the bandaging cloth seeming to be part of her clothing. Her clothes were tattered, revealing a particularly enticing sight. Strangely, despite Facepatch's fighting experience and skills, it did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, its gaze wandered as if searching for an escape route. However, this was not a difficult observation for Wong Ku, who had undergone considerable training under Bang Pu. After glancing a few times, he made a rough judgment. Facepatch was likely just bluffing, although it appeared relaxed. Its hand gripping the knife was likely too weak to exert any real strength, and its left leg also looked unnatural. However, the crazy woman was unexpectedly resilient. When I performed surgery on her, her body was covered in scars, and a significant amount of muscle tissue was completely missing, which made me, a gentleman pursuing art, expend considerable effort on her reconstructive surgery. Suddenly, Facepatch moved, striking a menacing pose as if to directly kill the big sister. Yet Wong Ku, who had a thorough understanding of biological movements, could tell from Facepatch's awkward twitches that this strange person was merely holding on at the end. It was uncertain whether the crazy woman would back down and escape to seek another opportunity. At this moment, Wong Ku made a decision in his mind. If the crazy woman chose to flee, he would take action against Facepatch. After all, it was a semi-damaged, ghost-level monster, and capturing it for experiments would yield tremendous value. However, the heavily injured big sister showed a resilient demeanor. Instead of retreating, after bandaging her wounds, she stubbornly declared, "I have only one thing to do today, and that is to turn you into meat paste." The battle between the delinquent big sister and Facepatch continued for about 10 more minutes. The rough and monotonous attack style resulted in a large gash on Feng Chengmisha's abdomen. Meanwhile, Facepatch had both daggers broken by the opponent, and after its body was left with no intact flesh, it was finally killed by Feng Cheng, who smashed its head with a steel pipe, intestines spilling out. Wong Ku hesitated for a moment before the big sister made her final strike, debating whether to stop the madwoman. However, he ultimately abandoned that idea and chose to take action only after the victorious side had also fainted, deciding to clean up the battlefield. After all, since the big sister had saved him once, it was better not to do anything that would provoke her hatred and let her vent her frustrations. Once the unruly big sister had also fallen, Wong Ku took the madwoman in his arms back to the base and performed a series of surgical treatments on her. The hand that the unruly big sister had lost was reattached by Wong Ku as the lead surgeon. Her intestines, which had spilled out, were cleaned and stuffed back in her abdomen. Under Wong Ku's exquisite skills, all the wounds on the unruly big sister's body healed perfectly, leaving no scars. With such a level of expertise, if Wong Ku decided to open a beauty salon, it would undoubtedly become a global sensation. However, what he planned to do next would scare away 99 of potential customers, as he intended to create a big, cute girl. "You madwoman, I've saved your life now, which counts as repaying the favor for when you saved me before. Now it's time to settle our accounts." Wong Ku picked out an oversized part and then wickedly said to the unconscious gang leader, "You finally fell in my hands. Now I will perform a gender reassignment surgery on you. When you wake up, I'll crush your two balls with my own hands to vent the resentment I've accumulated over these days." Just as he was about to act, Wong Ku suddenly had a new idea. "Hey, wait a minute. Why not be even more wicked? I'll give you a special part while keeping your female features, allowing you to have a self-sufficient ex-life, and then figure out a way for you to get pregnant. Wow, that way you'll be both a man and a woman. Wouldn't that make you a new type of human? Oh my, I'm really a genius." After thinking of this crazy idea, the action-oriented Wong Ku immediately began to prepare. However, at that moment, visitors arrived, which put a damper on his mood. When he opened the communication display, Wong Ku found that it was Casero and George who had come to visit. Following them were a newcomer with the hero title of Bone and two creatures they had successfully defeated. Dr. Diesel, George and I happened to run into each other outside, so we came together. TCH, your timing is impeccable. Fine, come in. After all, it would be rude to just send them away since they had already come to the door. Besides, the surgery could start any time. So Wong-Ku administered another dose of anesthetic to the unruly gang leader before going out to receive them. The enhanced warrior Casero and the hammer wrestler George were both already well-known, powerful heroes. Casero, being relatively young and experienced, still had to stay at the B level for a while. George, however, had already become an A-level hero thanks to his good performance. The Hero Association had entrusted George with the newcomer hero Bone, which showed their trust in him. Dr. Diesel, this is the newcomer who just joined the association. Hero title Bone. After arriving in front of Wong-Ku, George immediately began to introduce Bone. Heroes refer to each other by their titles, so he didn't mention Bone's real name. Wong-Ku glanced at the bizarre shape of Bone and chuckled inwardly without showing it. I am Dr. Diesel, and I believe you've heard of me from the hammer wrestler. He continued, I heard your body is quite special, so I'm interested in studying it. Would you be willing? Although Bone was a newcomer who had just debuted, he had heard many rumors about Diesel and the Hero Association over the past few days. After witnessing the hammer wrestler's immense power, he thought Dr. Diesel was truly remarkable. He felt he should strengthen his relationship with him and avoid any disrespectful behavior. I would be very happy to accept your research. Since birth, I have had bones that are harder than average, and after drinking milk, I can temporarily increase their hardness again. However, if you gain something from this, could you help me enhance my abilities? That's not a problem, but you must think it through. After the enhancement, you will no longer be considered a normal human. Regarding Wong-Ku's statement, Bone was quite open-minded and replied easily. I wasn't exactly a normal person before anyway. I thought this through before coming. All right then, please step into that machine. I will conduct a full-body examination first. Once I understand your physical condition, I will help you design a modification plan. Thank you, Dr. Diesel. After the newcomer hero Bone walked away, Wong-Ku turned to Casero and George and said, Bone's modification will take some time. If you have other matters to attend to, you might as well handle them first. Casero glanced at George and hesitated before speaking up. Doctor, have you heard? The Hero Association is planning to establish S-Class heroes. Wong-Ku certainly knew about this, and he also knew that in a little over a year, there would be 17 S-Class heroes in the association. I've heard a bit. It seems the Hero Association made this decision based on various circumstances recently. After confirming that Wong-Ku had indeed heard about it, Casero revealed his purpose for coming. I hope the doctor can help me with further enhancements. I want to try to see if I can become an S-Class hero. Casero's last enhancement was indeed a long time ago. Although he had won battles during this period, he still felt that his physical quality was somewhat lacking. The strength of a hero comes from both body and mind. Strength is not only a strong will, but also mental training, such as accumulating combat experience. Without completing these, continuing to enhance your physical qualities will only have negative effects. In reality, Wong-Ku was somewhat reluctant and didn't want to bother with it. But he couldn't express his true feelings, so he made some superficial excuses to brush it off. Simple-minded Casero truly believed Wong-Ku's words seemed reasonable. However, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied and continued to ask the doctor, so, what do you think I need to meet in order to receive further modifications? Since it was just to pass the time with Casero, Wong-Ku casually thought of a condition. There are many outstanding individuals among A-Class heroes. Many B-Class and C-Class heroes are eyeing their positions. Since you are still B-Class now, strive to enter the top 20 of A-Class. If you accomplish this task, I will help you with the next step of modifications. All right, doctor, I promise I won't let you down. Casero thought this was a challenge given by the doctor to train himself and didn't realize Wong-Ku had just used a random goal to send him off. After seeing the enthusiastic enhancement warrior leave, the hammer wrestler George approached Wong-Ku and bent down sincerely, saying, Dr. Diesel, I have a request, and I hope you will agree. At first, when Wong-Ku heard George had a request, he thought it was similar to Casero's request to modify his body to help him ascend to S-Class. So, Wong-Ku had prepared a similar excuse to brush George off. However, George's request had nothing to do with S-Class heroes. He didn't even care about his hero rank or position, and this request was made for someone else. What is it? You might as well tell me. Wong-Ku looked at George, who was still bowing and pleading, feeling somewhat troubled. But the always polite George still appeared to be putting him in a difficult position. I know this is excessive, but I still ask you to agree first. If you don't tell me what it is, I can't agree. Since it's not about you, why can't you just say it? Because it's a very troublesome matter. If I say it first, you are very likely to refuse. Wonka was amused by George's overly honest attitude, but he felt a bit curious about the matter George wanted to get rid of. So he decided to verbally agree, but if things became too troublesome, he would just choose to back out. All right, since you've brought it up to this extent, I'll agree to you. Really? Thank you so much, Dr. Diesel. I owe you a great favor, and yet I'm making such an impolite request. I truly apologize, but all right, let's get to the point. If you keep wasting my precious time like this, I might just change my mind. Wonka really wants to know how George's parents educated him, as he always maintains a principled attitude, and his words are very humble. His upbringing is truly remarkable. I apologize for that. I have friends who work in the police system, and they have been feeling increasingly troubled by the recently escalating incidents involving troublesome individuals. So they have been seeking ways to enhance their work capabilities. After hearing about my situation, they also tried to contact you, but you have been unresponsive. So they asked me to come and request your cooperation. Wonka began to understand what George meant by trouble, and at this moment, he really felt like backing out. The threat posed by the monsters in this world was becoming increasingly difficult to control, which led to the emergence of the Hero Association. Although the Hero Association is a civilian organization, it possesses vast amounts of funding and has gained considerable power. The police system, which was originally responsible for maintaining social order, has faced significant challenges to its authority since the Hero Association's emergence. The police view this powerful civilian organization, the Hero Association, as a potential threat, and the massive cash flow is not transparent enough, likely brewing harmful activities against society. The Hero Association, on the other hand, has always sought to eliminate interference from state power, regarding the police as incompetent obstacles that are only fit to handle minor issues that the Hero Association does not want to manage. However, since the police are unable to deal with powerful monsters, their sense of presence has diminished even further amidst the rampant monster disasters. This has led to a societal trend where young people who aspire to uphold justice are more inclined to become professional heroes. Only after being unfortunate enough to not be selected do they consider becoming police officers. The open and covert confrontation between the police department and the Hero Association has shown an increasingly intense trend. If Wong-Ku blindly cooperates with the police like this, he is likely to receive some terrible evaluations within the Hero Association. If they become suspicious and send a large number of heroes to harass him, it would mean countless troubles for Wong-Ku. After considering it for a moment, Wong-Ku said to George, "This is truly a troublesome matter. George, you are a member of the Hero Association. Have you really thought this through? I have the awareness that if the Hero Association wants to expel me, I will have no complaints." George looked very serious, making Wonka think that perhaps even after being expelled, he would continue to work as a hero voluntarily. What does cooperation mean? Have they made this clear to you? They want to hire you as the head of a special medical institution within the police department. Although they can't provide as much funding as the Hero Association, they will still offer a considerable salary within their means. I do not accept this cooperation. I have already turned down the Hero Association's recruitment, let alone the police department with even lower conditions. But doctor, be patient, let me finish. I have previously helped the Hero Association because they paid me what I deemed worthy. As a reference, if the police department can provide sufficient funding or something I'm interested in, I am willing to help them modify a bio-enhanced warrior. Remember, just one. Let them choose a suitable candidate. Ultimately, Wong could decided to cooperate with the police, but within his own limits. After receiving payment, he would modify one bio-enhanced warrior. This way, the impact of the matter would be contained within a certain range, and even if there were some troubles, it wouldn't cause Wong too much worry. Moreover, unlike the wealthy Hero Association, the police department's available funds were definitely limited due to government allocations. If they offered too low a price, Wonka could simply refuse to cooperate on the grounds of insufficient funding. All right, I will pass this on to the police department. But Mr. Diesel, could you tell me what the standard for the funding amount is, or what you're interested in? George, relieved to learn that Wong-Ku was not refusing, still felt it best to clarify a bit more. The funding matter will depend on the sincerity of the police department. They can quote whatever they want. However, you get what you pay for. If their offer is too low, I am not interested in creating a trash warrior. As for what I am interested in, that would be valuable materials. Let them guess for themselves. After speaking, Wong-Ku glanced at the machine that the new hero bone had entered, then turned to look at the bodies of the monsters brought by George and Casero. Such an obvious hint was naturally noticed by George. Wong-Ku's statement about getting what you pay for also implied that the greater the payment, the stronger the modified warrior would be. I understand. Then I will convey your wishes to my friends in the police department. Time is limited, so I won't continue to disturb you. After understanding Wang-Ke's words, George prepared to take his leave. However, just as he turned around, the doctor seemed to remember something and briefly mentioned, "Oh, by the way, I want to find someone. If the police can help me find or provide useful information, I am willing to lower my price a bit." This was very useful information. The police department was no match for the Hero Association in fighting monsters. But just looking for someone, the Hero Association, as a civilian organization, could not be compared to a national agency. "Who are you looking for, doctor?" George asked as he turned back. Two brothers. The elder brother is named Fok Gao, a somewhat imaginative scientist who seems to be a fool still dreaming of conquering the world. The younger brother is named Maruguli, a simple muscle man who dreams of becoming the strongest in the world. That's all the information I have. Whether they can find them depends on the police department's capabilities. After the hammer wrestler George left, the physical examination of Bone was quickly completed. Wang-Ke was confident in the soundproofing of the machine, so he was not worried that Bone would hear his previous conversation. However, Wang-Ke did not engage in further conversation with Bone because he was eager to implement his long-delayed plan to modify the cute girl. So he dismissed Bone by saying that the collected data needed time and further analysis. However, when Wang-Ke hurriedly arrived at the operating room where the crazy lady was, she had already regained consciousness. "Oh, isn't this Dr. Diesel? Are you here to pick cherries with me again?" The delinquent lady boss sat up on the operating table, her complexion already rosy. Moreover, due to the previous repair surgery, she was completely naked, looking particularly alluring. While most people would likely pitch a tent, Wang-Ke, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but recall the unforgettable pain from that hospital visit. So, after tightening his lower body, he nervously said, "Don't get carried away. I'm actually much stronger than you. Also, how did you wake up? I clearly increased the dosage several times compared to last time. Got any cigarettes? The stronger, the better." Ignoring the somewhat nervous Wang-Ke, Miss Fengcheng Maisi yawned and started asking Wang-Ke for cigarettes. Wang-Ke, whether before or after his time travel, is a strict anti-smoking advocate. When he heard that Fengcheng wanted to smoke, he naturally didn't have any and began to introduce the harmful effects of smoking to the other party. "How could a genius like me smoke? No one is allowed to smoke here. Smoking not only harms the lungs, but also the brain." However, Fengcheng Misha obviously didn't want to listen, not only interrupting Wang-Ke's lecture, but also causing him 80 points of mental damage with a single short sentence. Boring man. No wonder you're still a virgin. Bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Just talking about you. Where on my body haven't I touched? How could a man as experienced as me possibly be a virgin? Wang-Ke is showing off. "Oh, I don't have that feeling of having done it. Could it be that your little brother is too short and weak? Clearly, it's my sedative function that's too strong, making you sleep too deeply because I like to be dizzy." Wang-Ke is still putting on a brave front. "But I don't have any marks from being penetrated below, nor is there any smell of X-liquid, because I am a gentleman and have a cleanliness obsession. I help you tidy up." Wang-Ke is still pretending to be strong. "Oh, is it 3 o'clock? The feeling in my head, I fainted for less than an hour. You even gave me some treatment, and now you're dressed so neatly. In such a short time. Oh, turns out you're a quick shooter. So what if you're a quick shooter? ISNT, that's still a shooter? Not great in endurance, but the destructive power is amazing." Wang-Ke is still putting on a brave front. The bad girl turned her head and glanced at the oversized male appendage still soaking in the strange liquid. She continued to speak to the man with poor lying skills. "If you are so confident in your destructive power, why are you still preparing to switch to this? That as for you, ahem, just to pass the time, I switched to a new one. It's my hobby. Do you have a problem with that? I've changed it hundreds of times." At this moment, Fengcheng suddenly felt that some of Wang-Ke's words were true, because when the other party said the last part, a strange heaviness washed over him. "Let's assume what you said is true. Go give me a pack of cigarettes first. Why should I listen to your orders? You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you wake up so quickly? So being a virgin is troublesome." Softly, "I'm not really sure about the specifics, but it just feels like something messed up is about to happen. And then I woke up like that, just like when I woke up after the last surgery." "Huh? The same as last time. What do you mean?" "It means I have this strange constitution that can sense when something messed up is about to happen. It's somewhat useful during fights too. I can be in a deep sleep, but as long as I sense that something messed up is about to happen, I will wake up just the same." After hearing this, Wang-Ke had a simple hypothesis. Could this crazy woman sense malice? Just like the awakened cockroach that would appear in the future? The last time in the hospital operating room, he seemed to be about to connect her with a certain device, and it was at that moment that she woke up without any warning. Wang-Ke recalled that when he first met the crazy woman, he was thinking about how to make some crazy transformations to her. If that could be considered malicious, then it made sense that she would attack him upon their first meeting. Nonsense. I can't forget the grudge. I want to take revenge on her. With this thought in mind, Wong-Ko looked again at the unruly sisterhead. However, he found that she was also looking at him meaningfully, with an implicit intention to start a fight at any moment. Could it be true? What am I thinking? Wong-Ko cleared his mind and asked, how would I know? Go buy a pack of cigarettes. I'm craving. Feng Chung was getting impatient. What am I thinking now? Wong-Ko again thought about making some evil changes to her. Anyway, it's all bullshit. You damn virgin. Do you want to fight with me? Feng Chung sensed something. What am I thinking? Wong-Ko cleared his mind again. Are you done? How would I know? What am I thinking? Wong-Ko continued to clear his mind and asked. It's decided. I'm going to beat you up. The unruly sister head stood up. I'm going to buy cigarettes. Wong-Ko ran away before she could act. The unruly sister head was wearing Wong-Ko's change of clothes, puffing smoke in front of him. To avoid the harm of secondhand smoke, Wong-Ko, wearing a self-developed breathing mask, started asking her one question after another. So, the next question, do you have any classification standards for the bullshit you feel? For example, if a man confesses to you, they're mostly thinking about having that kind of relationship with you. At this time, would you feel the bullshit feeling mentioned in the previous question? This smoke smells pretty good. What brand is it? Answer my question, and I'll give you another pack. What was the previous question again? All right, it was about some blind thug wanting to X me. I don't know. I've never been confessed to. Tempted by the cigarette, Feng Chung thought for a moment with the cigarette in her mouth, but found she had never encountered such a thing. Is that so? Putting aside your terrible temper, your figure isn't that bad, right? After all, there should be one or two idiots who would confess to you. Von Kiskiviko, wearing a white coat and holding an electronic notebook, looked like a science nerd, but the words coming out of his mouth were quite cheeky. Why don't you try confessing to me? I guarantee I won't kill you. Wong-Ko's words were too rude, and even Feng Chung, with her rough personality, felt a bit angry at that moment. Let's skip this and move on to the next question. I'm already tired of your face and voice, so you can roll away for a while. No problem. I can transform my voice into various sounds. What kind of face do you want displayed on the screen? Wong-Ko activated a mechanical arm in the lab, holding a fairly large display in front of them, and clearly said this in an electronic voice. Are you all this boring, you science nerds in white coats? Feng Chung punched through the display between them, her tone surprisingly calm. But you won't let me conduct a full body check on you again, so I can only ask one question after another. And what exactly is this bullshit feeling? This term is too vague. After dodging her punch, Wong-Ko said reluctantly, haven't you already played with me all over? All right, you haven't paid yet. Hand it over. 50 million. Feng Chung extended a hand, demanding money. Please let me study it well. I was just showing off earlier. I'm still a virgin. To obtain information. Wong-Ko threw aside his dignity and directly knelt on the ground, bowing to Feng Chung. Unable to withstand Wong-Ko's shameless tactics, the sister head finally nodded in agreement to his request, allowing her to gain temporary peace. After Wong-Ko received permission, he immediately prepared numerous instruments in the laboratory and conducted a detailed examination of the big sister. Through the examination, Wong-Ko found that the brain structure of the big sister was 99% similar to that of a normal person. However, it was just that remaining small difference that turned out to be a unique organ. This organ continuously produces some secretions that Wong-Ko had never seen before, which, after reacting with the cerebral cortex, caused the big sister's brain waves to also undergo changes. These special brain waves would resonate with certain unique fluctuations, leading to a chain reaction that would then feed back to the unique organ in the big sister's brain. At this point, the secretions produced by the organ would change again, putting her brain into a unique state of excitement that even Wong-Ko's anesthetics could not suppress. The special fluctuations that resonate with the big sister's unique brainwaves occur during the following moments. Big sister, I now want you to evolve into a self-sufficient new human. Oh, it's indeed starting to resonate. After my malice is transmitted into the big sister's mind, does it form such fluctuations? What will happen next? Wong-Ko was talking to himself while using the Nai Dragon Claw, and then he was kicked away by the big sister. In midair, Wong-Ko did not notice that the instruments showed a large secretion of dopamine in the big sister's brain. However, later on, because Wong-Ko's body crashed into some machines, this information turned into fragmented data. When Wong-Ko saw this data again, he simply attributed its cause to the big sister's identity as a smoker. For a science nerd, dopamine, the substance associated with love, indeed appears more often in research reports on groups such as smokers, alcoholics, and addicts. The gains from the face patch's body were much more than Wong-Ko had anticipated, perhaps because the face patch continuously collected others' faces. His body stored a large number of cell samples. Afterward, these cells fused with the strange cells within the face patch and mutated, resulting in a series of changes at the gene, DNA, protein, chromosome, and cell nucleus levels. Some mutations had positive effects, some had negative effects, and some had no effect and temporarily lay dormant in the body, waiting for newly collected cells to react again. In simple terms, the more faces the face patch collected, the stronger he could potentially become. At the same time, the effects of the rejection reactions in his body were not as deadly as Wang-Ke's. Instead, they were controlled within a range that could enhance his own strength. If it weren't for the aesthetic standards not being met, Wang-Ke would have considered modifying himself according to the face patch's template. Although he couldn't completely replicate it, the reference was still significant. Wang-Ke not only stabilized the wild and difficult-to-train mutant cells within him, but also improved his overall strength, making the use of the 8-burst fist much easier. There were many other gains as well, such as the Big Sister, who was currently engaged in battle with Wang-Ke, wielding 2 knives. The Whirlwind Slash and Iron Fist were unleashed in a series of strikes. Wang-Ke used his understanding of martial arts to unleash 10 airflow slashes at the Big Sister, wielding dual knives with face patches. However, the Big Sister simply avoided all the attacks with her high-speed movement. But Wang-Ke had anticipated this. His 10 airflow slashes were carefully executed, successfully cornering the Big Sister into a dead end. And it's not over yet. Wang-Ke unleashed a series of punches, sending countless fragments of stone flying towards the head sister, each piece carrying the hidden power of his impact punch from the fighting tournament. However, the head sister merely rotated her blade like a patch on a face, effortlessly blocking the rain of stones. Then she launched a rapid counterattack, her bizarre footwork merging seamlessly with the flawless blade technique, forcing Wang-Ke into a dire situation. Just as Wang-Ke prepared to unleash the 8-impact punch to break free, the voice of the old man Bongpu rang out. "All right, that's enough." Upon hearing Bongpu's words, the head sister ran off into the distance, finding a corner to satisfy her craving for a smoke. Wang-Ke watched her retreating figure, puzzled as to why she hadn't smoked in front of him lately, even though he was carrying a breathing mask at that moment. Had that young girl really started learning the blade technique just less than a week ago? Bongpu also looked at the departing head sister, speaking with a tone of disbelief. Hearing Bongpu's words, Wang-Ke proudly replied, "Of course, this is the power of science. And the one who perfectly brings out the power of science is me." Hey, don't go, let me finish. The previously rough attack technique of Fengsheng had surprisingly quickly learned the combat style of the patch face. A significant reason for this was indeed Wang-Ke's skills. Over this long period, he had accumulated a considerable and mature set of techniques through research related to reading the memories of individuals with shared cells using a syringe tail. The patch face had taken the head sister's face, and it seemed that her cells were quite compatible with its body. Therefore, when Wang-Ke studied the cells of the patch face, he discovered many commonalities between the two. What followed was a series of information extraction, organization, replication, and implantation, allowing the head sister to successfully master the blade technique of the patch face. Additionally, relying on the VR fighting game developed by Wang-Ke, the game boss composed of the combat data of the patch face engaged in battle with the head sister, deepening her understanding of the blade technique. "That young girl seems to be a professional hero. Doesn't she need to work?" Bongpu said to Wang-Ke while holding up his teacup. Wang-Ke also picked up a cup of tea and started drinking. Every time he came to Bongpu to practice and then have tea, it had become one of his interests. He was a C-level hero, and as long as he defeated a monster every week, he wouldn't be disqualified. During this period, the association was busy with the selection of S-level heroes, so they had no time to pay attention to him. Wang-Ke believes that the Big Sister has recently been somewhat neglectful in her heroic work, as if after finding her long-term financial support, she no longer needs to struggle for a living. This attitude towards life makes Wang-Ke maliciously think that the Big Sister's future husband will probably have a hard time. "Well, I was still worrying about how to find a weapon expert to practice with you long-term, but now I don't need to worry anymore. However, you also need to work hard. If you had continued fighting just now, you would probably have lost." "No way, I haven't even used my 8-chung fist yet. You didn't even execute your whirlwind iron fist well, so it's better not to embarrass yourself with your half-baked 8-chung fist." Bang Pu glanced at Wang-Ke and said disdainfully. Bang Pu's judgment on martial arts matters is often more accurate than the results Wang-Ke compiles from comparing a large amount of data on the computer. Wang-Ke saw the old man's confident expression and couldn't help but wonder if he had over-enhanced the Big Sister's abilities. Not long ago, Wang-Ke was still winning against the Big Sister. At this moment, Wang-Ke's phone rang. It was a call from George. Hello, this is Diesel. Oh, you found information about the location of those two brothers? Great, I'll go confirm it right away. No problem. If it's true, I'll give a 20% discount on the police department's matters. Do you have to leave for something? Remember, there's still 50 training sessions that haven't been completed, so find some time to make up for it. Bong Pu also understood that Wang Ku had something to deal with, so after Wang Ku finished the call, he allowed Wang Ku to leave early after giving some instructions. Okay, thank you for your guidance. We'll come back next week. Wang Ku had been completely subdued by Bong Pu, so despite his usual sharp tongue, he bowed politely to bid farewell to the old man. After Wang Ku finished his bow, Bong Pu suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, tell that young girl to pull her left foot in by 3 centimeters while breathing. It will make her speed even faster. Since I'm now at least considered your disciple, don't you have anything to say to me? If you keep increasing the big sister's strength like this, I won't stand a chance against her." Wang Ku felt a bit displeased, hoping to receive similar guidance from Bong Pu. If he could improve his strength with such a simple sentence, it would be more effective than any physical modification. Then double your training volume again, and then. Bong Pu, seeing Wang Ku's need, generously shared his advice. However, the lazy disciple, who preferred comfort over effort, clearly did not appreciate it. After leaving a shadow in place, his words gradually echoed back. "I will pass it on to her goodbye, Teacher Bong Pu. This was the clue that your police department painstakingly found. No matter how you look at it, it's just too disappointing." Wang Ku protested, pointing at a piece of underwear fragment provided by the police department, clearly unhappy. "We apologize, but after discovering the target suspected by Dr. Diesel, we did not act rashly. However, the other party was very cunning. They detonated a bomb after entering this warehouse. The only valuable clue we found is this fragment." A police officer who seemed to be in charge of tracking started reporting to the high-ranking officials of the police department and Wang Ku after giving a salute. "So, the target's body was not found, and the other party likely escaped using some means, right?" The high-ranking official accompanying Wang Ku was also disappointed, but he continued to inquire with his subordinates, hoping for a chance to make amends. The response from the lower-ranking officer finally did not let him down. "Indeed, sir. There are sewers beneath this warehouse that connect to other areas. Our people are working hard to investigate, and we should have results soon." At this moment, another officer handed over several photos, which were the results of their previous tracking. Wang Ku looked at one of the photos, which showed a muscular man holding several large supermarket shopping bags. Other photos featured a middle-parted man wearing glasses and a white coat. "He looks a lot like the person I'm looking for. There's a 60 to 70 chance it's them," Wang Ku said to the high-ranking police official. "All right, Dr. Diesel, rest assured. We stake our reputation as police officers on it. We will definitely find these 2 suspects who caused the explosion for you. Just relax. Forget it. Just hand that fragment over to me. I'll see if I can use my methods to find the target. Don't worry if I find the person. I will still honor the discounts I promised you." Wang Ku didn't want to wait any longer, so he planned to use the specially bred biochemical insects he had cultivated to track his target based on the scent left on the fragments of underwear. At this moment, he didn't care that this action was obstructing official duties, as this matter had already become a de facto explosion case. "As you wish. We will continue to follow up here, and if there are any further discoveries, we will definitely inform you in a timely manner." The officer responsible for tracking seemed to have an opinion, but under the glare of senior police officials, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. Looking at the fragments of men's underwear in the plastic bag in his hand, Wang Ku felt a strange sensation in his heart. If he had to study the scent of underwear, he would prefer to study women's underwear. At least that kind of perversion seemed a bit more normal. As he walked through the mountains, Fat Gao felt as if he was being watched by something, but after carefully observing his surroundings, he didn't find anyone following him. "Brother, what's wrong? Are the police following us again?" His younger brother, Marugali, noticed his brother's sudden anxiety and also became alert. "No, maybe it's just my imagination. We're almost back to our research institute. Let's pick up the pace. You can't keep going without wearing underwear like this." "Okay, brother." Earlier, while preparing explosives, Marugali had accidentally destroyed his pants completely. As they started on their way again, a man in a white lab coat suddenly appeared in front of them. "Who are you? How did you appear out of nowhere?" Fat Gao exclaimed in surprise, quickly questioning him. "You little brat, do you want to fight? Get lost." Marugali, carrying a large pile of supplies, fearlessly threatened the suddenly appearing man. Sorry, I'm a researcher out for a break in the mountains. I apologize for scaring you. My muscle enhancement modification went a bit overboard, so my speed seems a bit surprising. With such a skinny figure, how could he have such speed? How dare he lie to us brothers? Take this." Marugali perhaps due to having faced too many unexpected events today, was feeling a bit down. Seeing someone in front of him who seemed to be lying, he instantly decided to take out his frustration on this person. A powerful punch landed on the mysterious man, producing a muffled sound, but the mysterious man remained unmoved. Then he reached out a hand and lightly tapped Maruguli, sending the muscular man flying. "Oh, brother, how rude. How can you just hit someone like that? And not even wearing underwear? You must be a pervert." After a brief moment of shock, Fok Gao quickly regained his composure and spoke to the mysterious man. "Please don't be impulsive. You just mentioned that you enhance your body. So you must be a scientist with deep knowledge in biological engineering. Actually, I also have some research in biochemistry. Can we have a discussion?" The mysterious man looked at Fok Gao, then at Maruguli, who had been knocked away, and showed a skeptical expression. Seeing this, Fok Gao quickly understood and said, "We are not scammers or perverts. That is my younger brother, Maruguli. He just had some troubling experiences, which is why he got a bit angry. My name is Fok Gao, and I am indeed a researcher. My research institute is just in the mountains, not too far from here. All right, I happen to be a bit thirsty, so I'll go to your place for a cup of tea and a rest." After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious man finally accepted Fok Gao's invitation. However, from his expression, it seemed he still didn't fully trust them. Fok Gao didn't mind and first checked his brother's condition. After confirming that there were no major issues, he adopted a hospitable attitude and chatted and laughed with the mysterious man as they headed toward his research institute. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Dr. Fok Gao. You truly are a genius." Wang Ke looked at the somewhat smug Fok Gao with admiration. Although he was still acting, some of the research results demonstrated by Fok Gao truly opened Wang Ke's eyes. "Don't worry about it. Under those circumstances, anyone would have some doubts. But Dr. Diesel, you are truly a genius. Your research on cyclopentane polyhydrophenanthrene has inspired me a lot." As Fok Gao communicated with Wang Ke, he increasingly felt that the other party was an extraordinary genius. Some of the hypotheses Wang Ke described and the research data he presented piqued Fok Gao's great interest. He now had an impulse to start conducting experiments immediately. "Dr. Fok Gao, I believe our research overlaps significantly. For example, some of the research results we just discussed can lead to further modifications of smooth muscle, which could enhance the various capabilities of internal organ modifications. With further research, what we refer to as body modifications might even convert into some unknown tremendous energy." "I think so too. However, Dr. Diesel, I am more interested in experimenting with the steroids you mentioned earlier. Based on the body data you have demonstrated, I can immediately produce some finished products with my current results. If you don't mind, I plan to name it the experimental development type Super Stirred Interior Deltoid Pioneer." "Oh, if you can produce a finished product right away, that would indeed be more interesting. Can I have a look?" This was originally a joint research result of ours. I will definitely provide you with a sample and relevant data later. However, could you provide me with a sample of the special proteins and bone-strengthening agents that Dr. Diesel mentioned earlier for research? After all, if the strength of the bones isn't enough, the muscle tissue won't be able to function effectively. Of course, I will have the drone bring over the samples and data from my lab right away. After Wang Ke left with the prototype and data provided by Fok Gao, Maruguli reluctantly said to his brother, "Brother, why did you give him the results we worked so hard to develop? I haven't even tried it yet." "Don't be envious, Maruguli. Let him have it. It's just an unfinished product anyway. Now that I have the data he provided, the development progress of the ultimate assimilation steroid king of biceps will accelerate significantly, and it will be stronger than I originally anticipated. By then, when you inject it, you will definitely become the strongest man in the world. Then I will rely on you, brother. After I become the strongest in the world, I must smash that Diesel's head to avenge being instantly knocked down today." Maruguli said expectantly. "Haha, suit yourself. Once you become the strongest in the world, there will be no need for Diesel to exist anymore. This world doesn't need two genius brains like mine." Fok Gao did not express any opposition to his brother's words. He thought that conquering the world would make Diesel's technology a huge threat to his ambitions. The two brothers then laughed proudly. But neither of them noticed a small bug lurking in the corner, watching them. Fok Gao, relying solely on himself, had developed such exaggerated things at this age, which is indeed impressive. If it weren't for the many technologies he learned from the evolution home and having research facilities far superior to his, he might not have been able to compete with him. After returning to his research institute, Wang Ke began to digest the research materials obtained from Fok Gao. The more he studied in detail, the more he felt that Fok Gao was an extraordinary genius. In fact, Fok Gao was mainly able to achieve this level because his research direction was very narrow. if he were to study as broadly as Wong could. Such results might still be 10 years away. However, this also meant that Fakgeo's alertness to micro-spy robots was insufficient. So his current actions were almost entirely under Wong Ku's surveillance. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, Casero, I was busy earlier. What do you want? Wong Ku didn't reject Casero's call during this experiment because he was waiting for the newly formulated potion to start reacting. Mr. Diesel, I have now become an A-class hero due to my perfect performance in independently defeating a Tiger-class monster a week ago. Oh, really? Congratulations. Keep striving towards the top 20 of the A-class heroes in the association. Wong Ku replied casually, mainly focused on observing the changes of a new virus under an electron microscope. Yes, because the Hero Association has now set an S-class hero level. Some A-class heroes have been promoted to S-class, and the ranking of the giant hammer wrestler, who was originally ahead of me, has suddenly dropped to the lowest A-class position. So the latest ranking has been announced, and I am now exactly A-class 20. The information conveyed by Casero during this call was significant, and Wong Ku began to concentrate. Oh, is that so? Well, if you want to further enhance your strength, I can select a time to modify you again. But what happened to George's sudden drop in ranking? I'm not sure about the specifics. The giant hammer wrestler had been very serious and had perfectly completed various hero tasks. However, it seems he did something that angered the higher-ups in the association. Now, some association management personnel seem to be planning to expel him from the association. I see. Well then, you think about which direction you want to strengthen yourself in. Once you have results, come find me at 10 a.m. on the 3rd of next month. Okay, Dr. Diesel, I won't be late that day. It seems that the matter has been exposed. I wonder how much has been exposed. And what attitude will the people from the Hero Association take towards me? Wong Ku thought for a moment, then shook his head and continued with the experiment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hero Association, the gathered officials were discussing a series of issues raised by the hammer wrestler. This guy is simply ungrateful. We spent a huge amount of resources to bring Dr. Diesel to provide him with treatment and enhancement, and now he actually introduces Dr. Diesel to the police department. I believe we should expel such an ungrateful person from the association to prevent further losses in the future. A senior official with prominent buck teeth expressed his opinion to the others around him. If we do this, won't all our previous investments in him be wasted? And what reason do we have to do so? We must remember that the hammer wrestler is not only strong, but also has many supporters in the public due to his good character. Moreover, if we expel him and he is taken in by the police or some other organization, it will be the Hero Association that suffers in the end. Another official wearing sunglasses opposed this, arguing that it was pointless. Are we just going to let him go? How are we supposed to manage our heroes in the future? Haven't we already demoted him to the lowest rank in A-class? That already serves as a punishment. What good does that do? He can still climb back up in the future. That would be best. It means he is still working seriously within the association. After the buck-toothed official and the sunglasses-wearing official spoke, several others followed suit, clearly dividing into two factions. Let's put off the discussion on how to deal with the hammer wrestler for now. The main focus should be on how to treat Dr. Diesel and whether we need to give him covert advice. We also need to clarify his attitude towards the police department and prevent any future cooperation that might negatively impact us. At this point, Shichi spoke up, successfully halting the officials from sliding into an endless argument. The new hero Bone, after undergoing modifications, has seen a doubling of his strength and should soon be promoted to B-class, and perhaps even A-class in the future. The enhanced warrior has also been quite active lately, and there are even reports suggesting that the still C-class delinquent sister has also experienced a significant power increase. They have all changed under Dr. Diesel's influence, and we should try to recruit him into the association again. A female official expressed her opinion and continued, additionally mentioning that Dr. Diesel seems to have only agreed to help them create one biowarfare cop. Moreover, the funds the police department can prepare are limited, so it might not pose too much of a challenge for us. Is that news true? An older official with a receding hairline asked. It should be correct. There are quite a few opponents within the police department regarding this collaboration with Dr. Diesel, and they're the ones who leak the information. There are too many useless people in the police department. It's really our luck. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to strike against those who repeatedly oppose us within the police department, ensuring they can no longer trouble us. How we do that? We can't send heroes to destroy the biowarfare cops in the police department, and the monsters won't listen to our orders. Perhaps we could have Dr. Diesel tamper with the biowarfare cops in the police department. We can certainly offer more money than the police department. Moreover, we have a wealth of monster materials, and with that as a condition, he should be interested. Would Dr. Diesel agree? That would be damaging to his own reputation. Let us find some people to subtly suggest this to him. He'll have to agree afterward. We are the Hero Association, not some underworld organization. How can we use intimidation tactics? Shichi couldn't take it anymore. While he cared about protecting the interests of the Hero Association, there should still be some principles in doing things. We won't violate any principles. We'll just use our methods to suggest it. Also, there are those interested in Dr. Diesel who won't require us to act directly. Are we really going to disclose Dr. Diesel's information to the public? That won't work. If we operate carelessly, we might complicate things further and jeopardize our good relationship with the doctor. Shichi still disagreed. These tactics could lead to adverse effects, but many officials in the association did not share that view. Dr. Diesel suddenly collaborating with the police department, regardless of how he views it, has already damaged our relationship. Speaking of which, Dr. Diesel's cosmetic techniques are quite impressive. And the delinquent sister has gained a lot of popularity among the public because of him. Several of our major sponsors' wives and daughters hope we can help introduce them. But Dr. Diesel has continuously refused, which puts us in a difficult position. An official in the corner muttered this, and the previously hesitant officials began to express their opinions. And Shichi could no longer stop them. That's right, we should take action. This is the best way. I agree. I also support it. Perhaps Dr. Diesel will seek our protection afterward. This way, we can gain control over Dr. Diesel's unique technological capabilities, quite enticing. All right, I support it too. I second that. Let's get to work. Thus, with the support of many officials from the Hero Association, Wang Ku's troubles were about to arise. After Wang Ku completed further modifications on Casero, he found that the Hero Association's attitude towards him had become very cold. In the past, he would receive several phone calls every week, inviting him to strengthen their cooperative relationship under various pretexts. They had also allowed Casero and several heroes closely related to him to send the corpses of monsters for his research every time. Now, not only has the number of calls diminished significantly, but they have also specifically mandated that heroes must hand over the monsters they defeat to the association in order to be recognized for their contributions and receive rewards. This is essentially a disguised obstruction to his research, waiting for him to take the initiative to break the deadlock. Wang didn't care much. After all, he had plenty of projects on hand, seeing who could outlast him. What's going on? The base is under hacker attack. While Wang Ku was testing a newly developed serum, his computer reported that an enemy was attempting to infiltrate the base's system. The outer camouflage system of the base collapsed, and all defense machines went down. Within the first 5 seconds of the electronic sound, all the mechanical and biochemical devices designed by Wang Ku malfunctioned. The top level of his base, which was somewhat old-fashioned, suddenly erupted with products straight out of a sci-fi movie. Meanwhile, the garden outside the house, which originally looked like ordinary sunflowers, suddenly all fell over, transforming into strange branches that were writhing with bizarre colors. The second layer of the base's defense system collapsed, and all defense machines went down. The third layer of the base's defense system was breached at 43, 56, 72, 65, 53, 66. Quite impressive. The hacker attack instantly destroyed 2 layers of my defense system. By the time my base's intelligence system started to counterattack, it was surprisingly still able to engage in a tug-of-war battle with it. Ordinary people wouldn't have this kind of skill. Could be. Wang Ku initially suspected that the Metal Knight Bofei had suddenly come to pick a fight, but when he saw a group of monsters starting to wreak havoc on the 3rd floor, he immediately dismissed that guess. Let's attack together and smash this place to find Dr. Diesel. I want to eat him. He can make us stronger, and then we can eat him after we get stronger. Get out of my way, I want revenge. He made the enhanced warriors and giant hammer wrestlers so powerful that my children were killed. I want to rip open his head and drain his brain juice. I should be the one to eat his brain. Thanks to my hacker tentacles, I can break through his defense system. On the 3rd floor of Wang Ku's base, there were more than 10 monsters causing massive destruction. Each one seemed to be at least at the tiger level, a sight Wang Ku had never seen before. However, he didn't have time to be surprised, as every facility the monsters destroyed was a blow to his hard work. Wang Ku, having stretched his joints, opened a multi-enhancement door and stood in front of the group of monsters, asking, "How did you find this place, and why do you know about me?" But the monsters ignored him and all rushed at him the moment he appeared. Whirlwind/Iron Fist. Although the bathing facilities in Wang Ku's base were quite good, the unruly female leader still occasionally went to the public bathhouse to bathe, as it was one of her little interests. At that moment, carrying a basin, she discovered that Wang Ku's base was in complete disarray. The owner of the base, Wang Ku, was currently shirtless, surrounded by a group of repair robots, knocking around the house. Fortunately, there were no neighbors nearby, otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble for others. The female leader sighed in her heart and then asked Wang-Ku, "Is today a day for a virgin's spring awakening? Why are you venting, harmonized, your energy with a bunch of robots?" Wang-Ku picked up the towel around his neck and wiped off his sweat. His original shirt was uncomfortable to wear because it was soaked in the blood of the monsters, so he took it off. His wardrobe was destroyed, and the laundry room in the base was still being repaired, so he had to go bare-chested. Just now, a bunch of monsters suddenly came to cause trouble, resulting in quite a bit of damage, and I am currently redecorating. And how many times have I said it? Don't call me a virgin, call me Dr. Diesel. Hearing that Wang-Ku was preparing to redecorate, the big sister immediately gave him a few instructions. "Then you can keep busy, and remember to make my room a bit bigger and improve the lighting." Seeing that the big sister seemed ready to watch TV, Wang-Ku hurriedly stopped her and said, "Big sister, you are eating my food, drinking my drinks, using my things. I have things to do right now. Can you at least help me out a bit?" After stuffing a cigarette in her mouth, the big sister finally took out her lighter. She looked at the virgin in front of her and ultimately resisted the urge to smoke. "I don't know how to build houses. I don't understand scientific research. And I can't wash or cook. What do you want me to help you with? Masturbate? I'm not interested." Originally, when Wang-Ku saw the big sister preparing to smoke, he began to look for the respirator buried in the rubble. But seeing her hold back, Wang-Ku, who resolutely refused to inhale secondhand smoke, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I really don't know who would be so unfortunate to marry someone like you. Forget it. Just now, a monster I wanted to capture ran away. Can you help me catch it back? I think it's called Hacker Tentacle." After hearing Wang-Ku's words, the big sister seemed to remember something. "Are you talking about a box-headed monster with several strange spikes on its head, a mouth like a butt, harmonized, limbs like spiky tentacles, and eyes like a starfish?" Yes, that's the one. Please help me catch it back." "So you've seen it before? Then there's no need for me to describe it in detail. I killed it with a rock because it looked too disgusting. The body should still be lying at the street corner. Then why don't you help me pick it up?" "Didn't I say I have a collection desire for monster corpses? It was run over by a car a few times. It's too disgusting and too dirty. And I just took a shower. Damn, if it gets run over by cars a few more times, the value of that material will decrease again. I need to hurry and pick it up." Wang-Ku threw away a hammer in his hand, hurriedly took out a piece of clothing still stained with the blood of a strange person, and jogged while preparing to put it on. The delinquent sister head looked at Wang-Ku, thought for a moment, and finally picked up an unlit cigarette, walking outside. "I'll go outside for a smoke and help you pick it up while I'm at it. You just keep fixing the house." "Ah, you're a big help. What do you want for a late-night snack?" "I'll definitely prepare it for you, but no cigarettes or alcohol, as usual." The sister head smoked and drank, occasionally played dice and gambled, but never did any housework, completely opposite to Wang-Ku. Usually, if she helped Wang-Ku with anything, he would personally cook to thank her, which had become an unspoken agreement between the two. "Get the bathwater ready. I'll need to wash again when I come back." The sister head didn't look back, just raised her hand to give Wang-Ku a wave. Taking several baths a day was the most feminine aspect of the sister head among all her bad habits. Wang-Ku looked at the slender figure of the big sister leader and suddenly remembered that her 18th birthday was coming up soon. He began to ponder what gift would be appropriate. A combat suit with an automatic cleaning function? No, even though the big sister often dressed like a delinquent. She seemed uninterested in such things. Cosmetics or designer handbags. That wouldn't work either. The big sister seemed to understand even less about these than he did. What should he give her? The recent monster attack hadn't caused Wang-Ku much trouble. On the contrary, he was quite excited to have collected some unique monster materials. However, he didn't forget to investigate the cause of this sudden situation. According to a captured monster, it seemed to be a monster that had been captured by the Hero Association. After escaping from the association's headquarters, it spread the news about how important Dr. Diesel was to the Hero Association. The rumors were strange and became more exaggerated with each retelling. Some parts were true, and upon hearing them, Wang-Ku couldn't help but sigh at why he hadn't thought of these things himself. So, he specifically added a few research topics to his notebook. In any case, the gist was that Dr. Diesel was incredible. He could heal all injuries and illnesses. By utilizing his technology, humanity could enhance significantly, monsters could evolve, and there was even a possibility of resurrection and rejuvenation. Furthermore, he had modified himself, and monsters that consumed him would likely gain immense power and achieve immortality. All these bizarre claims made Wang-Ku feel as if he had become the coveted Tang Sung meat in the eyes of the monsters. Wang-Ku is unclear whether this is a scheme orchestrated by the Hero Association, Because the monster that escaped from the Hero Association headquarters only heard about the importance of the Hero Association from Dr. Diesel, but knows nothing about who Dr. Diesel is, where he lives, or what he looks like. If this is indeed a trap set by the Hero Association, then the trap is quite poorly executed. The attacking monster managed to find Wong-Ku's base location by hacking into some of the Hero Association's data through that hacker's tentacles. However, it is also possible that the association is doing this intentionally, gradually spreading news about Dr. Diesel to create an environment that brings him trouble. If Dr. Diesel senses that the situation is unfavorable and chooses to completely side with the Hero Association in search of protection, the association would then halt their actions and properly support Wong-Ku. If Dr. Diesel still refuses to submit, they would spread more detailed information, increasing the troubles that Wong-Ku faces. Wong-Ku was initially just speculating, but after gang members came knocking one after another, he finally confirmed it. "You're Dr. Diesel, right? Come with us, or else you'll be in trouble." "Ah, you've become smarter, even aware of your owner's displeasure, actively cleaning up the trash. Indeed, giving you some autonomy allows you to be more energetic. However, these things can't be eaten after digesting their clothes and playing with them again. Just throw them out on the street." Wong-Ku was watering the sunflowers that had been affected by the previous monster attack while talking to them. These sunflowers were actually some unfinished bio-guardians developed by Wong-Ku out of a momentary whim. The sunflowers were merely a facade, depending on the season or Wong-Ku's mood. They could transform into violets, lavenders, or other plants. The real bodies were actually some combinable, peculiar vines buried underground, which could twist together to mimic animals like dogs, birds, or even elephants for combat, although their strength only reached that of low-level tiger-class monsters. Moreover, since they were only half-developed, they lacked the intelligence to eat or sleep and could only be fully managed by the base computer. The earlier monster attack caused a malfunction in the computer's management system, resulting in a small portion of them dying. Feeling a bit sorry, Wong-Ku reinforced and modified them again, loosening the computer's restrictions on them. Hey, don't dig around randomly, that thing is called. You're not real plants, so looking for fertilizer inside is useless. Oh, number 6, how did you get in there already? And so forcefully? Oh no, you're bleeding. Sorry, Mr. Gangster, please bear with it. These kids are just a bit too curious. Once they get bored, they'll let you go. Several gang members, either completely naked or had writhing vines stuffed into every hole except their eyes. Seeing their desperate expressions and their inability to call out, Wong-Ku felt a pang of sympathy, so he ordered the bio-guardians to drag the gangsters underground for some torment. A gentleman sees the living beasts but does not wish to see their deaths. He hears their cries but cannot bear to eat their flesh, which is why a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Today, I began to understand what the sage meant by this. Just as Wong-Ku was reflecting on how he felt closer to the sage in spirit, the big sister, who had just finished washing up, came out. While blow-drying her hair, she asked Wong-Ku for food. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and prepare breakfast. I'm hungry." The TV is already set up in the kitchen, and there's a show you want to watch at this time, right? Wong-Ku looked at the bare-faced big sister, and it was truly a perfect modification crafted by my own hands. But it's a pity that, at the time, I could only finish the upper part of my big plan. If I had completed the lower part as well, it would have been a true work of art in the world. What nonsense are you thinking about again? The big sister glared at Wong-Ku sideways, but she didn't seem as frightening as before. It appeared that she had gotten somewhat used to Wong-Ku's fantasies. Wong-Ku was just about to ask if the big sister had any willingness to dedicate herself to art when he noticed another group of uninvited guests in black suits arriving at his doorstep looking for trouble. "You must be Dr. Diesel, right? We came all the way from the neighboring city to visit you. Can you spare us a moment? What are these? Everyone draw your guns. Help! Keep it down, I'm about to eat." Seeing the strange behavior of the gatekeeper creatures, the bad big sister seemed disgusted and directly yelled at these low-intelligence beings. And those curious strange creatures actually scurried away into the ground, clumsily carrying their toys like dogs scolded by an angry owner. How come your words are more effective than mine? These kids are usually very mischievous. I have to repeat myself several times before they are willing to listen. Wong-Ku felt somewhat strange, asking the Big Sister leader while summoning the computer to display the sound waves from the Big Sister leader's recent speech. Try to find anything unusual. Training dogs should not be too indulgent. It's that simple. And no more making a fuss. I really don't want my breakfast to be spoiled. Yes, Big Sister leader. After receiving the experience, Wong-Ku saluted the Big Sister leader and then instructed the base computer to enhance the soundproofing in the Big Sister leader's dining area. Wong-Ku noticed that it seemed like another group of gangsters was on their way. As night fell, Dozens of muscular men with tattoos suddenly appeared in the city center of F City, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Later investigations revealed that these men, who were grotesquely altered, included known wanted criminals and high-ranking members of notorious gangs. However, since everyone was mentally unstable, the investigating officers had no idea who had so maliciously tampered with their bodies. The officials of the Hero Association gathered once again to hold a new meeting regarding recent events. So far, Dr. Diesel has shown no signs of goodwill towards us. Moreover, we have already recorded over 10 incidents of monsters and criminals attacking at Dr. Diesel's residence. It seems that the other party will not yield. Should we continue with these methods? A female official from the last meeting presented the information she had observed during this period to everyone present. It turned out that we had been thinking too simply. How could a genius capable of creating enhanced human warriors not have solid defenses in a stronghold? Furthermore, Dr. Diesel must be quite reclusive. He has been holed up in his research institute for so many days, and those criminals who received intelligence had to actively seek him out. Clearly, for them, the ability to kidnap should be above that of the monsters. It seems he has already started living with the bad big sister leader. Could it be that this is the reason he stays cooped up in his stronghold every day? Shichi looked at the officials in front of him, who were of similar status, and felt very awkward. Did these guys truly have the self-awareness of Hero Association officials? The things they said were getting more and more outrageous. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally spoke up. I think we should stop these ridiculous methods and take the initiative to ease relations while both sides have not completely fallen out. Some officials of the Hero Association fell silent upon hearing Shichi's words. But not everyone was like that. The buck-toothed man from last time opposed, saying that it had already escalated to this point, and if we back off now, it would severely damage the dignity of our Hero Association. Even if we want to stop the cold confrontation, it must be Dr. Diesel who takes the initiative to show goodwill. We should make him agree to provide some technology as proof of his submission. That's right, this is just the beginning. If he refuses, we will exert more pressure. Shichi couldn't stand it, so he stood up again and said, "We are the Hero Association, not a band of thieves. How can we keep using such underhanded tactics to force a genius scientist who has contributed to justice into submission? If we truly want his technology, we should make a proper request. But that guy's really ungrateful and completely unwilling to engage with us. Moreover, considering the situation with the police department, we must prevent him from joining other organizations. His unwillingness to engage with us is due to our lack of sincerity and insufficient closeness in our relationship. Let's find some heroes who are familiar with him to appeal to him. If one attempt fails, we can try twice, and if that fails, we can try 3 times. As long as we persist, he will eventually be moved by our sincerity." Although Shichi fought hard, the other officials still seemed disinterested. After all, Shichi's proposal was too troublesome, and they didn't know how much time and cost it would require. Let's continue to try, but this time we won't rely on monsters and criminals. We'll use our own strength. Let's find 1 or 2 heroes to create some trouble for him, like infiltrating his base and stealing some technology. Shichi was immediately furious to hear that they wanted righteous heroes to engage in such despicable acts. However, the others seemed oblivious to this, enthusiastically stating that the bad big sister had already moved into his house, so let her contribute a bit to the association. As for the reason, just make up something glamorous like promoting human medical technology. If she dares to refuse, we will revoke her hero status. A red-nosed official from the Hero Association proposed a plan, but immediately someone pointed out a recently updated situation that nullified his plan. I forgot to report. Sea-level hero Bad Big Sister Feng Chengmisha has been removed from the ranks of professional heroes due to not engaging in heroic activities for an extended period. How could this happen? Since there are association members infiltrating, we shouldn't be so strict with the original regulations. Reclassify the Bad Big Sister as a professional hero and immediately issue her a work directive. In reality, the personnel department had already contacted her, but she stated that she had lost interest in being a hero and that it was fine to remove her from the association. The female official who had spoken earlier expressed some disdain upon hearing this. Damn it, that guy Dr. Diesel has already completely won that woman's heart so quickly. It seems we need to update his information. Dr. Diesel is likely a playboy who toys with women. At this moment, Wang Ku, who was preparing food for the big sister, suddenly sneezed. He actually retaliated against us using such recruitment tactics. Does he really think we will yield to him? This is already a hostile act, and we need not be polite anymore. Let's increase the pressure on him. That's right. At this time, we cannot back down. Previously, we didn't want to hurt feelings too much, but now we must let him know our strength. Everyone, Please calm down. Perhaps it's not as we think. The bad big sister is not someone who listens to orders. Maybe this time it was just her unilateral idea, and Dr. Diesel may not have meant it that way. To conclude that the doctor is hostile simply because a C-level hero has left the association is too hasty. I strongly oppose it. Seeing Shichi's insistence, the other officials of the Hero Association also cooled down a bit. In that case, we won't directly fall out with Diesel. However, we cannot remain completely unresponsive. It is necessary to show our strength. But he's been hiding in his stronghold. What should we do? We can lure him out. Recently, some prehistoric biological fossils have been discovered in a garbage mountain on the outskirts of M City, and they seem to be of previously unknown species. Previously, a fortune teller had predicted that dangerous creatures would appear there in the near future, so researchers were not called in to investigate. Isn't Diesel very interested in various creatures? Let's send him an invitation and ask him to conduct an investigation. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? The dangerous creatures predicted by the fortune teller are likely to be ghost level and may even reach dragon level disasters. It's just to scare Diesel. We don't actually want him to eliminate the threat. When danger arises, we can rescue him in time. Moreover, some S-level heroes have already been selected, so the association has a certain combat strength to respond. You can give it a try. Once Diesel is scared out of his wits, he'll know to ask for our help. That's right, with an S-class hero stepping in, rescuing Diesel shouldn't be too difficult. I believe it can be done. I second that. After the Hero Association made their decision, they sent an invitation to Dr. Diesel under the guise of a prehistoric special biological investigation. When Wang Ku received a message, he was preparing to work on the modification of the smooth muscles in his body. He looked at the invitation in his hand, somewhat puzzled by the Hero Association's intentions. After monsters and criminals, what comes next is just an invitation letter. What does the Hero Association want to do this time? Thanks to the information provided by Fok Gao, Wang Ku successfully strengthened his internal organs with the new materials he developed, which further increased the total amount of electric energy in his body and his ability to control it. Coupled with the research on hero bones, Wang Ku's spinal cord was also enhanced, making the transmission of nerve signals more stable. With the combined effects of both, Wang Ku should not encounter issues with his body being unresponsive again. After further improving his strength, Wang Ku piloted his self-developed aircraft to the garbage mountain in City A, which the Hero Association had commissioned for investigation. After all, since this is an unprecedented prehistoric creature, if he could collect some good materials, it might yield unexpected gains for Wang Ku. A staff member guarding the area immediately took Wang Ku to familiarize him with the site upon seeing his arrival. Dr. Diesel, this massive pit is the location that needs to be investigated. After some preliminary investigations, the fossils excavated here seem to date back to both the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, with many known plant and animal fossils, as well as some creatures that have never been seen before. Wang Ku scanned the fossils at the site with the equipment he brought while asking the accompanying association staff if it was just a prehistoric biological survey. Wouldn't it be enough to leave it to paleontologists? Why is the Hero Association, which deals with disaster events, involved in this matter? The response from the accompanying association staff was indeed closely related to the Hero Association's main responsibilities. Since this place was originally a garbage mountain, there had been reports of strange people and criminal organizations lurking here, and there were also some bad characters nearby. Coupled with the poor environment, there was a fear that secondary disasters could occur. Therefore, after consideration, the association believed that Dr. Diesel, who could replace a large team of various experts, was quite suitable for conducting the investigation here. All right, I am willing to accept this commission. You can go back. Although flattery had little effect on Wang Ku, he still expressed his willingness to take on the job. This was because his instruments detected some strange energy entities while scanning. After receiving Dr. Diesel's consent, the accompanying Hero Association staff hurriedly left the area. You take your time investigating. I'm going to smoke a cigarette in the plane. The female leader seemed to dislike the disgusting smell of the place, so after greeting Wang Ku, she returned to his mode of transportation. Wearing a mask, Wang Ku felt indifferent. He deployed all the automatic detection devices he brought and began examining some unearthed fossils to see what he could find. After 10 minutes, the automatic detection robot sent back information indicating the location with the most concentrated strange energy. It was a huge rock that looked quite ordinary, and Wang Ku muttered to himself in confusion. The strange energy before was emanating from this large rock. What was going on? According to the detection of the rock's outer wall, it seemed to be some kind of egg fossil. But how could a fossil attract such strange energy? Was there something inside that was still alive? Thinking of this, Wang Ku began probing the interior of the rock with a special device. The return information patterns made Wong gasp. Damn, there really is a strange creature inside. The strange energy would convert into nutrients for this creature when entering the outer liquid of the egg. As it absorbed the nutrients, the creature's slight undulating movements looked as if it was breathing. Finding this quite interesting, Wong immediately picked up his tools to collect the outer liquid of the fossil egg. However, just as he had collected a small amount, the creature inside seemed to sense something and immediately began to counterattack. The outer wall of the eggshell, which was originally rock, suddenly shot out several rock spikes towards Wong. He nimbly dodged, but the small hole that had just been created quickly began to close up. Wong tried to get closer to collect a bit more, but the rock spines kept attacking and wouldn't let him approach. Forget it. I'll just leave you alone for now. Although the samples collected are not very many, it's enough for some preliminary research. After all, the organisms inside the egg have not fully formed yet. Wong took the collected liquid and returned to the side of the aircraft to conduct his research. How much longer do we have to stay here? I'm already tired of it. The leader, holding a nearly empty bottle of beer, walked into the tent that Wong had built with special resin materials. Leader, didn't I tell you before? This makeshift laboratory built with a tent isn't very well equipped. You need to put on the work clothes I gave you before coming in. Wong didn't delve into the other party's reckless behavior. Instead, he looked at the syringe in his hand with an excited expression. You look so excited. Is there something interesting in that? The big sister pointed at the small syringe in his hand and curiously asked, not preaching as she did before. This is a new potion I've formulated, with the main ingredient being the liquid I collected from that fossil egg yesterday. As long as I inject this, I can directly extract the outer liquid from that fossil egg with the syringe's tip. Is it comfortable to absorb that like how I smoke? Since Wong stopped preaching, the big sister took another sip of her drink and said, it can enhance my strength while allowing me to sense that strange energy. Wong said as he began to inject himself. My cigarettes and alcohol are almost gone. Give me some change. The nearest convenience store can't process card payments. The big sister clearly wasn't interested in Wong's thoughts and instead extended her hand to ask him for money. There should be a few bills in the second drawer next to the aircraft wardrobe. You can go get them. After saying that, Wong ignored the big sister's reaction and quickly ran towards the fossil egg from yesterday. The big sister then walked toward the aircraft and, after finding the bills, hurried to the convenience store 2 kilometers away. When she was slowly walking back, she saw Wong running towards her with a distressed look. Run quickly. That thing behind us is cheating. Even with poor development, it's still so powerful. The big sister, having drunk quite a bit, was momentarily dazed and didn't react. But in the next moment, Wong lifted her by the waist and jumped with all his strength, and a purple energy ball followed closely behind. After a loud explosion, the original garbage mountain disappeared. The big sister, who was carried on Wong's shoulder, immediately woke up as she sensed a strong malice. What the hell is that? A plasma energy ball? But the power is too incredible. Damn it, bring it on. At that moment, the Hero Association, after a series of alarms, had a disaster assessor shout, Dr. Diesel's garbage mountain has a high energy response. The disaster level is dragon level. Immediately contact S-Class Hero Metal Knight and have him rescue Dr. Diesel. Meanwhile, on the other side of M-City, the already bald Saitama was attending a supermarket sale. After another massive explosion, a disheveled figure crawled out of the dirt. Damn it, how is there such a powerful monster? The main story of this punch world hasn't even started. At that moment, Wong, who was knocked down to one knee and spitting blood from being hit by an energy blast from the monster, found himself unable to move. The big sister, who had already sobered up, engaged in combat with the dragon-level monster using 2 large knives, preventing the monster from pursuing Wong. The big sister was using 2 curved knives made from special materials that Wong had crafted for her, which were significantly larger than usual. Additionally, there was a protruding cross handle at the vertical end of the grip for rotation. The big sister exerted force with her feet, twisting her body and leaving several afterimages as she attacked the left side of the dragon-level monster. The monster extended its 4-clawed fingers to grab the rapidly moving big sister, but after attempting to crush its prey with force, it found that it had only caught an afterimage. It turned out that this was a trick set up by the big sister. Just as she was about to be caught in mid-air, she rapidly rotated the cross handle of the 2 curved knives, slightly changing direction to circle around to the back of the monster. Take this, you bastard. After cursing angrily, the big sister's 2 knives severed the monster's Achilles tendons. As the monster's body tilted, the big sister continued to swing her dual knives, creating a cloud of green blood mist. However, a roar erupted from the blood mist, and huge bone spines pierced out from the monster's back. The big sister quickly blocked the bone spines with her knives, but at that moment, small bone spines grew from the blocked ones, piercing through the big sister's knees. "Oh no, I've been set up." Realizing the big sister was in a dire situation, Wong-Ke stopped gathering energy in his body and rushed over. With one hand, he unleashed a whirlwind slash to forcefully sever the monster's bone spines, while the other hand held onto the big sister. However, the cunning monster had lured Wong-Ke forward for this moment. It unleashed a purple energy ball it had been charging at close range towards Wong-Ke. Kick! In a critical moment, Wong-Ke used a long-and-used special move, slightly deflecting the purple energy ball's trajectory. As he held the big sister, he also used the shock wave to quickly create distance between himself and the monster. In this brief period of battle, both sides had suffered heavy injuries and began to gather energy for standoff. Wong-Ke's side, the big sister, covered in green and red blood, lay unconscious with her legs crippled. Wong-Ke himself forcibly broke the bone spurs with his hands, causing one of his hands to become deformed and rendered useless, and some fragments of the monster's bone spurs had invaded his body. His right leg, which had just used a powerful kick, was mangled and unrecognizable below the knee. Compared to his opponent's tragic condition, although he had set a trap using himself as bait. Under the bizarre regenerative ability of the dragon-level monster, the blood and flesh scattered outside, as well as the broken bone spurs, seemed to have a life of their own as they crawled back to the monster and rapidly fused together. Damn it, he had been careless. He should have escaped at all costs earlier. At this moment, Wong-Ke didn't have the time to observe the strange self-healing phenomenon of the monster. Seriously injured, he discovered that the monster's bone spikes invading his body were slowly advancing towards his brain and heart, among other vital organs. Ugh! With all his strength suppressing the foreign objects inside him, Wong-Ke hurriedly used his still functional hand to pull out the bone spike that was still embedded in the wound of the big sister's head. However, this bone spike seemed to be remotely controlled by the monster, suddenly deforming and piercing into Wong-Ke's palm, causing him to let out a mournful cry. Meanwhile, the monster, which had been healing, seemed to have fully recovered at this point. Its dark red body looked almost new, with hardly any scars visible, and it even felt as if it had been enhanced by the battle. Only the three twisted faces on its head and the disproportionately deformed left hand still looked as if they had just hatched from an egg. These deformities were the result of Wong-Ke greedily consuming the outer liquid of the fossil egg, which had caused the monster to mature prematurely due to malnutrition. The monster slowly approached Wong-Ke, its deformed left hand protruding a needle-like bone spike, seemingly ready to reclaim its nutrients from Wong-Ke's body. Suddenly, a laser shot down from the sky, and the monster quickly retreated to avoid it, then looked up at the sky. Dr. Diesel's biochemical modifications turn out to be only at this level. How disappointing. A battle robot equipped with numerous weapons slowly descended from the air. Upon hearing the electronic voice of the robot, Wong-Ke's expression darkened immediately, and he angrily cursed, finally willing to act. "Huh? Have you seen enough now, you bastard?" Wong-Ke had actually noticed long ago that the Metal Knight was hiding nearby. When he was engaged in a fierce battle with the big sister, he had sought help. However, no matter what conditions he proposed, even expressing a willingness to assist the Hero Association, the other party showed no reaction and merely continued to watch from the sidelines. Although this guy was of no use to him, the association valued him, so he thought it better to rescue him and exchange him for some money. Through remote control, movea continued to humiliate Wong-Ke, as their conflict had long existed. In fact, after hearing about Diesel's reputation, he had tried to search for information on the other party. However, the opponent's system was tightly secured, and movea did not want to alert them, so he did not delve too deeply. When the Hero Association planned to take action against Diesel, movea observed for a while and then infiltrated Diesel's base system to gather information. However, the other party system was nearly twice as strong as what he had previously observed, directly blocking his hacking attempts. Moreover, it began to counterattack, invading movea's system to steal data. Thus, the two engaged in back-and-forth hacking attacks, escalating into a global cyber war. Fortunately, both were more concerned about their research and were unwilling to engage in a prolonged feudal consumption, eventually reaching a tacit ceasefire. However, some anger still lingered in their hearts. And now that Diesel was being beaten so badly by a monster, movea naturally wanted to take the opportunity to savor the pleasure in his heart. At this moment, Wong-Ke felt quite displeased, but considering that his only option was to endure, he could only pretend he hadn't heard what the other party was saying. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he had previously salvaged the corpse of that hacker tentacle monster and transformed it into a biochemical computer, Enhancing the response capability of his base system, he would have had to shrink back in the face of Bofiai's large-scale hacking attack, with no chance to counterattack. Not to mention stealing some technical data from the other party while they were careless. The dragon-level monster did not pay attention to the exchange between Wang Ku and the suddenly appearing robot. After observing for a while, its strange energy began to operate, and the entire monster's body actually flew up. Oh, it can actually fly with this power. What principle is at work here? Let me check and see. Upon seeing the monster fly, the Metal Knight immediately became interested. Without caring whether it would affect the injured behind him, he began to fire various heavy weapons from the robot in all directions at the dragon-level monster. Facing the incoming attacks, the monster controlled its body to fly faster, dodging while shooting out purple beams, causing countless explosions in the sky. However, the Metal Knight seized the opportunity, shooting out a giant mechanical hand to grab the monster, then using a Vulcan cannon mounted on his body to continuously fire at the monster. In an instant, the monster was blasted to a bloody mess. The monster tried to break free, even using bone spikes to attempt to invade. But for the entirely mechanical Metal Knight, all of this seemed to have no effect. Once the Vulcan cannon finished firing, the Metal Knight cut off the cable between his body and the mechanical hand, letting the monster, now reduced to a bloody pulp, and the damaged mechanical arm fall to the ground. Bofiai disdainfully said to Wang Ku, "The combination of machinery and firepower is the symbol of strength. Your biochemical modification technology is nothing but child's play." During this time, with the help of the nanobots in his body, Wang had finally melted the invading bone spikes inside him and transferred the remnants into his biochemical pouch. Hearing Bofiai's provocation at this moment, Wang Ku replied and quickly retreated with the big sister to create distance. "Your scrap metal isn't that impressive either. Such foolish words should wait until you defeat the monster." Huh. At this moment, the dragon-level monster that had been reduced to flesh outside the city was actually starting to gather its flesh again. Moreover, the discarded mechanical arm of the Metal Knight was also being pushed to fuse with the monster's flesh. It didn't seem like it would merge metal into its body. This bizarre, self-healing ability is indeed quite disgusting. After saying this, the remaining mechanical arm on the Metal Knight opened up and a massive burning cannon began to activate. But before that, the Metal Knight opened other launchers in his body and fired all the remaining missiles. The dragon-level monster, still gathering its body, was immediately covered by the explosive flames, followed by another round of massive burning cannon attacks, as if everything would be reduced to nothing under such power. Sure enough, after the attack, the monster's flesh and the previously damaged mechanical arm completely disappeared, leaving only charred and collapsed ground, indicating that something had just happened here. Although it was a bit troublesome, there was indeed no energy response left. Today's harvest was good. Not only did it test the weapon, but also provided valuable data, and he got to see Diesel being brutally beaten and in utter disarray. The fools of the Hero Association occasionally do give some decent tasks. Energy response? The Metal Knight had originally planned to pick up Diesel and take him back to the Hero Association headquarters in such a humiliating state. However, at that moment, the radar suddenly alarmed, and before the Metal Knight could react, he was attacked by an energy blast that emerged from underground, destroying most of his body. It actually came from underground. At this moment, the monster hidden underground stood up, its right arm fully restored. What was even more surprising was that the originally deformed left arm was actually merging with the previously damaged mechanical arm. The Metal Knight robot, lying on the ground, prepared to counterattack with its remaining weapon, the laser cannon, but the monster simply stepped on it, and the robot no longer responded. TCH, it seems I underestimated the dragon-level monster. I need to further develop more powerful equipment. However, Diesel seems to be beyond saving. I should inform the Hero Association. Bofiai, safely operating remotely in the base, had no intention of sending robots to rescue again. Originally, the Hero Association's requirement was to prioritize rescuing Dr. Diesel. But in the eyes of the Metal Knight, testing the performance of his weapons was far more important. Diesel's life was merely a secondary consideration in the main task. Wang Ku, severely injured, was still holding his unconscious older sister, making movement very inconvenient for him. So he chose to hide, betting that the monster wouldn't discover him and would go searching elsewhere. He also began to unseal the deformed cells that he had sealed for a long time, fully activating their fusion and division to speed up his recovery. Meanwhile, the dragon-level monster in the distance took no action, but instead began to manipulate the remains of the Metal Knight robot, using bone spikes to extract some parts and repair its deformed left hand that it had been fusing. After completing its work, It raised its left hand and fired a purple energy beam in the direction where Wang-Ku was hiding. What the heck? What is wrong with this underdeveloped monster? It has only just rolled out of its shell and can already DIY, and not with some axes or hammers, but with an energy beam cannon. This is a bit excessive. After Wang-Ku sensed the thoughts of the dragon-level monster, he immediately began to evade, narrowly dodging the monster's attack at the last moment. However, at this time, the dragon-level monster charged towards Wang-Ku at an incredibly fast speed. It simultaneously gathered energy bullets with its right hand while firing a beam cannon with its left hand, alternating attacks on Wang-Ku. In a life-and-death situation, Wang-Ku's previously transformed arm finally returned to a movable state, and a small leg full of tumors grew below his right knee due to cellular effects. After carrying the big sister on his back, Wang-Ku continuously aggravated his deformity cells, using a method akin to burning his life to begin a desperate escape. However, this could only delay a portion of time. The distance between the monster and Wang-Ku was closing, and its energy attack techniques were becoming increasingly sophisticated. The whirlwind slash and the 10-blade barrage pushed Wang-Ku into a corner. After successfully dodging another energy bullet, he used his special move, honed under Bongpu's guidance, against the monster behind him, hoping to destroy its mechanical arm. However, the monster had become increasingly adept at controlling its power and quickly condensed a semi-finished energy ball, using a deformed move similar to an energy shield to block all of Wang-Ku's attacks. Afterward, the monster knocked Wang-Ku to the ground with a mechanical punch and stepped on him, making it impossible for him to move. During this time, Wang-Ku could only throw the big sister far away. Let's talk, you have wisdom, right? I am a modification doctor and can help you modify your body. The technology is guaranteed, and the service quality is top-notch. If you have no requirements for your body, how about I create it for you? Do you need a male or don't mess around? Helpless, Wang-Ku was firmly pinned down, unable to move his limbs. And even his fifth limb, don't think too much, it's a tail, couldn't stand up. So he tried to promote his special services to the monster, hoping that this intelligent creature would understand the rarity of talent. However, the dragon-level monster showed no interest. It lowered its previously DIY left arm and extended a syringe-like bone spur from its deformed left hand, preparing to stab it into Wang-Ku's body. Did you destroy the vegetables I bought at the supermarket? A face resembling a boiled egg appeared, and Wang-Ku finally felt at ease. You actually have a girlfriend. Hearing this, Wang-Ku, who had been single for many years, felt quite uncomfortable. Should he pretend to be a rich and successful person in front of Saitama? Or should he tell the truth? Wait, what do you mean I actually have a girlfriend? I'm a straight man with a girlfriend. Isn't that normal? Although he indeed didn't have one, he could create one anytime. Why did I say create instead of find? The more he thought about it, the more it hurt. I'm not his girlfriend because he hasn't confessed to me yet. The first half of the big sister's sentence relieved Wang-Ku's worries, but the second half plunged him into overload. It sounded as if once he confessed, she would accept him. Oh, would you accept? Wang-Ku immediately asked the big sister. Wait, if I confess to you, would you accept? Oh, I haven't planned to accept yet. With hopes of becoming single-free dashed by such a response, Wang-Ku, the single dog, took 8,000 points of damage and received a mood-conflicted buff. The meat is all gone, Saitama said, looking at the hot pot in front of him. To thank Saitama for saving his life, Wang-Ku finished the hot pot meal, feeling a bit anxious as he began to sort out his gains and losses from this event. The dragon-level monster had destroyed all the vegetables Saitama bought at the supermarket by casually throwing energy bullets and firing laser cannons. Under the immense anger of the Baldi, the dragon-level monster was knocked out with one punch. Unlike the previous battles with Wang-Ku, the big sister, and the Metal Knight, the monster, which had a large hole blasted in its chest, could not revive with its astonishing regenerative ability. It was as if all the cells within the monster's body died under the attack of the One Punch Man. The corpse of the monster that Wang-Ku retrieved had its research value reduced to 1/10, even less than the remains of those original monster bones in Wang-Ku's biological pouch. Additionally, the remains of the Metal Knight's robot, including the mechanical arm DIY'd by the monster, significantly increased Wang-Ku's technical reserves related to mechanics. Although Wang-Ku was somewhat reluctant to admit it, Bofiai's mechanical power was indeed higher than his current biochemical power attributes. Other gains included the liquid extracted from that egg. This liquid modified Wang-Ku's body, enhancing his organs while also causing unknown changes. Although he did not know what the final result would be, Wang had not discovered any downsides. It seemed that the electricity in his body had disappeared. Why did he say seemed? because Wang Ke could feel energy similar to electricity continuing to exist in his body in a way beyond his understanding. However, he couldn't use it, meaning that the 8-punch technique, still under development, would have to be temporarily shelved. Overall, although Wang Ke gained a lot from this encounter with the dragon-level monster, it wasn't too much. In contrast, the losses were simple, yet made Wang Ke feel quite uncomfortable. That was the reactivation of the deformity cells in his body. Initially, Wang Ke successfully stabilized his physical condition with the cells of a 170,000-year-old larva. However, this time, to save his life, the deformity cells began to become active again. Although there was currently no large-scale rejection response in Wang Ke's body, activating this ticking time bomb definitely prevented him from sleeping soundly. Therefore, when Wang Ke returned to his base, he did not amputate the tumor-laden little leg below his right knee. Instead, he placed it in a nutrient tank for cultivation and data observation, preparing to use it as a prototype for developing a new generation of organs. Just this loss outweighed his gains significantly. After considering this, Wang Ke felt a bit restless and set his computer to automatically collect various data from his body. Meanwhile, he emptied his mind and entered a brief state of relaxation. In fact, Wang Ke was avoiding a question, the big sister, the woman who currently made him feel quite awkward. Their initial meeting led to absurd situations, and afterward, Wang Ke's treatment of the big sister was mixed with thoughts of revenge and rare sample research. However, a charming face and an alluring figure had been living in his house for such a long time. No matter how Wang Ke tried to control the dopamine levels in his brain, he would still subconsciously produce a bit of that unique hormone. Originally, this ambiguous cohabitation might have naturally decided its final outcome with the passage of time. However, after the encounter with the dragon-level monster, the relationship between the bad big sister and Diesel, or rather, Feng Chengmeisa and Wang Ke, suddenly reached a critical point. And with Satama's appearance, which was either a deliberate push or an unintentional factor, the window paper between Wang Ke and Feng Chengmeisa was directly pierced. Wang Ke took the opportunity to step forward, but Feng Chengmeisa only took half a step at the last moment, as if she was observing or waiting for something. If the two of them continued to maintain this awkward distance, it was likely that they would both eventually turn around and walk away. Since Wang Ke crossed over, or even tracing back to the time when his parents passed away before the crossing, he has experienced too long a time of loneliness. He has even grown accustomed to this loneliness, making it difficult for him to notice the desires in his heart. Feng Chengmeisa, a minor girl, has become an incredibly powerful professional hero. Her family has long since passed away, and although she once had a master, he also died during a monster disaster. She has also endured a long period of solitude, sharing significant similarities with Wang Ke. When Wang Ke invited Feng Chengmeisa under the guise of research, the girl, who had not yet turned 18, could clearly sense Wang Ke's occasional inappropriate thoughts, but did not refuse. Instead, she chose to stay. Perhaps it was because she felt there were many similarities between herself and Wang Ke. In other words, the more perceptive Feng Chengmeisa could detect that Wang Ke was also a lonely guy, who clearly had desires but was unaware of them. Although Feng Chengmeisa did not explicitly state it, she has already placed herself in the position of Wang Ke's girlfriend in many matters. It was also a casual remark from Feng Chengmeisa that led Wang Ke to express that ambiguous confession. She did not take the final small step, but was merely waiting for Wang Ke to realize he also had that last small step he had not seen. Such sentimental thoughts are generally more likely to be considered by women first. However, it is indeed quite unusual for someone like Wang Ke, who has been single for over 20 years, to not notice this. Considering Wang Ke's peculiar transformation to maintain the operation of his high IQ brain, he even has to control the dopamine secretion in his brain, which does lead to a deficiency in emotional intelligence. It seems that both of them may still take some time, but the paths in the world are not just a single one. Even if the circuits in the mind of a science nerd single guy are odd, that cannot change the reality that he is still a single guy longing to break free from his single status. Wang Ke had always wanted to enter a state of pretend sleep, but with the entangled buff in his heart, how could he calm down? At that moment, a wonderful chemical reaction in his brain overwhelmed the balance that Wang Ke had maintained through various means. He pulled out the meat tumor leg that was still receiving data, recording, and physical transformation in the nutrient tank and walked towards the big sister's room. When Wang Ke pushed open the door to the big sister's room, the perceptive Feng Chengmeisa was neither smoking nor drinking. Big sister, I ask you again, no? That's not right. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ke didn't say the next words, but the sparkle in Feng Chengmisha's eyes became more vivid. Let me reintroduce myself. My surname is Wang. My full name is Wang Ku, and my nickname is Dr. Diesel. Miss Feng Chengmisha, I had originally planned to gift you a brand new e-cigarette designed by me on your 18th birthday today. But now I want to add another gift for you. A boyfriend to accompany you for a lifetime. In other words, Miss Feng Chengmisha, would you be willing to enter a relationship with me for the purpose of marriage? The big sister, who liked to smoke, drink, and was accustomed to corpses and blood, revealed a smile of an 18-year-old girl. It seemed that between gain and loss, Wonka had indeed gained more. After living for over 20 years in 2 lifetimes, Wonka finally completed his betrayal of all single dogs. After becoming a couple, Wonka's dopamine levels were severely out of balance. If it were in the past, he would have anxiously injected himself with a special drug. However, now, seeing the dream of a man, Wonka was sweetly content, but his IQ dropped significantly. The freshly awakened Feng Chengmisha, who is now Wonka's girlfriend, was wearing her boyfriend's shirt, dealing with 2 strangely colored objects in the kitchen. After these 2 objects were placed on the plates of Wonka and Feng Chengmisha, the housekeeper-like computer in the kitchen continuously warned its owner about the potential harm of consuming them. However, in response to the housekeeper's loyal advice, Wonka's reaction was to cut off its power supply. Then he put the food in his mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit before swallowing hard. Feng Chengmisha also took a bite of her creation, and with an IQ like a normal person, she dumped the poison from her plate into the trash. Let me reiterate, I can't cook, can't do laundry, and can't perform various household chores. But I can smoke, drink, and occasionally gamble. I know. Wonka smiled foolishly again. And I've had plastic surgery, possibly even breast augmentation. Plus, I'm a girl accustomed to fighting. And that membrane down that was torn a long time ago due to excessive movement. I did help you with the surgery, but I didn't help you with the breast augmentation. As for that membrane, didn't I fix it for you? And last night, I tore it again. Wonka said things that would attract the resentment and envy of all single dogs in the world. Even so, if you sleep with me, you must marry me. Otherwise, I will chop you up. You also have to remain loyal to me. Otherwise, I will chop you up too. I will quit smoking, drinking, and gambling for you. And I will also start learning to do laundry, cook, and various household chores. Wonka didn't speak, but still smiled like a fool, making all the single dogs envious. When you are confused, I will express my thoughts. When you are lonely, I will be by your side. Also, I'm not smart, so I can only think of this much for now. If I come up with more later, I'll tell you then. I will definitely listen patiently. This new couple of fools was immersed in sweetness, so much so that when the outsider George finally contacted Wang Ku, who had slightly regained his intelligence, the police department ultimately decided to terminate the raid on Wang Ku's residence, which was originally planned to rescue 3 visiting officers kidnapped by the biovines. Sorry, my girlfriend and I were in a sweet moment and didn't notice your calls. Those 3 officers really shouldn't have entered my garden casually. Fortunately, the kids in the garden already had a detailed understanding of human orifices and only sampled the new toys. However, they still suffered great psychological trauma, which might affect their future. Dr. Diesel, could you provide them with some treatment? If they are willing, I could try to delete or modify their memories. With some medication, it should be manageable. Let's go with modification. I think they would accept that more. Deleting sounds too scary. Actually, the side effects of deletion would be less. But if you insist, I have no problem. Let's modify. Memories are proof of a person's existence. Deleting memories raises suspicions of murder, which we, as police, cannot accept. It is this police department official's insistence at this moment that caused the 3 officers with modified memories to secretly indulge in some dirty dealings over the next few months, leading to crises in their personal lives and ultimately returning to the status of single dogs. Now, let's get to the point. The gentlemen at the police headquarters should have reached a conclusion. Will your biocops continue? There have been various debates within the police department regarding the biocop plan, whether to implement it, how much funding to use, who will execute it, and how to manage it. After all, the police department is a government-established institution, and the strong bureaucratic style is a significant reason why they have been continuously squeezed by the Hero Association. Indeed, a complete plan has been confirmed, and the amount of compensation is much more generous than expected. However, Dr. Diesel, you also know that our police department's procedures are quite cumbersome, so we hope to cooperate with a batch payment method. For each payment made, you will provide upgrades for our warriors. Wonka looked at the proposal handed over by the other party. The total amount was more generous than that of the Hero Association. However, the installment payment method was something Wang Ku found hard to accept. Although funds were not too important to him, after getting a girlfriend, He became very focused on accumulating wealth. The installment payment method is something I personally find difficult to accept because my experiments are conducted at high efficiency, and I don't want to be hindered by other matters. Here we're talking about Plan A. You should have other options, right? The senior official of the police department smiled wryly. In fact, George had previously introduced Dr. Diesel's character and suggested that the police department should ideally use a plan that allows for a one-time payment. But the people in the police department still wanted to give it a try. If we go with Plan B, the funds we can mobilize will be very limited. I wonder if you can complete a soldier that meets our requirements within this funding amount. Wonka took a look and found that the funding had indeed been reduced to 1/10 of Plan A. Although the requirements for the soldier's abilities had been significantly lowered, there was still a considerable overlap with Plan A. However, Wonka couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the police department's concerns about quality. The police still had too narrow a view. With this amount of money, I can create soldiers that exceed the requirements of Plan A. At this moment, Wong Ku was hesitating about whether he should be so honest. It seemed he could extract more benefits from the police. Forget it. Let's just create a good relationship this time. The people from the Hero Association were indeed quite troublesome, so it wouldn't be bad to take this opportunity to give them a good lesson. The incident with the dragon-level monster was something Wong Ku had agreed to himself, so he wasn't particularly angry. What frustrated him was that the association sent that guy Bofiai to provide assistance. Even sending an A-level hero would have been better than the S-level Metal Knight, as it wouldn't make Wong Ku feel disgusted. You don't need to worry about my technical capabilities. I can guarantee that within this budget, I will create soldiers that surpass Plan A's requirements, and any additional costs will be covered by me. However, I have one request that I hope you can agree to. Upon hearing that Dr. Diesel was willing to personally subsidize the plan, the high-ranking officials of the police department were unexpectedly excited. However, after hearing the latter request, they became concerned about what troublesome matters it might involve. You might as well go ahead and say it. In the future, for every monster you police defeat, whether it's the regular police or the bio-warriors, I want credit for all the corpses or related data of the monsters. I want priority access to research them. Once I make this request, you cannot shirk your responsibility and must deliver them to me as quickly as possible. The high-ranking police official hesitated for a moment. This request wasn't overly excessive. However, there are always unexpected situations, and if it involves something else, that could be very troublesome. I personally agree, but I need to consult with others. That's reasonable. You can go back and think carefully about the ability requirements for the B-Plan heroes, and I will do my best to meet them, excluding the various bio-creatures modified and produced in Wong Ku's base, and Wong Ku himself. The only humans who have been modified and enhanced by Wong Ku after entering the One Punch Man world are Kaso, George, Misa, Bone, Baodin, and Snake. Only 6 people. The enhanced warrior Kaso had significant changes in his body related to Wong Ku, which brought unexpected progress to Wong Ku, who was then anxiously developing a new generation of bioorgans. Therefore, his modification was initially merely experimental, observing before applying it to Wong Ku himself. Even after undergoing his second enhancement, Kaso still had many experimental techniques that Wong Ku intended to use on himself. So, although he was quite powerful overall, he was still not fully developed for combat. The hammer thrower George was just a patient that the Hero Association had entrusted to Wong Ku. This professional hero did not have any strange experimental organs implanted like Kisuruo. Wong Ku's modifications mainly focused on enhancing his human physical recovery and potential. In other words, George's combat power had not been excessively raised. He was given a higher limit on physical quality, but the actual combat power had to be developed through George's own continuous training as a former athlete. The new hero Bone was merely someone with an unusual physique that piqued Wong Ku's research interest. After bringing some results to Wong Ku, he enhanced some of Bone's abilities in return. Similar to him, there was also Baodin, who had an electrically charged physique. The martial artist Snake, who was also a professional hero, actually had little research value. It was just that when Wong Ku was very interested in martial arts, he expanded Wong Ku's horizons with his unique boxing technique. In admiration and gratitude, Wong Ku enhanced his physical quality and increased some of his potential. This level of enhancement was the simplest and hardly qualified as a modification. Now, as Wong Ku's girlfriend, Fengqing Misa's modification process was a bit more complicated. Initially, Wong Ku only turned her from a disfigured disabled person back into a normal person who had undergone cosmetic surgery. Other surgeries were not fully completed, and the only enhancement was a single enhancement agent. Overall, it took less effort than with George. However, she originally had immense strength, so even with a simpler surgery, Her power was still significantly greater than that of George and Kisuruo. Later, after encountering the face patch, Wong-Ke gained a lot from the corpse of the face patch. Moreover, the former big sister sparked new interest in Wong-Ke. Under her wishes, Wong-Ke enhanced her physical quality considerably and even implanted a lot of combat data, making her strength even surpass Wong-Ke himself. However, even with the power to rival an S-level hero, Fengxing Misa was essentially still a powerful female human. Now that her relationship with Wong-Ke had been confirmed, Wong-Ke naturally did not have the perverse idea of turning his girlfriend into a combat weapon that was too far removed from humanity. This time, the police department's request was to respond to the challenge of the Hero Association with bio-warriors, aiming to suppress the chaos created by monsters and vicious criminals. Meanwhile, somewhat displeased, Wong-Ke wanted to take this opportunity to give the Hero Association a lesson. Additionally, the might of Bofiai's Metal Knight robot also ignited Wong-Ke's competitive spirit. Wong-Ke wanted to create a powerful bio-warrior focused entirely on enhancing combat power to compete with Bofiai's technological prowess. I had considered several surgical candidates, but I didn't expect you to find a brain-dead police officer, Wong-Ke said unexpectedly after seeing the soldiers sent by the police department. Our police department also has its own considerations, so we chose this officer. The high-ranking police official briefly mentioned his rationale for Wong-Ke's surprise, but was unwilling to elaborate further. In fact, Wong-Ke also understood that there were likely factions within the police department, each wanting to recommend their own people. By using a brain-dead officer, it didn't matter whose bio-warrior it was. It completely represented the interests of the police department. What does family think? Wong-Ke asked again. Unfortunately, he was an orphan before becoming a police officer. In the explosion attack directed at him, his girlfriend also tragically died on the spot. It sounds heavy. Should I restore his personal consciousness? What is his name? Wong-Ke tentatively asked the high-ranking police official. Dr. Diesel legally, he has been declared to have reached the end of life. Bio-warrior is his name, and also the beginning of his new life. The high-ranking police official responded seriously to Wong-Ke's probing. This hint was quite clear, and Wong-Ke nodded, unsure of what he was thinking. In the upgraded laboratory, Wong-Ke began the modification work for the bio-warrior. The police officer placed in the nutrient tank was undergoing repair and enhancement of his previously damaged body. The missing limbs were replaced with special edition prosthetics. The brain that had already died gradually regained some brainstem reflexes, and the brainwave patterns were showing signs of activity. He is now able to implant information, but Wong-Ke did not rush to input all the combat data. Instead, he waited until the brain was further enhanced before starting to connect to the crime database of the F-City Police Department, transferring all kinds of criminal data collected by the police in F-City over the past 20 years. Once this input was completed, Wong-Ke began to implant various data, including gun usage, first aid procedures, combat techniques, and more, into the brain of the biocombat police. The data transmission to the brain also took a considerable amount of time, and the police department had established behavioral norms for the biocombat police. Wong-Ke's intelligent computer was also using virtual reality simulation technology to test these norms. Meanwhile, Wong-Ke, having some downtime, inspected the preliminary enhanced body and checked the strength of various parts. Just as Wong-Ke had calculated before, there were no strange anomalies. At that moment, a prompt sound from the computer indicated that the results of other projects Wong-Ke had previously researched were available. After comparing the results with the biocombat police's physical data, he immediately manipulated the equipment to extract the brain of the biocombat police. After connecting it to the life support system, Wong-Ke ordered the destruction of the previously prepared body parts. Then he instructed the computer to begin reconstructing a brand new skeletal structure for the biocombat police using the latest data. Next, Wong-Ke contacted several microspy robots still in the Fakao Research Institute and had them transmit the stolen data back to the base. Wong-Ke quickly glanced at the data and, combining it with his research, produced new artificial skeletal and smooth muscles in no time. Meanwhile, the biochemical police's new skeleton had rapidly completed its reconstruction, and the corresponding new organs were also fully adjusted. Wong-Ke looked at the brain, still receiving data, and couldn't help but smile. It was another weekend, and the bustling commercial district of F-City was packed with citizens out shopping. The clean streets and modern architecture made everyone feel the prosperity of F-City upon their first visit. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, followed by countless screams of panic from citizens as a group of masked gunmen suddenly appeared. The bank vault exploded. It's the rampant gang. Call the police. They have an A-grade wanted criminal. Calling the police won't help. quickly contact the Hero Association. Don't shoot, I'm just here to buy soy sauce, The masked robbers acted with great planning. Some were firing guns to create chaos, while others were loading money from the bank vault into cars. Others were on lookout duty, immediately communicating with their partners via radio at the slightest sign of trouble. Just then, the surrounding panicked citizens suddenly began to cheer because two professional heroes had arrived. This is where it ends, as a B-grade hero, Puff. The first muscular man wearing a tank top was busy with his opening speech but was immediately shot down by a robber. Damn robbers. He hadn't even finished his lines. A masked hero charged forward in anger and quickly took down several robbers. However, when he prepared to attack another robber, this professional hero was knocked away with a single punch, instantly losing his combat ability. How could I be taken down by such trash? Do you still have a nerve to say I'm from the Rampant Gang? Get up, or I'll shove the barrel of my gun into your eyes. A-grade wanted criminal Iron Fist Beto shouted at his subordinates. Sorry, boss, we were too careless. A few fallen robbers, upon hearing their boss's command, trembled and stood up. All right, it's time to retreat. After the robbers filled the cars with money, Beto ordered an immediate retreat and threw a bomb at the bank before taking the driver's seat. The Rampant Gang's lackeys cheered loudly while shooting around as the car began to move. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes, which shows the impressive quality of this criminal group. Beto skillfully drove through the streets at high speed. This time, he had stolen quite a bit of money and could have a good time with his subordinates. He could also go to the black market for another round of shopping. And the Rampant Gang should become even stronger then. However, his bounty would also increase, and the number of troublemakers coming after him would rise. But with his iron fist strength and the fact that most professional heroes were useless, he shouldn't worry too much. All right, you little brats, we're back at the lair. Let's get hyped. Yes, boss. Watching a group of armed robbers willingly put down their weapons and excitedly enter the prison, the police chief of F City was somewhat dumbfounded. After glancing at the several cells filled with various criminals next door, he said to his subordinates, "Where is the biochemical police now? And how did he manage this?" There was a report of a strange person appearing, so after dealing with these robbers, the biochemical police went to the location of the strange person. These criminals trapped in hallucinations had inhaled the hallucination gas shot by the biochemical police and seemed to need another 20 minutes to wake up. An officer holding something like a manual answered the chief's question seriously. At this moment, several other officers jogged over to report to the chief. "Chief, the biochemical police have successfully eliminated the strange person that appeared in the park. However, he sensed there seems to be a monster's nest in the sewer and has already gone to take care of it. Chief, the press conference outside has already updated information for the third time. A reporter saw the newly arrived Rampant Gang and requested another interview with the biochemical police. Chief, the biochemical police have sent evidence he collected. There are 6 suspects that can be arrested. Should we dispatch officers now to prevent the suspects from escaping? Chief, there are not enough personnel to sort out the scene. We need to send out more officers. Chief, there's a call from headquarters asking why the press conference hasn't started yet. Chief, more and more matters were overwhelming the chief of F City, and he immediately ordered the biochemical police still out in the field to return quickly to ensure they could make it to the press conference in 10 minutes. Senior officials of the Hero Association gathered again, their expressions somewhat grim, but no one spoke, continuing to stare at the news program on the television. Now the F City Police Department has released the data of today's heroic officer. My God, today's heroic officer has arrested over 70 criminals in total. Furthermore, he helped other officers collect key evidence for 6 cases, and the suspects have already been arrested by other officers. Additionally, 15 strange persons were shot dead, and 2 strange persons were captured alive. Moreover, only 3 monster disaster warnings were issued by the Hero Association today in F City. This means that this super warrior also discovered 14 monster disaster events that the Hero Association had not identified. What is even more exciting is that today, no citizens died in F City, including the 2 professional heroes who were severely injured while intercepting the Rampant Gang. They were quickly saved by the emergency spores shot by the arriving officers. Look, that is today's hero of F City. He is mobilized again. Hello, officer. Can you introduce yourself? Where are you going now? The reporter on television rushed over to ask as the super warrior walked towards her. I am a special mobile police officer of F City, number 2390076, and I am going to execute justice. Various excited noises came from the television, and the super warrior quickly disappeared from the shot as he piloted a flying vehicle. Did you see that, viewers? This officer who holds himself to strict standards is our hero of F City today. With him around, do we still need that underperforming Hero Association? Everyone is welcome to vote on our station's website. I am. The television was turned off, and the officials of the Hero Association all wore expressions as if they had eaten something unpleasant. This is the warrior that Dr. Diesel modified for the police department. According to our intelligence, today he eliminated a strange person in the sewer who had previously attacked F-City and completed an escape. Therefore, we have reason to believe that this modified police officer already possesses the strength of our association's S-grade heroes. Shichi stated his conclusions drawn from the report to the other reluctant officials. Seeing that the others remained silent, Shichi shared his other judgments as well. Based on today's performance of this modified individual, the crime rate in F-City will drop by at least 70 this month, and many fugitives hiding here will likely choose to relocate. Furthermore, considering his strength and efficiency in dealing with strange persons, the influence of our Hero Association in F-City may decrease to a negligible level. Upon hearing this, the other hero officials finally couldn't hold back. Is Diesel trying to ally with the police department to confront our Hero Association? The cadre of the Red-Nosed Association first spoke indignantly. This is too much. Do they really think we're easy to bully? This was the buck-toothed cadre from before. Other cadres also expressed their dissatisfaction, but a female cadre from the police department, who seemed to have her own sources, said again, let's think of a way to protect our reputation first. We've just received news that the modified police seem to have uncovered evidence against our association. The head of the F-City branch is suspected of misappropriating public donations. Damn it. Are they trying to completely wipe out our Hero Association's influence in F-City? The cadre in sunglasses exclaimed angrily. We need to act quickly and get that scoundrel from the F-City branch dismissed. This kind of scandal getting exposed would have a terrible impact. The one who spoke was the cadre with a receding hairline. We can't continue to wait passively like this. The police are gaining a lot of attention. With public support, the police department is likely to receive a significant amount of special funding from the government. If they deploy one or more modified police in every city, our Hero Association will have no reason to exist. What Shichi said was absolutely not an exaggeration. The other cadres present were not fools, and someone immediately said, we can't let this continue. We must stop Dr. Diesel from creating more biopolice for the police department. But Dr. Diesel isn't even responding to us. After the dragon-level monster incident, he hasn't replied to any of our messages. At this point, they couldn't keep up appearances any longer. They needed to take the initiative to visit him. Who will go? None of us have a close relationship with him. Besides, Dr. Diesel seems very angry. We can't go empty-handed. At this moment, Shichi stood up and said again, let me go. With a modified warrior guiding me, Dr. Diesel should still be willing to meet with us. As for the gift, he probably won't care about money. We should prepare something he is interested in, like the corpse of a monster at the ghost level. Then we can lower our posture a bit. Dr. Diesel should calm down. Then it has to be that way. The senior cadres looked at each other, and no one had a better idea. The dragon-level monster's corpse, which had almost caused Wang Ku to be killed, was now in a state where, although it had been completely destroyed by Saitama's bug-like punch, Wonka managed to extract the remnants of its bone spurs from the biological sac. After repeated experiments, he finally managed to regenerate some of the soft tissue cells from the dragon-level monster's corpse. Although this alone couldn't revive that powerful dragon-level monster. Studying the soft tissue cells and dissecting the monster's body helped Wang Ku understand how the chemical energy within the dragon-level monster transformed into that bizarre energy. The immense power of the dragon-level monster's energy intrigued Wang Ku. It was like how fireflies could convert chemical energy into light energy, achieving an astonishing conversion efficiency of 100, while ordinary light bulbs only had an efficiency of around 6. A plasma energy ball the size of a soccer ball shot out from the dragon-level monster, instantly destroying a mountain of garbage. No matter how you looked at it, it was truly astonishing. However, the dragon-level monster's corpse was still too damaged, so Wang Ku's research wouldn't yield results quickly. For now, Wang Ku could only rely on biomimetic research to try to create some simulations using mechanical devices. All right, charging complete. Misa, fire a test shot at the target. Wang Ku shouted to his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the big sister sat in a strange artillery and pressed a button aimed at several pieces of reinforced armor in the distance. Then came the sound of machinery operating at high speed. A purple sphere with a diameter of over 50 centimeters was shot out from the cannon and instantly hit the target, destroying everything. Although the color is the same purple, it feels different from that monster's energy ball. Feng Chung Misa climbed out of the cannon and walked over to Wang Ku, saying, I'm not sure what that monster's energy really is. The cannon I designed actually fires something more like ball lightning. The plasma energy it emits is just more powerful than ball lightning and lasts a bit longer. Wonka looked at the data collected on the computer and felt that some areas were still unsatisfactory, so he marked a few places to prepare for future improvements. The power of this cannon seemed okay, but the preparation time took too long and the range was really too short, only less than 200 meters. Moreover, it only fired straight attacks, unlike dragon-level monsters that could turn, which made it of little practical value. What do you plan to use it? It was originally just for data collection, and I will only consider other uses after all the necessary information has been gathered. Maybe I will add a weapon to the biocombat police, or it might just be stored away. What a pity, it looks quite interesting. If it really has no use, we can use it for entertainment during our festivals as a salute to the sky. Feng Chung Misha expressed her concept while putting the electronic cigarette that Wang-Ku had given her to her mouth. This electronic cigarette was not like those sold on the market, but a truly high-tech product that would not produce any negative effects. As long as you are happy, everything is up to you. After Wang-Ku finished data collection, he reached out to his female companion and started to get a little unruly. Feng Chung Misha didn't mind at all and instead cooperated very well. Just when the two were about to have a passionate encounter, the base computer inopportunely reported to its master that there was a visitor. A guest has arrived. Forget about him. Let us get back to our business. Computer, tell the guest that I will be free in an hour. Dr. Diesel, I know there may have been some misunderstandings between us during this time. So this time I am here to personally apologize on behalf of the Hero Association. Please do not hold the rude behavior of some people in our association against me. After Shichi and Casero arrived at Wang-Ku's residence, they were left waiting outside for an hour until Dr. Diesel finally finished his tasks. If there is something to say, just say it. I have a lot of research to do. Wonka looked at the strange person's corpse brought by the other party and did not show any signs of excitement. After noticing this, Shichi glanced at Casero. The enhanced warrior, who received the hint, then spoke to Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel, this ghost-level monster is not ordinary. Its acidic saliva is quite powerful. Even the skeletal armor you enhanced for me has been corroded by this monster's acid. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the other two A-class heroes, I might have been killed by this monster. The enhancement I provided you is definitely capable of handling two such monsters alone. Your current struggle only indicates that you have not yet fully mastered the power I bestowed upon you. In response to the various meanings expressed by Casero, Wang-Ku's reply was somewhat simple, and his attitude appeared quite indifferent. Casero was momentarily a loss for words and could only show Shichi a helpless look. After a slight sigh, Shichi addressed Dr. Diesel again. In fact, we at the Hero Association have recently dealt with quite a number of monsters and need an experienced researcher to lead the study. I wonder if Dr. Diesel would be interested? Shichi's words were almost a veiled attempt to recruit Wang-Ku, so his expectations were destined to fail again. I am indeed interested in research. However, I prefer to work alone without disturbances from others. If your Hero Association still has this intention, just send the monster's corpse to me. Hosting a research project would mean other researchers would be involved. Although Wang-Ku sometimes thought about wanting an assistant, he preferred to work alone if there was a possibility that his research results could be taken by others. Dr. Diesel, please consider this again. Our association offers very generous conditions. Moreover, we will absolutely respect your wishes and will only promote the technological achievements to the outside world after obtaining your authorization. Shichi wisely avoided any flowery language about world peace and the future of humanity. He understood through this period that Dr. Diesel was someone who lived according to his interests, and such people sought complete freedom. Although Shichi showed more sincerity this time than before, Wang-Ku was clearly pushing for more. All right, Minister Shichi, my time is limited, so let's not beat around the bush. I know your Hero Association is worried about the biochemical warriors of the police department. I can make some guarantees, but what you proposed now doesn't move me. Getting straight to the point was indeed efficient, but seeing Dr. Diesel's seemingly unsatisfied expression made Shichi feel a bit of a headache. After pondering for a moment, Shichi finally asked, so Dr. Diesel, where will your next collaboration with the police department begin? The police department previously promised me that their biochemical warriors would continue to be stationed in City F. The division of work between your Hero Association and the police in City F will be resolved through your mutual negotiation. I will not interfere any further. Upon receiving the reply, Shichi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Dr. Diesel did not have the intention of completely severing ties with the Hero Association, and there was room for resolution. Does this mean, then, that Dr. Diesel will not assist the police department in creating new biochemical warriors? That will depend on what kind of price you are willing to pay, and I will respond accordingly. What kind of price does Dr. Diesel think we at the Hero Association need to pay to ensure you will not create more biochemical warriors for the police? Very simple. The list of monster materials collected by the Hero Association every month must be sent to me on time. If there are any that interest me, I must be guaranteed priority research rights. I do not have to disclose the results of my research to you. However, you need not worry too much. I will provide you with something of economic value in return, but I will also take a share. After hearing this answer, Shichi had thoughts of bargaining. However, when he saw a flash of displeasure in Dr. Diesel's eyes, he immediately changed what he was about to say. As you wish, thank you, Dr. Diesel, for your willingness to reach a consensus with our Hero Association. I appreciate efficient people and will respect the results achieved with such individuals. Once Wang-Ko reached an agreement with the Hero Association, he obtained a wealth of valuable information from the association's collection of monster materials, significantly advancing his various research projects. For instance, through studying some of the monster materials sent by the Hero Association, Wang-Ko successfully filled in the missing data for the research on dragon-level monsters, thereby developing a brand new biological chip. With this biological chip, the biological computer managing Wang-Ko's base saw its overall functionality enhanced by more than double. Most notably, the speed of research on Wang-Ko's previous research topics accelerated considerably with the computer's assistance. Wang-Ko also used this biological chip to further modify and enhance his brain. Upon completing the modification, when Wang-Ko opened his eyes, he found that his understanding of the world had reached a higher level. He could clearly perceive the changes in his body caused by absorbing a significant amount of fossil egg liquid through his internal vision. Although he couldn't yet flexibly utilize the energy transformed within him, Wang-Ko believed that as long as his research continued, he would eventually be able to harness these powers. Not only did his understanding of the world improve, but Wang-Ko also added a small device in his brain. This device was modeled after the strange organ in the head of Big Sister, allowing Wang-Ko to possess a kind of telepathic ability. With this, he could communicate with Big Sister within a certain distance without relying on any devices. At a further distance, he could sense each other's approximate locations. Even without using it to sense Big Sister, Wang-Ko could rely on the electromagnetic waves emitted by this organ to perceive changes in the surrounding environment with his eyes closed, then project a clear image in his mind. In simple terms, Wang-Ko now possessed a bat-like ability, and the effectiveness of this ability far exceeded that of a bat. The most obvious effect of all this was that Wang-Ko's combat power saw a significant improvement. Old man, I sense your movement. Take this. Initially unable to catch up with Bangpu's movements, Wang-Ko executed a whirlwind/punch toward a seemingly empty spot. His strength had indeed improved, but his manners had regressed considerably. Bangpu simply avoided Wang-Ko's attack by stepping with some strange footwork. Then, with just a simple kick, Wang-Ko was sent flying several dozen meters away. Watching from the sidelines, Fengqing Misha immediately gained a new understanding upon seeing Bangpu's footwork. Wow, old man, your move is amazing. Teach me. Just as Wang-Ko got up from the dust, he quickly approached Bangpu for guidance after spitting out the sand in his mouth. There's nothing special about it. I just referenced that girl's footwork and made some modifications. If you want to learn, first practice with that girl and get her footwork down. Bangpu, not paying attention to Wang-Ko's thick skin, walked over to a large rock and resumed sipping his tea. Hey, isn't my footwork good enough? Wang-Ko followed closely behind Bangpu and also picked up a cup of tea to sip. There's still a long way to go. That girl has only been secretly accommodating you lately. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get close to her. After taking a sip of tea, Bangpu turned his head and glanced at Fengqing Misha. Wang-Ko also glanced at his girlfriend and found that the big sister was actually hiding in the distance, lighting a real cigarette and starting to smoke. This time, the big sister's smoking cessation record was updated, achieving a breakthrough of 153 hours without smoking. Wang-Ko was pondering how to reward his girlfriend when he received a flirtatious signal from a distant sister. Not knowing what the couple in front of him was up to, Bangpu said to his disciple, "Recently, some incidents have occurred in my brother's dojo. A troublesome disciple was expelled after causing some trouble. That guy is quite strong, but his personality is a bit twisted, so be cautious if you encounter him outside." Bangpu's brother, the master of the flowing stone fist, is naturally Banggu. The troublesome disciple that Banggu has is most likely the important plot character from the One Punch Man world. A wicked wolf who will hunt heroes in human form in the future. How strong is that guy? Is he stronger than me? Wang-Ko didn't ask anything else and only inquired about the other's strength. In terms of martial arts talent, that kid is much stronger than you, lazy as you are. However, if the two of you were to fight right now, it would be hard to say who is stronger. So, my overall strength has indeed improved significantly. Wang-Ko smiled a bit proudly. But teacher Bongpu promptly poured cold water on him. No, it's just that my brother was a bit too heavy-handed. Now that troublesome guy, called Evil Wolf, will most likely be unable to unleash his true strength. After receiving Bongpu's reply, Wonka recalled the story setting from the One Punch Man world. It seemed that after being driven out of the dojo by Bonggu, Evil Wolf also had some restrictions in his heart and sealed away the flowing water rock crushing fist. After all, he is one of the powerful plot characters in the future, and Wonka felt that it was better to be somewhat prepared. So, after finishing the tea in his cup, he said to teacher Bongpu, "In order to prepare, I would like to study at Mr. Bonggu's dojo for a while and also learn about the flowing water rock crushing fist. Would you allow me to do that?" After refilling his teacup, Bongpu said to his lazy disciple, "You must continue to maintain at least 2 days of training time here with me each week, and with my brother, it should be no less than the time you spend here. If you can manage that, then you can go. I won't allow a too casual attitude towards learning. This means that there are only 3 days left each week for experimental research. Is it really okay that my hobby of martial arts training has surpassed my main profession?" Wonka thought for a moment and then said to teacher Bongpu, "How long do you think I need to persist in this?" Naturally, the longer, the better. After taking a sip of tea, Bongpu replied with a smile, "All right, it's decided then. I'll try to hold on for a few weeks and see how it goes." After taking a sip of tea, Wonka also made up his mind with a smile, mimicking teacher Bongpu. After all, the Evil Wolf is an exaggerated opponent, and Wonka felt it would be better to spend more time understanding the possible moves of the opponent. Moreover, being such a genius, he was confident that he could easily master the flowing rock fist with some advanced technology in a few weeks. Let that lazy guy experience some hardship. However, Bongpu felt that his disciple's attitude was problematic, so he scolded him verbally while casually performing a wind/iron fist. But the lazy disciple's subsequent performance surprised Bongpu. The mentor, Wonka, simply raised his right hand and directly caught the punch wind coming from Bangpu. Then, with a forceful twist of his wrist, Bangpu's attack completely dissipated. "Not at all, just watch closely," Wonka replied proudly, while thinking to himself. As expected, he gradually gained control over the power within his body, and it seemed that the unlocking of the Eichong fist was just around the corner. Another martial arts grandmaster, known for the flowing rock-shattering fist, was Banggu, who was also one of the professional heroes of the Hero Association. The title of Silver Fong indeed sounded cool, although he was ranked 77th in B class when he first debuted, which seemed to indicate a lack of recognition from the association. However, this was mainly because the hero rankings in the association considered both the hero's strength and their actual achievements. Moreover, in the future, Banggu would attain the position of 3rd in S class, a ranking that would definitely match his strength. His formidable power, combined with his master-level experience, gave Banggu an unfathomable aura. Yet, at this moment, the conversation between him and his brother Bangpu created a strong sense of incongruity. "Is this the disciple you mentioned, Oni-chan? He seems a bit weaker than you described." After dodging Wang Ku's continuous attacks, Silver Fong threw a punch forward, forcing Wang Ku to use the snakebite fist coiled stance to block most of the force, but Wang Ku was still sent flying by the immense power. Although he is a bit of slacker, he still has some talent. "You'd better not underestimate him, or you'll suffer a big loss," Bangpu said, yawning slightly as he watched the two fight. Originally, Wang had come to visit with Bangpu, but after briefly stating his intention, Silver Fong immediately began a one-on-one battle with Wang Ku, just like Bangpu did back then. Bangpu reminded them to fight outside the dojo to avoid damaging it. Cyclone/Iron Fist 10 blades. Utilizing various martial arts including the Impact Fist and Snakebite Fist, Wang Ku launched a new offensive as Banggu became somewhat careless. "Oh, now, this is getting interesting." Facing the 10 slashes aimed at locking his movement, Silver Fong changed his stance to dodge while beginning to observe Wang Ku's subsequent attacks. Wang Ku's next tactic made Bangpu, who was watching from the sidelines, laugh and scold, "You little brat," because Wang Ku actually used the move that Bangpu had used on him when he first came to learn at Bangpu's dojo. By quickly rotating his hands to control the punch wind, he created a whirlwind of slashes that surrounded Silver Fong. "Strike!" Then, with a loud shout, Wang Ku unleashed the whirlwind to launch a full-scale attack on Silver Fong. Oni-chan's disciple is quite impressive. It makes me, as your younger brother, envious. Silver Fong showed no fear facing the Cyclone/Iron Fist aimed at him. Instead, he continued to chat casually with his brother while using the flowing rock-shattering fist to break Wang Ku's attack and even pushed a few slashes back at him. However, Wang Ku naturally dodged safely. Then he created some distance and faced Silver Fong again. "Kid, Your skills are decent, but is that all you have? It seems you still don't live up to Oni-chan's praise of you all along. Silver Fong's wrinkled face showed no obvious expression, seemingly indifferent to his brother Bang Pu's disciple. All right, you little brat. Use everything you've been working on one by one. Don't think I don't know what you've been messing with these days. Show me and let my brother evaluate it. Bang Pu seemed unwilling to let his brother underestimate him. So he called out to Wang Ke to use all his best moves. You said it, so don't blame me if something goes wrong. Wang Ke simply replied to his teacher's instruction, and then his footwork and figure gradually became strange. Wang Ke began to circle around Silver Fong, and although he seemed to be moving slowly, over a dozen afterimages appeared, surrounding Silver Fong. Oh, this is indeed an interesting footwork. Did Oni-chan teach him this? I've never seen it before, Silver Fong said with interest as he watched Wang Ke's afterimages and asked Bang Pu. This footwork should be something this brat came up with on his own, but it likely references the footwork of his girlfriend and the improved version I demonstrated a few days ago in front of him. I've said it before, this brat is a scientist and loves to use technology to cheat a little. Well, while that is one of his strengths, you should still teach him a good lesson. Indeed, it's a very interesting footwork, but it looks very unnatural when he uses it. TCH, damn it. Wang Ke wouldn't have paid much attention to the two old men's comments. However, after he used this knockoff version of the limb technique, a move that Killua used against Chairman Netero in Hunter x Hunter, he had to give up on continuing to use it. Silver Fong only observed the afterimages with some interest at first, but then he smiled and kept his eyes fixed on Wang Ke's real position, completely unfazed by the dozen or so afterimages. Since the limb technique was ineffective, Wang Ke had to change tactics and struck the ground with a heavy punch, creating a massive cloud of dust. Then, as the sand and stones fell, Wang Ke used another knockoff version of the Dark Step, also a technique from Killua's assassination arts, and instantly appeared behind Silver Fong, launching a rapid attack with both hands. Silver Fong quickly identified Wang Ke's position and engaged in a contest of strength with him using the flowing rock shatter fist. Although this technique had its own variations, Wang Ke managed to grab both of Silver Fong's wrists. Then, using the snakebite fist, which was improved from the original, he immediately began to exert force, trying to break Silver Fong's arms. Oh dear, even if it's Oni-chan's instruction, using such a powerful killing move against an old man like me is a bit too much. Realizing the danger to his wrists, Silver Fong finally took the fight more seriously and unleashed the flowing rock shatter fist again. This time, the power was greater and more skillful, and he managed to break free from Wang Ke's grip. Then came a loud bang, and Wang Ke was sent flying. Well, not bad. With a bit more improvement, these techniques will indeed be powerful. Oni-chan, you've taken on a very interesting disciple. I told you not to be too careless. After sending Wang Ke flying, Silver Fong turned to chat with his brother again. However, Bang Pu-sai made him realize that the battle was far from over, but Silver Fong realized this too late. Just as Bang Pu's words had not fully settled, Silver Fong suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. Before he could turn around, he was hit by a series of strikes and felt a numbing sensation in his body. It turned out that Wang Ke had already changed his appearance. His hair stood on end as if electrified, and faint sparks flickered around him. He was using the Thunder Palm, a technique derived from the electric fist, targeting Silver Fong's joints and then his vital organs. Cough. Under this barrage of attacks, Silver Fong Bongu only managed to cough once and could not mount any counterattack against Wang Ke's subsequent assault. Wang Ke, being an excellent doctor himself, knew that although his paralyzing attacks didn't seem very powerful, after Silver Fong took several punches, he suffered an unusual impact. Bongu, who was in a paralyzed state, had no choice but to quickly retreat and regroup, using his still agile leg to step backward. However, after completing his paralyzing attack, Wang Ke did not let this old man off the hook. As soon as he saw Silver Fong escaping backward, he immediately followed up with a pursuit. But Bongu, given a moment to breathe, quickly created distance. Wang Ke could only concentrate his strength and unleashed a knockoff version of the Falling Thunder, also a knockoff from Killua, completing the chase at the last moment. Then came a massive electric shock, and the future S-Class hero of the Hero Association, Silver Fong, was sent flying at that moment. Watching Silver Fong being blasted away, Wang Ke, feeling a bit smug, said to his teacher Bang Pu, "This is what you told me to do. So don't blame me for being merciless. But my new technique isn't bad, right?" Even a master of the flowing rock shatter fist was sent flying by me. With the enhancement of his technical skills, Wang Ke's understanding of the strange power within him had also led to some applications. Thus, within just a few days, he managed to readjust the conversion of chemical energy in his body and reaccumulate some electrical energy. Moreover, due to the mutation of his body, Wang Ke's control over electrical energy became more effortless. After simulations with the base's biological computer, information about several new techniques was also implanted into the biological chip connected to Wang Ke's brain. The limb technique, dark step, and snakebite, although easily dealt with by Silver Fang, could definitely be effective against monster-level enemies like Face Patch in simulated battles. Meanwhile, the seemingly simplest techniques, the Thunder Palm and Falling Thunder, incorporated knowledge from various fields such as human anatomy, biochemistry, and biomechanics. For instance, with the Thunder Palm, Wang Ke did not pursue destructive power, but aimed for maximum speed. By utilizing precise strikes, he was able to incapacitate opponents like Silver Fang. Before that, the speed that left Silver Fang unable to respond was naturally due to another knockoff skill Wang Ke had newly developed called Swift. The explanation for its origin is a bit bothersome, so refer to the previous chapter, which dramatically increased his speed through conscious control of electrical currents within his body. Bangpu was also somewhat surprised at this moment, not expecting that his lazy disciple would make such progress in just a few days. He couldn't help but marvel at how fast scientific and technological advancements were, to the point where they allowed people to be lazy in martial arts. However, Bangpu didn't sigh for too long. He still reminded Wang Ke, it's acceptable, but if you could embody more of the spirit of a martial artist, these techniques would become even more powerful. But don't get too cocky. My brother isn't so easy to deal with. What is the spirit of a martial artist? Oh man, can't you say something more specific? Such an abstract explanation is really frustrating. Although Wang Ke had some complaints about Bangpu's words, he didn't underestimate Silver Fang, but remained vigilant against his opponent still in the distance. Just as Wang Ke finished replying to Bangpu, the master of the flowing rock shatter fist, Banggu, walked out of the dust while answering Wang Ke's question. The spirit of a martial artist is to constantly challenge oneself. Try to see, through your own efforts, how strong the peak you pursue really is. Well, it's just a way of expressing a belief. But this is just my old man's insight. You young people might not agree. Indeed, relying solely on the previous attacks was not enough to subdue Silver Fang. What should he do next in the battle? Wang Ke cautiously approached Banggu, while mentally strategizing for the upcoming battle. However, his loquacious nature didn't allow him to refrain from making sarcastic remarks at that moment. For us young people, those are indeed some irresponsible words. It feels like your boring statements as old folks are just like those misleading athlete spirits. What use do these vague explanations have? What I want to know is that 1 + 1 = 2, a very specific answer. Oh, but as far as I know, you scientists who love to research can also be quite boring at times. It seems that to prove 1 + 1 = 2, many mathematicians have come up with a bunch of obscure and difficult concepts. From your perspective as a scientist, would they be considered boring people? Banggu's words suddenly left Wang Ke, the science enthusiast, at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, he finally commented again, well, many of the difficult questions in this world are created by boring people. However, boring martial artists can also explain problems in a simple and understandable way. After Wang Ke finished speaking, he concentrated and unleashed a quick attack. The source is too tedious to explain. With his speed further enhanced, he attacked the Silver Fangs at a pace that couldn't be captured by the naked eye. Heart pulse shock. Okay, the source is Trafalgar Law. Wang Ke extended his thumbs to the side with his other fingers retracted, concentrating electricity to deliver a powerful strike to the back of the Silver Fangs. However, the Silver Fangs were not slow. After blocking Wang Ke's attack with the flowing rock-shattering fist, they immediately launched a relentless counterattack. Von Giskiviko, relying on the combination of his telepathic sensitivity and his own incredible speed, unleashed another makeshift skill he developed called Gale Thunder, or Killua. While evading and blocking Silver Fang's counterattacks, he continuously attacked his opponent. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, which ended in just a few seconds, during which they exchanged hundreds of blows. After their final clash, both fighters quickly distanced themselves from each other. It's truly rare for a young man like you to possess such skills. What makes us old folks even more upset is that you little brat achieved this through opportunistic scientific techniques. After observing an exciting battle, Bangpu, the iron fist of Whirlwind Slash, remarked to his laid-back disciple, "Oh, can I take that as a compliment?" Wang Ke responded, a bit pleased, although it's somewhat infuriating. It's indeed true. Bangpu's reply followed. After receiving confirmation, Wang Ke adjusted his breathing and assumed a stance with his left hand open and his right hand clenched into a fist. What interesting things do you have in store? You young people really have rich imaginations. After so many rounds of battle, Bangu, fully relaxed, began to feel a bit excited. You should take this more seriously. Approaching it with a playful attitude might just get you killed. Wang could notice Bangu's excitement and politely reminded him. Then, he shot out like a cannonball, launching the 8-burst fist, which he further perfected by integrating various martial arts at Silver Fang. The essence of the 8-burst fist is the Spire Dragon Spike. Unlike the martial arts foot techniques Wang Ke was accustomed to using, this time he executed the 8-burst fist with his right fist. Wang Ke did not perfect the 8-chong fist to the expected state. This time, the key was that he used his left hand to support his right shoulder with the thunder palm, continuously adjusting the power of his right arm, which made the 8-chong fist more practical for combat. A huge crash echoed, and Bongpu, who was watching from the side, had to step back to avoid the aftershock. The silver tusk, targeted by Wang Ke, managed to lift a giant rock with its foot to block the attack at the moment of impact. However, the boulder could not withstand Wang Ke's assault and quickly shattered. The shockwave of the 8-chong fist even carried countless fragments of rock, surging towards the silver tusk. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire space had come to a standstill, and the wrinkled old man appeared to be overwhelmed by the massive force. But then, in front of the old and weak, a wall woven from countless fist shadows suddenly appeared, blocking all the shockwaves and debris. Wang Ke's vision was obstructed by rubble and dust, making it impossible to see what was happening ahead. His own telepathy was also disturbed by the overwhelming shockwave he had unleashed. However, he did not choose to hold back. Instead, he exerted all his strength and continued to charge forward. Flowing water shattered rock fist. A barely noticeable low murmur let Wang Ke know that his opponent had begun to counterattack. Then, a powerful momentum surged towards him, scattering the giant stone fragments and dust in front of him in an instant. Before losing consciousness, Wang Ke's last impression was of flowing phantoms. Hey, newcomer. The dojo floor needs to be cleaned quickly. No slacking off. Master Brother Kalanzi, the chief disciple of the flowing water shattered rock fist, reprimanded his new junior brother. Yes, Master Brother, Wang Ke replied. Clean up the dojo in 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Having only recently become Kalanzi's junior brother, Wang Ke listened seriously to his brother's instructions and quickly completed the daily essential tasks of the dojo. Seeing the astonishing speed of his junior brother, Kalanzi swallowed hard and felt grateful that his new disciple respected his elders. Oh, you've already finished cleaning? Then let's start today's practice right away. After a while, Bangu, who walked into the dojo, noticed the only 2 remaining disciples waiting for him to begin today's guidance. So he got straight to the lesson without further ado. Please guide us well. Master Brother Kalanzi and Junior Brother Wang Ke responded in unison. Wang Ke, who usually acted carefree, surprised everyone with such a transformation. Even his girlfriend, Fengsheng Maisa, began to doubt whether Wang Ke had been knocked silly by Bangu. In fact, this explanation wasn't entirely wrong. Just days ago, Wang Ke had successfully enhanced his strength through technological advancements. After the battle with Bangu, he had indeed had many of his previous understandings overturned by the opponent's immense power. According to the results from the miniature robots that monitored the battle at that time, after Wang Ke unleashed the essence of his 8-punch fist, Bangu was able to completely redirect all of Wang Ke's shockwaves using a set of flowing water-shattered rock fist and even achieve partial rebounds. It was this bug-like attack that caused Wang Ke to faint from his own shockwave, leading him to conclude that his 8-punch fist was still incomplete while also revealing the results of several simulated computer battles crashing. This bug-like attack filled Wang Ke with a sense of almost despairing helplessness. It was only after administering several calming injections to himself that he finally regained his composure. Since my mind can't understand, I'll rely on my body to find the answer. This was the thought expressed to him by his girlfriend, Fengsheng Maisa, during his moments of confusion. True to her previous promises, the big sister figure had provided her boyfriend with a very simple answer. So during this time, Wang Ke adjusted his mindset and prepared to seriously face Bangu's various training methods. It's not an illusion. It really is Dr. Diesel. Why would someone who gives the entire Hero Association such a headache appear at Silver Fang's dojo? Qiu Wu Tai Dao, one of the 3rd disciples of the Atomic Warrior, remarked with some confusion upon seeing an unexpected disciple in the dojo. Like him, another disciple, Qian, speculated. Perhaps it's due to Master Silver Fang's charismatic personality that had attracted Mr. Diesel, this eccentric doctor, to train in his dojo. I think so too, but for Mr. Diesel's practice, it seems he has already developed a certain level of strength. It appears that Silver Fang's teaching ability is indeed extraordinary, said Warrior Drillhead, sharing his opinion. Originally there to visit Silver Fong, the atomic warrior didn't pay much attention to the well-known figure in the dojo, but instead looked back and said, "With your exceptional strength, why not make an appearance?" Upon hearing the atomic master's words, Ki and Chiu Wu Tai Dao and warrior Drillhead all placed a hand on their swords, assuming a defensive posture. "Don't want to come out?" Atomic warrior asked again. The mysterious figure remained silent. The atomic warrior glanced in a direction, initially ready to take action. But after some consideration, he addressed his three disciples, Ki and Chiu Wu Tai Dao and warrior Drillhead. "This might be a good opportunity for a trial. Who wants to challenge?" Receiving the master's hint, Ki stepped forward first, saying, "Please let me try this opportunity." Warrior Drillhead felt a bit regretful for not acting first, and said to Ki, "You'll switch out in a minute." Chiu Wu Tai Dao added, "Then I'll go in the third minute." "No problem." After saying this, Ki followed the direction indicated by the atomic master and executed a drawing cut. But in the next moment, Ki realized his opponent was formidable, and he quickly entered a high-speed movement. "Bongu, my girlfriend seems to have gotten into some conflict with the visitors outside. Please give me a moment to stop their pointless fighting." Although Fengxing Maisa had been concealing her presence earlier, preventing Wang Ku from discovering it immediately, once the fighting started outside, Wang Ku, relying on his telepathy, keenly sensed that his girlfriend was in battle. Kalanzi was puzzled about how his junior brother sensed this, but before he could ask, Master Bongu, the master of the flowing water shattered rock fist, also mentioned the aura he sensed. "It seems to be the atomic warriors. Well, I'll go too. By the way, that girl's strength is truly astonishing. Did she also enhance her power using methods like yours?" Sensing Fengxing Maisa's incredible speed, Bongu got up and headed outside while asking his newly accepted disciple. "That's part of the reason, but more so, she was already very strong in the past." Wang Ku replied, feeling both worried and relieved upon learning that the visitors were the atomic warriors. He was worried that if the atomic warrior intervened, his big sister might encounter danger, but relieved that he didn't have to worry about the visitors being killed by her. What a powerful opponent. Their swordsmanship is extremely organized. My previous attacks couldn't break through their defense, and they have that strange speed with an uncanny ability to predict my attacks. Engaging in combat with such a powerful dual wielder was indeed, as the atomic master said, a great opportunity for training. Ki thought with admiration after barely blocking a counterattack from his opponent. "Ki, your minute is almost up. Be ready to step back." Warrior Drillhead, seeing Ki in a difficult position, looked seriously at the opponent, prepared to cover Ki-an's retreat. However, just then, the dojo's owner intervened, interrupting his and Chiu Wu Taidao's thoughts of continuing the fight. "All right, that's enough. No fighting is allowed outside my dojo." The silver-fanged figure flashed by, and under his immense power, Fengxing Misha, who was originally going to stab the dog-leg knife toward the neck of the Ki temple, had no choice but to retract her blade and stop. The atomic warrior looked at Fengxing Misha, who continued to maintain a defensive posture, and said appreciatively, "Not bad. Your strength is impressive enough to suppress the Ki temple to this extent. You should have the power of an S-class hero. However, there are still many areas in your slashing technique that need to be honed." "What's your name?" "She is Fengxing Misha, the former C-class hero and leader of delinquents. She has now retired from the Hero Association and lives as a free warrior." Seeing the leader adopt a defensive stance, she did not respond to the atomic warrior's question. Wang Ku, worried about attracting trouble, spoke on behalf of the leader. "What style of swordsmanship is that? Your attacking method is quite tricky, almost as if you want to carve someone's face off." The atomic warrior asked again, still addressing the delinquent leader rather than Wang Ku, who was speaking for her. The atomic warrior only spoke to those strong individuals he recognized, indicating that Wang Ku had been categorized as one he did not recognize. However, Wang Ku did not mind the other's impolite behavior, as the atomic warrior had the strength to look down on him. After calming his somewhat dissatisfied girlfriend, Wang Ku replied again, "It's just some attacking methods I've learned from battling monsters, mixed with some other martial arts. It's not a well-known school." After receiving Wang Ku's reply, the atomic warrior noticed that the delinquent leader seemed to dislike talking, so he did not continue the conversation. At this moment, Silver Fangs approached and asked the atomic warrior what brought him to his dojo. Then the group entered the dojo to talk, and Wang Ku turned to his girlfriend and asked, "Why did you sneak over? Didn't you say you were going to stay home to practice cooking? I was just a bit worried about you, afraid something might happen here." Although the leader was not smoking at the moment, she still habitually moved her mouth. "Since you're here, let's go into the dojo and greet Teacher Bongu." Teacher Bongu is a martial arts grandmaster on par with Teacher Bongpu, and he should be able to give you some guidance. Greeting is fine, but as for guidance, let's skip that. From what I've seen you doing in the dojo, it seems quite troublesome. Those are just some practices I need to do. Forget it. After greeting, you can go back. I have nothing important, so there's no need to worry too much. After looking at her boyfriend, Feng Chung Misha finally nodded in agreement. I originally heard that something happened at your dojo and came over to check it out with some worry. I sensed a powerful guy hiding at the dojo entrance and thought it was someone looking for trouble, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. The Atomic Warrior said to Silver Fangs, who was one of the few individuals he recognized. Therefore, he was quite talkative with this martial arts master. I've already resolved the previous trouble myself, and there shouldn't be any more chaos. I'm sorry to have made you worry about my dojo. Silver Fangs, upon learning that the other party had heard about the evil wolf and had some concerns, immediately made an explanation. Does the woman you encountered at the dojo entrance have any relation to your brother? There seems to be some shadow of the tornado/iron fist in her strikes. She has only undergone a short period of training, not formally a disciple of my brother. But as you can see, she indeed has talent in slashing. I see. I was worried she might be teacher Bongpu's disciple, which made me hesitant. Since she hasn't taken a master, I can rest assured to guide her. Silver Fangs was about to reply, but at that moment, Wangku entered with Feng Chung Misha and greeted the dojo owner. Allow me to formally introduce. This is my girlfriend Feng Chung Misha, and she's also my fiancée, E. I apologize for the trouble caused by her sudden visit. I hope you can forgive her actions. The delinquent leader was considered delinquent for lacking proper manners. However, under Wang Ku's example, Feng Chung Misha, though still silent, finally bowed to Silver Fangs as a gesture of apology. Silver Fangs likely had heard about the leader's temperament from his brother, so he did not mind her somewhat rude behavior and instead introduced the Atomic Warrior. There's no need to dwell on the previous matter. It's nothing serious. On the contrary, this Mr. Atomic Warrior greatly appreciates your strength and is inquiring if you would be willing to accept his guidance on slashing techniques. Not interested. I have other things to attend to, the leader replied coldly, and Wang Ku, who wanted to say something, ultimately decided against it. Oh, if it's convenient. Could you tell me what you need to be busy with? The Atomic Warrior asked with some interest. Quitting smoking, quitting drinking, cooking, and such, the leader replied, still appearing uninterested. Upon hearing this, the Atomic Warrior was momentarily stunned. His disciple, Warrior Drill, deemed the leader too rude and angrily said to her, "You really don't know what's good for you. It's one thing not to accept Master Atomic's goodwill, but to use such a dismissive excuse. Are you intentionally insulting us?" At the same time, the two disciples of the Atomic Warrior, Qi Temple and Xiu Wu Taidao, also showed signs of anger. However, Warrior Drill had already voiced their thoughts, so the two did not say anything further. You don't seem very strong. It feels like even if you accepted this uncle's guidance, it would just be a waste of time. After saying such a contemptuous remark, the leader even yawned, and a few tears squeezed from her eyes. Anyone could see it as a provocation, except for Wang Ku, who knew the leader was indeed just annoyed and happened to be craving smoke. That's too much. Master Atomic, please allow me to teach this person a lesson. No, let me do it. I will definitely not let her off easily. Let me handle it. The previous battle isn't over yet. Let me teach her a good lesson. The three disciples of the Atomic Warrior vied to express their desire to teach the leader a good lesson. Kalanzi felt at a loss for what to do in this situation, while Silver Fangs Bongu sighed helplessly. She doesn't mean it. It seems no one has properly guided you. Then let me personally teach you what it means that there are people beyond people. Wang Ku was just about to speak up to defend the big sister head, but the Atomic Warrior, who had not taken him seriously, interrupted Wang Ku's words after releasing a powerful aura. The big sister head, who had barely suppressed her smoking addiction, couldn't help but show a serious expression upon sensing the Atomic Warrior's astonishing presence. The battle between the Atomic Warrior and the delinquent big sister head was intense, and the excitement of their clash was no less than that of Wang Ku versus Bongu. After updating himself with a lot of combat data simulated by computers, Wang Ku also helped the big sister head update her combat data. However, just like when Wang Ku fought against Silver Fawn, although the big sister head could suppress opponents of the level of Ki and with her newly developed moves, they were almost useless against the Atomic Warrior. When the opponent unleashed his signature move, the Atomic Slash, the big sister head finally recognized what the concept of top-tier human combat power truly meant. Fortunately, after the battle, the Atomic Warrior, being a master of kendo, did not pursue the big sister head further. Instead, after shattering her overflowing arrogance, he offered a few words of admonition and then left the dojo with a cold, hard demeanor. Wang Ku, watching from the side, couldn't help but admire the undeniable strength of the future S-class hero, the fourth one. Moreover, just from a few glances, Wong-Ku could tell that the atomic warrior had actually given the big sister head quite a bit of valuable guidance during the fight. Thus, the big sister head picked up her 2 daggers and began training in the combat room of the base. Her serious attitude was on par with that of Wong-Ku, who had been thoroughly crushed by Bongu. Days passed, and one day, as Wong-Ku was preparing to head to the dojo, his spy robots, which he had sent to keep an eye on things, reported that a major upheaval was about to occur at the Fat-Gao Research Institute. Cackling with a terrifying laugh, Fat-Gao held a test tube filled with a potion. Finally completed the ultimate assimilative steroid, the king of biceps. Hurry up and get a try, little brother. Just drink this, and you'll have the power you've been seeking. Is this it, brother? The muscular younger brother, Murugali, looked expectantly at the dream key his brother had prepared for him. That's right. This is the final product developed after I received the materials sent by that diesel guy. This is definitely the most remarkable potion in the world, much stronger than my original plan from long ago. Fat-Gao confidently replied to Murugali's inquiry. The product in his hand was indeed much stronger than what appeared later in the original story, as Fat-Gao's technical capabilities had nearly doubled under Wong-Ku's influence. With the dream key right in front of him, Murugali could no longer hold back and quickly drank the potion his brother handed him. He then felt a tremendous power erupting within his body, and unable to contain himself, he began to roar loudly as the energy surged through him. Gah! Seeing his brother's body start to swell, with strange light emanating from within, Fat-Gao was astonished by the power of his research results and couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, ceiling, what kind of potency is this? My genius is exceeding my imagination. Haha, there's hope for conquering the world now. With my genius and your power, little brother, no one can stop us, not even that diesel. As a giant over 200 meters tall appeared, Fat-Gao's arrogant voice echoed through the mountains. We will conquer everything on this land. We brothers will become the rulers of the world. Under Fat-Gao's command, the giant took steps toward the nearest D city. Meanwhile, Wong-Ku, who was already prepared, remotely controlled several recovery robots to unveil their bionic camouflage. He then began the salvage operation as per his instructions on the now-ruined Fat-Gao Research Institute. Wong-Ku intended to recover everything, from the various equipment of the Institute to Fat-Gao's original technical materials, to further strengthen his technical reserves. As the only living specimen of the final product, Wong-Ku also had corresponding preparations in place. Saitama, this is Diesel. I have a troublesome matter that requires your help. It's a monster with immense power. What? You're in your big form. It's urgent. Can you hurry up? The monster is attacking D City. All right, I'll buy some time until you arrive. Damn, I didn't expect this situation. I need to hold on until Saitama gets here. I hope my enhancements haven't made the giant too overpowering. After all, the early appearance of the giant disaster was due to Wong-Ku's influence. Therefore, adhering to the principle of cleaning up his own mess, Wong-Ku had no choice but to decide to engage in an unplanned battle. I just want to be the strongest man in the world. That's my dream. After the giant exclaimed this, he swung a fist at the 10 or so missiles shooting at him. Under the force of his massive punch, all the missiles failed to hit their target and exploded prematurely. The strange gas released from the explosions was completely dispersed by the punch's wind. Well done, little brother. Diesel's biochemical missiles are completely ineffective against you. Keep attacking. Crush all the little bugs Diesel sent out and prove that your brother is a genius far beyond Diesel. Yes, brother. After Fat-Gao stated his demand, the giant swiftly launched a series of rapid punches at the surrounding biochemical soldiers. These biochemical soldiers were wolf-level monsters that Wong-Ku had captured and brainwashed to enhance. Their strength was absolutely at the level of A-class heroes. However, at this moment, they were utterly defenseless against the giant's onslaught, and all the biochemical soldiers ended up as puddles of blood. Seeing this situation, Wong-Ku, despite the pain in his heart, sent out 6 biochemical soldiers transformed from tiger-level monsters. However, as they barely approached the giant, they were all killed by a single heavy punch aimed at the ground. I may have overdone the enhancements. With no other choice, Wong-Ku decided to deploy the biochemical beings he had originally prepared for defending the base. As these biochemical beings approached the giant rapidly on single-person flying devices, Fat-Gao, sitting on the giant's shoulder, immediately recognized them. What a surprise. It's the mass-produced version of the biochemical police. I heard that the biochemical police in F-City have the strength of S-class heroes. Do these guys possess similar strength? Let's have a good look, little brother. Fat-Gao was correct. the biochemical beings Wong-Ku sent out were indeed mass-produced versions of the biochemical police, created through cloning technology by Wong-Ku. Initially, Wong-Ku was concerned that the Hero Association might continue to cause trouble, so he had prepared these biochemical beings as the next collaborative product with the police department. Although these cyborgs are just simplified versions of the original RoboCop, the equipment Wong-Ku equipped them with is the same as that of RoboCop. As Fok Gao's words fell, one cyborg had already taken control of his aircraft and fired a small missile. The giant initially wanted to use the same trick again, but the small missile did not disperse like the previous cyborg's missile. Instead, it created a large net that wrapped around one of the giant's fists. After successfully hitting the target, all the cyborgs launched similar missiles from their aircraft. Under the alert signal from his brother, the giant assumed a defensive posture to respond to potential attacks. Seeing that the incoming small missiles were ultimately just ineffective nets, Fok Gao scoffed. It's nothing to worry about. Brother, let them see your strength. The giant, over 200 meters tall, let out a roar and then prepared to continue his attack. However, a strange burnt smell wafted in, and the giant suddenly felt immense pain in all his joints. It turned out that the large net shot at the monster had melted after coming into contact with the giant's body temperature for a while. These sticky liquids seemed to possess strong acidity, continuously corroding the joints of the giant's body. The standard acid sticky missiles in the RoboCop's aircraft, although the original version in City F had not yet been used, were being tested on the giant today. This sticky strong acid was specially formulated by me and could burn through several meters of armored plating. Diesel's voice came from nowhere, and Fok Gao turned to look around but did not find the target. Moreover, several cyborgs flying around raised specially equipped rifles to shoot at him, forcing Fok Gao to stop searching for Diesel to dodge the 50 caliber bullets. Maruguli, sensing that his brother was in danger, quickly grew a mass of bony armor on his shoulders, completely protecting his brother. The cyborg's precise shots could not break through the defense of this armor. After doing all this, the giant roared, and suddenly a massive steam emitted from his body. The strong acid that was corroding the giant's joints was all evaporated before being blown away. Well done, brother. Continue the attack, and take out these annoying guys. The bony armor that surrounded Fok Gao unexpectedly changed again. It seemed as if a small fortress resembling a tumor appeared on the giant's shoulder, and Fok Gao was under a bulletproof glass similar to the giant's nail. Watching the battles outside, such a change occurred. Did that potion enhance his strength while slightly increasing Maruguli's intelligence? Wong-Ku made some inferences in his mind after seeing the changes in the distance. At the same time, he dialed the phone he had given to Saitama, but it rang without an answer. Although Saitama was unable to arrive as quickly as planned, Wong-Ku's interception plan did not stop. Several bioengineered humans, still piloting their aircraft to evade the giant's attacks, launched several small missiles again. These small missiles penetrated the giant's body like ground-penetrating missiles, followed by a loud explosion that created several large holes in the giant's body. The bioengineered humans did not stop their attacks there. They fired off the remaining missiles from their aircraft while also changing their rifles from firing live ammunition to firing spore bullets. Various toxic spores, hypnotic spores, and paralyzing spores were accurately shot by the bioengineered humans, targeting the giant's bleeding wounds along with the missiles. Roar! With Maruguli's loud roar, his two enormous eyes emitted two powerful red beams. Under his targeting, 3 bioengineered humans along with their aircraft were evaporated by the beams. The last remaining bioengineered human jumped from the doomed aircraft in a moment of life and death. Then, using his special combat suit, he managed to agilely maneuver like a creature on a cliff, successfully pushing toward the small bunker where Fukugo was located. At the same time, the bioengineered human's hands transformed into 2 pickaxes, and with his immense strength capable of lifting 9 tons, he continuously destroyed the small bunker where Fukugo was situated. Maruguli would not let the bioengineered human have his way. He reached out to grab the bioengineered human. Although he failed to catch his target, he at least protected his brother. Then, using his other hand, he began to clap vigorously, intending to swat the bugs running all over his body. Initially, the bioengineered human was able to evade a few blows, but the giant's movements became faster and more agile. As it became increasingly difficult for the bioengineered human to dodge, he immediately changed his strategy and drilled into the giant's bleeding wounds, preparing to destroy the internal body tissues of the giant. However, after allowing the bioengineered human to enter his body, Maruguli suddenly tightened all the muscles in his body. Then he let out a loud shout, and a red light emanated from within him. The wounds that were still bleeding began to twitch with flesh tumors, and it didn't take long for him to completely heal. As the red light spread within Marugali's body, Wang Ku's telepathy and the device in his hand had already noticed that the bioengineered human who had entered the giant's body had been eliminated. That's right, just like that. Powerful strength, super endurance, incredible recovery ability, and various other abilities are all your weapons. Just relying on one of them makes you the strongest in the world. Once you utilize all of them, you become the strongest in the universe. Haha. After witnessing the previous battle, Wang Ku's heart had already cooled down significantly as he continued to block the giant. 4 fully armed bio-humans attacked him together, and in computer simulations, Wang Ku could never last more than half an hour. However, the giant in front of him had wiped out all 4 bio-humans with S-class hero strength in less than 5 minutes. Even the deformed dragon-level monster that had previously pushed Wang Ku to the brink did not make him feel such a huge gap in strength. Now Wang Ku felt fear. He gathered all his various auras with all his might, praying that the bionic camouflage covering him was strong enough to evade the giant's search. Haha, Diesel, come out quickly. Is your technical strength really this weak? Did I overestimate you, Diesel? Or am I just too much of a genius, Fok? Keek. Seeing his brother's astonishing strength and Diesel, who was supposed to block him, cowardly not daring to take any action, Fok burst into proud laughter. Brother, D-City is just ahead. Since Diesel is hiding like a rat, let's go to D-City and find some professional heroes to play with. Fok provocatively shouted again. But the target still did not appear. So, somewhat disappointed, he truly set off towards D-City with his brother. Wang Ku watched as the giant stepped out of the mountains, continuously advancing towards D-City. He repeatedly dialed Saitama's phone, urging him to appear quickly. Although according to the original plot, D-City would be destroyed by the giant and many citizens would be killed, Wang Ku's understanding was different now compared to when he read in the comics. Even if those citizens were destined to die, they at least should have had a few more months of life. Now, due to Wang Ku's influence on the plot, the disaster caused by the giant had come earlier. This meant that Wang Ku had indirectly deprived countless citizens of their lives for the next few months. Under the lingering influence of his moral values, he felt a deep sense of guilt. However, Wang Ku did not dare to step out from his hiding spot to stop the giant advancing towards D-City. It was not just because of fear. Something else prevented him from making such a heroic choice. That was his attachment to Fengcheng Misha. He couldn't bear to recklessly throw away his own life. When Wang Ku thought of the figure of the big sister, he picked up the equipment to contact the base's computer, searching for Misha's whereabouts. After confirming that the big sister was at home and not approaching D-City, Wang Ku breathed a sigh of relief. The giant's figure was gradually fading from view, and Wang Ku's fear was also gradually dissipating. He finally understood why he had always been unwilling to join the Hero Association. It wasn't entirely because he was afraid of trouble. It was because he had long known in his heart that he did not have the determination to sacrifice himself for people he did not know. After all, the monsters would eventually be taken down by Saitama, so why should he risk his life for strangers? That's right, just stay hidden and wait for everything to be over before coming out to clean up the mess. Wang Ku comforted himself and dialed Saitama's number again. But the result was still that he couldn't reach the other party. At this moment, the computer displayed a video feed showing that there were still many citizens in D-City who had not managed to reach the shelters. Countless people on the street were screaming in terror, making the already chaotic scene even more disordered. A child was knocked down by the crowd, blood streaming from his cheek as he cried out loudly, searching for his parents. These sights struck Wang Ku's conscience with immense force. He struggled to hit himself once, then opened the bionic camouflage and shouted at the giant that was about to disappear from view. Hey, you exhibitionist over there. Where are you going? I'm right here. Although Wang Ku ultimately chose to expose himself actively, he still had no intention of fighting the giant. He just hoped to lure the giant back in, and then use his enhanced speed to escape before the giant arrived. Brother, that coward Diesel seems to have come out from behind. Should I go over and kill him? Marugali, with his excessively enhanced body, naturally heard what Wang Ku shouted from behind. However, he knew that he was only responsible for fighting, and that thinking should be left to his brother, so he asked Fok Gao. After all, Fok Gao was still an ordinary person, and he couldn't see where Wang Ku had run out to at that moment. However, he quickly gave up searching and replied to his brother. He should just be trying to lure you over to buy some time for the citizens of D-City. Don't worry about him. Anyway, your power is already invincible, and Diesel has nothing to worry about now. Letting the world know our terror is what we should be doing. Noticing that the giant in the distance showed no intention of coming back to find trouble with him, Wang Ku, who was ready to escape at any moment, suddenly felt something was off. He continued to bolster his courage and ran towards the giant, closing the distance as he continued to provoke. Hey, you pervert. Are you deaf? I'm right here. Turn around and catch me. Fuck out. You trash. Is this deaf idiot the result of your enhancements? It's not that impressive. The other party still did not respond, instead quickening its pace towards D-City. Wong could close the distance a bit more, remaining on guard while continuing to provoke the giant. Marugali, you muscle-brained pervert, going to D-City like this naked. Are you trying to vent the accumulated frustrations of your years as a loser? It's useless. With your physique, you can't find a suitable target, so you might as well dig a hole in this deep mountain to vent. Brother, I'm a bit tempted to beat him up. Under Wong Ku's constant provocations, several veins popped up on Marugali's forehead. You have to think this way. He's saying all this just to stop us from going to D-City. If you make a big splash in D-City, how will Diesel react when he can't stop you? Isn't that something to look forward to? Fa Gao remained indifferent to Wong Ku's provocations and was instead more eager to head to D-City. After receiving his brother's hint, Marugali also thought that it indeed felt good that way. So he just turned his head to take a provocative look at Wong Ku, then bent his knees and began to gather strength. So did I speak the truth? Then come over and have a fight with me. Who knows if I'm happy? I might even make a matching self-defense weapon for your dwarf brother. Wong Ku saw that Marugali had finally stopped. Although he didn't know what the other party intended to do, he still continued to provoke him with somewhat trembling words. You useless guy if you have the guts. Come find us in D-City. We won't wait too long. Fa Gao finally spotted Wong Ku hiding far away, too afraid to get too close. And he disdainfully shouted at him. After I clear D-City, I'll head to B-City. Let's see if you, with your short legs, can catch up to me. Ha ha. As Marugali laughed, he exerted force with his legs and jumped out. His body, over 200 meters tall, disappeared from Wong Ku's sight in no time. What a joke. Don't run away. Wong Ku ignored Marugali's leaps and shouted at the vanishing figure of the giant amidst the clouds of dust. But he could only do this. He was still unable to muster the courage to chase after and intercept the other party, as he had always been afraid. The mountains echoed with thunderous sounds, caused by Marugali's continuous jumps. When the last roar accompanied by the giant's howl echoed, Wong Ku understood that the other party had already reached City D. Damn it. Why can't I even dare to launch an attack, even if it would only delay them for a few seconds? Wong Ku felt increasingly guilty about what he had done as he heard the continuous loud noises from afar, not knowing how many broken families his actions might cause. The red beam shot from Marilagulion City D pierced through several mountains and flew over Wong Ku's head. He had no time to think about anything else and just stood up, intending to leave. He released some anesthetics in his mind, hoping to free himself from the torment of guilt. However, at that moment, a message came through the headphones he had been wearing, causing Wong Ku to stop. It had been confirmed that the monster approaching City D was taken down before it could invade the city. The one who took down the monster was King from the Hero Association, the strongest man on Earth. What? Before it invaded the city? And it was done by King? Could it be? Wong Ku felt a sense of redemption in his heart upon hearing that City D had not suffered any damage. When he then heard that it was King from the Hero Association, he immediately reacted. Wong Ku quickly picked up his phone to make a call. But just as he was looking down, a voice from the bald man in front of him rang out. Making calls from outside will cost you, so you better not continue. Hearing this, Wong Ku was somewhat dumbfounded and looked up at the bald man with a boiled egg face, saying, The phone I gave you doesn't have any charges at all. Wong Ku repeatedly explained to Saitama that the phone he gave him was specially made and didn't incur any costs. It turned out that this bald guy rushed to D-City to keep watch shortly after he finished using the restroom. He had been refusing to answer Wong Ku's calls out of concern for a non-existent cost issue. After hesitating for a moment, Saitama asked, So, are you saying that you use technology to avoid costs? Wong Ku replied, Do I even care about that little money? This phone uses a special signal. Just think of it as me starting a company and giving you a permanently free number. Wong Ku suddenly felt powerless and casually found a simple explanation to deal with Saitama. At the same time, he was internally conflicted, thinking that his previous self-blame was completely unnecessary and that his series of actions had been quite ridiculous. Saitama didn't notice the struggle on Wong Ku's face. Instead, upon hearing the term lifetime free, the bald Saitama's eyes immediately flickered. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. But speaking of which, once we deal with that weird person, won't there be nothing left to do? Regarding Saitama's poor appearance, Wong Ku sighed and replied, I still need to hold on to that weird person's corpse for a while to take a look. By the way, there's an evil scientist on that weird person's shoulder. What happened to that guy? Fukugo is an ordinary human, but his technical skills are definitely not to be underestimated. In the original work, Maragori mistakenly crushed his own brother due to a silly error. Now his IQ seems to have improved, and Saitama probably won't directly kill a human. So Wonka was somewhat worried about the problems that might arise if Fukugo survived. Is he a bothersome guy who wears glasses and is very verbose? After receiving Wonka's hint, Saitama seemed to remember something. That's right, it must be him. That guy is very dangerous. He was killed by the monster himself. All right, I'll go check if the weird person's corpse will cause any secondary disasters, and then I'll treat you to steak. After hearing Saitama's reply, Wonka was taken aback for a moment. Finally, he waved goodbye to Saitama and walked towards the spot where Maragori had fallen. With the plot returning to its original outcome, Wonka could only mock internally. Damn, does the existence of the protagonist always trigger a dumb aura for the boss? Clearly, under his influence, Maragori's IQ had already improved, yet Fukugo still ended up being killed just like in the original work. After the monster disaster alert in D-City was lifted, some curious and bold citizens sneaked out to prepare for a close-up view of the fallen giant. However, this time the Hero Association and the police responded quickly, promptly setting up isolation nets to completely seal off the entire scene. King truly deserves to be called the strongest man on Earth. Such a huge giant was taken down with just one punch. A staff member from the Hero Association, looking at the enormous monster's corpse, couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, after hitting the monster, he immediately left the scene. If there weren't citizens who witnessed him at the scene, we wouldn't even know who defeated this giant. Compared to some opportunistic flies, King is truly a model among humans. This was the exclamation of another blind member of the association, and everyone around knew who he was referring to as flies. All right, keep it down. Don't let Dr. Diesel hear this. If you provoke this guy, the police will have a good time. Of course, not everyone in the Hero Association is an idiot. Some people know how to keep the bigger picture in mind, although they probably don't have a great opinion of Diesel either. Whether it's the various equipment Wonka left at the scene or his enhanced hearing and telepathic abilities, the thoughts of those small characters in the Hero Association naturally couldn't escape his notice as he was currently collecting data. However, since the levels were different, Wonka was too lazy to deal with these idiots. The various data collected from Maragori's corpse gave Wonka a feeling of being enlightened. Although the Hero Association foolishly classified the giant as a demon-level disaster, he, who had personally intercepted the giant, knew very well that Maragori was among the stronger types of dragon-level monsters. Although the giant was defeated by Saitama this time, there were also signs of cell death within its body, just like the last deformed dragon-level monster, but not every part of its body was like that. With Maragori leaving a relatively intact corpse, many of its muscles and bones, even its eyes and the organ inside that generated red energy, were preserved in a condition that could be repaired. However, Wonka had no intention of resurrecting Maragori's body. He only planned to extract usable technology through further research. As for some things that could quickly recover value, Wonka intended to start using them right away. Hey, is it Zenio? This is Diesel. How's it going? The companies I sold you're doing well, right? This time, I have to take care of you again. Are you interested in acting as an agent for the new energy supplements? What? You want to acquire them all at once? Well, I actually prefer that. Oh, are you sure you want to offer this price? All right, get your money ready. Tomorrow I will deliver the refined products to you. Just as Wonka had provocatively mentioned to Maragori before, this guy whose brain was filled with muscles had indeed accumulated quite a bit of XX. After Wonka finished collecting the detection data, he realized that these things indeed had little technical value to develop. However, with some slight processing, they could become extremely popular products in the market. From this perspective, Wonka could indeed make a fortune in development funds. After calling Zenier, Wonka called several other wealthy patrons who were generous with their money. In a short period, he recouped the losses caused by intercepting the giant with several times the amount. Is this the giant that harmed D-City? It seems like just a bigger guy. Nothing remarkable at all. Upon hearing this synthesized electronic voice, Wonka, who had just finished the call, immediately felt displeased. Bofei, get lost. Stop getting in the way here. The unwelcome figure was, of course, the robot controlled remotely by Metal Knight Bofei. After receiving information about the giant disaster, he came to see what he could gain. Completely unafraid of conflict with Wonka. Diesel? Compared to the embarrassing state I saw last time, you seem to have grown a bit stronger. My detection radar can sense a high energy response in your body. Have you made some boring body modifications? None of your business. Get lost. Or I'll dismantle your broken machine with my bare hands. You're really fired up. I heard that the biochemical police you modified for the police department have posed quite a threat to the Hero Association. But from my perspective, that kind of biochemical weapon isn't anything special. Do you want me to share some technology to help you with the association? What is that thing? Metal Knight originally intended to provoke Wang Ku, claiming he would uproot Wang Ku's influence within the hero association. However, before he could finish speaking, the robot he controlled noticed the red energy generator extracted from the giant's body by Wang Ku's large collection equipment. But before movea could conduct further investigation, the robot he controlled lost contact. Meanwhile, the scene where Wang Ku was located had added a pile of high-tech components. So I warned you, idiot. Wang Ku looked disdainfully at the robot left behind by the Metal Knight, disregarding the astonished onlookers around him as if to assert his dominance, and crushed the Metal Knight's robot's head with a single stomp. My God, what did I just see? The Metal Knight's robot seemed to have been dismantled by Dr. Diesel with his bare hands in an instant. Dr. Diesel is surprisingly strong. This clearly shows he has the power of an S-class hero. Has he also undergone modifications? This is going to be a big deal. The two super geniuses in human society have actually come into conflict. Perhaps it's not entirely a bad thing. Both Diesel and the Metal Knight are unruly characters, and our association might profit from their conflict. That's right. Let's quickly contact headquarters and report what just happened. Wang Ku was not bothered by the astonished expressions of the association staff around him. He had already felt disgusted by movea, and now that he had come looking for him, he ignored his warnings and intended to investigate what Wang Ku was preparing to study. Coupled with Wang Ku's slight displeasure from earlier events, the Metal Knight was essentially asking for trouble. As for whether this would lead to a greater conflict between the two, Wang Ku was indifferent. Although he had no clear idea of how many cards movea was hiding, his own technical and combat strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the giant's corpse and the items recovered from the Gao Research Institute, Wang Ku was confident that he could enhance his overall strength by at least 30 in a short time. By then, he could mass-produce some bioweapons and engage in a medium-sized war with movea. After all, movea is still a hero, and he would definitely not want to engage in a war without boundaries with Wang Ku. Additionally, Wang had friends like Saitama, Bongpu, and Bongu, who were all exceptionally powerful and had close ties. As long as Wang Ku called out, they would most likely come to help him against the Metal Knight. However, at this moment, Wang Ku did not plan to rely on others' strength. After facing the enhanced giant's overwhelming power, he intended to enhance his own strength as well. Finding a blind spot, Wang Ku extended a flexible sponge-like appendage and began to probe a previously investigated area of Marugali's corpse. Although the association staff could not see what Wang Ku was doing, rumors quickly spread afterward about Dr. Diesel having a peculiar hobby involving monster corpses. As for movea, whose robot was destroyed by Wang Ku, he did not immediately send reconnaissance equipment back. Instead, after entering a few commands into his computer, several robots walked out from his base. When news of the conflict between Wang Ku and the Metal Knight reached the headquarters of the Hero Association, Shichi was estimating the strength of the association's S-class hero, King. Dr. Diesel actually got into a conflict with the Metal Knight. Is the information accurate? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shichi immediately showed an expression of astonishment. Yes, it's absolutely true. Right at the site of the failed attack on City D, the Metal Knight, who arrived suddenly, seemed very interested in the organs Dr. Diesel extracted from the giant's corpse. Meanwhile, Dr. Diesel was quite unwelcoming towards the Metal Knight, and in an instant, the Metal Knight's robot was dismantled by Dr. Diesel himself. Shichi was very surprised to hear that Diesel could dismantle the Metal Knight's robot in an instant. Although Casero had vaguely mentioned that Dr. Diesel had made some modifications to himself, Shichi did not know that Dr. Diesel possessed such astonishing strength. Now, two human geniuses with impressive technical skills and exceptional combat power were openly in opposition. Shichi began to worry that in the future, there would be threats to the peace of human society beyond just monster disasters. Thinking of these additional concerns, Shichi couldn't help but feel a headache and planned to convene senior officials for discussions again. However, before he could finish speaking, a panicked subordinate rushed in to report bad news. Keep a close watch on their movements and immediately inform other senior officials. Minister Shichi, there are over a dozen missiles heading towards Dr. Diesel's residence in the outskirts of City F. Is it the Metal Knight's doing? It's unclear. We can't reach the Metal Knight at this moment. And Dr. Diesel, he was indifferent to our alerts before. Shichi sighed, lamenting that an unpredictable war had erupted within humanity. The missiles aimed at Wang Ku's base were intercepted by the anti-air missiles hidden in the base before they could breach the defense perimeter. However, these were merely tests before the major battle. Several high-energy reaction robots were launching a surprise attack on Dr. Diesel's residence from various directions. The defense system within Dr. Diesel's base was unable to exert even a delay effect against the rapid assault of these robots. The explosions and fireballs echoed throughout the area, causing panic among other residents of City F nearby. After receiving the alert, the police forces of City F urgently mobilized, but only managed to intercept one of the robots. The other robots had already reached the entrance of Dr. Diesel's residence. This was the target's home, and the main base should mostly be hidden underground. The garden outside was likely a camouflage for some modified creatures, intending to destroy them along with the upper structure of the target's residence. The leading robot, marked with a number 4, instructed the others, "Number 4, move aside. My energy cannon will wipe this out in one shot." High energy reaction, evade. As a robot marked with a number 7 extended a cannon from its back, the radar of the number 4 robot immediately reacted, quickly alerting the other robots around. The 6 robots that reached the entrance had just adjusted their positions when a purple energy ball exploded on the number 7 robot's body. The plasma energy bullet had been fired from the kitchen of the target residence. It would require 5 minutes to recharge, so attack now and destroy directly. After the number 7 robot was taken down by the purple energy ball, the remaining 5 differently styled robots launched an attack on Dr. Diesel's house. Missile, Vulcan canon, laser, and various weapons flew toward the house that appeared to have been recently renovated. However, none of these attacks were focused on the target. The garden surrounding the house launched a counterattack. Various vines seemed to spring up from the ground in an instant. Some used their bodies to block, while others sprouted large mouths to swallow the incoming projectiles. Some gathered together to form several different shaped creatures, charging at the invading robots. Others hovered around, releasing green gas into the air, gradually filling the area with strange particles. Several intelligent robots immediately sensed something was wrong. They could not transmit information to the outside, and the various electronic devices on them gradually lost function. Originally, several robots planned to rush out of the area before the concentration of particles became too high. However, the rushing vine collective organism intercepted them at any cost. When a sound of tearing metal echoed, the battle here was declared over. Something happened at home, and the garden was in a complete mess, with plenty of scrap metal. When Feng Chung Misha returned from the outdoor bath, she saw the male owner sadly collecting some of the guard dogs' corpses. The big sister then spoke to Wang Ku, who still looked a bit dusty. For some reason, I just had a battle with the Metal Knight Bofei. Damn it, that Bofei is so cruel. These kids were clearly so adorable, and I had put so much effort into them. Number 3, number 16, number 27, number 51, I will always remember your sacrifices. Wang Ku looked at the assembled vine corpse with a hint of sadness and remarked, while the other vines and the remains of robots on the ground were being played with as toys by the surviving vines. After such a long period of cultivation, Wang Ku's genetically modified organisms, born from his interest in gardening, had developed quite a bit of strength. However, their intelligence remained a significant flaw. They had no clear understanding of life and death, which is why they relentlessly overwhelmed the incoming robots with sheer numbers. Was it necessary to show such an expression? You can easily create more of these watchdogs in just a few days. The big sister, who had just finished her shower, stroked her smooth hair. She had changed her hairstyle before bathing, hoping for a good evaluation from her boyfriend. Yet, Wang Ku had not noticed this at all, focusing entirely on those unintelligent watchdogs, which left the big sister feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Even if they were the same, they couldn't compare to those I had invested my feelings in and nurtured. Back then, I watered them every day and greeted them before going out. They would act spoiled around me. Fine, you can wallow in your foolish dogs. You don't need to come to my room today. The big sister, seeing her boyfriend's foolish expression, angrily walked into the house. Only after hearing his girlfriend's threat did Wang Ku reluctantly put down the remains of the children and quickly chased after the fragrance left by the big sister back into the house. Damn Diesel, what exactly is in his base? Why did my 6 intelligent robots, capable of battling ghost-level monsters, lose contact with me in an instant without even getting a chance to send back information? Even a dragon-level monster wouldn't be able to achieve that. At this moment, Bofei was working hard to gather information in his own base, feeling very uneasy about what had happened in front of Diesel's residence. After deciding to go to war with Diesel, he had thought that the batch of robots he sent would be defeated by Diesel, and Bofei only intended to gather more intelligence. However, when the fight actually began, the initial assault of the robots went very smoothly. Even when the super battle police of City F came to stop them, they only managed to intercept one robot, which was not beyond Bofei's expectations. He originally believed that while his robots wouldn't completely destroy Diesel's stronghold, they could at least penetrate several layers into the base. Yet the final result was that they didn't even get through the front door of Diesel's house, failing in the garden outside, and all robots lost contact at the same moment. This performance was even worse than what movea knew of a previous assault on Diesel's base by a group of tiger-level monsters. Could it be that Diesel specifically developed something to counter my robots, and it was precisely because of this that he dared to declare war on me? Considering these possibilities, movea felt a bit guilty for underestimating Diesel. Moreover, his counterattack was too reckless. It would have been the right choice to gather more intelligence before launching an attack. Realizing this, the Metal Knight changed strategies and began to use hacking techniques to infiltrate Diesel's base's defense systems. Although he had been ambushed by Diesel last time, movea had since upgraded the configuration of various devices and was confident he could completely defeat his opponent in a hacking war. However, the hacking attack, personally led by movea, encountered a situation similar to the previous robot infiltration. The initial infiltration went smoothly, but behind a seemingly simple firewall, Diesel suddenly extended his claws, causing the Metal Knight's proud technique to suffer another setback. Oh no, the big sister is really angry. Am I going to have to sleep alone again tonight? It took a lot of effort to shake off this single dog identity, and the left and right concubines can no longer satisfy me. Wonka was somewhat worried and searched online, hoping to find interesting products to buy to cheer up his girlfriend. However, at that moment, a hacker attack from movea suddenly struck. The collection of short films that Wonka treasured from the One Punch world was immediately at risk of exposure under movea's assault. What on earth is movea doing? I have so many precious and valuable materials in my base. Instead of working hard to break through the defenses of those materials, he's focused on digging into my kinks. What does that mean? After Wonka narrowly saved his ex-girlfriend, the XX Heart Sutra was in danger again. With no choice, Wonka had to reluctantly give up some films that had accompanied him through countless lonely nights, finally gaining a breather. Damn it, those sports-themed actresses have turned over a new leaf. They are extremely valuable and out of print. Since your taste is so heavy, I'll let you have your fill. Once the preparations for the counterattack were complete, movea's attack was directed into a pit Wonka had dug. There were plenty of heavy SM, brotherly love, and even beast-human themes. Then came the follow-up attack, bombarding movea with everything from Trojan viruses from porn sites to super bombs from industry elites, making a show of being determined to reclaim the stolen data. Movea continued to launch attacks, sinking deeper into this worthless pit. Almost all porn sites in the world were affected by the battle between the two, attracting a massive amount of resentment from single men. However, while competing with movea, Wonka also set up numerous other traps for his opponent. For example, many companies lacking orders received strong support from the Heroic Association's professional hero, Metal Knight. Additionally, citizens suffering significant property losses due to calamities caused by monsters received generous donations from Dr. movea. Besides these minor matters, Wonka naturally seized the opportunity to take a peek at movea's secret weapons. However, Metal Knight was a technical genius, and even though he temporarily lost his IQ due to mistaking his attack target, his defense system was still quite formidable. Wonka put in a lot of effort, but only obtained partial technical data for a new energy reaction furnace. The rest was just some junk, and all the effort he expended went to waste. The enemy base exploded, and the second squad that penetrated was completely wiped out along with the first mobile squad. The fifth squad suffered over half casualties, and only one biochemical soldier from the seventh squad remained alive. The target of this assault was a trap designed by the enemy with a 91.32 probability. The big sister held a cookbook, glanced at her boyfriend, and had to modify the menu she had originally planned. At this moment, her boyfriend was in a bad mood, so it would be better to prepare some calming dishes like lotus root. Movea, you bastard, don't get cocky. I will definitely get my revenge. Just wait and see. Wonka was indeed very angry at this moment. If the Metal Knight Bofo appeared in front of him, he would definitely bite the other party to death. The war between Wonka and movea has lasted for 10 days, during which there have been numerous conflicts on various fronts. Overall, the losses for the Metal Knights have been greater. However, after Wonka's biochemical troops suffered heavy losses today, movea regained the upper hand in this war. This is because these biochemical soldiers were the majority of the combat power Wonka accumulated at his other secret base in City Z. These dozens of biochemical soldiers, both in terms of strength and coordination, were fine-tuned by Wonka over a long period of time. They were 2 to 3 times stronger than the forces lost to the giant Malugali and were meant to be a trump card for unexpected needs. But this time, they fell into movea's trap. A fake base exploded, depleting Wonka's forces by 2/3. From any perspective, Wong-Ku suffered heavy losses in this round against the Metal Knights. The vegetable supply at home has run out, so let's go out and buy some groceries. The leader has already decided what dishes to make, but she remembered there weren't any fresh vegetables left in the fridge. She felt tired of the synthetic food grown in Wong-Ku's base. So, she dragged her still angry boyfriend out for shopping. I still want to regain my ground. I can't let Bofei be so arrogant. There's no rush. Maybe the Metal Knights will send 1 or 2 robots to you for venting your frustrations when they see you leave the base and appear on the street. The leader is not wrong. Ever since the last raid on Wong-Ku's base failed, Bofei has been cautious about blindly attacking Wong-Ku's well-defended home ground. Instead, he has been launching attacks whenever Wong-Ku goes out, for example, on the way to the training grounds of Bongpu and Bangu. These attacks mostly involve robots firing a couple of rounds from long-range weapons before quickly flying away. If Wong-Ku doesn't T-notice in advance, there's little he can do against such speedy retreats. However, for a genius, countermeasures can be prepared quickly, since staying in the base and sulking is of no use. Wong-Ku decided to go shopping with his girlfriend and use the prepared countermeasures to take down a couple of robots to vent his frustrations. The target has separated from his companions and is sitting alone on a park bench reading a magazine. The third member is heading to capture the target. The fourth is providing long-range fire support. The second is preparing electronic interference to isolate the target from the outside world and is ready to provide support at any moment. While the fifth and sixth are launching an attack with me. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth understood. After some communication, the 6 intelligent robots, capable of battling against ghost-level monsters, began their respective actions. First, the fourth robot fired several rounds from a sniper cannon at the target, along with a few small missiles. Following this, the first, fifth, and sixth robots rapidly launched an assault on the target, while the second robot began to spread interference waves from the air. The third robot circled around to capture the departing former hero, the troublesome leader. Wong-Ku was somewhat surprised and at the same time a bit pleased when he sensed the enemy's attack. He was surprised that Bofei would actually send 6 robots to attack, which was quite a bold move. He was pleased that Bofei's intelligence was still insufficient, allowing him to vent his frustrations while also obtaining some high-tech components. After awkwardly dodging a few long-range attacks, Wong-Ku finally drew 3 robots closer to him. The reason for our attack, you probably already know. We won't say much more. Prepare to die. One of the robots, which appeared to be the leader, declared to Wong-Ku while coordinating attacks with the other 2 robots in close combat. Wong-Ku did not respond to the robot's words, but instead continued to buy time with his acting skills while trying to establish a mental connection with the leader. However, it was somewhat regrettable that Wong-Ku's attempts to tap into the leader's brainwaves were blocked by electronic interference from above. While the authentic leader was able to communicate with Wong-Ku's mind, it seemed that his research still needed to be further advanced. After giving the leader a few brief instructions, Wong-Ku refocused on dealing with the attacking robots. To be honest, these well-coordinated robots were quite formidable. One speed-enhanced robot specifically engaged him in combat, slowing down his movements. Another defense-enhanced robot acted as a shield for the other 2 robots, while the third attack-enhanced robot waited for the right moment to deliver a powerful strike. Additionally, from a distance, another robot provided precise long-range attack support. In less than a minute, Wong-Ku had already sustained 3 injuries. With a loud clang, the restraining-enhanced robot slashed a wound across Wong-Ku's body with its sharp blade. Wong-Ku quickly dodged the laser attack from the enhanced robot with a swift shadow movement. He then rapidly created distance, as if trying to escape from the encirclement of the 3 robots. Diesel, you can't escape. Robot number 6 has already analyzed your movements and speed. Even if you doubled your speed, you wouldn't be able to break free from its control. Plus, with my flawless defense and robot number 5's powerful attacks, if you don't want to die a miserable death in the next 2 minutes, you'd better choose to surrender, said the lead robot. Wong-Ku showed no reaction to its words. He continued to move, seemingly searching for an opportunity to escape. However, robot number 6 kept closing in, and with attacks coming from afar, Wong-Ku's efforts became futile. I told you it's useless. The only thing you can rely on, the super police of F-City, is currently dealing with monsters in the distance. No matter how hard he tries, it will take at least 8 minutes for him to notice the anomaly here. You are unable to. Wong-Ku did not allow robot number 1 to continue speaking. Instead, after using a shock punch to push back robot no. 5 that was attacking him, he quickly used a feint to suddenly appear in front of robot number 1. Still Silver Bose? Let me dismantle you into scrap parts. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong electric current flashed out. It was not Wong-Ku attacking with the current from his body, but rather an electric whip that shot out from inside robot number 1. Before Wong Ke's fist could hit number 1, he was tightly wrapped by the electric whip and was soon subjected to a high-voltage shock. A burnt smell filled the air, and upon seeing the prey that had no time to scream already turned to char, robot number 1 began to mock the corpse. "You foolish guy. Did you really think I was just a meat shield responsible for defense? Given the right opportunity, I can counterattack as well. Don't be careless, number 1. Let me fire a few more shots with my laser," robot number 5 said as it walked over, raising its palm to gather energy aimed at Wong Ke's corpse. "Be careful." The most perceptive, robot number 6, seemed to sense something, but before it could sound the alarm, the situation changed in an instant. The target, which had already turned to char, suddenly broke free from its restraints. Then, with just one hand, it surprisingly managed to twist the mechanically locked wrist of robot number 5. The laser attack that was originally aimed at him ended up hitting robot number 1 instead. "Oh, this spear actually can't penetrate your shield. Was it designed this way on purpose by movea?" Wong Ke's left hand was still grasping the remains of a broken electric whip, while his right hand had already removed the laser wrist of robot number 5. At the same time, the jetpack used for flying behind robot No. 5 had also been destroyed. The charred dead skin on Wong Ke's surface was rapidly shedding, and new skin had completely grown back, as if he had never been injured. However, Wong Ke did suffer some losses. His clothes had become tattered and ragged since they were just ordinary garments. How could this be? Why isn't my electric whip working? The intelligent design of robot number 1 is quite good. Even if it doesn't understand the situation, it quickly reorganizes with the other 2 robots. It's just high-voltage electrotherapy. I had indulged in it for quite a long time in my own base. It's nothing serious. That being said, movei's technology is quite impressive. To achieve such a level of electric shock with just such a small whip is surprising. It's just that the material is a bit too brittle. I only pulled away gently, and it actually broke. Wong Ke briefly glanced at the remnants of the electric whip in his hand, then raised the robot's wrist he was holding with his right hand to comment. "The energy replenishment speed and destructive power of the laser are acceptable. I suppose it was suppressed overall to prevent accidental harm to the meat shield. Hey, the one responsible for the attack. Is there a way for the laser device on your left hand to unleash a maximum power attack? I want to see what it can do." The 3 robots remained on guard against Wong Ke, and when they sensed that their connection to the outside world was cut off, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Quick escape. The first robot didn't have time to think of anything else and directly issued a retreat order, because its internal instructions prioritize providing combat data to the designer. Since the current data cannot be transmitted remotely, they are obligated to personally bring back the combat data. Given the strength displayed by the current target, they could conclude from their own onboard computer analysis that they could not defeat the opponent. I was just getting ready to move around. How can you run away? And to run separately, that's quite clever. Forget it. I'll just take out that one with only one hand left. Wong Ke's earlier words were originally directed at the 3 robots, but after they fled in 3 different directions, his subsequent words became self-talk. After the fate of robot No. 5 was decided, it hadn't run far before being swiftly caught up by Wong Ke, who dismantled it into parts in the blink of an eye with his water flow, shattering rock fist. Next was the fastest robot number 6, which had just flown up to a height of less than 5 meters when Wong Ke disabled its flying apparatus with a spinning kick. After robot No. 6 fell to the ground, Wong Ke glanced at robot number 1 in the distance, which was entangled by bio-vines and had lost all movement, then turned back to the alert robot number 6 and said, "That guy earlier said you had analyzed my movements pretty well. This time, I'll use the same speed as before. Let's see how well you can play with me. Don't worry, I'll give you a few more helpers this time." As soon as Wong Ke finished speaking, a destroyed jetpack robot suddenly fell from the sky. It was robot number 2, which had been engaged in electronic warfare high above. This guy was isolated in the air and lacked support, so it was besieged by Wong Ke's 3 flying bio-beasts. The radar had poor effectiveness against these 3 bio-beasts, so robot number 2 was quickly ambushed by them. In terms of individual combat power, aside from being very fast, these 3 bio-beasts were only at the level of Tiger-class monsters. However, they were specifically modified to target machines, making them formidable even against Ghost-class enemies. I said, try to keep them intact. This remark was not directed at the 3 bio-beasts circling in the air, but at the big sister who had dragged 2 robots towards her without Wong Ke noticing. Aren't they intact? They still have hands and feet, so that's already pretty complete. The big sister had successfully dealt with robots number 3 and number 4, both of which had severe gashes on them and could only emit broken electronic noises, though their limbs were still attached to their bodies. These severely damaged robots looked like they could hardly stand. Wonka had originally wanted to play around, but now it seemed quite boring. If that's not enough, how about I play with you? The big sister shot a sidelong glance at her boyfriend, which made Wonka refrain from any further complaints. At the same time, Wonka flashed out a residual image and dismantled a part from robot number SX's body. So dishonest, trying to self-destruct? How rude. Robot número 6, which had initially planned to end everything with a self-detonation, suddenly found that its self-detonation device could not be activated and even lost the ability to speak. Meanwhile, robots No. 3 and number 4, which could still emit broken electronic sounds, were chattering away, likely urging robot number 2 to self-destruct quickly. However, despite looking intact, robot No. 2 showed no signs of reaction. When Wonka approached and extracted a part from it, as well as 3 spores attached to it, robot No. 2 seemed to awaken as if rebooted. Curious about what this is? If you can give me some surprises next, I wouldn't mind handing over this special device for dealing with robots to you. This spore was actually similar to the vines that spread special isolation particles at Wonka's base. The reason Wonka dared to engage the mysterious Metal Knight in battle was that he had discovered such an incredibly powerful item, although this technology still had many shortcomings, such as the isolation particles not being able to remain in the air for long and needing to be continuously spread. As long as it was used flexibly, Wonka was almost in an invincible position when facing the Metal Knight robots. After hearing Wonka's words, several data-collecting robots suddenly activated their electronic eyes and simultaneously launched an attack on him. However, the vast disparity in combat power made it difficult for these robots to create miracles. Within less than 20 seconds, they were directly dismantled into a pile of parts by Wonka. By the time the super police of F-City arrived in flying vehicles a few minutes later, there was nothing left at the scene. Although the particles developed by Wonka that could block most electronic reactions were incredibly overpowered, he only equipped them to his defensive bases in F-City and Z-City for confidentiality. The other bio-humans ordered by Wonka to attack Bofei could only confront the opposing robots head-on without any corresponding support equipment. Therefore, in the war between Wonka and Bofei, both sides still exchanged blows without being able to determine a clear outcome. After the war between Dr. Diesel and Dr. Bofei began, the Hero Association discovered daily that certain orders in the world were severely disrupted by the two ill-tempered individuals. The sudden collapse of the Little Yellow Network was just a minor issue, while a large number of fabricated orders led to a slight false prosperity in the world economy. After the dream shattered, countless people reacted with extreme measures in their anger and disappointment. As negative emotions surged, many disappointed individuals underwent mutations, becoming monsters that directly threatened the social order of humanity. All of the above were merely the results of indirect impacts. The direct consequences were the battles between various biosoldiers and robots, as well as the mutual launching of numerous missiles, which had already caused certain damage to some human cities. Therefore, as the organization responsible for maintaining peace in human society, the Hero Association had no choice but to apologize everywhere for the troubles caused by the two, and also had to pay compensation. The association's higher-ups, believing that such a situation could not continue, gathered again to discuss how to deal with the unruly Diesel and Bofei. I think we shouldn't be lenient with those two. Since they've already incited public outrage, we might as well seize this opportunity to gather other powerful heroes to punish them. The words of the high-ranking official with a red nose were somewhat extreme. If they acted according to his suggestion, a three-way war would erupt within human society. Without needing the monsters' attacks, humanity might just tear itself apart. This was practically impossible, according to our association's estimates of their combat power. If Diesel or the Metal Knight were to unleash their full strength and break free from their restraints, human society would suffer attacks equivalent to that of over 10 Dragon-class monsters in the near future. They represented the pinnacle of human technological power, and their combat abilities could not be easily judged. Although the female high-ranking official still had a strong dislike for Dr. Diesel, she was relatively accurate and objective in her damage assessment. It's better to take down one at a time. Otherwise, we might as well support the Metal Knight. Although he doesn't really follow our commands, he is indeed a professional hero of our association. That guy Diesel, although he has recently increased cooperation with the association, is still someone who hides in the shadows to reap benefits. The high-ranking official in sunglasses proposed a more executable idea, but whether this reflected his preference for the Metal Knight remained unclear. Doing this will only push Diesel back to the police department. Don't think this time will be the same as before. Recently, we receive news that Diesel has strengthened ties with several tycoons. The combination of the police department with massive funds and super technology, what kind of consequences it could lead to, I don't need to elaborate. The Mediterranean senior official expressed his objections, stating that the consequences he mentioned were indeed concerning, leading the other senior officials to fall silent once again. Should we really indulge them like this? If we allow them to continue down this path, we don't know what these two individuals might do next. The buck-toothed senior official could no longer contain himself. The aftermath of the conflict between Diesel and Metal Knight had inflicted considerable damage on his family business, and naturally, he had a strong dislike for these two. It would be better for our association to send someone to talk to Diesel and Metal Knight. At this moment, Shichi broke the silence, advocating for the association to act as a mediator to resolve the dispute between the two. However, hadn't we tried that before? It was one thing to fail to persuade them, but our personnel had already been caught in the crossfire between the two more than once. Now, various versions of rumors had emerged among our staff, and everyone was afraid to receive such orders. This was true, whether it was Diesel or Bofiai. While they were on guard against visiting personnel, they were also considering sending the emissaries of the Hero Association as some sort of special gift to each other's bases. Innocent visiting personnel had already been bound like mummies and sent to specialized hospitals for isolation. This time, we would send our own staff, but would instead entrust professional heroes to mediate. In response to his colleagues' doubts, Shichi put forth his idea. Who? Bone, the enhanced warrior, Kaisalo, and the hammer wrestler, George, were pro-Diesel, and Metal Knight would definitely welcome them with missiles. As for heroes close to Metal Knight, it seemed there were none in the association. In fact, there was one. Child Emperor had previously served as an assistant to Metal Knight. Although Child Emperor's relationship with Metal Knight was not particularly close, he had expressed a willingness to make an effort in this mediation. Shichi mentioned a candidate that piqued the interest of the other senior officials. Would Diesel accept Child Emperor's mediation? Would he use strange weapons against that child? Probably not. Child Emperor possessed extraordinary strength and was also a capable scientist. And Dr. Diesel was a research fanatic. He should not miss the opportunity to communicate with another genius. Once Shichi stated his reasoning, no one else among the senior officials raised objections. The steroid test results showed no anomalies. Should we conduct a comprehensive test again? The synthesized voice of the base computer sounded as Wang Ke glanced at the changes in his body and began the next step of the transformation process. He started injecting the fourth-generation nanobots, scanning his body every minute thereafter. The injection process began. As the computer started working, Wang Ke closed his eyes to sense the unknown energy within him. Previously, he had been unable to fully control it and could only apply it to lower-level electrical uses. After absorbing some cells from the giant's corpse, he repaired and studied the organ that generated red energy. After obtaining a significant amount of valuable data, Wang Ke began further modifications to his body. In fact, after initially providing Gao with some materials, Wang Ke had continuously delivered many new research results to him. Among these was Wang Ke's concept product after conducting some modifications on the unknown energy within his body. During this research period, Wang Ke judged that the fossil egg liquid he absorbed was likely a semi-finished product that could not be utilized due to insufficient quantity or incompatibility with his body. Therefore, while Wang Ke intended to remodel his body, he also aimed to guide and transform the energy itself to achieve a higher level of integration between the two. Initially, Wang Ke thought he would complete the research ahead of Gao once again, but Marugali's astonishing power made Wang Ke realize his arrogance and expedited the research progress. Although he had not yet calculated more complete data, Wang Ke had decided to apply part of the research results to his own body. The preliminary transformation work was completed, and the overall functionality of his body improved by 31. The third-generation nanobots had finished cleaning, and the fourth-generation nanobots had fully integrated without any anomalies detected. According to the computer's report, Wang Ke extended his right hand and activated the fourth-generation nanobots within his body to begin working. As various reactions commenced, a red plasma energy ball began to coalesce in his palm. At first, the energy ball was somewhat unstable, but after further adjustments, it started to slowly rotate around his body under Wang Ke's will. Although it still lacked combat capability, overall, this surgery was very successful. The control of the plasma energy ball had achieved a breakthrough, and future work needed to accelerate. As for the current situation, well, let us just continue with the research and see how it goes. Wang Ke made relevant evaluations immediately after personally trying it out. He was eager to conduct further research, but the war with the Metal Knights was still ongoing, occupying a significant amount of his energy. Wang Ke couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Should he continue to fight against the Metal Knights to seize their advanced robot components and enhance his own technological accumulation? Or should he return to his primary focus on biochemical research to strengthen his own abilities? Is work over? Hurry to the kitchen. My dish is ready. Oh, and someone has come to visit. It's the S-class hero, Tong Di. While the big sister was cooking in the kitchen, she also served as a guard to ensure Wong-Ku's surgery went smoothly. When she sensed that her boyfriend had finished work, she promptly informed Wong-Ku of the guest's arrival. Wong-Ku, after hearing the report from the big sister, quickly formed a judgment in his mind and made a decision. It seems that the Hero Association can no longer tolerate the situation regarding the war, so it's better for him to withdraw early. Tong Di observed the sunflowers in the garden again, which looked very normal. Although he had heard that the creatures modified by Dr. Diesel were very special, Tong Di still found it hard to imagine that these things could actually cause trouble for Dr. Bofiai. Tong Zin, oh no, Tong Di, what brings you here to visit me? Speaking of which, this is our first real meeting, isn't it? As another genius relied upon by the Hero Association, Tong Di is much better than that problematic character, Dr. Bofiai. The Hero Association often entrusts him with many tasks. So even though Tong Di's own strength is not particularly strong, his numerous outstanding performances have earned him a high ranking among the S-class heroes in the association. Wong-Ku has had several video conversations with the Child Emperor due to previous collaborations with the Hero Association. Indeed, I couldn't tell from the video dialogues before. It turns out, Dr. Diesel, you have undergone body modifications, and it looks like you have a tail. The Child Emperor took out a lollipop from his backpack to replenish his brain sugar, so his mind could work a bit faster. At that moment, Wong-Ku was wearing a white coat, and his non-human organs like the syringe tail were hidden away. The Child Emperor could tell there was something different about him just from a few of Diesel's unnatural movements, which shows how exceptional high IQ individuals are. Did you really notice? Your observational skills are truly sharp, Child Emperor. You seem to be under 10 years old. I really look forward to seeing what kind of genius you will become when you grow up. These flaws were intentionally revealed by Wong-Ku, so he didn't adjust his walking posture. In fact, Bang Pu had once told Wong-Ku that observing human movements can reveal a lot. The Child Emperor, relying on just a few seconds of observation, could discern things that would typically require decades of martial arts experience, demonstrating his impressive potential. Let us skip the irrelevant pleasantries. I believe you prefer efficient conversations. Your war with Bofiai should come to an end. This time, the Hero Association has sent me to mediate. If either of you wishes to continue fighting, the Hero Association will classify them as a threat to human society and mobilize all forces to eliminate them. After licking his candy, the Child Emperor directly entered the main topic of the meeting. With his innocent appearance, he issued intimidating words that only an adult would say, which carried a unique sense of deterrence. However, Wong-Ku would not be easily intimidated, even if he was willing to cease hostilities at that moment. He hoped to gain some benefits. It does sound quite frightening, but I actually have pretty good relationships with many influential figures in both political and economic circles. Can the Hero Association, as a civil organization, really label me, Dr. Diesel, as a public enemy? The Child Emperor licked his candy again and took out a small device from his backpack. He then turned on the device and placed it on the table in front of him. After that, he remained silent and continued licking his candy. This holographic imaging technology is quite impressive. Let me see. Wow, you guys have had deeper communication with the police department. However, the so-called evidence you presented cannot convict me. What? Investigating my base, and someone in the police department actually agreed to it? Is it those idiots who are fighting among themselves again? Wong-Ku first looked at the police's opinions about him from the information presented by the Child Emperor. Overall, it did not exceed his expectations, but the proposal to investigate his residence almost passed. This made Wong-Ku doubt whether the police department was also trying to hint at something through this opportunity. The Child Emperor remained silent, continuing to focus on his candy. It seems I've been too nice to that guy Zenier, as he actually reached a behind-the-scenes deal with you all. The other old friends in the business community are really not being considered either. It seems I should show them a little color. However, even so, I still don't believe the Hero Association can decisively choose to go to war with me. Is the association really willing to bear that cost? Wong-Ku still looked calm and relaxed, playfully speaking to the Child Emperor. However, the Child Emperor also revealed something, threatening Dr. Diesel. It depends on your choice. Dr. Bofiai is somewhat annoyed by the meaningless consumption with you over these days. Moreover, he cares about the hidden trump card you have. If the association's combat power is willing to help him, I believe he would be willing to provide more advanced technology to the association for free. This means that if he can deal with me, Bofiai is willing to play my role to engage in deeper cooperation with the police businessmen, and the Hero Association. You can indeed understand it this way. So can I also understand that if I, Diesel, am willing to play Bofei's role, you can help me deal with Bofei? I'm sorry, I have already contacted Dr. Bofei. Although I'm still young, I can at least be considered a hero. I can't do something as disreputable as tearing up the agreement. Oh dear, clearly just a candy-eating little kid. Is this step-by-step pressure negotiation really okay? Wang Ke felt a bit emotional in his heart, but he continued to hold his ground and spoke up. Then you can go ahead and cooperate. I'm quite interested in what the results of an expanded war might be. I just hope that you won't shamelessly say you want a ceasefire after a few battles due to excessive damages. Bluster doesn't have any effect. You haven't fully witnessed the association's combat strength yet. According to my calculations, a single trembling tornado could turn your base into ruins. I'm really scared. That superpowered little girl is indeed a bit too strong. And it seems that the helpers on my side are unwilling to attack a little girl. But isn't the association worried that I might become an evil mad scientist, spreading bioweapons capable of destroying humanity everywhere? Wang Ke's helper is naturally Saitama, but the Child Emperor is more likely to think of Silver Fong or Bang. During these days, he has been visiting the dojos of the two martial arts grandmasters, and he should have been noticed by the association long ago. As expected, the Child Emperor's next reply was indeed so. As for the virus threat mentioned by Wang Ke, the Child Emperor confidently said, although Silver Fong and his brother have a good relationship with you, they are most likely not Tornado's match and are unwilling to fight for you, the one who threatens humanity. As for the bioengineered beings or powerful viruses you've created, I believe that with the technical prowess of me and Dr. Bofei, we are not without means to deal with them. Hearing you say that, I am indeed very interested in seeing such a future, although after destroying the world, restoring it to its original state would be quite troublesome. However, at least during those days, I won't feel bored. Actually, Wang Ke is really a bit curious to see Saitama take on a bunch of S-class heroes. Given his private relationship with Saitama, he could use other means to induce it. Although Saitama wouldn't go all out, there is still a good chance of taking down most S-class heroes. As for the technical prowess of Bofei and the Child Emperor, the two together are indeed quite a challenge. However, Wang Ke still has a lot of confidence in his research in bioengineering. Apart from the Evolution House, there shouldn't be anyone in the world who can surpass him, Dr. Diesel. If unfavorable situations really arise, Wang Ke could also choose to directly team up with Dr. Kinos and together topple humanity's highest technological strength. Just thinking about what that scene would be like is thrilling. Yes, I've grown to this point. I can indeed communicate with the Evolution House. How come I didn't think of it before? It's really a case of missing the obvious. Diesel's imagination of going to war with the Hero Association became more and more exciting, and he couldn't hide his excitement on his face. This made the Child Emperor feel a bit uneasy, worried that he had turned the mediation task into a declaration of war. So after weighing it in his heart, still a child, he changed his approach and began to interrupt Dr. Diesel's imagination with something that the other party might be interested in. Dr. Diesel, I'm not here to declare war on you, just to remind you of the dangers of continuing the fight. You must be tired of war games, right? As a top scientific researcher, you should actually be more interested in various experimental studies, shouldn't you? That is true. But the future you described earlier excites me. I now think that perhaps fighting a larger-scale war with you might also be a pretty interesting choice. A conflict world, how much valuable data can be collected? The candy in the Child Emperor's hand was finished, and now hearing Dr. Diesel express the idea of actively expanding the war, even he, still a child, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although he had made many preparations before coming, the association had not truly made up its mind to completely fall out with Dr. Diesel. The political and economic figures in human society actually share the same thought. After all, Dr. Diesel is very valuable for cooperation, but he could also be a terrifying enemy. If his threat statements really turned Dr. Diesel into a mad scientist threatening all of humanity, it would be a dereliction of duty for him as a hero. Let's not waste time, Dr. Diesel. Deep down, you want to end the war, right? Just tell me what you want. Although his IQ is indeed quite high, after leaving the candy behind, this S-class hero is still just a child. Wang can naturally observe the changes in the Child Emperor, so while he sighed his heart, he also contemplated whether he should really back down. I believe that this conflict between me and Bofei is not solely my fault. If the Hero Association truly intends to mediate, they should also require Bofei to make some concessions. In the end, Wang still thought it would be better to cease hostilities. However, to let him back down, he had to confirm Bofei's attitude first. Upon hearing that Dr. Diesel still had intentions to stop, the Child Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief and conveyed the association's stance. The Metal Knight made a guarantee that he would not intervene in the work assigned to you by the association in the future. However, you also cannot take any obstructive actions regarding his work within the association. If there are any disputes between the two of you in the future, they will be resolved by the association. This sounds like the association is treating me and movea as two wolves that bite each other, wanting to act as mediators to reap benefits every time we have a conflict. It's hard to ensure fairness, and I believe that movea also did not accept this notion. The Hero Association is being overly optimistic. If such an agreement is reached, they will be able to exploit our disputes for their own benefit from time to time, truly seeing themselves as animal trainers. Wong-Kou felt disdain in his heart, while the Child Emperor sighed internally. These adults were really too troublesome. Why were they more willful than a child like him? It was the professional heroes of our Hero Association who defeated the monsters, and the subsequent cleanup work would naturally be assigned to the Hero Association. So this means that if I were to organize a group specifically to hunt down monsters, going around eliminating those that threaten society, the Hero Association would have no right to intervene in my affairs, right? Would those people in the association really be willing to let it be? This is not something I can't do. Wong-Kou is not someone who can be easily subdued by the words of the Child Emperor, and the facts support this. The association had clearly promised him that he could handle the bodies of the monsters, but when the Metal Knight intervened, they did not come to organize anything. Now, they want to come out as judges to reap the benefits. Isn't that a bit too optimistic? Upon hearing Wong-Kou's declaration, the Child Emperor felt somewhat displeased. However, he couldn't explode in anger because Dr. Diesel could indeed make things happen, and the police department might very well be his first cooperative partner. Before he arrived, Shichi had repeatedly emphasized the need to avoid this outcome. So, Dr. Diesel, what do you think should be done? The Metal Knight is quite headstrong as well. Wong-Kou did not pay attention to Tong Di's subtle hint about his willfulness. He directly expressed his thoughts. The handling of the monster's corpse was originally assigned to me by the association. That guy movea didn't listen to my warning, and getting beaten was his own doing. He just needs to be more honest in the future and not interfere with my work anymore. The association cannot guarantee the actions of the Metal Knight, and most of the monsters he defeats are likely unwilling to let you handle them. Since it cannot be guaranteed, I will dismantle the robots he interfered with myself. After this incident, he probably won't dare to meddle in my affairs again. As for the monsters he defeated, I'm not interested. If I were interested, I would definitely clean them up much earlier than he did. Hearing Dr. Diesel's words, Tong Di found them quite agreeable. Over this period, Dr. Diesel has demonstrated strength that is absolutely qualified for an S-class hero. If Dr. Diesel is willing to actively hunt monsters, the association would likely be willing to grant him S-class hero status directly. Does this mean you are willing to become a professional hero in the association? I'm not willing. I fight according to my own will. The association shouldn't think of recruiting me like this. I will not accept the title of hero. Wong-Kou still firmly refused to become a hero, even if it meant being a hero who does not heed the association's commands. It was inevitable that, due to his prominence, he would attract trouble, such as the future hunting heroes or the oddities from the association. Naturally, Wong-Kou was unwilling to invite trouble. Even if he were to engage these individuals in battle in the future, it would imply that he had set his sights on them. The Child Emperor was somewhat curious about why Dr. Diesel was reluctant to become a professional hero, but he did not inquire further, instead summarizing, well, at least you two are indeed tired of war. This conflict can stop here, right? I do have the intention to end this war. But if movea interferes with my work again, the war will reignite and likely escalate. As long as this war ends first, and we have finally reached some consensus. That is, Dr. Diesel, you can continue researching the corpses of the oddities, and the Metal Knight must not interfere casually. But if the oddity is taken down by the Metal Knight, you, Dr. Diesel, are not allowed to intervene, right? The Child Emperor briefly summarized the dialogue between the two sides, indeed reflecting the consensus reached in previous discussions. However, there was one point missing, so Wong-Kou spoke up to supplement it. If I am interested in a certain oddity disaster at the same time as him, it will depend on who defeats the oddity first. Thank you for your addition. I believe the Hero Association would welcome such healthy competition. Finally, the Child Emperor completed his mediation work, and he sighed in relief. Wong-Kou internally scoffed at the notion of healthy competition, but ultimately kept it to himself. Meanwhile, Wong-Kou intentionally relaxed, secretly using hacking techniques to eavesdrop on movei's conversation. After clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction, he still intended to uphold the results of this mediation. A ceasefire with the Metal Knight was indeed a good thing for Wong-Kou. After the excessive consumption during this period, he finally obtained a stable period to start replenishing various materials needed for the base, as well as conducting more research and development work. At the same time, Wang-Ku also acquired a large batch of robot parts from the Metal Knight, which he began to study and map out. Digesting the technologies within and improving them for his base's equipment required a peaceful period as well. Additionally, there was a very serious issue. The abnormal cells in Wang-Ku's body had flared up again. This time, the outbreak was quite severe, as if all the long-standing issues had erupted at once. Except for his brain and tail, all other organs in Wang-Ku's body showed varying degrees of melting and decomposition. The most exaggerated were Wang-Ku's arms, which melted into a pool of blood within just 10 minutes. Fortunately, the boss lady was not at home at the time. Otherwise, she would likely have been scared to death. Although the situation was dire, Wang-Ku's life support system was quite effective. It promptly placed the highest authority into the nutrient tank, giving Wang-Ku enough time for the upcoming emergency treatment. Next, Wang-Ku underwent another comprehensive and systematic organ enhancement and transplantation. Using samples from Marugali Giant's body and data compiled by the Fakao Research Institute, Wang-Ku developed a new generation of organs that withstood the fierce counterattack of the abnormal cells. Moreover, Wang-Ku made an unexpected discovery: the meat tumor that had forced itself to grow on his right knee to escape the pursuit of the abnormal dragon-level monster. Although it had gradually transformed into a seemingly normal calf after subsequent cosmetic surgery, it had undergone repeated mutations during this time, constantly generating new tumors, forcing Wang-Ku to make adjustments. However, during this outbreak of abnormal cells, this calf was surprisingly the most resilient among all the dissolved organs. The uncontrollable unknown energy within Wang-Ku's body actually concentrated on his right calf, beginning to change, rather than his more stable brain and tail. So, to conduct an experiment, Wang-Ku did not replace his right calf. Instead, he endured the pain and continuously observed the changes occurring in his right calf. As the right calf kept growing tumors and grotesquely expanded to the size of several of Wang-Ku, the peculiar energy within began to react, directly transforming Wang-Ku's already immense tumor-like right calf into something resembling a cocoon. Meanwhile, another organ that Wang-Ku had just assembled, which was modeled after the organ within the Marugali Giant's body that produced red energy, also began to react. Wang-Ku was replenishing the consumed nutrient solution when this red organ continuously produced red energy. This energy then flowed through the body's connections into the cocooned right calf, ultimately transforming into that unknown energy. In order to observe this special reaction, Wang-Ku had to stay honestly in his base for a long time to conduct research. Not only did Bang-Gu and Bang-Pu's training sessions take a break, but even on his first Valentine's Day since becoming single, Wang-Ku could only remain in the laboratory, unable to show off to his friends outside with his big sister. Feeling annoyed, Feng Qingmisha even considered grabbing her dogleg knife to directly chop off Wang-Ku's right leg. Fortunately, after repeated persuasion from Wang-Ku, his girlfriend ultimately held back. On the 20th day after the cocoon formed, Wang-Ku finally sensed a change. The cocoon on his right calf suddenly emitted light and then rapidly cracked open. The originally sizable tumor lost its vitality like dead skin shedding, while Wang-Ku's smooth and new right calf made him feel full of power. The red energy balls, which were still in development and had not yet acquired more combat capabilities, gathered between Wang-Ku's hands. Then, a soccer ball-sized red energy ball moved in front of Wang-Ku's right calf and was kicked out by him. The red energy ball, which had been moving slowly, became incredibly fast after being kicked, hitting a rock face hundreds of meters away in an instant. Then came a loud noise as the distant cliff collapsed. You always come up with some messy, yet interesting things. What is this move called? Bang-Pu, the master of the Whirlwind Iron Fist, asked curiously after seeing his disciple's new technique. Crack Kick Red Ball Wave. It's a character from Yu Yu Hakusho named Sun Sui Shinobu, which reveals a bit of age. Seeing a hint of unnoticeable shock on Bang-Pu's face, Wang-Ku immediately replied proudly. What a strange name, but it is quite vivid. Don't you feel a sense of teenage embarrassment? Bang-Pu's remark made the watching big sister nod in agreement. However, Wang-Ku paid no attention and, after brushing his hair back, struck a pose of pride in his teenage phase. Well, it's fine. The power and range are quite good. Now, what was that move I first saw from you called? What kind of effect can it produce, and can you use it freely? Although Bang-Pu disapproved of Wang-Ku's foolishness, he ultimately chose to ignore it and change the topic to ask. I've mentioned it several times. That move is called the martial heel. Now, there's a strange energy enveloping below my right knee, producing a somewhat peculiar effect. Unfortunately, its scope is limited to these areas and cannot be transferred to other parts of my body. The power of the martial heel has increased significantly compared to before, but I dare not use all my strength for fear of injuring myself. The strange energy concentrated below Wang Ke's right knee greatly enhanced the strength of his right knee while also providing a protective effect. If you were to kick out the martial heel with full force again, its power would increase several times compared to before. Wang Ke's right knee should be fine, but other parts of his body lacking the protection of the strange energy might suffer severe injuries from the massive shockwave. Therefore, although this move matured considerably compared to before, it remained an unfinished product in Wang Ke's eyes. Then let's have a spar. I want to see how much you've improved during this time. Feeling a bit itchy for a fight, Bang Pu moved his body and prepared to spar with his disciple. However, his lazy disciple fell back into old habits and started to bargain with his teacher. But I'm already tired. I've gone through so much training today. How about after I spar with you today, you reduce the amount of practice for tomorrow? Having stayed in the base for 20 days for research, Wang had indeed missed many of Bang Pu's training sessions. To make up for the lost time, his training load had significantly increased. However, the strict master Bang Pu would not let his lazy disciple off so easily. In just a flash, Bang Pu sent his foolish disciple directly into a storm organized by the Whirlwind Iron Fist. In that day's battle, Wang Ke, who exhausted all his energy, finally survived strongly once again. What exactly was the principle? Why couldn't the energy wrapped around his right calf move? Wang Ke once again fell into deep thought about his research, as his right calf was currently in a remarkably strong state. Thus, he began the research on the next generation of organs using cells from this part of his body, even going so far as to conduct experiments on himself. After repeated transplantations and replacements, Wang Ke had transformed his entire right leg to resemble the cellular structure just below his right knee. However, the strange energy enveloping his calf showed no signs of expanding to the rest of his leg. Therefore, Wang Ke shifted his research focus to studying the physical properties of this energy in his right leg. Perhaps due to the recent mutation of his right knee, a significant increase in both mass and quantity of the strange energy had occurred, allowing Wang Ke to conduct a certain level of observational research. The existence of this strange energy had completely taken on a plasma state, or in other words, a state of plasma. The area below his right knee, wrapped in this energy, surprisingly exhibited a form of magnetic confinement movement. Most importantly, this did not cause any negative effects on Wang Ke's body. Magnetic confinement is generally associated with controlled nuclear fusion. However, the power below Wang Ke's right knee was far from that level. Nevertheless, the magnetic confinement movement held considerable research value, because even the red energy within Wang Ke's body, if used beyond a certain limit, such as generating 6 energy spheres the size of soccer balls in one day, would lead to an overload in his body. Protecting himself while trying to utilize this power had cost Wang Ke a lot of effort. The magnetic confinement generated by the strange energy below his right knee, however, perfectly protected the bodily tissues it enveloped. Wang Ke could even use the peculiar ionosphere produced by the strange energy below his right knee to directly touch the dangerous red energy bombs, thereby developing a makeshift ultimate move called Crack Kick Red Ball Wave. If he could master these characteristics of strange energy through research to achieve a certain level of controllable mature technology, Wang Ke's strength would undergo a qualitative change. If described in terms of disaster levels, it would be like breaking through from a long-term stagnation at a high-level ghost tier to a low-level dragon tier, or even a mid-level dragon tier monster. If he further enhanced his physical qualities and used various means to strengthen his power, he might even be able to challenge the future leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate group, Boros, even in his armored state. However, plasma physics was not Wang Ke's strong suit, or rather, this level of topic was not something he could fully research at the moment. If that metal knight, Borfei, were to help, it would be another story. Relying solely on Wang Ke himself, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to achieve some results under favorable conditions. If things did not go smoothly, it might take 40 to 50 years, and Wang Ke would still not be able to produce any valuable applied technology. The official plot of the One Punch Man world was expected to start in about 8 to 9 months. Given such urgent time constraints, achieving results through normal research methods was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Wang Ke decided to transform into a mad scientist and take an unconventional approach to speed up his research. What? A hacker attack? Quickly cut off all external network connections. or the nuclear power plant may experience a major accident. A management personnel at the nuclear power plant exclaimed in shock after hearing the report from an engineer. There was no way out. All programs were malfunctioning. The data from the nuclear reactor should have been overloaded long ago. Why hadn't it exploded yet? Another engineer, who was still observing various data, was constantly shocked by the bizarre data coming from the nuclear power plant. If the equipment wouldn't listen, they had to resort to more barbaric means. They picked up an axe to cut the cables leading outside to halt the hacker attack. But even cutting the cables was useless. All the programs had gone haywire, and the control of the nuclear plant had been completely seized by the intruder. What they needed to do now was to evacuate the nuclear power plant, which could explode at any moment, and quickly seek external support. The staff at the nuclear power plant continued to argue, but misfortune struck. At that moment, another terrible report came in. The cooling system of reactor number 3 had stopped working, and a major accident seemed unavoidable. Inject the coolant. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and inject the coolant. Damn it, the equipment won't respond. How are we supposed to inject the coolant? Are we supposed to fill buckets and run into the reactor? I still want to live. Quickly call for external support. Call for support. Boom. Boom. Shortly after a muffled explosion sounded, another reactor followed with its own explosion. Although the seemingly sturdy outer shell of the reactor had not been completely destroyed, the staff at the nuclear power plant knew what kind of scene was about to unfold. Evacuate, quickly evacuate. The radiation levels here have exceeded the limit. A nuclear leak has already occurred. If we don't leave now, no one will be able to escape. Let's wait for the government to send some fearless old men to handle the aftermath. Damn it, I already feel unwell. I'm going to vomit. Hurry and escape. While the nuclear power plant was undergoing an accident, a wave of powerful hacker attacks struck across the globe. Some merely caused websites to crash for a while others resulted in massive data leaks. Among those affected were ordinary citizens as well as high-tech research institutions. As everyone wondered who was behind this large-scale hacker attack, a person claiming to be a hacker named Tentacle launched a second wave of attacks. The Hero Association quickly responded, dispatching various forces to explore the location of the monster. When they found nothing, the Metal Knight Borfei and the Dr. Diesel, who had been lurking in the shadows, almost simultaneously located the monster. After a tense competition, Dr. Diesel successfully defeated the monster. Meanwhile, the Metal Knight expressed his dissatisfaction, claiming that Diesel's actions during this series of hacker attacks were quite suspicious and that he was likely the true mastermind behind all. In response to Borfei's accusations, Dr. Diesel dismissed them as the barking of a defeated dog. He also sternly warned that Borfei should maintain the dignity befitting an S-rank hero. If he continued to slander him, he might resort to various means of retaliation. The following was a war of words between Diesel and Borfei. To avoid further escalation, the Hero Association quickly intervened to calm the two human geniuses. However, the Child Emperor, who had a better relationship with the Hero Association, seemed to sense some clues. But when he prepared to investigate further, he encountered a sudden arrival of the monster disaster. After he finished handling everything, all the clues that had been found disappeared without a trace. Following that, Dr. Diesel, adhering to humanitarian principles, unexpectedly donated a large sum of money for post-disaster reconstruction and persuaded several wealthy individuals to generously contribute as well. At the same time, Dr. Diesel stated that he would use his advanced medical skills to heal all the workers affected by the nuclear leak within 2 to 3 months. He also expressed his willingness to purchase the nuclear power plant where the incident occurred and would do everything possible to restore the ecological disaster caused here to normal levels. Dr. Diesel, who made these commitments, even refused to accept any interviews, appearing completely indifferent to fame and fortune. For a time, his image shone brilliantly, receiving praise from government agencies, hero associations, and even ordinary citizens for his actions. The sample collection for test subject number 14 was completed, and the experimental system assessed it to still hold certain value. There was a question of whether to transfer number 4 to rehabilitation treatment. Hearing the electronic prompt, Wonka hesitated a bit. However, when he saw his girlfriend frown slightly, he honestly chose to press the confirmation button. This was today's quota. I will definitely complete the collection of others tomorrow, so don't worry. Seeing her boyfriend honestly transfer the victim to rehabilitation treatment, Feng Chung Misha finally calmed down a bit, and after a cold snort, she walked out of the laboratory. Wonka felt a bit regretful. He had clearly promised to compensate these people in the future. However, as the girlfriend of a former professional hero, she still couldn't accept his treatment of them as experimental subjects. This series of events was not a whim of Wong Ke, but rather a clear division of energy quotas between the F-City base and the Z-City base, with the remaining energy unable to meet Wong-Ke's upcoming grand plan. By using some small tricks, purchasing a relevant piece of equipment, although somewhat outdated relative to Wong-Ke's technological capabilities, would provide a nuclear power plant with well-established infrastructure. Not only could it find a substantial energy supply, but it would also save a lot of construction time, making it a rather efficient method. Moreover, it could instantly yield hundreds of experimental subjects, so why not? Although the entire plan did seem somewhat evil, and the innocent victims appeared a bit pitiful, none of them had died, and they could fully rehabilitate in 2 or 3 months. He also ensured that they would be arranged for more lucrative jobs in the future. There was no need for the sisterly sense of justice to flare up at this moment, and it was so serious. Fortunately, there was no washboard at home. Wong-Ke thought about it in his heart, but in reality, he still didn't dare to play tricks in front of the big sister, pretending to be one way while acting another behind her back. After all, with the big sister's current telepathic abilities, she could easily tell which of her boyfriend's words were lies. Never mind, he had already collected a lot of data and materials, so he could do some basic research now. Then Wong-Ke went to a large workshop in the nuclear power plant that had already completed preliminary modifications. And there was actually a new type of large tokamak nuclear fusion device inside. This large device was intended to start from the most basic simulations, continuously improve and shrink, and then apply the relevant technology into the human body for practical use. If he were to follow his previous cautious experimental attitude, he didn't know how long it would take. However, now that he had a seemingly supercharged right calf, and with the ability of the abnormal cells, he might see results within a few months. Next, Wong-Ke inserted his right knee into a specially adjusted machine. Not far away, a huge nutrient tank contained a massive tumor resembling a red energy-generating organ from a giant's body, which was also connected to the tokamak nuclear fusion device in the workshop. Once everything was ready, the mad scientist Diesel ordered the computer to start operating the equipment while observing the changes in various data. The energy reaction was normal, and transformations began to occur within the experimental subject. With the prompt of an electronic sound, Wong-Ke gradually noticed that the huge tumor in the nutrient tank started to breathe, continuously writhing, increase the energy output, and also boost the supply of nutrient solution. S1, S2, S3, inject assimilation-type steroids. Once the reaction value reaches the critical point, throw all the experimental organs into the nutrient tank. Wong-Ke commanded the computer to perform related operations while experimenting with his crazy ideas in a haphazard manner. As the reaction value reached a critical point, various experimental organs were. After the electronic sound rang again, the imitated giant energy organ tumor suddenly reacted strongly, with new tumors continuously growing. The organs by the mechanical arm were soon devoured by the tumors. But that was all. The massive tumors just kept growing larger without any other reactions. Was I thinking too simply? Alright, throw in the new generation of enhanced exoskeletons as well. After all, the police department annoyed me recently, so I'm too lazy to enhance the super cops for them this time. When the mechanical arm threw in a new generation of exoskeleton developed for the police department's S-Class super cops, the giant tumor devoured it as well. The readings on the various instruments in the workshop indicated that the current values had already exceeded the original plan by a factor of 2. The computer S warnings kept coming in, but Wong-Ke, eager for results, paid no attention. Instead, he doubled the output value of the machine connected to his right leg. With the strong magnetic confinement effect within his right calf, a feedback loop of energy was formed between the tokamak nuclear fusion device and the giant tumor. The giant tumor continuously emitted red light, while the tokamak device, designed by Wong-Ke, also kept transferring energy. Wong-Ke noticed that the strange energy below his right knee finally grew stronger, gradually spreading over his knee and causing his entire right thigh to react in a marvelous way. Sure enough, I'm a genius. Even though the various artificial organs into the giant tumor didn't react, at least this simulation experiment allowed my entire right leg to achieve complete transformation. As long as I proceed little by little like this, gradually transforming other parts of my body, I will achieve complete evolution. This time, Wong-Ke's experiment was a simulation of the previous mutation limited to his right calf. 3 special devices interacted with each other, simultaneously conducting research on 3 topics. The tokamak device generated energy transformation while sending various test data back to the computer, speeding up Wong-Ke's research accumulation in high-end physics like plasma. The giant tumor, imitating the red energy generation of giants, generated red energy output while receiving energy from the other 2 devices. At the same time, various organ experimental subjects injected with Wong-Ku's mutant cells were being tested. If the experiment went smoothly enough, these organs might also cocoon within the tumor, becoming spare parts for Wong-Ku's body. The device connected to Wong-Ku's right leg, with a high-level magnetic confinement reaction below his right knee, maintained the stable and efficient operation of the three devices. While collecting data, he attempted to further strengthen the strange energy within his right leg and even transform the upper part of his right leg, wrapping it completely in that strange energy. The energy concentration within the experimental subject exceeded 5 times the critical point, and the high-energy reaction posed uncontrollable dangers, requiring caution. Stop the chatter. Open the third and fourth energy valves completely. It doesn't matter if the central energy converter explodes. Just go all out. The computer responsible for monitoring the entire process, after safety calculations, once again warned its master in an electronic voice. However, Wong-Ku appeared determined to push through and interrupted the safety alert with a somewhat crazed expression. With the opening of the third and fourth valves, the energy concentration exceeded 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, and 9 times the critical point. If constrained by inherent prejudices, science would not progress. Achieving such results in the first experiment, how could I not go a little crazier to live up to my reputation as Dr. Diesel? Seeing that tumors had also grown on the upper part of his right leg, completing the cocooning and transformation at more than 10 times the previous speed, with bulging veins all over his body, Wong-Ku decided to inject himself with nutrient solution while simultaneously releasing the mutant cells within his body. With a loud bang, the entire nuclear power plant exploded. As the massive mushroom cloud rose, it destroyed everything around it. And the time traveler Wong-Ku paid the price of his life for his madness. Sorry, such a disappointing outcome actually did not occur. There was indeed an explosion at the experimental site, but it only partially destroyed the modified workshop, and a red glowing figure quickly rushed out of the dust. Meanwhile, Wong-Ku, the instigator of this incident, shouted loudly, bloodied and disfigured. Computer, summon all the biochemical soldiers from Base F and Base N, no matter what. They must bring that thing back. The nuclear power plant previously purchased by Dr. Diesel experienced another explosion. However, investigations by several research institutions indicated that there were no signs of radiation exceeding normal levels. Moreover, the area surrounding the nuclear power plant had returned to normal values before the hacker incident. According to Dr. Diesel's explanation, the previous explosion was just a minor internal accident and posed no danger. Wong-Ku, bound like a mummy, turned off the television in front of him. After tasting a small piece of fruit cut by his girlfriend, he seriously said to Shichi, a senior official of the Hero Association, "I assure you I didn't do anything bad. I was just seriously conducting some research. Those workers previously affected by nuclear radiation have already had several recoveries and discharges. And those are part of my research results. Please be honest. Several eyewitnesses saw a strange red light object flying out of the nuclear power plant. Our sensors in that area also detected a massive energy reaction that flashed by. If this energy entity is some sort of organism, it must have at least ghost-level strength. For the benefit of humanity, please do not attempt to conceal it." Shichi was not easily deceived by Dr. Diesel as casual words. Dr. Diesel, who possessed astonishing medical technology, was now in such a miserable state. Thus, the red shadow seen by some eyewitnesses was likely the main reason for Dr. Diesel's current condition. "But I really didn't do anything. Ouch, Misha, what are you doing?" Wong-Ku initially wanted to continue denying it, but his girlfriend fiercely pinched his right leg. "Just come clean. After all, I was once a hero too. The ghost-level power is still too exaggerated, and I don't want my boyfriend to keep making mistakes." Feng Chung Misha, the former C-class professional hero and current girlfriend of Wong-Ku, stopped covering for him after hearing Shichi mention at least a ghost-level threat. After the previous incident, Wong-Ku had only vaguely mentioned a little trouble to her, without specifying how serious it was. Concerned about Wong-Ku's injuries, Misha didn't consider anything else. Now that her boyfriend's condition had stabilized, she felt it was time to clean up the mess for him. All right, I'll say it. I was indeed conducting an experiment, but an accident occurred during it. Originally, it was just a large mass of flesh as the experimental subject. But after becoming a fleshy cocoon, it unexpectedly gave birth to a powerful humanoid life form. After thinking about it, Shichi continued to ask Dr. Diesel, "Was that life form the one that caused you harm? How strong is it? And how aggressive is it towards humans?" Glancing at his girlfriend, Wong-Ku finally continued, "My injuries were mainly caused by the experimental accident. However, that life form is very wary of me and threw an energy ball at me. It possesses quite astonishing potential. But since it has just been born, its intelligence is low. What will become, like a blank slate, depends on the kind of people it encounters next. Dr. Diesel, you just said that life form threw an energy ball at you? Shichi thought he misheard and asked for confirmation again. It's this thing, a red energy ball about the size of a baseball. However, that life form was just born and wasn't familiar with its own power, which is why it didn't kill me. If it matures, it might cause a disaster like a dragon-level monster. Wong Ke used his hand, still wrapped in bandages, to a red energy ball with one hand. His technique looked much more skilled than before, and the stability of the energy ball was significantly better. After hearing Wang Ke's answer, Feng Chengmisha finally realized the trouble her boyfriend had caused. So after giving Wang Ke a fierce glare, she took her dog-leg knife and walked out. Shichi didn't pay attention to the departure of the big sister, but looked at the energy ball in Wang Ke's hand with some amazement, saying foolishly, "That life form seems to be able to fly? To be precise, it should be jumping high enough. Well, perhaps it really has comprehended flying on its own. That guy has a strong learning ability. If it's not resolved soon, it might really cause big trouble." Wang Ke originally wanted to say that the life form jumped beautifully, but he suddenly received a report from the base computer in his mind. Several high-altitude bio-beasts had discovered that guy in the air, and after a round of combat, they were all wiped out by the opponent. With such a result, Wang Ke could only admit that the guy had learned to fly. "Do you have any way to find that escaped life form?" Shichi asked the key question, but after his girlfriend had already left, Wang Ke decided not to answer honestly. "How could I, someone wrapped up like a mummy, find something flying in the air? Dr. Diesel, you are an outstanding genius among humans, but please be careful not to take any actions that might threaten human society. Next, you should continue to rest quietly. Our Hero Association will handle this incident." Shichi had realized the seriousness of the situation, so he didn't plan to waste any more time and prepare to gather heroes to hunt down the sudden threat after returning. However, since Dr. Diesel had caused such trouble this time, Shichi felt it necessary to warn him. If this incident escalated into a disaster, the Hero Association would surely use it to rein in Dr. Diesel, who is non-compliant. "Take care, and remember to bring fruit as a gift next time you visit." After Shichi left, Wang Ke had the computer explore the surroundings of his residence, and indeed found that he was being monitored by the association staff. Although it wasn't too difficult to shake these guys off, Wang Ke still decided not to actively pursue the fleeing life form for the time being, while also using telepathy to call back the big sister who was about to board the base's aircraft. "Big sister, don't rush. We don't need to actively search outside. That guy should come knocking soon." After receiving Wang Ke's telepathic wave, the big sister disagreed and replied with a message. "You can't expect to leave the mess for later. Do you want to cause a bunch of troubles first and only then come to clean up? I can't wait. If that guy causes mass casualties, be careful that I might break up with you." Receiving this threat, Wang Ke finally became a bit uneasy. For the sake of his happiness in the lower half of his body, and firmly unwilling to return to being single, Wang Ke simply got up and headed toward the aircraft where the big sister was. After Wang Ke and his girlfriend flew out of the base, he received another report from the computer. A squadron of bio-soldiers tasked with capturing that life form had been completely wiped out. It seemed this would be a troublesome battle. In the gaps of the clouds above City D, a humanoid creature about 178 centimeters tall floated in the air, overlooking a massive, giant footprint on the outskirts of City D. This flying monster had a body with an exposed skeleton resembling half armor. It wore a white, bony helmet covering the area above its nose and had a robust physique. Coupled with its blood-red eyes, it exuded a unique sense of pressure. Its originally infant-like skin was now shedding like a shell due to the surging power within it. What was revealed was a dark red body and powerful arms tinged with purple. It resembles Meruem from Hunter x Hunter, without a tail, with a dark red body, and a head like the giant Marigori. Although it had just been born into this world and couldn't even speak the common language, fragmented memories flashed through its mind, making it somewhat familiar with the giant footprint. Therefore, even though it had only just been born in this world for a few days, it couldn't help but hesitate at the scene before its eyes, pondering its existence and who it truly was. Although these matters were vague, it knew it was much nobler than the crawling insects beneath the clouds, and it also knew who its enemies were. It extended its two palms, and two red energy orbs quickly condensed. Then, it simply hurled them into the clouds, causing a massive explosion in the high altitude above City D. A rain of green blood fell, and dozens of flying bio-beasts were instantly dealt with. Crimson Ball Wave. At the same time, as this crisp sound came, an energy ball that resonated with its power was hurled towards it. It simply used its palm to squeeze, and its right hand, gathering power, dissipated the red energy ball that was attacking it. After determining the enemy's location, it quickly pursued towards the valley outside City D. What exactly did you put in that monster? Its sensing ability is too precise. We almost got blasted. The big sister in the aircraft complained to her boyfriend as she saw the life form following behind. That's why I said we should wait for it to come to us. The aerial battle is too unfavorable for us. My flying bio beasts only have wolf-level and tiger-level strength. They would just be sending themselves to die. Wang Ke felt somewhat speechless. In terms of perception range, that monster seemed to surpass his original version. It was supposed to be a creation aimed solely at utilizing his bodily components, yet it somehow fused together to produce life. He clearly hadn't thrown in any brain components. Could it be that those marvelous reactions came with a bonus brain? While he grumbled internally, Wang Ke still relied on his superb piloting skills to cleverly evade the energy balls continuously shot at him by the monster behind. Upon reaching his destination, the biohumans were deployed. After luring the monster into an encirclement, the 4 biohumans, who had long been lying in ambush, piloted their single-person flying vehicles and charged in. These 4 biohumans were created by Wang Ke at his secret base in City Z and were slightly stronger than the biohumans he had previously combined with Marugali. Additionally, after Wang Ke had absorbed a lot of technology from the remains of the Metal Knight robot, the aerial maneuverability of these biohuman single-person flying vehicles had been further enhanced. The humanoid monster showed no mercy to the biohumans charging at it. While continuously throwing energy balls, it also attacked with punches and kicks, instantly destroying all the flying vehicles of the 4 biohumans. However, under the relentless offensive of the biohumans, at the cost of 2 biohumans having their heads blown off and 1 biohuman sustaining severe injuries with half its body blasted away, they finally managed to grab hold of this flying enemy and smashed it down to the ground like a meteor. After a flash of red light, Wang Ke sensed that the 4 biohumans, who had expended a lot of his mental effort, had met their demise in the mountains near City D, just like their predecessors. With this batch of biohumans wiped out again, he wondered if he should continue to produce such mass-produced goods. 4 lower-tier, ghost-level monsters, these biohumans could still manage. But against stronger enemies, these guys clearly couldn't handle it. Wang Ke was indeed a bit hesitant. This mass-produced, simplified version of the biochemical battle police was the highest level unit he could currently produce. Its strength was somewhat mediocre, and it consumed a lot of resources. Not only was the adjustment of their bodies costly, but the equipment provided for them had always been high-priced for a genius like Wang Ke. They could be considered your subordinates, so at least show a sad expression. The leader saw her boyfriend sighing about this and immediately gave Wang Ke a headbutt in anger. Ouch, that hurts. I really am very sad. All right, I admit I was wrong. Let us hurry and get off the plane to deal with that monster. Otherwise, its injuries might heal significantly in a short time. Now is the time to strike. Wang Ke pressed his forehead, almost crying from the pain. The boss was sometimes too rough, and these bad habits needed to be corrected as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might face endless domestic violence in the future. The humanoid monster that had become a corpse was tightly entangled with his bioengineer body and was completely crushed. The weapons shot at him by those 4 enemies were of little use. However, before they died, they had ensnared him with a strange net, and these highly corrosive substances damaged his skin and injected something strange into his body. Now he felt something was off with his body, and it seemed he couldn't fly back to the sky in the short term. What was the red liquid flowing from his body? It seemed that with the outflow of this substance, he would feel even weaker. It appeared that this red liquid was very precious to him, so he decided not to let it flow out. With this thought, the humanoid monster concentrated and used its innate red energy. In just a few dozen seconds, the wounds that had been bleeding earlier had completely scabbed over. Its recovery ability was outstanding, almost catching up to the time when he used his mutated cells to grow his right leg. The boss needed to focus on strikes. The area near its heart should be its vital point. The humanoid monster did not understand what these sounds meant, but it knew that the unarmed enemy approaching it was the creator of these sounds, and definitely the enemy it needed to kill. It seemed to recognize this guy's name. How was it pronounced? Sa, de. It seemed to be saying something. Was it trying to communicate with them? The enemy wielding 2 knives felt powerful, but it didn't seem matter if she killed afterward. It was essential to kill the other guy first. It seemed to be chanting, desire. Huh. It seemed to be calling me. The guy I wanted to kill pronounced it correctly. That was indeed the way to say it. I must kill him. Diesel. Wow. It really was calling me. By the way, this guy seemed to be observing the footprints of Marigori. Could it be because I cloned the giant's energy-generating organ that some fragmented memories were also infused into its brain? Wonka was fighting against the monster that charged at him while pondering why this spare part cared so much about him. This indecisive attitude towards battle would definitely earn him a few life-threatening lessons from his teachers, Bong Pu and Bong Gu, if they saw it. Fortunately, the monster lacked any memories of Wong Ku's fighting techniques, so relying solely on physical prowess, it was unable to defeat Wong Ku, who had already become a master of martial arts. It was just my spare part, yet its strength and speed surpassed mine. Has this monster's evolution outdone my original self? Surprised by the monster's abilities, Wong Ku was somewhat distracted, but he still didn't hold back. After using the flowing water-crushing rock fist to counter a new attack from the monster, Wong Ku executed a whirlwind-slashing iron fist to chop off the monster's left leg. The monster instinctively felt threatened and quickly retreated, but Wong Ku wouldn't miss the chance to beat a drowning dog. In a flash, Wong Ku moved behind the monster using Shadow Step. Then, he performed a snakebite fist, swiftly grabbing the monster's arms and stepping on its body. In the air, I'm no match for you, but on the ground, I'm going to tear every part of your body apart, bit by bit. The monster screamed uncontrollably, struggling to escape. However, no matter how it struggled, it could only eat dirt under Wong Ku's foot. In no time, Wong Ku exerted force and tore off the monster's arms. With only one leg left, the monster's blood-red eyes shed tears of blood, and its anger swelled within. Big Sister Head, get ready. Now I'm going to tear off its other leg. Feeling that this monster was a bit too weak, possibly due to its lack of fighting skills, Big Sister Head found it strange. With a crack, the monster's other leg was also severed by Wong Ku. After hearing his girlfriend's question, Wong Ku replied with a grin, I haven't been idle during this time. While eating what you fed me, I also developed some things. The 4 biohumans earlier injected some serum into this monster's body, which suppressed a lot of its power. If it fought me at full strength, just its ability to fly would be enough to give me a hard time. After saying this, Wong Ku's right hand, now claw-like, pierced into the monster's body. After grabbing something, he yanked it out, pulling out a certain organ from within a monster. Big Sister Head, catch this. This organ generates the red energy for it. After digging this out, the monster should be too weak to resist, even if it doesn't die. Big Sister Head held the bioorgan box that Wong Ku handed her, containing a unique liquid that could preserve the vitality of the organs pulled from the monster. You should give a quick end. Seeing it scream constantly makes me feel uneasy. Watch out. Being the closest to the monster, Wong Ku naturally noticed the anomaly. However, instead of retreating, he once again plunged his claw into the monster's body and, after a pull, extracted its still beating heart. You still want to self-destruct? Do you think I'm Boom? A sudden explosion interrupted Wong Ku's words and created a huge cloud of dust in the valley. Big Sister Head quickly retreated while holding the collected organs. This explosion was quite powerful, but she didn't need to worry about her boyfriend. Thanks to his keen perception, he sent her a message not to worry. The monster, whose heart had been removed, surprisingly was still alive after the explosion. At this moment, its body was in tatters, but its blood-red eyes were fixed on Wong Ku. After a loud roar, several wounds on its body began to writhe violently. Wong Ku quickly moved to his girlfriend's side, storing away the still-beating heart in his hand. At the same time, he glanced at the other organs in the biochemical box, which seemed to have some kind of special connection with the monster. Sensitive to the situation, Wong Ku immediately pressed a button on the box, and a blue liquid was injected into it. After being contaminated by this blue liquid, the organs that were previously restless seemed to have become intoxicated, settling down. Big Sister, stand a little further away with the box. This monster seems to have some resemblance to the previously deformed dragon-class mutant, so it's better to be cautious. Just kill it directly. Why bother with so much thought? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. With the heart already taken out, it doesn't seem that simple to kill it. I'll try to crush its whole body and see if it has the same formidable regenerative ability as the original deformed dragon-class mutant. After saying that, Wong couldn't wait for the Big Sister's reply and dashed forward in a blur. However, the monster's regenerative ability was also astonishing before Wong Ku could reach it. New limbs sprouted all over its body, and one claw left multiple scratch marks on Wong Ku's chest. This has already surpassed the time I used deformed cells to grow my right leg. The potential of this monster is truly astonishing. I'm starting to think I don't want to kill it anymore. It would be great to keep it for research on deformed cells. Von Kiskiviko spoke lightly, but his movements showed no sign of underestimating his opponent. He once again executed a stealthy step, planning to circle behind the monster. However, this time the monster surprisingly matched Wong Ku's speed and turned to grab at him head-on. It was actually a snakebite fist. Its learning ability was astonishing. Or perhaps it had pieces of my cell memory, because it also contained my cells. As the opponent attacked with the snakebite fist, Wang Ke quickly changed his move, using the advanced skill derived from the snakebite fist, called Snake Life. With a roar from a monster, Wang Ke, whose arms were bulging with veins, tore off the monster's arms again. However, Wang Ke also took a kick from the monster, sending him crashing into the nearby woods. The monster then glowed red all over. Its arms grew back again. Just as it prepared to chase Wang Ke, dozens of slashes from two dogleg knives instantly cut the monster into pieces. Clang! The leader of the group blocked with the two dogleg knives, the immense force causing her to slide several meters on the ground. Earlier, the leader's slashes had only hit the monster's shadow. In such a short time, the monster had even copied Wang Ke's footwork. TCH, having a science nerd as a boyfriend is really troublesome, the leader muttered, then quickened her pace, launching a flurry of dazzling slashes at the monster. The monster, with bone knives sprouting from its hands, fought back with a technique similar to a whirlwind slash, matching the leader blow for blow thanks to its extraordinary recovery ability. Just as the monster and the leader were about to clash again, a red energy orb suddenly shot from within the leader's body. The monster, unable to dodge in time, met it with its bone knives. After a loud explosion, Wang Ke and the leader stood side by side. The result of their combined attack was good. Maybe next time we can try it on Teacher Bongpu. This was a combined attack completed through telepathy between Wang Ke and the leader. The leader deceived the opponent with an afterimage and quickly dodged, while Wang Ke attacked the enemy directly with the energy orb, preventing the enemy from reacting in time to pursue the leader. Let's deal with this monster in front of us first. I feel like it's not only improving its physical fitness, but also becoming more skilled in combat. The leader cautiously watched the approaching enemy through the dust, reminding herself that it wasn't time for her boyfriend to relax yet. This is ridiculous. Its recovery ability is way better than mine. I still have to worry about rejection reactions. Has this guy's mutated cells been corrected? Wang Ke couldn't help but sigh at how things had changed, seeing that the monster was recovering again. The counterfeit had actually surpassed the original in performance. The monster didn't give Wang Ke more time to ponder. The red energy balls gathered in its palm once again, just as Wang Ke and the big sister leader twisted their ankles. The attacks from the two energy balls flew over rapidly. After the two phantoms separated, the monster caught up with Wang Ke at an even faster speed than before. You bastard, you're learning pretty quickly. Can you learn all of this? After dodging the energy ball attack, Wang Ke also noticed the monster's incredible speed. His hair stood on end, and the faint current emanating from his body indicated that he had entered a state of divine speed. Since you know so many of my moves, how will you deal with this one? As the words left his mouth, countless afterimages of lightning palms struck towards the monster that was attacking him. This time, the monster did not use Wang Ke's techniques to counter, but instead quickly transformed its already broken bone knife in its left hand into a large shield to block all of Wang Ke's attacks. Then, the bone knife in its right hand swiftly transformed into a chain covered in bone spikes, wrapping around Wang Ke's figure entirely. In the blink of an eye, at that moment, Wang Ke adjusted his muscles with electric current, further enhancing his speed to evade the attack, and then quickly distanced himself from the monster. However, the monster's speed also increased, and with its mouth slightly open, it suddenly shot a red plasma cannon at Wang Ke. Wang Ke twisted his body to evade after seeing the monster's mouth open. However, the monster successfully closed in at that moment, and its 10 bone whips swept wildly around Wang Ke. With a burst of speed, he executed another application of his technique, sensing the enemy's movements while quickly and skillfully shifting his form through reflexes. Wang Ke ultimately succeeded in dodging the monster's pursuit this time. Go die. 2 curved blades of air slashed at the monster, launching a pincer attack. The leader, having trained under Bongpu, alongside Wang Ke for so long, had partially infused the essence of the whirlwind/iron fist into her swordsmanship. With her telepathic abilities, Wang Ke had also lured the monster into a position that was difficult to evade during his agile dodges. The leader's 2 powerful but swift strikes successfully hit the monster. In an instant, the monster was sliced into several segments. At this point, Wang Ke and the leader's combined attack was not yet over. Wang Ke unleashed a series of enhanced whirlwind/iron fist strikes at the monster's body. Meanwhile, the leader used a technique she learned from the Atomic Samurai, working with Wang Ke to turn the monster's severed body into countless fragments. Their moves were incredibly swift, and any slight mistake could injure their partner. The beautifully executed series of attacks was a result of the tacit understanding developed from living together. We've chopped it up this much. We should be able to finish off this monster, right? After this battle, the leader, who was considerably weaker than Wang Ku, was already panting. Wang Ku wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes fixed on the monster's remains, replying to his girlfriend. With it shattered like this, if this monster can still reorganize, then it's not because of my deformed cells, but rather has something to do with the former deformed dragon-level monster. Initially, the leader wanted to say something upon hearing Wang Ku's words, but upon seeing the blood, flesh, and bone fragments on the ground actually starting to conglomerate, she instantly felt that her boyfriend had quite the ominous tongue. I didn't collect any materials from the deformed dragon-level monster that would grant such astonishing regenerative abilities. Could it be that the deformed cells, having fused with too many things, filled in the broken cells of the dragon-level monster? Let's think about these things later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with this unkillable thing. It's really too troublesome. The leader complained to her boyfriend while adjusting her breathing. However, her dual blades did not stop, as if she had suddenly grown a few extra arms. After a flurry of blade shadows, the monster's body, which had just begun to reform, was once again reduced to a pile of flesh. The aircraft had a small combustion cannon that could turn these remains to ashes. No matter how powerful this monster was, it wouldn't be able to resurrect from ashes. It surely didn't possess the abilities of a phoenix. Then why don't you hurry up and get it? My hands are getting a bit sore from hacking. I've already given the order. The aircraft is on its way. But I've developed a move of my own, and I plan to try on a monster's flesh. After saying this, Wang Ku rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, while the leader, feeling a bit tired, took a few steps back to sit and observe what her boyfriend was planning. As the monster's body gradually formed some larger chunks of flesh, Wang Ku gathered electricity in his palm. At the same time, he observed the chunks of flesh before him, determining that although the monster's regenerative abilities were decent, its speed of recovery could not match that of the original deformed dragon-level monster, and in terms of quality and quantity, it couldn't compare to the dragon-level monster either. After being continuously sliced, the monster's recovery speed gradually slowed down, as if it were lacking energy supply. High-frequency scalpel, a homage to Trafalgar Law from One Piece. After being attacked by Wang Ku's uniquely charged palm, the movement speed of the monster's flesh chunks slowed down. Several chunks that were supposed to merge together repeatedly attempted to connect, but they couldn't seem to join. At this moment, the summoned aircraft arrived overhead, and 2 large hand boxes were also launched. Wang Ku used the boxes to his advantage, opened one, and fitted mechanical arms over his own. It still retains some activity. It seems I'll have to use an upgraded technique. But this technique requires equipment to execute, which is quite troublesome. Wang Ku sighed internally while using another makeshift technique. The Gamma Blade, still Trafalgar Law. After this attack, the monster's flesh finally stopped writhing and completely lost its vitality. After collecting some specimens, Wang Ku searched the area repeatedly. Confirming that nothing was left behind, he opened another suitcase and took out a burning cannon to thoroughly clean up the monster's remains. On the way back, the boss lady sat somewhat tiredly in the co-pilot's seat of the plane. She leaned over and scrutinized the man in the driver's seat, inadvertently scolding him. This time you should learn a lesson and not act recklessly. If it weren't for our combined attack being strong enough, that monster might have continued to hold its ground in a one-on-one fight and possibly defeated one of us. The successful slayer of the target, Wang Ku, didn't seem like someone who would easily learn a lesson. Moreover, he wasn't very perceptive at the moment and directly voiced his thoughts. Although it was somewhat unexpected, that monster had only been born for a few days. Lacking battle experience, I still have a good chance of eliminating it in a one-on-one fight. So you mean you're stronger than me now? Actually, I was indeed stronger than you before. It's just that for a while, you surpassed me. Oh, come on. Don't bite randomly. I'm still flying the plane. Respect the experienced driver. Then I won't bite. I'll just twist and blow up that thing of yours. All right. I was wrong. Ouch. The plane really could crash. After the plane wobbled back to base, the Hero Association lifted the impending alert for the monster disaster. Shichi originally planned to confirm things in person, but it seemed Dr. Diesel, having suffered serious injuries, directly canceled the association's plans to visit for recovery. Even the former professional hero boss lady was closed off to any visitors, indicating that she had gone through a fierce battle. After Wang Ku finished dealing with the trouble he had caused, he no longer blindly threw himself into further research. Instead, he became the follower of the Big Sister, accompanying her on shopping trips and sightseeing. After all, the recent antics had indeed caused a lot of grievances in the Big Sister's heart. As a representative of the new era's good men, Wang Ku wouldn't be foolish enough to let his girlfriend silently give while he continued to act recklessly, ultimately leading to heartbreak for her. However, Wandering around various cities, shopping did satisfy Wang-Ku's vanity as a man. After all, the big sister was a young girl in her early 20s, vibrant and beautiful. With her perfect appearance and charming figure, along with Wang-Ku's golden card support, she donned various luxury brands every day, completely attracting the attention of the entire street. No big star could compare to his girlfriend. Although some clueless guys would make annoying moves, as long as Wang-Ku slightly raised his hand, he could throw them up to the top of a building dozens of meters high. Every time he made a few hand gestures, their little world would instantly become much quieter. One day, it was again time for Wang-Ku to accompany his girlfriend on shopping trips. Annoying flies were still abundant, but this time an unexpected situation arose. When Wang-Ku waved his hand for the sixth time to chase away the flies, someone cleverly dodged it. "This young lady is really cute. Why not ditch your boyfriend and date me instead?" Dressed in long jeans, a casual shirt with the hem outside, and a fitted jacket, along with her long hair simply tied in a ponytail, it was clear that she was a frivolous, handsome guy. Even though characters from comics and people in this world differ in appearance, Wang-Ku, who had carefully watched recordings of past martial arts competitions, still recognized this guy who dared to flirt with his girlfriend, Shui Long, a master of the underworld fist who had won the championship 4 times. "Get the annoying bug away from me, or I'll chop off your XX and stuff it into your XI." The big sister, who had been in a good mood, immediately lost her ladylike demeanor after being interrupted. The words she spoke, combined with her tone, could instantly shatter any fantasies. Wow, such a personality makes her instantly uninteresting. Why does someone so cute have such a terrible temper? What a pity. After hearing the big sister's words, Shui Long immediately lost interest in continuing to flirt with someone else's girlfriend. However, as he turned around, a sudden claw attack caught him off guard and he was thrown out. Harassing someone else's girlfriend is quite impolite. Didn't your mother teach you social morals? Originally somewhat surprised to encounter someone like Shui Long while shopping with his girlfriend, Wang-Ku realized he should uphold a man's dignity. Shui Long, who was thrown away, was not a small character. He twisted his body in midair and, after stepping on a few buildings, instantly returned to Wang-Ku's front. "Although I was caught by you due to carelessness, your technique is quite good. I didn't expect to meet such a master while casually flirting with a girl on the street. Your strength is not bad. Let's have a match." Wang-Ku actually meant to stretch his muscles a bit, but seeing his girlfriend's impatient expression, he hesitated for a moment and prioritized his sister's needs. "I still have to accompany my girlfriend shopping, so if you insist on battling me, let's choose another time." After seeing Wang-Ku's expression, Shui Long understood that this guy had a lot in common with him. While pursuing strength, he also hoped to live a comfortable life, which made him quite happy. However, it is rare to encounter a powerful figure like Wang-Ku, living a carefree life. Shui Long naturally wouldn't give up his chance to have fun, just because Wang-Ku's personality was similar to his. "How about this? After I defeat you, your girlfriend will be taken away by me. That way, you won't have to bother accompanying her shopping anymore, and you can have a fight with me." One annoying guy, but before saying that, "Don't you understand how to respect women?" Wang-Ku felt a bit unhappy, but he didn't rush to teach Shui Long a lesson. First, because this kind of provocation was too low-end for him. Second, Wang-Ku had already sensed that the big sister was angry, which was quite a terrifying thing. "Huh? What the heck?" Boom. After hearing Wang-Ku's words, Shui Long initially didn't react. However, when the big sister used a hand chop to deliver an air slash up close, he immediately felt a bit dazed. Seeing Shui Long being sent flying, Wang-Ku was quite supportive of teacher Bongpu's statement at this moment. In the practice of the whirlwind slash and iron fist, the big sister's comprehension was much higher than his. After working hard all day to act like a lady, she was unexpectedly spoiled by this idiot. "Let's quickly head to the next mall. Today you have to satisfy my double shopping desire." "Okay, big sister." She used to be a bad girl who liked smoking and drinking, but now she has developed a shopping addiction in order to improve her femininity. Whether this is good or bad, as the big sister's boyfriend, Wang-Ku really couldn't make an accurate judgment for the time being. After the big sister left with her boyfriend, a somewhat disheveled Shui Long reappeared. He looked at the huge slash mark made by the big sister's palm on the building and felt a bit incredulous. At that moment, a small drone flew over and delivered a message to Shui Long. Wang-Ku arranged to meet him for a one-on-one duel in a parking lot near a shopping center. If Shui Long was interested, he shouldn't miss this opportunity. After taking another look at the deep cuts made by the big sister, Shui Long excitedly rushed to the location mentioned by Wang-Ku. With such an impressive girlfriend, that guy must not be ordinary. After Shui Long left, the police and the Hero Association members arrived one after another. After they finally found a few witnesses and some usable surveillance footage, a cleanup fund was immediately deposited. When the police and Hero Association members saw Dr. Diesel's signature, they each sighed and then returned to their original posts. Meanwhile, Wong was honestly following behind his girlfriend, using the gold card that only the world's top billionaires could have to satisfy all the needs of Miss Feng Changmei Sha. I'm Festi. I heard the juice here is good. Do you need me to buy the whole store? I'm hungry. The restaurant over there is the most upscale in the city. The steak is absolutely top-notch. Do you need me to buy the chef as well? I'm bored. I've already bought this cinema. No matter what movie, you can watch them all. How about passing the time? Sorry to keep you waiting. I don't have much time. Let's get started right away. After Wong finally managed to immerse the big sister in the world of the movie, he immediately ran out of the cinema and headed alone to the agreed duel location with Shui Long. It's better to let you catch your breath, so you won't say you were tired if you lose later. Shui Long had been waiting with some impatience, but upon seeing that his opponent had indeed arrived, he yawned, wanting Wong to adjust his breathing. It's okay, you might not have the ability to make me use all my strength. Wong stretched his joints and casually spoke, showcasing ample confidence. However, this kind of attitude seemed to underestimate his opponent a bit too much, which caused a somewhat eerie smile to appear on Shui Long's face as he began to exude an unusual killing intent. Well, I really want to see what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Long launched a sudden attack, delivering a flying knee strike aimed at Wong Ku's face. Don't waste time. This level of skill can't hurt me at all. Wong Ku simply blocked with his left arm, then launched a powerful punch with his right fist, sending the still unfocused water dragon flying out. Water Dragon curled his body and spun in the air a few times, and at the moment he landed, he successfully unloaded the force that Wong had struck him with. Indeed, it seemed he needed to take this more seriously. After saying that, Water Dragon threw off his coat and assumed the stance of his Mingdi Quan. In just the blink of an eye, who was originally over 10 meters away from Wong Ku, suddenly breached the opponent's inner defense circle. Seeing a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly appear in front of him, Wong Ku was surprised by Water Dragon's speed. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he used one hand to deflect the opponent's attack, while simultaneously launching an elbow strike to Water Dragon's chest. No, this is a trap. The guidance from Grandmasters Bang Gu and Bang Pu made Wong Ku realize. He quickly stepped back, but the ground of the parking lot had already changed. It turned out that Water Dragon had forcefully stomped with his left leg, causing the surrounding concrete ground to twist irregularly in a way that defied the laws of physics. Wong Ku's foot missed a step, causing his body to slightly lose balance. Although he adjusted quickly, this momentary gap was seized by his opponent. Shui Long delivered a powerful kick, sending Wong Ku flying diagonally into the air. With his arms feeling a bit numb, Wong Ku intended to unleash a few air slashes while airborne. However, Shui Long's speed was astonishing, and he quickly reached a position even higher than Wong Ku. Then, Shui Long executed another strong kick, and Wong Ku was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The ground of the parking lot cracked upon impact, and only after smashing into the ground did Wong Ku get back up, but Shui Long's subsequent pursuit was already upon him. Just like in a comic book, Shui Long seized Wong Ku's hands to break his defense, then struck fiercely with his right knee to Wong Ku's face. With a loud bang, dust flew up in the already shattered parking lot. That's quite an interesting move. Does it have a name? After discarding Wong Ku's leather jacket, Shui Long stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and stared at his opponent, who had already escaped. You can call it the afterimage punch, just a little trick. At this moment, Wong Ku had not suffered much damage. The earlier scene of Shui Long striking Wong Ku's face merely hit Wong Ku's afterimage. Is it only capable of creating an afterimage? Shui Long seemed quite interested in Wong Ku's technique and curiously asked him. Wong Ku, not holding back, began to step with an unpredictable rhythm, using his limbs to instantly create a multitude of afterimages that surrounded Shui Long. You can count how many there are yourself. One interesting opponent. Shui Long chose to remain in place, while Wong Ku took the initiative in this round. Over a dozen afterimages rushed towards Shui Long, and after successfully diverting his attention, Wong Ku executed a snake-like move intending to break Shui Long's arms. But at the moment of contact with Shui Long's figure, it shattered, and Wong Ku's figure also vanished. In the parking lot, the only sounds were the intense combat between the two masters. Only during the brief moments of their standoff could vague figures be seen. Once again, in a fierce clash, Wong Ku and Shui Long each delivered kicks in a cross-counter, hitting each other on the side of the face. Both fighters were sent flying, smashing into a car. In this round of battle, they were evenly matched. Wong Ku crawled out from the wreckage of the car, and the series of designer clothes selected by the big sister had already suffered considerable damage. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he spit out the blood in his mouth and said with some surprise, "It's really astonishing that we could fight to this extent." Hey. You should be the one who is surprising," he continued. "Maybe you don't know, but I've at least won a few fighting competition championships. I've never heard of a master like you before. Have you never participated in any competitions?" At this moment, Shui Long, who had been kicked by Wang Ku, had also stood up. He seemed to be fine. Shui Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to respond. In fact, Shui Long was indeed puzzled by Wang Ku's skills, because during their intense battle over the past few minutes, Shui Long could sense that Wang Ku's martial arts had many traces of various martial artist routines. Someone like him should not be an unknown talent. Shui Long couldn't possibly have no impression of him. The super fight tournament, right? Actually, I've participated too, but unfortunately, I didn't win the championship. Wang Ku's mindset of a martial artist ready for fair competition returned. He surprisingly did not activate his recovery abilities or the nanobots in his body to heal his injuries. Instead, he took a few steps forward and assumed a fighting stance once again. So you participated too, but it's really strange that such a strong expert like you didn't win the championship. Can you tell me which edition of the competition you entered? I'd like to go back and watch the recordings. Shui Long also looked unsatisfied, exuding a fierce aura, indicating that he would unleash his ultimate moves in the upcoming battle. I can tell you, although it doesn't really matter, but isn't it more interesting to unravel the mystery yourself? Moreover, I participated in the competition under a hidden identity, so you might not recognize me. Wang Ku was talking, but his rapid assault did not stop. "Oh, with your impressive strength, why hide your identity? Are you a criminal?" Shui Long asked while countering his moves. In fact, it was simply because he found it troublesome. Although receiving the cheers from the audience felt good, the subsequent interviews were indeed too bothersome. That seems reasonable, but your reasons aren't entirely like that, are they? A champion, like me, doesn't find it troublesome at all. Wang Ku, launching another attack, adjusted his stance to prepare to unleash some real skills while dodging Shui Long's punches and responding to his question. "That's because martial arts only satisfy my occasional interest in showing off. My main job isn't as a martial artist." A powerful and swift air slash surrounded Shui Long, following a unique attack route. This was Wang Ku's whirlwind slash iron fist 10 strikes in a row. Shui Long, who had been stable in transitioning between offense and defense, became somewhat flustered in the face of Wang Ku's ultimate move. He struggled to twist his body and change his steps, but could not escape Wang Ku's relentless assault. Finally, as Wang Ku's air slash was about to close in, Shui Long decided to take a risk and charged into the center of the air slash, breaking through the encirclement with his superb skills. Although the air slash did not directly hit Shui Long, it left several wounds on him. However, Shui Long also seized an opportunity during his opponent's brief moment of vulnerability. After breaking through the whirlwind slash iron fist, Shui Long unleashed over 10 consecutive strikes at Wang Ku, who was flying in midair. Based on his understanding of Wang Ku's abilities, he knew that his opponent could not evade and could only choose to defend. Wang Ku indeed launched a defense, but at the same time, he also began a counterattack. He should have been hit by the Water Dragon's offensive, but with the quick transition of the flowing rock-shattering fist, he blocked the Water Dragon's attack and took the opportunity to push the battle line back into the Water Dragon's defensive circle. Caught off guard, the Water Dragon took a heavy blow to the abdomen and was directly sent crashing into a wall next to the parking lot by Wang Ku. Finally gaining the upper hand, Wang Ku let out a light breath. The whirlwind slash iron fist and the flowing rock-shattering fist are both quite profound martial arts techniques, and using them alone is not easy, let alone transitioning between them quickly, which is even more challenging. To be able to use both hands in coordination like the future evil wolf is something Wang Ku currently cannot achieve with his martial arts cultivation. Cough cough. The whirlwind slash iron fist and the flowing rock-shattering fist can actually reach such a level. And this guy still claims that martial arts are just his hobby. That is quite an unnatural brag. The Water Dragon seemed to have sustained significant damage from the previous strike. After spitting out a mouthful of stagnant blood from his body, he continued to cough several times. But I truly did not lie. The two old men, Bangu and Bang Pu, always say, "I am lazy." Wang Ku felt quite impressive for pretending to be cool by speaking the truth. However, he did not give the Water Dragon more time to rest, and 3 seconds later, he launched a swift attack with the flowing rock-shattering fist. It seems Bangu was right. Your flowing rock-shattering fist has significant flaws. The Water Dragon quickly adjusted his state and observed that Wang Ke maintained a specific distance between his fists. Then he unleashed a powerful right hook, breaking through Wang Ke's defense and sending him flying. Dark body, shocking tiger fist. The damage from the dark body fist is indeed extraordinary. Wang Ke was hit in the face by this heavy punch and immediately felt dizzy and almost fainted. However, the water dragon was relentless and quickly followed up with a series of combo attacks against Wang Ke. Wang Ke desperately focused on defense, but the flaws in the flowing water, shattering rock fist were increasingly exploited by the water dragon. In just a few short breaths, the water dragon actually landed dozens of punches on Wang Ke. Moreover, the momentum showed no signs of stopping and the speed only increased. Void Dragon Fist. Wang Ke watched as the water dragon began to spin. He suppressed the pain and entered a state of rapid response. First, he created an opportunity with 2 punches. Then he kicked fiercely at the water dragon's waist with his right leg. The water dragon merely blocked what seemed like a simple strike. But the sudden shockwave made him feel as if his entire body was subjected to a violent tremor. It seemed that this time the power was quite significant. His body must not be feeling well. Wang Ke kicked out a shockwave with his right leg using the 8-burst fist, although it wasn't a full-powered strike. The force was enough to break through Shui Long's combo. Shui Long was indeed heavily injured, and the opponent's attack had damaged his internal organs. After spitting out a lot of blood again, he quickly created distance between himself and Wang Ke. Strangely, the opponent didn't take the opportunity to pursue him. Do you look down on me? Why aren't you launching an attack? I'm not weak enough to be taken down by that one strike. Let us continue our battle. Wang Ke's reaction to Shui Long's question was somewhat different. The reason he didn't continue the pursuit earlier was that he knew it would take at least 2 more minutes to completely take down his opponent, unless he attacked with complete disregard for everything. And the time that the big sister had given him was running out. Considering that he had already seen Shui Long's capabilities, Wang Ke lost interest in continuing the fight. The 10 minutes were almost up, and my girlfriend only gave me this little time. I had promised her that I would spend the whole day with her today, so let us call it a draw this time. Don't underestimate me. I can still continue fighting, and I haven't shown all my strength yet. Shui Long noticed that Wang Ke was about to escape, ignoring his own serious injuries. He quickly gathered his energy and rushed forward, ready to intercept this formidable opponent with all his might. However, the opponent's movements were simply too fast, and Shui Long couldn't keep up with Wang Ke in his weakened state. He could only shout at the back of this mysterious opponent. What was that move you just used? 8-burst fist. Wang Ke's figure disappeared in an instant, while Shui Long, who was injured quite severely, knelt on one knee and began to gasp for breath. The 8-chung fist? It seems to be the style of the runner-up from the 20th Super Fight Conference. I should study it carefully when I get back. In this match, although you had a slight upper hand, I haven't lost yet. Shui Long had watched the previous conference's live broadcast on television, so he recalled the past, specifically the battle between Bao Shan and Old Kai for the championship of the 20th Conference. That fight was somewhat anticlimactic, and in the final moments, the broadcast experienced interference due to a signal problem. Although Shui Long couldn't see clearly what happened on the field at that time, he at least remembered Old Kai's 8-chung fist. Now that he thought about it, Old Kai's figure was very similar to that of his recent opponent. Moreover, the opponent had just admitted to participating in the conference while hiding their identity, so it was likely that Old Kai and this person were the same. Shui Long wanted to recall the previous battle in more detail, but due to his severe internal injuries, he had to give up on that thought. Enduring the pain, he propped himself up and began to walk slowly towards the hospital. What a formidable opponent to have inflicted such serious injuries on me. Just you wait. After I go into seclusion and train hard for a while, I will definitely come back to settle the score with you. In the comic, Shui Long relied on his outstanding martial arts talent, and before facing Saitama, he hadn't practiced much. However, after encountering Wang Ke today, his carefree attitude had changed somewhat. Meanwhile, Wang Ke, whose clothes were torn and covered in cuts, smiled at his girlfriend after reaching her side and said, "I told you I would be back in 10 minutes. It's now 9 minutes and 47 seconds. That's just about the time it takes to go to the bathroom, so don't get mad." The gang leader looked at her boyfriend, who returned from an outing looking like a beggar. He had clearly promised to stay by her side all day, and this appearance was intentionally annoying. How'd the clothes I picked for you end up like this? And look at your dusty appearance. What does this look like? Wang Ke sensed that his girlfriend was about to lose her temper, so he quickly pulled out his trump card. "I bought a hot spring hotel nearby. Let's go enjoy it together." After hearing her boyfriend's words, the tough girl finally calmed down a bit. Meanwhile, Wang Ke couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that the world of the wealthy was really convenient. After spending a few days accompanying his girlfriend, Wang-Ko put on his white lab coat again and began a new round of research at the Nuclear Power Plant Research Institute. The unfortunate souls who had been exposed to radiation at the power plant were now fully treated, based on some experimental data collected from them, along with remnants obtained from the flying monster. After Wang-Ko made another round of modifications to his body, he connected several large optical cables to himself. In the newly transformed laboratory, vast amounts of energy were continuously transmitted into his body for conversion, and then extracted and stored. The computer reported the data to me. Energy charging A, 65. Energy conversion B, 21. No other energy reactions detected. Still no reactions? Forget it. To avoid any troublesome accidents, it's better to stop here. Wang-Ko, having made up his mind, pressed several buttons in succession, causing all the precision instruments that were still operating to cease functioning. Wang-Ko walked up to 3 transparent jars made of special materials. The one in the middle was filled with blood-red energy, which Wang-Ko named B energy. The jar on the left contained a slightly lighter red energy, which he named A energy. The other empty jar was originally intended to hold the strange energy from Wang-Ko's right leg. However, this experiment ended in failure, as the strange energy was not converted. Just like last time, the big sister had strictly prohibited such reckless experiments, and Wang-Ko himself had no intention of messing around again. The successful extraction and conversion of A and B energies actually meant that both Wang-Ko and the previous monster could emit plasma. A and B are essentially energies from the same source, with the monster having a higher conversion efficiency than Wang-Ko, resulting in a deeper color. To achieve this level of conversion, given his current physical state, Wang-Ko could only rely on instruments for assistance. In fact, whether it was Wang-Ko or the monster, when they condensed energy spheres externally, the process could be simply described as somewhat similar to the physical process of lightning generation. Different parts of the cloud gather 2 different polarities of charges, forming a strong electric field between the cloud and the ground, which can reach several thousand volts or even 10,000 volts per centimeter. Such a strong electric field is sufficient to cause the atmosphere inside and outside the cloud to undergo breakdown ionization, forming a narrow discharge channel. The current within the channel can reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of amperes, with temperatures exceeding 20,000 degrees. The air is ionized to form plasma, emitting a dazzling light, which is what lightning is. The most common form of lightning is linear lightning, resembling a branching structure suspended in the sky. Another strange form of lightning is ball lightning. If we exchange Wang-Ko or the monster with the cloud, it means that the charges gathered within Wang-Ko's body start to react with the atmosphere. Subsequently, in this specially created stable electric field in his hand, a special spherical plasma is formed, which is then emitted in different ways for combat. Although the process seems quite simple, the reasons behind the various reactions are quite complex. Wang-Ko was initially able to generate a certain amount of current in his body after studying Balawan's supercharged body and modifying his own body based on the research data. But that was the limit. Later, after absorbing the liquid from the fossil egg and based on a series of research data, he reached his current level. Although Wang-Ko's research efforts are undeniable, without the modification from the fossil egg's liquid and the help in transforming the energy within him, no matter how much effort Wang-Ko put in, he would not have been able to achieve today's accomplishments. However, the embarrassing part is that he still cannot fully understand that liquid or the mysterious energy that has now enveloped his right leg. If he wants to become stronger, relying on his own research instead of the uncertain mutation is something that is quite unacceptable for Wang-Ko, who now considers himself a genius scientist. Only losers rely on mutations. After experiencing time travel for so long, I have definitely become a tall, handsome, and rich person, and it doesn't make sense to continue placing hope on the loser halo. After motivating himself with self-talk, Wang-Ko began to activate the machines, preparing to start the next simulation experiment. After connecting to Energy B, a 100-kilogram machine successfully floated up. Seeing the experiment succeed, Wang-Ko hurriedly observed various data. Yes, Wang-Ko is currently trying to simulate the flying ability of monsters. Although Energy A, Wang-Ko's, is less efficient than Energy B, the monsters. Since both energies share the same origin, after analyzing the flying principle, Wang-Ko believes that with appropriate self-enhancements or by leveraging certain machine amplifications, theoretically, he could also soar into the sky. Oh, so the electromagnetic interactions between energy particles can operate in this way. My previous thinking was still a bit narrow. However, this level of electromagnetic force is indeed difficult for the energy in my body to simulate. After observing the data, Wong regretfully found that he could not use the energy in his body to fly directly. Currently, there are two simple paths. One is to enhance and modify himself again to transform into a form closer to a monster. However, after thinking about the monster's appearance, Wong directly passed on this option. Although Wong has a tail growing from his back and his abdomen resembles that of an insect, he is still 90 human in essence. If it were just to pursue flying abilities, Wong could have figured out a way to attach wings to himself long ago, without having to wait until now. The same goes for strength. Wong has already thoroughly understood Fakeo's research. Without much effort, he could easily concoct a potion for the king of biceps. As soon as he drinks it, Wong would immediately gain extraordinary strength. However, he has always been averse to methods that completely detach him from his human identity. The other path to achieve flight is to rely on Wong's technical skills to create an external device that can detach from biological organs. Through this device, he can enhance the energy within his body, allowing him to fly into the sky. Although this path is merely a compromise in reality, Wong is willing to try it just to satisfy his desire for autonomous flight. Moreover, this device is just a temporary tool, and as Wong continues his various studies in the future, his technical skills will further improve, making it likely that he will find a way to enhance his power while remaining more human. It has always been Wong's good habit to execute plans immediately after making decisions. Therefore, after deciding on the path to take, Wong quickly began preparing to develop a special device for flying. A fully mechanical body would only result in a bulky metal box, given Wong's technical abilities. Such a low-quality design is certainly not something Wong would adopt. Meanwhile, fully external biological organs are less efficient than machines and also require complicated maintenance. Thus, to develop a stable, efficient, and safe product, Wong selected several storage technologies in his computer and quickly defined the concept as a hybrid of machinery and biological organs. My name is Casero, and I am now a professional hero with the title of Enhanced Human Warrior. My current hero ranking is A level in 10th place, with the one ahead being the vegan from the Vest Army. Honestly, this ranking is already quite impressive. Even my parents, who had always opposed my becoming a hero, are now proud of my status. So, Casero, the bounty criminal you caught recently actually brought in $700,000 in income, which is surprising. You should work a bit harder and catch 10 or 20 more, and then we wouldn't have to worry about our mortgage and car loan. Mom, I became a hero to uphold justice, not to be a bounty hunter for profit. Don't change the subject. Recently, an advertiser contacted me, hoping you could endorse their product. I've already agreed, and this time to open up opportunities, I didn't raise the price too high. You should also put yourself out there more. It won't take long for your value to double. Mom, could you not be so materialistic? I became a hero Let me finish. Nowadays, being a hero isn't viewed as an unprofessional alternative lifestyle like it used to be. Your choice of path this time is correct. It's much better than the athlete you chose before, and I'm glad for your wisdom. Now, many of my friends are asking about whether you have a girlfriend. I see. Just slightly modify it. I am the 10th ranked hero at the A level. This ranking is impressive, and my mom is proud of my income. However, in reality, I'm not satisfied with this, because my body was meticulously modified by the righteous super doctor, Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel has also commented that my physical abilities are extraordinary. As long as I can train well and use them flexibly, I could even independently combat disaster-level monsters and enter the ranks of S-level heroes. However, I'm currently still unable to maturely utilize my power, which is caused by multiple issues, such as, Casero, it's time. We should go meet our relatives and friends in City I, and you must make your dad proud this time. Huh, Dad, didn't I just accompany you to visit relatives and friends in City Q? Why are we already going to visit relatives and friends in City I again shortly after returning home? It took a lot of effort to connect. Let Dad have a good time. Everyone happens to be free at this time. They're all elders, so you need to understand. This is one of the reasons I still can't maturely use my power, always being dragged around by my family, visiting one relative or another old friend. Although my parents' vanity has been somewhat satisfied, my own training time has also been significantly compressed. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, I am the Enhanced Human Warrior. Is there a problem? A monster has appeared in the city, classified as a tiger-level disaster. You are one of the nearest A-level heroes. Please hurry over to join other heroes in combating the monster. Okay, the Enhanced Human Warrior will set out immediately. Casero, maybe you shouldn't go. Isn't the tiger-level monster quite dangerous? Mom is worried you might be in danger. Casero, don't rush to go. Only after the other heroes arrive will I go. There is strength in numbers, and my dad's experience is not wrong. If a hero hides, then Then who will fight? Without saying much more to my parents, I jumped directly out of the second-floor window. For me, that height is simply a small case. Back to the point. Another reason I can't maturely utilize my powers is that I haven't had enough practical combat training. It's not that I'm slacking off, but the competitive ranking among professional heroes is actually very fierce. If I hadn't arrived in time, that troublesome monster might have been directly eliminated by some other hero. Entering combat mode, strengthening my leg muscles to increase my speed. The biological pouch begins synthesizing a recovery agent to prepare for the upcoming battle. My right hand is in a defensive state with a bone knife, while my left hand, equipped with a pile driver, is ready for combat at any moment. I'm getting more skilled. My condition today looks good. Roar. That's it ahead. I can hear the monster's roar, and it seems there are some combat sounds as well. Have heroes already begun to hunt the monster? Then I will immediately go forward to provide support. Casero spin. Using the strength in my legs, I release it in an instant and successfully leap over 10 meters. Bone wings extend from both shoulders, and as I spin, I glide through the air, directly bypassing a large building blocking my path. Then, using the bone spikes extending from my left hand and left foot, I embed them into a nearby building. Hanging on the wall like a spider to observe closely, Dr. Diesel once said that no matter what kind of enemy you're facing, you must first observe to find their weaknesses. Then I saw a scorpion-shaped monster entangling the A-class 5th-ranked hero, Heavy Tank Dangbu, with its tail, and around him. Many ordinary citizens were sprawled on the ground. Casero boomerang. I immediately pulled out the bone wings from my shoulders, reformed them into a boomerang, and threw it. This was a technique I learned from A-class hero Air, and I've mastered it quite well. It hurts. How dare you use such a strange thing to sever my proud tail? I must kill you. Now you can't use the poison stinger on your tail. Accept the punishment of justice, Casero bone knife slash. After a fierce battle, I successfully defeated the scorpion-shaped monster. There was still a remnant of my fatal attack embedded in the scorpion's head using the nail bone pile driver. Looking at Heavy Tank Dangbu, who was pale and kneeling weakly on one knee, I realized that he, like the other citizens on the ground, seemed to have been poisoned by a powerful scorpion toxin and needed treatment urgently. Knowing the situation was critical, I directly picked up the severed poisonous tail of the monster and took a sip of the dripping venom. Enhanced warrior, are you crazy? That poison is very strong. Most people just get stung once and fall to the ground foaming at the mouth. Even Heavy Tank Dangbu couldn't withstand it for long, and you took a big gulp. Are you trying to commit suicide? Some unharmed citizens, seeing my reaction, quickly urged me to spit out the toxin. However, at that moment, I couldn't speak and could only smile at them to show I was fine. Then I began to concentrate, fully utilizing my biological pouch to concoct an antitoxin serum. The super serum that Dr. Diesel set up for me is amazing. Having just come into contact with a scorpion toxin, it automatically adjusted to produce a suitable antitoxin serum. I quickly walked to Heavy Tank Dangbu's side and injected him with the antitoxin serum using the syringe-shaped bone spikes extending from my fingers. I then injected the same serum into the other fallen citizens one by one. Seeing the citizens gradually waking up, along with the astonished expressions of the other citizens who gathered around, I seriously explained to them, "Don't worry, there's no major problem anymore. I just injected everyone with the antitoxin serum. The poison from the scorpion monster will gradually neutralize into harmless substances. As long as everyone goes back to rest well, you should be able to recover your spirits by tomorrow." "Really? Thank you so much. Brother, are you okay now? It was the Enhanced Warrior who saved you." "Enhanced Warrior, please give me your autograph. I feel that my old ailment has improved a lot. Did you help me solve it? Enhanced Warrior? Enhanced Warrior. Enhanced Warrior. Enhanced Warrior." The gratitude and cheers from the citizens around me made me, a hero who had just stepped into A-class, feel a bit floaty. After responding a few times, I turned to check on Heavy Tank Dangbu's injuries. As an A-class hero, he was the most severely injured among everyone. "Heavy Tank Dangbu, how are you feeling now?" Heavy Tank Dangbu's complexion had improved significantly, and he could already speak. However, several fractures still remained, so it shouldn't be too easy. "Thank you so much, Enhanced Warrior. Just like the giant hammer wrestler said, you are a warrior who truly embodies the belief in justice. If you hadn't arrived in time, who knows how many citizens would have suffered? I feel so useless." The giant hammer wrestler's name is George, and like me, he received enhancement treatment from Dr. Diesel. Although he currently ranks at the bottom among A-class heroes, his strength and conviction are quite admirable. Mr. George, who wields a giant hammer to execute justice, is a hero senior I respect a lot. I just feel that the internal management of the Hero Association seems to be deliberately making things difficult for Mr. George. And the specific reason seems to be related to the police. Although I don't quite understand why. Mr. George seems to take it lightly. He has also told me that Heavy Tank Dangbu is a hero worth respecting, so I shouldn't act too disrespectfully. It is precisely because of Mr. Heavy Tank Dangbu's hard work that such an irreversible situation did not occur here. Moreover, this monster is very strong. I was merely able to defeat it easily due to compatibility. In reality, Mr. Heavy Tank Dangbu, you are very strong. No, the strength you displayed in battle has clearly exceeded mine. However, I don't feel unhappy about that. Instead, I am quite happy that another outstanding hero has emerged in the association. Seeing Mr. Heavy Tank Dangbu enduring the pain, even sweating coldly while expressing his gratitude to me, I decided not to say anything more and instead helped him to the nearest hospital immediately. Dr. Diesel said that while I can produce anesthetics, I shouldn't inject others casually if the situation isn't very critical. After all, Mr. Heavy Tank Dangbu is an A-class hero. He should be able to endure this for a while. To avoid causing him any adverse effects, I will refrain from injecting him. After handling everything, the staff of the Hero Association informed me. With the new medicine provided by Dr. Diesel, Mr. Heavy Tank Dangbu will recover soon. So, after breathing a sigh of relief, I reported my work to the staff and then accepted media interviews under their guidance. Although the main job of a hero is to fight for justice, battles do not occur all the time. To maintain the good image of the association, I must take media interviews seriously. This way, the many citizens who donated funds will know that the money they contributed to the Hero Association has indeed played a role in justice. The association can continue to receive considerable funding from society, thereby making a greater contribution to the protection of human society. After I completed a series of tasks, Minister Shichi of the Hero Association revealed to me that I might rise several places in the next A-rank hero rankings. This news made me very happy. If I continue to work hard, I might successfully enter the ranks of S-rank heroes. I looked up at the sunset in the sky. What a beautiful world it is. And I must protect all of this. What is that bird flying in the sky? Wang Ku is wearing his new gear, floating high in the sky. Although the wind is strong at this height, Wang Ku feels as if he is standing in the heavens. His figure almost completely still as he looks down at the earth. That silly kid Casero, although he is progressing slower than expected, is indeed putting in a good effort. I wonder how far this guy will go and what surprises he will bring me. Oh no, he actually spotted me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I should leave his sight as soon as possible. Wang Ku only slightly adjusted the energy within his body, and the special device behind him began to react. Then, 2 gliding wings made of special materials extended out, and Wang Ku started to glide. According to the design of this device by Wang Ku, it could actually fly without the gliding wings. However, to conserve energy consumption, he still designed it to enable short-distance gliding flight. This device is a backpack system, with about 70% of its materials synthesized from biochemical substances. Although it is much lighter than similar metal materials, it is actually much more durable. The most valuable component inside is an organ that beats like a cardiac tumor. This thing is an improved version of the organ that Wang Ku previously extracted from a monster's body with his hands. After researching it, Wang Ku transmitted the energy within his body into this organ, which then amplified the energy, converting energy A into energy B. Next, other small devices in his backpack came into play, scattering special particles according to Wang Ku's will, allowing him to fly relatively freely in the sky. Overall, while this backpack enabled Wang Ku to fly with great agility, he was still not very satisfied with its maneuverability. Wang Ku, who pursued speed and excitement, felt that the backpack was still a bit slow. If he needed to rush somewhere, he would prefer to use the aircraft he developed himself. It seems something has locked onto me about 200 meters behind, probably within that cloud layer. This feeling doesn't seem human. Could it be some kind of flying creature? After sensing that he was being targeted through mental perception, Wang Ku did not look back. Instead, he continued to pretend to be unguarded, flying towards the base at his original speed. In fact, there were only 3 relatively damaged small teams left in his base with air combat capabilities, totaling only 7 wolf-level bio-beasts that could fight. Since the last time the monsters had wiped out all the bio-humans capable of piloting aircraft, Wang Ku had not created any more. So, currently, Wang Ku's aerial combat strength was quite lacking, and he realistically should not expose himself to unknown dangers. Fortunately, the unknown creature that Wang Ku sensed seemed to not be very strong itself. Considering this, Wang Ku thought that if he could take this opportunity to gain a bit of air combat experience, then this unexpected battle could be directly engaged in without hesitation. After flying for a while, the pursuer behind him seemed to have had enough. Its presence was no longer concealed as it rapidly dove down towards Wang Ku, who was still below. A sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. The creature attacking Wang Ku had one of its arms ripped off by him. What are you? How dare you attack me with such weak strength? At the last moment before the monster attacked, even though he was not very satisfied with his flying backpack, Wang Ku still executed a remarkable counterattack with a quick turn. However, after making the opponent suffer a significant loss, Wang Ku began to feel a bit confused as he found himself facing a birdman dressed in clothing. Although Wang Ku had not studied flying monsters much, he had seen quite a few. Even those close to human form would have their peculiar traits. However, the birdman before him, dressed in somewhat archaic clothing, revealed a certain level of civilization, unlike those insect-like flying monsters formed due to some mutation. Bastard, how dare you rip off my arm? I must bring my brothers to slaughter you. Although the birdman was furious. After realizing it was not a match for the human before it, it dropped a harsh remark and desperately flapped its wings to retreat quickly. How can I let you escape? Stay right there. Although he was unclear about the birdman's situation, Wang Ku understood the principle of eliminating threats at the root. He immediately maximized his energy, and the flying backpack entered its maximum speed state. In a breath, Wang Ku rushed swiftly to the back of the birdman and instantly executed a snake strike in midair. One of the birdman's wings was torn off by Wang Ku, and unable to continue flying, it could only let its body fall continuously. Wang Ku decided to capture this guy alive and try to extract some information from him. So he dove down to the location where the birdman fell. The speed was actually quite good, likely on par with a tiger-level monster. However, since it was a birdman, its lightweight body was designed for flight. Besides being able to fly, there wasn't much to praise. Overall, it was a monster that barely reached the middle level of the tiger rank. After being heavily injured by Wang Ku, the birdman had long passed out. At this point, it was brought back to the base by Wang Ku and carefully studied as a living specimen. This thing you brought back is a bit different from ordinary monsters. Where did you find it? After the gang leader saw her boyfriend return, she immersed herself in the intense research again. Out of curiosity, she walked into Wang Ku's laboratory and began to examine the captive he had brought back. Just practicing flying outside, and this pervert actually dared to follow me. After it extended its evil claws, I immediately made it taste the justice of punishment. Wang Ku replied to his girlfriend's question in a joking tone, then changed into the surgical attire in the operating room, preparing to perform a vivisection on the captive. Having been by Wang Ku's side for so long, the gang leader could naturally guess her boyfriend's next move. Although the target was a monster, the visual impact of vivisection was still too great. Even for someone like her, who was accustomed to the blood and flesh of monsters, she didn't want to stay and watch any longer. However, just as she was about to leave, her sensitivity, which was sharper than Wang Ku's, seemed to pick up something. It sounded like the monster was saying, "Falcon, eagle, or hawk," and, it seems, calling out for Dad? What's going on? Does it have a whole family? Wang Ku had almost changed his outfit completely, but after hearing his girlfriend's question, he immediately pulled down his mask and said, "Falco, eagle, and hawk. Does Alaska go by kite?" The pronunciation is correct. Is it English? What does it mean? After hearing Wang Ku pronounce a few words in English relatively accurately, the boss lady became a bit curious and asked. After all, she used to be a delinquent, and she really wasn't familiar with these obscure words. If it really means falcon, vulture, and eagle, and if this guy is indeed a kite, then I may have just attracted the attention of a fool who claims to be the king of the sky on this trip. Wang Ku felt it was a bit interesting. He didn't expect to run into a minor character after circling around in the sky. Does that mean trouble is coming? The boss lady had just completed a vacation with Wang Ku, and feeling a bit restless, she actually welcomed this trouble. Maybe, but this trouble shouldn't be too big. At most, it's just a flying ghost-level monster. After thinking about the tragic end of Sky King in the One Punch world, Wang Ku felt that this trouble wasn't much. So he put his mask back on and began the planned vivisection. As a side note, the translation of the 178 comics has some errors, mistaking kite for heron. In this text, the names of the 4 minor characters under Sky King were derived from the pronunciation in the animation. In fact, in Chinese translations, both eagle and hawk are usually translated as eagle. In Japanese, hawk is pronounced taka, while eagle is pronounced washi. Kite is pronounced tobi, and falco is hayabusa. That said, this setting is indeed a bit kitsch. They are clearly dressed in traditional neon costumes, but have to use English names, which gives off a strong second-hand vibe. Whereas Kate not returned yet. It was supposed to finish its reconnaissance of human society last night in Sky King's lair. Seeing that one of his 4 trusted subordinates, Kate, had still not returned after such a long time, he began to worry, suspecting that something might have happened to Kate during the reconnaissance. Old man, please be patient. Hawk and Falco have already gone to look for its whereabouts. They assured me that they wouldn't act impulsively, and regardless of whether they find any information, they will definitely return on time. Igor knew that Sky King would be worried, but Hawk was the calmest among the 4 trusted subordinates, and with Falco supporting, Igor did not stop him further. Which area did they go to search? Sky King was still uneasy and planned to go out himself to assist his subordinates. Yesterday, Kate was conducting reconnaissance in the vicinity of human cities I, F, and E. Hawk and Falco went to those cities in order to search for information on Kate. Old man, please wait a little longer. At their speed, they should be back soon. Igor continued to persuade Sky King to remain calm, and as the situation would have it, the 2 birdmen of similar stature did indeed return right after he finished speaking. Old man, we carefully searched the area where Kate was yesterday and found traces of it, which last appeared near human city F. Hawk, also one of Sky King's 4 trusted subordinates, flew back to report the situation and handed over a feather. This feather from Kate's wing still has some of its blood on it. Falco and I discovered it by chance. Kate most likely encountered some accident. Old man, we can't wait any longer. Falco knew that while Sky King wanted to conquer the human world, he didn't have enough understanding of the power of human society, so he had been waiting for others to take the lead to gather intelligence. But now that Kate was most likely in serious trouble, if humans obtained information from Kate, it could have a very negative impact on Sky King's conquest. Sky King suppressed his feelings of anger and sorrow and calmly asked Hawk, "Are you sure it was humans? Is it possible that some other monster ambushed Kate?" Falco wanted to say something more, but Hawk stopped his companion and took out an object from human society, saying, "This seems to be called a mobile phone in human society. I learned some simple operations. There's a video of a strong human from City F discussing news about interviewing human police yesterday. After pressing a few buttons on the smartphone, a short news video began to play, lasting only a few minutes. The gist was that the super battle police in City F had captured several bounty criminals and eliminated a few monsters. However, one of the monsters mentioned was simply described as having flying abilities. After the video ended, the calmest Hawk said to Sky King from this news, "It's very likely that Kate was killed by this police officer in City F. However, it seems it was a direct kill and not capture alive. So our intelligence may not have been leaked to humans, but I can't be sure. Old man, the decision is yours." Falco and Igor understood Hawk's meaning. Since their intelligence was likely not leaked, Sky King could continue to observe according to the original plan and wait for the right moment to act. Moreover, with Kate killed, it also indicated that human society indeed has a certain level of combat power, which requires even closer observation. However, this could also be a human strategy to deliberately spread false information to confuse Sky King, buying them more time to respond. And since Kate was killed, if the old man just endured without taking action, it would be too disheartening for them. Although Hawk, Falco, and Igor would still follow the old man's orders, they secretly hoped to retaliate immediately. Sky King just closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he shouted to his remaining 3 subordinates, Hawk, Falco, Igor, follow me to attack human society. First, let the blood of that police officer from City F make all humans feel the terror of Sky King. Yes, old man. The 3 voices responded loudly in unison. Arsonist Ambers, you're under arrest. The biopolice from City F suddenly jumped down from the sky, intercepting a suspect, and spoke to the astonished suspect in a seemingly emotionless tone. TCH, you rotten zombie cops, you won't catch me. After a brief moment of surprise, Ambers quickly reacted. He pulled out a flamethrower from his wide sleeves and began to attack the biopolice while retreating. The suspect chose violent arrest, and the current situation allowed them to open fire. The microbionic computer in the brain of the biopolice assessed the situation in less than a second. After receiving the authorization to open fire, a special pistol instantly appeared in the battle police's hand. Then came a gunshot, and the fleeing suspect was instantly taken down by a taser. The flame shot by the suspect caused no damage at all under the biopolice special armor. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult a lawyer, and if you cannot afford one, the government will provide one for you free of charge. The Miranda warning, delivered in the cool tone of the biopolice, made anyone feel an almost tangible sense of legal authority coming at them. Although the bio police usually didn't show much humanity, their immense power, combined with their authoritative speech and demeanor, had garnered a large number of fans in City F. It's the Super Battle Police, the symbol of peace in our City F. They caught another criminal. That's amazing. Look over here, Super Battle Police, please look this way. So cool. Way cooler than those heroes dressed in ridiculous outfits. Dad, buy me a Super Battle Police figurine. I don't want any of those broken heroes. The public security in City F is getting better and better, and many people from other districts have moved here, all because of the Super Cop. From the moment the bio cop appeared to the arrest of the criminal, it took less than 30 seconds. But in this short time, it was enough for the surrounding citizens to understand the situation. So they immediately cheered, and many rushed forward, hoping to get the Super Cop's autograph, handshake, or take a photo. The Super Cop only glanced at the citizens, nodded in response, and then grabbed the criminal and jumped onto the flying vehicle that was already hovering a few meters high. The bio cop originally planned to take the criminal directly to the police station, but his anti-air radar indicated that a high-energy reaction was rapidly approaching him. Z-16 evasive maneuver. The biocomputer made a quick judgment, and the bio cop almost immediately reacted, holding the stunned criminal in one hand and pulling out a specially designed automatic rifle in the other. The two legs fixed to the flying vehicle maintained his close connection to it. After a quick spin, the bio cop dodged a fireball while simultaneously firing several shots at a target over 300 meters away. The Sky King merely adjusted its posture slightly to evade the bio cop's automatic rifle fire. Then it spat out several fireballs towards the ground, causing panic among the humans below after the successive explosions, and loudly proclaimed to the terrified citizens, "I am the Sky King who rules the skies." No matter how vast the sea and land are, they pale in comparison to the sky. Therefore, such a great being as I should rule the entire world. Ignorant humans, come out and welcome your new master. However, after this declaration, what welcomed it were several small missiles flying towards it and its subordinates. Foolish creatures. Flying projectiles could never hit me, the ruler of the skies. Just a bit of cleverness. The Sky King initially planned to dodge again, but the mini missiles exploded automatically after reaching a certain distance. Some strange nets suddenly opened and wrapped around the Sky King. However, these attacks still did not cause any damage to the Sky King. It simply shot out a few more fireballs, and the strange nets burned to ashes. Following the Sky King were Hawk, Falcon, and Igor, who were also unharmed at this moment. Falcon was the first to volunteer, saying, "Dad, that human cop, doesn't he look like much? He only has some strange weapons. Let me, Falcon, go take his head. No, let the fastest one go. I want to see what other strange hidden tricks he has." Hawk appeared calm, wanting to rely on his proud speed to probe into what tricks the opponent had left. "No, it should be me, Igor, to go and attack. It's my time to shine." Igor had been waiting in the nest, believing that Hawk and Falcon had already taken action, and now it was his turn. The Sky King looked at its excited subordinates and laughed heartily before giving them a satisfactory answer. "Stop arguing, you all go and kill him. There's no need to leave any survivors." "Yes, Dad." After receiving the Sky King's command, Hawk, Falcon, and Igor immediately formed a triangular formation and charged towards the distant bio cop. At this point, the bio cop had already handed over the suspect he had previously arrested to a police officer who had arrived. Upon seeing three flying creatures rapidly approaching, he immediately piloted his single-person flying vehicle upwards, while also switching to more powerful ammunition, continuously firing at the three approaching monsters with his automatic rifle. "Ouch, damn it. I was careless. I got shot in the shoulder. Hey, Igor, go around and surround him. Then we'll strike together." Falcon had charged in too quickly and accidentally got shot. However, the .50 caliber bullet only created a small hole in his shoulder and seemed to have caused little damage. This guy's pretty good with flying projectiles. Almost every shot was aimed at my head. Let us keep using up his bullets. Once he runs out of ammo, we'll rush in. Igor tried several times to get closer to the target, wanting to drag the bio cop off his vehicle. But the opponent's piloting skills were excellent, and his shooting skills were strong, resulting in Igor's attacks failing. Be careful, he still has a handgun. Don't be fooled by his deliberate shooting style. This guy is likely pretending to only shoot with both hands, waiting for us to get close before he pulls out a handgun to attack us. The observant Hawk quickly discerned the bio cop's intentions after several entanglements. So, while reminding his companions, he flapped his wings to prepare to increase his speed. Realizing that his trap was useless, the bio cop quickly drew his handgun. He adopted a stance of holding the rifle in one hand and the handgun in the other, piloting his vehicle towards the already slightly injured Falcon. The four high-speed moving objects drew closer after several quick turns. Finally, in the next few seconds, the four figures almost collided in an instant. Don't underestimate me, Die. Finally, when the bio-cop ran out of bullets, the injured Falcon was the first to extend his claws to attack the enemy's neck. But who would have thought that the bio-cop's martial arts and strength were astonishing? He merely extended one palm and grasped Falcon's claws. Then, with great force, he actually used Falcon as a weapon to smash into the attacking Igor. After a tremendous impact, both Igor and Falcon seemed to suffer significant damage and fell helplessly to the ground. Hawk, however, fought desperately, grabbing the unprepared bio-cop and pulling him off the flying vehicle. Once you come down from this broken piece, you won't be able to fly anymore. After successfully executing his strategy, Hawk rationally knew that his strength was no match for the bio-cop, so he quickly released his grip, intending to destroy the unmanned flying vehicle and let the bio-cop fall to his death from the sky. But halfway through, he felt something wrap around his feet. Then came a powerful electric shock, and Hawk was immediately left dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, the bio-cop returned to his vehicle and took the opportunity to grab Hawk. He then prepared to use the blade protruding from his right arm to decapitate Hawk. It turned out that all these actions were calculated quickly by the bio-cop. After dealing with Igor and Falcon, he let Hawk drag him off the vehicle, then took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness to eliminate the fastest Hawk. The bio-cop's vehicle, as agile as his own body, was naturally set up to respond to its master at any time. That's enough. You bastard. What do you want to do to my lovely subordinates? The still dazed Hawk, looking at the approaching blade, thought his life was about to come to an end. But shortly after the Sky King's voice rang out, he found himself having escaped from the enemy's slaughter. The bio-cop was kicked away by the incredibly fast Sky King. Its aircraft was completely destroyed by a fireball shot from behind. The biochemical warrior, who kept plummeting from high altitude, could only pull out the weapons from his armor and shoot at the Sky King continuously. However, under normal circumstances, he couldn't hit the agile Sky King. And in this situation, his series of shots were even more ineffective. A pitiful creature relying on external objects to fly. Let's taste the true power of the king who rules the skies. The Sky King could have directly attacked the opponent with fireballs, but as if to showcase its strength, it charged at the still-falling biochemical warrior, as if it were playing. Then the biochemical warrior was sent flying in all directions like a volleyball. After dozens of consecutive hits, the external armor of the biochemical warrior became tattered, and his limbs were twisted into a rather terrifying shape. The Sky King grabbed the defenseless biochemical warrior in one hand and crushed his rifle and handgun in the other. After glancing at the terrified humans below, it threw the biochemical warrior towards its already recovering subordinates. You can play a game of sky volleyball over F-City, letting humans see how weak their proud warriors are in front of the race that rules the skies. All right, Dad, let's start with 100-toss training. Ha. Upon hearing the Sky King's words, the heavily injured Falcon immediately burst into loud laughter. It was about to catch the volleyball flying towards it, but in the next moment, it suddenly found its vision uncontrollably turning towards the back. Falcon, seeing its companion ambushed by a sudden attacker, Igor immediately fell into a rage. It flapped its wings vigorously, extending its claws to rip off the opponent's wings. However, when it saw the face of the attacker, Igor exclaimed in disbelief. Kate, why are you attacking Falcon? And how did you become like this? The attacker was also a winged birdman, and it was none other than Kate, one of the Sky King's former confidants. However, Kate's body was now slightly larger, and its muscles were significantly more robust than before. Its claws were extremely sharp, and there were many bulging veins all over its body. At first glance, it was clear that Kate was much stronger than before. Yet at this moment, its eyes were vacant, showing no emotional fluctuations towards its former companions. As if it were a zombie, Kate did not respond, but let Falcon's body fall to the ground. Then its figure seemed to vanish in an instant, and when it reappeared, it had already extended a claw towards Igor. You damn thing. You don't even know how to say hello when you see me. Although Igor had no time to defend, the Sky King's support arrived quite swiftly. With just one punch, it sent the abnormal Kate flying, saving the critically endangered Igor. Dad, Igor, Kate has gone mad. It killed Falcon. Hawk's voice was filled with grief and anger, as Falcon's neck and its arms was already crushed like a twisted donut. What? Igor looked in shock at Falcon's corpse, and then incredulously at Kate, who was staring at Dad from a distance. The events that unfolded in such a short time left it feeling dazed. Although Igor was in a daze, the Sky King quickly made a judgment. No matter what happened to Kate, the current Kate was an enemy of the Sky King. I will tear you apart. After the Sky King roared, it and Kate entered into a high-speed battle. The two figures collided constantly in the sky, each confrontation tearing away a bunch of feathers and flesh. Hawk, holding Falcon's corpse, watched the battle between Dad and Kate and quickly contemplated. Although Kate had become much stronger and even surpassed me in speed from the current battle, it was still Dad who had the upper hand. But I cannot let my guard down. Kate's transformation must have been caused by someone. Since Kate suddenly appeared here, it was certain that unknown enemies were watching us. After coming to this conclusion, Hawk flew towards the distant Igor and shouted loudly at it. Igor, stay alert to your surroundings. There are likely other enemies present. Let's regroup quickly. Upon receiving the warning, Igor immediately reacted. However, the look in its eyes when it looked at Hawk suddenly turned extremely terrified, and it opened its mouth as if preparing to warn something. Hawk's mind was quicker than Igor's mouth. As soon as it sensed something was wrong with its partner's expression, it instinctively performed a spin. Soon, its vision rapidly rotated, but it realized it was still slow to react. Because in Hawk's view, it saw its headless corpse helplessly hanging in the hands of a suddenly appearing masked man. Hawk! Igor stared in horror as Hawk's head flew off, only to be caught by a strange flying creature's claw. It noticed that there were several other such monsters in other directions, all eyeing it hungrily. Terrified to the point of losing control, Igor trembled as it looked at the man holding Falcon and Hawk's corpses. An unprecedented terror swept over Igor's entire body, rendering it unable to utter a single word. I've got two materials now, but unfortunately, I couldn't capture them alive. You're called Igor, right? Could you cooperate a bit? I want to see how this living specimen differs from that Kate. Aye. Hearing the mysterious man's calm words, Igor trembled all over, unable to speak a complete sentence. At that moment, seeing the man raise his hand, Falcon's head tilted to one side, Igor's spirit finally crumbled at that instant. Oh, what a hassle. You should sleep for a while. Seeing the target actually turn to flee, the mysterious man chased after it, and two cables shot from the device on his back, instantly catching the fleeing Igor. After a surge of powerful electricity, the mysterious man simply sighed and shifted his gaze back to the Sky King still fighting Kate. Another close encounter. The Sky King only received a cut on its cheek. Yet Kate's appearance had become quite miserable, with its jaw just having been knocked off by the Sky King. However, even so, Kate still showed no sign of fear. After a sharp turn, it disregarded its injuries and flapped its already tattered wings to charge again. Are you kidding me? Are you a zombie? The Sky King had noticed that 3 of its subordinates had already been taken down. At this moment, not only was there a terrifying figure in the sky, but there were also 7 strange, flying creatures circling around. It had fallen into encirclement and needed to eliminate the persistent Kate quickly. Otherwise, it might end up meeting its demise here as well. After making the decision, the Sky King no longer held back. It opened its mouth and continuously fired several fireballs at its once loyal subordinate Kate. However, Kate, whose expression resembled that of a zombie, did not foolishly charge towards the fireballs. Instead, it relied on aerial maneuvers that were mismatched with its tattered wings to evade the Sky King's attacks and continued to pounce towards its target. TSK, what a tangled mess. The Sky King, who initially wanted to break out of the situation, had barely flown a short distance when he saw Kate chasing after him again. So, the Sky King simply changed direction and charged at Kate. At the same time, it gathered light in its mouth, planning to launch a fireball attack at close range. As the two figures drew closer, the Sky King prepared to shoot this fireball attack that the opponent couldn't dodge. However, at that moment, a red energy ball came crashing in. With no choice, the Sky King had to prioritize its own safety and skillfully dodge the energy blast. But Kate seized this opportunity and slashed heavily at the Sky King's wing with a claw. Sigh, if I can't fly flexibly, I can't effectively use my preferred attack method either. Dragging this out is not good. I was counting on this move to solve you directly. The imposing masked man was clearly a formidable opponent. Even though he appeared casual, the Sky King still felt considerable pressure. The Sky King glanced at the red energy ball flying off into the distance, then looked at the mysterious person standing afar. Filled with anger, it also felt a deep sense of trepidation. Who are you to dare ambush me, the Sky King? This mess with Kate was caused by you, wasn't it? What is your purpose? Hearing the Sky King's furious inquiry, the mysterious man adjusted his collar slightly. Then, in a very polite tone, he spoke a rather impolite statement. My apologies. I'm a scientific researcher who works part-time as a doctor. You can call me Dr. Diesel. As for my purpose, it is to take this interesting special specimen back for slicing research. Indeed, upon hearing such a response, The extremely angry Sky King immediately shifted its attention from Kate to this guy, who called himself Dr. Diesel. Bastard, I will tear you to pieces. Watching the fireball flying towards him, Wong could quickly dodge thanks to the flying backpack on his back, while the Sky King charged up behind him. Wong could calmly place his hands in front of him and then exerted force as he swung them forward. Two streams of air, generated by the whirlwind iron fist, flew towards the face of Sky King. Sensing something was wrong, Sky King quickly flapped his limbs and wings, narrowly dodging the two attacks. At that moment, Kate also caught up, grabbing hold of Sky King's four wings from behind. Damn it, let go of me. If his proud mobility was restricted, his fate would be very tragic. Therefore, Sky King didn't hesitate to let one of his wings break as he twisted his body to turn around and pulled Kate towards him. As they both fell towards the ground, they attacked each other with their hands, feet, and even teeth in the air. Amidst the bloodshed, Kate, whose intestines were even spilling out, was ultimately kicked by Sky King into a large building on the ground of F City. Although Sky King managed to fly again, he was also severely injured, with wounds continuously bleeding, and only one wing on each side of his back was still barely able to flap. Can you cooperate a little? It's really troublesome to organize such a tattered sample. Wong could use the power of the flight backpack to fly to a position not far in front of the Sky King. After a series of weakening attacks, the Sky King's mobility had been significantly reduced, allowing Wong Ku to boldly approach him. You filthy bastard, I will personally take you down. Seeing the mastermind, who had been deliberately keeping his distance, finally appear close in front of him, the Sky King, filled with rage, gathered all his strength and charged at the opponent. At this moment, the Sky King began to accumulate a fireball in his mouth, and his eyes and expression showed a willingness to risk his life. Von Kiskiviko, after seeing all this, didn't pay much attention. Instead, he unleashed two air slashes again, followed by a cross-shaped air slash, all aimed at Sky King. In a life-and-death moment, Sky King spat out two fireballs at the air slashes. The close-range explosions inflicted considerable damage on Sky King himself. However, taking advantage of this frantic assault, he successfully caught up with the still retreating Wong Ku, and then he grabbed one of Wong Ku's hands and laughed loudly. Finally caught you. Let's see where you can escape, die. After saying this, Sky King forcefully pulled Wong Ku towards himself, with the other hand and his toothy mouth ready to directly tear apart the human in front of him. But then, Sky King felt an immense force coming from the opponent's hand, followed by countless fists and palms attacking him head-on. In the final moment of his fading consciousness, Sky King heard the disdainful words from his opponent. You're the one who's caught, you fool. Wong Ku looked at the Sky King, who had been deformed by his flowing rock fist, and couldn't help but wonder if he had gone a bit too far. However, he had at least spared the other party's life, and with some extra effort, he could still carry out the original plan for live research. It's the first time I'm conducting such an extensive experiment on a ghost-level monster. It's really great that the Sky King's strength is so weak. In the past, capturing ghost-level monsters alive was quite troublesome, and there wasn't a single successful attempt. Wonka had once thought about capturing a ghost-level monster alive, but earlier on, his own strength was insufficient. By the time his strength was adequate, the ghost-level monsters were either defeated by heroes or had escaped before Wong could arrive. Moreover, the frequency of ghost-level monsters appearing was not as high as that of wolf-level and tiger-level monsters, and Wong Ku himself had many matters to attend to. So after such a long time, he had not captured a single living ghost-level monster. Wow. A wolf-level flying bio-beast had already dragged Kate's severely injured body out and flew in front of its master, asking how to handle this. Well, achieving such strength in such a short time from modifications is enough to live up to my genius reputation. Although it has become battered, it's still better to bring it back to the base. After all, my aerial combat power is severely lacking right now. After receiving the master's command, the bio-beast rolled Kate up with its tongue and placed her into its belly. Then it flew towards Wong Ku's base in City F, accompanied by another bio-beast that had landed to recover the Sky King. The Sky King had already been beaten by him to the point of having all its bones broken. Even as a wolf-level bio-beast, it was powerless to resist, not to mention that it was currently unconscious. Now, he had to worry about other matters, specifically the bio-police that had been defeated by the Sky King in front of everyone. The impact of this incident was too great. If an S-class hero from the Hero Association was subdued by a monster, it would definitely cause panic in human society. Currently, the police department had only this bio-police as a brand, and now that it had been publicly smashed by the Sky King, the situation that the police department had painstakingly built up over the past few days was likely to collapse completely. The situation where he relied on the police and these national agencies to bargain with the Hero Association would also most likely be affected. Beep, beep, beep. Look, the anxious high-ranking officials of the police department have already called. Wong sighed helplessly and answered the phone call. Hello, this is Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel, our biochemical warfare police were defeated in front of everyone, and we are now facing a public relations crisis. Please provide assistance quickly. I already know. I'm currently on site, and the biochemical warfare police have been recovered and are being repaired at full speed. Additionally, the ghost-level monster that invaded City F has just been taken care of by me. What? Dr. Diesel, you have already taken down the monster? That's great. Thank you so much. Dr. Diesel, although this request is quite excessive, could you? Although the other party hadn't finished speaking, Wong understood their intention and directly interrupted. I understand. You can consider this credit as yours, the police. That was my intention as well, which is why I acted quickly to eliminate the monster, leaving no opportunity for the professional heroes. Dr. Diesel was so understanding that the high-ranking officials of the police department felt relieved. Thank you so much, Dr. Diesel. If it weren't for your timely action, the situation we painstakingly created in City F could have been ruined. To be honest, my personal future could also be destroyed by other enemies within the police department. So I truly appreciate your help. Wong listened to the other party's excited words, but he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he reminded them, let's deal with other matters first. Although I had blocked the network in this area before entering the battle and had appropriately dispersed some smoke screens, it's inevitable that some local citizens might have witnessed or even recorded my actions in eliminating the monsters. While I have given the credit for this to you police officers, you also need to come up with a way to cover it up. Sorry, Dr. Diesel, do you have any ideas for reference? The simplest method would be to say that a special task force from the police department was urgently deployed. However, this method has significant flaws. Clear-eyed individuals, like those from the Hero Association, could investigate it with a little effort. Moreover, there are some factions within your department that are traitorous. As for other public relations issues and arrangements, I can personally find a way to deflect them. My enemies within the police department won't have any evidence. However, any further investigations can't be concealed with just my mobile unit. Dr. Diesel, could you provide some additional assistance? Wong understood the other party's meaning. This high-ranking official from the police department had a position in a small unit, likely composed of a few incomplete members, although there were various complete documents. If the lid were to be lifted even a little, it would be easy to expose the truth. Simply put, it was a unit that was drawing salaries without actually working. This unit would request funding from above, which would end up in the pockets of high-ranking officials or be misallocated as special funds to support other departments, which was hard to explain. I understand. You need to stall for me for at least 3 hours. I will return to the Research Institute and create a small team of mobile forces for you. Prepare your public relations personnel. When the time comes, the mobile unit personnel won't be able to speak as they are merely biochemical vines disguised as humans. When mentioning biochemical vines, the high-ranking police official felt a tightness in his chest, but he couldn't dwell on it any longer. All right, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to handle media relations. Dr. Diesel, it would be best if you could help me assemble a special team of 9, preferably with some equipment to fool the public. If possible, it would be even better if those guys could shout a few slogans. I'll do my best. The longer you can stall, the better prepared I will be. Understood. I will do everything I can to ensure that Dr. Diesel has 4 hours of time. The biochemical soldiers in the secret base of City Z had always been a relatively secretive unit, and Wong was unwilling to expose them. However, no matter how talented he was, Wong couldn't create several biochemical beings out of thin air in a few hours at the base in City F. Since manufacturing wasn't feasible, he had to resort to disguise. In fact, Wong's method was quite simple. He would gather the vines from his garden that could mimic various animals and make them imitate 9 human figures, each about 1.8 meters tall. However, the biggest drawback of Wong's mimicking vines was their strong curiosity coupled with a very low intelligence. Even if they completed the mimicry, they couldn't resist the urge to move around, and their awkwardly maintained human forms would turn into a mess. Therefore, to disguise 9 disciplined-looking mobile police officers, Wong first had to create 9 human-shaped skeletons using biochemical materials. This was not difficult, as there were plenty of spare parts in Wong's base, and there was no need to produce new items. The second step was to command those vines to attach themselves to these 9 human-shaped skeletons and start mimicking. Next, he had to address the issues of the vine's excessive curiosity and low intelligence. Initially, when these biochemical vines were created, they were so clueless that they couldn't even eat or sleep. They were entirely managed by the base's computer. Wang Ke's ready-made solution was to use 9 bionic computers the size of human brains as the brains of the mimetic humans, simultaneously stripping the vines of their autonomy. The biological chips Wang Ke had developed were already several levels higher than the earlier versions. The bionic computers were originally designed to modify the advanced parts of other wolf-level and tiger-level monsters. Therefore, finding 9 stock parts and making slight modifications to the connectors easily equipped the 9 mimetic beings with some intelligence. These tasks could be completed in less than half an hour, while the more time-consuming part was the subsequent data input, which involved thought transplantation. Transforming a brain that was almost a blank slate into a mobile police officer's brain with various knowledge required 12 hours to reach the level of a biochemical battle police officer. And even a simplified version to the level of an ordinary person required 8 hours. However, since the high-ranking police official had already guaranteed that he would send dedicated public relations personnel, the mimetic beings wouldn't need to deal directly with media reporters, allowing Wang Ke to cut corners a bit more. After rapidly converting a large amount of computer natural language into neural elements and transplanting them from the base's computer into the bionic computer's biological chip, neuron chip, some mimetic beings capable of following simple commands were completed. At this point, Wang could spend about 3 hours. The remaining tasks were simple, synthesizing 9 different voices of mature, strong men using electronic sounds. Wang Ke even requested that when the mimetic beings spoke, the vines controlled by the bionic computers should also move accordingly to mimic normal human vocal cords. Then, using the material from when Wang Ke cosplayed as the character Old Kai from the Eight-Chong Fist, he covered the 9 mimetic beings with artificial skin and made slight adjustments to their faces to create 9 different-looking adult males. At the same time, after implanting artificial hair made of special fibers onto the bald heads of the mimetic beings, the 9 mimetic beings that looked no different from normal strong men were completed. By this point, 3.5 hours had passed, leaving half an hour to dress them in mobile police uniforms. Additionally, he equipped them with some obsolete gear that Wang Ke had originally conceived for the biochemical battle police officers. By now, a special mobile police team composed of 9 members was successfully formed. During the ghost-level monster disaster that City F encountered, the previously highly efficient super battle police, known for successfully defeating monsters, actually suffered a disastrous defeat this time. Now the super battle police faced considerable scrutiny. How does the police department view this? After a busy period, Wang Ke was at his residence, watching a press conference from the police headquarters with his girlfriend. After a reporter raised a question, the police department's public relations personnel began to refute by presenting some photos and materials. The super battle police in City F did indeed face tough battles, but they did not suffer defeat. Instead, they completed their mission strongly. They successfully led the team to defeat the attacking monsters while perfectly safeguarding the personal safety of the residents of City F. According to the information we received, there were no reports of civilian casualties in this monster disaster. After the police department's spokesperson finished speaking, they showed all media personnel a photo of a scarred super police officer carrying a monster's corpse on the ground with one hand. Then they changed to several other photos of different monster corpses, indicating that the police had successfully suppressed this monster disaster. These photos were actually staged by Wang Ke and were not synthesized images, so there was no fear of accusations of using fake photos. However, some witnesses saw the super battle police being besieged by monsters in midair, and there were some photos and videos circulating online. It was easy to see that the super battle police were being beaten helplessly by a leading monster. Another reporter began to question, but the police department spokesperson insisted that it was merely a temporary passive situation. Later, when the battle moved to the ground, the super battle police began to counterattack and ultimately defeated the formidable enemy. Some reporters presented their collected videos, continuing to question the police department. Some of the footage showed that other people subsequently joined the battle and fought with the monsters in the air, ultimately defeating them one by one. At that time, the flying vehicles of the super battle police had already been destroyed, and they themselves had no flying capabilities. Therefore, those fighting the monsters could not have been the already defeated super battle police. This was precisely the play that Wang Ke and the police department had prepared together. The police department spokesperson did not show any signs of panic. Instead, they answered the reporters in a manner that suggested they were about to announce significant news. In those blurry videos, it was indeed true that part of the combat was not conducted by the super battle police themselves. However, those people were also operating under the command of the police department, cooperating with the super police in combat. In reality, these individuals are support troops for the super police, a mobile tactical unit executing special tactics under the police department. Upon hearing the spokesperson's statement, the journalists present and countless viewers in front of their televisions immediately perked up. This is because in the past, the police department only had the super police as its brand, responsible for dealing with the increasingly severe monster disasters. The super police have always portrayed the image of a lone hero, maintaining the dignity of the police on the dangerous battlefield against monsters. Now, the police department claims that there is another special operations team providing support for the super police. Given the powerful capabilities of the super police, everyone was curious about what kind of unit this was. Of course, some doubted whether this was just the police department trying to save face. And reporters immediately demanded evidence from the police department. The spokesperson for the police department did not keep everyone in suspense and revealed a 9-member team, fully armed, coming out from behind the scenes. The 9 resolute-looking men wore armor combat suits similar to those of the super police. One hand held their helmets, while the other hand rested on specially designed pistols at their waists, standing in a line to accept everyone's inspection. Once they finished lining up, the bioengineered super police, who had already been treated by Wong-Though, suddenly flew over from the air with a flying backpack and landed beautifully. When the super police stood straight and saluted the journalists in front of them, the 9 mobile police behind him also saluted everyone in unison. Their coordinated movements, resolute expressions, and high-quality equipment clearly indicated that this was an elite team with extraordinary combat capability. At the spokesperson's signal, the team members showcased some of their weapons, some of which resembled items in the blurry videos circulating online. Thus, with a series of evidence, the world began to believe that the police still had the capability to protect everyone from the threats posed by powerful monsters. Some reporters sensed the potential for a big story and continuously asked a variety of questions. For example, does the revelation of the police department's elite team indicate that the police will play a more proactive role in future monster disasters? Will other cities subsequently establish similar units? Does this imply that the police department intends to completely suppress the civilian organization known as the Hero Association, and so on? Amid the enthusiastic inquiries from the reporters, members of the elite team occasionally answered a few simpler questions. The police department spokesperson quickly took over all the questions, placing the elite team and the super police behind him. After going through familiar routines, the police department successfully transformed a public relations crisis into a display of police strength through this press conference. Senior officials of the police department were inexplicably excited during a later phone call with Wong-Though. After watching this press conference, senior officials of the Hero Association gathered once again. Based on the clips shown on television, it appeared that the soldiers of this tactical support team from the police department seemed to possess B-class hero strength solely based on their physical fitness. An analyst from the association pointed to a mobile police officer on the screen who was bending a steel rebar with his bare hands. A senior official with a Mediterranean haircut wore a serious expression and then asked a female senior official in the Hero Association sitting opposite him, "Can't the high-ranking officials in the police department who are friendly with us obtain detailed information about this unit?" The female official, still looking the same, sighed as she gazed at the mobile police officers showcasing their peculiar equipment on screen. "It seems those guys have also been played. We originally thought this numbered unit was just a makeshift unit under the high-ranking official in charge of the super police program, a way to scam funding, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden trump card in their hands." The senior official with the red nose thought of something and interjected at this moment. "It's strange that we didn't receive any prior notice about this. Is it possible that they temporarily gathered some people for drills? Perhaps this unit is just a well-disguised facade," he speculated. "If we investigate more closely, we might find flaws in some documents. I had people look into it, and the more they investigated, the more evidence they found. Various documents and information regarding this unit exist, and it was established before the super police program was initiated. At the same time, I had the association's hackers secretly break into the police department's database and discovered that these officers were incorporated before the super police program started, and during this period, the funding for this unit has significantly increased." The senior official wearing sunglasses expressed skepticism, also presenting his investigation report. "It's also possible they were temporarily added, and your subordinates are just easy to fool, so they didn't notice." The senior official with buck teeth then voiced his opinion, while also taking a jab at the senior official with sunglasses. "What can I say? Your subordinates are a bunch of useless people, always leaking some dark secrets. Let's stop this meaningless argument. We should return to the main topic," Siki interjected, preventing the senior official with sunglasses from retaliating. The super police were defeated, and it was only a few hours until the press conference announced the existence of this unit. Completing such a comprehensive disguise in such a short time is nearly impossible. Almost impossible, meaning there's still a slight possibility, another official remarked. With Dr. Diesel involved, who knows what kind of assistance he might be providing to the police department? Moreover, the equipment showcased on television cannot possibly be realized by the capabilities of those useless people in the police department. There must be a shadow of Dr. Diesel behind it. The senior official with buck teeth had been harboring resentment toward Dr. Diesel ever since his family's business was affected by the battle between Diesel and movea. Regarding this statement, Siki could not completely deny it. In fact, before this meeting, he had consulted with the child emperor to analyze the incident, and the latter also indicated that there was a certain possibility. However, although the child emperor did find some clues, they were not sufficient to serve as evidence. Moreover, according to his analysis, accomplishing such feats within just a few hours would require an unimaginably high level of technology. Based on the child emperor's assessment of Dr. Diesel's technological capabilities, the likelihood of this unit being a disguise was only 7.3, unless Dr. Diesel was given more preparation time. Could it be that Dr. Diesel made relevant preparations days before the defeat of the super police? That doesn't make sense. The trouble-averse Dr. Diesel would have been better off further strengthening the super police, which would save him a lot of trouble. Or could it be that the child emperor overestimated Dr. Diesel's technological capabilities? That's even less likely. Ever since the last time the child emperor intervened to mediate the war between Diesel and movea, he has been quite concerned about the somewhat deranged genius that is Dr. Diesel. There has been close monitoring all along, and since the child emperor was previously an assistant to movea, how could such technical capabilities be easily concealed? After thinking for a while, Shichi simply introduced the child emperor's statement to the other senior officials present. The senior officials had some understanding of the child emperor's strength, and since this S-class hero said so, the likelihood that the police department was disguised this time seemed very low. In fact, the child emperor was unaware that Wonka had coincidentally utilized a lot of existing technology and components in this operation, saving him a significant amount of time. Moreover, during this period, Wonka had made certain breakthroughs in his technical capabilities, which helped cover everything up. After all, the child emperor is a hero and has to be busy with various tasks, so with limited energy, he could only make such a judgment. Although the child emperor's judgment served as evidence, Baoya still firmly believed that this so-called special team, even if not a disguise, had a considerable shadow of Diesel behind it. So he said to the other officials, regardless of whether these mobile police officers were trained by the police department itself, their equipment must have been completed with Diesel's technical capabilities. Previously, Diesel had an agreement with us not to engage in deeper cooperation with the police department, and this is his way of breaking that promise. We must give him some lessons. Our previous agreement with Diesel was that he would no longer modify more biochemical police officers for the police department. This unit is nominally a tactical support team for that super police officer. If Dr. Diesel insists that this equipment is merely a supplement to the super police officer's weapons, then we cannot accuse Diesel of breaking his promise. Shichi made a corresponding response, but in fact, he also understood that although Diesel had not overtly broken his promise, he had indeed used loopholes. Should we just sit back and do nothing? If Diesel provides the police department with some chaotic equipment again, and the police department expands a special team with it, then our position in the Hero Association would be terrible. Perhaps I should go and talk to Dr. Diesel again and get him to make a more complete promise. Based on our long-term cooperation, as long as we offer him something he is interested in, Dr. Diesel is generally easy to talk to. What can we offer him this time that he might be interested in? Diesel's need for money isn't great. He can now conduct research on the corpses of monsters we collect from him. At the same time, he can also study the physical conditions of professional heroes under the pretext of healing them. What else do we have to give him? Those monster forecasts? Baoya's tone was somewhat odd, but these words also expressed the sentiments of many senior officials present. Now, Dr. Diesel only occasionally collaborates with the association when he needs some money. After such a long time building the cooperative relationship, it seems that Dr. Diesel really doesn't care about anything anymore. Shichi, however, did not pay attention to Baoya's tone and replied very seriously. This transaction involves a monster forecast. Our Hero Association received information from the geological department that a strange rock with signs of life is continuously rising from the magma. It cannot yet be determined whether it will become a disaster, but it is indeed a peculiar life form. I believe if I use this as a bargaining chip, Dr. Diesel will most likely be interested. After hearing Shichi's words, some of the other officials in the association expressed differing opinions on the spot. However, a few days later, Dr. Diesel gifted a set of technology with considerable economic value to thank the Hero Association for this information. The senior officials of the Hero Association who benefited from this all praised Shichi's plan, even Baoya, who had been complaining continuously before. According to the detection data, the target is still absorbing energy in the magma. It will probably take several more months to fully form and emerge on the surface. However, I still need to observe more closely to determine exactly when it will come out. A geologist introduced by the Hero Association was using his prepared data to estimate when the strange rock in the magma might emerge. However, in front of the legendary genius Dr. Diesel, this geologist was not very confident in his research. Your research conclusions are very correct. According to my equipment calculations, this strange rock will take about 235 days to accumulate enough energy in the magma. Dr. Diesel was not pretentious at all. Instead, he kindly informed the geologist of the exact time. Additionally, he provided him with quite valuable information, prompting the geologist to immediately rush back to his laboratory for research. Dr. Diesel was truly sorry. The geologist was a bit too rude. The accompanying staff from the Hero Association felt somewhat anxious when they saw the expert running off so excitedly without even properly thanking Dr. Diesel. It's fine. Scientific research requires such focused individuals, and he has already left behind a series of observational data, so I can proceed with the relevant research work. Wong was indeed not angry, but rather appeared very happy, staring at the data images transmitted by his unique equipment. The ultimate life form, the billion strange rocks, is a somewhat stylish monster that once appeared in a comic. It is said to have been buried in lava, continuously accumulating energy over 1,000 years, and has become a sentient being. Due to its resentment towards humans for long-term, large-scale mining of numerous minerals, it has taken on the mission of exterminating humanity. Although this creature was eliminated by the tornado just a few pages after its appearance, this peculiar form of life has indeed piqued Wong's interest. After operating the special equipment submerged in the lava and knocking off a small sample from the strange rock, Wong noticed a slight reaction from the rock, somewhat like a human being disturbed by a mosquito while sleeping. It seems to have developed a certain level of consciousness. If sampling continues unrestricted, could it awaken and cause unnecessary trouble? Wong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stop there. The small samples collected from the billions of strange rocks were quickly returned to Wong's temporary laboratory in this area. The big sister didn't come along today, but was practicing at her residence in City F. She noticed a slight increase in her weight and, being conscious of her figure, planned to undergo a week of high-intensity training. Wong does not believe that his girlfriend has gained weight. Rather, her cleavage has simply been enhanced. However, Wong did not remind the big sister because he could take this opportunity to focus more on investigation and research. Although rocks have the ability to store energy at the microscopic level and can return it to the macroscopic level under certain conditions, the unique energy storage capability of the billions of strange rocks truly opened his eyes. The series of data compiled from various instruments brought Wong significant gains and also greatly assisted his other research. The ongoing energy storage allowed Wong to find connections with the peculiar energy in his right leg. If he further deepens his research, he might be able to reference the energy operation methods within the billions of strange rocks to achieve more efficient utilization of his own energy. The energy release of the billions of strange rocks is also quite interesting. Generally, the energy of ordinary rocks can also be released. For example, the rock burst phenomenon, often seen in geological engineering, is a catastrophic release of energy stored within the rocks. The slow release of energy from ordinary rocks involves nonlinear large deformations and rheology, etc. However, the energy release of the billions of strange rocks is at a higher level. It can control rocks that are identical to its body to perform actions similar to human muscle movements, with strength hundreds or even thousands of times that of a normal person. In other words, the billions of strange rocks can easily tear apart massive boulders the size of mountains and move relatively agilely. In terms of combat power, it is somewhat similar to the Marugali giant in the original story, although it does not possess such exaggerated strength. The billions of strange rocks use a completely different method to exert their power. These unique chemical properties and the ability to release electrons internally are quite similar to fuel cells. I wonder if there's an even more marvelous core within it. If I could obtain that, my various research projects might advance significantly. After carefully studying a small sample, Wong began to mutter to himself. He now has an idea to directly capture the billions of strange rocks that are still accumulating energy. Currently, The magma temperature where the billions of strange rocks are located is approximately between 1100 and 1400 degrees Celsius. The high-temperature resistant materials and equipment I developed can easily withstand this temperature, but they cannot move such a large rock. Moreover, the depth at which the billions of strange rocks are currently located exceeds the capacity of my other equipment. How should I fish this thing up? Wonka thought for a moment and decided to use a simple method. He would first find a bait that the billion-odd rocks might be interested in, and then lure it little by little. If he could directly lure this creature to the surface, that would be best, even if it ultimately didn't succeed. At least he wanted to draw it to a depth reachable by his specially made cable. As for how to create this bait, Wonka looked at the electronic release spectrum within the small sample and felt it was time to test his physics and biology skills. Dum numans, allowing so many mineral brethren to disappear from nature. Sooner or later, I will take revenge on you weak mammals. The billion-odd rocks saw a large amount of image information in its dreams, which might be the anger transmitted to it by its mineral brethren or some mission bestowed upon it by a higher existence, the unique life form called Earth. In any case, the billion-odd rocks, still gathering strength in its slumber, had now taken the extermination of humanity as its mission. Although it was eager to burst forth from the surface immediately, the energy accumulated within it was still insufficient, so it had to choose to wait patiently. While continuing to store energy in its dreams, it also accumulated a growing hatred for the human species. What is this feeling? The energy within its body seems to have reacted. The billion-odd rocks felt its internal energy suddenly become active, as if something nearby was interacting with its own energy. At this moment, the billion-odd rocks had awakened from its dream, but it did not open its eyes. Instead, it carefully sensed the strange object beside it. It was not an illusion. There was a movable object reacting to the energy within itself. What could it be? The billion-odd rocks finally opened its eyes, and the magma at over 1,000 degrees Celsius caused no harm to its eyes. It saw a creature swimming in the magma, seemingly another piece of mineral rock, but much smaller than itself. The small rock noticed that the billion-odd rocks had awakened, and fearing that it would be harmed, it immediately fled into the distance. Could it be its kind? The billion-odd rocks thought, having spent thousands of years in solitude in the magma. The possibility of encountering a kindred spirit sparked great interest in it, so it immediately sent a message to the fleeing small rock, hoping it would stay. However, after receiving the message, the small rock seemed stunned for a moment, then replied with some vague and fragmented messages before stopping at a distance to wait for the reaction of the billion-odd rocks. It seemed that while it had some intelligence, it was clearly not mature enough. This small rock probably had just been born not long ago, unable to even communicate a complete message. The billion-odd rocks thought this way while once again mobilizing its internal energy to construct a message as simply as possible. Sending it again. Come closer, I am a companion. This time, the small rock, after receiving the message, clumsily imitated the billion-odd rocks and replied with the same message. The billion-odd rocks found it interesting and maintained the same distance, beginning to communicate with its newly discovered little friend. Although the exchanges between them involved constant repetition of simple imitations, the billion-odd rocks, after 1,000 years of lonely existence, felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. What is happening? Something else is approaching? The small rock that had been communicating with the billion-odd rocks suddenly seemed to sense something. It continuously sent a series of unclear messages to the billion-odd rocks, reacting very strongly, as if filled with anger and fear. The billion-odd rocks also saw the approaching object, which was a strangely constructed thing. Although it had not seen this object in its dreams, the billion-odd rocks knew it was a creation of humans. The small rock ultimately fled in fear, while the large creature, warned by it, actively approached the human creation. Then it reached out and crushed the object under its immense strength. Seeing the large creature so brave, the small rock sent another series of unclear messages. Although the billion-odd rocks still did not understand the small rock's meaning, it could feel the other's joy. The small rock seemed to have let down its guard because of this, moving closer to the billion-odd rocks and affectionately communicating with the large creature. While the billion-odd rocks felt very excited inside, it did not make any blind moves that would scare the little one. Instead, it patiently continued to teach this still immature kindred spirit to speak, little by little. The small rock, like a naive child just beginning to learn to talk, clumsily repeated the words of the billion-odd rocks, showing even more affection for this gentle giant. Thus, on this day, when the billion-odd rocks was no longer asleep, it finally made its first friend in its 1,000-year life, even though it did not understand the messages sent by the small rock. Wang-Ku observed the data collected by the computer and then took out a syringe filled with a special type of steroid, injecting it into the body of the Sky King. Originally fixed on the operating table, the Sky King began to convulse rapidly after being injected with the syringe. However, Wang-Ku paid no attention to this and continued to patiently observe the data changes of the Sky King. After about 3 minutes, the Sky King's veins bulged, and the muscles on its body gradually became firmer. During this time, feathers on the Sky King's wings continuously fell off, followed by the growth of a firmer-looking fiber. However, the previous convulsions had ceased, and although the nearby instruments continued to emit emergency signals, the Sky King had merely fallen into a state of arrhythmia. Seeing the now calm Sky King, Wang-Ku took out several more syringes and injected them into the Sky King's body one by one. Once all the instruments indicated that everything had returned to normal, Wang-Ku placed the unconscious Sky King back in the nutrient tank. In the same room, the other 4 nutrient tanks housed the 4 original confidants of the Sky King, all of whom had changed significantly from their original forms. Some of them had stitched wounds on their bodies, being repaired by several small mechanical arms submerged in the nutrient tanks. Whenever a nozzle on the mechanical arm sprayed green liquid onto a certain area, the scars from their stitched wounds became shallower until they completely disappeared, at which point the mechanical arms would retract from the nutrient tanks. The Sky King and its 4 subordinates were still undergoing a new round of modifications, while Wang-Ku sat back down at his base's main computer with a cup of coffee, beginning to observe the billions of strange rocks and their companions still within the magma. Since confirming his unique fishing plan, the bionic small rocks controlled by the computer have been staying near the billions of strange rocks for 2 weeks. This fishing time was quite long, primarily to thoroughly gain the trust of the billions of strange rocks. After all, beings as intelligent as the billions of strange rocks are not like fish or shrimp in rivers, which can be caught shortly after the bait is dropped. Wang-Ku had tried several times before. As long as the little rock floated to a certain depth, the billions of strange rocks would stubbornly refuse to come up. There was simply no way to discuss how to capture this life form. He could only rely on the little rock to continue deepening its relationship with the billions of strange rocks, and then design a way to lure the other party up. During this time, Wang-Ku naturally wouldn't waste all of it on boring waiting. He used the transformation experiments on the Sky King and his companions as a way to pass the time. Although the 2 birdmen, Hawk and Falcon, had died before, thanks to Wang-Ku's technical prowess, they had been revived as biochemical weapons in his base. The captive Igor had also undergone various experiments and, like Kate, was brainwashed by nanobots, becoming an emotionless biochemical soldier. After the 4 birdmen were transformed, Wang-Ku adjusted their strength to that of low-end ghost-level monsters. With their ability to fly, they could still fight against somewhat stronger ghost-level monsters, although there was still room for further enhancement. Wang-Ku did not plan to continue the modifications for now. He intended to excavate more from the Sky King, and once the transformation of the Sky King matured, he would use it as a template to further strengthen the 4 birdmen. In future battles, with 5 aerial combat forces capable of fighting, even if the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group's spaceship came to Earth, Wang-Ku could use these 5 guards to infiltrate the enemy's spaceship from the air and reap benefits. Moreover, it was likely that other flying enemies would appear in the future, so strengthening his aerial combat power now was deemed necessary by Wang-Ku. Doo-doo-doo-doo. At this moment, the phone rang, and it turned out to be the police department calling again. Hello, this is Diesel. What's the matter now? Due to the previous defeat of the biochemical battle police, a series of events have been triggered. To calm the aftermath, Wang-Ku had been in frequent contact with the police lately. Dr. Diesel, the recent incident has gradually calmed down. Our police department thinks that the mobile squad you lent me is quite good. We have ideas for further training such squads. So could you provide our police department with some support? After the initial press conference, following the principle of doing a thorough job, Wang-Ku further perfected the 9 mimicry individuals. He then handed them over to this high-ranking police official, who had carried out quite a few tasks during this time. With their strong physical capabilities and quite distinctive equipment, this disguise squad had shown good performance in society. Didn't we already discuss this? You plan to find a reason to disband this squad in the future, so why are you thinking about expanding it? After all, it was a fabrication. To maintain a lie, one had to continue to hide it with countless more lies. For someone like Wang-Ku, who valued time, doing such things was simply not worth it. I originally thought so, but due to unforeseen circumstances, this squad has executed several significant missions. They've received quite a warm response in society, and now many ordinary police officers are reporting to request transfers to this special operations unit. Some of my allies also hope to take this opportunity to expand their power. The high-ranking police official spoke hesitantly, clearly satisfied with the squad's combat power. However, it is also true that creating such a squad is much cheaper than developing a biochemical battle police and maintaining them through a series of processes. For the police, who have limited funds and numerous tasks, a tactical squad that can successfully suppress tiger-level monsters is indeed quite attractive. However, this ultimately only benefits the police. If it goes too far, it will cause trouble for the Hero Association. Therefore, after considering his own interests, Wong-Ko would definitely not agree to this matter. I have my own troubles, so I can't provide further support. You should think of a way to gradually reduce the squad size. But that's a bit difficult now, because this squad has suddenly appeared. My enemies, and those who were previously neutral now, think we have hidden a lot of strength. They're all trying to exert pressure to hold onto such a card and maintain the internal faction balance of the police department. If I disband a squad later, and they establish a new team, it will be very troublesome for me. In fact, the plan discussed by this official and Dr. Diesel was for the 9 mimicry individuals to suffer heavy casualties in a series of battles. Their remaining equipment would then be used to enhance the weapon systems of the biochemical battle police. After completing their mission, the tactical support squad would be disbanded due to difficulties in training personnel and lack of equipment. However, this squad was nominally a direct subordinate of this high-ranking official, unlike the biochemical battle police, which belonged more to the entire police department. Now, other forces within the police department were eager to form their own squads upon seeing such a force that disrupted the internal balance. If the squad were disbanded at this juncture, the subsequent matters within the police department would become quite delicate. Wong-Ko felt a bit of a headache after hearing the words of the police department senior official. If this closely cooperating senior official were to lose power because of this, it might have a significant impact on his future affairs. Well then, I will continue to leave you the equipment. However, regarding personnel, you must replace those 9 synthetic humans with regular police officers in the coming days. You can use the pretext of casualties or job transfers as you see fit. Wong-Ko is so determined to replace the mimetic humans, firstly to avoid exposure, and secondly because the bionic brains of those 9 mimetic humans are quite valuable, much more than the value of the flying vehicles equipped with biocybernetic police. I really appreciate you, Dr. Diesel. I will find a way to train the personnel of the replacement mechanized police. However, it is indeed impossible to prevent the formation of other upcoming teams. As for the equipment issues for these people, Dr. Diesel, you can take a look. I have long since shut down the production line that manufactures these equipment, so recreating a batch of the same is not very realistic. Here's the deal. I will provide you with the information for those handguns and rifles, and you can negotiate for benefits. As for those unique ammunition, flying backpacks, and individual armor, you should still try to bid for them. It doesn't seem matter to give low-end items as favors to the police, but if high-end items are handed over, the Hero Association will definitely react, and Wong-Ko does not want to cause trouble. Dr. Diesel, are you really not considering it? In fact, our police department has quite a bit of funding this time. If a long-term partnership is established, the adjustment costs for your production line will surely be recouped in no time. The senior officials of the police department still want to push for it, but Wong-Ko is not planning to waste any more time on this. After casually finding a few excuses, he finally rid himself of the other party's harassment. The Hero Association is quite powerful, and it is better not to offend them too much. The police department cannot produce something like the billion extraordinary rock. After Wong-Ko hung up the phone, he stared at the surveillance information being transmitted back to the computer, contemplating whether it was time to wrap things up. For Wang Qian, this period had been the most fulfilling in its 1,000-year existence. Having a little friend to chat with was much better than being lost in a dull dream. Although this companion couldn't engage in overly complex communication, its simple actions still nourished Wang Qian's lonely and parched spirit. However, the little creature's curiosity was a bit too strong, often running around and even considering the dangerous idea of getting close to the surface, which made Wang Qian worry about it. Little one, don't wander too far this time. In the lower magma area, we can accumulate our power faster. There's nothing fun up there, and if you encounter human machines, it could be trouble. After sending this message to the little creature in the distance, the small rock replied with a stuttering message. Through their recent communications, Wang Qian understood that the little one was saying it would play for a bit longer before returning. Although Wang Qian considered itself the ultimate life form and often looked down on lower mammals, it couldn't help but sigh at the feeling of being a parent, which was quite nice. As a life form born and nurtured by nature, It was difficult to understand what family felt like. Therefore, Iwang Qiyin had a special affection for the little rock, its kind. Thinking of this, Iwang Qiyin closed its eyes, intending to recall its earliest memories. After searching carefully, perhaps it could find some possible images of ancestors in its memory. Zizizizi, zizizizi, zizizizi. The little one's unclear message came through. And before Iwang Qiyin could recall any possible ancestor, it immediately opened its eyes and rushed out. Although it didn't understand what the little one was saying, it felt from the message that the little one was asking for help. Sure enough, after Iwang Qiyin ascended a distance, it saw the little rock being captured by a strange object and rapidly ascending. This strange object resembled the one Iwang Qiyin had crushed before, but it appeared larger and moved faster. Iwang Qiyin quickly determined that the little one had been captured by a human machine. And recalling the fate of countless mineral compatriots in its dreams, it immediately chased after it without hesitation. Damn humans, are you going to slaughter my compatriots again? This time, I will make you feel the rage of the ultimate life form and get my family back. Swimming through the magma, Iwang Qiyin was much faster than the human machines, and the distance between them was constantly narrowing. However, just as Iwang Qiyin was about to strike, two similar machines broke through from other directions and attacked it. Although these slight attacks did not harm Iwang Qiyin at all, they bought time for the machine holding the little rock. The machine that had captured the little rock once again increased the distance between it and Iwang Qiyin and had nearly reached a position very close to the surface. You won't escape. Even if I have to chase you to the surface, I will stop you. Iwang Qiyin exerted all its strength to ascend again. The temperature of the surrounding magma had dropped from 1400 degrees Celsius to below 1000 degrees Celsius. It turned out that Iwang Qiyin, which had been accumulating energy, now felt the speed of energy accumulation significantly slowing down. Although it understood that its mission was to accumulate enough power as quickly as possible to eliminate all humans in the future. Upon seeing its only friend and even family in danger after 1,000 years, Iwang Qiyin felt that nothing else mattered. When Iwang Qiyin reached another location, several human machines began to intercept it. They shot several spears made of special metal at it, determined to eliminate it on the spot. Faced with these attacks, Iwang Qiyin was not the least bit shaken. Instead, it declared angrily in the magma, "How could weapons made from the corpses of mineral compatriots possibly work on me? The ultimate life form of the mineral world? Shameless humans, prepare to pay for your sins from the past 1,000 years." Then, Iwang Qiyin ignored the spear attacks, and, with a powerful effort, tore apart the machines blocking its way in an instant, including the one that had captured the little rock. However, amidst the wreckage, Iwang Qiyin did not find its friend. In a panic, it began to search everywhere, but still couldn't find it. In this situation, Iwang Qiyin closed its eyes and concentrated on sensing the little rock's message. After gathering its focus several times, it finally sensed the faint distress signal coming from the little one. Iwang Qiyin quickly looked up. It turned out that at this moment, the little rock had been entangled by a specially made steel cable and was being pulled toward the surface, appearing to be captured by humans on the ground very soon. At that moment, Iwang Qiyin made up its mind, no matter if it had accumulated enough power or not. Today it would charge directly into the human world and let everyone witness its terror. After bursting through the surface in pursuit of the little rock, it found that the only thing waiting for it was a mere human man. At that moment, it did not send any messages but roared like a human. "Inferior humans, quickly hand over my companion." The man who faced Iwang Qiyin remained calm. He merely pointed to the little rock locked in a cage beside him and did not react further. Upon seeing that the little rock was safe, Iwang Qiyin began to deliver the opening speech it had prepared. "I am the ultimate life form Iwang Qiyin, buried in magma, continuously accumulating energy, awakening after a millennium to become a sentient marvel. Over the millennia, many of my compatriots have suffered cruel mining at the hands of humans and have disappeared from the natural world as tools. I will avenge them. It is my mission to eliminate all humans." After saying this, Iwang Qiyin pointed at the calm man before it and declared angrily, "You, an inferior species of mammals. Your weak flesh will be torn apart in my strong arms. Today, I will sacrifice you as the beginning of humanity's nightmare. Then I will step into every human city, smashing you all into mush, tearing you into pieces, grinding you into powder." The calm man in front of Iwang Qiyin, as if enjoying a play, raised his hands and applauded vigorously, interrupting Iwang Qiyin's declaration. "What a wonderful performance, so full of charisma. Experiencing it live is indeed much more interesting than in the comics. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually interrupted your performance in my excitement. How rude of me. Please don't mind me. If you have more to say, just say it all at once. There probably won't be another chance. Asshole, watch me crush you. The human man's response, as if mocking a fool. Completely enraged, Iwang Qian. It roared while swinging its fist down towards the ground in front of it, responding to the man's rude behavior. When faced with the attack of the countless strange rocks, Wang Ke simply dodged it with a phantom fist and then began to evaluate the creature's strength. The power was indeed impressive, but it couldn't compare to the Marugali giant. The speed was a bit faster than expected, but it still had no effect on me. At the same time as he said this, Wang Ke had somehow taken the cage containing the small rock into his hands. Inferior mammal, let go of my companion. Upon seeing this situation, the countless strange rocks did not launch further attacks on Wang Ke. Instead, fearing accidental injury, it became somewhat hesitant. Wang Ke simply smiled at the scene before him. He hung the cage on a flying drone and then said to the countless strange rocks, "Don't worry. I won't use this small rock to threaten you. Use all your abilities. After you defeat me, you can naturally take the cage. Inferior species, pay the price for your foolish confidence." Now that there was no need to worry about collateral damage, the countless strange rocks thrust its hand into the ground and then swept it vigorously. A large amount of sand and stones was lifted up, shooting towards Wang Ke like high-density buckshot. However, in order to collect combat data, Wang Ke chose not to evade. After adjusting his breathing in an instant, he used the flowing water, shattering rock fist to block all the sand and stones sweeping towards him. Ever since the water dragon spotted his flaw, Wang Ke had put considerable thought into the flowing water, shattering rock fist again. Almost every day, he practiced simulated battles in VR and even challenged the two grandmasters, Bang Gu and Bang Pu, several times using this fist technique. Although he still couldn't defeat these two legends of martial arts, he made significant progress in his mastery of the flowing water, shattering rock fist. In an instant, the sand and stones that rushed towards Wang Ke like buckshot were all deflected to the sides, with not a single one causing him any harm. My hand hurts a bit more than I thought. It seems I should set the pain sensitivity higher when I play VR at home and use this move to block bullets. Wang Ke muttered to himself, and at the moment he successfully blocked the sand and stones, he closed his eyes and began to move rapidly again with a strange footwork. The attack from the countless strange rocks was not over. Taking advantage of the thick cloud of dust, it punched fiercely at the ground where Wang Ke was standing. With a loud bang, under the attack of the countless strange rocks, countless sand and stones flew up irregularly, creating a powerful splatter attack. Although Wang Ke had his eyes closed, he relied on his bat-like sensitivity to move swiftly through the dust. He then approached the base of the billions of strange rocks and delivered a powerful kick, causing the massive rock life form to kneel on one knee. The temperature was still quite high. After being out of the magma for so long, it should have cooled down significantly. Newton's law of cooling does not seem to apply to you. Perhaps it's due to the special mineral materials in your body. Noisy bugs. Your attacks can't break through the strange rocks on me. Just keep dodging around until you tire yourself out. After taking Wang Ke's kick, the billions of strange rocks suffered no substantial damage at all, although it couldn't catch the fast-moving Wang Ke. The energy within it gave it confidence that it could outlast the limited stamina of the weak human. Before Wang Ke started moving, it raised both hands and struck the ground with dozens of punches. The flying sand and stones wouldn't do much harm to it, but if the debris flew out from various directions and hit a human, it would definitely penetrate their body. This time, Wang Ke did not continue to use the flowing rock-shattering fist for defense. Instead, he jumped with force, creating distance and leaping into the air. Then, he gathered a red energy ball in his hands and performed a spinning twist in midair, unleashing his knockoff ultimate move, the split-kick red ball wave. The red energy ball shot out rapidly and struck the chest of the billions of strange rocks, resulting in a massive explosion. However, when the dust settled, there wasn't even a crack on the body of the billions of strange rocks. The bug's tickling attack could never harm a supreme life form like me. Bring out any other ultimate moves you have. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. Ha ha ha. Watching the arrogant and laughing creature, Wang Ke was indeed a bit surprised in his heart. The creature that was casually eliminated by the trembling tornado in the comics actually had such strong defensive power. It was truly unexpected. It seems that whether it's the trembling tornado or the billions of strange rocks before him, he had somewhat underestimated their abilities. After this realization, Wang Ke loosened up and launched a continuous barrage of attacks on the stationary billions of strange rocks. However, whether it was the whirlwind iron fist, the flowing rock-shattering fist, or the electric attack technique improved from the electric fist, none of them caused any damage to the billions of strange rocks. Wang Ke, who usually had full confidence in his strength, couldn't help but feel shaken at this moment. Is this it? I was almost falling asleep. If you don't have any other ultimate moves, then just obediently accept your death here. After Wang Ke's attacks ended, the billions of strange rocks mobilized the energy within its body and smashed down heavily toward the ground where Wang Ke was. Wang Ke successfully dodged the opponent's attack with his unique footwork. However, after creating some distance, he, who was very sensitive to his own bodily condition, immediately sensed something was wrong. That feeling, what was that punch you just threw? How could it carry ionizing radiation? Seeing the little bug that had been running fast finally start to pale under the impact of his energy-laden punch, Yuan Shiyin smugly remarked, "How could inferior humans understand the power of the ultimate life form? I've spent 1,000 years in magma. The way I utilize energy in my body is proof that my life form is superior to yours." After saying this, Yuan Shiyin unleashed another energy punch, launching a radiation attack on Wang Ke. In this unexpected situation, Wang Ke's agility was not as sharp as before. At the same time, the radiation attack caused him some damage, and dead skin and hair began to fall from his body. This is quite surprising, but it's also not bad. The more powerful your abilities, the more I can gain from my research. Since you have radiation attacks, I'll try a shockwave attack too. After saying this, Wang Ke's recovery ability and the nanobots adjusted his body. He then used a swift movement to evade the monster's attack and stepped onto the creature's arm, reaching the head of Yuan Shiyin. Martial kick. With a loud crash, the giant rock creature staggered back a few steps. It then collapsed to the ground, unable to say a word. "Hey, big sister, I won't be going home today. The monster I just defeated is too big to transport back like this. So I plan to set up a temporary research lab here to conduct some thorough research before heading back." Inside a huge structure temporarily pieced together from special materials, Wang Ke was performing an amputation surgery on Yuan Shiyin. At this moment, Yuan Shiyin lay helplessly on the ground, surrounded by 4 large machines with cables extending towards this peculiar rock life form. These cables were not only meant to restrain Yuan Shiyin, but also released unique particles upon contact with its body, interfering with the electronic activities of the energy released from Yuan Shiyin, rendering it unable to move or even think. With a loud noise from the mechanical arm controlled by Wang Ke, the last leg of Yuan Shiyin was severed. However, no liquid-like blood flowed from the monster's body, and there were no muscle tissues inside. What Wang Ke obtained was merely some strange rocks that stored energy. After amputating the arms and legs, Yuan Shiyin's body should fit into the transportation vehicle I specially prepared. Indeed, this rock life form is very complex. The rudimentary equipment here cannot conduct more detailed research, so it should be transported back to the F-City base as soon as possible. Next, with just a thought, Wang Ke commanded the mechanical arm controlled by the computer to place Yuan Shiyin's body and the 4 machines restraining its movement into a large, specially designed sealed box. The severed limbs were also placed into 4 smaller seal boxes. Following this, the temporary research lab, where Wang Ke was located, began to disassemble into various parts under the efforts of the mechanical arm. Meanwhile, more than a dozen large drones flew in from the sky, attaching their mechanical arms connected by cables to the seal boxes. They then worked together to lift Yuan Shiyin and transport it to Wang Ke's main base in F-City. "Hey, I'm Dr. Gizel. In 2 hours, 16 of my transport drones will fly over the sky southeast of F-City. So don't be too nervous when the time comes. Whether it's the biohazard police or the special tactics team, just carry on with your tasks as usual." After receiving Wang Ke's call, the police department originally intended to ask Dr. Diesel what he was transporting. However, Dr. Diesel hung up the phone immediately, leaving the police department's contact person to sigh and reluctantly accommodate this genius. At this moment, a palm-sized rock sample, taken from Yuan Shiyin, remained in front of Wang Ke. He then equipped his hands with 2 special kits and held the rock while activating the energy within his body. The energy within the rock was extracted by the special kits and transformed into Wang Ke's body. Blindly extracting energy into oneself is a very dangerous thing. However, the strange energy within Wang Ke's right leg began to react at this moment. It flowed and wrapped around the energy from Yuan Shiyin and some of Wang Ke's energy before returning to Wang Ke's right leg. The strange energy then began to assimilate the energy it had wrapped around and continuously emitted some radiation, damaging the tissues and cells within Wang Ke's body. Despite this, Wang Ke who had already turned quite pale, was still quite satisfied with the changes occurring within him and did not inject himself with any drugs. After the strange energy in his right leg completed the assimilation, Wang-Ku, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, finally gasped and injected himself with several bottles of various drugs in succession. The nearly dead nanobots within him were replenished and quickly began to repair the damaged tissues and cells in Wang-Ku's body in conjunction with the other drugs. Once everything was finished, Wang-Ku's complexion returned to normal. After the dead skin fell off, new skin grew back, and his hair regained its luster. Some of the DNA in Wang-Ku's body underwent changes, leading to alterations in some of the deformed cells within him. However, the changes only lasted for short, while before being countered by other deformed cells. In the end, only small changes were completed before everything returned calm. And this was the further result Wang-Ku obtained after studying the energy within Yi-Wan-Qian. Wang-Ku discovered that the energy within the billion extraordinary rocks, in terms of its form and other aspects, has many similarities with the strange energy in his right leg. Previously, he managed to subdue the incredibly defensive billion extraordinary rocks with a powerful kick using his heel, but it was not solely due to that immense force. Instead, it was the special particle reaction produced by the strange energy in his right leg that caused the energy within the billion extraordinary rocks to become disordered and faint. For ordinary living beings, such a reaction is not very useful. However, for the billion extraordinary rocks, these attacks became their nemesis. After conducting a more comprehensive study in a simple research facility, Wang-Ku found a way to absorb and assimilate the energy within the billion extraordinary rocks. Although limited by his physical condition, he can only absorb a small portion each day. However, with each absorption, the flow of strange energy in other parts of his body also helps to transform Wang-Ku's body. Wang-Ku believes that as long as he continues to absorb the energy of the billions of strange rocks and deepens various studies, the day he can freely utilize the strange energy in his body should come soon. However, there are still some troublesome issues that Wang-Ku needs to find a way to solve. With the continuous advancement of various studies, the large number of topics generated has severely affected Wang-Ku's research speed. Even with many advanced software and hardware facilities, and despite being an absolute genius himself, the complexity of these research projects still makes him feel overwhelmed. Additionally, various matters in daily life have made Wang-Ku increasingly feel that he is unable to manage everything. For instance, after the development of the flying backpack, Wang-Ku had some new inspirations for further researching energy utilization. However, the attack by Sky King and the subsequent events with the police forced Wang-Ku to refocus his attention. By the time these matters were resolved, not only had his original inspiration faded, but the number of topics that needed research had also increased significantly. Now, with the highly valuable material of billions of strange rocks, the series of topics it generates clearly takes priority over the further enhancement of Sky King. However, Wang-Ku's various research projects are inherently interconnected and developed by promoting each other. If he abandons certain studies, it may negatively affect other plans. Therefore, Wang-Ku has to make a decision. Either reorganize all research plans and redefine various priorities, or increase the number of experimental assistants, divide into various research teams, and have Wang-Ku, as the chief engineer, coordinate the further advancement of various studies. Although each choice has its own problems, after some consideration, Wang-Ku finally made a decision. Upon receiving the report, several research institutes, hospitals, and universities in our city have also been attacked, and many outstanding researchers have been kidnapped. According to the surveillance footage left at the scene, they should be part of a gang from other districts. An officer from the Z City Police Department quickly reported the latest news to Director Xiong. Damn it, the speed is so fast. We just received news from other districts not long ago. This must be the work of a huge criminal gang. Mr. Xiong is a diligent police chief in Z City. Although in today's era of the Hero Association, police forces in various places, except for F City, seem somewhat overlooked. Director Xiong still leads his subordinates to seriously complete their daily work. However, today, the police's workload suddenly increased significantly. A group of strange criminals attacked and kidnapped outstanding researchers in various locations within a few hours. Thanks to their strong hacking skills and advanced weaponry, these well-trained criminals ended their assaults before the police could react, disappearing without a trace. Currently, except for F City, where Super Police and the only special tactical team are stationed, almost all cities have been attacked. The police are now in a passive position, and public opinion from all sectors of society has become heated. Which city has not reported an attack yet, such as a city where the Hero Association's headquarters is located, Director Xiong thought for a moment and asked his subordinates if there had been any response from the Hero Association. The city just happened to experience an attack by a monster, so the Hero Association's headquarters was unable to intercept these criminals. However, in Q City, where S-Class Hero Police Dog is located, it seems they successfully stopped the criminals' attack, but failed to capture them. Additionally, there are several cities with S-Class heroes where no crimes occurred. The response from his subordinates made Director Xiong somewhat displeased. It seemed that the heroes of the Hero Association were much better than the police. All idle personnel, get moving. Don't miss any clues, and dig out the criminals' hideouts. Yes, Wong Ke hung up the phone with the police department, who had called to inform him about the related events out of concern for his safety. However, they were completely overreacting. Wong Ke himself was the mastermind behind this series of events. On the other hand, the Hero Association was a bit troublesome, as the Child Emperor who was watching him had made another move. As for the Metal Knight, Bo Fei, although he seemed uninterested and shifted his focus, there was no guarantee that this guy wouldn't suddenly take action. It's really a hassle. I just temporarily borrowed these people, and I'll return them in 24 hours. Wong Ke felt no sense of guilt in depriving others of their freedom. Instead, he appeared as if he was merely borrowing something temporarily, having transformed into a mad scientist mode. However, at least Wong Ke had the awareness to avoid the boss lady, having specifically come to the underground base in Z City to evade his girlfriend's keen senses, quietly executing his evil plans behind her back. Sigh. The police dog hero really has some sort of cheat. Despite all the preparations, he was still intercepted. Fortunately, this guy was only in Q City, and my humanoid bio-soldiers managed to escape. Meanwhile, S-Class heroes in other districts began to mobilize, and it was best to stop here. After seeing that they had captured quite a few researchers, Wong Ke decided to terminate the remaining criminal plans. The unconscious researchers were all tossed into machines prepared by Wong Ke, where the data in their brains would be copied and stored in his database. After that, these individuals would be transferred out with some excuse for the police or professional heroes to rescue them. This was Wong Ke's previous plan. By copying the brain data of numerous outstanding researchers, he aimed to create a large batch of clone assistants to aid his research work. Although the data obtained from the Evolution House and Wong Ke's own technological accumulation were enough for him to create numerous clones like Dr. Kino's, he still did not intend to use that method, insisting on his uniqueness. If he really produced a few clones of himself, they might try to escape his control for their freedom and become formidable enemies. Therefore, to fundamentally avoid this situation, Wong Ke chose to develop clone assistants with lower intelligence. Originally, if Fa Gao hadn't turned into mush, he would have been a good choice, but Wong Ke could only collect a small amount of his shattered remains, making perfect restoration impossible. To further strengthen and diversify the abilities of the clone assistants, Wong Ke extended his evil hands into the vast human world. In fact, prior to today's unified operation, Wong Ke had secretly captured a number of evil scientists hiding in the shadows over the past week. After today's operation, he would take the opportunity to release everyone uniformly. The base's main computer indicated that data copying was proceeding smoothly. And after observing the actions of the police and the Hero Association, Wong Ke felt it was time to start the follow-up work. We are the serpent that devours its own tail, responsible for a series of previous kidnapping operations. Currently, there are 376 hostages in our hands, including both evil scientists as criminals and outstanding researchers from various fields. If you do not want the elites of human society to disappear, prepare 100 billion in ransom to be deposited at the following locations. You have 24 hours to prepare if you dare to act rashly. We will immediately execute the hostages. A video of this nature suddenly spread across the internet after the kidnapping operations concluded. Sensing a major news story, various media outlets changed their previously scheduled news plans and began to report and analyze it fervently. After various crime analyses, the evil crime organization, the serpent that devours its own tail, quickly became known to the majority of humanity. The police frantically began investigations, hoping to find the criminal's lair through traces left online. At the same time, the Hero Association designated this series of criminal activities as a ghost-level disaster and was prepared to elevate it to dragon-level depending on the situation. S-Class heroes such as Vestige, the Seductive Prisoner, Metalbat, and Child Emperor were assembled to prepare for a rescue operation. Other powerful heroes also began to make moves behind the scenes. The police, not wanting to be completely overshadowed by the Hero Association during this operation, worked even harder. High-ranking officials from the police department directly called Dr. Diesel, hoping he could assist in locating the criminals. as the mastermind, Wang-Ku, after evading another investigation by Child Emperor, also felt it was time to release some further smokescreens. Why is it still not possible to find the location of the serpent that devours its own tail? This is taking too long. How much longer do we S-Class heroes have to wait? Metal Bat had grown somewhat impatient and shouted at the front. Please be a bit more patient. I believe Child Emperor will soon find a clue, said Seiki as he calmed Metal Bat down. Most S-Class heroes were troublesome individuals, and gathering them for this operation had taken considerable effort. After Metal Bat clicked his tongue and fell silent, Vestige spoke up at that moment. I participated in this gathering because my little brother, Vestige Vegetarian, was defeated by someone from the serpent that devours its own tail. But I didn't expect the association to gather so many S-Class heroes. The serpent should be a ghost-level disaster, right? Does it really require the association to put in such great effort? Upon hearing Vestige's inquiry, Seiki honestly replied. In fact, not only Vestige Vegetarian, but also among the A-Class heroes, Air, Smiling Man, Thunder Light Hironobu, Poison Spike, Great Philosopher, Death Gatling, Locking Scythe Toad, Heavy King, Spring Beards, Golden Ball, Magic Hand, Blue Flame, and Heavy Tank Doku. A total of 14 A-Class heroes have been defeated. What? So many adorable boys have been harmed in such a short time by the wicked serpent that devours its own tail. I must defeat them. Vestige's surprise was barely expressed when the seductive prisoner was the first to voice his anger. This excessively perverted hero, known for his wide defensive range, had originally come to rescue the many kidnapped male researchers. Now, upon hearing of more victims, his fury escalated further. Since so many A-Class heroes have been defeated, our association believes that there must be more than one individual in the serpent that devours its own tail with ghost-level disaster strength. Although we have yet to uncover their true identities, it is essential for us to gather sufficient combat power to defeat these criminals in one fell swoop. Seiki's judgment on the situation was prudent. In reality, Wonka had shifted everyone's attention away from him to pull off a big score. He had dispatched over 170 bio-soldiers, whose modified and enhanced bodies and high-tech equipment could withstand even several ghost-level monsters. So how was Child Emperor doing now? He seemed to have been collecting information on Dr. Diesel all along. Another S-Class hero, Zombie Man, was participating in the operation simply because he happened to be at headquarters. Seiki was about to explain further when Child Emperor entered the conference room to announce the intelligence he had gathered. I initially suspected that this matter was related to the mysterious Dr. Diesel, but in the previous battle, both the enhanced human warrior, the giant hammer wrestler, and Bone, these three heroes close to Diesel, participated in the fight. Moreover, Diesel is currently working hard to help the police locate the criminals and seems to have found some clues. What? The police have already begun to act? Seiki was somewhat surprised. He had also contacted Dr. Diesel before. However, the other party did not proceed with further cooperation with the association due to their anger at the actions of the Child Emperor. Indeed, the Super Police and the support team in F-City have already left their base and are heading towards the police station in Z-City. Additionally, a large number of police forces from other areas are also rushing to Z-City. They must have discovered something. Although Shi-Chi seems to have more to say, Zombie Man continued to ask at this moment. So, did you clear your doubts about Dr. Diesel based on this information? Not only that, but there are other factors as well. Moreover, the involvement of the Serpent of Consumption is significant. If they were to be completely wiped out, it would be a considerable loss. From my understanding of Diesel, he should be reluctant to lose such a significant force. In fact, the Child Emperor has not mentioned some other details, such as Diesel sending him some information to help find the criminals, with the condition that the Child Emperor would consider assisting Diesel with some research in the future. This is the first time something like this has occurred. Dr. Diesel has always been quite proud in the Child Emperor's mind, so the Child Emperor believes this is Diesel lowering his stance voluntarily to prove his innocence. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's reveal the information on the Serpent of Consumption. I believe you should have found the target by now, right? Shichi felt that time was a bit tight, so he directly pressed for the information. Alright, based on the information I've gathered, the Serpent of Consumption seems to be an evil organization with considerable technological power that has been hiding in the shadows. In the recent attacks launched in various locations, they have invested at least 150 to 200 combatants, many of whom are cyborgs with advanced weapons. From several small details, the modified individuals in our hero association, like the B-class hero Sky High Kid, are not on the same level as the ones on their side. This is also a reason I ruled out Diesel's suspicion, as his technological characteristics involve biochemical modifications. Although the Serpent of Consumption's hacking skills are strong, After some effort, I still managed to locate where they are holding hostages, which is in a large warehouse on the outskirts of Z City. At this point, the Child Emperor began to display the local terrain map using the Hero Association's 3D imaging technology. Although it's on the outskirts, there's still quite a few citizens living nearby. This might also be why the Serpent of Consumption intends to use these citizens as shields. The positions built around the warehouse show some strange coverings, which are likely weapons, if something goes wrong. The Serpent of Consumption's first reaction will not be to counterattack, but to kill the hostages. After seeing that several S-Class heroes present were seriously looking at the flat map, the Child Emperor then pulled up a densely packed pipe structure diagram. So this is my plan. We will invade from the underground sewer. Zombie Man looked over the sewer design structure and then spoke again. It seems there are a total of 5 passages leading into the warehouse. And there are exactly 5 S-Class heroes, meaning we each choose a route for the assault. Metal Bat, the Sexy Prisoner, and Tank Top Master all looked at the Child Emperor. Lacking a spirit of cooperation, they indeed preferred to act individually. That's right. Although the sewer environment is relatively narrow, I happen to have the relevant equipment to disrupt their security devices in this terrain. After they fall into chaos, we will quickly launch an assault from these 5 points. Whoever it is, we must rescue the hostages held in the warehouse before they take any actions that endanger the hostages' safety. After hearing this, Metal Bat, who was eager to return and take his sister shopping, directly asked, "So how long do we have to wait before we can launch the attack?" The Child Emperor's response did not disappoint him. "We can start immediately. Just relax and enjoy your time at that hot spring hotel. I'll cover all expenses there. After all, it's thanks to your push that I could finally escape my single status. Consider this treat as my and the boss lady's gesture." Oh, in that case, I won't be polite. After hanging up, Saitama began to enjoy the free food provided by the hotel. Initially, he wanted to watch some TV programs, but the hotel staff apologetically informed him that there seemed to be a problem with the signal in that area. However, the hotel was quite attentive, providing a large number of DVDs for Saitama to watch. With various considerate services, Saitama couldn't help but sigh that taking a break was quite nice. Meanwhile, Wang Ku, who successfully deceived the bald guy, was now searching for the whereabouts of other strong individuals. Teacher Bongu, known for his flowing rock-shattering fist, was currently enjoying hot pot with his brother Bongpu. The area they were in was also unable to watch news programs due to line maintenance. For the 2 old men, going online felt too out of place. Tornado of Terror had somehow got information about an ancient, miraculous medicine and recklessly set off for the destination. She probably won't return for a while, due to the fake news Wang Ku created. This so-called miraculous medicine that could make people taller required several specific conditions to take effect within a certain time frame. These individuals missed the battle because of Wang Ku's interference, while the others had their own reasons. Explosion and Metal Knight were still missing from the association, while Pig God, Alloy Darklight, and Flash were executing tasks. Dogman was still stationed in Q City, and Drive Knight's whereabouts were unknown. As for King, the Halo guy, he was focused on playing dating games at home. As for Atomic Samurai, he could let Wang Ku go all out, as the boss lady thought she had failed in her weight loss efforts and went to visit this master for stricter training. With the boss lady also absent, no one was around to supervise him. After putting in so much effort, it would be a shame not to collect some information to honor the burning researcher's heart within him. After excitedly saying this, Wang Ku switched the channel to the warehouse near the outskirts of Z City. At this time, the police were still gathering, and they would soon encircle the area and begin the assault after slowly investigating the defensive situation. However, Wang Ku was not concerned about these guys. Instead, he looked at the sewer sensors. The lights on the 5 lines had gone out, indicating that the S-Class hero's assault had already begun. Although the Child Emperor's interference was indeed decent, the better-prepared Wang Ku only needed to tap a few keys, and the battle footage was transmitted back to Wang Ku's base. What a troublesome bunch. It seems like they have an endless supply of bullets, and each one of them has such precise shooting skills. Do I have to keep being suppressed in this gunfight? Zombie Man discarded his empty revolver. Although he successfully took down a few enemies in the recent battle, the opponent's morale showed no signs of declining. Instead, they organized a denser firepower net to suppress him. Fortunately, his recovery ability was astonishing, and the wounds inflicted on him would soon heal. Zombie Man hid behind a collapsed wall and took out 2 throwing knives, preparing to ignore the opponent's firepower and take down a few more enemies with his recovery ability. However, before he could take action, a rocket-propelled grenade blasted him away. Even as the body of the Zombie Man flew in midair, the firepower from the opposite side continuously swept across his body. Bring the flamethrower quickly. Let's burn this indestructible guy to ashes and see how he recovers. More than 30 bio-soldiers, armed with various weapons, continued their assault on the injured zombie man. Although these bio-soldiers were the lowest tier of enhanced humans, they possessed the strength to take on wolf-level monsters. Moreover, with Wong implanting them with highly refined data, they were undoubtedly experts in weapon usage. A shot from a large-caliber rifle pierced through the zombie man's shoulder, sending his severed arm flying. He attempted to move quickly for close-quarters combat, but a massive nail gun struck him, pinning him to the wall. The trained bio-soldiers quickly sprang into action. A few bio-soldiers equipped with powerful flamethrowers unleashed their firepower on the zombie man pinned against the wall. After half a minute of continuous flame spraying, the zombie man's body was no different from charred remains. Don't let your guard down. This monster might still recover. Bring the freeze gun as well, and shoot this bastard a few more times. Under the command of a squad leader, the bio-soldiers quickly regrouped from the rear, weapons at the ready. The soldiers suppressing the front immediately attacked as soon as they noticed changes in the zombie man's body. The zombie man's regenerative ability was astonishing. No matter what damage he sustained, he could regenerate in a short time. However, lacking any other outstanding abilities, he found himself in a stalemate against a group of bio-soldiers with only wolf-level strength. In another corridor, the S-class hero Vest Lord was exchanging heavy blows with a mechanical enhanced soldier. Mechanical impact punch. The bio-soldier, standing about 2 meters tall, swung his powerful mechanical arm at Vest Lord's face. Vest Lord displayed a strange expression, not blocking or countering as he had before, allowing the punch to connect with his face, causing him to spit out a significant amount of blood and fly backward. What the hell? How did I get hurt so silently? After standing up and wiping the blood from his nose, Vest Lord felt discomfort throughout his body, as if his internal organs were malfunctioning. Idiot, do you think this is a one-on-one street fight? My comrades and I are a whole, and you will be seeking answers in the afterlife under our combined attack, without giving Vest Lord a chance to look for ambushes from his companions. The large bio-soldier swung both mechanical arms to launch a series of strikes against him. Don't get too arrogant. Feel the power of the Vest. Despite the injuries within him, Vest Lord managed to grab the bio-soldier's mechanical arms with both hands. Then, he exerted force with his legs, pushing the bio-soldier into the wall of the sewer. Following that, he delivered a heavy punch to the bio-soldier embedded in the wall, but before his fist could make contact, Vest Lord felt the same previous sensation, his body becoming weak while a tearing and burning pain coursed through him. Is this all you've got? An S-class hero's strength isn't that impressive. Watch me turn you into meat paste. With his opponent once again caught by his comrade's attack, the mechanical bio-soldier wasted no time in resuming his offensive against Vest Lord. It seemed that S-class hero Vest Lord could not execute his original plan for a swift breakthrough. Moreover, given the current situation, there is a chance that Vest Lord might be taken down by a strength-enhanced Tiger-level bio-soldier, supported by a group of ambushing bio-soldiers with special weapons. In another line, soldiers intercepting the S-class hero, the seductive prisoner, were ruthlessly unleashing firepower upon him. The seductive prisoner, surprisingly unable to harm these bio-soldiers, was merely evading their attacks due to his speed. Most of the attacks aimed at him were avoided because of his quick movements. Such cute boys. How troublesome. What should I choose? The seductive prisoner evaded several rockets aimed at him, gazing at the bio-soldiers in front of him with a look of intoxication. For some reason, these somewhat hideous bio-soldiers seemed to be just his type. Sigh. I can't waste too much time. I might as well take you all back to my harem. First, let me offer you adorable boys a French kiss. Having made up his mind, the seductive prisoner finally launched his offensive, instantly grabbing a bio-soldier and giving him a passionate kiss. This scene was too disgusting. Upon seeing it on the monitor, Wonko immediately suffered a mental blow of 3,000 points. His stomach churned, and he almost vomited on the spot. Although the mastermind was causing nausea elsewhere, the adjusted bio-soldiers paid no attention to this. Focused solely on eliminating the opponent and completing the mission, they aimed their weapons at the seductive prisoner, who was embracing his companion, and unleashed a barrage of fire. Ugh, could it be that you dare to do this? Unforgivable. I will annihilate all of you, you perverts. The seductive prisoner, still holding his new lover, continued to evade large-caliber bullets. However, when a stray bullet tore part of his new lover's clothing, the seductive prisoner immediately let go, feeling a wave of disgust. He then grabbed another bio-soldier, checked his pants, and became furious. It turned out that both bio-soldiers were lacking male anatomy. In other words, While they appear to be men on the surface, they were essentially new humans. However, it should be noted that not equipping these bio-soldiers with male anatomy was not Wang Ke's twisted sense of humor, but rather a consideration for practical combat. Such anatomy was somewhat of a burden. Moreover, the bio-soldiers operating under the name of the devouring snake had varying degrees of mechanical enhancements, making the useless organ even less necessary in terms of modification space. However, the unusually sexualized seductive prisoner did not care about this. He found such extremely malicious behavior to be quite excessive, and those criminals who deceived his pure feelings could only face the flames of his anger. While feeling nauseous and gagging, the seductive prisoner used his furious iron fist to knock one new human after another to the ground. Yet, his rampage did not last long. He suddenly felt that it wasn't just his heart that felt sick, but his entire body was also uncomfortable. What's going on? Could the previous mental damage have such a significant impact on me? Struggling against the discomfort, the seductive prisoner managed to lift his head and saw a bio-soldier in protective gear aiming a weapon that was even larger than a single-man missile launcher at him. Pulling the trigger. What is this weapon? The sexy prisoner was not aware at this moment, but as the opponent closed in and launched a radiation attack, he felt increasingly weak and uncomfortable all over. In fact, this weapon was developed by Wang Ke using some strange rocks obtained after battling the billion-strong strange rocks. Although there are many limitations in its use, its effectiveness is indeed strong. As long as a specially modified bio-soldier wears a special protective suit, they could be immune to the harm caused by this radiation weapon to the user. Of course, this type of radiation soldier, similar to a radiation engineer, still requires cooperation from other soldiers to engage in proper combat. Previously, on another route, the Vest Master was held back by a specially enhanced mechanical bio-soldier. Only then could the team of radiation soldiers hide in the shadows and continuously launch sneak attacks using the special terrain. The sexy prisoner here did not have such a mechanical bio-soldier, so he relied on dozens of bio-soldiers skilled in various weapons as meat shields to create opportunities for the radiation soldiers' attacks. It now seemed that overall, they had met the requirements. This pervert, the sexy prisoner, seemed like he could be taken down by these dozens of bio-soldiers. Damn it, am I really going to fall here today? Clearly, there's so many cute boys in the warehouse above that need my rescue. Will my love not be conveyed smoothly? Kneeling on one knee, the sexy prisoner fell into immense unwillingness under the close-range radiation attack. But at that moment, he realized something. Love? Yes, that's it. You boys without dicks attacking me like this is a manifestation of your lack of love. I will take all this pain with love. Love will give me strength. In that instant, the sexy prisoner's mind twisted miraculously again, and suddenly, as if adorned with a halo, he stood up energetically. Then his muscles bulged, tearing his clothes apart, and he directly entered his angelic form. As soon as the sexy prisoner entered this angelic form, Wang Ke, who was observing from the laboratory, immediately felt his eyes were severely impacted. Wow, my 24K special reinforced transparent gel crystal eyes. After successfully inflicting both physical and mental damage on the mastermind in the distance, the sexy prisoner quickly flashed in front of the radiation soldier, offering a passionate hug and a sweet wet kiss. Under such a terrifying attack, the radiation soldier bravely pressed the self-destruct button on the radiation device before his consciousness collapsed. Then came a violent explosion that completely burned all the bio-soldiers and weapons in that line. When Wang Ke adjusted the settings and finally reconnected to the scene, he was shocked to see that the S-Class hero of the Hero Association, the sexy prisoner, somehow survived the massive explosion as if he were cheating. However, this series of attacks still caused significant damage to the sexy prisoner. At this moment, he was completely naked, no longer needing to be pixelated, as he had almost turned into a charred mass. The sexy prisoner knelt on one knee, seemingly gathering strength. Then, the charred skin on his body began to slowly peel off, and new skin started to grow. However, this process was very slow, and the computer quickly calculated the result. To restore his original perverse form, the sexy prisoner would need at least half an hour. Amidst the snowy screen, Wang Ke saw the sexy prisoner's mouth seem to move. Although he had a bad premonition, driven by a rigorous scientific mindset to collect data as much as possible, Wang Ke couldn't help but let the computer interpret what the other party was saying. Not being able to save you boys without dicks is because my love is still not enough. Seeing this message appear on the screen, the mastermind Wang Ke once again suffered 3,000 points of mental damage. While the zombie man, the Vest Master, and the sexy prisoner were still fighting another S-Class hero, The metal bat began his infiltration action. This professional hero, who fought solely with momentum, faced the dense barrage of fire from the armed members of the snake of Devourer without batting an eye. He then struck the walls and floor of the sewer with his bat, causing part of the sewer in his area to collapse. The bio soldiers whose shooting lines were obstructed had no time to react further before many soldiers were buried alive in concrete. The remaining soldiers, just as they were about to counterattack, were bombarded with a large number of concrete blocks. The metal bat advanced by creating collapses while hitting concrete blocks with his bat, taking down dozens of bio soldiers that stood in his way. When he wielded his bat and pushed very close to the sewer entrance of the warehouse, he finally encountered a guy who looked like a high-ranking officer. This guy seemed a bit different from the previous ones. "Hey, are you one of the officers of the Snake of Devourer?" The metal bat, fighting with momentum, could vaguely sense the enemy's aura. The guy facing him was wearing strange combat armor, and from his build, he seemed to be a man. He was the squad leader of the 13th Enhanced Hunter Battalion of the Snake of Devourer, tasked with defending this traffic point by the organization S orders. The response from the opponent instantly provided the not-so-bright metal bat with a lot of information. The Snake of Devourer was such a large organization, and it seemed there were possibly 12 other battalions. If these guys at this location were really just a part of this organization's strength, then the Hero Association would have its hands full in the future. The metal bat thought about this, but found it increasingly troublesome. So he pointed his bat at the opponent, sternly lecturing, "I don't care what mess you are, since you've caused such a big incident this time. You're going to jail and need to correct the distorted personality your organization has instilled in you." After declaring this, the metal bat immediately charged at the opponent, delivering a heavy blow. However, the next moment, he couldn't see what happened clearly as the metal bat was sent flying back, crashing into the ruins he had created on his way here. Feeling pain all over, the metal bat had no time to react further before he realized that the opponent had already rushed up. The squad leader of the Snake of Devourer punched the downed metal bat in the face, and although the hero managed to block it with his bat at the last moment, the immense force still caused him significant harm, cracking the concrete around him. The squad leader's attack did not end. After the initial punch, a powerful combo followed. Wang Ku observed that his specially adjusted biochemical squad leader was currently demonstrating the strength of a ghost-level monster, and he felt quite satisfied. This squad leader, unlike the police's super warrior, was a hybrid of biochemical and mechanical modifications, representing another attempt at my genius idea. Additionally, I had developed a new generation of external armor suits, and the metal bat needed to step up and conduct more combat data tests. After being beaten severely, the metal bat spat out a lot of fresh blood. However, he did not yield. Instead, he gripped the bat and exerted force. The squad leader, named the serpent that devours the body, was pushed back by this immense strength. Just as he adjusted his posture, he suddenly found a bat appearing in front of him. The squad leader quickly bent down to avoid it, while the jetpacks on his waist and legs activated. He executed a maneuver on the ground that a human could not perform, circling around to the back of the metal bat and delivering a punch to the back of the S-Class hero's head. The metal bat merely raised his bat to block the fierce attack. But it wasn't over yet. Just as the two were locked in a momentary stalemate, a strange sharp sound suddenly echoed. Then the metal bat appeared to suffer some special damage, becoming unable to exert power for a moment, and was sent flying again by the squad leader. Taking advantage of this, the squad leader pursued the fallen opponent, stepping on the metal bat. He grabbed the wrist of the hand, holding the weapon with one hand and the opponent's head with the other. Another wave of even sharper sounds followed, and after this attack, the metal bat was left bleeding from 7 orifices. Unlike the radiation gun, which required a significant amount of preparation time, the subsonic weapon hidden within the squad leader's external armor did not need as much preparation time. It could be flexibly combined with the squad leader's various techniques. And surely the metal bat's brain and various internal organs had suffered considerable damage by now. Wang Ku watched carefully as the various data received from the base computer while the squad leader launched an attack. He analyzed whether there were areas for improvement to prepare for the development of new weapons in the future. After launching a series of attacks with the metal bat, the squad leader, whose only thought was to take down the opponent, showed no mercy. He held the right arm of the metal bat tightly, and suddenly a sharp metal knife extended from his wrist, seemingly ready to take the head of this S-Class hero. However, with a loud clang, the squad leader, clad in special combat armor, was sent flying, and a distinct bat-shaped dent appeared on his originally sci-fi armor. Shinzi must have been waiting for a long time. I need to get back faster to accompany her shopping. The S-Class hero wielding the metal bat, surprisingly, stood up again with even greater momentum after suffering attacks that could have directly killed an ordinary person multiple times. The squad leader, witnessing this scene, felt his bionic computer in his brain momentarily overload. But the metal bat did not give the squad leader more time to think. In the blink of an eye, he moved to the side of the squad leader and swung the bat with even greater force. The squad leader's combat reaction was not slow. He extended the special protective armor on his left arm to block this rapid strike. The specially made bioweapon armor was knocked off. But the squad leader seized the opportunity to counterattack, landing a heavy punch enhanced by infrasound directly on the metal bat's face. The cheekbone must have been shattered, and coupled with the infrasound attack, it should have taken you down. The squad leader of the serpent of devouring flesh calculated in his mind. But the S-Class hero repeatedly exceeded all expectations. The metal bat, after being sent flying, merely had some bruises on his face, shook his neck, and launched another attack. How is this possible? Why did it have no effect? The metal bat, with enhanced speed and strength, proceeded to unleash a new series of bat attacks, repeatedly cracking the opponent's external armor. After a final powerful swing, the squad leader's external armor was completely destroyed. What were you just saying? You were using sound as a weapon, right? Coincidentally, I can't hear anything right now, so your attacks are ineffective. Wong-Ku, seeing this on the display screen, began to complain in front of the computer. Infrasound weapons cannot be defended against just by being deaf. Do you not adhere to the laws of physics at all, you cheater? If you keep being so unscrupulous, how will science geek survive in this world? However, despite the metal bat's prowess in dismantling the serpent of devouring flesh squad leader's external armor, creations crafted with considerable effort by science geeks would not be easily taken down. All were weapons of over 50 caliber, and their performance seemed to exceed similar products available from arms dealers. Moreover, everyone had high-level shooting skills. Even the foot soldiers of the serpent of devouring flesh were quite competent. The high IQ child was inspecting the wreckage of his destroyed creation, the Mad Dog number 16, while numerous fallen bio-soldiers lay around him. Previously, the firepower of these bio-soldiers had quickly taken down the Child Emperor's robots. However, during the subsequent siege on this child, they employed a series of weapons including large-caliber rifles, individual missiles, flamethrowers, freeze guns, and radiation guns, but none had any effect. Relying on the various props he continuously pulled from his backpack and skillfully employing multiple clever tactics, the Child Emperor knocked all the bio-soldiers to the ground. He should have arrived at the entrance of the warehouse sewer before the metal bat. However, due to a major explosion that occurred near the nearby route, where the sexy prisoner was located, the road in front of the Child Emperor collapsed. Although the Child Emperor avoided being buried alive thanks to his backpack, both his paths forward and back were blocked by rubble. And with the time needed to clear his related props, he began to research the various intelligence left behind by the serpent of devouring flesh. Oh, this seems to be a special surveillance camera. The structure, wow, it suddenly exploded, and I didn't even get a good look at it. Under a piece of collapsed rubble, the Child Emperor found a special camera. Although it was an inconspicuous little thing, the Child Emperor quickly discerned its unusual nature. Just as he was about to observe it more closely, the camera unexpectedly self-destructed in his hand. This highly suspicious event raised some doubts in the Child Emperor's mind. Someone was monitoring the recent battle, and it was clear they could defend against my electronic interference before I invaded this place. The fact that the camera self-destructed immediately after I discovered it was proof of remote control. Such technical prowess is not ordinary. Remote control is Dr. Bofiai's specialty, and Diesel is also quite impressive in electronic interference. Could the serpent of devouring flesh be related to them? The Child Emperor, relying on small details, began to suspect Wong-Ku again. This made Wong-Ku, who was using other operational cameras to monitor the Child Emperor, feel a bit troubled, and he couldn't help but complain. Clearly just a child, still undeveloped, yet so eager to burn brain cells. Be careful not to grow up to be an idiot. After looking at the other heroes still engaged in battle, Wong-Ku pondered where he might have overlooked something. I hope the Child Emperor doesn't actually find any evidence that causes a lot of trouble later on. However, thinking about how much bounty the Hero Association would offer if they decided to hunt him down made Wong-Ku a bit curious at that moment. Although I haven't caused any substantial harm, Dr. Diesel is now at least a mad scientist capable of mass-producing ghost-level monsters. Even if these mass-produced goods are just lower-end ghost-level, the special high-end versions can still be produced. Plus, I have a bit of strength myself. The bounty should at least be in the 8 figures, no? It should be a 10-figure sum worthy of my genius identity. At this moment, Wong-Ku's narcissism was quite severe, but he mostly just thought about it. Afraid of trouble, he didn't really want to face the pursuit of numerous heroes. Plus, his current girlfriend is at least a former hero, even for the sake of harmony in nightlife. Wonka wouldn't really push himself to that extent. At most, he would occasionally raise a black hand from behind the scenes, acting as a chaotic neutral boss, watching the storm unfold. Oh no, that little brat, the child emperor, discovered other cameras again. Oh, he even found a way to trace my signal in reverse. I really can't underestimate him. To be safe, I should completely disconnect now. At worst, I won't watch her battle. After all, there is no interesting data to collect. After Wonka noticed the child emperor's quick response, he first sent a wave of hacker attacks to the child emperor. Then he pressed a few special buttons to disconnect the signal monitoring the child emperor. Meanwhile, the child emperor, still trying to find a mastermind in the sewer, had to spend time dealing with the sudden hacker attack. After he got distracted for a moment, a special machine he had placed nearby malfunctioned and stopped working. At that moment, the other surveillance devices that the child emperor had collected and not collected exploded simultaneously. Sensing something was wrong, the child emperor immediately slung his backpack over his shoulder, disregarding the troublesome laptop next to him that was being messed with by a hacker program, and entered a full defensive state. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred in the corridor where the S-Class hero, the child emperor, was located. No less significant than that at the sexy prisoner-S location. Once the collapse and dust settled, the child emperor looked around at the now clean scene and said angrily, "What cowardly adult, to go this far." However, just after he sighed, a series of explosions and vibrations came from elsewhere, and the child emperor quickly realized that something was wrong, silently cursing himself for his recklessness. The mastermind was too cautious, clearing all traces around. The hostages were still in the warehouse. If they were killed because of my rash actions, my sins would be great. After reflecting on his previous reckless tracking actions, the child emperor disregarded everything and drove the mechanical arm in his backpack towards the warehouse. And, as he had estimated, the battlefields of other S-Class heroes immediately changed because of the child emperor's previous actions. The zombie man, who had been in a stalemate battle with dozens of bio-soldiers and had just shot down a few enemies, was suddenly frozen by several freeze guns. The bio-soldiers who had just been competing with him in endurance quickly retreated, picking up everything they could carry, while the equipment and the bodies of their comrades that they couldn't take were doused with a powerful corrosive liquid, completely erasing any traces left behind. After the zombie man escaped again, he intended to chase after the serpent, who was still in sight, but a massive explosion engulfed the entire sewer line. Meanwhile, the Vest Master, who was engaged in a tough battle, had finally pushed back the mechanical bio-soldier in front of him, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. Then, the enemies who had almost forced him into a corner quickly withdrew from their fight with him. After another big explosion, these troublesome opponents vanished through various secret passages in the sewer. The metal bat, closest to the warehouse hostages, was originally engaged in a fight with the squad leader, who had increased in speed after shedding his armor. However, a sudden explosion forcibly ended their battle. The increasingly courageous metal bat had planned to unleash his finishing move to take down his troublesome opponent. But after the other party warned him about the danger to the hostages above, he had no choice but to let his opponent escape. Unfortunately, the final result was disappointing. The S-Class heroes who rushed to the warehouse ultimately discovered that the so-called large warehouse housing the hostages contained only special devices that simulated human responses. This was merely a disguise created by the serpent to attract the attention of the Hero Association. Feeling humiliated, the child emperor and the other heroes were preparing to take further action to track down the perpetrators and rescue the imprisoned hostages. However, at that moment, news came that the police, who had been gathering forces, had found all of the serpent's secret hideouts in Z City through a city-wide search. Although they did not capture the criminals or find other leads, they managed to rescue most of the hostages. The remaining hostages were all evil scientists with dangerous thoughts. It was reported that these individuals had chosen to ally with the serpent and had already begun to hide, planning to carry out further criminal actions against human society in the future. In this hostage rescue operation, our police department mobilized a large number of forces, uprooting the serpent organization in Z City. While a large number of criminals were killed, several brave police officers also paid the price with their lives. However, we will continue to dedicate all our strength to protect social security. Chi-Chi turned off the television and spoke to the several returning S-Class heroes in front of him. The police paid the price of 5 deaths and 37 injuries in this operation. According to the intelligence we received from the association, the police managed to locate the serpent's secret hideouts using a mass attack strategy. Among them, Director Xiong of the Z City Police Department contributed significantly and sustained some injuries. Seeing the previously free-spirited heroes now silent, Shichi continued. The 5 fallen police officers were all members of the Special Tactical Support Team. They sacrificed their lives to prevent the criminals from committing suicide bombings while suppressing them alongside the super police. Although the police did not capture a single member of the Serpent, they successfully rescued hostages while seizing many advanced weapons. Now, all sectors are praising the police's actions. While our Hero Association's earlier image of a large number of A, B, and C-class heroes being defeated is spreading wildly online. Some even captured images of the S-class hero, the Vestmaster, being sent to the hospital. Many have begun to question our Hero Association's capabilities, although they have no more detailed evidence. However, it is undeniable that this time, several S-class heroes acted but achieved no significant results. Therefore, the association must. Shichi was about to discuss some follow-up measures when the metal bat suddenly stood up to leave, which annoyed him. However, before Shichi could speak, the zombie man scolded first. Metal bat, the meeting isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going? I still have to go shopping with Qianzi. The metal bat replied simply, sounding very displeased. But the standing zombie man didn't care and confronted him angrily. This is a review meeting for this operation. Don't you feel even a bit of shame for failing? I risked my life to break into the warehouse to uphold our agreement. You, who were lagging behind, wasting time, have no right to speak here. What's the use? We didn't rescue the hostages anyway, and even let the Serpent's cadre escape. Bat boy, zombie boy, you both need to calm down. Don't. The argument between the metal bat and the zombie man was escalating when the sexy prisoner, also wrapped in bandages, quickly stepped in to mediate. However, before he could finish his words, another S-class hero present also exploded in anger. If you have the ability, go find the Serpent's hideouts yourself. Are you trying to shift the blame onto me while arguing here? The large-scale failure of this joint operation of S-class heroes was mainly due to the Child Emperor's misjudgment in locating the criminal hideouts. Although he had some awareness, he was still just a child. So, upon hearing the implied blame in the zombie man and the metal bat's words, the Child Emperor lost his cool at that moment. You little brat, go home and eat candy. This isn't a place for you to throw tantrums. Before others could further react to the words of the Child Emperor, a hero who had just walked into the conference room sternly scolded, drawing everyone's attention to him. The previously somewhat troubled Sitch let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly spoke to the newcomer. Mr. Atomic Samurai, you're finally back. I assume you've heard about the recent events, right? The newcomer was indeed the long-absent Atomic Samurai, who had returned stronger after training with his disciples. Meanwhile, a certain individual who had visited him for the purpose of weight loss had most likely returned to the lair of the snake's main conspirators. It seems there were some small-time thugs causing a ruckus, and the Hero Association ended up looking quite foolish, right? Atomic Samurai's tone made it sound like a minor issue, further aggravating the other S-class heroes present. The Child Emperor was the first to speak up. What a bold attitude for someone who wasn't there at a crucial moment. Save your lectures until you've been in battle yourself. Or do you want me to teach you a lesson? A latecomer uncle has no face to boast here. I'm quite annoyed right now, so be careful I don't use this TMD to smash you. Zombie Man was also glaring at Atomic Samurai, looking quite dissatisfied. The sexy prisoner couldn't show his feelings clearly, but his clenched fists revealed his discontent. If the S-class heroes started fighting here, it would undoubtedly be the annual scandal for the Hero Association. So Sitch immediately stepped up and revealed the information he hadn't shared earlier. Everyone, please calm down. Actually, Mr. Atomic Samurai dealt with a squad of the snake on his way back. It seems there was a mechanical cyborg tangled up with the vestige, and the snake squad leader described as a metal bat. What? Is there further intel? When did this happen? How could this be? Upon hearing Sitch's words, Metal Bat and the others immediately fell into a state of astonishment, all asking questions in unison. Atomic Samurai, however, appeared nonchalant and took a seat. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the other heroes and Atomic Samurai's calm demeanor, Sitch recounted the general course of events. After the previous operation failed, the fleeing members of the Snake, along with other forces, took advantage of our association and the police being distracted to launch an attack on Dr. Diesel, who was accepting our treatment commission. Fortunately, Mr. Atomic Samurai happened to pass by and helped. Otherwise, the injured Dr. Diesel might have been kidnapped. This news shocked several S-class heroes who had participated in the rescue operation once again, especially the Child Emperor, who had been somewhat suspicious of Diesel's connection with the Snake, was now quite surprised. Quick-witted, he immediately questioned Sitch. Did Diesel get injured in the attack? How serious is it? Although we couldn't perform emergency treatment on Dr. Diesel, He was severed at both arms and his left leg while resisting the snake, and there are quite a number of witnesses to this. When Mr. Atomic Samurai rescued him, Dr. Diesel had already been frozen by the snake's freeze gun. Unfortunately, the medications and machines Dr. Diesel prepared for treating the heroes were taken by the snake's people. In other words, the series of actions by the snake was not for money at all. Their real goal was to distract us, targeting Diesel and his technology. That's likely their aim. The combat power the snake mobilized during the attack on Dr. Diesel was clearly several times that of the previous operation. Mr. Atomic Samurai single-handedly dealt with 4 criminals holding the rank of squad leader, and his disciples also took down quite a few armed soldiers. After receiving such a response, the child emperor kicked over a chair beside him in anger and said, "Damn it, those bastards from the snake. They've been toying with me from the very beginning." The other S-class heroes, who had received explanations, also looked quite unwilling, all inquiring whether the association had tracked down any further intelligence. "Everyone, please sit quietly. I will tell you everything I know, but first, let us be patient and finish the previous review meeting." After much effort, Sitch finally managed to quiet the heroes in front of him and then conveyed all the information he had gathered, starting a serious analysis of the opponent with several heroes. Atomic Samurai was also carefully listening to the intel about the snake, and a hidden scar on his shoulder made him take this suddenly emerging organization seriously. Meanwhile, everything happening on-site was being secretly monitored by Metal Knight Beaufoy. After receiving a series of information, he looked at the snake as emblem on the screen and quietly muttered to himself, "The snake representing medicine? What is their true purpose? And what is their real connection with that guy Diesel?" However, if they really have no relation, the fact that they managed to make that bastard Diesel suffer, I'd actually like to commend them in person. "How are you feeling? Do you need a rest for a while?" The big sister, whom Wonka hadn't seen for some time, looked even more alluring now, though he was still unclear about her weight loss results. "I'm fine now. After all, I'm a genius doctor. These injuries won't take my life." At this moment, Wong has already had his hands and feet reattached, but the bulging veins on them make his physical condition look somewhat alarming. "What exactly is the deal with the serpent that devours the body? You need to be honest with me." Although the leader's ability to sense feelings has some bugs, she cannot clearly know what others are thinking. So at this moment, she only knows that her boyfriend seems to have some connection with the serpent that devours the body, without realizing that Wong Ku is the true mastermind. Well, the serpent that devours the body is an organization that seeks power, wisdom, and immortality. In fact, I had some contact with them in the past, and this time they seem to need my further strength to resolve some troubles. I'm not lying to the leader. The boss of the serpent that devours the body, do indeed pursue power and wisdom, and I have some desires for immortality. It's natural to have had contact in the past, but I can't be sure about future connections. This time, it is indeed to resolve a series of troubles, like collecting assistant samples, distracting troublesome individuals, etc. And it has indeed cost me quite a bit of strength. A large number of biosoldiers were almost completely consumed at once. After all, my girlfriend can sense whether Wong Ku is lying, so his responses have some tricks to them. Does that mean they're likely to launch attacks on you in the future? The leader indeed sensed that her boyfriend wasn't lying, but she also felt that he seemed to have more say. However, at this moment, feeling uneasy, she thought her boyfriend was just worried about her overthinking. "Don't worry. Although there was a bit of an unexpected situation this time, I will pay more attention in the future, and such situations shouldn't occur again." Wong's plan indeed encountered some unexpected issues. Originally, he just wanted to play along and finish it quickly. However, the big sister suddenly arrived with the atomic warriors and others, forcing him to painfully use most of his amassed forces to help the others gain experience, while he himself had to endure even heavier injuries. "What did you mean when you said there was a connection with the snake of devouring? Did you do something behind my back?" The technology of the snake of devouring is quite impressive. Even someone as talented as me admires it, so naturally. There were some collaborations in the past. Furthermore, the other party only recently started down the path of crime, so don't overthink it. Having a girlfriend like the big sister who can judge whether someone is lying face to face can be quite troublesome at times. However, if I use the truth to lead her, I am confident I can keep it hidden. So far, the results have been acceptable. At least the big sister hasn't pursued the matter further. Seeing the big sister's worried expression, Wonka felt a bit guilty as her boyfriend, so he planned to temporarily avoid her. "I previously accepted a commission from the Hero Association and the police department to treat the injured. Since I have mostly recovered now, I'm getting ready to go to the hospital again. I'll go with you to prevent you from encountering any issues. There's really no need for that. I'm well prepared this time. Nothing will happen." Stop nagging. Just listen to what I say. The big sister's attitude was very firm, and Wang Ke had no choice but to take her to the hospital with him. After throwing the heavily injured and radiated vest gentleman into a giant washing machine-like device, Wang Ke was finally about to clean up the mess he had created. At that moment, Silver Fong and Bang Pu suddenly appeared. First, the younger brother Bang Gu said to Wang Ke, "Is this guy really that strong? Although you are a useless disciple, being disarmed and nearly captured like that is something even a typical dragon-level monster couldn't accomplish. Well, I was just a bit careless. Moreover, the other party's radiation gun is indeed quite troublesome. Look at the vest gentleman in this machine. He has almost a half-life now. Before, when the radiation he was exposed to flared up, he went from being a muscular man to a withered, wrinkled egg." The two old men came to visit, and Wang Ke felt a bit touched, but he still wouldn't tell the truth. Bang Pu, who has known Wang Ke a bit longer, seemed to sense something and said, "Were you really careless this time? You wouldn't have any intention of deliberately letting it slide, would you? A troublesome disciple like you, with so many devious ideas, should at least be able to escape." Wang Ke had made up his mind not to back down, so he continued to fabricate stories. "Previously, because I was randomly researching Baji Quan at home, I had developed some strange conditions in my body. Don't squint, you old geezer. Don't you get tired of using this trick all the time? What do you know about the matters of scientists, scholars? If you don't believe me, we can find another place for a one-on-one match. My Baji Quan has indeed matured a bit more." Bang Pu saw that the intimidation he had used before was ineffective, and he couldn't help but lament in his heart that he had relied on this tactic too much, causing the other party to become immune to it. "Forget it. Let's just assume what you said is true. In fact, the reason I came to the hospital to find you is that there are some other matters as well." Wang Ke let out a sigh of relief in his heart after hearing Bang Pu give up on the inquiry, while also putting on a listening posture. "Recently, the two of us old men went to a place where we practiced in our youth to get some exercise. It seemed that there were some strange signs there that we, as martial artists, couldn't figure out. However, it's just right that we have you, this unserious guy, around. Find some time to help us investigate. Don't cause any major destruction. There are many memories for us there. So, you want me to conduct a scientific investigation? It's really troublesome how you old men randomly assign tasks." Wang Ke was in his heart, but he still didn't directly refuse. Instead, he asked about the relevant details. "What kind of situation is it? If it's something too boring, I might not have much motivation." Bang Pu glanced over and decided that when the foolish disciple comes to the dojo next time, he would give him some enhanced training. The Silver Tusk also made a similar plan to Bang Pu, but he began to describe something and handed a strange object to Wang Ke. "The scenery there is quite nice, but the animals have decreased a bit. Also, there are some of these things appearing like something shed by some kind of insect. Aren't you very interested in these oddities? You can go investigate this." After Wang Ke took the item handed to him by the Silver Fawn, his rich knowledge allowed him to realize that it seemed to be the molting of some kind of incomplete mutated insect. However, its hardness exceeded his expectations, and Wang Ke felt a bit of interest. "Where's the location? I'll find some time to go take a look." "In the mountains and forests south of Y City." Wang Ke and his elder sister were having a picnic, and beside them was a strange machine. The two old gentlemen were right. The scenery in this place was indeed quite nice. Wang Ke took a bite of the sandwich in his hand, which was painstakingly made by the big sister head and was the best result of her training as a bride. She suggested that he could come and play more often when he had time, as staying cooped up in the house wasn't good for him. While enjoying the scenery around her, the big sister head handed Wang Ke a fried shrimp. It looked a bit flawed on the outside, but the taste was quite decent. Originally, Wang Ke planned to investigate alone this time, but the big sister head was worried that he might encounter a snake attack again, so she insisted on coming along. Wang Ke felt a bit guilty about his girlfriend's excessive concern and hesitated about whether to tell her the truth. After scanning, the giant water shrimp in the lake had completed its 12th molting. It was currently undergoing its 13th molting and showed signs of becoming a mago. At that moment, an electronic sound came from the machine nearby, reminding the leisurely couple of their work. What exactly is a water shrimp? The big sister head hadn't paid attention before and wasn't very familiar with insects. So now, feeling relaxed, she curiously asked Wang Ke. Wang Ke swallowed the fried shrimp in his mouth, took a sip of the special drink, and then answered his girlfriend's question. In simple terms, it's the name for the larval stage of a dragonfly, which can last for several years for some species, making it the longest period in a dragonfly's life. However, the huge water bug in the lake might have lived for decades, or even 100 years, or maybe even longer. After listening to Wang Ke's explanation, the big sister turned to look at a pile of dismantled parts in the distance, and continued to ask, Is this guy so violent now? And will it become even stronger after molting? It's likely to be that way. However, given the water bug's ferocity, it might improve a lot once it finally metamorphoses into a dragonfly. After all, dragonflies are beneficial insects. Wouldn't it be more prudent to get rid of it now? Even if dragonflies are beneficial insects? But such a large beneficial insect, can it only eat humans? The parts that Wong had destroyed were previously placed in the water as detection equipment. Although they weren't specifically designed for combat, they could still handle tiger-level monsters. The fact that they were easily destroyed by the water shrimp indicates that the creature in the lake might have reached ghost-level strength. Therefore, the big sister's concerns are not unwarranted. It's better to deal with the threat as soon as possible. Let's wait a little longer. This kind of creature has significant research value. I even injected it with my aberrant cells before. It was initially in bad shape, but now it has stabilized through molting. Moreover, it shows signs of metamorphosis, making it a highly valuable living research specimen. If this dragonfly completely sheds the influence of the aberrant cells, it would also be very useful for Wong himself. So he is now calmly waiting by, anticipating the monster's final metamorphosis in the lake. How much longer do we have to wait? I want to watch my TV show tonight, and I also want to take a hot shower. Actually, I can help you connect the signal in the mountains, and you can still watch your TV shows. You can also manage with a hot shower on the plane. There's no need to make a special trip. Wong wanted to pamper his girlfriend a bit more, but the big sister directly interrupted him, saying a shower isn't enough. I also want to take a bath, and the shower gel I like is still at home. Sigh. That's why I told you not to come along. Such a willful and troublesome person. Wong sighed to himself, quickly finished eating the sandwich, and then stood up to say, I'll go see how the monster in the lake is doing. If it doesn't work out, I'll just retrieve it directly. This time, you don't need to follow me underwater. Otherwise, the timing will be delayed again, and we need to be on guard on the shore. The leader originally wanted to continue following her boyfriend, but after hearing that they also needed to be vigilant on the shore, she calmed down and chose to wait. While Wong was putting on his diving suit, the giant water shrimp in the lake exceeded the estimated speed and completed its molting again. It then began to crawl up the rocky shore, quickly entering a state of metamorphosis. Oh, the speed has increased. I need to hurry over to collect some samples. Just a little more patience, leader. At this rate, we won't even need an hour. We can finish up and go home. However, the leader did not show any signs of happiness at Wong's words. Due to the water flow caused by the shrimp suddenly coming ashore, she was busy tidying up the picnic blanket and the bento she had prepared. Wong quickly took off his diving suit, then prepared his tools and rushed to the water shrimp's side to collect various samples. The water shrimp, which would usually attack Wong seemed to be focused on its metamorphosis this time, or perhaps it had grown accustomed to Wong's occasional poking. It behaved surprisingly quietly, allowing Wong to carry out a series of actions without resistance. It was quite cooperative. If you had been this honest in the previous encounters, you wouldn't have had to suffer those hardships. However, it doesn't matter that you're not being honest this time. After all, your speed can't catch up with me. On the head of the gigantic water shrimp, there was a grotesque face covered in blue veins and scars. In response to Wong's provocation, this time it chose to quietly cling to the rock without saying a word. Since the live specimen he was studying was so cooperative, Wong refrained from further taunting. Instead, he accelerated the collection of various materials from the water shrimp, including body fluids, cells, and molted skin, while also inserting a few small gadgets into the gigantic insect-like creature. Then Wong quietly sat on the water shrimp's head, focusing on the miniature robots swimming around inside it, observing the various changes within the water shrimp. About 40 minutes passed, and the older sister finished tidying up everything by the lake. Even the machines that had been destroyed by the water shrimp were neatly recovered into Wong's aircraft in the distance. Throughout the process, she demonstrated a strong sense of environmental awareness. Then the older sister waved her hand by the lake and shouted loudly to her boyfriend, I've finished packing everything. Can we go home soon? Wong was still drinking his beverage at this moment, observing the fusion and division of the abnormal cells within the water shrimp. After hearing his girlfriend shout, he responded loudly, I'll be home soon. Just let me deal with this almost mature monster. It will take some time to wrap things up, so just be patient a bit longer. I'll watch TV with you tonight. In fact, Wong had already completed all the data collection. He was just waiting for the monster's further reaction. The monster did not disappoint him, instead roaring angrily and triumphantly, Stop throwing dog food. None of you will get to go back. Since you're foolish enough to let me successfully metamorphose, I will graciously swallow your corpses too. Hearing the monster's taunts, Wong calmly put away his observation equipment and muttered to himself, time to clean up. Ha ha! The dragonfly's flying ability is extraordinary. As a dragonfly monster, my speed is even more impressive. How could this broken red ball possibly hit me? Due to Wang-Ku's influence, the giant red dragonfly monster, which had prematurely completed its metamorphosis, skillfully dodged Wang-Ku's signature move, the red ball wave. Oh dear, this red ball wave technique has been having various issues lately. Sometimes it lacks power and can't break through the defenses of the myriad strange rocks, or the trajectory is too monotonous to hit this agile fellow in front of me. Seeing the dragonfly monster able to make high-speed turns, come to sudden stops mid-air, and move up, down, and backward, its aerial maneuverability was indeed impressive. Thus, after Wang-Ku kicked out another red ball wave, he couldn't help but lament whether his signature move was becoming somewhat ineffective. Thank you for promoting my evolution. Now, taste the power of my chewing mouth parts. The massive red dragonfly monster, after a spectacular evasive maneuver, dove rapidly towards Wang-Ku. Wang-Ku's palms were bulging with veins, ready to tear off the opponent's wings the moment they made contact with the ground. But suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and the dragonfly monster that was originally diving down returned to the air. Ah ha ha, stupid. My compound eyes are made up of over 30,000 tiny lenses. How could you sneak attack me? He taunted. How does it feel to be counterattacked? Your body hurts, right? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the head sister's dress was torn open with a red slit. Her tattered clothing and even her underwear were destroyed, leaving her momentarily exposed. Fortunately, only her boyfriend and a monster with a predetermined fate were present. So the head sister didn't cover herself, but instead blushed and said to Wang-Ku, "This is just a must-have accessory for a lady. It's not a relapse of my old condition, really. What an honest girlfriend. Which lady would hide red wine in her clothes? But never mind. She had been doing well during this time. Who doesn't have a little secret?" Regarding his girlfriend's obvious attempt to cover up, Wang-Ku just chuckled and didn't pursue her breach of agreement. At the same time, his guilt about her secrets diminished somewhat. However, just as Wang-Ku's laughter came out, Miss Feng Chengmisha's other little secrets hidden in her dress also followed suit and were exposed. Seeing the slightly unnatural pink heart-shaped logo on the filter tip, Wang-Ku immediately recognized it as a special type of sun-dried tobacco disguised as a lady cigarette. His girlfriend had more little secrets than he had imagined. After they started dating, she would occasionally avoid him to take a shower alone. It seemed these were the reasons why. Wang-Ku sighed helplessly and then pointed to the little secret that Feng Chengmisha had already exposed. "Ah, this is just a lady's cigarette. It's just a lady's accessory." The big sister, who came to her senses, immediately raised her little daughter's demeanor by several levels. She quickly grabbed the cigarette and then flusteredly started to explain. "The long dress you are wearing today is very cute, and the style of the underwear suits you well. But it's time to get a bigger size. I don't know anything else. The wind in the mountains is strong, so be careful not to catch a cold." Wang-Ku took off his coat and put it on his girlfriend while giving the leader a way out. Miss Feng Chengmisha, whose face had turned red from embarrassment, replied awkwardly, "As expected, a lady in a long dress shouldn't get into fights. I'll be more careful next time. The appearance of a lady is quite nice, but I also really like the strong and imposing look of the leader." Wang-Ku and Feng Chengmisha, this couple, were shamelessly flaunting their love. The dragonfly monster, feeling ignored in the air, was extremely angry. It gathered a red flash in front of its head while loudly scolding the couple on the ground. "Bastards! How dare you recklessly flaunt your love? Do you know how many single dogs are suffering in this world? Having committed such a great sin, you should die carrying the resentment of countless single dogs." If Wang-Ku had pulled out the data from the old single dog signal tower, he would have found that the energy flash of the dragonfly monster in front of him had a lot in common with the single dog signal tower. After a strong flash of light, nothing remained where Wang-Ku and Feng Chengmisha had originally stood. The dragonfly monster's compound eyes did not find any enemies, and it couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Ha ha, now you've seen it. This is the hatred of countless single dogs. You damned happy couples. Dying without a trace is the best punishment for you." But in the next moment, it sensed something was wrong and quickly made a vertical ascent, then executed an emergency right turn. Although it dodged the fatal blow, one of its legs was still torn off. Wang-Ku casually threw away the giant foot of the dragonfly monster and stood on a large rock, provocatively saying to the dragonfly monster, "Based on my research, you must have directly mutated from an insect into a monster, right? Why does it seem that you exude the essence of a human single-dog loser in your words? Could it be that an intense mating season has caused another mutation in your body, allowing you to receive the resentment signals condensed by many single dogs? It's so noisy. Single dogs are definitely not losers. They are warriors honing their beliefs. Getting into a relationship is an act of betraying one's beliefs and should be punished by all single dogs. After being provoked by while.Though, the dragonfly monster increased its strength and relentlessly attacked while.Though. Meanwhile, while.Though noted to himself that the negative energy of single dogs was too severe and might also exacerbate the monster's power increase. It seemed that the resentment power of single dogs transcended species. Your physique can't possibly be satisfied by any dragonfly. Otherwise, how about I make you a special self-defense device? This will help you enter a sage state, and then you'll better feel the beliefs you speak of. While.Though, continuously dodging flexibly, mercilessly mocked his opponent, showing no awareness that he was also part of the deep waters and raging fire. The huge red dragonfly monster only lost its rationality further, constantly changing the direction of its wing flaps and chasing after the constantly dodging while.Though. The powerful impacts and the occasional red flashes emitted by the dragonfly, while failing to hit while.Though directly, created a large amount of debris, forcing while.Though to keep using his flowing shattered rock fist to block with his arms. While.Though and the strange creature were caught in a kind of stalemate, spinning around at high speed for several minutes. However, after another sudden attack, the red dragonfly creature immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. How could this be? I've been very careful and haven't given you a chance to counterattack at all. When exactly did you hit me? I didn't launch an attack. You just got dizzy from my movements. But next, I want to be polite. Let us see if you can dodge my attacks. As soon as while.Thoug's voice fell, his body turned into an afterimage. The dragonfly monster hurriedly ascended in height. But dizzy and disoriented, it still couldn't evade while.Tho's attack. In an instant, the two pairs of wings were torn off by while.Though, who had entered a state of electric brilliance. When a massive red dragonfly monster fell from the sky, while.Though concentrated electric currents in both hands and immediately moved in to deliver a powerful heart pulse shock to the monster. As the monster lost consciousness, while.Though, who had successfully captured another ghost-level monster, said casually, "Even a giant dragonfly monster is just a dragonfly after all." The technique for catching dragonflies is just a matter of rotating fingers transformed into rotating arms and body. It's really a relaxed battle. No wonder I always felt like I'd seen the dragonfly monster somewhere before. It seemed to have appeared on the cover of a comic side story. I remember that the general storyline was about the Blizzard group planning to recruit Saitama and his friends, only to be thoroughly defeated by King in a game. At this moment, arriving at the underground base in Z City, while.Though pondered how to organize the serpent of devouring flesh. While sketching a diagram of the power structure, he suddenly recalled a cover from a comic he had seen in his past life. I remember Saitama also had a finger pointing and spinning on the cover. It's quite surprising that Saitama and I share some twisted sense of humor in this regard. After defeating the dragonfly monster, while.Though could have easily overpowered it with his strength. However, to save time, he chose the easier tactical victory route. After defeating the dragonfly monster, he superficially dealt with the monster's body. In reality, after leaving with his girlfriend, several drones he had arranged in secret stealthily transported the unconscious dragonfly monster back to the secret base in Z City. Previously, to increase research efficiency, while.Though had completed the development plan for research assistants. After extensive data screening and optimization, he designed a total of 16 different models of research assistant brains. Next, he planned to mass-produce them in the underground secret base in Z City according to different models, and now over 600 clone researchers have been created. These individuals not only had various knowledge implanted in their brains, but were also brainwashed using specially designed nanobots by while.Though. While being absolutely loyal to the serpent of devouring flesh, they remained unaware of while.Tho's true identity, although their physical abilities were only slightly stronger than average. The brain development of these research assistants was remarkably advanced. Even if they couldn't compare to while.Though, the super genius, they were still several levels above the top experts in human society. Well, these research assistants can't be seen in public, so they can only be arranged in the underground secret base in Z City. It's just right to take on the name of the serpent of devouring flesh to facilitate carrying out some shady operations in the future. However, with Saitama in Z City and the Monster Association, it's really too unsafe. I should build a few more new bases as soon as possible. However, constructing new bases requires relevant equipment and various facilities. Although I can create these, collecting materials will still cost money. So, it seems that besides the research group, the Serpent of Devouring Flesh also needs a department to raise funds and manage other affairs. With this in mind, while.Though added a management department next to the research department on the 3D projection. Since it's an evil organization, it definitely needs its own armed forces. This way, while defending the base, they can also occasionally go out to carry out some missions. So the third department will be the armed division. After quickly listing the three major departments, Wang-Ke decided to temporarily base the framework on this and further refine the unit composition of each department. After all, this evil organization was created to enhance research efficiency. So, the first step in refinement will start with the research and development department. Although Wang-Ke started with biochemical modifications, advanced intelligent computers have greatly supported him in many of his tasks. Therefore, the first unit he filled under the research department was computer system development. This unit will initially dispatch 100 researchers responsible for developing new types of computers and related systems, whether software or hardware. Any research work that can enhance computer performance will be directly managed by this unit. Next, for the second unit, Wang-Ke unhesitatingly wrote down biological technology development, as this is Wang-Ke's main business in the One Punch Man world. For this unit, he directly allocated 350 researchers. They will research various tasks, including gene modification and cell fusion. Although Wang-Ke's main focus is here, these initial 350 researchers will mostly serve as his research laborers. However, as various research efforts expand and deepen, these individuals will play increasingly significant roles in the future. Moreover, relying on these individuals alone will significantly boost Wang-Ke's research speed. For the third unit, Wang-Ke wrote down physics research, specifically plasma physics. Currently, besides the bases in F-City and Z-City, the base transformed from a nuclear power plant has also reached a certain scale. Although it is a public base, it is quite easy to arrange for some members of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh to disguise their identities and work there. When a new secret bases are constructed, a considerable amount of materials will be needed and a significant energy supply will also be required. Using the nuclear power plant base's public identity, he can procure some necessary equipment and supplies to avoid a lot of trouble. Additionally, speeding up the research progress at this base will allow some new findings to be quickly applied to the newly constructed bases. At the same time, Wang-Ke's research on the strange energy in his right leg will also benefit greatly. As for the personnel allocation, let's set it at 50 for now, and we can add more as new staff come in. For the fourth unit, Wang-Ke wrote down the mechanical development department. Although the name is a bit too broad, Wang-Ke allocated all the remaining 170 research assistants here. This unit will be responsible for the development of various mechanical devices and will also design and integrate weapon systems. Although Wang-Ke doesn't plan to take the extreme mechanical route like Boros, he does have some experimental ideas for developing robots or semi-mechanical biohumans. After writing down the 4 units, Wang-Ke realized that the personnel were still insufficient and there were additional tasks to handle. So, he produced more than 30 additional research assistants from the remaining materials in the Z-City base. They were temporarily organized into a support unit. This unit will serve as a supplementary support force for the other 4 units, and any development research with lower priority will be handled by this unit. When the research department needs to further change its composition in the future, this unit can adjust personnel as necessary. The personnel for the research department had long been prepared. At the same time, the Z-City base has various well-equipped laboratories, so most of the research work can begin immediately. As for the management and armed departments, Wang-Ke still needs to figure out how to allocate personnel. Previously, to put on a show, most of the biochemical soldiers were utilized. The remaining forces consist of only a few small fry. So, after integrating these remaining combat forces into the armed department, Wang-Ke began planning how to rake in some money and materials from society to further accelerate and strengthen his power. What makes money fastest in this world? Different people may have different answers, but the most frequent answer might just be robbery. The gang led by the A-class bounty criminal, Nyo, had just pulled off a heist at a bank in City Y and successfully shook off the pursuing police. After returning to their hideout, one of the henchmen, still holding a dagger, asked their leader, "Mr. Nyo, we've made quite a haul this time. Shouldn't we find a place to celebrate?" They've been on a roll recently, and with the police and professional heroes keeping a close watch, it was time to lay low for a while. Nyo, the A-class bounty criminal, wore a satisfied expression as he looked at the money they had acquired from several robberies and smiled happily. Although the police and heroes weren't anything special, being pursued by them was quite troublesome. It was time to take a good break and enjoy this money in the black market. Drugs, alcohol, women this time. Everyone could get whatever they wanted. Long live Mr. Nyo. Awesome. I've been holding back for months. We need to find a different drug dealer this time. The last one sold us cut stuff. Wasn't strong enough. After receiving their leader's promise, the henchmen began to celebrate. some discussing how to enjoy their upcoming carefree days with like-minded companions. The atmosphere was lively, but no one noticed that a group of well-equipped bio-soldiers had already surrounded their hideout. The assault began. At Wang Ke's command, all armed bio-soldiers suddenly rushed in, launching indiscriminate attacks on the members of the gang. The bullets fired at the scene were specially designed electric bullets. Those robbers who were hit fell to the ground, experiencing muscle spasms, respiratory failure, organ dysfunction, internal burning, and incontinence. Having experienced a real-life CS scenario, Wang Ke shifted his focus to the A-class bounty criminal, Nyo. This guy actually took down 3 bio-soldiers with B-class hero strength, unarmed. Initially, he just wanted to play a game while working, but it turned out the A-class prisoner had some real skills. After Wang Ke finished speaking, the bio-soldiers quickly dealt with the other henchmen and stepped back to give each other space. Seeing this, Nyo realized that the person in front of him, dressed like a special police officer, was likely the leader of these mysterious attackers. Although they looked like a disciplined force, they were probably not members of the police or military. "Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack us?" Wang Ke, wearing a special mask, replied. "It doesn't matter to tell you. We are the Ouroboros, the symbol of infinity. Everything we desire, be it people, money, or knowledge, must be under our control." Von Kiskiviko, quite immersed in his role, delivered a somewhat clitch line, showcasing remarkable intimidation alongside the bio-soldiers moving in unison behind him. Upon hearing this, the A-class bounty criminal Nyo keenly noticed a symbol on the opponent's uniform resembling a flattened number 8. Upon closer inspection, this flattened 8 was not a number, but a strange snake biting its own tail. If Nyo had a bit more knowledge, he would realize that this actually represented the infinite M by his strip. The Ouroboros symbol? It seems a bit different from what I've heard. Nyo recalled a previous news story about an organization called Ouroboros. Their symbol was somewhat similar to this one, but the one shown on television was an upright 8 with 2 rings in the middle, not the symbol he was facing. From the Shin Megami Tensei series Ouroboros, although there are some disputes and beliefs, we are all proudly Ouroboros, just belonging to different factions. Wang Ke felt that revealing this information was enough, so he gave Nyo no chance to counterattack and instantly slammed him against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Everything present, whether money, people, weapons, or their means of transportation, belonged to us, the Devouring Serpent. Yes, Commander. Following that, the soldiers of the Devouring Serpent began their detailed division of labor, packing up everything from Yo's stomach and taking it away. They didn't miss even a few hidden storage rooms, except for a pile of discarded waste, which these bio-soldiers did not touch. Several hours after everyone from the Devouring Serpent had left, a shivering, weak figure slowly crawled out from the garbage heap. The Devouring Serpent, engaging in black on black, actually wiped out our Nyo's stomach in an instant. It was truly terrifying. After Wang Ke deliberately let this kid go, some side information about the Serpent of Devouring Flesh began to spread within the underworld. However, this thug was not the only source of information, as many other criminal organizations faced a fate similar to that of a cow's stomach within a few days. Except for a few lucky ones, all organizations, regardless of whether they resisted, had their attacked members disappear without a trace. Other underworld organizations that received the news immediately fell into a state of panic. Similarly, the police and the Hero Association, who also sensed these changes, began to be on high alert, ready for any actions the Serpent of Devouring Flesh might take. However, the organizational power of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh seemed to be vast and strong beyond imagination. Despite the police and the Hero Association's efforts, many wealthy individuals still fell victim to attacks by criminals. Although these wealthy people only lost their money and were not taken away, they seemed to have some dirty dealings. While others engaged in legitimate business did not suffer attack from members of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh, who bore a symbol resembling an infinity sign. Furthermore, after the robberies, a lot of evidence of these wealthy individuals' illegal activities suddenly appeared online. Thus, under the guidance of certain voices, the Serpent of Devouring Flesh seemed to become a symbol of justice in the darkness. However, not long after these claims emerged, another batch of Serpent of Devouring Flesh members marked with the previously raised 8-character symbol began a new round of criminal activities. These actions targeted criminal organizations such as underworld gangs or robber groups, as well as some seemingly clean, wealthy individuals. After a rapid series of robberies, they only took money and left everything else behind. Moreover, after the robbery operations ended quickly, no criminal evidence was disseminated. Comparing this, Various speculations arose within the Hero Association and the police department. After a flurry of activity, they finally obtained some information from the lucky survivor of the cow's stomach incident, confirming certain speculations. It seemed that within the serpent of devouring flesh, due to the differences in their respective units, there might be significant ideological differences among the various teams when carrying out actions. It appeared that the mysterious organization of the serpent of devouring flesh was even larger and more complex than the association and the police had originally estimated. In City F, the wealthy Xenier looked anxiously at the situation displayed on the monitor. The bodyguards he had temporarily hired were diligently carrying out their respective duties, showing no signs of slackness. However, the new defense system Xenier had purchased still had some minor issues unresolved. Although the technicians had explained to him that these were just temporary minor glitches that could be quickly resolved and would not affect the overall operation of the defense system, Xenier was still uneasy. He dialed a few more phone calls, urging the police department and the Hero Association in City F to quickly allocate some reinforcements. At that moment, Xenier's butler approached, reporting the latest news from the patrolling police outside. Master Xenier, the police we dispatched have completed the search in the surrounding area and found no suspicious individuals. The butler's report, while professional, only added to Xenier's anxiety. However, no one dared to point that out, nor did Xenier have the self-awareness. He just irritably exclaimed, "If they haven't found anything, let them investigate again until they do. If they dare to complain, I will make the entire police department suffer." Xenier grumbled about how he had clearly requested the dispatch of super warriors and tactical support teams for his protection, but they had only sent these incompetent little characters. The butler said nothing further, bowed to Xenier, and then turned to leave. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was internally criticizing Xenier for being overly agitated. In fact, Xenier had not just started acting this way today. He had been in this state since a week ago. Initially, Xenier had successfully called in super warriors from the police department. However, after wasting several days with no abnormalities, the media reported that the super warriors had gone missing for several days and that the security environment in City F was deteriorating. Considering the impact on public relations, the police department subsequently replaced them with tactical teams and then with regular police officers. After several peaceful days, the police department was even considering completely lifting the protection on Xenier. Although the Hero Association's branch in City F was not as strong as in other regions, with support from the headquarters, they could still show some strength. At this moment, although several heroes had changed shifts, 2 professional heroes, an A-class enhanced warrior and a giant hammer wrestler, remained on guard inside Xenier's building. It seems I should urge the police and the Hero Association again. My premonition today is very strong. Those guys from the Serpent of Devouring Flesh must have their eyes on me, and they are likely to make a move today. Xenier muttered to himself while rubbing his forehead. Over the years, he had developed a strong confidence in his premonitions. Whether it was coincidence or he truly had a special ability, whenever his premonition was strong, some bad events would indeed occur. I can't just hide here waiting for the attack. That's too passive. I should secretly relocate to another location and hide, while maintaining the illusion that I'm still here. Xenier decided in his heart, quickly calling his butler over, whispering a few times before starting to take action. Then, a decoy fat man, wearing a wig resembling a poop emoji, put on Xenier's pajamas and began to move in front of the window. Meanwhile, Xenier himself, after putting on a hat, quietly made his way to the underground parking lot accompanied by a few trusted aides. Xenier chose not to use his previously eye-catching vehicle, but opted for one of his subordinates' cars for this outing. Master Xenier, we just received news from the Golden Poop building. The patrolling police on the periphery engaged in combat with some suspicious individuals after spotting them. One of his trusted aides informed Xenier, who was quite tense. My premonition was correct. Those guys from the Serpent of Devouring Flesh are after me. Although the news says they only rob for money and do not harm lives, I'm different from other wealthy individuals. They will definitely kidnap me for a large ransom. Xenier said with a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Since they are still attacking the building, it proves they haven't discovered that I've already made my escape. However, not long after Xenier's side, a shadow suddenly appeared on the hood of the moving car. What cunning guy! But fortunately, we from the Serpent of Devouring Flesh are also prepared. The figure, appearing suddenly like a ghost, immediately frightened Xenier and his party inside the car. A quick reacting bodyguard swiftly drew a handgun, but in an instant, the gun was sliced into several pieces, and the car transformed into a convertible. Xenier's figure also vanished from the car, causing panic among the other passengers. The shadow that took Xenier then swiftly moved between buildings, running away like a monster. Unlike other wealthy individuals, we from the serpent of devouring flesh only rob their vaults. Your wealth, Xenier, is astonishing. We must extract a substantial ransom from you. Please don't hurt me. I'm willing to give you money. You can ask for as much as you want. Xeniel directly admitted defeat to the shadow, realizing that this seemed to be just a kidnapping operation. As long as he cooperated sincerely, the other party shouldn't harm him. Just when Xeniel was in a state of terrified contemplation, the ghostly figure holding him suddenly vanished, and he was then grabbed by another shadow. What a troublesome employer. It would have been better to stay quietly in the building, but they stupidly ran out. With me, the speedy Sonic, around, what are you worried about? Oh wow, you're called Sonic, right? I must give you a huge bonus later. The person was indeed a bodyguard Xeniel had recently hired. At the time, there were so many bodyguards being hired that Xeniel didn't pay much attention to this oddly dressed guy. Unexpectedly, when something really happened, this somewhat effeminate figure turned out to be so reliable. At this moment, the masked Sonic showed no enthusiasm for Xeniel, who was being held. He simply turned his head slightly to look back, casually throwing a shuriken backward while saying boredly, "What an annoying opponent. I was planning to let you live a bit longer, but just die already." However, instead of the expected grunt or scream, the shuriken he threw was surprisingly sent back. Sonic unexpectedly performed a flip and then tossed Xeniel, who was vomiting from the high-speed spin, to the side. He then turned to stare at the figure chasing behind, expressing some interest. It seems the rumored serpent of devouring flesh is indeed somewhat interesting. You must be a cadre, right? Much better than the useless ones back in the building. To have killed so many of our serpent of devouring flesh soldiers in such a short time. You will definitely pay a bloody price here today. Wonka looked at his opponent in front of him, feeling a bit excited inside. It wasn't that he had been bent, but Wonka felt that battling Sonic would bring him a lot of gains today. In fact, Wonka didn't have a plan to kidnap Xeniel before, because during a series of previous actions, he had already collected enough funds and resources to start the next phase of his plan. However, upon learning that Xeniel had actually hired Sonic as a bodyguard, Wonka, feeling a bit restless, wanted to test his enhanced speed once again. Originally, Wonka had conceived other attack plans, but he didn't expect that Xeniel would be so clever as to run out from his heavily guarded lair. Wonka simply chose to engage Sonic while also playing the role of a robber. He then dispatched a large number of cannon fodder troops to launch an assault on the Golden Poop building. After attracting the attention of the police and the Hero Association, Wonka initiated a kidnapping operation against Xenier by himself. However, not long after Wonka captured Xenier, Sonic quickly caught up. The computer informed Wonka that in the previous attack, more than half of the nearly 200 cannon fodder had been taken out by Sonic in less than half a minute. The remaining cannon fodder could no longer continue their offensive and were awkwardly evading the pursuit of the police and heroes. These cannon fodder were criminals captured from the underworld, brainwashed, and had undergone some enhancements. Although they were not as good as Wonka's standard bio soldiers, they could definitely take down 1 or 2 demon-level monsters when equipped with weapons. Unexpectedly, they couldn't even last half a minute in front of Sonic. Not bad speed, huh? So you were hiding it before. But that speed isn't enough. Use a faster move, or you won't have a chance. Sonic said provocatively, while easily dodging Wonka's 2 black short knives. Don't be too arrogant. Watch me chop off your dog head. Wonka, after a flash of movement, executed a double attack with his twin knives, simultaneously targeting the 2 blind spots on Sonic's sides. Boring guy, I warned you. As Sonic saw that Wonka's speed could not be further enhanced, he used his ninja blade to slash towards Wonka's eyes after a shadow passed by the opponent's attack. Wonka couldn't dodge in time and received a bloody slash across his eye, with splattered blood nearly hitting Xenier, who was watching from the side. Haha, Sonic. You did a great job. I'll reward you with a huge sum of money when we get back. Unlike Xenier, who was watching the fight, Sonic, with his face covered, showed a hint of seriousness. He glanced at the enemy lying on the ground and then caught a glimpse of the knife in his hand, before confidently saying, "Get up. What are these little tricks? I didn't even realize I'd been hit." However, Wonka, who was rolling on the ground while clutching his wound and screaming in agony, didn't get up. TCH, turns out it's a more troublesome situation. Sonic seemed to notice something. He directly threw a shuriken, ending Wonka's life as he rolled on the ground, then turned his body to shout at an empty corner. "Come out. How long are you going to keep using such boring little tricks?" After a moment of hesitation, Wonka chose to step out from what appeared to be an empty space. Then, the lifeless body of Wonka disappeared without a trace, as if the blood that had been spilled had never existed. "I'm really surprised. How did you discover that?" My action T have had any issues, Sonic said, adopting a defensive stance and staring intently at his opponent. Someone who is accustomed to wielding weapons can't possibly be unclear about whether they've hit someone. The strange sensation I felt was caused by your strange eyes, right? Yes, Wonka replied simply, revealing a non-committal smile. Sonic naturally wasn't satisfied with this answer and then launched a series of attacks against Wong Ku at his proud speed. Meanwhile, Wong Ku, armed with two short knives, suddenly vanished. Countless afterimages flashed across the night sky, and only the sparks from clashing metal could indicate where the two briefly clashed. Wong Ku, who was used to unarmed combat, surprisingly used dual knives this time to hide his true identity. Throughout this series of battles with Sonic, Wong Ku displayed impressive knife skills, which were merely the result of cheating through the base computer's information implantation technology. The dual knife technique, originally improved from face patches by the boss lady, was also achieved through this method. The knife techniques Wong Ku executed with the two short knives were refined by the computer after collecting combat data from the boss lady, tailored to Wong Ku's characteristics and unique requirements. Wong Ku's eyes, glowing with a strange yellow light in the darkness, were modified after collecting the unique visual protein genes from the dragonfly monster's eyes, combined with related research data from the myriad of bizarre rocks and various other findings. Under specific conditions, these magical eyes can emit unique rays that can somewhat disrupt other central nervous signals, coupled with some colorless and tasteless agents. Along with the invisibility camouflage and three-dimensional images developed by Wong Ku, it explained the hallucinations Sonic had experienced earlier. Such complex methods are typically not usable by the average person. Only Wong Ku, a uniquely interested scientist, could effectively employ these tricks. Exploding shuriken. Sonic increasingly felt troubled by his bizarre opponent. Although the opponent's speed still couldn't match his own, it was showing a trend of getting faster. Meanwhile, his various attacks consistently failed to break through the meticulous defense of the opponent's dual knives. Plus, that troublesome pair of eyes seemed to be slowing down his movements as well. Your movements are becoming sluggish. That speed isn't enough. Use faster techniques, or else there will be no opportunity. After easily dodging Sonic's shuriken, Wong Ku recited the words Sonic had said earlier. This tactic of using language to provoke the opponent into losing their composure is one of the combinations in Wong Ku's magic eye strategy. After exchanging blows with Wong Ku, Sonic stopped at the top of a telephone pole. At some point, Sonic had removed his mask, revealing his iconic, sinister grin from the comics. Do you really want to see what I can do? What a naive smile. It seems you're quite happy about this chance to test your abilities in battle. It turns out it was Saitama who made Sonic show such a smile. And now that Wong Ku has achieved this with his own strength, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Sonic, with one hand resting on the sword stuck in its sheath, and the other holding several shurikens, smiled at Wong Ku with a strange tone. I am indeed very happy. So as a reward for you, I'll let you die. A sharp killing intent surged forth. And before Wong Ku could see Sonic's figure vanish from the telephone pole, he deftly avoided an attack aimed at his neck. However, Sonic's speed continued to increase, and Wong Ku could feel the blade's wind brushing against his cheek. After a high-speed spin, Wong Ku narrowly dodged Sonic's attack again. But a bursting shuriken, which had been shot out at some unknown time, suddenly appeared behind Wong Ku. With a bang, Wong Ku's figure disappeared in the explosion. Sonic saw several pieces of falling armor, and then resumed his pursuit of Wong Ku. The Serpent of Consumption has a lot of high-tech gear and many cyborgs. Earlier, what fell from you to block that attack? Was it equipment or just scrap metal from your body? Sonic quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack Wong Ku's earlier provocation. That successful attack just now was definitely not an illusion. The opponent before him had indeed lost a round to Sonic. Take another guess. Despite being at a disadvantage, Wong Ku showed no signs of backing down in his expression or words. After quickly changing his dual blades, he blocked Sonic's slash aimed at his face. Then, with a spin of his right-hand short blade, Wong Ku reversed his grip and thrust it towards Sonic's throat. A hit. No, it was just an afterimage. Wong Ku originally thought that he could perform a spectacular maneuver and achieve great success this time. However, as he thrust his blade towards Sonic's throat, the sensation he felt in his hand made his keen senses react. It was the intense wind pressure generated by his opponent's supersonic speed. Even so, Wong Ku's reaction was still a bit slow. Sonic had already launched his attack in midair, and Wong Ku had no time to evade. Wind blade kick. Ugh. This time, Wong Ku couldn't use his special reactive armor to block the enemy's attack. Fortunately, his timely defense with the left-hand knife allowed him to avoid disfigurement. However, the wind blade kicked out by Sonic still left a real gash on Wong Ku's arm and chest. Oh, it actually hurt enough to make him grunt. Haven't you always been so composed? The taste of blood in the air this time doesn't seem to be an illusion. Sonic continued to laugh eerily while mocking Wang Ke. At the same time, his movements showed no signs of slowing down. He continued to accelerate, pursuing Wang Ke's struggling figure. In a disadvantageous position, Wang Ke switched to a reverse grip on his knife with both hands. He then spun rapidly, unleashing countless airflow slashes, preparing to use this area attack to force back the relentless opponent. However, Sonic adeptly dodged all of Wang Ke's counterattacks with a speed that surpassed both sight and sound. The wind blade kick, ninja knife, and shuriken continuously struck Wang Ke's body. A large portion of his specially designed reactive armor was being torn away, stained with blood. After a flurry of even faster and more intense attacks, Wang Ke's reactive armor and flesh exploded apart, and his body fell amidst the spray of blood. You've held on until this point. Your skills are indeed impressive, worthy of praise. Ah, you should be dead and unable to hear this, right? After what he considered a spectacular battle, Sonic, feeling a sense of fulfillment, squatted on the rooftop of a two-story building and offered a rare compliment to his opponent. He then glanced at Xenial, who was still trapped in the previous illusion and had not managed to awaken. With a disdainful sigh, he stood up and said, "After all, it's a contract obligation. Even if he's foolish, I have to ensure his safety, huh?" Sonic was about to stand up and walk towards Xenial when he suddenly felt as if his body was locked in place, unable to move even a fraction. Illusionary blade style, Willow, inspired by a certain 50-year-old lower ninja from a village with cheats. Wang Ke, who should have been dead under Sonic's onslaught, suddenly emerged from nowhere and attacked from Sonic's blind spot. This time the sensation on my blade isn't fake, mimicking one of Sonic's earlier lines for his counterattack. Wang Ke looked at the cloth and blood on his dual blades and smiled triumphantly. In the last moment, Sonic managed to avoid a fatal injury, but he appeared extremely furious. His tight-fitting outfit was torn, revealing a conspicuous wound over 10 centimeters long. It turned out that when Wang Ke was blocking Sonic's attacks, he had used his arms to quickly defend while performing a confusing motion like willow branches swaying in the wind. Coupled with his eerie magical eyes, he successfully ensnared Sonic in an illusion in an instant, followed by a deadly attack. This move also had some connection to the dragonfly monster. It was inspired by the way Wang Ke had once spun to confuse the dragonfly. Although this technique was not yet perfect, Sonic's ability to escape unscathed was primarily due to his extraordinary combat skills. If his opponent had been slightly slower, the outcome would have been certain death. Damn it, I've been hit by an illusion twice. Shut up. I will avenge the warriors who died at your hands. The devouring serpent. After interrupting Sonic's words, Wang Ke launched a further counterattack against Sonic with several afterimages. After shedding his biochemical reaction armor, Wang Ke's speed had increased significantly. Vacuum sword. Alright, it's the White Cloud Leaf Mountain from Naruto. The true name of the vacuum sword technique is the airflow slash that Wang Ke executed by rotating his body and slicing in all directions, which also incorporates the essence of the whirlwind/iron fist. However, this time, with his astonishing speed, the technique posed even more of a threat than before. Sonic barely dodged this move, but he acquired another wound on his leg. Seizing the advantage, Wang Ke, after achieving consecutive successes, did not let Sonic off the hook. Instead, he chased after him and unleashed several airflow slashes. Sonic, with his rich combat experience, made an accurate judgment. At this dangerous moment, instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping into a strange footwork. As Sonic's figure flickered, for afterimages of him appeared out of thin air. A technique he would later use against Genos, called the foreshadow burial. Don't get too cocky, bastard. It's my turn to counterattack. After dodging Wang Ke's attack, Sonic quickly launched a counterattack, sending several shurikens flying towards Wang Ke. I can create afterimages too. Sonic executed the foreshadow burial, and Wang Ke also produced 4 afterimages in succession to evade the high-speed attack. After gaining some reaction time and distance, Wang Ke slightly bent his knees and sheathed his dual blades, assuming a stance ready to draw at any moment. Then, after catching the opponent's movement trajectory, he charged head-on at Sonic. Phantom Blade style, Hazy, a knockoff from the game The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky by Joshua Bright. Scatter Slash. After a rapid exchange, Wang Ke and Sonic stood back to back, 10 meters apart, motionless. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed, and both of them dropped to one knee, indicating a tie in this round of battle. I remember your face. Next time, I will definitely take you down. Although Sonic was Xenial's bodyguard, he was still a person living in the shadows. carrying several cases on him. If the arriving police were to stop him, and especially if a notorious super cop were to show up, the battle would become very troublesome given his current condition. So, he stood up in frustration, left behind a harsh remark, and disappeared into the darkness. This time you got lucky, but if you dare to offend us, the snake of the abyss, there will come a day when you will pay for it. Wonka saw that Sonic, even while escaping, did not forget to take Xenier with him, and he felt a bit of admiration for the other party's dedication. However, the act he had to perform could not be avoided, so he pretended to be gravely injured and unable to fight. At the same time, he displayed an indignant expression and fired back a few harsh words at Sonic. After Sonic left, Wonka quickly got up and, using his incredible speed, roughly dealt with the clues left behind and swiftly departed. Then, a drone dropped a small iron ball at the site, and when it exploded, it released a large amount of acid that corroded some other combat traces. By the time the police and heroes arrived, they found nothing and, worried about Xenier's safety, immediately dispersed to search further. It wasn't until the next day at dawn that they received a report from their superiors confirming that Xenier was safe and sound. The near-kidnapping of the wealthy magnate in F City by the Serpent of Devour became a sensational news story. Reports revealed that Xenier was under heavy protection from the police and heroes at the time. Thus, while society questioned the police and heroes, there is also renewed curiosity and fear regarding the power of the Serpent of Devour. However, the general public's curiosity was certainly greater than their fear. After all, in all the actions taken by the Serpent of Devour, they had never harmed civilians. In response to the public outcry, the police department and the Hero Association sent representatives to explain that Xenier had encountered danger because he had recklessly left the protection perimeter. In fact, the Serpent of Devour had suffered a significant defeat due to their efforts, with a large number of members killed or captured. Previously, no members of the Serpent of Devour had ever been captured alive, and this successful arrest of surviving members of the organization was proof of justice and victory. Both parties expressed their intention to extract more intelligence about the Serpent of Devour from these members. It was believed that in the near future, the forces of justice would be able to eradicate this evil criminal organization. With the explanations provided, the public gradually calmed down. However, the police department and the Hero Association later discovered that these captured individuals seemed to be members of previously taken gangs and robber groups. Although they had joined the Serpent of Devour, they did not provide any valuable intelligence, not even where they had departed from. In the end, the police department and the association only obtained some organizational names, such as XX Squad and XX Brigade. The only other information was that there was an armed division within the Serpent of Devour, a quasi-military organization responsible for training the warriors who joined the organization. Meanwhile, Xenier, due to fear and anxiety, lost quite a bit of weight over the next period of time. It wasn't until it was confirmed that the Serpent of Devour seemed to be hesitant to act blindly after suffering a defeat that Xenier gradually returned to his original state. Wonka did not take further action, but chose to lay low instead, which was actually due to 3 reasons. First, he had completed his preparations during this phase. With several new secret bases starting operations and a large number of new biochemical beings being produced, Wonka had directly assigned them to work, leaving no time or necessity for any other activities. Second, the Big Sister head was worried that the Serpent of Devouring would attack her boyfriend. So Wonka was closely monitored during this time, and it was not advisable for him to flaunt himself again. Third, the accelerated research progress on various topics also required Wonka to focus on conducting various studies. For instance, after further deepening the research on the dragonfly monster, he came up with some ideas to address the issue of the deformed cells in his body. Initially, when the dragonfly monster was still a water shrimp, it almost could not withstand the physical mutation and melted away like many other monsters Wong had experimented on. However, after continuous molting, the dragonfly monster injected with deformed cells managed to survive, and its internal cells became stronger through mutual adjustment. Subsequently, through a process of metamorphosis, it corrected the deformed cells, which was quite worth Wong's reference. Therefore, relying on the further improvement of Fok Gao's research results and referencing the reactions that occurred in the dragonfly monster's body during molting and metamorphosis, he developed 2 new types of steroid hormones. However, this time Wonka did not blindly inject himself, but instead chose dozens of low-level biochemical soldiers and recently captured low-level monsters. After injecting the deformed cells, he immediately followed up with the hormones from the molting stage. In the end, 9 out of 10 experimental subjects could not withstand it, and the few low-level monsters that became distorted all died within 5 minutes after receiving the metamorphosis hormones, and they died quite tragically. Various data indicated that monsters were more suitable for this kind of research. Moreover, higher-level monsters seemed to endure a bit longer. If he directly selected ghost-level monsters, he might be able to obtain more valuable information. After reaching this conclusion, Wang-Ke felt somewhat hesitant. Currently, the only ghost-level monster he had captured was the Sky King, along with the Billion Rock and the Dragonfly monster. The turtle monster he had captured when he was still single, although stronger than before, was still at the peak of the tiger level and had not become ghost level like in the comics. It seemed that reaching ghost level would require some waiting, and Wang-Ke had gained quite a bit from these observations. As for the Dragonfly monster, it was the original living specimen for this experiment. It could not be recklessly used, and since it had completed its metamorphosis, there was no significance in continuing this research. The Billion Rock, being a rock life form, did not even have cells. No matter how recklessly he tried, he could not involve it in such experiments. Therefore, the answer seemed quite simple. Only the Sky King was most suitable for this type of research. The other 4 birdmen, after being enhanced and transformed by Wang-Ke, had reached the strength of low-end ghost-level monsters and seemed capable of such research as well. However, the Sky King and its core subordinates were an important part of Wang-Ke's aerial combat power. Now that Wang-Ke had not produced mass versions of the previous biochemical battle police, these 5 birdmen had become even more precious. Moreover, conducting research directly on ghost-level monsters carried certain risks. If any experimental subject's mutation exceeded expectations and reached the strength of high-end ghost-level or even dragon-level monsters, if the experimental subject became uncontrollable, it could lead to situations like that of the Azura unicorn beetle. Even though Wang-Ke was now close to the strength of high-end ghost-level monsters and had various precautionary measures prepared, he could not guarantee that he would be able to fully maintain the situation, and he would likely have to spend considerable effort afterward dealing with the troubles caused by such situations. After thinking it over, Wang-Ke could not come up with any safe plans. At the same time, he was reluctant to give up on this research, so he chose a clumsy method. When starting the experiments on the 5 birdmen, he began with micro-injections to minimize risks and collect the initial data, even if it took a little more time. Once the experiment reached a critical point, he would consider whether to further deepen the research based on the specific situation at that time. So, the 5 birdmen with vacant expressions quickly received a certain dosage of deformed cells and molting hormones. 3 days passed like this. Although the research speed was a bit slow, all 5 birdmen successfully completed their first molting, and the rejection phenomenon of their internal cells was controlled at a relatively stable stage. At this point, Wang-Ke began to increase the dosage, and after a week, the 5 birdmen successfully completed their 5th molting. However, the rejection phenomenon of their internal cells had accumulated quite severely. Wang-Ke had to slow down the experiment and start thinking of ways to solve this problem. While Wang-Ke and his numerous research assistants were still busy calculating vast amounts of data and observing various dynamic responses of the cells, a construction site of the Serpent of Devouring Outside reported a rather valuable discovery to Wang-Ke. After reviewing the submitted report, Wang-Ke temporarily halted his ongoing research and delegated everything to his subordinates. As the head of the research team, Wang-Ke took his girlfriend and began a several-day tourism activity, conveniently collecting and examining some things along the way. Rarely coming to K-City, it was indeed necessary to have some fun in this vast natural park. At this moment, Wang-Ke, dressed in fishing gear, was attaching bait to his fishing hook. Wandering around the scenes depicted in the comics had become a small interest for Wang-Ke after arriving in the One Punch Man world. Why choose fishing? Isn't that boring? This time, accompanying her boyfriend was Fengxing Misha, who had not worn any designer clothes, but had instead returned to the appearance she had when she was the notorious big sister. She had been working hard to change herself and had accumulated quite a bit of pressure. Therefore, under Wang-Ke's persuasion, the big sister head would occasionally allow herself to take a break. This is my sentiment. It's hard to explain clearly. Aren't you going to give it a try? It's quite a way to cultivate one's character. Wang-Ke had already cast out his fishing line and tried to invite his girlfriend along. However, it was mostly unlikely to succeed, as he knew his girlfriend well and was aware that her smoking addiction had kicked in again. Sure enough, shortly after Wang-Ke finished speaking, she pulled a pack of cigarettes out of her pocket. As she walked away, she replied, "I'll take a stroll by myself and be back in about half an hour." Although she had liberated herself into a bad habit, she still remembered her boyfriend's preferences. Even though she had taken out the cigarettes and lighter, she would never light up as long as her boyfriend was around. Watching her figure walk away, Wang Ke felt pretty good inside, pondering what kind of gift to reward her with. After putting down his fishing rod, he took out his laptop and began checking the status of the target at their final destination. The data coming back showed everything was as Wang Ke had expected, allowing him to finally relax and focus on fishing. In fact, K-City was not the destination of Wang Ke's trip, but just a stop along the way. The object he had previously investigated would take several more days to take shape. Many of the preliminary tasks could be handled by the biogenics over there. Plus, since it was close to the 6-month anniversary of his relationship with his girlfriend, Wang Ke decided to treat this outing as a casual trip. In the morning, Wang Ke and his girlfriend had already taken a quick tour around the downtown area of K-City. After catching a few thieves and dealing with some lecherous punks, she suggested they find a less crowded place to explore. Coincidentally, Wang Ke remembered a location mentioned in a comic side story, so they headed straight there. Would the fish spirit bite today? It was quite exciting. That character in the comic was a pretty big catch. Although Wang Ke's fishing skills made it easy to catch a big fish, that would be too boring, so he planned to go about it like a normal person. Whether it was because of the excellent bait Wang Ke chose, or just his luck at that moment, less than 5 minutes after casting, the bobber floating not far away reacted immediately. Wang Ke quickly reeled in the line, and a huge fish head emerged from the water. Haha, I really am a genius. I caught the fish spirit on my very first fishing trip. Wang Ke had just prepared to publish a declaration praising himself when he immediately sensed something was off. He quickly shifted his body and disappeared from his original spot. A stone flew at high speed, although it missed its original target. It ended up breaking Wang Ke's fishing line. His agility hadn't diminished. He indeed managed to evade the attack. The one who suddenly attacked Wang Ke was Shui Long, who had fought against him some time ago. At this moment, he was wearing a martial arts outfit and was excitedly staring at Wang Ke, who was perched on a distant treetop. Ah, what a pity. I only managed to catch a glimpse of the fish spirit's head. I didn't get to observe the complete form properly. Isn't it just like in the comics? Wang Ke, however, had little interest in the sudden attack from Shui Long. Instead, he sighed, lamenting that the fish he had caught earlier had already escaped. In the comic, this fish was eaten by a monster, so he also hadn't seen the full picture. Stop looking around and come down to fight me. Shui Long, filled with fighting spirit, displayed a strong aura that clearly showed he had improved significantly since their last encounter. What are you doing practicing here? This is just a park. Wang Ke, regaining his focus, jumped down from the tree and asked Shui Long, taking off his outer jacket. Just lucky, this is a place I pass by for my long-distance training. Shui Long replied while getting into position. After their last battle, he knew this opponent was quite powerful and he couldn't afford to be careless. Don't you want to ask for my name? You're too eager for a fight. Shui Long's intense desire for a duel surprised Wang Ke. He had thought that if they met again, Shui Long would surely ask his name first, since he hadn't properly introduced himself during their last battle. It doesn't matter if you're Lao Kai from the Eight-Chong Fist or someone else. I'm not interested. As long as you're a strong enough opponent. I don't care about the rest. After saying this, Shui Long unexpectedly used the phantom fist that Wang Ke had previously employed, and in an instant, he circled around to Wang Ke's back. Although the principle of the phantom fist was simple, seeing it used to this extent still astonished Wang Ke. His own makeshift technique had been adeptly used by the opponent, which naturally surprised him. However, this didn't mean Wang Ke would be easily dealt with. He also used the phantom fist to evade Shui Long's attack, and then kicked him away with a whip kick. Your speed and strength have improved a bit, but that alone isn't enough to hit me. Just use your Eight-Chong Fist directly. Shui Long could have avoided Wang Ke's whip kick, but he chose to take the hit to gauge how much Wang Ke had progressed since their last battle. Martial artists are truly astonishing. You seem to have gotten significantly stronger since the last time, but what I want to know is, what kind of special training have you undergone? Although Wang Ke has learned a lot from Banggu and Bangpu during this time, his increased strength relies more on his technical skills. Meanwhile, Shui Long's power and speed have significantly improved compared to last time, but is solely due to the special training of a martial artist. Wang Ke has long understood the absurdity of the world of one-punch fighters, yet he still wants to know how his opponent achieved this. Why bother with those trivial matters? It's much more interesting to have a good fight. Seeing that Wang Ke didn't intend to unleash his ultimate move directly, Shui Long charged at him, ready to force out all of his opponent's abilities. He wanted to experience the Eight-Chong Fist that had caused him great trouble last time once again. Wang Ke, however, didn't respond so eagerly. He merely used the flowing water-crushing rock fist to counter. Their fierce battle immediately turned the once quiet park into quite a noisy scene. Shadows flitted across the park-esque pond, and the sounds of intense punches and kicks startled the fish in the water, making them flee quickly. Many trees and rocks along the banks of the pond were shattered. Fortunately, at this moment, there were no other people in this part of the park, allowing the two martial arts experts to fight freely. Mingdi Fengshan Fist. After reaching the 50th round of combat with Wang-Ko, Shui Long finally unleashed another ultimate move showcased in the manga that he hadn't used in their previous fight. Wang-Ko, using both hands to wield the flowing water-crushing rock fist, blocked this deadly move and quickly grabbed Shui Long's right wrist. He then swiftly lifted his right knee and executed a flying knee strike to Shui Long's side of the face. At that moment, Shui Long chose not to defend, but instead used his other fist to unleash the Mingdi Jinhu fist, striking directly at Wang-Ko's unprotected right rib. Both fighters inflicted significant damage on each other. After this exchange, they both flew backward. Shui Long's body bounced off the surface of the park pond like skipping stones, finally landing on a rock on the opposite bank. Wang-Ko's body, after breaking several trees and some facilities in the park, managed to use his defensive skills to dissipate the remaining impact. Computer, allocate some funds for repairing the park's damages, and also distract the staff near this area. After issuing this command to the base computer, Wang-Ko slowly walked back to the shore while starting to heal his broken ribs. Although the confrontation with Shui Long seemed evenly matched on the surface, in reality, Shui Long had a slight upper hand. He had managed to change his posture in time to reduce the damage from Wang-Ko's flying knee strike to his face. It seems that Shui Long's Mingdi fist has indeed improved quite a bit during this time. Wang-Ko initially thought that the data collected from the previous battle's footage would be enough to handle Shui Long's previously unused Mingdi Fengshan fist. However, in actual combat, there were still many unexpected changes that caused Wang-Ko to stumble again on a move he had already suffered from. When Wang-Ko approached the edge of the park pond, he found that Shui Long, who had already stood up, looked no different on the surface. Upon noticing Wang-Ko's return, he took a deep breath and said, "Your flowing water-crushing rock fist has improved quite a lot. And what surprises me even more is that some of the moves you've used seem to have the shadow of my Mingdi fist." Wang-Ko naturally integrated some of the data he obtained from his last battle with the water dragon into his own boxing technique. His flowing rock-shattering fist was able to block most of the water dragon's attacks because Wang-Ko had also made some progress in his research on the underworld body fist. Martial artists grow and improve by learning from each other in battles. Didn't you also learn my moves? What's there to be surprised about? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Are you still not planning to use your 8-burst fist? Without that, it will be very difficult for you to win against me. The water dragon chuckled lightly and once again took a fighting stance, actively urging Wang-Ko to unleash his ultimate move, displaying immense confidence in the process. Wang-Ko stared at the increasingly powerful opponent and finally made a decision in his heart. He had originally planned to try techniques like the whirlwind slash and iron fist, but the momentum of Shui Long made Wang-Ko understand that if he continued like this, he would definitely come to no good. It seemed to be the case, but my 8-burst fist has never fully matured. If you die, don't blame me. Upon hearing Wang-Ko's serious words, Shui Long's smile shifted from relaxed to excited. Don't hold back. Let me see what you've got. The two took their stances and faced each other across the pool, while Wang-Ko mobilized the energy within his body into a special state. This state was a new result of his research on the energy methods of the billion strange rocks over this period, ensuring that Wang-Ko could freely use a certain amount of power with his 8-burst fist for 20 minutes without causing any harm to his body. Shui Long knew the main event was about to begin, so he patiently waited for his opponent to enter this state. It seemed that on the other side, strange air currents were subtly appearing around the opponent. At this moment, a gust of wind swept through the park, reacting with Wang-Ko's air currents. A green leaf was swept into the air, then slowly glided down, creating ripples on the surface of the pool in front of the two confronting martial artists. The air around Wang-Ko had ceased to flow, and the energy he had gathered caused him to initially sway slightly before disappearing from sight. Sensing something, Shui Long struck backward fiercely with his left elbow. The elbow collided with a suddenly appearing fist, and then both figures vanished. The surface of the park's water began to tremble continuously, but if one were to look from a distance, there would be no sign of a person on the water's surface or along the banks. The tremors of the water grew increasingly intense, and suddenly, countless splashes erupted from the pool, with the silhouettes of the two combatants re-emerging amidst the spray. Ming Di Stai King Sheng Beast. Wu Jiao. The collision of fists and feet that brought their figures back into view resulted in another thrilling stalemate. After this exchange, their battle no longer involved high-speed movements that made them disappear. Instead, they engaged in close-range offense and defense using their martial arts. At this moment, Wang Ke's forehead was bleeding profusely from his opponent's attacks, and blood had also invaded his left eye, forcing him to close it. However, the relentless assault from his opponent left him no opportunity to wipe away the blood. Similarly, Xue Long was having a tough time as well due to Wang Ke's attacks. Not only was one of his eyes swollen shut, but blood was also oozing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. When Wang Ke blocked Xue Long's kick with his left arm, he struck out with his right fist, sending a shockwave toward Xue Long's chest. In response, Xue Long delivered a powerful blow to Wang Ke's right wrist with his left fist, changing the direction of his opponent's attack. Then he aimed for Wang Ke's throat. Their battle seemed to have transcended mere sparring and had turned into a life-and-death struggle. Their mutual attacks showed no hesitation, each strike appearing extremely ferocious. Yet, Xue Long was not satisfied. While relentlessly pressuring his opponent with a flurry of strikes, he provocatively shouted, "Is this all you've got? You're only slightly stronger than before. Where's that proud kick of your right leg? Show it to me. Do you still want to look down on me and hold back? Give it your all and hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Long seized a moment of Wang Ke's vulnerability and delivered a kick to Wang Ke's abdomen. After Wang Ke was hit by this attack, he immediately spat out. Because of this, his subsequent defense was completely destroyed by the water dragon, and in an instant, he suffered dozens of consecutive hits from the water dragon. When Wang Ke was embedded in the stone by the edge of the pool, the water dragon leaped into the air and, using all its strength in its right arm, said to Wang Ke, "If you don't use your full strength, then you could just lie down for several months in the days to come." What a joke to become this strong in such a short time. Wang Ke gritted his teeth and stood up, ignoring the multiple fractures in his body. He gathered strength in his right leg and then engaged in a fierce battle with the water dragon attacking from midair. After a loud crash, the entire K-City Natural Park felt a tremendous shockwave. A carefree life is what I pursue. Lying on the ground with fractures all over his body, Wang Ke looked up at the sky, noticing the severe destruction of the park around him. The water dragon that had fought against him had long since left, dragging its trembling body away along with the victory of this battle. The azure sky was vast and boundless. If Wang Ke relaxed and looked at it for a while, he felt his heart calm down significantly. However, the effects of the special anesthetic still couldn't completely suppress the pain throughout his body. Whenever he felt that pain, memories of his recent defeat flooded his mind. What on earth is a martial artist? The shockwave punch technique I spent so long perfecting was actually immune to just a burst of energy? No matter how chaotic this world is, can at least adhere to some principles? This is just too unscientific. Wang Ke was quietly complaining about the setting of this world, but he had different thoughts in his heart. Although failure indeed brings a sense of loss, it is precisely because unexpected things always happen that this world feels so interesting. How are you feeling? Do you want me to carry you home? The figure of the big sister, with a cigarette in her mouth, appeared in Wang Ke's sight. At this moment, her tone was quite calm, yet it also conveyed a lot of comforting emotions. "You're smoking too." Wang Ke looked at his girlfriend's delicate face and smiled in response. The big sister squatted down, holding the cigarette, and blew a puff of smoke towards Wang Ke, speaking in a tone like she was coaxing a child. "Want a puff? Men look very cool when they smoke. Cough, just one puff is fine. Let me get in the mood for showing off a bit." After hearing Wang Ke's permission, the big sister placed the cigarette she had just taken out into Wang Ke's mouth. A staunch non-smoker, Wang Ke initially just held the cigarette, striking a self-proclaimed cool expression as he asked his girlfriend, "Am I cool?" "Not at all," his girlfriend honestly replied while wiping the blood off Wang Ke's head. Wang Ke finally closed his eyes and took a puff of smoke after feeling the warmth from the big sister's hand, but he immediately started coughing. The big sister intuitively picked up the cigarette, allowing Wang Ke to catch his breath before she inserted it again. "So what now?" Wang Ke asked, staring at his girlfriend after reopening his eyes. The big sister eventually took the cigarette away, examining her little man while softly sharing her opinion with a smile. "You really aren't suited for cigarettes." Hearing his girlfriend's tinkling laughter, Wang Ke couldn't help but laugh along. "That guy Xue Long said he would participate in the next fighting tournament and invited me to meet him at the arena. Do you think I should join the competition? Or just tease him and go as an audience member? It's up to you. After all, my little man didn't win me over by showing off." That's quite a comforting thing to say, but I really want you to see my handsome side. Wang Ke's telepathic ability, although not as sharp as the big sister's, still allowed him to sense that every time he got hurt during the previous battle with Xue Long, the big sister watching from the sidelines felt a pang of worry. Men should not be interfered with in battle. The big sister understood this well, and Wang Ke also wanted to show off in front of her. "So, Despite the fierce battle, Wang-Ke surprisingly did not back down, but chose to confront Shui Long head-on. However, even so, Wang-Ke regrettably faced defeat, leaving him with quite complex feelings. Let me put it another way. When you're working hard, you actually look pretty cool. Not like those shut-ins, the big sister said, ruffling Wang-Ke's hair, half in jest and half seriously. Wang-Ke laughed again. He hadn't had time to respond to his girlfriend when the treatment drone had already arrived. Aren't you going home to rest for a bit? I told you that martial arts is just my hobby. It's just a matter of a day for my injuries to heal with my talent. So where are we going next? We'll stick to the original plan. Our next stop is to take a look around J-City. Have you prepared your swimsuit for the beach? I can't wait. With the help of the treatment machine, Wang-Ke's external wounds healed quickly. After seeing this, the boss lady stood up with relief. Then she playfully stepped on her boyfriend's face and said, "You're looking so energetic, so I guess I don't have to worry. You promised to book a beach for us. I don't like wearing a bikini in front of other men. That is only natural." Wang-Ke, who could barely move one hand, gave the boss lady an okay gesture. In K-City South Nature Park, there was quite a ruckus, although it caused some unease among the crowd. Thanks to Wang-Ke's exceptional skills, the trouble didn't end up confronting him. The next day, Wang-Ke took the boss lady to J-City, the city where the Deep Sea King made his entrance in the comic. However, it was still a long time before the Deep Sea King would appear, and Wang-Ke wasn't here to find him and his minions. Instead, he came to retrieve something and also to enjoy the beach. Although F-City, where Wang-Ke lived, was also a coastal city, the sea in J-City was bluer, and the weather and waves were better, making it a tourist destination in this world. At that moment, Wang-Ke looked at the boss lady surfing in her bikini and felt much better than before. With Wang-Ke's extraordinary skills, the injuries from battling the water dragon had mostly healed. Although he couldn't exert more power now, he could still handle regular ghost-level monsters easily. However, the big monster Wang-Ke had to deal with next was anything but ordinary. Just its height of 135 meters was already quite troublesome. On top of that, it could fly and had a sturdy shell for defense, making it very difficult even for S-class heroes to take it down. The insect neuropeptide data sent back from the secret base showed that the giant bug had indeed accelerated its evolution as expected. This proved that my previous idea was correct, and it should be applicable in experiments related to the Sky King. However, one should not underestimate a 170,000-year cicada adult monster. Indeed, the ultimate goal of Wang-Ke's trip was to confront that gigantic insect-like monster that appeared in the comic. Wang-Ke previously discovered a massive underground pit while selecting a construction site for the secret base of the Serpent Organization. At that time, in order to save time, and given the pit's hidden location and the abundance of minerals around it, Wang-Ke directly appointed a group of bioengineered individuals, equipped with various machinery, to start work in secret. However, while digging, they unexpectedly unearthed a gigantic insect pupa. Such a discovery was naturally prioritized and reported to Wang-Ke, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Serpent Organization. After a brief study of the pupa, the report indicated that many components inside it were quite similar to the remains of 170,000-year-old cicada larvae that Wang-Ke had collected in the past. The height of the 170,000-year-old larvae was 35 meters, while the discovered pupa was clearly several times larger than the larvae. Additionally, since the pupa was in the molting stage, Wang-Ke concluded that it was likely the adult form of the 170,000-year-old cicada. The evaluation of this monster's strength in the One Punch Man setting was quite good, so Wang-Ke had a favorable impression of it. The larvae had previously stabilized Wang-Ke's aberrant cells, and now, with the adult undergoing further evolution, it was certain to be even more valuable than the larvae. Furthermore, Wang-Ke's current abilities and influence were undoubtedly greater than when the larvae appeared. Therefore, Wang-Ke did not intend to eliminate the 170,000-year-old adult, but planned to capture it while it was still a pupa. However, dealing with such a large insect would not be effective or safe with conventional methods. Thus, Wang-Ke did not go directly to the location of the pupa. Instead, he went to the unrelated J-City to obtain an item to deal with the pupa. At this time, the plan to seize the item in J-City was already being executed by the subordinate forces of the Serpent Organization. Wang-Ke personally came to oversee the operation to prevent any unforeseen events, and also to enjoy some romantic moments with his girlfriend under the sun, beach, sea, and bikini, a day every normal man has fantasized about. Well, the boss lady is finally back, so let's enter the inappropriate phase next. As the protagonist, Wang-Ke thought this way, and as the author, I naturally gave him some private time no longer inflicting harm on single dogs. The password was unlocked, and we immediately began to act. We had 5 minutes and 46 seconds. A group of hooded criminals, relying on their high-tech equipment, successfully broke through layer after layer of defenses and quietly arrived at a warehouse within a high-tech research institute in J-City. This time, they received a commission, which could also be called an order, to quickly steal a designated large box from the warehouse today. It was called a commission because this job was similar to what they had done before, and there would be a client paying. It was called an order because the client had previously incorporated them into an external organization. Thus, the client could be considered their superior department. And this commission had to be treated as a command. After confirming that this was indeed what they were looking for, they immediately began loading it up for transport. A person responsible for checking the items reported to the leader after confirming it was indeed the target. The entire security procedure of the Research Institute was still being interfered with, and they had not detected their presence, allowing for an evacuation according to the original plan. Another criminal responsible for the program interference reported his work information to the leader. After confirming, the leader said nothing more, simply gesturing to all the subordinates. And the entire team quickly began to evacuate. The evacuation process went as planned without any surprises. When these criminals completely left, the Research Institute's security system returned to normal without noticing anything was missing. The capabilities of the Serpent organization were truly terrifying. With their original technology, they should have been discovered by security personnel within half a minute. One of the criminals involved in this operation, seeing that they had completed the commission without anyone noticing, couldn't help but admire the Serpent organization, which was also their superior organization, for its strong technical capabilities. Yes, I initially thought we would be discovered quickly while stealing this, and that we would end up provoking that sexy prisoner monster. But at this point, no one has discovered our actions. The technical strength of the Serpent organization is indeed terrifying. Thinking about that perverted sexy prisoner, the criminal who had just completed the task began to sweat coldly. This time, they only prepared some simple equipment, and they managed to complete such a task. When we truly join the Serpent organization in the future, will we gain the power to fight against heroes? Or is it better not to join the Serpent organization? Can't we just use their name to gain some benefits? The Serpent organization suffers many casualties during each major operation. If we join, wouldn't that just mean we would be cannon fodder? Several thugs involved in this operation kept discussing their opinions, and their leader spoke up at this moment. Everyone shut up. Stop always mentioning the Serpent organization. Be careful not to attract trouble. I heard that the Metal Knight and the Child Emperor from the Hero Association have used a lot of special equipment to gather information on the Serpent organization. If you keep talking like this and attract trouble, how do you plan to deal with it? The thugs, reminded by their boss, immediately realized and stopped talking. Recently, many people had indeed suffered severely after mentioning the Serpent organization, as heroes suddenly showed up. Yes, boss, we won't talk recklessly anymore. However, the higher-ups said this was a commission, so they should honor their promise and pay us a good commission. One thug, who was less concerned about the Serpent organization and more interested in the reward, asked about something more material. The following words from their boss immediately made everyone present smile. I just confirmed that 30 of the commission has already been credited. Moreover, the higher-ups sent a message that if we can quickly deliver the goods to the designated location, there will be an additional 10 bonus. That's great. Even if the 10 bonus is shared equally, we each can get an extra 500,000. Accelerate, accelerate, hurry up and drive to the designated location. And then we just need to get out of the car and not worry about anything else. The thugs felt very happy, and the leader originally intended to say something more. However, his phone received a message that a hero was watching them, and it was an A-class hero. A hero is watching us? How is that possible? We clearly came according to the plan. Damn it, did you just run a red light? The leader of the criminals, after receiving the reminder, immediately thought it was because his people had not followed the action plan, which led to their exposure. But after reading the message on his phone, he realized it was because their driver had run a red light. The driver finally understood that he had made a mistake and caused trouble beyond the plan. So he quickly began to apologize to the boss. I'm sorry, boss. I saw there were no people at the previous intersection, so I just ran the red light. I thought this car would be abandoned anyway, so it wouldn't matter. Idiot. If something goes wrong this time, I will definitely twist your head off. The car in front of me, stop. How dare you run a red light and escape in front of me, an A-level hero, an enhanced warrior. I will not let you get away. Casero, relying on his enhanced legs, chased after the car ahead at high speed. Although this speed couldn't be maintained for too long, Casero was confident he could intercept the fleeing vehicle before time ran out. As the 8th A-level hero, Casero had come to City J not for hero work, but because his parents had found him a heap of trouble there that he had to deal with. After finally finishing a commercial shoot, he was preparing to support a friend of his father's when he spotted a car running a red light right in front of him. Unable to tolerate such behavior, Casero began this chase that shouldn't have happened. When the fleeing car realized it couldn't shake off Casero, the occupants crazily leaned out of the window, firing weapons at him. What? Armed individuals with their faces covered? They must be up to no good. I can't let you get away. I must arrest you all in the name of justice. For the bullets fired at him, Casero simply condensed a layer of bony armor over his vital areas and then ignored the incoming bullets, chasing until he was less than 3 meters away from the criminal's vehicle. During this time, the bullets and grenades thrown by the criminals did damage his clothes quite a bit. But with his proper defenses, Casero wasn't injured in a way that would affect his actions. Accept the judgment of justice, Casero flying kick. As Casero prepared to kick directly into the car, just before making contact, he was suddenly struck by a gust of air that sent him flying away. Fortunately, Casero reacted quickly, and his bony armor was strong enough to prevent him from being taken out by that attack. Recovering quickly, he glared at the attacker not far away and shouted, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" This was an unexpected battle. It could have been easily resolved, but those guys really were looking for trouble. Wong was secretly blaming the criminal who had already fled in the car, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. Dressed all in black, he revealed a symbol of the serpent of devouring, and then spoke in a voice modified by a special assistant. "Are you the bioengineered human created by that guy Diesel? You don't seem that impressive." Casero sharply recognized the symbol of the serpent of devouring and asked warily, "So you are from the evil criminal organization Serpent of Devouring? What are you doing here in J City, and what is your connection to the car that fled?" Wonka did not answer Casero's question, but instead put on a look of appraisal and casually said, "Although not very powerful, if I can capture you, I should receive rewards from above. You, this toy modified from Diesel, should obediently prepare to become research material for our Serpent of the Body. The one to be caught is you, it must be." Before Casero could finish his words, he saw the other party draw out 2 black short knives and instantly appear in front of him. Casero's armor. Casero, whose speed couldn't match that of his opponent, managed to respond adequately. He quickly condensed a layer of skeletal armor over his entire body, successfully blocking the short knives aimed at his legs. After a shower of sparks, the attacker seemed somewhat surprised and stopped the attack, instead jumping onto a nearby telephone pole and saying, "This is a bit more interesting than expected. That guy Diesel really has some skills. But if you think this can defend against my dual knives, you're being too naive." Pretending to be surprised and praising himself, the sense of shame was indeed quite strong. After a moment of internal sarcasm, Wong could tighten his grip on the dual knives, ready to put on a little show before leaving. However, Casero still hadn't recognized the gap in their strengths, instead condensing a bone boomerang from his body and launching an attack at the mysterious dual knife wielder in front of him. A boomerang? Casero actually managed to create something like this. It's truly a half-baked thing. Wong didn't give Casero much of a chance to showcase his boomerang. Instead, after knocking the boomerang away with a single strike, he swiftly appeared in front of Casero and executed a makeshift technique he had developed. The Phantom Blade Flow, bone-breaking sword, originating from trails in the sky. It's Joshua Bright's ultimate move. Casero initially planned to rely on his confident defense to counterattack after seeing his opponent's technique. However, the twin blades in front of him seemed to dance like phantoms, making it impossible for him to make an accurate judgment. Then came several powerful slashes, shattering Casero's bone armor. Multiple crossed wounds appeared on his body, with blood flowing continuously. Indeed, without any outstanding physical skills, even an attack that I clearly held back couldn't be safely avoided. With this level of power, Casero, you should slowly climb toward the S-rank domain. Wonka had actually held back a lot in his previous attacks. Although it seemed that Casero was heavily injured, none of the wounds were fatal. He was just pretending to have captured Casero, deliberately making it look like he couldn't move. How infuriating. I won't yield to your serpent of flesh. Take this. Casero's boomerang double strike. Casero's face was already beaded with cold sweat from the pain, but he still didn't feel fear. Instead, he chose to keep fighting. He actually managed to conjure up 2 boomerangs at the same time, throwing them with both hands. Casero had learned a lot about using boomerangs from Air, who was also an A-class hero. He firmly believed that as long as he kept working hard, he could combine this technique with his own abilities to maximize its effectiveness. Casero had such a naive thought, while Wong Ku was silently mocking him. What does this kid think that increasing the number will make a difference? Isn't he being too stubborn? Clearly, the previous strike should have shown that the boomerangs had no effect on me at all. With this energy spent on such a pointless tactic, wouldn't it be better to directly find a way to launch smaller, more powerful bone bullets instead? Wang could easily knock down the 2 boomerangs that were aimed at him. Then he turned the knife in his hand, ready to make some cuts on Kisuro. However, sensing something, Wang Ku immediately spun in midair to block a long spear that was attacking him. To think he could block my bamboo shoot in midair. He is quite capable. The person was none other than the A-class hero, Poison Sting, ranked 12th. His rank dropped by 1 due to Kisuro's presence. This show-off is indeed often active in J-City. Poison Sting is considered a fairly strong hero, if it weren't for Kisuro's modified body. He would be completely outmatched by this fool in terms of combat skills. After Wang Ku made this judgment in his heart, he executed a landing spin that created a vacuum blade directed towards the back. The other A-grade hero, Lei Guangxinji, who had originally planned to sneak attack Wang Ku, was directly knocked away by this powerful wind blade. The 2 electric shock rods in Lei Guangxinji's hands blocked the fatal blow, but they also suffered significant cracks. In fact, even so, Wang Ku had already held back quite a bit. On the surface, he engaged in conversation to attract my attention, while secretly arranging for an ambush. With your intelligence, this tactic is barely decent. Transforming into the cadre of the devouring serpent, Wang Ku provocatively said to the astonished Venom, originally stunned by Lei Guangxinji being knocked away in an instant. Venom immediately became angry upon hearing Wang Ku's provocative words and prepared to use his ultimate move to end the battle. A weakling like you can be taken down with a single shot of my bamboo shoot. Take this, super giant spiral Venom. Venom struck a beautiful pose. But before he could fully unleash his ultimate move, Wang Ku had already launched his attack first, causing Venom to fall instantly. Phantom Blade style Absolute Shadow. Still the ultimate move of Joshua Bright from Trails in the Sky. Wasting time spinning the gun barrel and striking a middle school pose before attacking. How has someone with such naive combat methods survived until now? Has this guy only faced opponents with low intelligence in the past? After Wang Ku finished his complaint, he turned to look at Kisuro, whose ability had significantly declined. This foolish kid was finally not too foolish. During this time of receiving support, he had managed to stop the bleeding. Compared to Wang Ku's calm demeanor, Kisuro was almost dumbfounded by the enemy's performance. Previously, he had seen the poison spike about to unleash a special move with his spear, but the guy known as the Snake of Devour seemed to flash by like a ghost in a straight line. In the time it took Kisuro to blink, Poison Spike had suffered a wound over 10 centimeters long. After receiving this slash, Poison Spike completely lost consciousness. The extra character was eliminated as soon as he appeared, and you should honestly just faint too. After hearing this, Kisuro saw a faint yellow light flash in the enemy's eyes, and, at the same time, the dual blades in his hands seemed to twist. Then, Kisuro's head began to feel a bit dizzy, and his body seemed to start losing control. Dual-wielding electric shock batons. Voltage Mux. Just as Reiku Hanji, who had already been knocked away, suddenly launched an electrical attack towards Wang Ku, interrupting his next move. After Wang Ku dodged the electric current, he was just about to use the vacuum sword again to deal with him. Kisuro, who was already feeling a bit dazed, unexpectedly charged forward at this moment, launching a close-range bone spike pile driver attack. Wang Ku blocked with his dual blades. His entire body was sent flying into the air by tremendous force. At that moment, the poison spike, which should have been dealt with, surprisingly stood up and successfully executed his signature move against the airborne Wang Ku. The super giant spiral poison spike. The spinning bamboo shoot spearhead, carrying immense power. Attacket van Kiskiviko. Unable to move in midair, he could only grip his dual blades and take this lethal move head-on. With a clang, both Wang Ku and the poison spike were sent flying back, landing on the ground and regaining their stances. It seemed that the use of electricity had helped both of them regain their composure. Among the three, it appeared that this guy's brain wasn't too bad. Although the series of attacks looked quite dangerous, under Wang Ku's excellent skills, he naturally didn't suffer a scratch. He glanced at Rei Kenji, who had formed a surrounding formation with Kisuro and the poison spike, and said with some admiration, "Surrender. You can no longer exploit the opportunity to take us out one by one. The other support forces from the Hero Association will arrive soon, and they want to be as lenient as we are." While trying to shake the opponent with words, Rei Kenji took a defensive stance. At the same time, he was quite astonished, thinking to himself, this Serpent of the Abyss guy is too strong. After that series of attacks, not only was he uninjured, but But even his breathing hadn't changed at all. Casero and the poison spike, who had a deep understanding of Wong-Ku's strength, also stared solemnly at the dual-blade wielder before them. Oh, the association's forces are coming. I wonder which useless ones will arrive. In fact, Wong-Ku already knew through his computer and mental sensing that some A, B, and C-class heroes were heading this way. However, he still cooperated with Reik Kenji to engage in conversation, giving them a chance to buy time. You talk big. Don't cry when the time comes, you bastard. The wounds on the poison spike were still bleeding, but that didn't change his fighting spirit. Don't be provoked by his words. He wants to take us out one by one. This time, Casero's intelligence seemed to have suddenly increased, as he quickly grasped Wong-Ku's intentions. Wong-Ku glanced at Casero and swiftly waved his dual blades, blocking several bullets aimed at his joints in an instant. They have already arrived? This greeting is rather unremarkable. Those useless heroes from the Hero Association. As soon as Wong-Ku finished speaking, more than 10 heroes of various ranks rushed to the scene, directly surrounding Wong-Ku, who stood at the center. Is this guy the one known as the serpent that devours its own flesh? His mouth really needs to be slapped. B-rank hero Gun had previously launched the first attack on Wong-Ku using his special technique of joint shooting. Although he was standing on the outer side now, he was the first among the support heroes to arrive. Gun, don't shoot recklessly, coordinate with my arrows. B-rank hero archer, known for his distinctive long-range combat style, had not used his rain of arrows before, but instead prepared to snipe after the hero's encirclement was established. As a fellow warrior using a black blade, I won't show any mercy towards him. This B-rank hero, Dark Flame Dragon Blade user, continuously recited his lengthy lines filled with his deep-seated delusions. Wonka had no interest in listening to this fool's nonsense and felt that choosing to use a black blade like a delusional person was quite degrading. Is this guy trying to attack and capture the heroes modified by Dr. Diesel? Then I absolutely cannot let him go. I'll extract the entire serpent that devours its own flesh's information from him. B-rank hero Bone had significantly improved in strength after being modified by Wong-Ku. He had a chance to challenge A-rank heroes, but seemed to be blocked on his path to advancement by a certain hot-body girl who currently held the top spot in B-rank. Determined to patiently hone his skills, he had been lingering around the top 20 in B-rank. Casero, Bone, and the big sister are all in City J now. If George also shows up, that would complete the gathering. However, among the A-rank heroes who arrived, George's figure was notably absent. Instead, for A-rank heroes, whom Wong-Ku recognized and deemed quite capable, had come. Judging by their physique, they seemed to be agile opponents. Their movements revealed a unique elegance, but unfortunately, their behavior was far from what one would expect from a gentleman. Standing upright in a neat tailcoat, along with that iconic mustache, was A-rank hero Spring Mustache. In Wong-Ku's impression, he was fairly strong, but it seemed he rarely acted alongside a group of heroes. Stop wasting time. Let us deal with this trash quickly and wrap things up. A-rank hero Golden Ball often partnered with Spring Mustache. Compared to Spring Mustache, who maintained a casual demeanor throughout his life, Golden Ball seemed much more laid back. His poor tone now might be due to Wong-Ku's earlier remarks angering him. He looks like a strong opponent. He should be a cadre of the serpent that devours its own flesh. Armed with a huge sword and dressed in tight clothing, A-rank hero Smiling Man was as expressionless as ever. However, having just arrived, his eyesight was still decent. There were orders from above to capture him alive. But it wouldn't hurt to give him a bit of a hard time. Make sure to create opportunities for me. I'll be careful not to turn him into charcoal. A-rank hero Qing Yen, ranked 6th, believes in unblemished justice and is a staunch enemy of evil. If it weren't for the association's orders, he would likely prefer to eliminate criminals outright. However, Wong-Ku had a good impression of Qing Yen, although some tricks he had up his sleeve became meaningless once exposed. His combat ability was rated in the original manga as being no less than that of S-rank heroes. Then came several C-rank heroes: Red Scarf Fighter, Morning Garb, Cross Key, Mohican Head, and hey, how come even the likes of Red Nose are being brought out to deal with me? That's really disrespectful. Wong-Ku looked at the heroes surrounding him with curiosity and asked, is this really the best you could come up with? 4 A-rank, 4 B-rank, and 5 C-rank heroes? This combination is so unbalanced. Doesn't the Hero Association have anyone who can arrange team tactics? Or do you just think so little of me that you grab the nearby heroes for backup? Qing Yin replied disdainfully, what do you think you are? Do you expect an S-rank hero to come and give you special treatment? If it weren't for the association needing to gather intelligence on the serpent of devouring, they wouldn't bother assembling us to capture you. So they really did gather nearby heroes on short notice. However, This combination really underestimated me. The entire capture team lacked coordination and didn't even have a single S-rank hero. Oh right, although I fought Sonic in this form, I didn't reveal my strength to the association or the police. So it's normal for them not to know how strong I am. After all, S-rank heroes are incredibly valuable. Unless the main force of the Serpent of Devouring is mobilized, there's really no need to pay too much attention to a minor character like me. Thinking of this, Wonka felt that it was a good opportunity to make a name for himself with this disguise. So, looking at the heroes preparing to act, Wonka raised his hand to indicate he had something to say. "Oh, are you going to surrender? That's quite perceptive of you," said Golden Ball. Wonka, not intending to waste time, didn't give the other heroes a chance to speak and instead stated a line that would provoke hatred. "I am the Executor No. 13 of the Serpent of Devouring, a relatively high-ranking official in the organization. You don't need to know my specific name. But the association should remember this. If you encounter me in the future, just mobilize high-level forces. It's better not to send lowly scum like you to waste my time. Bastard." After Poison Spike shouted out the shared sentiment of the heroes in anger, the battle between the 16 professional heroes and Wong Ku officially began. The first to attack Wong Ku was the A-rank hero, Golden Ball. He pulled back the slingshot in his hand and shot a golden bullet made of shape memory alloy towards Wong Ku's thigh. Just as his partner, Spring Mustache, had said, Golden Ball also judged that Wong Ku was an agile opponent. To successfully capture him and extract intelligence, it was best to incapacitate him first. What a boring attack. Is it because so many uncoordinated people have gathered that you can't fully unleash your abilities? The golden bullet, which could penetrate a 5mm iron plate, was slightly deflected by the black blade in Wong Ku's hand and changed its trajectory to strike the gun of a professional hero aiming at him from the periphery. Then, Wong Ku's figure flickered, and he charged directly at Golden Ball, intending to take him out first. However, Golden Ball wasn't anxious because Wong Ku was quickly blocked. When it comes to coordination, I have a lot of experience working with Golden Ball. After Spring Mustache blocked Wong Ku with his single-handed sword, he quickly moved his arm to fend off a series of dual blade strikes from Wong Ku. Don't forget about me. Our battle hasn't been decided yet. Poison Spike pressed forward again, closing in with Spring Mustache to force Wong Ku into a corner. Then, Smiling Man launched an attack with his massive sword. Wong Ku skillfully stepped aside to avoid the attack. However, the heroes exchanged knowing smiles, as they had successfully trapped their opponent. With the help of other heroes around, Chong Chong had long avoided the memory gold bullet shot by Wong Ku that had altered its flight path. Once Wong Ku was forced into the trap, he immediately unleashed his signature technique, the joint shot, pouring a barrage of bullets towards Wong Ku. Wong Ku quickly wielded his dual blades again, deflecting all the bullets aimed at him. However, this also temporarily restricted his movements, and at that moment, a rain of arrows began to fall from the sky. This was precisely the action the archer had prepared in advance. He grasped the timing of the attack very accurately, truly living up to his background as a forest hunter. It was just a piece of cake. Wong Ku disdainfully muttered a remark, then used a reverse grip to wield his dual swords and perform a spin in place, shooting out more than 10 vacuum blades in all directions. The rain of arrows originally flying towards Wong Ku was immediately dispersed by the wind blade shot upwards. Meanwhile, Qing Yin, who had planned to take advantage of the situation to fire golden bullets at Wong Ku and breathe fire at him, was forced to start dodging due to the wind blades. Those who couldn't dodge in time, Gun Gun and the Shooter, were protected by the 2 B-class heroes, the Dark Flame Dragon Blade user and Bone. The Dark Flame Dragon Blade user was agile enough to quickly embrace Gun Gun and evade the wind blades. Bone, relying on his strong defense, acted as a meat shield, blocking the wind blades for the Shooter without taking any damage. It turned out that, although they lacked long-term cooperation and synergy, as professional heroes, they were still able to combine their basic combat tactics. Wong Ku said this while looking at the C-class heroes who had not yet participated in the battle, as these guys had opened a fire hydrant and started spraying water at Wong Ku. The other A-class and B-class heroes also kept their distance, while Lei Guangxinji, who had been seizing opportunities, took advantage of the terrain to unleash an area attack. Water conducts electricity, so let's see how you dodge this. You'll be paralyzed by the current. Adjusting the voltage to maximum once again, Lei Guangxinji directed the current, aided by the flow of water, towards Wong Ku's location. The cadres of the Snake Eater organization, under such tactical coordination, were unable to resist and were directly struck by the electric shock. After a while, Wong Ku seemed to be in a state of complete paralysis, unable to move at all. Don't underestimate him. This guy won't be taken down so easily. using mid to long-range attacks. Lei Guangxianji had previously been forced into a bitter battle with Kasei Luo and Duosi by Wang Ke, and he naturally knew how troublesome this opponent was. So at this moment, he reminded the heroes who were about to join the battle. Chong Chong was still reloading, while the archer's arrows were scattered in the electrified water area and could not be picked up. Thus, this task was clearly taken over by Gold Bullet. Be careful of him, reflecting my memory Gold Bullet again. This time, I will use my full strength. After Gold Bullet finished speaking, he aimed at Wang Ke's right leg and attacked. The memory Gold Bullet, which changed in flight, successfully penetrated Wang Ke's right leg and his eyes. One of his legs was incapacitated, now to subdue him in close combat. After Gold Bullet said this, he strangely found that the people around him did not rush forward, but were instead watching him warily. His partner, Spring Mustache, rushed over and knocked him to the ground. Lei Guangxianji followed up quickly and administered electrotherapy to Gold Bullet. It was only then that Gold Bullet realized that he had entered a state of illusion. He had actually attacked his own companions, while the position where Wang had been standing was occupied by the A-class hero Duosi, with one leg covered in blood. The real Wang Ke was retreating from flame attack by Qing Yan, and Gold Bullet did not know when he had fallen into the illusion or which parts of his previous memories were real and which were false. Be careful. This guy seems to have a hypnotic ability. Everyone must not be deceived by him. If you find something is off, come to me for electric therapy. Lei Guangxianji reminded everyone again. Although the opponent's ability was troublesome, the current battle situation still seemed to be the heroes suppressing the enemy. Earth Destruction Spin. When the three long-range attack heroes had to temporarily retreat, Smiling Man immediately took responsibility with mid-range attacks. Although Duosi had lost the ability to act due to attacks from his own side, Kasei, who had been somewhat low-spirited, seemed to have recovered quite a bit. He, armed with his skeletal weapon, combined with Spring Mustache, displayed decent close combat strength. If any gaps appeared, even if the outer heroes were unable to provide timely support, Qing Yan would use his powerful flames to quickly drive back any daring opponents. Meanwhile, Bone and Dark Flame Dragon Blade Master were blocking the opponent's escape attempts while protecting other heroes on the perimeter. As long as they could intercept, even for a brief moment, the inner circle heroes would quickly arrive to resume besieging the enemy. This situation had been repeated several times, and the battlefield had shifted. However, the cadre of the Snake Eater organization had still been unable to successfully escape. The C-class heroes had picked up their arrows again and were also replenishing ammunition for Chong Chong. In the upcoming battle, the heroes could launch a new round of siege. Moreover, the cooperation among all the heroes present had improved, and they had begun to grasp the various characteristics of their opponents. It was expected that in the next round of attacks, the opponent would no longer be able to maintain his defense and would be skillfully taken down by the hero's coordinated assault. After making these judgments, Smiling Man moved forward to engage the opponent again. As the highest-ranked professional hero here, A-class 6th-ranked Qing Yan had a different judgment in his heart. Does this Snake Eater guy really care about fighting? It feels like he's toying with us, having missed several opportunities to strike, instead allowing us to regroup and familiarize ourselves with our combat rhythm to improve our coordination. The fact that the C-class heroes can retrieve their arrows also seems to be an opportunity deliberately given by him. Whether it was Duosi getting injured or Gold Bullet falling into an illusion, he did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he created distance, allowing our people to provide rescue. Rather than saying he was being chased around by our heroes, it would be more accurate to say he was playing with a bunch of monkeys. Thinking of this, Qing Yan carefully observed the surrounded opponent, and then he heard a low chuckle from the enemy, which clearly infuriated Qing Yan. Don't joke around. He is just a criminal. Yet he dares to be so arrogant. Since you have such strength, we don't need to be fixated on capturing you alive. Everyone be cautious. This guy still hides deep strength. Don't worry about whether we will kill him. We must all use our full strength to injure him first. Qing Yan suddenly shouted this in the midst of battle, causing those heroes who had not noticed the oddity to think Qing Yan had also fallen under the illusion. However, upon seeing this top-ranked hero perform even better in his attacks and movements, everyone eventually understood that the opponent might have realized something. Finally figured out, then put in a little more effort. I don't want to keep playing with you. Show me a bit more of your strength. The opponent, who had previously appeared somewhat flustered, immediately replaced the anxious and fearful look on his face with a nonchalant one after Qing Yan exposed the truth. Realizing that they were indeed being toyed with, the heroes finally unleashed their full potential and launched a relentless attack on the cadre of the Snake Eater organization. Finally finished reloading, Chong Chong no longer held back and aim for the opponent's vital points, starting precise and rapid fire. The hunter, who had received arrow replenishments, also coated his arrows with a considerable amount of poison. The fully awakened gold bullet, alongside his two companions, fired a few bouncing gold bullets based on the terrain, showing no concern for the damage they might inflict on the opponent. However, even so, after kicking down the enhanced warrior enemy, he seemed almost indifferent to the incoming weapons. Whether it was arrows or bullets, they were all blocked within his air defense zone. The bouncing memory gold bullets were casually deflected by the enemy's twin blades, falling powerless to the ground. Seeing that the long-range attacks were ineffective, Spring Mustache quickly closed in on the opponent. After a flurry of swift swordplay, he narrowly deflected the opponent's twin blades. At this moment, Smiling Man and Casillo, who had stood up again, launched their attacks on the opponent with Earth Destruction Spin and Casillo's Boomerang, respectively. The cadre of the Snake Eater organization nimbly leaped and easily dodged the opponent's attacks. However, this allowed Spring Mustache to seize the opportunity. With a forceful step forward, he crushed the asphalt road. Following this, his elegant Western sword transformed into a spring-like shape. Then, targeting the opponent he had aimed at, he unleashed Spring Mustache's famous signature move. Step less explosive power. The sword made of shaped memory alloy thrust fiercely towards the enemy's front. The sword tip extended straight ahead, reaching a limit that could not be perceived by the naked eye. Most of the monsters didn't even have a chance to react before being skewered by this powerful attack. However, this cadre of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh simply sliced through the Spring Mustache's stabbing sword with a quick slash of his dual blades. What? That's memory alloy. How could it be? Monster. Not only the Spring Mustache was shocked, but the other A and B-class heroes, even the C-class heroes watching from the periphery, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They were all intimidated by Wong's displayed strength. But it wasn't over yet. Only one person did not freeze at that moment, and that was the earliest to recognize the opponent's strength and concealment, Qin Yan. As the Spring Mustache launched that powerful move, he quickly approached the opponent from another direction. While everyone was marveling at the opponent's power, he successfully reached the defensive blind spot of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh cadre. Then, Qin Yan's hands quickly changed, and with a stretch of his right palm, he unleashed his ultimate move against Wong Ko. Cremation. A powerful flame instantly engulfed the entire opponent, and at such a close distance, Qin Yan was confident that his flames had successfully covered the other party. Did he take him down? After seeing Qin Yan's successful assault, everyone pondered whether they had defeated the opponent. The earlier task of capturing him alive had already been thrown to the back of their minds. To ensure success, Qin Yan continued to spray flames for a long time. When he felt that the nozzle hidden under his sleeve had reached its limit, he finally stopped the attack and quickly retreated to his companion's side. After Qin Yan withdrew, the burning flames continued for a while. When the flames gradually dissipated, the heroes present saw nothing but a pile of ashes in front of them. Could it be that this guy was burned to ashes? Oh no, we were supposed to capture him alive. Perhaps this is better. This opponent is just too strong. If we hadn't successfully eliminated him this time, we will be taken down by his dual blades next. Did we really win? It feels a bit unreal. The opponent's figure indeed disappeared into the flames and did not reappear. This time, we truly won. Let's search for any remains in the flames. Perhaps there might be some unexpected discoveries. The 16 heroes expressed their opinions, and under the comforting words of their companions, the heroes gradually felt more at ease, believing that the troublesome, terrifying opponent had indeed been defeated. However, just after the flames completely extinguished, that devil-like voice seemed to be an illusion, drifting into their ears once again. Is this all you can do? You truly disappoint me. Super Giant Spiral Poison Spike. The first to react was actually the Poison Spike, who had lost mobility due to the Golden Bullet. Upon noticing the vanished cadre of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh atop a nearby power pole, he immediately launched his ultimate move with a single-legged push. But even so, the immense gap in strength could not be bridged. The opponent simply reversed the grip on the knife handle with his left hand and unleashed a powerful wind blade, breaking the Poison Spike's ultimate move, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. Your move is old news to me. Find a place to lie down. Wonka looked at the poisonous sting lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, and felt it wasn't very interesting. After experiencing the intense battle with the water dragon, this temporary assembly of ABC heroes posed little threat to him. It seemed that if he was to continue wearing this disguise and seek amusement from the Hero Association, he would have to select S-class heroes, or at least the top 4 A-class heroes, to make it worthwhile. Hang in there, we're coming to support you. At that moment, over 20 professional heroes arrived on the battlefield. However, none of them were A-class. They were all a mix of B and C-class, offering no challenge to Wong-Ku whatsoever. Meanwhile, the computer monitoring the Hero Association reported that an S-class hero was already on the way. It was likely the Spring Beard or someone else who had just pressed the emergency button. The first to arrive would probably be the sexy prisoner coming out of the stinky cover prison, and the other, who was closer, seemed to be the atomic warrior bringing his apprentices along. Regardless of who they were, Wong didn't want to face any of them right now. So, after glancing at the heroes gathered before him, he tightened his grip on 2 black short knives and said in a very calm tone, "Can't anyone use any moves? Then let me show you my attack. Don't worry, it shouldn't take more than 3 seconds to finish." Qin Yin immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to alert the others. But in the end, he couldn't shout anything out. Before losing consciousness, all the heroes present only saw a blur in front of them and some blood splattered from an unknown source. At the same time, a few clear words reached each hero's ears. Blacktooth. The battle that occurred in J City, although not captured by any media, resulted in a total of 38 heroes of all ranks, including 7 A-class professional heroes, being injured. The fact that heroes were hospitalized on a large scale was keenly noticed by paparazzi. Subsequently, the spokesperson for the Hero Association stated that these heroes were hospitalized due to food poisoning, and there had been no serious monster disaster in J City that day. So these heroes had nothing to do with monsters. Despite the quick response from the Hero Association, various rumors spread widely among other heroes and the public. Some said that the professional heroes within the Hero Association had a serious brawl due to faction conflicts or differences of opinion. Others claimed that the disaster assessment by the Hero Association was flawed, mistaking a dragon-class monster that appeared in J City for a Tiger Class 1. And after continuously sending large numbers of ABC heroes, they were all wiped out in one go. There were also claims that the one who defeated many heroes was not a dragon-class monster, but merely an obscure human criminal, a minor character without a wanted notice. Many other speculations circulated, but the third point, closest to the truth, was the least spread. After that day, Blacktooth, whether it was the name of a move or a nickname, entered the Hero Association's top-secret files. The Hero Association did not issue a wanted notice for this mysterious person, but internally decided that if they encountered this enemy again in the future, the ABC-class heroes would be ignored, and at least 2 S-class heroes would be dispatched to deal with him as a precaution. Meanwhile, the danger level of the Snake of the Body was raised by 1 level, and if they encountered anyone claiming to be an executor of that organization or carrying an O number in the future, S-class heroes would also be sent to respond. Shortly after Wong-Ku, who had forcibly pretended to be a B-class hero in J City, returned to the side of the big sister. He received another call from the Hero Association requesting Dr. Diesel to treat the heroes. Each of those heroes had received a heavy blow, and even if it wasn't a fatal injury, they would normally need several months to recover. With Blacktooth categorized as a confidential matter, the Hero Association was eager for Dr. Diesel to provide assistance and quickly treat all the heroes without leaving any trace, so they could cover up the incident without leaving any flaws in front of the media. After Wong negotiated the price, he spent most of the afternoon with a hint of guilt in his heart, ensuring that all the knife wounds and scars on the heroes disappeared. However, the weakened bodies couldn't be fully restored with just 1 or 2 injections. Such a hasty approach would actually be detrimental to their health. Therefore, in the end, the Hero Association simply arranged for a collective food poisoning incident, as all the injured heroes indeed recovered within 2 or 3 days. After making a considerable amount of money from this self-directed event, Wong could return to his semi-tourism reporting job. The items he previously commissioned criminals to steal were actually a special machine developed by a research institute. In fact, the patent for this technology was originally sold to them by Wong a few years ago. At that time, he was still building his own research institute and lacked the necessary equipment, as well as enough time and energy, so he conveniently turned it into some cash. This time, having discovered a giant pupae, he needed that equipment. Instead of spending time and energy developing a set of experimental products that required testing, it was better to directly retrieve a set of already mature, completed products from the other party, especially since they had various supporting materials developed over the years. Looking at the adjusted equipment, Wong pondered what excuse he could use to temporarily leave his girlfriend's side for a while. In the underground secret base, under construction, codenamed Snake Nest No. 3, the construction speed was quite fast due to the relatively large underground space. Among the 6 snake nests being built at the same time, Snake nest number 3 was currently the one with the highest completion rate. The entire base was equipped with over 700 biochemistry assistants, basic biochemical soldiers, and low-level mutant soldiers, and a new batch of personnel was about to be produced from the underground base in City Z to be assigned here. In a few days, the number of people here would exceed 1,000. The behind-the-scenes boss of the serpent that devours the body also arrived at this largest base in the organization with newly adjusted equipment. The target's bodily fluid samples had been collected in sufficient quantities, and all the molted shells of the larval stage around the original pupae had also been collected and stored as special materials. A biochemist from the management department was reporting the latest news to while.Though. Like other bases, Snake Nest number 3 had functional capabilities for the management department, research department, and arm department. How was the catalyst experiment for the pupae progressing? Could the next round of modifications begin? While.Though glanced at the report submitted by the management department and nodded in satisfaction before starting to inquire about other matters. The RD department had completed the tasks assigned by the leader. The larvae initially showed some signs of collapse, but they have now stabilized. Additionally, with the external injection of a special agent, the larvae are currently in good condition and ready to begin the next phase of transformation at any time. Previously, While.Though had handed over his deformed cells and some project materials related to the metamorphosis experiment to the subordinates of the number 3 serpent's nest to initiate preliminary work. And now all the preparations have been completed. Well done. Now let's use the machine I brought and start the transformation plan. Since the preparations are complete, the serpent that devours the body is not a bureaucratic organization. Therefore, there is no need for any meaningless welcoming ceremony. As the big boss, While.Though immediately ordered the further work to commence. Yes, after taking the internal elevator of the base to a large space on the lower level, the larvae undergoing transformation were already surrounded by a huge metal cover. While.Though stared at the slowly writhing giant chrysalis through the glass window of the metal enclosure, feeling a sudden shock in his heart. Previously, he had only seen the transmitted imaging data in front of a computer, but being here in person and experiencing nature was different. The more than 10 experimental personnel inside the metal enclosure had already connected the machine brought by While.Though to a large device in the base. This large device had many items resembling cables and infusion tubes connecting to the giant chrysalis. Once this step was completed, all the bioengineer humans around While.Though looked at him, the big boss. Relying on his telepathic ability, While.Though sensed the strange entity within the giant chrysalis. It seemed to know that something bad was about to happen and was accelerating its formation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, While.Though directly issued a slightly rough command. He set the power to maximum without caring about the reaction of the still unformed monster inside the chrysalis. At While.Thoug's command, the more than 10 huge mechanical arms in the metal enclosure immediately began injecting the special nanobots developed by While.Though into the still writhing chrysalis. These nanobots were products used by While.Though to brainwash monsters and, after some unique adjustments, could also enhance the skills of the modified humans. However, because they could not exist for long, they would soon dissolve due to bodily fluids and other substances. Therefore, for the size of the living being to be modified, continuous injections were required. At the same time, to reduce the dissolution of the nanobots by the bodily fluids of the monster. It was also necessary for the equipment to modify the monster's bodily fluids. Previously, those smaller monsters could be dealt with using some equipment in While.Tho's research institute. However, the bodily fluids of a monster inside the giant chrysalis were not only special, but also exceeded the size of While.Tho's previous largest modification targets by dozens of times. Such a level of bodily fluid modification could not be handled by While.Tho's previous low-power equipment. The machine taken from J-City could serve as the core machine, and While.Though only needed to temporarily modify some supporting devices. This core machine was originally conceived by While.Though a few years ago for insect power generation, used to remove impurities from insect bodily fluids. Later, While.Though stopped the related research and sold the technology to that research institute. The other party developed a device capable of purifying chemicals using this technology. Although the purposes were not entirely the same, the effects could still be directly exchanged to a large extent. At this moment, under the operation of the core machine, special liquids and energy were continuously being input into the giant chrysalis, purifying the various liquids inside and increasing the efficiency of the nanobots. The monster inside the chrysalis also noticed something was wrong. Its consciousness seemed to be becoming increasingly blurred, as if it were about to be transformed into a thoughtless puppet. Therefore, its writhing intensified, and a fully formed insect leg actually stretched out from the solid chrysalis. It paid no heed to the bodily fluid, which served as its metamorphosis nutrition, flowing out from the hole. Continuously waving its leg, it destroyed several mechanical arms that were injecting nanobots. Generally speaking, even after metamorphosis, an insect that has just emerged from its chrysalis should have a very soft outer shell. It takes some time for the strength of a new shell to meet the standards. However, this monster, clearly not yet fully metamorphosed, was able to destroy such a hard shell and break the mechanical arms in the base like matchsticks. If it were to completely mature into an insect, the destructive power would be quite astonishing. Fortunately, it was still in the chrysalis state, and the high-tech organization, Serpent of the Devoured Body, had found it. As the overall person in charge of this modification work, Wonka would naturally not allow the monster to cause chaos. New mechanical arms would go up later. For now, just cut off the monster's leg that was reaching out to cause trouble. Under Wong Ke's orders, the staff in the laboratory quickly operated several giant laser surgical knives, directly cutting toward the monster's outstretched leg. Although the leg was quite strong, it had not yet fully formed. After a chaotic flailing, it was directly severed by the encirclement of several laser surgical knives. The severed limb was immediately dragged away for preservation by several newly extended mechanical arms. More mechanical arms then resumed injecting nanobots into the chrysalis, continuing the brainwashing modification work. However, the monster inside the chrysalis refused to submit and began to violently resist again. Several formed or unformed insect legs stretched out from the chrysalis, continuously destroying the surrounding equipment. The loss of the nutrient solution inside the chrysalis was too rapid. If the experimental subject continued to cause chaos, there was a 76% chance it would hinder our upcoming work. Open the hatch. I'll personally cut off the insect leg faster. You just need to pay attention and start repairing the chrysalis afterward. Originally, a subordinate in the laboratory was still reporting the situation to the leader, but Wong Ke directly made the most efficient decision. After entering the metal enclosure, Wong Ke's figure appeared as a series of afterimages in an instant. Then, all the limbs of the monster wreaking havoc outside the chrysalis were instantly severed. After that, Wong Ke did not rush back to the laboratory, but chose to stand directly on the still writhing chrysalis and command the members of Serpent of the Devoured Body carrying out the modification work. Immediately fill the gaps on the chrysalis while replenishing the synthetic nutrient solution. Additionally, give a monster inside the chrysalis a powerful electric shock. Don't worry about the consequences. Starting the injection of nanobots from the beginning again is fine. Under Wong Ke's command, various mechanical arms began to move. 2 specially designed electric shockers extended into the chrysalis through the holes, followed by a powerful series of electric shocks. Wong Ke seemed to hear the immense wail of the monster at this moment, but after that, the writhing pupa finally regained its calm. Inside the organization, 38. 7 was injured by electric shock, and 12. 6 of the planned transformation work could not continue. Should the transformation work be temporarily halted? 5 minutes after the electric shock ended, a staff member reported the condition inside the pupa to Wong Ke, asking whether to stop work first and then readjust the plan before starting again. After looking at the materials sent over, Wong Ke issued the order to continue the transformation work, not caring at all about the current situation. The transformation work continued, focusing first on brainwashing the monster. The damaged soft tissues should rot completely, and then we can find a way to repair or replace them later. Under Wong Ke's command, more than a dozen mechanical arms continued the injection work of the nanomachines. The monster, whose legs were severed and whose wings and other tissues that had not fully formed were burned, could no longer resist and could only allow Wong Ke to carry out the transformation. The response of the neurons was declining. The monster seemed to be attempting suicide by some means. The nanomachine transformation work was only 47% complete. Should anesthetic number 19 be injected? Mix anesthetic no. 17 with nutrient solution number 9. Then add half of anesthetic number 19 and inject it into the pupa. Just drag it out a bit. As long as the transformation work reaches above 61, the monster won't have the option to commit suicide. The signs of brainstem reflex in the monster had disappeared by 89, and the transformation work was at 59, failing to meet the original plan standard of 61. The monster was quite resilient, but it didn't matter. 59 wouldn't stump me. Bring over the stored supplies, and we could just transform the monster's brain into a bionic brain. The preliminary transformation of the bionic brain was completed, and the nanomachines were finishing the subsequent work. However, the metamorphosis phenomenon inside the pupa had stopped, and many of the monster's bodily tissues had lost their repair value. Should the transformation work continue? adjust the operating mode of the bionic brain, and construct a new operational model. I'll personally give it a boost here. You just need to monitor the series of changes at all times. Under Wang-Ku's direct command, even when the monster attempted suicide, it could not escape the fate of being transformed. The leader of the devouring serpent personally took action, connecting several enormous and peculiar tumors to the pupa. Then, Wang-Ku secretly extended a tail that hadn't been used for a while, injecting some agents extracted from the biochemical sac inside, along with a large number of deformed cells into the pupa. Although he was the leader of the devouring serpent, Wang-Ku still did not want to expose any information in front of the subordinates. Therefore, this work was done secretly, and the staff in the laboratory did not notice anything. They only saw on the subsequent various instruments that the giant pupa began to wriggle again. The several large tumors originally connected to the pupa were gradually absorbed into it over time. Once the pupa stabilized again, Wang-Ku satisfactorily left the enormous metal cover and began to guide the staff in the laboratory on the subsequent work. It was really unexpected. The electric fistmaster Beolden, who had entered the semifinals in the last conference, was actually defeated by the previously obscure werewolf contestant. Before the competition began, who could have predicted this outcome? At the scene of the 21st Super Fight Conference, the commentator seemed quite surprised by everything happening on the field. Therefore, he was using his highly infectious words to stir up the atmosphere of the entire conference. Indeed, no one in the entire conference had guessed this outcome before the match, except for the contestant Sun Sui-run, who was leaning against the wall in the corridor of the arena, participating in the conference under the name of the Split Kick Master. That's right. The true identity of Sun Sui-run was none other than Wang-Ku, who was cosplaying again. After arranging his work at the third snake nest of the devouring serpent, he participated in this martial arts conference after making some modifications while waiting for the final data of the experiments. After all, he had made an agreement with the water dragon, so Wang-Ku still came to participate in this competition as promised. In fact, he originally thought maliciously about teasing the water dragon by appearing as an audience member to fulfill the agreement. However, considering the rare opportunity to fight the hungry wolf before the main storyline began, Wang-Ku ultimately chose to become a contestant in the tournament. What is Sun Sui-run? And what is a split kick? Do you really enjoy doing such boring things? The water dragon, who had put on his kung fu outfit again to come to the arena, approached Wang-Ku and asked. His whole aura had become more restrained, making him appear even more formidable. This made Wang-Ku, who had just made some modifications to his body, marvel internally at the fact that this was truly a world of cheats. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand your meaning. Facing the water dragon who approached him, Sun Sui-run put on a puzzled expression. This time, Wang could change his cosplay identity not only to keep a low profile, but also to tease the water dragon. Therefore, after participating in the conference, Wang-Ku did not actively reveal his identity to the water dragon. Even now that he was finally discovered, he still intended to play dumb until the end. Stop acting. It's you. Well, speaking of which, I really don't know your real name. I only remember having a duel with you at the Natural Park in K-City last time. What exactly is your name? Old Kai and Sun Sui-run are both fake names, right? After Water Dragon finished speaking with a smile, he pressed down on his neck and stretched a bit. He had the posture that suggested he would start fighting right there if he disagreed, which finally made Wang-Ku decide to stop playing dumb. How'd you see through it? I didn't just disguise my appearance. I even changed my height and body shape. Don't tell me about the aura of a martial artist. Those mysterious things are the least reliable. Seeing that the formidable rival he had searched for so long finally admitted his identity, Water Dragon smiled and said, Your disguise is indeed quite impressive, but your girlfriend's disguise is a bit lacking. After I found her in the audience, I followed her line of sight and found you. After getting the answer, Wang could turn to look at his girlfriend hidden in the crowd of the audience. At this moment, the big sister had her hair tied in a ponytail, and her disguise consisted only of a pair of glasses and a baseball cap. Upon sensing Wang-Ku's gaze, she responded telepathically with a message that said it was none of her business, then proceeded to buy a drink from a vendor passing by her. You really have a knack for finding a target among such a huge crowd. Are you too idle? Wang-Ku had actually advised the big sister before coming, but she refused the props he offered, claiming it was too much trouble. I am indeed a bit bored, but I wasn't actually looking for you. I was simply evaluating the cute and well-shaped girls in the audience. Finding your girlfriend was just a bonus. After explaining, Shui Long casually shifted his gaze to a particularly stunning girl in the venue and even let out a whistle. Wang-Ku also turned his head to look over. And indeed, the target was a figure that was not inferior to the head of the sisters. Originally, he wanted to whistle along with Shui Long, but after receiving a warning message from his girlfriend, Wang-Ku could only obediently choose to keep quiet. You should stay away from me for now. I'm a very low-key person. As a legend with 4 championships, actively seeking to chat with me, a first-time contestant would attract a lot of attention. Just as Wang.Though said, when Shui Long walked up to him, many people had already shifted their attention over. Besides some media reporters, quite a few contestants were also watching, including the last tournament's champion, the explosive mountain who used the dark hell killing technique. That guy lost all face in the last tournament when you defeated him, and he seems to have not yet discovered your true identity. You know, if I were to go over now and tell him where old Kai of the 8 Stormfist is, would he stop radiating killing intent towards me? Shui Long, now, had a look that wanted to see the excitement. So he smiled and shifted his gaze to face the explosive mountain directly. This scene was captured by many reporters at the tournament site, also drawing an even stronger killing intent from the explosive mountain. Anyway, he'll be dealt with by me sooner or later, so why waste energy on such things? Wang.Though found it a bit troublesome, so he spoke up to stop Shui Long's prank. The explosive mountain, who had won 2 championships, was naturally arranged as a seeded player in this tournament, just like Shui Long. As for Wang.Though, during the lottery, he used a micro-robot to do some tricks, ensuring he would face the explosive mountain before entering the semifinals. Speaking of which, the opponent you will face in the semifinals is probably that werewolf from earlier, right? It's frustrating that some interesting opponents are all on your side. How do you feel? Are you confident in defeating him? During the previous matches, Shui Long had been yawning. It was only when the werewolf eliminated Baoluan that he perked up a bit. If it weren't for the tournament still being ongoing, Shui Long would have wanted to test his skills against the werewolf. That guy is going to be a very troublesome opponent, but it should also be quite interesting. Well, you can't tell who is stronger or weaker just from that little bit of the match. We'll see after we fight. Teacher Bongpu once said that the Hungry Wolf has better talent in martial arts than Wang.Though, and combined with the manga's setting where he grows stronger with each defeat, Wang.Though dare to guarantee his victory over him. If you find it too troublesome, just admit defeat when you face him, and leave it to me to deal with. As for our victory or defeat, it's more exciting to fight when both sides are in top form. Shui Long still felt a bit regretful, and even wanted to persuade Wang.Though to give up the match so he could face the unscathed evil wolf in the finals. In the One Punch Man manga, Shui Long had previously revealed his desire to battle the evil wolf. So Wang.Though find Shui Long's request strange. He just wouldn't give up this opportunity. Don't even think about it. I'm definitely going to have a match with that guy today. Can't you reconsider? I could share some of the Champion-S prize money with you. Who said that prize money is definitely yours? Aren't you being too arrogant? Who told you I was stating facts? The 5-time champion will surely be born today. Don't be ridiculous. Your legend is destined to be ended by me. Just as Wang.Though and Shui Long were still chatting, the preparations for the match on the field had been completed. The commentator had also replaced it with a new set of information, and the player Xian Shui Run, who used the split-kick fist, was about to start his first match of the day. Oh no, we just received some sad news at the tournament. It seems that the previously defeated Zax was just dumped by his girlfriend. According to the process, there should be an introduction of the next 2 contestants. But the tournament organizers seemed to think that gossiping about the contestants' tragic experiences would heat up the atmosphere, so the commentator reported this irrelevant news with a suppressed laugh. Although it was a bit disrespectful to the 2 contestants entering the arena, Wang.Though didn't mind it, because as he entered, he was also watching the excitement in the distance. At this moment, the dumped Zax was kneeling at the entrance of the tournament venue, crying and complaining about the unfairness of heaven. Meanwhile, the playboy Shui Long, who caused all this, was flirting with a sweet-looking young girl in a hidden corner. Back to the main topic. Although the 2 contestants standing in the arena were both first-time participants, it did not affect their popularity within the venue. Just listen to the roaring cheers from the crowd. This male-female martial artist duo has already been privately regarded as the best CP of this tournament. The commentator seemed quite diligent, and after his remarks, the audience at the tournament site indeed reacted strongly. Many people were whistling or loudly screaming in response. As the 2 who were about to start the match in the arena were not just a pair of overly muscular contestants. Wang.Though made his appearance using the template of Xian Shui Shinobu, with a handsome face, a tall figure of 189 centimeters, and a unique, mysterious aura. At the beginning of the tournament, when all the contestants were introduced, he had already attracted a large number of female fans. Moreover, the legendary 4-time champion of the Super Fight Tournament, Water Dragon, actually initiated a conversation with him, behaving as if he had great respect for the Xian Shui Shinobu contestant, which further enhanced Wang.Thoug's image at that moment. Another first-time contestant, Ling Ling, stood out like a red flower among a sea of sweaty men participating in the martial arts competition. instantly winning a lot of audience affection as soon as she appeared. Additionally, Ling Ling already had a considerable reputation in the women's fighting scene. Her quick and agile movements, combined with her cute face and good physique, attracted many loyal fans who came to the Super Fight Tournament to see her in action. Both first-time contestants accumulated a lot of popularity due to their appearances, and naturally, some bored people began to pair them up. Since the contestants had already entered the arena, why not start the battle directly? Such gossip akin to tabloid journalism is of no interest to us martial artists. Ling Ling, slightly pouting and glancing sideways at the commentary booth, was indeed a rather charming girl. At this moment, she was waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, completely unaware that a certain lecher in front of her was secretly calculating her measurements. Her waist should be about the same as the big sister's. Her bust is slightly smaller, but looks quite elastic. I wonder what her hip measurement is. Should I take a chance to get a little hands-on during the fight? At this moment, Wang-Ku, who appeared quite refined on the outside, was internally doing what any normal man would do. However, he couldn't hold on for long, as the jealous woman's sensing ability in the audience was quite sharp. What are you looking at? Don't be lewd, or I'll pop those 2 cherries of yours. This was the message from the big sister conveyed from Wang-Ku's heart. Don't be angry. That's just a normal reaction every man has. All right, I won't think about it anymore, was Wang-Ku's internal response. Then you aren't allowed to touch her in the upcoming battle. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. How could that be? I'm participating in a martial arts competition. Are you asking me to defeat her with my gaze? You just reminded me, close your eyes. I won't allow you to look at her. Don't be unreasonable. That's too much. I've said what I needed to say. You can decide whether to follow it or not. Hey, don't be willful. Listen to me. Are you still online? Hello. Only the big sister could establish a telepathic communication with Wang-Ku. So after the other party went offline, no matter how Wang-Ku called out to her, he received no reply. The last message from the big sister clearly contained anger. So after repeated contemplation, Wang-Ku could only close his eyes on the competition stage with a black face. Wow, viewers, please look at what is happening in the competition arena. Xianshui Shinobu has actually closed his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that he is too shy in front of a beauty? He truly is a pure-hearted contestant. Haha, but this seems a bit too overconfident. Look, Ling Ling is clearly getting angry. The commentator noticed the sudden change in the competition arena, but did not pay much attention to the real reason behind it. The enthusiastic response from the audience to the martial arts tournament was what he cared about more. As the commentator expected, under his intentional prompting, countless audience members began to whistle and cheer, among which were many teasing comments, both malicious and joking. However, these comments did not prompt Xianshui Shinobu to open his eyes. Instead, they made Ling Ling even angrier. What are you doing? This is a martial arts arena. There is no distinction between genders. We are all martial artists. In response to Ling Ling's angry words, Wang-Ku remained silent. The referee next to him saw that Xianshui Shinobu had no intention of opening his eyes. So he finally raised his hand and swung it down forcefully. The match begins. Since you dare to underestimate me, then you will pay the corresponding price. At the referee's command, Ling Ling, who had already assumed her stance, launched the first attack. She quickly approached Wang-Ku's left side with a swift and agile thrust, then struck towards her opponent's temple with her palm. However, this initial assault ultimately missed its target. In the eyes of the audience at the tournament, Xianshui Shinobu simply turned his body and used a few footwork changes to evade the attack. But Ling Ling's offensive did not stop there. She quickly followed up on her opponent's movements. Then she executed a swift ground-level spin, using a sweeping kick to target Wang-Ku's knee. Wang-Ku simply lifted his left leg like a standing chicken, then bent backward to avoid Ling Ling's double punches aimed at his abdomen. Finally, he performed a lateral somersault, soaring over Ling Ling's head. Beautiful. Xianshui Shinobu's movements are truly stunning. He effortlessly evaded all of Ling Ling's lightning-fast attacks. Now, both contestants have created some distance and entered a standoff. Which contestant will attack next? Let's wait and see. The commentator had just finished speaking when a sudden change occurred in the arena. A bell on Ling Ling's head unexpectedly fell without warning, and after her initial shock, Ling Ling once again assumed her fighting stance. In the previous rounds of combat, although Wang-Ku had closed his eyes, he was still able to use his bio-enhanced traits to generate an image of Ling Ling's movements in his mind using a special sensing wave. This was much sharper than the sound-based detection in martial arts novels, but it was also based on the significant strength difference between Wang-Ku and Ling Ling. To possess such powerful abilities, I now clearly know that I am not your opponent. However, Even if my strength seems weak in front of you, as a martial artist, I still hope to have a good fight with you. Ling Ling didn't know what the crack kick fist martial art was, but when Xianshui Shinobu flipped over her head, the well-timed strike from his fingers that knocked the bell off her head left her deeply shocked. As a female martial artist, Ling Ling had already become stronger than most men. After achieving numerous victories in the women's fighting scene, she felt she had reached the limits of her human capabilities. She came to participate in the super fight tournament to test just how strong she really was. However, after facing Xianshui Shinobu, she realized that the world of martial artists was far broader than she had known. So even knowing that her opponent was far stronger than her, Ling Ling was still determined to fight Xianshui Shinobu to the end. She planned to explore just how vast the world of martial arts she had immersed herself in truly was, wanting at least to reach the peak for a moment and gaze into the distance. It seems you're not planning to give up. Then I will give you the respect you deserve. Although it's just for a brief moment, I hope you can gain something worthwhile. Perhaps influenced by Ling Ling's momentum, Wang-Ku surprisingly opened his eyes at that moment, leaning his left leg forward into a rather rare fighting stance. The atmosphere in the arena shifted as well. It seemed that Ling Ling sensed some kind of vortex emanating from her opponent. The powerful aura of her opponent made her involuntarily swallow hard, and her body became somewhat stiff, her limbs trembling slightly. This was not fear for Ling Ling, but rather excitement at the unknown levels of power. After adjusting her breathing, she began to close her eyes. Did the audience see that? What exactly happened in the arena? The two competitors, caught in a standoff, seemed to have exchanged states. Now, the player Senmizu Shin had opened her eyes and taken on a full combat stance, while Ling Ling had closed her eyes, becoming like her previous opponent. Ling Ling suddenly began to act. She jumped up to evade. What just happened? Why did Ling Ling suddenly fly out of the arena mid-air? Is she okay? Did she faint? Let's wait a moment to see the slow-motion replay on the big screen. Not only the commentators, but 99% of the audience in the venue failed to see what happened in the arena. Initially, they saw Ling Ling, who had reopened her eyes, suddenly charge towards her opponent. Then Senmizu Shin's figures seemed to blur, and at the same time, Ling Ling appeared to jump into the air to dodge something, striking a pose for a palm attack. But at that moment, for some unknown reason, Ling Ling suddenly flew out of the arena and then collapsed, unconscious. Now, most of the audience is patiently waiting for the slow-motion replay of the match. Meanwhile, the photography team for the event is in chaos, not knowing how to respond to the audience outside. What about camera 4? Did it capture anything? Cameras 7 and 16 also failed to record anything, only showing Ling Ling's shocked expression before she flew out of the arena. One staff member at the control desk said, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead. No matter how they slowed it down, it was just a blurry shadow in the air. It was far too vague to be transmitted. The audience wouldn't accept it. This was another staff member's reply. I've asked all the invited media, and none of them were able to capture what happened just now. Now, they're pressuring us for footage. What do we do? It's not just the event site that can't explain, but various TV stations are about to go blank. This was said by a staff member who rushed back to the control desk, out of breath. After he finished speaking, all the staff present had no idea how to respond. Meanwhile, the discontented voices from the audience outside were growing louder, and the commentators could only futilely try various methods to calm them down. Senmizu Shin, what exactly happened just now? There are all kinds of speculations. Some even say you used some kind of magic. Is that true? Earlier in the arena, it seemed you were saying something to Ling Ling. Some people say you reached some kind of agreement. So, some speculate that you staged a fake match. What are your thoughts on that? According to the medical team, Ling Ling seems to have fainted due to a heavy blow. However, no signs of any attack were found on her body. Can you tell us which part of her body you actually struck? As the slow-motion replay continued to fail, numerous keen-eyed reporters immediately disregarded the event regulations. They intercepted Senmizu Shin, who was heading to the player's rest area, asking her various questions of concern while quickly surrounding Wang-Ku. Wang-Ku had always been quite averse to news interviews, and at this moment his older sister was constantly complaining in his heart because she was angry. Therefore, he completely ignored the crowd of reporters and directly slipped out from the throng of journalists. Faced with the ghostly movements displayed by the player, Xianshui Run, the reporters, whose combined combat power was less than 10, naturally could not cope. They were swiftly driven out by the event staff that arrived, leading to a large argument. However, the scene of Xianshui Ren escaping the encirclement of reporters was finally captured by countless cameras. While this could not make up for the previous regrets, it did allow the audience at the event and those watching on TV to have their eyes open a bit slightly reducing some of their accumulated dissatisfaction. By the time the 21st Super Fight event reached this point, the audience's emotions no longer required the announcers to work hard to stir the atmosphere. However, the competitors in this event were all in a state of shock at this moment, especially the players who were likely to face Xianshui Run in the upcoming matches. This competition was already daunting enough with former champions, Water Dragon and Baoshan, participating, and now there was also the werewolf in this Xianshui Ren. How could there be so many monsters appearing at once? Should I just choose to forfeit right away? The giant, chubby player, who was participating in the super fight for the second time, found himself in a dilemma after watching the previous matches, as his next opponent was Xianshui Ren. A mysterious guy, but he's indeed qualified to be my opponent, Baoshan. As a seed player, Baoshan revealed a rather frightening smile, predicting that he would most likely appear in Xianshui Ren's third match. Xianshui Ren. He certainly has hunting value. At this moment, the hungry wolf, wearing a werewolf mask, exuded an excited aura. This guy even claimed to love being low-key. Isn't that just showing off? Alright, did that guy introduce himself earlier? What's his real name again? With one arm wrapped around a beautiful girl's waist, he watched Xianshui Run leave the stage. It was only then that Water Dragon realized that when he asked Wang Ke for his name earlier, it seemed the topic had been sidestepped. After the first round of matches concluded, the second round began. Water Dragon, as the legendary four-time champion, received cheers from 99% of the audience as soon as he appeared. Then, in less than 10 seconds, he executed a rather stylish kick to instantly defeat his opponent, heating up the atmosphere of the venue even more. The subsequent matches were quite dull until one of the dark horses, the werewolf, KO'd his opponent again, restoring the match's atmosphere. After finally calming down his older sister, Wang Ke stood on the stage with the giant, chubby player from the flow pressure killing technique after the werewolf's match. Aren't you going to close your eyes when you fight me? The chubby player felt uneasy under the pressure radiating from Xianshui Run and tried to ease the atmosphere. The last match was just a special circumstance. I don't need to do that now. Wang Ke felt a bit annoyed, having been nagged by his older sister for a long time after his match with Lingling. Thinking you go easy on me? I'm not your opponent. The chubby player seemed to lack the desire to compete and had already backed down before it even started. Then why not just forfeit directly? That would save me some effort. Seeing such an opponent, Wang Ke appeared equally unmotivated. Because I signed a contract with a food advertiser. The more I appear in the super fight, the more rewards I get. The chubby player was quite honest, wiping the sweat that continuously dripped from his forehead. This reason left Wang Ke speechless. Before he could even complain, the referee announced the start of the match. The first half of the match turned into a friendly act, with the chubby player bouncing around to waste time, while Xianshui Ren cautiously watched his opponent. This kind of fake match disappointed many spectators who were looking forward to seeing Xianshui Ren unleash his power again. Some boos followed, but this situation did not last long as a turning point quickly emerged. As the chubby player's foul sweat increased, Wang Ke could no longer bear it after being suffocated for a long time. Disgusted, he kicked the chubby meatball, ending the match. The flying chubby player even crashed into the wall beside the arena, but he was actually unharmed because Wang Ke's technique was executed perfectly. However, one of the offstage competitors had a bit of bad luck. Baoshan, who had been closely watching Xianshui Ren's performance, was caught off guard by the suddenly flying chubby player, leaving him somewhat flustered. Although he successfully avoided the large meatball, the sweat flung off by the spinning chubby player and the dust raised upon landing left Baoshan looking somewhat dirty. This scene was interpreted by many on-site spectators, including the announcer, as a provocation from Xianshui Ren toward Baoshan, thus igniting the atmosphere of the event, which had been somewhat low due to the previous boring matches. The announcer didn't even need to embellish the situation. Countless audience members began to cheer loudly, encouraging Baoshan to immediately engage in a fierce battle with Xianshui Ren. Some of the heckling from the audience even made Baoshan feel angry, with comments like, "Fight! Fight! Baoshan, why aren't you going? Are you scared? I've seen it. You're just a coward who picks on the weak. When you encounter a real master, you don't even dare to make a sound. If you're afraid, you might as well forfeit. Don't waste our time. Let Xianshui Ren fight the werewolf or water dragon. That would be more exciting and interesting." Exactly. You're completely a false champion. In the last event, you were knocked silly by old Kai. Are you afraid of being beaten by Xianshui Ren again this time? If you don't dare to act, we'll take it as you admitting defeat. Haha. As another seed player in the event, Baoshan originally didn't need to pay attention to the petty remarks from the audience. However, when they brought up the final match of the last competition, it instantly filled Baoshan with a murderous aura. According to the original plot development, after winning his second championship, Baoshan would not participate in this super fight event. But it was precisely because of Wang Ke's influence that Bao Shan ended up in a rather embarrassing situation in the finals of the last event. He became a champion who was not deserving of his title in the eyes of the public, which made him feel particularly embarrassed as someone who held himself in high regard. Therefore, after a grueling special training session, he resolutely decided to participate in this conference, hoping to encounter that old Kai to avenge his previous humiliation. However, he did not expect that the other party did not show up at all, which made Bao Shan believe that the move old Kai used in the last competition was some sort of cheating method, and that he did not participate this time because he was afraid his underhanded tactics would be exposed. Although he could not achieve his goal of personally blood-sacrificing old Kai at this conference, the four-time champion Water Dragon unexpectedly appeared again. So he set his sights on Water Dragon instead. However, now being publicly provoked by Xianshui Run, Bao Shan felt it necessary to seriously sample some appetizers before enjoying a big meal. Hey, if you dare to do these things, you should have enough awareness to deal with the upcoming match, right? With an air of a master, Bao Shan walked towards the arena amid the cheers of the audience, unabashedly exuding a murderous aura as he questioned Xianshui Ren. Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention earlier. Turns out you were over there. Actually, Wang Ke's previous kick that sent the big guy flying indeed left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. It was not intentionally aimed at Bao Shan, so he wanted to explain, but Bao Shan did not give him the chance and directly interrupted his speech. Don't talk about irrelevant things. Since you dare to provoke me, Bao Shan, then before a match starts, make sure to contact a high-level hospital where you can stay long-term. Although Bao Shan admitted that Xianshui Run had some skill, he insisted that he was stronger, thus speaking in a rather arrogant tone. This made Wang Ke feel a bit displeased, and he began to retaliate verbally. Listen to me, I really didn't mean it before. So to show my apology, I guarantee I won't make you too tired in the upcoming match. How about I make you faint within a minute? You're really a pleasing bastard. I will make sure to fulfill your wish and make it so you can never stand up again for the rest of your life. After saying this, Bao Shan laughed sinisterly. You better not break your promise. Don't lose to your first match opponent before this. Wang Ke also laughed as he said this, and then slowly left the arena. However, the news reported by the commentator next made him stop in his tracks. Here's a new announcement for everyone. The XX player who was supposed to battle the seeded player Bao Shan has disappeared after leaving a forfeit report, so Bao Shan, who directly enters the second round, advances automatically. Moreover, according to the temporary adjustment of the conference, he will directly face Xianshui Run, who also advanced in the third round. The big sister, who had temporarily gone to the restroom due to drinking too much soda, felt confused when she returned to the audience. Clearly, her boyfriend was still engaging in a boring fake fight with a big guy. How did it turn into Bao Shan now? Confused as she was, the big sister did not stop her steps, but instead perked up her ears to listen to the conversations around her. After filtering out some useless information, she finally got the answer from the discussions among several nearby spectators. Although Bao Shan's original opponent forfeiting was indeed an unexpected situation, isn't it a bit absurd to have Xianshui Ren start their battle immediately without giving either of them a break? Spectator A said to Spectator B while holding a bottle of beer. I also think it's inappropriate. Although the second round ended early, it should follow the original schedule, with the Water Dragon players starting the first match of the third round. Spectator B, holding a bucket of popcorn, agreed with Spectator A's view. Hey, don't you guys know? Because this exotic fighting conference has a generous investor backing it, the operation seems more commercial compared to previous years. I think it's a temporary change made to meet the audience's demands due to a series of unexpected situations that occurred before. Besides, Xianshui Ren didn't oppose it either. Spectator C, who grabbed a bottle of cola, explained after hearing his companion's questions. After listening to this, Spectator A seemed to recall something and asked again. I heard that the organizers of the Super Fight Conference are changing their previous practice, holding the conference every 6 months instead of once a year. Could this also be due to the new investor? Most likely. Did you see the Desire Group logo on that advertisement? That's the wealthy investor. Spectator C answered after taking a sip of cola. No wonder. I felt that this Super Fight Conference's commercial operation was stronger than ever. It turns out it's Desire Group. I heard it belongs to that genius scientist Dr. Diesel. It seems to be a super strong commercial group. A neighbor of mine works there, and the benefits are truly enviable. Spectator B shared his thoughts after hearing this news. But speaking of which, if the Super Fight Conference is held every 6 months in the future, will its standards drop significantly? I don't know, but I think with Desire Group as a backing, it shouldn't be too poorly organized. After that, the big sister did not continue to pay attention to the conversation. She did know about Wang-Ku investing in the Super Fight Conference and had also asked why the hosting time was shortened to 6 months. Wang-Ku's response at that time was to align with the originally planned storyline, but the big sister head did not understand what it meant. However, she didn't care about that. She was just worried that her boyfriend might encounter some unexpected situations if he participated too frequently in the martial arts competition, especially since the troublesome organization, the Serpent of Devouring, had not been eliminated yet. Thinking of this, the big sister head patiently checked the competition venue again. After confirming that there were no criminals infiltrating, she shifted her attention back to the arena. At this moment, the match between Wang-Ku and the explosive mountain contestant had already begun, and the one launching the offensive was the so-called champion from the previous year. Xiangsha's midsection kick, Shura's straight punch assault. Why aren't you counterattacking? Weren't you very arrogant before, you little brat? During the battle with Xianshui Shinobu, the explosive mountain maintained an offensive position, but all his attacks were blocked by his opponent's double arms. Nevertheless, Explosive Mountain still believed that the opponent's defense would eventually collapse. So his taunting continued. Another hellish execution handstrike was thrown, and Xianshui Shinobu, who blocked this attack with his arms, found his legs sinking into the floor of the competition arena under Explosive Mountain's immense power. However, Explosive Mountain's attack did not stop there. Believing that he had broken through the opponent's lower defenses, he executed a Ghost Cry lower kick aimed at Xianshui Shinobu's seemingly sealed knee. With a loud bang, a deep groan echoed amidst the dust raised in the arena. Explosive Mountain, who had been maintaining his offensive stance, endured the pain and jumped out of the center of the arena, holding his right leg and cautiously staring at the dust. Is it all you can take? I barely exerted any force. Your leg shouldn't be broken yet. Xianshui Shinobu, completely unharmed, walked out of the dust with an easy expression, brushing off some dust from his clothes along the way. You monster, are you really human? You took so many of my attacks. Even if your body were made of steel, it should have been broken by now. Explosive Mountain had full confidence in his strength after a year of hard training. With his fierce attacks, he had no idea how many steel plates he had shattered. But today, he encountered a monster that refreshed his perception. He had never seen such an unfathomable opponent before. Well, your strength and speed have improved a bit, but it's still much lower than I expected. As for your attacking techniques, they're completely uninspired. It seems I had a bit too high expectations for you before the match. In the last Super Fight Tournament finals, Wang-Ku was determined to win the championship. However, due to his body not cooperating, he unexpectedly lost, resulting in a victory that slipped through his fingers, which he had been bothered by ever since. Originally, when he saw that Explosive Mountain was also participating in this tournament, he thought he could settle the score. But unexpectedly, the opponent turned out to be much weaker than he anticipated, which left Wang-Ku feeling somewhat disappointed. What do you mean by that? Have we fought somewhere before? Explosive Mountain was incredibly surprised by Xianshui Shinobu's words, as it sounded like he had previously fought against him and left a deep impression. It's understandable that you find it puzzling, but I don't need to clarify it for you. If you're smart enough, just guess from what I said. You really shocked me when you broke my bones back then. It seems that over this past year, I've become a bit too strong. The referee seemed to be about to announce the start of the match, and it appeared that nearly a minute had passed. To fulfill the promise he made to Explosive Mountain before the match, Wang-Ku felt it was time to end this match. A year. Could it be that at the 20th Super Fight Tournament, you were one of the contestants? With such skills, could you be? From the clues deliberately left in Wang-Ku's words, Explosive Mountain had already guessed Xianshui Shinobu's other identity. However, he only had time to show a look of shock before being sent flying by a powerful whip kick. After Explosive Mountain flew out of the arena, spinning like the big guy from the previous second round and crashing into an outer wall, the referee at the side of the arena announced, amidst the astonished shouts of the announcer and the audience, that the unconscious Explosive Mountain was unable to continue fighting, and Xianshui Shinobu successfully reversed the situation and advanced. After the Water Dragon contestant quickly defeated his opponent in a show of strength, another semifinal was about to begin. The Werewolf, who had won with overwhelming superiority, and the still unfathomable Xianshui Shinobu were both outstanding dark horses in this tournament, not only at the competition venue, but also in front of televisions. Countless viewers debated who was stronger between the two, and now, the answer was finally about to be revealed, as the two contestants stood face to face. Wang-Ku paid no attention to the commentator's words. He was only waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. At the same time, he was carefully observing the hungry wolf opposite him, trying to find any weaknesses. Based on the guidance from Bongu and Bongpu, along with Wang-Ku's own experience from numerous battles, he noticed that the hungry wolf seemed to have weaknesses all over his body, which puzzled him. He couldn't help but wonder if the opponent was deliberately setting a trap. What should he do? Should he take the initiative and launch an attack first? Or should he be cautious and adopt a defensive stance? As he was about to engage in battle with an important character from the comic, Wong-Ko felt himself becoming somewhat conflicted, which even caught the attention of the hungry wolf opposite him. You can't even focus before the fight starts. That's quite disrespectful, isn't it? Just to be clear, I'm much stronger than that useless Bao Shan. Oh, sorry, I did get a bit distracted. But it's not because I'm arrogant. I'm just a bit hesitant about our upcoming battle. As for your strength, I have high hopes for you. Is that so? Then I'll have to put in some serious effort. Don't let me down. The hungry wolf, wearing a hood, showed no clear expression, but his words were clearly filled with excitement. When the referee raised his hand, he also took a stance that Wong-Ko saw as full of openings. It still felt strange. Could the hungry wolf, who had been sealed by Bongu's water fragmentation fist, really be that weak? After Wong-Ko took his stance, he also assumed the position for a counterattack with a split-kick fist, but at that moment, he was still lost in thought. However, the referee at the edge of the arena had already announced the start of the match, and the eager, hungry wolf charged in first, unleashing a frenzied assault with his agile footwork. First came a right hook, and, after blocking it, Wong-Ko had to be cautious of the elbow attack that followed. Then, he decided to counter with a kick from his left leg. Just as Wong-Ko had planned, he first used his left arm to deflect the hungry wolf's right hook. Once he grasped his opponent's left elbow with his right hand, he took the opportunity to deliver a whip kick targeting the hungry wolf's waist. To the spectators, the movements of both fighters were dazzling. However, for Wong-Ko, it was merely a warm-up counterattack, and surprisingly, he scored the first point right away, sending the hungry wolf flying. Here it comes, the whip kick from the Xianshui ninja. Previously, he had also relied on his arms to block various attacks from the explosive mountain fighter before launching a counterattack with powerful leg techniques. The explosive mountain fighter had been knocked out with a single blow. Would the hungry wolf also lose his fighting capability? As the commentator stated, after being knocked away, the hungry wolf's body bounced on the ground a few times before he lay there unable to get up. As the referee counted down, the audience joined in unison, counting along. However, when they reached 6, the hungry wolf managed to stand up, striking a new pose to indicate that he could continue fighting. It seemed that he had fewer openings than before. Had he grown in such a short time? No wonder the old man Bong Pu said the hungry wolf had more martial arts talent than him. However, to be fair, the hungry wolf, sealed from using the flowing Shatter Rock Fist, was indeed weak. The Vest Master in the comic almost defeated this state of the hungry wolf. There was really nothing to brag about. After realizing all this, Wong-Ko felt he no longer needed to waste time contemplating trivial matters. So, he decisively faced the charging hungry wolf, ready to use brute force to break the seal on him. Look, the Xianshui ninja and the hungry wolf are entangled again. Their exchanges are truly dazzling. But the hungry wolf's attacks were all blocked by his opponent's arms, while the Xianshui ninja repeatedly struck back with kicks. The battle was clearly in favor of the Xianshui ninja, and the hungry wolf was in a dangerous position. After blocking another punch from the hungry wolf, Wong-Ko's right leg attacked his opponent. But just as he was about to hit the hungry wolf, the latter surprisingly blocked the attack with a left knee strike. Then, taking advantage of Wong-Ko's moment of surprise, the hungry wolf launched a fierce jab at Wong-Ko's face. With a loud thud, it was the hungry wolf who flew out instead. It turned out that Wong-Ko had caught his opponent's wrist at the last moment, and then kicked him away with his left leg. Cough. After taking over a dozen kicks from Wong-Ko, the hungry wolf was now kneeling on both knees, with a lot of blood flowing from the mask he had taken. Seeing this situation, Wong-Ko stopped his pursuit before the referee could speak, and said regretfully, "Your strength should be more than this. Break the shackles you put on yourself. Otherwise, this match I've been looking forward to will be too boring." The hungry wolf, who was initially lying on the ground, gasping for air, trembled all over upon hearing Wong-Ko's words. This puzzled Wong-Ko at first, but he soon realized that the hungry wolf was laughing excitedly. I didn't expect that besides those disgusting heroes, there would be such a strong opponent in the world. If only you were a professional hero. Killing you would definitely lead to my further growth, haha. The hungry wolf's twisted voice made Wong-Ko feel a bit uncomfortable, but this statement reminded him. So, as Wong-Ko walked towards the standing hungry wolf, he lied to the future hero hunter, a hero. Speaking of which, the Hero Association invited me before. It seems I'm also a professional hero now. However, since I just registered, I'm not well known yet, and I don't have a hero title. Well, it probably doesn't matter to tell you this. After saying a lot of lies without seeing any reaction from the hungry wolf, Wang Ke chose to charge directly at his opponent. He prepared to deliver another heavy blow to see if the hungry wolf could withstand it. But just as he was about to launch his attack, the hungry wolf's figure appeared next to him like a phantom, followed by a somewhat crazed whisper. "You're very useful to me, hero." Next, countless spectators at the super fight event saw the Xianshui ninja spit blood for the first time. The hungry wolf could actually use the flowing, shattered rock fist. When did this martial art become so mainstream? Watching his old rival, whom he regarded as a formidable opponent, being beaten to the point of spitting blood by someone whose background he didn't know. The previously flirtatious water dragon finally shifted his attention back to the center of the arena. What on earth happened? Why did the battle reverse in an instant? The Xianshui ninja, who had previously held a dominant advantage, now seemed utterly defenseless. Oh my god, another heavy punch broke through the defense. Is the Xianshui ninja going to be okay? Even the commentator was excited by the reversal of the situation, and the audience at the super fight event was naturally in an uproar. The exciting fighting techniques and the splatter of blood were stimulating everyone's emotions. Fight, fight, hit harder. Haha, finally, there's something to watch. I placed a bet. Hungry wolf, don't stop. Damn it. The handsome guy's face is getting deformed. Xianshui ninja, you should surrender. It would be a shame to ruin your looks here. Look, the Xianshui ninja blocked a punch. He's starting to counterattack with his legs again. Oh no, the hungry wolf is just too strong. He hasn't given his opponent any openings. Is it just my illusion, or do I feel like their movements have gotten faster? Nice. I knew the Xianshui ninja wouldn't be taken down so easily. How did that last kick come out? Did you see it clearly? Bastard. The completion of the flowing shattered rock fist is actually so much higher than mine. I really underestimated him. Wang Ke, who had only gained a brief respite after enduring several heavy punches from the hungry wolf, was now in a bruised state. He had been quite cautious when approaching the hungry wolf, thinking he would have ample reaction time. But he never expected the hungry wolf's punches would change so dramatically, rendering most of Wang Ke's defensive efforts futile. It seemed that it wasn't just because of his ability to take hits. He must have some research on the flowing shattered rock fist to escape my pursuit. At this moment, the excited hungry wolf seemed as if he had not been injured at all, emanating a frenzied aura that made Wang Ke shudder. So, you mean I should take pride in this? After saying this, Wang Ke let out a muffled grunt because he had just pushed his dislocated shoulder back into place. You really should take pride in it. You're the first to still be standing after taking so many of my punches. The hungry wolf clenched his fists, but suddenly switched to a clawed stance, with changes in his knees and calves indicating that he was about to launch an assault. I'm not particularly interested in the glory of being beaten to a pulp. Wang Ke, who had been fixated on his opponent, did not dare to be careless and took a new stance, ready to counter any attack. After a fleeting shadow, the figure of another contestant also became blurry. My goodness, the only sound in the arena was the clash of the two fighters, yet their figures were nowhere to be seen. This had never happened in the history of the tournament. If it weren't for the commentators being able to hear the intense sounds of battle, they might have almost announced that Xianshui ninja and the Wolfman had gone missing and lost their qualification for the match. The audience was shouting loudly, clearly frustrated that they could only rely on the sounds of the fierce battle to imagine what was happening in front of them. It was hard for them to accept, which explained their outbursts. Damn, slow down, I can't see anything. Are those two guys really human? They are way too overpowered. If they go out at this speed tonight, they'd definitely be the 13th brother of Central Ring. You think you're so great? Give me a slow motion replay. I've spent a lot of money on this. These emotional outbursts had no effect on the two fighters in the arena, especially the Wolfman, who was becoming increasingly excited in his battle with Xianshui ninja. TC, I was trying to avoid using this because it reminded me of that old man's face. But I didn't expect that after fighting this guy today, I can't subdue him without using the flowing water-shattering rock fist. This guy is actually using the flowing water-shattering rock fist to counter me. Could he be a new disciple of that old man? How convenient. Beating him up should also annoy that old man. The hungry wolf, while chasing his opponent at an extremely high speed and delivering powerful blows with the flowing water-shattering rock fist, steadily maintained the upper hand with a higher level of execution. Even when Xianshui ninja used all his limbs to attack from various angles, the hungry wolf remained unharmed. At the same time, he continued to unleash various heavy blows on Xianshui ninja, to the point where the hungry wolf started to feel bored. After another round of combat ended, both fighters needed to regroup, and after a backflip, they faced off again. That old man seems to have trained you well. But if you keep this up, you'll eventually get killed by me. You must know some other martial arts, so use them quickly and let me have some fun. As he said this, the hungry wolf's clawed hands were covered in blood. Meanwhile, Xianshuang Ninja, who appeared to be severely injured, spat out some blood and defiantly said, "You bastard, your strikes are quite ruthless, but I've gained quite a bit from this. It turns out that such fierce battles are necessary for personal growth." "Oh, you mean the previous fight was just to use me as a tool to hone your flowing water-shattering rock fist?" The hungry wolf's clawed hands reverted to fists at this moment. Teacher Bongu is indeed impressive, but he is a bit too lenient with us disciples at times. Although Wang did not respond explicitly, the meaning of his words was already evident. "You seem to respect that old man quite a bit. It's really disgusting." As soon as the hungry wolf finished speaking, his figure vanished again. Wang then saw countless phantom-like fists attacking from all directions. A loud bang echoed again, stirring up a cloud of dust in the arena. Following that, a whirlwind seemed to rise from the center of the dust, instantly dispersing the dust covering the arena. The two fighters, who had been difficult to capture, were now standing face to face, engaging in almost identical punches. Surprisingly, Wang, who had been at a disadvantage, was gradually able to match the hungry wolf with the flowing water-shattering rock fist. However, this stalemate lasted only a short while before the hungry wolf once again struck Wang in the face. After a muffled grunt from him, the hungry wolf broke through Wang's subsequent defenses. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, as the hungry wolf's heavy strikes increased. Wang's defense was on the verge of collapse. Finally, with a knee strike from the hungry wolf, Wang was sent flying out of the arena. With immense inertia, he crashed into a wall at the edge of the arena. "He shouldn't be getting up again. That really took some effort on my part." The hungry wolf wiped the blood off his hands and turned to the referee, signaling for him to start the countdown. But then he heard footsteps, and when he turned around again, he saw that the previously knocked-out opponent was dragging his trembling body back into the arena. "I was planning to use this against the water dragon, but now I have to break my plans, otherwise I won't be able to take you down." Amidst the cheers and gasps from the audience, Xianshuang Ninja stepped back onto the stage, his physique gradually changing. Originally standing at 189 centimeters tall, he seemed to have shrunk a bit. Meanwhile, in a laboratory hundreds of kilometers away, an electronic voice began to sound. "The experimental data has been validated. Inconsistent with previous computational models. After activating life restoration, the various values within the highest authorized user are abnormal. Combat power has increased by at least 50 and is on the rise. Have you shrunk? You don't seem to have become weaker." Although the hungry wolf spoke lightly, he could clearly feel the pressure emanating from his opponent. At this moment, Xianshuang Ninja, also known as Wang, had restored his previous physique. The wounds and bruises on his body had turned red. With each step Wang took, a small cyclone formed, and his hair stood on end. Previously, he relied on a makeshift version of electric flash, using his body to endure electricity to control muscle changes, thereby forcibly adjusting or even surpassing his physical limits. Now, thanks to the perfected technology of the number 3 snake nest, Wang had achieved further evolution of electric flash. In addition to greatly enhancing his original adjustment abilities, he could also rapidly heal himself by accelerating blood circulation and promoting metabolism. This technique of forcibly adjusting his physical condition was named life restoration by Wang. From the name alone, it was clear that this initial concept was derived from his otaku background, a knockoff from the two-dimensional world of his previous life. This technique naturally has its drawbacks. If used improperly, it could very well burn out his life force. However, this point was exactly what Wang, now considering himself a mad scientist, cared the least about. Years of battling with his own abnormal cells had allowed him to accumulate considerable experience and techniques. Moreover, the deadly rejection reaction was actually also burning his life force. So using this technique from time to time could help him seize the corresponding nutrients and energy in his body to mitigate the problem that had plagued him for years. Of course, this technique likely has other effects, but Wang himself was currently unaware of them. For detailed content, various data reports will need to be reviewed in the future. After all, Wang has only recently developed this move. Back to the point. In the face of the wolf's taunts, Wang did not retaliate verbally. When he stepped back onto the field, he simply raised his hand to look at his reddened arms, and then chuckled lightly, saying, "This feels pretty good. It's really interesting. So let's test the effect first. Speed enhancement." The wolf only heard his opponent mention speed, and before he could catch the rest, he reflexively raised his right arm to block a sudden incoming hook punch. He didn't have time to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, his opponent had circled around to the other side and kicked at his unguarded left rib. Caught off guard by this strike, the wolf's ribs broke 2 of them. However, the opponent's attack didn't end there. After hearing the shout of power enhancement, He barely steadied himself only to see a foot aimed at his chin. Years of hard training had made the wolf's reflexes much quicker than his own thoughts. So, relying on his arms for quick defense, he managed to block the kick that could have knocked him unconscious. Yet under the immense force, the wolf was kicked into the air. Struggling to adjust his body mid-air, he seemed to see his opponent appearing right above him. Wang could deliver the next move to the hungry wolf, a hook kick in mid-air. This rapid transformation through speed and strength enhancement was once again blocked by the hungry wolf. However, the immense power of this strike did not stop there. The hungry wolf crashed into the center of the arena like a rapidly descending cannonball. At that moment, the entire venue of the super fight event felt the tremendous vibration. When the dust raised in the arena finally settled, the hungry wolf's figure appeared amidst the gasps of the audience. Cough, 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 what a powerful blow. It feels like my whole body is about to fall apart. The hungry wolf, trembling as he stood up, was nearly devoid of combat power at this point. His arms were visibly twisted, meaning they had been rendered useless by Wang.Though. The tattered werewolf mask left half of his face exposed. But due to the bloodstains and obvious swelling, the referee on the sidelines did not recognize him as an imposter. To have come this far and not passed out, this unimaginable tenacity truly moves and impresses me. Wang.Though, who clearly had victory in hand, did not continue the assault. Instead, he released his life force restoration while taking deep breaths. Why aren't you attacking again? Our match isn't over yet. Are you feeling pity for me? Struggling to drag his injured and exhausted body, the hungry wolf painfully crawled out of the surrounding pit. Well, after all, this is a competition venue, and there are so many spectators around. I don't want to play the overly cold character and be booed. If you know what's good for you, just forfeit and surrender. This was, of course, Wang.Though speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open. The reason he didn't continue attacking was that he wanted to see if the hungry wolf, this overpowered character from the comics, would exhibit his signature transformation at this moment. However, from Wang.Though's observation, the hungry wolf was merely a seriously injured fighter on the verge of collapse. There was no hint of transformation at all. He was clearly still within the realm of humanity. Don't underestimate me. When facing you ridiculous heroes, I will never yield even a little bit. I can still keep fighting. You just cough, cough, cough. The hungry wolf wanted to stubbornly continue speaking, but the series of injuries inflicted by Wang.Though were too severe. Especially the last kick, which contained a special shockwave from the Eichung fist, was a move Wang.Though had perfected and strengthened. For Shui Long, who had prior experience in preparation, it was manageable. But for the hungry wolf, who took this move head-on for the first time, his internal organs must have been severely damaged. Even if Wang.Though did not launch another attack, the hungry wolf would most likely pass out while forcing himself to move. After listening to the excited audience's cheers, Wang.Though glanced at the hesitating referee and felt that waiting for the hungry wolf to voluntarily surrender was a waste of time. So he took action again, secretly gathering electricity in his hands. Then he flashed past the hungry wolf and successfully knocked out this future overpowered character with a long and used move, heart pulse shock. After the referee finished counting down, Wang.Though, the behind-the-scenes boss of this event, had the medical staff prepared in the infirmary quickly receive the severely injured hungry wolf. Wang.Though naturally had no intention of transforming the evil wolf. Not wanting to disrupt the plot development too much, he decided to let the evil wolf regain its freedom after providing some treatment. This temporary acceptance was merely to collect some unique samples and data, and also to avoid any potential threats from the future monstrous evil wolf by embedding some hidden markers in its body in advance. In the hallway, the water dragon stretched its muscles and bones, causing its joints to crack and pop. Although the cheers from the audience echoed throughout the hallway, the legendary four-time champion remained unaffected. That said, it was the first time I found waiting to be quite an interesting thing. After taking a deep breath, the water dragon smiled and walked toward the competition arena. The finals of the 21st Super Fight Tournament were about to begin, and countless spectators were loudly expressing their excitement, as if they were about to lose their voices. All the media reporters on site were tightly gripping their cameras, attentively watching the event. The moment the two competitors entered the arena, the flashes from countless cameras illuminated their figures, wrapping them in a swirl of stars. Some martial artists who had lost in earlier matches but were still able to watch the competition intently widened their eyes, although they felt regret, jealousy, or other negative emotions. At that moment, their identity as martial artists compelled them not to miss the chance to witness what might be the pinnacle of martial arts. Whether in front of a recording device or a television, did you hear that exhilarating cheer covering the whole venue? That's right, the moment to witness the champion has arrived. Will the mysterious dark horse continue to prevail, or will the legendary four-time champion continue his saga? Let us welcome this thrilling moment with our enthusiasm. At this point, the commentator's voice was a bit hoarse, yet almost all the spectators were moved by his words. They shouted together, pushing the atmosphere of the competition to an even more fevered climax. One intense atmosphere. What do you think, with your more extensive competition experience? Transforming back to his 189 cm stature, Xian Ren glanced around with his peripheral vision before asking his opponent across from him, "How should I address you?" Xian Ren. The water dragon did not respond, but instead posed a question he had never received an answer to. "Oh, is it really necessary?" Wonka replied lightly. "Indeed." The water dragon smiled again. As the referee raised his hand to signal the start of the match, the eyes of the two rivals locked onto each other. And at that moment, they became sharp. Start. The instant the finals began, it felt as if a bomb had exploded in the center of the arena. After a brief maintenance, the arena became a scene of chaos once again. All the spectators felt as though they were seeing stars, as they seemed to glimpse countless afterimages of combat in the swirling dust. When they rubbed their eyes to see clearly, a sudden whirlwind blew everything away, revealing the two competitors engaged in a fierce exchange of punches in the center of the arena. Their strength was indeed a bit stronger than during their last encounter. Fortunately, I quickly used Life Return to enhance my speed. Should I continue testing? After Wang Ku exchanged blows with Xue Long, he created some distance with a backflip. However, Xue Long quickly and powerfully pursued him. At the moment Wang Ku landed and adjusted his stance, he narrowly dodged a heavy punch that grazed the corner of his eye. But the distance he had gained was soon closed by Xue Long, leaving Wang Ku with little time to think. He kicked a piece of concrete toward his opponent. The projectile aimed at Xue Long was shattered by a punch, but his elusive opponent seemed to have vanished. In an instant, the experienced Si Liangguan sensed the enemy's presence once again. The three Xianshui ninjas had already approached within a few feet from the left, right, and rear of Xue Long. Without hesitation, the seasoned Si Liangguan launched a whip kick to his right side. However, this was a misjudgment. The real enemy unleashed a powerful punch that made the legendary figure of the tournament spit out blood in front of all the spectators. What kind of technique is this? Am I hallucinating? I clearly saw the three Xianshui Nin players launch a joint assault, delivering a heavy blow to Xue Long. The commentator's excited shout echoed throughout the venue, and many spectators couldn't help but tug at their companions, asking if they saw the same thing. In the center of the arena, Xue Long made a beautiful turn to regroup before being thrown out of the competition. And then he warily focused on his opponent, vying for the championship. As for Wang Ku, who successfully executed the ambush, he stopped after hitting Xue Long and did not continue the pursuit. This was not due to mercy. Rather, the intense battle had left his internal energy somewhat chaotic, requiring adjustment. After stabilizing his stance, Xue Long expelled the blood that had accumulated within him, gasping for breath as he spoke to his opponent, who was still regaining composure. What a bold ambush, but what technique was that? It doesn't seem like anything you've used before. After losing to you last time, I put a lot of thought into it, but you really are a bit of a monster. I thought this move would be enough to decide the match. Wonka was surprised at this moment. The move he had just used was a knockoff of the Moonlight Dance from a certain cheating village, which he had high hopes for. This move was originally planned to be used when he played the role of a serpent of Devourer Cadre, to deal with the troublesome S-class heroes. However, during development, he encountered quite a few problems, and it only had a 30 success rate in simulated battles. So he couldn't apply it directly in actual combat. It wasn't until after his previous defeat by the Water Dragon, feeling unwilling to accept his loss, that he barely brought this move to today's match with the help of the latest research results. If Water Dragon had made the right judgment or had more time to respond, successfully counterattacking or dodging, Wonka would have become quite passive and even dangerous in the subsequent battles. However, although he had successfully dealt a heavy blow to Water Dragon, his opponent managed to minimize the damage at the last moment by adjusting his posture, which naturally left Wang Ku astounded. Every time I fight you, I gain a lot. Have we rested enough? The outcome of our match today is still undecided. Despite panting just moments ago, Water Dragon had already adjusted his state at this time. After saying this, he ignored Wang Ku's response and launched another rapid attack. At this moment, Wang Ku had also adjusted the boiling blood within his body, and as soon as he saw Water Dragon's footsteps move, he surged forward again at an increased speed. The audience at the venue experienced another round where they could only hear the sounds of fighting but couldn't see the combatants. However, unlike the previous match between Sun Shuane Ninja and Hungry Wolf, they seemed to faintly see some cracks forming in the air above the arena. This evoked some memories in the audience, as they vaguely remembered seeing a similar scene in the final moments of the last tournament's finals. Wang-Ku indeed used the H-Chong Fist shockwave attack again, and he frequently attacked Water Dragon with it. The H-Chong Fist had been improved under Wang-Ku's modifications and was now quite perfected, although the noise wasn't as thunderous as during the finals of the last tournament. The H-Chong Fist used in this tournament was a very restrained and controllable striking method. It wouldn't waste too much energy while still delivering a stronger blow to the opponent. If it were an ordinary demon-level monster, perhaps after the first successful hit, it would completely lose its fighting ability. In the previous battle at the Light and Nature Park, Water Dragon had somehow immune to all the shockwaves affecting his internal organs, and that incident had always lingered in Wang-Ku's mind. So after putting a lot of effort to improve it again, Wang-Ku decided it was time to reclaim his ground. I told you long ago that this move is no longer effective against me. In another clash, Water Dragon, who was locked in a stalemate with his opponent, said confidently, "Whether it works or not, we'll see." Wang-Ku exerted force again, sending a shockwave from his body that pushed Water Dragon toward the edge of the arena. However, just then, Wang-Ku's vision blurred, and Water Dragon escaped again using unique techniques, circling toward Wang-Ku's back. But before he could launch an attack, Wang-Ku's figure also vanished. The mutual pursuit and exchange of attacks between the two continued for an unknown duration, and both of their stamina was being continuously depleted. Such an exciting match, while thrilling the audience, was destined not to last forever. Life return, power enhancement. Wang-Ku seized an opening while moving at high speed, firmly grabbing one of Water Dragon's whipping legs. After that, all of Wang-Ku's muscles bulged, and he endured countless attacks from Water Dragon, continuously slamming the prey he held against the already shattered arena floor. While enduring the massive impacts, Water Dragon tried various ways to break free from the control, but none were successful. Finally, after being dazed from the blows, Water Dragon was struck by Wang-Ku's shockwave punch. This wave of attack was immensely powerful, causing the entire venue's electronic equipment to malfunction in an instant, just like during the last tournament. The arena floor, bearing the brunt of the residual attack, was shattered into powder by this powerful blow. Water Dragon, who directly suffered this heavy hit, not only had his outfit torn to shreds, but also was bleeding from his orifices, with several teeth knocked out. The previously handsome appearance had vanished without a trace. However, the culprit behind this situation was not faring well either. Wang-Ku, who had maximized his power through life return, immediately retreated to the edge of the arena after the attack ended. At this moment, Wang-Ku was drenched in cold sweat, and the intense pain throughout his body made it difficult for him to even make a sound. When he landed, he, who had looked like a small giant, immediately knelt on one knee, resembling a frail old man, with all his contracted muscles spasming. The arm that had tightly held Water Dragon was twisted beyond recognition, clearly broken into several pieces. The other arm, which had dealt a significant blow to his opponent, seemed to have necrotic muscle, hanging limply at his side and continuously bleeding. Now, whether it was the martial artist present or the onlookers, everyone knew that the two contestants in the finals had become mutually injured, and the match could no longer continue. They held their breath, wide-eyed, watching the referee at the edge of the arena, waiting for his next move. The balding referee, looking somewhat disheveled due to the aftermath of the battle, turned to look at the two exhausted contestants. When he saw San Shui Ninja biting her lip and trembling as she stood up, the referee raised his hand, pointing to the still struggling Water Dragon on the ground, and began the final countdown. The referee had started the countdown, but Water Dragon was still struggling on the ground. Could he stand up before the countdown ended? Time was running out. After the commentator spoke with a voice that sounded quite hoarse, the audience, which had initially fallen into silence, erupted into a series of cheers for Water Dragon. These people were Water Dragon's staunch supporters, and they did not want the legend of the four-time champion of the Super Fight Tournament to end here. Don't give up, Water Dragon. You're a legend. Don't let us down. Get up and keep fighting. Your opponent is also struggling. Making it to the last step is your victory. I placed a huge bet on you. Show your spirit. Get up, defeat that guy, and I'll introduce you to my beautiful girlfriend. Go, Water Dragon. Strive for 5 consecutive championships. Initially, these were just scattered shouts, but more and more people joined in, eventually merging into one voice. Go, Water Dragon. It seemed that he drew strength from the audience's cheers, or perhaps Water Dragon had already accumulated enough energy. The strongest in countless hearts actually stood up again, resiliently, before the referee finished counting down. Haha, it's not over yet. Whatever tricks you have, bring them out. I am the undefeated legend. Water Dragon's declaration of standing up further excited all the audience at the venue. Countless spectators shouted Water Dragon's name, causing the entire tournament to tremble once more. Water Dragon! Water Dragon! Water Dragon! It's so noisy, shut up and watch the match properly. Originally, the synchronized cheers of nearly 10,000 spectators would have continued, but at that moment, an unmistakable female voice drowned out the shouts of all the audience. After that sound rang out, the previously faltering player, Xianxue Ninja, suddenly changed his stance. He didn't know where he found the strength, but he dragged his two limp arms and ran toward Water Dragon. Although his speed was about the same as an ordinary person's, for Water Dragon, who was already at the end of his strength, it was an unavoidable presence. When the two championship contenders were only 2 or 3 meters apart, Xianxue Ninja seemed to use every last bit of his energy to leap toward his opponent. Water Dragon, facing this final blow, roared and threw his last punch. After a thud echoed, the once noisy venue was left with only the sound of the referee's countdown. Most of the audience widened their eyes, waiting for the final result. A small number of people wanted to cheer for the contestants on the stage, but they couldn't make a sound due to the pressure emanating from somewhere in the audience. 10-9, you are the most troublesome guy I've ever seen, truly a monster. The referee's countdown continued, but a weak voice from one of the contestants rang out in the center of the arena. However, there are plenty of guys stronger than me in this world. Those guys are the real monsters. Another equally weak contestant responded, feeling completely drained. So, where should we go for a drink next? I know a nice place. Oh, that sounds good. But the reporters afterward are going to be quite annoying, right? Given our current condition, we probably can't outrun those guys. Hey, what should I call you? Just call me Diesel. 3, 2, 1. The match is over. The winner is. As the countdown ended, the referee raised his hand again and pointed to the champion of the event, but the other party didn't care about that anymore. Lately, it seems I haven't seen you doing your daily injections. Have you found a way to treat your condition? During breakfast, the big sister, who had just woken up and finished grooming, noticed her boyfriend, who was frying eggs, hadn't taken his medicine again, so she curiously asked, I've just developed some new oral medications recently. Those injected medicines shouldn't be needed anymore. Although the hidden dangers in my body haven't been completely eliminated. If things go according to plan, I should be able to find a solution soon. Wang Ko heard the inquiry from the big sister and casually took out a small metal box to show her. The oral medication inside only required 1 pill a day, unlike before when he had to inject numerous doses of medicine in the morning and evening to stabilize the cellular issues in his body. This medication was one of the results from the series of studies conducted on the 170,000 year cicada pupae in the number 3 serpent nest. After the martial arts competition ended, Wang Ko received the latest experimental data and the anticipated results came to fruition. That was indeed good news, which explained why he had suddenly taken her on a trip and presented her with this item after the competition. The big sister glanced at the diamond ring on her ring finger, a betrothal ring bought for her by her boyfriend with the entire prize money from the super fight tournament. Wang Ko had been struggling to find a satisfactory birthday gift for the big sister. However, the results obtained from the number 3 serpent nest exceeded his expectations. The life-threatening issues caused by the abnormal cells seemed to be solvable in the near future. Now, his psychological burden had lightened considerably, especially after the big sister's touching actions during the finals, prompting him to propose to her on her birthday. Indeed, how are you considering it now? Although the big sister accepted the ring Wang Ko gave her, she did not accept his proposal. This somewhat absurd behavior was very much in line with her usual style. Just like before, she said she had other matters to attend to and that there was no need to prepare lunch for her. The big sister once again evaded Wang Ko's inquiry, then took a piece of bread, put on her coat, and ran out. Wang Ko could only sigh and decided not to touch on this topic for a while, patiently waiting for the big sister to make up her mind. In fact, the big sister was not unwilling to marry Wang Ko. She was just very satisfied with her current life. She was afraid that there would be changes after marriage. So she wanted to maintain this state for a while longer and enjoy this relatively sweet premarital romance. Later, Wang Ko had breakfast alone while watching the morning news to pass the time. The news reported that the frequency of bizarre disasters had been on the rise lately, indicating that the plot of the One Punch Man world was about to officially begin. Based on Wang Ko's estimates, excluding the stories from his memories, if the emergence of the Vaccine Man was considered the starting point for the official plot of the One Punch Man world, there was only about 4 months left. Currently, Wang Ko had completed a significant amount of preparation. Not only did he possess strength close to that of dragon-level monsters, but he had also established a powerful organization called the Serpent of Devouring Body, which did not exist in the original world. The Serpent of Devouring Body had now become a strong and mysterious organization, unlike the false pretenses Wong-Though had previously maintained. First of all, including the underground base in City Z, the Serpent of Devouring Body had 7 fully functional large underground bases in various secret locations. The other 6 new bases had also reached considerable scales. Among them, the number 3 Serpent Nest had surpassed the underground base in City Z, which had been operating for several years, in terms of facilities and personnel due to the previous modifications on the giant pupae. The work of these 7 bases was both different and overlapping. While being responsible for assisting Wong-Though in research and development, they also had the capability to produce various weapons and bioengineered humans. Secondly, the Serpent of Devouring Body had constructed a relatively tight network among human criminals. Many times, the armed forces of the Serpent of Devouring Body did not even need to intervene, as various criminal organizations under the Serpent could handle matters directly. On the surface, the personnel from the management department of the Serpent of Devouring Body had also managed a considerable portion of assets in human society under various pretenses, either directly or indirectly. This not only brought substantial funding to the Serpent of Devouring Body, but also placed eyes in various sectors of society. Thirdly, as a powerful criminal organization, the amount of military force it possessed was an important benchmark for measuring its capability. The subordinate criminal organizations of the Serpent of Devouring Body were not to be considered. The real combat power was composed of humanoid bio-soldiers, monster-modified soldiers, and various bio-beasts. Currently, the main combat force of the Serpent of Devouring Body consisted of humanoid bio-soldiers available in each base. The first type of bio-soldier was clone soldiers made from over a dozen templates. They were skilled in using various weapons and could match ordinary C-class heroes even when unarmed. These bio-soldiers formed the most basic combat strength of the Serpent of Devouring Body. As a disciplined force, they all wore black combat uniforms, differing only in the Serpent of Devouring Body insignia on their shoulders, which were essentially knockoff soldiers from the Umbrella Corporation. The second type of bio-soldier was a further enhancement of the first type, equipped with certain mechanical modifications. These individuals served as squad leaders and platoon leaders depending on the extent of their modifications. Generally, they were at the level of Tiger-class monsters, but occasionally, due to special needs, some could temporarily be enhanced to match the strength of Ghost-class monsters. The third type of bio-soldier was a high-end Ghost-class combat power, potentially reaching Dragon-class strength, hidden within the bases for unforeseen circumstances. Currently, there were only a few of these, and they had consumed a lot of Wong-Tho's efforts to implant advanced combat skills. When necessary, they could even serve as high-ranking officials within the organization to make their presence felt before the Hero or Monster Association. Additionally, some bioengineered individuals did not possess combat capabilities and were merely distributed as research management talents across various locations. The monster-modified soldiers were temporarily modified from various captured Wolf-class and Tiger-class monsters. Rather than being considered combat forces, they were more like consumables for testing technology. For example, the Sky King and its 4 birdmen were currently hidden as special aerial combat forces and were not the same as other monster-modified soldiers. The numerous bio-beasts were also a significant category within the bases of the Serpent of Devouring Body. However, the main composition of actual combat power within this group consisted only of those monsters previously developed by Wong-Though that could fly in the sky. Their inherent strength was not particularly strong. More bio-beasts were merely engaged in various logistical production tasks within the bases, such as underground mining, etc. In other words, apart from Wong-Tho's own strength, he had already established a considerable military force. Just like Metal Knight Borfa, these combat forces mostly remained hidden. If necessary, they could unleash destructive power that several dragon-level monsters could not achieve. With proper command, Wong-Though even had the confidence to destroy the entire world. However, Wong-Though was not a madman. He merely wanted to be a neutral, chaotic faction boss and had no intention of randomly destroying the world. Moreover, these combat forces would not be casually dispatched. Only a small portion would be sent out when necessary to resolve issues that Wong-Though could not personally handle. For instance, when dealing with a particularly troublesome organization, Wong-Though needed to be well prepared. The Serpent of Devouring Body was indeed a quite well-known criminal organization recently. Dr. Kinos looked at the received letter of intent for cooperation and felt a bit intrigued. The letter of intent for collaboration was sent to his personal email in the form of an email. The Evolution House is, after all, a secret organization. It's surprising that someone managed to find Kino's personal email. Therefore, This humble letter of intent also carries a sense of boasting about their own strength, indicating that the serpent of consumption is indeed not a simple character. Should we ignore them? We have always conducted our research independently and will not need to collaborate with others in the future. A clone of Dr. Kino's expressed his opinion, which represents the consistent policy of the Evolution House. Since they mainly rely on a group of like-minded clones, they have no intention of leveraging any external forces. In the comic, the Evolution House is perceived by the devil-modified Genos as an exclusionary religious group promoting the arrival of a new world. This somewhat reflects that the Evolution House rarely communicates with outsiders. According to the Serpent of Consumption, we are likely already being watched by the Hero Association, and the location of our secret base seems to have been exposed. Another clone with a different ID noticed another piece of information revealed by the Serpent of Consumption. In fact, although the Evolution House operates relatively low-key compared to the Serpent of Consumption, its longer existence means that it's possible for the Evolution House's secret base to be discovered before that of the Serpent of Consumption. At this moment, a third clone with a different ID began to speak. There seemed to be some suspicious shadows near the base recently. And if these people are indeed from the Hero Association, then perhaps the Evolution House has not yet been attacked by the Association because we have been operating relatively low-key, and they merely view us as troublemakers. Although the Evolution House conducts research behind closed doors, they also keep a close eye on the powerful heroes of the Hero Association. The hesitation to take action against these valuable research subjects may also stem from a desire to maintain a low profile and considerable concerns about the Hero Association's strength. In the original story, after collecting some battle data from Saitama, there were thoughts of capturing the bald man as a sample. Apart from Saitama's undeniable strength, it was likely also because Saitama was alone and not yet a member of the Hero Association, so his disappearance wouldn't cause major trouble. Now, reminded by the Serpent of Consumption that the Hero Association has already set its sights on the Evolution House's secret base, Dr. Kino's and his clones believe that preparations are indeed necessary. The other side likely wants to use the pressure from the Hero Association to bring the Evolution House closer to the Serpent of Consumption. They are overestimating themselves. We are not so concerned about the threats from the Hero Association. However, their ideas and the materials they sent over are quite valuable for reference. So exchanging some research results with them is not out of the question. Dr. Kino's has indeed developed a certain interest in the technical abilities of the Serpent of Consumption. Although their execution of certain genetic modification technologies is not as perfect as that of the Evolution House, the genetic samples they have seem quite unique. The topic of special cell fusion and cell polarization, while appearing to be basic-level demonstrations, could indeed lead to extraordinary powers in experimental subjects if realized. As for the most detailed piece of information they provided, a type of steroid that can significantly enhance strength instantly, Dr. Kino's knew it was indeed feasible after just a brief glance. Since the coordinator of the Evolution House has already made a decision, the surrounding clones felt it was inappropriate to say more. Therefore, after studying the materials sent by the other side, the Evolution House conveyed their agreement to collaborate with the Serpent of Consumption, while also requesting more detailed information and research samples from them. Dr. Kino's quickly sent an email expressing his willingness to collaborate and to show sincerity and also to showcase the technology of the Evolution House. He transmitted some encrypted, unique technical data alongside the email, which would surely impress the people of the Serpent of Consumption with these mature technologies. The technical prowess of the Evolution House is indeed remarkable. Just from the technical materials sent over, I can enhance the 5 Birdmen under Sky King. Kino's encryption technology posed no significant challenge to Wang-Ku. However, the modification techniques and cell fusion technology sent by the Evolution House truly impressed Wang-Ku. It seems that in terms of biochemical modification, the overall technology of the Evolution House surpasses that of Wang-Ku, who has been diligently managing research for several years. Anyway, the new tokamak device has already been delivered, so let us use the materials sent by the Evolution House to test the results within. At this moment, Wang-Ku is not in his residence in City F, but in the Serpent of Consumption's number 3 Serpent Nest, conducting the next phase of modifications on the already preliminarily modified pupa. The interior of the pupa no longer housed the 170,000 year cicada from the original story. Under Wang-Ku's deliberate adjustments, the 170,000 year cicada has become a huge biochemical laboratory, a semi-mechanical giant insect capable of conducting gene modification and enhancement experiments. After connecting to the newly delivered tokamak device, Wang-Ku with ample energy supply, immediately inserted his right leg into a similar device from the nuclear power plant workshop. This time, Wang-Ke was not as reckless as during the nuclear power plant incident. He simply wanted to see if he could realize some of his special ideas using the materials sent back by the evolution house. The power would start at level 36. Then closely monitor my instructions, ready to cut off the energy supply at any time. Yes, with a qualified team of professional assistants helping, Wang-Ke could implement a higher level of safe operations compared to the previous experiment at the nuclear power plant. After the experimental assistants activated various machines, the tokamak device soon generated powerful energy, which was fed into the pupa. The strange energy within Wang-Ke's right leg also began to react immediately under the influence of the tokamak device. Wang-Ke quickly guided the changes within his body, mixing them with the red A-grade energy, and then transmitted it to the interior of the pupa. The pupa, which originally stored a large number of deformed cells, was unsealed at that moment. Various nutrients were injected as well, and under the powerful energy, the entire pupa began to wriggle. Power is rising, reaching 47, 56, 63, 71, 79. All current reactions are within controllable limits. Should we further increase the power? Continue to increase it, and when it reaches 100, be sure to record all data. The biochemical assistant's inquiry quickly received Wang-Ke's response. So far, everything has gone even more smoothly than he anticipated. Perhaps after the experiment is completed, the results will exceed his expectations. The power continues to rise, 83, 88, 96, and has reached an output power of 100. The tokamak device is operating normally, but the mechanical part inside the pupa has encountered a malfunction at 26, while the biological part is still undergoing changes. After the biochemical assistant's report reached Wang-Ke's ears, he sensed that the strange energy within him had expanded several times, filling the area below his waist. However, this time, these areas did not show any changes like tumors on the surface, just some swelling. However, the duration did not last long. Under the transformation of the strange energy, it quickly returned to normal. Should we continue to try and simply fill our entire body with strange energy? Wang-Ke felt a bit hesitant, but after a brief contemplation, he decided to stick to the original plan. After the experiment ended, he began to record data from various parts while checking the internal experimental results of the pupae. Since Wang-Ke decided not to take any risks this time, the tokamak device quickly ceased operation. It was a pleasant surprise to have produced new materials. Looking at these out-of-spec data, a more powerful tokamak device should be able to be produced easily. Wang-Ke looked at the pieces of special metal extracted from the pupa. These were originally part of the mechanical body of the organisms stored inside the pupa. The metal was cut from the bodies of millions of strange rocks and processed through special methods. Unexpectedly, after a series of experiments, changes had occurred again. The relevant data from previous experiments had already been sent back to the number 2 serpent nest, and some samples had been sent over. They indicated that they would conduct analysis as soon as possible and organize more efficient processing methods. The No. 2 serpent nest is specifically responsible for researching the development of various new materials among the bases of the devouring snake. In this regard, the No. 3 serpent nest is clearly several steps behind. So naturally, this research result was sent over. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Wang-Ke nodded, set aside his surprise, and began to browse through the other research results from previous experiments. The huge pupa had a large hole and had lost its function, and was being cleaned up by the staff. The undeveloped organism inside was still alive, but now it appeared as a deformed monster. However, the bionic computer inside was functioning normally, or rather, its performance had been further enhanced. The various data recorded by the bionic computer during previous experiments had been clearly organized with the help of the main computer at the number 3 serpent nest. With the assistance of this data, the staff at the number 3 serpent nest could completely simulate and recreate a pupa to house the deformed organism. However, this was not what caught Wang-Ke's attention the most, as a special tissue on the deformed organism was the main purpose of his previous experiments. Sure enough, it was similar to what I had envisioned. Under the catalysis of various conditions, I successfully created this organ capable of generating a special liquid, relying on the mutation within the pupa. The special liquid mentioned by Wang-Ke is actually the outer liquid of that fossil egg. After a long period of research, Wang-Ke finally found a way to create this liquid. However, it is also thanks to the research results of the plasma physics of the No. 1 snake nest that I was able to further analyze the strange energy within. By relying on the method of reverse reaction, I finally found a feasible approach. Wang-Ke, in his excitement, directly injected this portion of liquid samples into his own body. As the liquid began to circulate with his blood, he found that the strange energy became easier to manipulate. However, once the injected liquid dissipated, the energy within Wang-Ke's body returned to its original state. It seems that relying solely on the liquid is not enough. I need to create an organ with a similar function within my body. But I can't fit such a large tumor into my body. A miniaturized organ might not achieve the desired effect either. Should I patiently wait for further research results? Or should I think of a way forward with the evolution house? Wang-Ke did not believe that his success in the experiment was due to his genius surpassing expectations, but rather that some technology provided by the evolution house played a facilitating role. Therefore, as he sought to deepen his research, he began to contemplate whether he should further expand and cooperate with the upcoming projects of the evolution house. After Wang-Ke finally made a decision, the evolution house quickly received a new batch of materials. At the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A, senior officials gathered again to discuss a recent new discovery. It seems that the evolution house has recently made contact with external organizations. Although we do not know exactly what they are discussing, we found this logo in the only intercepted image. Shichi showed the officials present the enlarged logo using a 3D projection on the table. The devouring serpent? Upon seeing the serpent in the shape of an 8, the officials immediately understood that this was a very dangerous matter. Can we analyze the blurry parts of the image? A Mediterranean official placed great importance on the devouring serpent and quickly asked Shichi. Our capabilities are limited. It has been quite difficult to obtain this much. The Child Emperor did help us analyze part of it, saying that it seems to be related to some kind of biochemical experiment. If we want to know more information, it would be best to consult an expert like Dr. Diesel. Hearing Shichi's statement, all the officials present felt somewhat conflicted. Do we have to consult Diesel? Although this guy has been cooperative recently, he certainly won't be polite when it comes to pricing. The official with sunglasses was somewhat reluctant, as requesting Dr. Diesel's help would likely cost the association a lot. We should ask him for help. After all, linking the devouring serpent to biochemical experiments is quite terrifying. If the devouring serpent is developing some kind of biochemical weapon, then the ensuing terror attacks would be unimaginable. Although the female senior official disliked Diesel, after considering the potential issues, she felt that it was better to directly consult the most knowledgeable expert. Previously, the devouring serpent had attacked Diesel. At that time, Diesel seemed to have suffered quite a bit. I think under this circumstance, Diesel might not charge too much. The buck-toothed senior official recalled some previous events and felt that Diesel would be more willing to cooperate. Do we really have to do this? Why not directly attack the evolution house? That way we can directly prevent their further collaboration. Moreover, as long as we can extract relevant intelligence from the people of the evolution house, we might directly find the base of the devouring serpent. The red-nosed senior official expressed his opinion, which did make some sense. Other officials who had also reacted to this idea felt somewhat tempted after hearing it. However, Minister Shichi's next statement caused everyone to abandon this plan. We do not know the extent of the cooperation between the evolution house and the devouring serpent. If we blindly attack the evolution house, we will likely alert them and end up with nothing. Furthermore, we have not yet investigated the combat capabilities of the evolution house. Until we are fully prepared, it is best not to act rashly and miss this opportunity. The officials, reminded by this, quickly realized that this was a good opportunity to learn about both the evolution house and the devouring serpent. If handled properly, we might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate these two troublesome organizations. So after considering all of this, all the officials expressed their agreement to directly entrust Dr. Diesel with the relevant investigation, as long as we can obtain valuable intelligence. Spending a little more money is worth it. When Shichi's phone call was made, Wang-Ke could not help but show a scheming expression. The Hero Association has been monitoring us more closely recently. It seems they have become aware of some of our collaborations with the devouring serpent. A clone marked with 53 was reporting to Drive Kinos about recent discoveries around the base. The devouring serpent has once again invited us to leave this base and move to their prepared secret base, promising to provide various equipment for research. This time, the speaker was a clone marked with 37, who held the information about the secret base sent by the devouring serpent. From the expression on 37's face, it seemed he was quite interested in the equipment provided by the devouring serpent. If we move to the base they prepared, wouldn't that mean putting ourselves under their surveillance? Who knows how many secret monitoring devices they secretly installed in the base. Clone 33 clearly did not believe that the devouring serpent had good intentions, and many clones shared his thoughts, agreeing with what Clone 33 said at that moment. However, the concern voiced by Clone 51 was what all the clones were most worried about. What about the Azura rhinoceros beetle? It won't be content to just follow us during the transfer. Are we really going to leave the strongest combat power of the evolution house behind and ignore it? Yes, its mental state is quite unstable. It will definitely go berserk during the transfer. Even if all our biochemical weapons attack together, they are no match for this creature. Although it is a failed product of the new humans, its performance is indeed unmatched. Even if it does not listen to our commands, it would be a pity to just leave it behind. Let us just hand this troublesome matter over to the Hero Association. If the Azura rhinoceros beetle wins, the Hero Association would not dare to provoke us, the Evolution House. If the Hero Association wins, it would mean that the Azura rhinoceros beetle is only at this level. From any angle, we do not have to worry too much. But will it really go as smoothly as expected? It's hard to say if something big will go wrong on the way to transfer. The clones had various reactions to the devouring serpent suggestion. As the coordinator of the Evolution House, Dr. Kinos did not pay much attention to the clones' thoughts, but instead focused intently on the new technical data transmitted by the devouring serpent. After seeing a small plan included within, Dr. Kinos finally broke his silence and said to the arguing clones in front of him, "While we cannot ignore the Hero Association, we, the Evolution House, are not a small player either. If they really break in, we could just choose to fight back. The devouring serpent can simply send more clones over. It seems that their secret base has prepared a pretty good specimen, and we can go study it as well. Inside the secret base prepared by the devouring serpent, there is a special biohuman with strength reaching the ghost level. The data from the paper indicates that this biochemical being seems to have surpassed the armed gorillas from the Evolution House in terms of strength. If the Evolution House had taken over further enhancement work in the past, it might not be impossible to create an even stronger biochemical weapon. At the same time, through this biochemical being, a more concrete understanding of the technical strength of the serpent of devouring flesh can be gained. Upon hearing that the Evolution House would send some people to take over Nest 6, Wang Ku felt very pleased. Although he was giving away a base for free, he could harvest much more in the future. However, in the meantime, Wang Ku needed to make a series of preparations. For example, he was currently wearing a white lab coat, standing in front of a monitor, introducing some matters to Shichi from the Hero Association. I specifically calculated the formula above and found that if the serpent of devouring flesh indeed intends to create a powerful biochemical weapon, it is not a viral weapon, but rather likely to be the creation of a formidable biochemical being. This judgment is based on some information related to the data that the serpent of devouring flesh stole when it attacked me. The materials intercepted by the Hero Association were intentionally leaked by Wang Ku. The Child Emperor is not adept in these areas, and if Dr. Diesel were to explain it, he would naturally be quite articulate. After listening to a bunch of high-end terminology and mind-boggling data, Shichi felt a bit confused. However, when Dr. Diesel mentioned biochemical beings, he immediately perked up. What is the difference between this biochemical being and the super police officers you modified for the police department, as well as the heroes you modified for our association? No. Please describe in simple terms. What level of enemy are we dealing with? The biochemical police officers I modified for the police department rely on specific equipment for their combat power. Casurlo, who is already among the top A-class heroes, has only enhanced certain abilities and physical attributes. Both are quite distinctive and belong to different types. As for the biochemical being from the serpent of devouring flesh, although it currently appears to be just an experimental subject, if the experiment is successful, it would be easy to mass-produce clones with ghost-level strength. Wang Ku's words were already simple enough. This time, Shichi didn't feel dizzy, but rather alarmed. If the Devourer successfully creates a large number of clones with ghost-level strength, the entire world will face the danger of being plunged into a great war, and the Devourer will likely hold the advantage. By then, even if the Hero Association is not destroyed, it will suffer a heavy blow, and this outcome must be avoided at all costs. Dr. Diesel, from the information available, can you infer how far along the Devourer's plan has progressed? In response to Shichi's question, Wang Ku pretended to think for a moment before giving the answer he had already prepared. Given the limited information, I cannot make an accurate judgment. Based solely on the available data, the Devourer's plan seems to consist of many simple frameworks. However, from the technical information disclosed so far, their plan has a high probability of success. In other words, if the House of Evolution engages in deeper collaboration with them, we might see preliminary results within 2 to 3 months. It seems we must take action quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Considering this, Shichi decided to hold another senior staff meeting to discuss whether to immediately gather several S-class heroes to directly assault the House of Evolution. However, Shichi also thought of another matter. If the Hero Association could seize these technologies, it would solve the long-standing issue of insufficient hero strength when dealing with disasters caused by monsters across various regions. Dr. Diesel, the Devourer's plan is extremely dangerous. However, if it can be controlled by the forces of justice, it will become a significant aid in maintaining peace in the human world. If our Hero Association manages to acquire some of this technology afterward, could you use your expertise to help us assimilate these technologies? Wang Ku is certainly willing and is also prepared to utilize the financial and material resources of the association to comprehensively absorb these technologies. This was originally part of his plan, and the association is merely a tool for Wang Ku's utilization. No problem. The Serpent of Destruction has caused me a significant loss before, and I happen to want to retaliate against them. However, such a level of technology requires considerable financial and material support, and I hope the association will not be stingy when the time comes. As for my personal compensation, I don't need money. I just want to be able to use some of the technologies involved. That is only natural. Thank you, Dr. Diesel, for your willingness to provide support. I will immediately relay the information I receive from you to the other officials of the association. This incident poses a significant threat, and we should have results within a few days. Then I will await your good news. Wonka smiled and then closed the communication. His idea was to induce the Hero Association to formulate a plan to attack the Evolution House on the premise of seizing technology. Originally, this could have prompted Saitama to take action, allowing Wang Ku to enjoy the benefits without effort. However, it would take several months to reach that scenario. Currently, Saitama had not been provoked, so he had no interest in eliminating the Evolution House. If he randomly sent out a bioengineered person to attack the bald man in the name of the Evolution House, it could easily lead to mistakes. Moreover, Saitama's destructive power was too great, likely causing irreversible damage. To more completely acquire the technology of the Evolution House, Wonka had no choice but to induce the Hero Association to take action, presumably in a plan based on seizing technology. The Hero Association would not choose a hero like Tornado, but rather technical heroes like Silver Fong and Atomic Samurai, who knew to hold back. Why wasn't the Evolution House following the script, or all my previous preparations for? Wonka had been patiently waiting for the Hero Association's next move. But the morning news the next day unexpectedly revealed that the plot of this world had advanced once again. A new breed of mosquitoes had erupted, rapidly advancing from the border area between City B and City Z in just a few hours. Many livestock in the outskirts of City Z had already been drained to husks by the advancing mosquitoes. The news, which had been speculating on the cause of the mosquito outbreak, now started to issue warnings to the residents of City Z, advising them not to go out for safety. Could it be that my butterfly's wings were flapping too forcefully, thus accelerating the development of the mosquito woman? Wonka suddenly remembered that when he was thrown into a jar filled with formalin at the Evolution House, someone had indeed mentioned using his data for Mosquito Girl. Coupled with the fact that during this period, the Snake of the Body Snatchers and the Evolution House had exchanged a lot of technology, it's understandable that Mosquito Girl appeared earlier. However, with that guy Genos not around, her appearance at this time would make the plot chaotic due to the absence of key characters. Thinking of this, Wong hurriedly ordered the secret bases to search everywhere, but still could not find Genos' whereabouts. Looking at the computer screen, the detected swarm of mosquitoes was about to enter City Z, and Wong really had no choice but to take action himself. With Genos absent, I had to temporarily take on the role he would have played. Saitama, you better step up this time. Huh, the number you dialed is out of service? Has that bald idiot forgotten to charge his phone again? Wonka found this result and suddenly felt a bit frustrated. In the mid-air at the edge of City Z, there floated a giant black sphere. A faint red light was seeping from within, making it look very eerie. After the outer layer of the black sphere, like a huge black cloth, was pulled away, a half-human, half-insect creature with a somewhat graceful figure appeared. How are you working? This is simply not enough. Be more diligent and go around too. With a graceful figure. Even the voice was somewhat alluring. If she were a normal human, she would likely be an incredibly beautiful woman. Wong Ku, who was hiding below with camouflage, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart as he looked at the mosquito woman above him. Although Wong Ku's girlfriend, the big sister, was an exceptional beauty, both in figure and face, surpassing many ordinary female celebrities, men, even if they would not betray, still occasionally have some fantasies in their hearts. This is not betrayal, just a result of normal human hormones being stimulated. However, fantasies are one thing. Wong-Ku still wouldn't neglect his responsibilities. That guy Satama, didn't he know where he ran off to? Whenever he was supposed to show up, he was always nowhere to be found. Teacher Bongu had gone out of town, and the Hero Association still hadn't noticed the existence of the mosquito woman. Should I take action myself? The Hero Association has classified this mosquito outbreak as a demon-level disaster, but they simply understand it as a large group of new mosquito species appearing, without realizing that a monster is controlling these mosquitoes behind the scenes. Moreover, the mosquito woman likely used the data from when Wong-Ku was still an experimental subject. This has great significance for Wong-Ku himself, so he was pondering whether he should secretly capture the mosquito woman by himself. How long are you going to spy? I've already used the dessert. Wong-Ku was still deep in thought when a mosquito woman suddenly launched an attack on him, who was hiding. After two fast-moving figures quickly flashed by, Wong-Ku jumped to the top of the telephone pole, while the mosquito woman grabbed the invisibility camouflage that had been draped over him. How'd you find me? That cloth should have masked my scent and body temperature. Wong-Ku, who successfully dodged the attack, curiously asked the mosquito woman from a distance. Well, I didn't notice at first. But with all the fresh blood these kids keep bringing, that stench of a pervert coming from you is hard to hide, the mosquito woman casually explained. Then waved her hand to command a large number of mosquitoes to attack the peeping man who had retreated. Stench of a pervert? What are you joking about? My girlfriend is way better than you, both in looks and figure, so stop being so narcissistic. Wong-Ku provoked his opponent with words while quickly entering a rapid state to dodge the swarm of mosquitoes' attacks. As he continued to move, Wong-Ku, with electricity gathering in his hands, easily eliminated a large number of mosquitoes. The few that flew onto him were directly electrocuted before they could draw blood, thanks to the electric current covering his body. Well, your speed isn't bad. Now I want to suck your blood even more. Seeing that her swarm was ineffective, the mosquito woman personally moved in for an assault. Two claw-like appendages aimed straight at Wong-Ku's abdomen. Hey, it's our first meeting. No need to be so enthusiastic. And if you're always like this with strange men, then you're definitely a crazy, infatuated woman. This level of movement speed pales in comparison to Sonic's from a while ago. Wong-Ku moved quickly, dodging the opponent's attacks, while luring the mosquito woman into a trap he had prepared. You're throwing yourself at me, and I have no reaction. Is there something you can't talk about? The mosquito woman seemed to notice something, but didn't address it directly. Instead, she flew back into the air, accepting blood offered by other mosquitoes while verbally taunting her opponent. My girlfriend's rating is quite high, you know. If you don't believe it, why not come and experience it for yourself? Oh, sorry. It seems you don't have what a normal woman has. No wonder you always look so unsatisfied. Wong-Ku once again provoked the mosquito woman with words, but although her expression became a bit fierce, she continued to hold back and patiently receive the blood. Quite perceptive. It seems that it won't be easy to lure her into a trap. However, I can't follow her wishes. Dragging it out will only allow her to grow stronger. And attracting other troublesome people would also be a hassle. So, it's time to change tactics and deal with her using a more violent approach. After making a decision in his heart, Wong-Ku quickly applied his skills with lightning speed. He used the buildings on both sides of the street to bounce repeatedly and charge directly towards a mosquito woman in midair. At the moment Wong-Ku's bulging hand struck towards a monster, the mosquito woman's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind him. You mouthy guy, I'll turn you into a dry corpse. It turned out that the mosquito woman had hidden some of her strength earlier. Wong-Ku was taken aback and quickly twisted his body in midair. However, the mosquito woman's claws had already attacked first, and a spray of blood splattered out as Wong-Ku's body crashed into a building below. After absorbing some of Wong-Ku's blood, the mosquito woman twisted her graceful body and made several alluring moves in the air. What's happening with this blood? There's a fiery feeling in my body, as if I've experienced it before. When was it? It seems like a long time ago. This fiery feeling seemed to indicate that something inside her was melting. However, as the blood from the mosquito swarm continued to flow in, the mosquito woman did not show any abnormalities from the melting sensation. Instead, she felt a surge of power within her. But the amount of blood was ultimately too small, and after a period of reaction, the feeling disappeared. The mosquito woman immediately changed to a more dissatisfied expression, turning to the building where the man had fallen and muttering to herself, "Forget about it. I'll just drain that man completely. I want to savor that feeling again." After making her decision, the mosquito woman flew into the hole in the building. beginning her search for Wang Ke's figure. Naturally, Wang Ke had not been killed by the mosquito woman's previous strike. He had sustained some injuries due to her unexpected strength. Previously, he had overused the skill Life Return, which wasn't fully unlocked, in order to defeat the water dragon at the super fight tournament, leaving him in a state of residual effects that had not fully recovered. Now, underestimating the mosquito woman had led to his miscalculation. Therefore, after falling into the building, Wang Ke did not immediately seek revenge. Instead, he hid throughout the building, buying time while trying to heal his injuries. The Evolution House must have used some of the steroid technology one sent over. Otherwise, the mosquito woman's power couldn't be this great. One strike not only opened me up, but also broke several of my ribs in one go. But these injuries aren't difficult for me. I should be fine after hiding for a few more minutes. At this moment, Wang could change his hiding spot again and use psychic sensing to locate his opponent. In this somewhat complex building structure, he clearly had the upper hand. If you want to hide forever, come out. The mosquito woman lost her patience with Wang Ke's constant hiding. She decided to recklessly attack within the building, preparing to create a collapse to force her hiding opponent out. Wang Ke dodged a piece of concrete that was thrown at him and began counting down in his mind, entering a state of lightning speed. While using his electric scalpel with both hands to heal himself, he escaped to a lower level. Just as Wang Ke was about to enter a safe passage, a huge concrete block blocked his way. Then came a loud crashing sound as Mosquito Girl suddenly appeared beside him. He found you. Woo kick. Wang Ke was still covering his ribs with both hands, so when faced with the mosquito woman's attacking claws, he merely dodged the attack with a swift movement and began to clash with her other claw using his right foot in midair. With a loud bang, a strong shockwave suddenly erupted from the interior of the building that had long been abandoned by the residents of Z City. Centered around this building, countless windows of surrounding buildings shattered under the impact of the shockwave. Amid the large amounts of dust kicked up, Wang Ke closed his eyes and walked toward the mosquito woman, who was collapsed in the ruins. His hands, which had originally been treating his wound with electric currents, had now completed their healing and turned into a state of bulging veins. That really took a lot of my effort. Get ready to be taught a lesson, but first let me rip those wings off you. After being hit by the shockwave of the 8 Strikes fist, the mosquito woman's body was significantly injured. Upon seeing the man approaching her, she suddenly shouted behind Wang Ke, "Now's the time. Take him down." What? Wang Ke's telepathy truly sensed something happening behind him in that moment, and he quickly kicked backward. However, after the shockwave of the 8-chamber fist was generated, there was only a pile of dead mosquito bodies and the invisibility camouflage that had been taken by the mosquito woman. He had been tricked by the mosquito woman, and Wang Ke hurriedly began to use his telepathy to track her whereabouts. But by this time, she had already dashed out of the building and was flying high into the sky. Wang Ke's invisibility camouflage cloak can indeed shield him from many detection technologies, including his own telepathy. However, he has always regarded it merely as a hiding tool and never imagined that his enemies would take it from him during battle and use it against him. Feeling somewhat humiliated, Wang Ke hurriedly dashed out of the building, chasing after the direction where the mosquito woman had fled. At this moment, the mosquito woman had indeed suffered significant damage after being hit by the 8 punches. So she quickly flew into a swarm of mosquitoes to have them supply her with fresh blood. While healing, she also aimed to further evolve herself. This bastard actually has such a move, which caused me to suffer considerable loss. But just wait, once I complete further strengthening, that strange shockwave will be useless against me. Just as the mosquito woman was preparing to welcome another wave of incoming mosquitoes, a red energy ball flew towards her at high speed. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly dodged. But the previous swarm of blood-filled mosquitoes was mostly wiped out in the explosion brought by the energy ball. Damn it, this bastard has such an attack too. However, I can have as many mosquitoes as I want. Losing a few doesn't matter. As long as I escape into the high skies, what can you do to me? Frustrated, the mosquito woman flew into the sky, preparing to quickly leave the area. But then she sensed something speeding towards her from below, and she immediately made a high-speed turn in the air. However, after a wave of intense pain, she discovered that one of her insect arms had been torn off. The opponent in front of her wore a mocking expression as he looked at her. "Stupid, I can still fly." At this moment, Wang Ke was enveloped in a layer of red light, looking as if he were freely floating in the air. However, if viewed from behind, he was still carrying a small backpack system. This device had been significantly improved, and its performance had risen several levels. Coupled with the enhancement of energy within Wang Ke's body during this time, along with his flying backpack, he was able to display impressive agility in the air. You bastard. You're really too clingy. Enraged, the mosquito woman directly cursed at Wang Ke. But she knew she should accelerate her escape and not linger in battle. Having come this far, do you think I would let you go just like that? Don't be too naive. Wang Ke had sensed that the observation robots from the evolution house were targeting him during the previous battle. Therefore, with the idea of quickly resolving the trouble, Wang Ke planned to eliminate the mosquito woman right now. If the reinforcements from the evolution house arrived, who knows what else could happen? In the high altitude of the no man's land in City Z, two figures moved rapidly, one in front of the other, with only a slight difference in speed. However, due to this tiny gap, the slower half-human, half-insect figure could only rely on sharp turns in the air to evade the attacks from the pursuer behind. Even so, the half-human, half-insect figure continuously had flesh torn away. After the two figures made contact again, the half-human, half-insect figure plummeted toward the ground. You must have run enough by now. With one wing missing, how do you plan to escape? After Wang Ke landed, he casually threw away the wings of the mosquito woman in his hand. He then unleashed a gust of air, slicing through and destroying the approaching surveillance robot. Damn it. If I hadn't been short on blood, how could someone like you defeat me? At this moment, the mosquito woman looked very pathetic. Her limbs had been completely torn off, and her wings were left in tatters. The stinger on her head had also been directly severed by her opponent. Now, she had completely lost her ability to resist and could only passively await the judgment of fate. Enough talk. You've already wasted a lot of my time. Wang Ke walked over to Mosquito Woman and, after speaking, raised his right hand and brought it down in a swift motion. The insect-shaped but a Mosquito Woman was severed by him, and based on Wang Ke's observation, this organ seemed quite useful. After suffering this attack, the already exhausted Mosquito Woman fainted directly. After sensing his surroundings, Wang Ke did not find any surveillance robots from the evolution house. So, he looked at the bleeding Mosquito Woman and extended his syringe-like tail, inserting it into her body. At this moment, Wang Ke was not trying to absorb or inject cells, but rather using the synthesized medication from his biological pouch to stop the bleeding and paralyze her. Since he needed to bring this creature back to the Z City base, he still had to take extra precautions against any potential accidents. The special signal had been deciphered, and a mosquito swarm gathered in Z City had been directed to various locations. A drone flew over and picked up the limbs of Mosquito Woman that Wang Ke had previously severed. At the same time, it relayed a segment of electronic sound to Wang Ke, which was the remote-controlled mechanism of the Z City base's computer. The staff at the Z City secret base had captured samples of these new mosquito species as soon as the mosquito disaster began. Subsequently, several bases of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh started analyzing the unique signal emitted by Mosquito Woman, finally completing the task within the time frame set by Wang Ke. After being directed, the mosquitoes would be secretly retrieved by the small teams of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh in various locations. For scientists, there is nothing that cannot be utilized, including these bloodied mosquitoes. Beep, 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 beep. Just when Wang Ke had almost finished everything, bald-headed Saitama finally returned his call. My phone ran out of battery earlier. Do you need something? Saitama's tone remained flat, as if he was completely unaware of the recent events in Z City. Well, it's because there was a mosquito disaster in Z City just now, and it's said to have reached a ghost-level catastrophe, so I wanted to contact you. However, it seems the mosquito swarm has already dispersed, so you don't need to take action. After all, everything is already done, and Wang Ke ended the battle before Mosquito Woman could suck enough blood. Moreover, since the evolution house seemed not to have sent any reinforcements, Wang Ke indeed did not need any help at this moment. Oh, I see. I'm at a supermarket out of town now. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Sorry to bother you. I'll contact you again if there is something, so focus on the sale. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, the tail that Wang Ke had inserted into Mosquito Woman stopped moving, indicating that his precautionary work was complete. Relying on continuously sucking blood to promote his own evolution is indeed quite a convenient ability. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ke hoisted Mosquito Woman's body and quickly vanished into a sewer after a few swift movements. The reconnaissance equipment from the evolution house that arrived afterward captured nothing and leisurely flew back. Did Mosquito Woman lose? At this moment, Dr. Kinos of the evolution house was somewhat surprised upon hearing his subordinate's report. Although she was a semi-finished product, Mosquito Woman still possessed remarkable strength. Yes, according to the combat footage transmitted from the scene, it was accomplished by a fairly capable man. However, based on our analysis, the man's face should be a mask. Moreover, this guy is very sharp and has destroyed quite a number of our surveillance devices. The number 28 Kino's clone was reporting the collected intelligence to the doctor. Dr. Kino's did not waste words. After opening the three-dimensional image, several relatively clear images of the man were projected onto his desk. How much blood did Mosquito Woman absorb before being defeated? Although a lot was collected, it was not enough to support her further evolution. Additionally, we discovered that after Mosquito Woman was defeated, special signal-emitting vehicles appeared in various secret locations around Z City. The mosquito swarm that absorbed a significant amount of blood seems to have been retrieved by these vehicles. This response from a subordinate made Dr. Kino's even more curious. To be able to decipher signals in such a short time and deploy numerous signal-emitting vehicles, this level of technical capability and execution is not something an average organization can achieve. The Hero Association does not seem to possess such technical capabilities. Do you know which organization is behind this? After discovering the situation, we immediately dispatched small tracking cameras. However, they were all interfered with, and by the time we regained control, those signal-emitting vehicles had vanished. The capability in electronic warfare is also remarkable, and they did not destroy the small tracking cameras, leaving some leeway as if they knew who the mastermind behind the mosquito disaster was, and it didn't seem like they had completely fallen out with the Evolution House. In a short period of contemplation, Kino's made several judgments. If we connect which organization is familiar with the Evolution House and possesses such technical capabilities, the answer is quite easy to deduce. The serpent of devouring flesh, there is a 90% chance it is them. But did they intentionally want to go against the Evolution House this time? Or was there some other reason? While Dr. Kino's was still pondering, the serpent of devouring flesh proactively sent an email explaining their earlier actions in Z City. According to the serpent of devouring flesh, they originally planned to carry out a certain operation in Z City, but the sudden mosquito disaster caused them some losses, forcing them to abandon their operational plan. After defeating Mosquito Woman, they learned that this creature was a product of the Evolution House. Therefore, they hope the two organizations can negotiate to resolve the misunderstandings between them. The serpent of devouring flesh expressed their willingness to continue cooperating with us and would also return the captured Mosquito Woman. However, they mentioned it would take a few more days as they seemed to need to treat her. What a poor excuse. They are likely trying to delay some time to understand the technology on Mosquito Woman. Dr. Kino's found the unconvincing lies of the serpent of devouring flesh somewhat amusing. So how should we respond? Do we need to launch a retaliatory operation? While we are still unclear about the exact location of the serpent of devouring flesh's base, we have already investigated some of their subordinate organizations. No need. Even if we wipe out some lower-tier organizations, the serpent of devouring flesh itself would not feel much pain. Since the serpent of devouring flesh wants to continue maintaining a cooperative relationship, let them pay some compensation. For example, I am quite interested in the sample that defeated Mosquito Woman. As expected, upon making such a request, the Evolution House invited the person who defeated Mosquito Woman to visit them. Visiting? It's likely just to use him as a sample. How could I possibly agree to such a request? After Wong could receive the letter of understanding from Canas, he indeed saw the issues he had previously speculated would arise. However, in his response to the Evolution House, Wong Ku agreed to their request, only making the excuse that the cadre who had defeated the Mosquito Woman needed to carry out another task, and it would take a few days before he could visit. In reality, this was just a delaying tactic, and then Wong Ku planned to use the power of the Hero Association to directly invade the Evolution House. By then, the Evolution House would be completely thrown into chaos, and they wouldn't have time to think about visits. Even if the remaining forces escaped to the original six snake nest that belonged to the Devourer, they wouldn't have much power left, merely being like meat on a chopping board. So after dealing with the Evolution House, Wong Ku began to study the captured Mosquito Woman. The insect abdomen that had been severed by Wong Ku was more accurately described as the abdomen of the mosquito. This organ was the most valuable part of the Mosquito Woman and the core device driving her evolution. If the Mosquito Woman were likened to an airplane, then this mosquito abdomen would be her engine, the source of her ability to fly in the air. While other body parts of the Mosquito Woman also had considerable value, they could not compare to the mosquito abdomen in total. It was truly a unique idea to create such a body-enhancing component. The Mosquito Woman continuously sucked blood, causing reactions in her abdomen, using blood as fuel while also collecting different cells. Finally, through continuous fusion in her abdomen, she would undergo a process of natural selection to strengthen her body by choosing the strongest cells. Looking at the Mosquito Woman in front of him undergoing marvelous reactions, Wong Ku couldn't help but express his admiration. In front of Wang Ku, there are two nutrient troughs, one containing a female mosquito and the other containing its mosquito abdomen. Although Wang Ku has separated the two, they're currently connected by some specially designed infusion tubes. Feeling that the previous data needed to be more detailed, Wang Ku injected some blood into the mosquito abdomen. This blood was collected from reclaimed blood-sucking mosquitoes, and after this blood supplement, the mosquito abdomen reacted again, producing some enhanced bodily fluids. These fluids entered the female mosquito's body through the external infusion tube. The female mosquito, which had its limbs severed, began to regrow some tender new limbs at the wound site with the help of these bodily fluids. This means that if Wang Ku continues to inject blood into the mosquito abdomen, the severely injured female mosquito can not only regrow its limbs, but also further strengthen its body. So, what kind of reaction would occur if blood containing deformed cells from his own body were used instead? Upon thinking of this, Wang Ku immediately drew a vial of his own blood and injected it into the mosquito abdomen. At that moment, the mosquito abdomen lit up with a red glow, indicating that it had begun to react again. The intensity of this reaction was clearly more vigorous than when he had just injected a large amount of blood collected from blood-sucking mosquitoes. Wang Ku then observed that some of the residual blood inside the mosquito abdomen was quickly consumed, and it seemed that this organ started to show signs of rejection, gradually melting away. With his rich experience, Wang Ku promptly injected a large amount of collected blood into the mosquito abdomen. After receiving this supportive force, the blood containing deformed cells was gradually consumed. Following this, a more powerful enhancing liquid was transmitted through the infusion tube into the female mosquito's body. The female mosquito's right claw, which had only grown some granulation tissue, immediately grew a small new claw segment. The female mosquito, which had been in a deep sleep in the nutrient trough, showed faint signs of waking up at that moment. However, with Wang Ku's timely response, a large amount of anesthetic was injected into the female mosquito's body, causing her to fall back into a deep sleep. After achieving the anticipated results, Wang Ku immediately disconnected the female mosquito from the mosquito abdomen. He then began to study the detailed structure of the mosquito abdomen using various precision instruments. Without much effort, he extracted the bodily fluids that enhanced the female mosquito's body from the abdomen. Upon examination, this was a special liquid amino acid. These amino acids reacted with the various existing proteins in the female mosquito's body, continuously metabolizing and renewing within her, repairing and strengthening her body in a short time. During this process, the cells of various tissues would also be strengthened and renewed. Typically, it takes humans about 7 years to completely renew their body cells, whereas the female mosquito could complete this in just a few minutes under this reaction. Moreover, after the enhancement, the various cells in the female mosquito's body were also increasing their resistance to deformed cells. If this enhancement continued, it might lead to completely immune new cells unaffected by deformed cells. Upon considering this outcome, Wang Ku was inexplicably excited. The problem that had troubled him for years seemed to have a solution at this moment. Wang Ku was even impulsive enough to connect himself directly to the mosquito belly and immediately start enhancing himself. Fortunately, he maintained his rationality because, after further research, he discovered a very resilient genetic code within the cells of the mosquito belly. This genetic code was the key reason why the mosquito woman could maintain a relatively stable appearance after collecting so many cells. If Wang Ku blindly connected himself to the mosquito belly, even if he successfully obtained a body that could be immune to deformity cells, he would also become a mosquito man. Such a result was, of course, unacceptable to Wang Ku, who had always pursued a human form. Therefore, to truly solve the problem of deformity cells, Wang Ku needed to conduct more research and unravel the genetic code of the mosquito woman. He would then create a new code that met his requirements and pursue the best stability through continuous testing. Only after all this work was completed could Wang Ku completely resolve the issue of deformity cells in his body. To decode the genetic code, relying solely on piecemeal deciphering would take a considerable amount of time. To resolve it quickly, obtaining relevant technical data from the evolution house became even more urgent. After reaching this conclusion, Wang Ku immediately hacked into the Hero Association's internal system to check the results of the meeting that Shichi mentioned would discuss the offensive against the Evolution House. However, upon finding the meeting records, Wang Ku couldn't help but complain in his heart. The incompetent officials in the Hero Association actually underestimated the strength of the Evolution House. The offensive plan they devised only intended to send one S-rank professional hero, while any potential combat power gaps will be filled by A rank and B rank heroes. This configuration of combat power was too ridiculous, and the selection of the S rank hero was still in progress, with someone even suggesting that a waste like Vestmaster should participate. They really didn't take the evolution house seriously. Wang kept complaining about the hero association in his heart, feeling that he needed to invest more effort in this matter. So, in the following moments, Wang dialed Shichi's number. Sejinjul looked over the collected intelligence again, trying to find any flaws in his judgment, to gain a higher status within the hero association. These detailed tasks cannot afford any mistakes. Do you still hold that opinion? If you had more contact with Dr. Diesel, you would find that although he can be quite willful at times, he is not a bad person. Also present in the Hero Association's conference room was Shichi, who had interacted more with Wang Ku and was currently helping his colleagues understand Dr. Diesel. It's better not to trust him too much. A person like Dr. Diesel, who possesses strong technical capabilities, is a potential threat to human society as long as he is not under our association's supervision. Sejinjul replied to Shichi while opening a new three-dimensional image, which was the association's collected interpersonal relationship analysis data on Dr. Diesel. I understand your concerns. The war weapons that meddle Dr. hides in the shadows are already quite troublesome. Not being part of the association and using the police department's power to constrain us makes Dr. Diesel quite a nuisance from our perspective. But since he is rare in wanting to cooperate with us, why not take this opportunity to further win him over? Shichi had previously received a call from Wang Ku, who revealed intelligence about the sudden mosquito disaster, which was actually organized behind the scenes by the Evolution House. After that, the mosquito disaster disappeared without a trace. And according to the Hero Association's investigative intelligence, there seemed to be shadows of the Serpent of Devouring within it. Regardless of what the Serpent of Devouring and the Evolution House were planning, the Hero Association should act quickly to directly stop the upcoming actions of both organizations. Dr. Diesel expressed his willingness to provide technical support in the upcoming offensive action, hoping that the Hero Association would consider the composition list of the attacking team he proposed. After Dr. Diesel expressed his intentions, Shichi proposed in the Hero Association's executive meeting to take this opportunity to strengthen cooperation with Dr. Diesel and incorporate him under their banner. Neither the S-rank Silver Fong, nor the A-rank Giant Hammer Wrestler, nor the Enhanced Human Warriors should participate in this operation. Those heroes were too closely related to Dr. Diesel and could likely be used by him to do things that would harm our association's interests. Dr. Diesel only cares about his own interests. We don't have to comply with his wishes all the time. After receiving the intelligence provided by Dr. Diesel, Sejinjul also agreed to further add to the combat power of the attacking team. However, he rejected the list suggested by Dr. Diesel and insisted on making adjustments based on the association's own power assessments. In that case, we don't need to deceive Dr. Diesel. We can say we are making personnel adjustments and that his suggested candidates will be mobilized for action next week. But in reality, the attacking team is already quietly set off, completely disregarding Dr. Diesel's stance, which might invite his dissatisfaction. After saying this, Shichi also noted the time. According to the original plan, the Hero Association's attacking team should have already infiltrated the Evolution House. The Evolution House is a powerful organization in our association, and Dr. Diesel has shown great interest in this operation, indicating how much he covets the technical data of the Evolution House, temporarily stabilizing Dr. Diesel and secretly resolving the Evolution House was simply to prevent that guy from having a chance to intervene. Sejinjul still wore a distant expression, and from his tone, it was clear that Dr. Diesel was not someone the association could trust easily. Okay, it seems you are indeed very wary of Dr. Diesel. But after this operation ends, I will have to spend a lot of effort dealing with Dr. Diesel, as he will surely be in a bad mood. After speaking, Shichi sighed. However, he then saw his colleague smiling, and, out of curiosity, he followed his colleague's gaze. It turned out that the attacking team sent by the Hero Association had returned news that they had infiltrated the interior of the Evolution House and successfully defeated several strong combatants. Mr. King's strength was indeed extraordinary, as he quickly suppressed all the combat power in the Evolution House building. As for the super alloy blacklight, things were also progressing well, and they were continuing toward the underground base. Upon seeing the report from the attacking team, Sejinjul immediately smiled happily because the two S-rank heroes in the attacking team were the main forces participating in this operation under his arrangement. Previously, Mr. King had always acted alone in silence, and since no one in the association had ever seen his combat style, many people had doubts about his strength. But after today's operation, no one should doubt him anymore. Shichi was also quite excited. Not only because the operation was proceeding smoothly according to plan, but also because the S-rank hero Mr. King, who participated in this operation, was performing quite actively, which was very rare in previous tasks arranged by the association. We are quite lucky that when considering who to send for the attack, Mr. King just happened to appear in the association. I used to think that King was also a troublesome guy who didn't follow orders. But I was surprised to find out that he is actually very compliant after getting to know him. Before the raid began, Setchinger was still worried about who to send. However, after King took the initiative to appear at the association, his worries were quickly resolved. Indeed, it's rare for King to actively request to collaborate with Metal Knight. Heroes with such a team spirit are hard to come by. If only other S-class heroes could be like him. Setchinger also praised Mr. King, as the other officials of the association were still hesitating about whether to send out 2 S-class heroes. But after Mr. King voluntarily requested to team up, Setchinger smoothly convinced the others, planning to use this as a classic case of S-class hero cooperation. A new enemy has appeared, and the A and B-class heroes responsible for the perimeter have unexpectedly engaged in battle. When a new battle report came in, Setchinger did not panic and immediately prepared to formulate a new combat plan based on the information received. However, the situation changed too quickly. Before his orders could be communicated, more than a dozen heroes responsible for intercepting and blocking at the perimeter had already been defeated by the newly emerged enemies. Only one A-class hero managed to send back a blurry image at the last moment. It was a photo of a mechanical mutant charging quickly, and there was a blurry emblem on the opponent's left arm. After further processing and enlarging the image on the computer, both Setchinger and King felt that things were not looking good because that emblem belonged to the troublesome organization, the Snakebite. Just as the two were worried about the safety of the perimeter heroes, a three-dimensional map in front of them displayed that the S-class hero King, who had suppressed the surrounding resistance, was quickly heading to the incident location to rescue other heroes. Time rewound to just before the Hero Association's raid team began their infiltration. Wonka looked at the AB hero team responsible for rear support behind him, estimating how long these people could hold off the Snakebite's mobile troops. Mr. King, we are about to launch the assault. The Evolution House seems to have not detected us yet. Do you think there are areas we need to improve? A-class hero Magic Hands walked up to Wong Ku and respectfully asked the figure disguised as King. It's already very good. From now on, I will need your support behind me with Metal Knight. After receiving Mr. King's reply, the AB team suddenly became excited. They all held great respect for the legendary hero Mr. King of the association. Meanwhile, Wong could turn back to stare at the Evolution House's base, striking a pose that looked quite cool. The special sound equipment he carried was playing the heartbeat of the Emperor engine, projecting a combat stance that deterred others from approaching. In fact, participating in this raid on the Evolution House while playing the role of King was not Wong Ku's initial plan. After finishing a call with Setchinger, Wong Ku, who had been monitoring the internal meeting of the Hero Association, realized Setchinger's deep vigilance towards him. When Setchinger proposed to secretly send out 2 S-class professional heroes, Wong Ku decided to take some actions, conveniently impersonating King and suggesting that he partner with the standby Metal Knight. To prevent the S-class heroes he didn't want to see from causing trouble, Wong Ku even mobilized part of the Snakebite's forces to temporarily hold them off. Meanwhile, the Real King was at home, deeply asleep like a dead pig under the influence of Wong Ku's specially formulated sleeping pills. Mr. King, I apologize for disturbing your fighting spirit. However, since we are about to begin the infiltration, I would like to hear your thoughts on the upcoming operation. After all, you have been observing that building for quite some time, so you must have noticed something. The muscular partner Metal Knight, who was tasked with this operation, also respected King, who held the title of the strongest man. Upon learning that King had actively requested to team up with him, he accepted the task without hesitation. This mission was not only to take down the Evolution House, but also to seize their various research materials. Therefore, during the upcoming operation, we should avoid damaging the research facilities and stored materials as much as possible. We need to control our strength. If it's really unavoidable, we can lure out the enemy's main combat force and then deal with them. After Metal Knight approached, Wong Ku turned off the sound equipment simulating the Emperor engine. For this infiltration, Wong Ku planned to leave all the fighting to Metal Knight while he secretly stole data. The reason for choosing Metal Knight was simple. First, this guy's brain wasn't very sharp, making it easier to fool him during the mission. The second reason was that this muscular man's strength was indeed strong enough. Wong Ku remembered that in the One Punch Man radio drama, Metal Knight had taken down the fearsome Azure Unicorn in just 15 minutes during a simulated battle. Then I will control my strength well and try not to cause too much damage to the facilities inside. So, Mr. King, Originally, Metal Knight wanted to say something else, but the figure disguised as King suddenly vanished. Then came the sound of limbs being torn apart, and when Wong-Ku returned to his original spot, he was holding the severed body of a mole monster. It seemed that the defenses of the Evolution House had already discovered us. The combat plan would need to be modified slightly. The Earth Dragon was taken out as soon as it approached. Among the incoming professional heroes, there should be a perception-type character present. From the footage obtained by the remote observation equipment, it was likely that it was S-Class Hero King who made the move. Inside the Evolution House, a clone of Dr. Kino's reported the received battle report loudly. The other clones were waiting for Dr. Kino's orders. It seemed that the information leaked by the snakebite was correct. The S-Class heroes of the Hero Association should not be underestimated. Now, what combat forces do we have available? Gather them all and send them out to fight. The observation team should be ready to record data. Dr. Kino's was not intimidated by the power displayed by the enemy. Instead, he saw it as a great opportunity to collect valuable battle data, showing considerable enthusiasm. Because of the previous information from the snakebite, the No. 2 Beast King was still adjusting its enhancements in the nutrient tank. The number 3 armed gorilla had already moved into the base that the snakebite had given us, along with some personnel. The other combat forces were all present, but they likely wouldn't be able to withstand the enemy's invasion. The Evolution House had taken over the large base surrendered by the snakebite for some time now. Although it had not yet been able to operate at 100 efficiency, from the information received upon taking over, it was clear that the snakebite had been quite generous, which made all of Dr. Kino's clones very satisfied. Then let's send out the other combat forces first. Complete the enhancement of the Beast King within 5 minutes. Even if there are some flaws, it doesn't matter. We can see what interesting things will happen. Additionally, prepare for the release of the Azura Unicorn. Under Dr. Kino's orders, all the clones took action. But when they heard about the liberation of the Azura rhinoceros beetle, they were all shocked by the boldness of their own bodies. What? We can't do this. It's too dangerous. There's no need for that, right? I have a bad feeling. The clones were sweating and rambling endlessly, showing no resemblance to researchers at all. But they couldn't be blamed. After all, every time the Azura rhinoceros beetle caused trouble, countless clones like them were injured or killed. After seeing the panic among his subordinates, Dr. Genos quickly said, "Calm down, don't be so flustered. This is just a last resort. After all, among the incoming enemies are S-Class heroes, and we still need to prepare for the worst." However, the group of terrified clones wanted to say something more, but the sudden battle report from the front line left them once again astonished. The dispatched Mantis Man, Frogman, and Slug were all easily taken down by the enemy the moment they confronted them. Then, the upper structure of the Evolution home suddenly shook, and the surveillance equipment of the base showed that 2 intruders had actually begun their invasion from the top floor of the building. The enemy had already breached the 8th floor's gravity room. How much more time do you want to waste? Hurry up and act according to my previous orders. It was only at this moment that Dr. Genos realized the situation was dire and hurriedly urged his subordinates. The clones, who were shocked by the enemy's rapid advance, temporarily set aside their fear of the Azura rhinoceros beetle and quickened their pace to take action. The floor 08 of the surface building of the Evolution home, just like its name Gravity Room, is a floor where gravity can be adjusted. After Wong-Ku quickly dealt with Mantis Man, Frogman, and Slugman together with Black, he let the supporting AB heroes clean up the battlefield. He stepped along the outer wall of the Evolution House building and broke through directly on the 8th floor. In the original anime setting, all the traps in this entire building were blown away by Genos in one fell swoop. Wong-Ku chose to engage in such a waste of effort, not only to prevent certain potential technologies from being damaged, but more importantly, to avoid combat and let Black work as free labor. The excuse for parting ways with Black was also simple. Wong-Ku, playing King, would break through from the top floor in an unconventional manner, while Black would guard the first floor to block the enemy's retreat. At the same time, they would search for possible underground passages to infiltrate the enemy's underground base and eliminate all the evil forces of the Evolution House in one fell swoop. Wong-Ku originally thought that if he spent some time slowly conquering layer by layer, he could wait for Black to take out all the enemies. However, a very frustrating thing happened. Just as he broke into this gravity layer, he unexpectedly ran into an orc who was undergoing final enhancements in a nutrient tank. Before he could initiate an attack, the orc, already receiving orders, struck Wong-Ku with a powerful blow from its massive claws. Ugh, damn it, what a self-inflicted predicament. How did I end up in this situation? Just from a few subtle observations, Wong-Ku, who had a blood streak slashed across his chest, knew that the Beast King must have been conducting muscle enhancement experiments before. Moreover, the new technology used by the Evolution House was likely provided by the mastermind of the Serpent of Devourer. So you're the professional hero invading us? You can actually withstand a strike from me. It seems you're not a small character. With remnants of a nutrient tank's liquid and glass debris still on him. The Beast King, who seemed to have already adapted to the gravity of this floor, said to the still bleeding Wang-Ko. Meanwhile, Wang-Ko, who was adapting to the room's gravity and healing himself, did not show any signs of fear. He wore that iconic, pretentious face of king and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. At least several dozen people in the Hero Association can take your attacks. Oh, then after I kill you, I'll go test which other professional heroes can take the most hits." As if not want to spend too much thought on an injured opponent like Wang-Ko. The Beast King locked its left wrist after speaking, and then 5 sharp claws slashed towards Wang-Ko, delivering 5 powerful strikes. After further enhancement through the technology of the Serpent of Devourer, the power of the Beast King's strikes became even more formidable. The 5 wind blades penetrated half of the 8th floor before they could finally stop, flying towards the distant sky amidst the astonishment of the AB combination responsible for sealing off the area. At this moment, Wang-Ko, disguised as king, had completely vanished from sight. After admiring its own handiwork, the Beast King laughed triumphantly. "Haha, I've become stronger. What Evolution House number 2? Even if Azura the unicorn stood in front of me, I could take him down in an instant. Hey, don't destroy the facilities here too badly. Actually, I was quite impressed by this gravity chamber of the Evolution House while I was adapting to the gravity just now." Emerging from the dust, King no longer deliberately wore that pretentious face. After crushing a surveillance camera on the floor, he extended his hand and made a dismissive gesture towards the Beast King. "You're still alive, huh? Seems like there's something to be said for your speed. But your luck-in's here. I'm about to get serious." After saying this, the claws on the Beast King's 2 paws seemed to become even sharper. "You villains really love to ramble and waste time. Just unleash all your moves. The sooner you get taken out, the sooner I can clock out." Lion slash. Once the Beast King began to take things seriously, the power of the wind blades it slashed out became extraordinary. However, facing this confident strike from the Beast King, Wang-Ko merely yawned and evaded. Missing a strike, the Beast King launched another attack. Its strong legs kept moving, blocking the opponent's escape route while sending waves of attacks created by the lion slash towards Wang-Ko. But no matter how hard it tried, the professional hero in front of it seemed to slip through its fingers like air. There were even several instances where Wang-Ko casually trimmed the Beast King's long sideburns with its own slashes. Finally, the Beast King became enraged by the opponent's unrestrained attitude. Ignoring the fact that its final enhancement was not yet complete, it directly unleashed its ultimate move, the lion slash flowing tide. Only then did the opponent's previously relaxed expression turn somewhat serious. As the Beast King's slashing movements grew faster, Wang-Ko's movements also accelerated. In the blink of an eye, countless shadows were created in this space, along with numerous powerful slashes flying in all directions from the building. The A and B rank heroes watching from a distance could only vaguely infer the location of the battle from the large clouds of dust. Several stray slashes almost dealt them heavy damage. Ultimately, when a near-wall-sized combination of slashes cleared a path, the resulting shockwave even knocked down a portion of a distant mountain. "Huff, huff, ha ha ha, what kind of monster are you? Why can't my ultimate move even scratch you?" The Beast King, whose body had just been enhanced and whose power had increased significantly, panted heavily as it looked at its opponent. The power displayed by Wang-Ko during these few minutes of battle filled the once arrogant Beast King with an overwhelming sense of despair. "Well, actually your moves are quite good in terms of range, strength, and speed. If it were any other hero, you might have already taken him down. But because I know a peculiar old man, your moves seem too childish to me." At that moment, a certain old man who was having tea with his younger brother suddenly yawned without warning. "Old man, what are you joking about? I am the crystallization of the wisdom of the Evolution House. How could I possibly be inferior to an old human? You must be lying." The Beast King appeared extremely agitated by Wang-Ko's explanation, roaring to vent its frustration. However, the opponent clearly did not want to listen, directly interrupting its outburst. All right. Hurry up and take your lunchbox and exit. I'm busy here." Then, Wang-Ko simply executed a seemingly ordinary whirlwind slash iron fist, thoroughly making the Beast King realize what it meant that there was always someone better out there. However, when its head spun in the air and reconnected with its body, the Beast King could no longer think of how to improve its ultimate move. How is this possible? The Beast King, after further enhancement, actually lost its life response. What is going on? The enemy's intrusion just happened a few minutes ago. Dr. Genos had a look of disbelief on his face. But no matter how hard he pounded on the keyboard, the computer screen in the base still showed the Beast King's indicator light remaining dim. The Beast King was actually taken down. How could this be possible? Who took it down, King or that super alloy black? The Hero Association's power is too strong. What should we do next? Retreat. Let's pull back to the base that the Snake of the Body has left for us. But without combat power for escort, how can we possibly get out? Even excluding the two S-class heroes who broke in, we can't deal with the combination of A and B-class heroes outside responsible for the blockade. The sudden deterioration of the situation threw the clones under Dr. Genos into chaos again. They each expressed different opinions, causing the entire room to be in an uproar. Dr. Genos could no longer stand it and loudly reprimanded his clones again. Everyone quiet down. We still have our trump card. How is the liberation of the Azura rhinoceros going? It's the strongest existence in our evolution home. It's already completely liberated, but that guy doesn't listen to us at all. He keeps hunting his clones, so he has no intention of going to battle. Damn it, at this time, are we really going to let him kill until satisfied? Dr. Genos felt a sense of despair at his subordinate's words. The enemy was advancing very quickly. By the time the Azura rhinoceros was willing to listen, the enemy might have already taken them all down. Just as the clones were still worrying, a Snake of the Body logo appeared on the laboratory's large screen, and Dr. Genos quickly clicked on the icon. Are you okay, Dr. Genos? We've heard that the Hero Association has already invaded your base. There were no people appearing on the large screen, only processed electronic sounds under the Snake of the Body logo. You Snake of the Body aren't here to mock us at this time, are you? Just say what you have to say. Don't waste time. Dr. Genos knew that the other side contacting them at this moment definitely had their plan, so he stopped wasting time on formalities and went straight to the point. Haha, don't be angry. We Snake of the Body value your evolution home a lot. We have already organized an elite team to come to your rescue. Surely you have another hidden exit, right? Quickly formulate a retreat plan. We will cover your safe withdrawal. The enemy has two S-class heroes. Are you that confident? If you don't try, how will you know if the plan will succeed? Besides, our confrontations with the Hero Association aren't the first time. Please trust us. By the way, our Snake of the Body's first mobile hunting team has already begun the assault. The heroes responsible for the blockade outside will soon be taken down. After hearing this news, Dr. Genos quickly typed on the keyboard and brought up the surveillance of the outside heroes. He saw dozens of well-trained mechanical modifications continuously defeating the heroes responsible for intercepting and blocking them with overwhelming advantage. In less than 20 seconds, all the A and B-class heroes collapsed, breaking the blockade surrounding the evolution home. At this moment, the Snake of the Body's electronic sound echoed on the laboratory's large screen. Take this opportunity to break through. The Hero Association's reinforcements may arrive at any moment. Our people can't delay you for too long. Give up your base. Dr. Genos felt great hesitation in his heart. He wanted to persuade the Snake of the Body to work together to repel the Hero Association's attack. But reason told him this was impossible. The Hero Association would definitely send reinforcements, and retreating now was absolutely their best choice. However, they were reluctant to give up this base. Although they could reproduce most of the technical data, the various materials accumulated over the years would be hard to find again. Moreover, the upcoming battle between the two S-class heroes and the Azura rhinoceros was very much worth looking forward to. It could be the moment he dreamed of witnessing the new humans surpassing the old ones. Therefore, for Dr. Genos, choosing to retreat at this moment was absolutely unacceptable. But the enemy was still advancing, and they likely wouldn't give him the chance to witness that moment. Remaining in place would become a meaningless sacrifice. Such a foolish mistake was essentially something only the old humans he despised would make. Logic fell into a deadlock at this moment, and Dr. Genos found himself unable to choose. But just as if to help the evolution home make a decision, the entire base suddenly shook, and some facilities in the underground collapsed. The base's power supply seemed to have malfunctioned, and the voltage in the laboratory was continuously decreasing. This is bad. I don't know if it's due to the battle, but our route to the area where the Azura rhinoceros is located has been blocked, and the hyper-alloy blacklight has already penetrated the underground base. It's only a matter of time before they discover us. One of Dr. Genos' clones suddenly rushed into the laboratory at this time, reporting this unexpected situation that no one wanted to see. Damn it, how could this happen? In that case, let's start retreating quickly. Hey, are you still there? Hurry and send your troops to support us. Since the reality had already blocked Genos from witnessing that moment, He quickly made the most rational choice in a calm manner. The evolution home would evacuate from this base. Leave it to us. Our soldiers from a snake of the body will ensure your safe withdrawal. At this moment, another S-class hero, King, had already been held up by them. So take this opportunity to move quickly. Hyperalloy Blacklight is a very tricky opponent. Damn it, we have to start over. After confirming that, Dr. Genos had indeed begun to lead the other surviving clones to retreat. Wang Ku, who had infiltrated underground at some point, smiled and finally stopped destroying various routes within the underground base. His next task was to lead Hyper-Alloy Blacklight to the Azura Rhinoceros and, along with other soldiers from a snake of the body who were on their way, work hard to recover various precious technical data and materials left behind. As for the surface level, another pre-prepared fake king was staging a drama with a group of soldiers from the snake of the body, pretending that the hero was afraid to take action due to concerns for hostages. Wow, haha, this is a huge treasure. There are all sorts of bizarre materials and a large amount of experimental data accumulated over the years. Isn't this the research report related to the mosquito girl? Let me take a look. Oh, so it's this simple. I now understand the principle of that reaction. In the underground base of the evolution home, Wang Ku was happily flipping through various materials. Around him, a large number of soldiers bearing the snake of the body logo were constantly transporting various items. This was a super large underground storage room, and the things inside could definitely elevate Wang Ku's technological abilities to several levels in a short time. At similar locations, the soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh discovered several more. In the distance, a rumbling sound was heard again, seemingly indicating that the superalloy black light, under Wang Ku's deliberate inducement, had finally encountered the Azura unicorn beetle. This vibration reminded Wang Ku that time was limited and could not be wasted too much. It would be better to take the opportunity to gain more benefits from this operation. With this in mind, Wang Ku instructed his subordinates nearby, "You continue to move things here for me, and I will go check other places and see if I can buy you some more time." "Yes, Commander, we will complete the mission at all costs." The underground treasures of the Evolution House were simply too numerous. It was impossible for Wang Ku to move them all in such a short time. However, he didn't necessarily have to move everything, as some items were not that important to him. Therefore, it was necessary for Wang Ku to categorize the various treasures left behind by the Evolution House. So, how could he quickly and reasonably categorize them? Generally speaking, in movies, this situation often involves hacking into the main computer of the enemy's base to steal classified documents for categorization, which is the most common approach. But this was still a bit too low level for Wang Ku. Having been born in the Evolution House, he naturally had a more efficient option, which was to lie among the corpses of the Kino's clones. It had indeed been a long time since he used this trick, but it was still quite uncomfortable to probe into the corpses of men. Well, in this case, I might as well endure it. After all, I'm still a realist. After extending the syringe tail that he hadn't used for a long time, Wang Ku began to collect various information from the Kino's clone corpses he encountered. Having used this trick a few years ago, after such a long period of research, Wang Ku's efficiency in collecting knowledge and information was much better than when he initially escaped the Evolution House. There really are a lot of corpses along this path, probably because it's very close to the location where the Azura unicorn beetle initially caused chaos. It's better to be cautious and not get caught up in its battle with the superalloy blacklight. After issuing a priority command to his subordinates who were still busy in the distance, Wang Ku turned and chose another path, preparing to see what was over there. However, after searching for less than 2 minutes, the wall beside him suddenly broke open. A purple insect head full of murderous intent looked at Wang Ku, who was completely bewildered. "I'm just passing by. Please don't mind me. Continue to fight that guy." Wang Ku swore that his speech at this moment was undoubtedly the most sincere he had ever given in his life. However, the opponent with a bug head clearly showed no respect, as a strong bug claw burst out from the wall, attacking Wang Ku, along with countless fragments of stone hitting him in the face. "You pervert, instead of going on a date with the super alloy blacklight. What do you want with me? I'm a straight guy, not like that bald, dark-skinned muscle bro." Roar. He really underestimated the situation. The walls of the underground base of the Evolution Home were mostly made of special materials. That's why they could block my sensing ability. Otherwise, why would I have come to provoke such a difficult pervert? Using life return to enhance his speed at the first moment, Wang Ku desperately pulled away from the Azura horn beetle. After the wall was destroyed, his sensing ability was no longer obstructed, and he keenly noticed that the current state of the super alloy blacklight was not great either. The super alloy black light had actually fought the Azura horned beetle to a mutually destructive end. What the hell is going on? Is the simulated battle system of Genos from the radio drama a scam? Wonka had no time to think further. The battered Azura horned beetle had completely broken through the wall that had contained it. This dragon-level disaster's violent maniac was now chasing Wong like a mad dog down the narrow passage. To avoid interfering with the ongoing transportation tasks of the snake soldiers, Wonka decided to take a risk at this moment, switching to battle mode to lure this foul bug back to the super alloy black light. Split kick red ball wave. A bright red energy ball accurately struck the head of the Azura horned beetle. At this moment in Azura mode, it had no thoughts of defense. Instead, it instinctively punched towards its lower abdomen. Meanwhile, Wonka, who intended to attack with the energy ball and sneak in behind the Azura horned beetle amidst the chaos, received a heavy punch to his back at this moment. Damn, that punch was definitely the heaviest hit he had ever received. After barely pushing his body past the Azura horned beetle's legs, Wonka spat out a mouthful of blood and frantically ran back to the location where the Azura had appeared earlier. Roar! The deadly plague god behind him chased after him again, and Wonka realized that his proud speed was no match for the opponent. So he simply slowed down, waiting for the opponent to get closer. Just as a purple bughorn was about to reach Wonka's back, he kicked forcefully at the ceiling. Under the effect of the 8-burst fist shockwave, the passage immediately began to collapse. Amid the falling stones, after taking another heavy punch, Wong, already feeling his legs weaken, escaped the pursuit of the Azura horned beetle once more. In his memory, after entering Azura mode, it should have a blue shell and green joints. Why had it become this purple horned beetle? Could it be that the plot changed because of me? A loud noise came from behind. The already collapsed passage changed again as the Azura horned beetle charged up, pushing through a pile of rubble. Watching the pile of debris and rubble approaching him, Wonka slowed down again. In his currently injured state, he kicked out his most powerful kick towards the back. Finally, the Azura horned beetle buried under the rubble stopped, but Wonka, who recklessly launched a powerful attack, ran into trouble. He was buried alive by his own strong attack. His whole body was covered in rubble, and his right shoulder was even pierced by a specially made steel bar. This is trouble. The Azura horned beetle definitely wouldn't stop here. Wonka felt a sense of urgency in his heart, as if it had been conveyed to the nearby Azura rhinoceros beetle, which was also buried alive. At that moment, the opponent began to exert force again, and Wonka felt the rubble pressing down on him becoming tighter. There was no time for idle thoughts. He needed to take the opportunity to properly treat his physical injuries. As Wonka focused his attention, his life restoration shifted into full treatment mode, and the blood vessels that had been congested with stagnant blood began to flow smoothly again. However, the bones interrupted by the Azura rhinoceros beetle were more difficult to deal with. It was impossible to mend them in such a short time. So Wonka chose an alternative solution, severing the pain nerves in those areas. He then activated the nanobots in his body and relied on his tensed muscles to barely maintain a state that allowed for movement. Time was of the essence. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds done. The rubble surrounding his body was being pressed tighter and tighter, and Wonka knew he had very little time left. So after gathering his strength, he immediately relied on his legs to burst out of the rubble covering him. But just as his body was about to break free, a loud roar came from nearby. At the same time, a giant hand reached out, immobilizing Wonka completely. This is bad. Roar. Now not only are my bones broken, but part of my internal organs has been crushed as well. This is really serious. What else can I do? The Azura rhinoceros beetle didn't even give Wonka time to think. After it fully pushed its way out of the rubble, it grabbed Wonka's body and began smashing it against the surroundings. Then it threw him violently into the distance. Wonka, bruised and battered, thought he could temporarily gain his freedom, but the rapidly following opponent delivered a powerful kick. Wonka once again fell into a collapsed area buried under rubble, reburied alive, feeling no control over most parts of his body. The sensory organs in his brain were also affected by the tremendous impact. Now, let alone sensing his condition, it was already fortunate that he hadn't passed out. Not knowing his location, he couldn't even call for support from his subordinates, the Serpent of Devouring. Moreover, that monster seemed unwilling to let him go. The rubble around him was shaking again, most likely because that guy was digging. Another claw reached out just inches from Wonka's eyes. The Azura rhinoceros beetle was about to attack again. In such a dire situation, Wonka had no choice but to go all out. He summoned the last of his strength, and the long-sealed, aberrant cells began to activate. In this severely injured state, covered in blood, Wong began to emit steam. His already useless right arm completely fell off. His body hadn't yet recovered to a state capable of movement. But the rejection response erupted at this moment. Are you kidding me? Doesn't that mean I'm done for? After the rejection response appeared, Wong's limbs began to melt away. The heat emanating from his body increased. If this continued, he would be cooked by the heat he was emitting before his body fully melted. Roar! At that moment, the one who pulled Wong out of the rubble oven was actually the Azura rhinoceros beetle that had been chasing him all along. This monster showed no concern for Wong's special state. After dragging his mutilated body out of the rubble, it bit down hard on his still melting body. The partially melted and steaming bodily fluids flowed into the mouth of the Azura rhinoceros beetle, and this monster, which had long lost its sanity, suddenly stiffened. Sensing something, Wong at that moment, forcefully inserted his still movable tail into a wound on the Azura rhinoceros beetle. He then began to absorb nutrients from the creature's body while injecting even more powerful aberrant cells into the giant monster. Perhaps influenced by Wong, it regained some rationality. Or perhaps it was the instinct for survival. The Azura rhinoceros beetle's stiff body started to move again, making the most correct decision at this moment. Since its gradually uncontrollable body couldn't shake off the poison in its mouth, it would take advantage of the fact that it could still control some organs and bite this troublesome pest to death. Thus, Wong and the Azura rhinoceros beetle entered a final struggle. One wanted to drag the other into an unknown future to meet their ultimate fate. The other relied on its primal instincts, attempting to directly bite the opponent to death. Each time Wong's syringe tail pulled back with force, the biting power of the Azura rhinoceros beetle decreased significantly. And as the sharp teeth in the beetle's mouth drew closer to Wong's heart, his tail also grew weaker. This life-and-death struggle lasted only a few dozen seconds, but for both combatants, it felt like a lifetime. Ultimately, the scales of victory began to tilt toward the Azura rhinoceros beetle. With a sharp tooth already embedded in his heart, Wong felt his body growing colder. His once sturdy syringe tail became limp and weak, sliding out of the Azura rhinoceros beetle's wound. However, even as he approached death, a spark of victory lit up in his eyes, for he was not fighting alone. The soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring, who had previously received orders to rush to his aid, finally broke through the obstruction between them and Wong with an explosive charge. Although the commander could not actively inform them of his location, they could find him by following the sounds of battle. Loyal mechanized soldiers extended various blades from their arms to save their commander, bravely rushing toward the monster and prying open the Azura rhinoceros beetle's massive jaws. With external force acting upon it, the Azura rhinoceros beetle finally managed to move the poison out of its mouth and began to regain some of its condition. Dragging its battered body, it endured the swelling rejection response and swung its massive fists, smashing every serpent of devouring soldier that approached it into pulp. In the narrow passage that had collapsed and been reopened, roars and blood filled every space. The fearless soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring fought valiantly, buying enough time for their commander. After Wong's mutilated body was transported out of the underground base of the evolution house, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, which had been pursuing him, was met with concentrated fire from 3 heavy support teams of the Serpent of Devouring at the cave entrance. In the end, it was unclear whether it was due to the new type of rocket launched by Wong or if the Azura rhinoceros beetle could no longer endure the rejection response. The monster that had nearly taken Wong's life exploded, turning into a pool of blood. 2 hours later, the Hero Association, receiving a report from a fake king played by a Serpent of Devouring soldier, announced that the operation to eliminate the evolution house had achieved tremendous success. Sorry, Dr. Diesel. Our sudden action was due to unexpected changes in the situation, and we didn't have time to discuss it with you properly. Forget it. Just quickly hand over the materials and funds you promised me. As for the account of you bypassing me and privately infiltrating the evolution house, we can settle that later. Facing Dr. Diesel's direct questioning, Sitch felt quite embarrassed in front of the big screen. Although the operation successfully destroyed the base of the evolution house, the advanced technology and facilities that were originally expected to be seized were severely damaged during the battle. The sudden appearance of the Serpent of Devouring flesh further destroyed most of the facilities within the evolution house's base. So in the end, although both evil organizations were defeated by the Hero Association, the spoils collected by the association were much lower than expected. Please do not hold this against us. We will provide you with more generous compensation later. To be honest, after this operation, our association also conducted considerable introspection. Back to the point, how long does Mr. Alloy Blacklight need to recover? Sitch originally wanted to defend the Hero Association a bit more in front of Dr. Diesel. But seeing the obvious look of annoyance on the other party's face, Sitch, who was familiar with this genius doctor's temperament, changed the topic. Mr. Alloy Blacklight's injuries are a bit severe, but most of them have already been dealt with. However, there's still some troublesome toxins remaining in his body, and it will take 2 or 3 days of rest to completely eliminate them. He will be back in the association soon. Thank you so much. Our medical recovery team was completely helpless with Mr. Blacklight's injuries and ultimately had to trouble you. I have things to attend to, so goodbye. Sitch wanted to say a few more things, but Dr. Diesel didn't give him the chance to continue and directly cut off the video communication, leaving him quite speechless. Ending the communication so rudely was indeed characteristic of Dr. Diesel, but it was not Wong Ku's original intention. The main reason was that his body suddenly had issues. The cost he paid in the previous battle with the Azura rhinoceros beetle was still too great. Now, throwing his body into the specially designed treatment pod, Wong Ku could only be considered half a person, with most of his organs rapidly melting away, and several organs that had been temporarily connected with mechanical parts had also fallen off. After spending 3 hours teetering on the edge of life and death, Wong Ku finally managed to close the door to death that had appeared before him with the help of some newly unlocked technological data from the Evolution House. Damn, this operation was still a bit too miscalculated. Perhaps Alloy Blacklight's strength turned out to be weaker than expected before the main storyline officially began. The mutated Azura rhinoceros beetle not only broke through Blacklight's defenses, but also had a toxic effect in its attacks, which ultimately forced me to step in and fight myself. After giving a few commands to the computer in the base, Wong Ku started to grumble. However, he was well aware that if it weren't for Blacklight enduring for so long against the Azura rhinoceros beetle, an augmented human who had never broken through to dragon-level strength would likely have been crushed by the giant bug. Fortunately, these sacrifices were still quite worthwhile compared to the gains from this mission, although he had not yet fully digested the technological data obtained from the Evolution House base. Several very promising treatment and enhancement plans were already laid out before Wong Ku. However, after carefully reviewing the plans several times, Wong Ku ultimately resisted the enormous temptation before him. He decided to continue digesting the technology while also beginning to collect various high-quality materials, intending to solve the problem of the deformed cells while also breaking through to dragon-level strength. So after this decision was made, the hidden combat forces of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh began to become active. Team 2 was responsible for support, Team 3 was responsible for sealing off routes, and everyone else launched an attack on the target. In a garbage mountain on the outskirts of City Inn, a mechanical augmented human unit of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh was attacking a giant humanoid rat. Although this muscular humanoid rat possessed the strength of a demon-level disaster, it was still being pursued and attacked by more than 30 elite mobile soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh, leaving it in a desperate situation. Another rocket hit directly, blowing the rat's defensive arm to a bloody pulp, and it adjusted its strength to recover while angrily roaring at the pursuing unit. Damn it, you bastards are too arrogant. This little injury won't take me down. But what if this happens? A petite figure quickly flashed by, and as she weaved through the barrage of bullets, she used a metal blade extending from her right mechanical arm to cut off the giant rat's limbs. Damn it, I can still regenerate, so shut up. The giant rat initially wanted to regenerate quickly, but the female mechanical augmented human who severed its limbs simply stomped on its jaw, shattering it. Then she grabbed several syringes that emerged from her mechanical body and began injecting them directly into the monster's heart and other vital areas. In just a few seconds, the giant rat, which had been resisting, became motionless as if dead. Quickly recover the target. Team 7 is responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Team 9 is responsible for the rear guard, and everyone else, follow me to search for the next target. Yes, Captain Kelly. The mechanical augmented units saluted in unison and quickly began to move according to the commander's orders. Meanwhile, several heroes rushing to this location a few kilometers away were being suppressed by a powerful bio-beast, unable to advance even a step. Headquarters, this is A-rank Hero Green. I encountered an attack from the bio-beast of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh while eliminating the monster disaster. The enemy is a strong giant turtle, and I need... Shut up, just retreat obediently. A giant turtle equipped with 2 cannons smashed the massive rock hiding A-rank Hero Green with a single punch. Then it ignored the vines trying to attack its body and simply knocked out the opponent with a light tap. The other heroes present, facing the overwhelming strength displayed by the enemy, were at a loss. Initially thinking that the opponent's large body would make it clumsy, the heroes planned to retreat and escape. However, in the end, none succeeded. They were all easily subdued by the bio-beast marked with the serpent of devouring flesh logo. When everything settled down, the giant turtle of the serpent of devouring flesh grumbled, "I finally got let out, and I have to deal with these weaklings. At least send an S-rank hero. Those damn commanders up top, hum." As soon as the monster finished speaking, a new order was transmitted into its brain through a special signal. Then, a syringe extended from the giant turtle's shell to collect samples from A-rank Hero Green's body. The other unconscious heroes received the same treatment. Afterward, before the new wave of reinforcements from the Hero Association arrived, the giant turtle burrowed into the ground, quickly disappearing without a trace. Similar incidents were happening simultaneously in various locations in other cities. The serpent of devouring flesh's combat power did not distinguish between monsters and heroes, or human criminals, or low-profile superhumans, launching indiscriminate attacks. In an instant, the whole world became tense, and various groups began to think about how to respond to the suddenly active serpent of devouring flesh. Within the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A, Sitch held a document and spoke to many senior officials present. According to statistics, after successfully disrupting the cooperation between the serpent of devouring flesh and the Evolution House, the enemy has launched more than 30 various attacks in just these 2 short weeks. The targets of the attack included criminals, superhumans, heroes, martial artists, and freaks. After a brief pause, Shichi scanned the serious expressions on the faces of the officials present and continued. "It is clear that this is both a retaliation against our Hero Association and a challenge to the entire world order. They want to declare to everyone with this reckless attitude that they're the strongest force in this world." Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the senior officials present began to sharpen. "Therefore, I propose that the Hero Association immediately prepares its combat forces to launch a counterattack against the serpent that devours the body. We must not only repel their arrogant offensive, but also penetrate deep into their lair and completely eliminate this evil force hidden in the shadows." Seconded. 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 The senior officials of the Hero Association raised their hands in support. After achieving a satisfactory response, Shichi pressed a button on the table. A holographic projection of a map marked with the serpent that devours the body's insignia appeared amidst the low gasps of several senior officials. Immediately, dozens of powerful heroes from the Hero Association, under orders from headquarters, headed toward various hidden targets. In City C, 3 subordinate organizations were raided by over 10 heroes, resulting in a total annihilation. In City L, a large amount of funds accumulated was ultimately only partially retrieved. In City T, various materials newly collected had already been safely relocated before the heroes launched their assault. Listening to the report on the losses of the serpent that devours the body, Wang Ku, who was healing in a special liquid, felt some pain in his heart. Although many of the losses in these arrangements were from low-value subordinate organizations, still about 30 were things Wang Ku had painstakingly prepared. Now, before they could fully blossom and bear fruit, they were wiped out by the Hero Association, which indeed made Wang Ku take a hit. However, thinking about the gains he had made during this period of frenzied activity, Wang Ku still felt it was worth it, because in his previous rampage, Wang Ku not only obtained a considerable amount of materials, but also used various battles to test the technical achievements of the evolution houses he had digested. Now, Wang Ku had already conceived a route in his mind to completely solve his physical problems. He even informed his elder sister at home that he would not be going out for 2 to 3 months, asking her to help him decline all meeting requests, as Wang Ku decided to devote himself entirely to fixing his body during this time. His elder sister also saw the seriousness in her boyfriend's eyes and understood that this period was very important. Coupled with the rampant activity of the serpent that devours the body outside, she did not support her boyfriend going out. So she readily agreed to act as a good guard at home, refusing any visitor requests. Thus, after firmly deciding to go into seclusion, Wang Ku, in the guise of the behind-the-scenes boss of the serpent that devours the body, issued several high-priority orders and then threw himself into a writhing flesh cocoon. The higher-ranking combatants of the serpent that devours the body, receiving the orders, actively sought out several powerful heroes and freaks to collect some special materials. The character Tortoise Barrows, who appeared in the original comic, was captured by Wang Ku and used as special experimental material for detailed research. After successfully catalyzing it to a ghost-level power, Wang-Ku collected enough data from it. Later, when greatly expanding the power of the serpent that devours the body, he directly modified and brainwashed this experimental subject that contributed significantly to his work. Now, resembling a water turtle from Pokemon, it had been transformed into a super bio-beast with dragon-level power and was also a fierce warrior in various missions of the serpent that devours the body. On this day, after receiving orders and being released, it arrived at a maze beneath City Z, where it had some conflicts with two blocking freaks. The meat scraps in this area were merely remnants of Tortoise Barrows' meal. The freak princess Crossbow S and the vampire, with bloodline proof, dodged a cannon fire, staring gravely at the spot where they had just stood, now corroded by some strange liquid. The strange odor emitted made both ghost-level freaks feel a sense of danger. Send out more freaks. Just relying on these scraps won't satisfy me. After swallowing some scraps, Tortoise Barrows stuffed a rhinoceros head from its claws into its mouth. The rhinoceros wrestler, who had once shown considerable strength in the comic, was now silently reduced to Tortoise Barrows' snack. After repeatedly testing its abilities, the freak princess Crossbow S, sweating coldly, said to the visitor, "Is it the bio-beast of the serpent that devours the body? Why are you suddenly here to trouble us?" "Have to pass the time. 3 parts to eat some scraps to fill my stomach, and the rest for my superior's foolish tasks," Tortoise Barrows replied disdainfully, while several vines similar to the A-level hero green bit off some flesh from the still-evading vampire with bloodline proof. "Bastard, don't bully us too much." The flustered vampire shouted angrily. "Oh, what did you just say?" A terrifying aura, even more intense than before, quickly enveloped the area where Tortoise Barrows and the 2 ghost-level freaks were located. This was both a deterrent from Tortoise Barrows and a counterattack against the mental probe deep within this maze. Dragon-level freaks, aura, damn it. Under this aura, Crossbow S and the vampire succumbed, even kneeling on one knee, due to Tortoise Barrows' killing intent. They only felt relief from the suffocating sensation when a reinforcements emerged from a maze. "Ah, this visit is really sudden and quite bold, Big Bright," I said, adopting a welcoming stance towards the messenger of the serpent that devours the body. Has the mastermind behind the scenes finally appeared? If it weren't for the troublesome orders from above, I would really want to tear off your outer disguise and savor the snacks inside. Tortoise Barrows spat out the chewed remnants of the rhinoceros head, hinting at a threat towards the advisor of the Freak Association. All the eyes on its body stared at the rather rude guest in front of them. After a brief silence, Big Bright, I spoke again. "It seems you do not intend to engage in a full-scale conflict with us. So what does the serpent that devours the body want this time? We do have quite a bit of freak material here." Big Bright, I had indeed done some research on the serpent that devours the body, which had always hidden in the shadows. However, despite his efforts, he could not see its full picture. So Big Bright, I did not want to initiate a full-scale conflict. This is the material my troublesome superiors want. Hand it over obediently. Also, send me 50 tiger-level freaks as snacks. Otherwise, I will be the vanguard to invade your association. And perhaps S-level heroes will also get involved. Tortoise Barrows' overly arrogant attitude made Crossbow S and the vampire feel extremely angry. The usually composed Big, I displayed a hint of killing intent in his eyes at this moment. The representative of the devouring snake also sensed the displeasure from the other side. But at that moment, it stomped its foot, and a crack directly extended to Big Eye's front. It seemed that it was not easy to poach you over, and I also dislike your uncouth demeanor. After Big Eye's statement, the other individuals present all took a stance, ready to fight. However, unexpectedly, the strategist of the Monster Association ultimately chose to back down. "I'll get what the devouring snake wants ready for you immediately. Additionally, I'll add 20 tiger-level monsters for you as snacks. Can you let the destructive parasitic worm out of your belly? Although that guy is weak, his special ability still has some effect." "Oh, you can actually sense what's going on in my belly. It seems you do have some skills. But I still can't be bothered to deal with you. That guy was too rude to me, and our organization seems to have some interest in it." Negotiations were once again terminated due to the other party's firmness. But after a moment of silence, Big Eye ultimately agreed to all of Tortoise Palora's requests. After watching the enemy leave, Big Eye secretly decided in his heart, we must speed up the collection of the Monster Association's combat power. Let the devouring snakes scoundrel deal with the Hero Association for now. Inside the giant egg in the center of City F, the number 1 A-class hero, Sweetheart Mask, was performing a show. With his good looks, although he had some character flaws, he still managed to play the role of the Hero Association's image ambassador well in front of his many crazy fans, especially among the numerous female audience. "Hey, look over here. Sweetheart mask." Countless fans screamed, causing the atmosphere in the venue to reach a new high. Almost no one noticed that a reserved individual had appeared just a few meters away from the stage at some point. Today's large-scale fan meeting was to give back to the many fans who had continuously supported his performances and heroic activities. He truly hoped not to spill blood at this moment. Sweetheart Mask noticed the approaching threat but did not take any action, instead continuing his performance. At that moment, a harmony that did not belong to the backstage or any planned arrangement appeared. Although it was clearly a hasty insertion into the music, it sounded very harmonious and complemented Sweetheart Mask's singing, making the entire concert more perfect. "Hey, what's going on?" This situation didn't happen during the previous rehearsal. Sweetheart Mask's manager immediately inquired about the sudden situation to the backstage manager. "I don't know. Where are the security personnel? When did that guy appear there?" The backstage manager said, wiping cold sweat. "Hurry up and investigate. Someone with that kind of voice must have received professional training. Did you accept a bribe from some agency to secretly arrange some unknown rookie singer to ride on Sweetheart Mask's popularity?" The manager said angrily, "How do we do such a thing? Please trust our professional ethics." The backstage management personnel retorted indignantly. However, their argument did not continue, as on stage, Sweetheart Mask faced this sudden challenge, merely adjusting his vocal style to suppress the opponent and cleverly turning them into a supporting role. But soon, 3 mysterious individuals with good singing voices stepped onto the stage one after another. The staff responsible for blocking them seemed to be entranced by their beautiful singing, unconsciously stopping their work. The 4 mysterious individuals collaborated, gradually integrating perfectly into the stage. Although, with Sweetheart Mask's efforts, they appear to be temporary supporting roles. Everyone in the giant egg, including professionals, realized that these 4 suddenly appeared mysterious singers were now competing equally with Sweetheart Mask. Who are those 4 mysterious individuals suddenly appearing on stage, cloaked and masked? A fan asked her companion. "I don't know. Maybe it's a special arrangement for the concert." Another fan speculated. "Wow, they suddenly started dancing. This ticket is really worth it." Another fan, unaware of the situation, was enjoying the performance on stage. After taking away half of the presence with their singing, the 4 mysterious individuals, while accompanied by the music and harmonies, began to attack Sweetheart Mask at the center of the stage as if dancing. Sweetheart Mask chose to confront the challenge directly, using his charming voice and graceful dance moves to defend his status as the main character of the concert. It was like a unique musical drama, with the 5 performers on stage intertwining in a thrilling and exciting manner, providing the fans in the entire venue with a strong visual and auditory effect. As expected of Sweetheart Mask, even under our 4 brothers siege, he can still firmly occupy the role of the main character on stage. One of the mysterious individuals whispered as he brushed past Sweetheart Mask, "Who the hell are you guys to dare to crash my concert? Do you know what consequences you will face?" Sweetheart Mask glared with killing intent as he spun gracefully, blocking a claw aimed at him with his knee. The other 3 mysterious individuals singing on the periphery also shook their cloaks at that moment, enveloping the 5 people on stage. "What's going on? What is this scene? Is it a special performance arrangement?" Many fans began to feel confused, but since the singing continued, they suppressed their impatience. In the center of the stage, surrounded by cloaks, Sweetheart Mask and the 4 still-masked mysterious individuals engaged in a life-and-death battle. Fists, claws, knees, and various combat parts collided fiercely. It was unclear whose blood splattered out, but with veins bulging on his neck, Sweetheart Mask's fist struck like lightning, instantly sending the 4 challengers flying, accompanied by a break in the latter half of the music. The 4 flying mysterious individuals suddenly soared into the air amidst the audience's gasps, their 4 pairs of pure white wings making many fans think angels had appeared before them. Then the 4 angels unveiled their cloaks and simultaneously removed their masks, followed by a wave of screams covering the entire venue. It was not due to panic, but rather the appearance of 4 stunningly handsome men, which sent the infatuated fans into a frenzy. So handsome. The entrance of these angel characters is amazing. Who are those 4 handsome guys? I feel like they're not any less good-looking than Sweetheart Mask. This was a young girl's impression. Hey, have you figured it out? Which agency do those 4 belong to? No matter how much it costs, you must sign them for me. This was the statement of a large agency's president. Is it an illusion? I feel like I saw several bloody holes on Sweetheart Mask's body earlier, but after he flicked his hand, it seemed to turn into flowers on his clothes. This was a devoted fan of Sweetheart Mask's confusion. People of all kinds expressed different opinions on the changes occurring on stage. At the same time, they also discovered that the control of the concert seemed to no longer be in the hands of Sweetheart Mask. Oh no! The sound equipment in the backstage was completely out of control. A sweating technician anxiously reported some bad news to the backstage manager and Sweetheart Mask's agent. With his dignity severely trampled, Sweetheart Mask struggled to maintain his image amidst the unfamiliar musical accompaniment. Using his strong resilience to heal his wounds, he began to clear his throat, preparing to regain control of the stage. However, four angels floating in the air above the arena suddenly moved to the four corners of the stage, changing their pitch again and entering a low harmony, as if willingly playing the supporting roles to the person in the center of the stage. Sweetheart Mask was unclear about the situation, but he was determined not to give up this opportunity to regain control. Although he didn't know the lyrics of the song that was playing, he relied on his exceptional talent to prepare for an impromptu performance. Just before he sang the first note, a thrilling tenor suddenly rang out above him. A large angel with 8 wings, like a king descending to the mortal realm, scattered countless light golden angel feathers, igniting the climax of the concert. The previous 4 6-winged angels also radiated brilliant light, transforming into powerful warriors clad in armor and wielding golden spears. Due to his previous injuries and the sudden pressure from the appearance of these formidable enemies, Sweetheart Mask could only helplessly watch as these powerful opponents took away his concert. The moment of farewell had arrived. Let us collectively experience those hardships together. In the final nearly 2 minutes of singing, the 8-winged angel, wearing a unique helmet, never revealed his face. However, with an imposing presence that captivated the entire audience and a tenor voice that seemed magical, he successfully conquered the crowd. Following, there was a whirlwind made of angel feathers, as 5 dreamlike angels returned to the heavenly realm under a golden beam of light. They left behind countless frenzied spectators and an A-class hero who seemed to be forgotten by everyone. Note 1. This song is the famous farewell moment. And to elevate the ambience, everyone can imagine it in an Italian version. More than 2 months ago, the 5 angels who stirred up a wave at Sweetheart Mask's concert still have their mysterious identities unknown. However, during this time, the fans of these mysterious angels have been increasing. Regarding this sudden rise, the president of Sweetheart Mask's agency commented, "The small television in the kitchen was still playing entertainment news, where Saitama, the superbug from the One Punch Man world, was diligently dealing with a roasted rabbit in front of him. The dish was full of color, aroma, and flavor, but there were still some drawbacks. Saitama, while holding a rabbit leg, said to his friend who had just finished his retreat, 'The meat of this roasted rabbit is so tough. It really takes effort to bite through it. Sorry, there were some issues with the kitchen facilities earlier, so we can only enjoy this kind of dish now.' Wong also found it difficult to handle the rabbit meat in front of him, so he chose to use a dining knife. However, he accidentally bent the knife in his hand. Feeling a bit frustrated, he could only throw it away and switch to a new one. What a waste. Just this set of fine dining knives should be good for several servings of high-end seafood dishes, right?" Saitama glanced at the discarded pile of useless dining knives beside him, revealing his usual money-saving side. "There's no choice. Adapting to this new body is harder than I expected." Finally managing to take a bite of rabbit meat, Wonka replied in a good mood. After Wong Ku threw himself into that wriggling meat cocoon, he commanded the power of the snake of devouring to gather good materials while creating incidents outside to divert everyone's attention. Thanks to years of preparation and the gains from the evolution home, Wonka no longer needed to worry about the issue of that deformed cell. Moreover, that 6th limb that had accompanied him for several years was finally separated. "So, Diesel, what exactly do you want from me this time?" Saitama asked Wong, while chewing on the meat in his mouth. "Well, I originally planned to stay in seclusion a bit longer, but an unexpected discovery by a detection machine made me decide to come out early. Make it brief." Saitama was still the same. "An interesting monster is about to appear, and I just need your help to deal with it." Successfully cutting another piece of rabbit meat with a dining knife, Wong could gradually found the trick to controlling his strength. "I see. So, you want me to help you deal with a monster disaster?" Saitama didn't seem to refuse. "Well, to be precise, I hope you don't take action against the monsters. The purpose of inviting you along is to prevent the possibility of me becoming a larger disaster." Although the renowned Dr. Diesel spoke in a plain tone, the content of his words indicated that it was a very serious matter. However, the boiled egg in front of him showed little reaction, merely shifting his gaze to the television. A news report about a monster disaster was being broadcast, and the location was precisely the headquarters of the Hero Association. "Everyone look! A massive explosion. The level of destruction caused by the monster is unprecedented and is escalating further. The association has just assessed the level of this disaster. The host on the television lost their voice. And after putting the last piece of rabbit meat in his mouth, Saitama stood up and said to Dr. Diesel, "That's the target. Let's go. I've been ready for a long time. So can I say the next line?" Wonka joked with Saitama while instructing the computer to send a message to the big sister who was still shopping on the street. "What line?" Saitama asked curiously. "Justice execution." After this phrase was spoken, two high-speed figures burst out of the house. A whirlwind swept along the road, causing the scenery and pedestrians along the way to sway. Lightning Max and Smile Man had already entered the battle, and currently, Hammer Wrestler and Enhanced Warrior were also on their way. At the headquarters of the Ace City Hero Association, a female liaison officer was anxiously reporting the latest news. "Are there other heroes around? Don't mind their levels. Send them all to block the monsters. We can't let the disaster escalate further." Shichi's expression was grave as he commanded, horrified by the sudden appearance of the powerful monster. According to the latest power detector, the energy display of this monster was mostly at the dragon level. Not good. Lightning Max and Smile Man have been taken down instantly, and Hammer Wrestler and Enhanced Warrior haven't arrived yet. Damn it. Can A-class heroes not even buy a little time? Quickly calculate the monster's path and let the heroes heading to the scene intercept it. Under Shichi's orders, various information was transmitted throughout the association headquarters. However, the monster's mobility was incredibly strong. It jumped several kilometers in an instant, destroying several city blocks. An emergency situation arose as a high-energy response was detected on the outskirts of a city, with an unknown force rapidly approaching. Damn it, why now? The new warning information gave Shichi a headache. From the preliminary information on the radar, the energy response of the newly appeared unknown force was frighteningly high. Even worse, the other top-tier powers of the Hero Association were on alert in other cities due to the activities of the snake of devouring and couldn't rush over. Now that the unknown force suddenly appeared, it would be fine if the target was just the monster. Once the opponent also chose to wreak havoc in a city, the Hero Association would have no means of defense. Hammer Wrestler and Enhanced Warrior had entered the battle, and a massive explosion occurred in the city center. Listening to the latest report from the female liaison officer, Shichi silently began to pray. The city center of a city was originally the most prosperous commercial area, but after a blue energy ball exploded, all that remained was rubble and smoke. While mommy, a blue-dressed little girl with twin tails was crying helplessly with her face covered. About 10 meters away from her, two battered professional heroes were desperately trying to block a monster with a purple body. "Ho, you two are quite capable, much better than those two trash from before." The fully muscular body of the vaccine man looked powerful as he stepped forward, exuding immense pressure towards the two. "Don't underestimate heroes. We won't let you pass." The Enhanced Warrior was already on the verge of collapse, his defensive bone shield crumbling layer by layer. "We haven't fallen yet. We will continue to fight." The hammer of the Hammer Wrestler had already deformed, but he was still desperately pressing the button, hoping the rocket hammer would respond. "Is that so? Then you should try to block this strike." The words of the week were completely meaningless to the vaccine man. After expending a little bit of patience, this dragon-level monster began to gather energy in front of him. Then a blue beam shot out from the vaccine man, the immense wind pressure lifting the rubble along its path once again. Just this instinctive attack, capable of piercing half of a city, ultimately did not achieve the expected outcome. The entire beam was reflected into the sky after a flash of red light, and the vaccine man looked cautiously at the new opponent that had appeared before him. "Not good, overshot. Stopping now is surprisingly troublesome." Wang Ku, whose right palm was still smoking after blocking a strike from the vaccine man, tossed the two unconscious A-class heroes towards the distant bug man. At this moment, Saitama, who had just brought the crying little girl to safety, panically caught the two men flying towards him and then complained with a face full of blame. "Hey, Diesel, watch your strength. Do you want to kill them? I've already dealt with quite a bit of trouble for you on this way. Just put in a little more effort. I'll try to avoid collateral damage in the subsequent fights." As soon as Wang Ku's voice fell, a massive claw pressed down on him, and once again, countless dust clouds rose in the city center of City A. It was really rude to attack without saying a word. A flash of red light erupted from Wang Ku, and the suppressed energy surged forth violently, pushing away the huge claws of the vaccine man. The unnatural sounds that followed indicated that several fingers on that gigantic palm had likely fractured. The vaccine man, having failed to land a hit and suffering a heavy blow instead, quickly regrouped. After a slightly bizarre writhing of its entire right arm, The previously fractured and twisted areas returned to normal. However, the vaccine man did not dare to be careless and asked Wong seriously, "Who are you?" Such a nostalgic line. It reminded me of my life before the crossover. While sighing inwardly, Wong struck a pose reminiscent of Saitama from the anime. Reflexively replying to the vaccine man, out of pure interest, no, I am supposed to be the suddenly appearing chaotic neutral boss. What? What kind of nonsensical setting is this? I am the vaccine man born from the continuous pollution of the environment by humans. The Earth is a. This isn't a place for word count. Let's find a quiet place to fight. The vaccine man initially intended to ramble about how humans are pathogens on Earth, just like in the anime, but Wong sensed that others were approaching. Not wanting to be disturbed, he immediately performed an energy dash, grabbing the vaccine man and rushing out. A beam of red light shot out from the center of City A, obscured by countless dust particles, then crossed the sky over half the city and flew toward the deserted suburbs. After ensuring the wounded were taken care of, Saitama did not bother with the other approaching heroes and directly chased after the red light. Sure enough, with better control over my power, I can fly without relying on machines. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, Wonka became more accustomed to flying and gradually began to slow down. "Let go of me, you bastard." Accompanied by the vaccine man's roar, several blue energy balls finally pushed Wong away. Then came a massive explosion, and Wong Ku's figure vanished once more. Experiencing it firsthand, your plasma energy balls are quite impressive. The compliment seemed to reach the vaccine man's ears, and it quickly looked up. Wong Ku, who had been carried away by its energy balls, now appeared unscathed in midair. Even more astonishing was that a blue energy ball previously shot out was now floating steadily in the enemy's palm, as if being examined. The previously agitated energy slowly merged into Wong Ku's hands, like calm water in a lake. How is this possible? The vaccine man looked very surprised. Well, it's just an application of plasma physics research. But you need to put in more effort. This level of energy attack is useless against me, Wong Ku said nonchalantly. Whether it's useful or not is not for you to decide. Angered by the opponent's provocation, the vaccine man used its own flying ability to pursue Wong Ku, then launched a claw imbued with blue light toward him. A loud crash echoed, but neither figure moved an inch. The smaller figure, after blocking the attack with one arm, raised the other hand in front. A huge light screen flashed by, and the monster's figure fell, smoking. This is the higher application of energy. Don't rely solely on talent. Physics is quite profound. Floating in midair, Wong had a look as if he were observing insects. He had previously possessed the technique to elevate himself to dragon-level power, but the cost was to abandon his human form. Now that the accumulation of technology had achieved a qualitative change, Wong naturally gained extraordinary strength. Damn it, don't look down on me. Just a mere pathogen on Earth, destined to be eliminated by me, the vaccine man. The vaccine man, whose body was already smoking on one side, finally unleashed all its power on the ground. Its entire body began to writhe, growing several times larger. Previously resembling a human form, it had now transformed entirely into a monster. With gigantic fangs, sharp claws, and bone spines protruding from its back, it exuded a formidable presence. After becoming a complete monster, the vaccine man immediately opened its mouth and shot out a beam of energy several times more powerful than before at its airborne enemy. Von Kiskiviko, who had been floating in the air watching the show, could no longer use the technique of absorbing energy. He could only block with his arm in front of him, and then his entire figure was engulfed in the beam of light. Seconds later, nothing remained in the sky. It seemed that with this move, the vaccine man had successfully dealt with its opponent. However, sharp as ever, it did not let its guard down. After two giant antennae on its forehead twitched a few times, the vaccine man launched an attack behind it. You won't get away with this. The ground was marked with several terrifying claw marks as the attempted ambush retreated, and a smile reappeared on its face. I really didn't expect you to have such speed under that massive frame. I almost got caught by your claws, just a little bit off. Don't get too smug. Pathogen. Today, you are destined to be eliminated by me. This is the will of the Earth. After angrily rebuking its opponent, the vaccine man extended its two gigantic claws. Then, 10 even more violent energy balls appeared. With a loud shout, the 10 energy balls rushed toward their target as if they had their own consciousness. That's more like it. Why waste time talking before? Just unleash your big moves. Wonka muttered these words lightly, but he did not dare to let his guard down in his heart. He gathered energy in various parts of his body and flew at high speed, planning to shake off these 10 obviously powerful energy balls. Then, in the air above the suburbs of City A, the 10 energy balls with terrifying power chased after a human wrapped in red light at high speed. Initially, it was just a simple speed competition, but gradually, it seemed like they were practicing techniques, and the figure enveloped in red light became more skillful in its flying. However, the 10 energy balls still pursued relentlessly. No matter how Wong-Ku maneuvered, the energy balls got closer and closer. After a rapid sharp turn, Wong-Ku was shocked to find one energy ball had blocked his path, followed by a loud explosion in the air. The remaining 9 energy balls took the opportunity to catch up, and continuous explosions rang out one after another. This time, it definitely hit afterward. The only one left for me to deal with is you. After sensing Wong-Ku's aura vanish, the vaccine man turned its head towards Saitama, who had already arrived but remained in a spectator state. Faced with the monster's palpable killing intent, Saitama merely displayed his signature boiled egg face. This true, strongest man on the ground casually picked his nose and said, "Ah, don't mind me. You continue your fight with Diesel." Before coming out, I made an agreement with him that today's action is just to prevent him from causing too much trouble. What nonsense you're spouting. Your companion was eliminated by me long ago. Not a trace of aura remains. The vaccine man sneered. Just turn around and see for yourself. With a flick of the booger on his finger, Saitama displayed none of the demeanor of a superior. This kind of trickery is too. Wait, how can this be? Impossible? The vaccine person originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the noise behind him, he turned his head again to look at the place where Wong-Ku's figure had disappeared. In the area where Wong-Ku's figure vanished, a significant amount of the vaccine person's energy residuals permeated the air. The immense radiation effect made the birds flying several kilometers away feel the danger and change their direction. However, in the center of the explosion, a translucent light sphere enveloped a human figure, looking down arrogantly at the monster's silhouette on the ground. It seemed that the human inside the light sphere had derived enough pleasure from the monster's astonished expression as he finally put away his mocking demeanor. The wavelength is probably between 70 and 80. The energy fusion within my body has also become accustomed. It seems that this blue energy suits me even better. Let's proceed with the conversion. After finishing his monologue, the man in the light sphere began to absorb the blue energy that was diffusing in the surrounding air, and the previously red lightning around the translucent light sphere disappeared entirely. The originally purple-red halo gradually transformed into blue. After the man's eyes in the halo flashed with blue light, the surrounding air also became clean again, revealing a confident smile in front of the vaccine person. Impossible. Just a mere pathogen. How could it be a match for my Earth's vaccine? The vaccine person could not accept the fact that its power was being absorbed by the enemy. It gathered the energy within its body and then attacked the opponent with various forms, such as light beams and energy balls. However, the enemy being attacked seemed to stroll leisurely, receiving the vaccine person's energy while smiling and walking slowly in midair. You strange beings lack culture. It's quite common in the medical field for a certain vaccine to have no resistance to a specific pathogen. As if devouring a supplement, Wong-Ku strolled towards a vaccine person, effortlessly absorbing all of the vaccine person's attacks. When he finally reached in front of the vaccine person, this monster, already exhausted and starting to breathe heavily, threw a punch. Useless. After a muffled sound, Wong-Ku, who caught all the force with his left palm, spoke again. My fighting skills are top-notch. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong-Ku slightly rotated his left wrist. A force several times greater than the vaccine person's giant fist transmitted through the vaccine person's arm. The vaccine person could only feel a whirlwind-like dark energy rapidly moving within its massive arm. In an instant, the dark energy thoroughly shredded the flesh and bones along its path. Then at the last moment, with an unstoppable momentum, it burst forth from its back shoulder. With a bang, a disabled giant arm fell to the ground, leaving a line of flesh and blood behind the vaccine person. What surprised the vaccine person the most was that it felt no pain at all during this process. I also have a profession as a doctor, so it's not surprising that you don't feel pain. Wong-Ku guessed what the other party was thinking. You monster. A large mouth full of fangs lunged at Wong-Ku, but the vaccine person did not admit defeat. However, after absorbing and transforming its energy, its opponent could now wield his own power with ease. Therefore, the vaccine person's strike had no effect whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, after more than 10 slashes, the dragon-level monster, which once took it upon itself to eliminate all humans, became a toothless, shriveled figure. Moreover, its fallen teeth were arranged quite orderly to the side, as if waiting to be stored in a collection. You are lucky. If you had been defeated by someone else, you would most likely have lost your life. I am different. Collecting living materials is one of my great hobbies. Wang Ku's strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of the vaccine man, which was already evident. However, ending the battle so effortlessly was beyond his previous expectations. Originally, he was worried about controlling the immense power of his newly modified body, fearing it might cause some damage. So he had asked Saitama to step in. But after absorbing the vaccine man's energy, it was as if he had received a supplement, allowing him to stabilize the power within his body. This was definitely an unexpected joy for Wang Ku, so he was even more determined to capture the vaccine man, a dragon-level monster, for further study. Damn it, I won't submit. Finally coming to terms with reality, the vaccine man no longer planned to kill Wang Ku. Instead, after a muffled grunt, his entire body began to writhe violently, and yellow-green smoke started to emanate from the wound of his severed arm. Having seen many monsters make a last-ditch effort to avoid capture, Wang Ku acted quickly. He extended a few needle-like bone spurs from one hand and swiftly inserted them into the vaccine man's gradually expanding body. He then injected some special serum into the vaccine man and began to frantically absorb the energy and flesh within him. When the vaccine man finally lost consciousness, he gradually reverted to his previous humanoid state. At this moment, Wang Ku seemed to inflate like an overinflated balloon, becoming round and puffy, to the point where walking became difficult. Hey, Diesel, are you really okay like this? Originally thinking he was off the hook, Saitama now looked at his friend with some shock, fearing that if Wang Ku wasn't careful, he might explode like a balloon. This seems a bit troublesome. It looks like others are rushing here. With this little time, I can't handle everything on my own. I need to borrow your power. Seeing Diesel's expression that indicated things had gone awry, Saitama sighed helplessly. Just tell me what you need. As long as it's not too troublesome, I'll help you out. I'll adjust these impurities in my body first, then release all the toxic substances at once, but that won't be good for ordinary people. Please use your power to blow them into the sky, after which I will incinerate them with energy blasts. If that's the case, your emergence has really caused a disaster, Saitama said, already getting into position. On the way to City A, I ran here, which to some extent has already been a disaster. Wang Ku's self-deprecating remark is indeed true. At that time, he was charging forward recklessly and, unable to control his strength, damaged many public facilities along the way. If it weren't for Saitama's help, it might have even resulted in casualties. All right, you human disaster, please wrap this up quickly. I really want to go home early. Thank you for your trouble. After that, the Hero Association headquarters suddenly detected a yellow-green toxic gas covering several kilometers in the suburbs of City A. But in less than a second, a force exceeding the radar's measuring limits blew all the gas directly into space. Then, the figure of S-Class Hero King briefly appeared near that area for some unknown reason before quickly disappearing. Wang Ku, who intended to burn off the toxic gas, could only stare in shock and exclaim that Saitama was a bug character. Another participant in the incident continuously lamented afterward that Diesel was indeed a master of flatulence. Synopsis: suddenly transported into the world of One Punch Man, without any system or golden finger, not becoming a powerful hero, nor a lucky person with a heavenly halo, but instead becoming an experimental subject of the Evolution House, transformed into a non-human entity. Even worse, he turned out to be a failure and was soon abandoned for treatment. Although he doesn't even have the basic control over a non-human body, Wang Ku was at least endowed with a genius brain.